Dear family, a 6-year-old child summoned a colossal golden dragon, nearly causing the entire house to explode. It turns out he is a traverser who has spent 6 years in the Douluo forest with Xiao Wu and has awakened his martial soul upon arriving in the human world. Xiao Wu possesses innate full soul power, and when it was his turn, his golden dragon martial soul also awakened with innate full soul power, leading to an invitation to join the spirit hall. I must tell you, this situation is utterly absurd. The entire room erupted with a resounding boom, as if it were on the verge of detonating. Behind me, a genuine, resplendent golden dragon appeared out of thin air. Its size and aura resembled something from a blockbuster film, the golden scales shimmering blindingly, and the pressure it exuded made me instinctively want to kneel. The gentleman standing opposite me nearly dropped his jaw to the floor, his eyes wide as saucers, as if he had seen a ghost. To be honest, I felt similarly astonished. But the crux of the matter is, I summoned this creature. How could a mere 6-year-old child create such an uproar in this small, obscure town? Hold on, let me recount the events from the very beginning. The story begins in the Douluo forest. Imagine this place as the first-tier city of the spirit beast realm, sprawling across 2 great empires, ancient and vast, home to a stunning variety of spirit beasts. I resided here with a young girl named Xiao Wu. She was irresistibly cute, with twin rabbit ears atop her head and styled in scorpion braids. Her personality was as lively as a firecracker, brimming with energy from dawn till dusk. What were we doing in the heart of this perilous forest? Enjoying hot pot. You heard me right. It was the spicy, bubbling Sichuan hot pot, featuring only the finest spirit beast meat, pure indulgence. As Xiao Wu, with her face flushed from the spice, devoured the food with fervor, I couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. You see, I am not from this world. I'm a traverser, understand? What my previous life was like no longer matters. I opened my eyes as an infant in this realm known as Douluo continent. Frankly, this world is akin to a drain in the realm of fantasy. Its cultivation system is painfully simplistic. The gods here would likely be regarded as merely enhanced strongmen back in my homeland. However, there is no turning back. Having spent 6 years in the forest with Xiao Wu, it was now time for us to awaken our martial souls in the human world. Xiao Wu even teased me, saying I was reluctant to leave the forest because of Sister Nair. I denied it outwardly, but inwardly it struck a chord. She was right, I truly was reluctant. This girl, with her mind solely on food, had no comprehension of what affection entailed. As I was lost in thought, just as Xiao Wu departed, the Sister Nair I had been pondering truly appeared before me. Oh my heavens, dear family, who could comprehend such beauty? Her visage and figure seemed to have stepped straight out of a painting. With flowing silver hair and violet eyes, she exuded an air of mystery and nobility. She is the true ruler of this forest, the sovereign of the spirit beast clan, the silver dragon, Kingu Yuna. In those days, I was but an infant when she first discovered me. Possessing the purest golden dragon bloodline bestowed upon me by the system, she regarded me as the hope for the revival of the soul beast lineage and nurtured me accordingly. Our bond was profoundly strong. Her visit this time was to bid me farewell. She cautioned me about the treacherous nature of the human world, urging me to exercise caution. I patted my chest and assured her, "Do not worry, Sister Nair. I am well aware. I made a solemn vow. Grant me 20 years, and I shall return a deity." Her laughter was a melody, as she expressed her desire to forge a future together with me. Before departing, I cheekily suggested, "Sister Nair, shall we share a bed?" Do not misconstrue this. Our slumber was entirely innocent. She transformed back into her majestic silver dragon form to heal at the bottom of the lake, while I rested beside her on a small bed, embodying pure companionship. The following day, we set forth on our journey. Guess who came to see us off? The beast god emperor Tian Tian, the Black Dragon King, a formidable presence for over 800,000 years, now stood before me, respectfully addressing me as my lord. He personally escorted us to the human city of Notting. What a thrilling experience! After arriving at the city gates, he bestowed upon me a storage ring, claiming it had been taken from a titled Douluo who perished in the forest, filled to the brim with riches. After giving his instructions, he departed, for his overwhelming aura could incite panic if lingered too long. Barely had he left when a sound chimed in my mind. The long-dormant system, which had been inactive for 6 long years, finally awakened. Mission issued: awaken golden dragon martial soul. At last, it has remembered me. Beside me, Xiao Wu was as enthralled as if she had entered a grand garden, trembling with excitement at everything she saw. I quickly grasped her arm, urging, "Calm down. We must prioritize our objectives." I explained to her that despite the city's small appearance, a powerful entity might be hidden within. She remained skeptical, but we made our way to the Martial Soul Hall at the city center, its impressive structure standing out amidst the surrounding humble abodes. Upon entering, a handsome young man blocked our path. In his 20s, with striking features and clad in the Martial Soul Hall uniform, he was indeed striking. I tentatively called out, "Brother Tao?" The young man was taken aback. "You know me?" A wave of joy surged within me, of course. It was him, the ever-charismatic protagonist, the steadfast Tao Ge. The blind seer, Su Yuntao. I concocted a flimsy excuse, claiming we were there to awaken our martial souls. Tao Ge, perceiving us as mere children without adult supervision, did not press further and led us directly into the awakening chamber. As he unleashed his martial soul, transforming into a fearsome werewolf with 2 soul rings, one yellow and one 100 years old, did indeed appear impressive. Yet, Xiao Wu and I remained unfazed, having spent time with ferocious beasts over hundreds of thousands of years. His display felt akin to a mere circus act, stirring no emotions within us. Tao Ge, perhaps feeling a tinge of embarrassment, reluctantly gestured for us to begin our awakening. Xiao Wu stepped into the spirit formation. In a flash of golden light, a spectral rabbit appeared behind her, its ears becoming delightfully fluffy. Tao Ge nodded approvingly. A commendable beast martial soul. It must possess soul power. With that, he produced a blue crystal orb for Xiao Wu to test her abilities. As her hand made contact, the orb emitted a resonant hum, bursting forth with brilliant blue light, radiating like a miniature sun. Tao Ge was momentarily frozen in shock, his mouth agape, as if it could accommodate an egg, his voice trembling. This is innate full soul power. He was utterly beside himself, and judging by his expression, he might have even contemplated names for his future children. With palpable excitement, he gazed at Xiao Wu, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Little sister, would you consider joining our spirit hall? I tell you, this overwhelming fortune had finally come to Tao Ge. Xiao Wu disregarded him entirely, turning to me with a clear message. "Brother, you decide." I waved at Tao Ge, maintaining my composure. "Hold on, let me complete my awakening first." Only then did Tao Ge regain his senses, wiping the sweat from his brow and directing me to step into the formation. I inhaled deeply. It was time. As golden light surged into my body, an earth-shattering power awakened within me. I felt as if I might explode, my body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, a soul-stirring dragon's roar reverberated throughout the room. Roar behind me rose a colossal golden specter, its dragon form forged of gold, with commanding eyes and majestic golden wings that unfurled, filling the spacious room to its brim. I tell you, Tao Ge was utterly dumbfounded, his face draining of color, mouth agape, as if to swallow an egg, stammering, What is this? Why does this dragon make my calves cramp?" His gaze was a mix of fear and disbelief, as if his worldview had been repeatedly ground into the floor. Inside, I was elated. This was a golden dragon, the foremost among the dragon gods, 9 offspring. Do you comprehend the bloodline suppression? You, a 26th level soul master, must kneel before my presence. Tao Ge swallowed hard, cautiously speculating, Are you from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan?" I nearly burst into laughter. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? That lineage was hardly worthy. I rolled my eyes dismissively, retorting, "The number 1 beast martial soul? Ha, in my presence, it's merely average." Goodness, as soon as I spoke those words, Tao Ge inhaled sharply, the sound akin to a kitchen exhaust fan. Yet he dared not counter, for the evidence lay before him. The aura of my golden dragon specter overshadowed him by 100-fold. However, there was one detail they all overlooked. At the moment of my martial soul awakening, my eyes transformed into twin pupils, just for an instant before returning to normal. The brilliance of the golden dragon was so blinding that it effortlessly captured everyone's attention. Perfect. Next came the soul power assessment. I placed my small hand upon the crystal orb, and the result? Without a hint of doubt, another skyward burst of blue light innate full soul power. Tao, in his exuberance, could no longer contain himself. He pinched his thigh with such fervor that it elicited a wince, confirming that he was indeed awake and not ensnared in a dream. I must say, his expression mirrored that of a person who had just won a staggering 500 million in the lottery. His heart raced with excitement, his hands trembled, and his eyes sparkled like stars as he gazed at us both. "Esteemed geniuses, would you care to join our spirit hall?" His voice quivered with anticipation. I thought to myself, was there even a need to ask? We had come here precisely for this purpose. With a calm demeanor, I nodded. "Certainly, we are willing." This revelation sent Tao into a state of bliss. He immediately began to paint a grand picture for us, explaining that information must be reported in layers, and it would take over a month to reach the higher echelons of Spirit City. However, during this interim, we could reside here, and the Spirit Hall would fulfill all our needs. With utmost reverence, he presented us with 2 Soul Master notebooks, treating us as if we were revered ancestors. After completing the formalities, I took Little Wu by the hand and exited the Spirit Hall. Little Wu, who had been holding back her curiosity all along, finally could restrain herself no longer and asked, "Brother Yu, what for? Why join the Wuhuan Temple? Is it merely because of its formidable reputation?" I chuckled softly, gently ruffling her hair. Strength is one aspect, but more importantly, there are several individuals I must meet there. Enough of that. Let us go. I shall treat you to some shopping. The legacy of a titled Douluo is characterized by unparalleled extravagance. And thus, the calamity began. Who among my family understands? The moment Xiao Wu stepped into the city, her innate shopping instincts were immediately awakened. "Brother Yu, does this look good? Buy it. I adore this one too. Buy it. Brother Yu, buy. By the time I regained my senses, the garments we carried seemed sufficient to open a children's clothing store. I covered my face, utterly astonished. Her shopping prowess was simply terrifying. Just as I was about to put an end to this shopping spree, Xiao Wu pointed toward the grand entrance and exclaimed, "Brother Yu, that appears to be an academy. Shall we take a look?" I glanced up to see the 4 characters, Naoding Academy. Well, I mused. The pull of the plot is undeniably strong. A casual stroll could lead us to the birthplace of the protagonists. Fine then, since we are here, let us meet the legendary Tang San and his theoretical master. Upon entering, I was greeted by a classic scene, an unremarkable little boy kneeling before a stoic middle-aged man, fervently bowing 3 times. So, Tang San is paying his respects to Yu Xiaojing. How fortuitous that I arrived at just the right moment. I was engrossed in the spectacle when Yu Xiaojing suddenly turned his gaze towards us. To my astonishment, he froze, and, for the first time, his expressionless face exhibited a semblance of emotion. Shock. He must have realized that both Xiao Wu and I possessed a spirit power of level 10. He helped Tang San to his feet, and the 2 began to approach us intently. "Are you also new students at Naoding Academy?" Yu Xiaojing inquired, his voice as dry and rigid as his visage. I surmised he was elated within. To encounter 3 individuals with innate full spirit power in one day is indeed a path to reaching the pinnacle of life. I shook my head and calmly replied, "No, we're merely passing by, taking a look around." Yu Xiaojing is indeed somewhat knowledgeable, but only when dealing with novices. He began to showcase his abilities, asserting that based on our aura and residual spirit power, he deduced that we had just awakened our martial spirits, and he claimed mine to be a powerful dragon-type spirit, as his own could sense it. Xiao Wu, the silly girl, was genuinely impressed. "Wow, how did you know, uncle?" I was nearly in stitches. "Good sir, I have nearly memorized the script. Are you truly attempting to play this game with me?" I interrupted him directly. "Enough of your display. I have heard of your theories, but to me, they are riddled with flaws. You wish for me to be your disciple? That is impossible." As I spoke, I cast a sidelong glance at Tang San. My meaning clear. Only those who have never seen the world would regard you as a treasure. The moment those words escaped my lips, Yu Xiaojing's face turned a deep shade of crimson, attempting to retort but failing to utter a single word. For what I said was indeed the truth. If he were truly so remarkable, would he be confined to such a humble place? Tang San, unable to tolerate this, stepped forward to defend his teacher. Teachers' theories simply lack recognition from those who are blind to their value. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle, retorting, indeed, the entire world is mistaken. Your teacher is the greatest. Is that satisfactory? Boring. Xiao Wu, let us depart. I could scarcely be bothered to argue with them. Pulling Xiao Wu around and leaving. Upon returning to the Wuhuan branch hall, the person in charge, Ma Xiano, was already waiting for us. A spirit master greeted us with utmost courtesy, inquiring if we required assistance in obtaining our first spirit ring. I declined with a smile. After all, my spirit ring arrangements might frighten you. After dismissing them, the main event awaited us that evening. Xiao Wu snuck into my room like a thief. Lo and behold, Sister Na was already there waiting, radiating an imposing aura. The moment Xiao Wu saw Gu Yuna, she immediately wilted, obediently greeting her as master. Sister Na wasted no time. With a wave of her delicate hand, a portal of space appeared out of thin air. I took Xiao Wu's hand, and we stepped through. In the next moment, we found ourselves at the Lake of Life. I instructed Xiao Wu to seek her mother for her spirit ring, while I submerged with Sister Na to the lake's depths. My goal was crystal clear, Bing-san. Indeed, I had awakened a twin martial spirit. In addition to the golden dragon, I possessed this dual pupils, and the first spirit ring of the dual pupils must be the Tianming, a million-year-old spiritual auxiliary. I gazed at the enormous white silkworm cocoon before me and bluntly declared, Bing-san, cease your feigning of death. Here is your chance. Become my spirit ring, accompany me, and I shall lead you to divinity, ensuring your immortality. Initially, it continued to feign death, ignoring me. I let out a cold chuckle and signaled to Sister Na. It seems we must apply a bit more pressure. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yuna raised her hand, gathering divine power, ready to obliterate the Tianming. At that moment, the creature quivered in fear, quickly exclaiming, Wait, let us discuss this. I shall offer my sacrifice. Is that not sufficient? To ambush me, a million-year-old elder, is quite inappropriate. I was filled with glee. Who among my family understands? Just a moment ago, it was so defiant, and now it had turned into a coward. With the Tianming secured, the remainder was straightforward. With Sister Na providing protection, I sat cross-legged as the massive form of the Tianming ignited in white flames, compressing until it transformed into a platinum-colored spirit ring adorned with 9 golden patterns, which seamlessly integrated into my being. Boom! A cataclysmic surge of spiritual and soul power erupted within me. I do not know how long had passed before I slowly opened my eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through my dual pupils. I hurriedly accessed the system panel. Astonishingly, my spirit power had skyrocketed to level 14. The martial spirit section clearly stated, Golden Dragon, dual pupils. As for the spirit ring abilities, this single ring from Tianming endowed me with 4 divine skills: spiritual detection, spiritual sharing, spiritual impact, and spiritual replication. The voice of Tianming echoed in my mind, informing me that it had sealed its surplus spiritual power for my gradual absorption in the future, and that the age of this spirit ring could evolve with my level advancement. Just as I was reveling in satisfaction, Sister Na approached, asking, Shall we now add the spirit ring for the golden dragon martial spirit? I shook my head. Sister Na and I had long since devised a plan. The spirit ring for my golden dragon martial spirit must be the best of the best, the dragon god S9 offspring, not a single one to be omitted. A divine level ensemble. However, there was no rush. We would proceed step by step. I inquired how much time had elapsed, and she replied that it had only been half a day. She also informed me that Xiao Wu had successfully acquired her first spirit ring as well. Goodness! I had merely closed my eyes, and upon reopening them, Xiao Wu had finished. Now that is efficiency. I contemplated that my first spirit ring had just surpassed 1,000 years, and absorbing it would indeed be effortless. I must say, the data produced by those old scholars at the Wuhuan Temple claiming that the limit for the first spirit ring is 423 years is simply laughable. That information might suffice for ordinary individuals, but when faced with someone as extraordinary as myself, or the Tang San of the original work, their theory is nothing but scrap paper. Tang San consumed a celestial herb, and his fourth spirit ring directly reached 10,000 years. Had he adhered to Yu Xiaojiang's theory, he would have long faded into obscurity, leaving no room for the ensuing narrative. However, now that I am present, the treasures within the ice and fire yin-yang eyes are off limits to you, third brother. Not a single strand shall you touch. I shall claim them all. I desire the Dragon King. I desire the celestial herb. Only a child would make such choices. Yet, my system is rather disappointing, having become a spirit master. It offers no rewards, not even a hint. Is it expecting me to open blind boxes? Just as I was lamenting, Sister Na suddenly spoke, offering me another item of great utility for my strength. With a flick of her delicate hand, she produced a magnificent spear, a resplendent, Golden lance adorned with intricate dragon scales appeared in her grasp. The spear's body shone brilliantly, emanating an aura of auspiciousness, its ends sharp and imposing, suggesting it was no ordinary weapon. Sister Narer informed me that this is called the Golden Dragon Spear, which can only be wielded by those with the Golden Dragon bloodline. The most remarkable feature is that it can absorb the life force of others to restore its wielder's vitality. What a marvel! Is this not akin to a physical blood-sucking device? She handed the spear to me, and I felt somewhat awkward. It was 3 meters long, nearly twice my height. But guess what happened? As soon as my hand brushed against the spear, it emitted a low hum and, akin to a magical staff, automatically shrank down to 1.5 meters, the perfect length for me. Is this not a quintessential example of AI adaptive equipment? It is now 2025, and the gear has become so intelligent. Although I had never practiced marksmanship, such a magnificent treasure was too enticing to pass up. I told Sister Narer that we need not rush to leave. After all, I had just made a breakthrough and needed to consolidate my gains while also spending some time with her. I then reached into my 4-dimensional pocket and retrieved the gifts I had prepared for her. The first was a silver-white gown adorned with countless sparkling gems, resembling a starry sky, far more exquisite than the garment transformed by her divine power. Sister Narer initially protested that it was unnecessary, but seeing my eager expression, she eventually changed into it. I must tell you, in that moment, I was utterly mesmerized. She looked like a celestial being, and now she radiated an even greater beauty. Next, I produced the second gift, an ultimate weapon, a stick adorned with candied hawthorns. It was taller than I was. Sister Narer was momentarily taken aback, seriously analyzing its lack of utility for her cultivation or injuries. But who understands, dear friends? Eating is for pleasure, not for KPIs. I quickly handed her a skewer and urged her to try it. With skepticism, she took a small bite, and her eyes instantly sparkled. The sweetness danced upon her taste buds, and she looked at me, finally revealing a genuine smile. A bit of red sugar crystal clung to her lips, adding a delightful hint of earthly charm to her ethereal beauty. As I gazed at her, a singular thought crossed my mind. I must strive to become stronger, strong enough to shoulder all her burdens, allowing her to smile like this forever. A few days later, Xiao Wu and I had to depart. Old man Di Tian remained apprehensive, muttering anxiously about our potential corruption by the human world. Yet, a single icy glance from Sister Narer silenced him completely. On our journey back to New Oding City, Xiao Wu inquired about my spirit rings. I briefly explained that my spirit ring was a tribute from the Tianmeng Ice silkworm and could be upgraded in the future. She was momentarily stunned, remarking that the limitations of spirit rings were meant to be shattered, that true geniuses tread unconventional paths. Upon returning to the Spirit Hall branch, Yuntau's eyes nearly popped out upon seeing us. He pointed at me, stumbling over his words. Why you? How did you jump straight to level 14? Goodness. Absorbing a spirit ring propelled me up 4 levels, shattering his worldview. I had no choice but to offer an excuse, claiming it was due to the high quality of the spirit ring. The way he looked at us was akin to observing a monstrous anomaly. Yet he was brimming with envy, repeatedly asserting that we would undoubtedly become titled Douluos in the future. As we were preparing to enter the training room for meditation, the Tianmeng Ice silkworm suddenly screamed in my mind, alerting me that 2 super Douluos had arrived in the city. My heart raced. 2? Could it be Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo? For our sake, the Spirit Hall had made quite a show. Just as Xiao Wu and I stepped out of the training room, Su Yuntao rushed over, flushed and trembling with excitement. They've arrived. The elders from the Spirit Hall have come. Titled Douluos themselves. They are here to escort you. Come with me. I thought to myself, remain calm. What is a titled Douluo? I have encountered Sister Narer, after all. Upon entering the Grand Hall, I beheld a somewhat effeminate man seated in the main seat, while Ma Xinyuo and the others stood by like obedient schoolchildren. This man was Ju Douluo, and upon seeing us, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, likely astonished by my rapid spirit power advancement. Without further ado, he stated, I have been sent by His Holiness the Pope to escort you to Spirit City. My name is Yuegwan. We respectfully greeted him, and then Douluo led us away. Outside, a luxurious carriage awaited us, adorned with a golden chrysanthemum emblem, clearly his exclusive vehicle. Just as we settled into the carriage, I sensed a pair of eyes watching us, an aura so formidable it was chilling. Who could it be? Tang Hao, of course. Who else could it be? I felt a twinge of anxiety, not out of fear for myself, but rather for Xiao Wu and Douluo. If a confrontation were to ensue, even 10 Douluos would struggle against Tang Hao's might. Thankfully, he seemed to hesitate due to his son Tang San, and the feeling of being watched dissipated quickly. A cold sneer curled my lips. Tang Hao and Tang San, we have all the time in the world. This game has only just begun. Inside the carriage, Douluo was quite affable, providing us insights into Spirit City and the Spirit Hall Academy. He shared that the academy was prestigious, with teachers starting at the Spirit Sage level, and we would be placed directly into the Genius class, regarded as key training candidates. After more than half a month, we finally arrived at Spirit City. It was truly magnificent. It far surpassed Nuoding City in splendor, with spirit masters populating the streets, each exuding confidence. Douluo escorted us directly to the Spirit Hall Academy at the city center. There, a tall, middle-aged man awaited us. He was our Genius class instructor and the academy's principal. Namely, Douluo handed us over to him after a few brief instructions and departed. Principal Li Jun appeared exceptionally stern, and as we followed him, students scattered at the sight of him like mice fleeing from a cat. He bellowed, "What are you staring at? Hurry and get back to your training. Do you not want your midterm grades?" The students immediately bowed their heads and dispersed. Once we were a safe distance away, they dared to gather and chatter. "Hey, did you see? 2 new students have arrived. They look so young. Probably only 6 or 7. Do not underestimate them. I sense they are extraordinary." Having the principal come personally to greet them indicates an unusual background. Unusual? Did you not notice their spirit power? That little girl is level 11, and if I'm not mistaken, that boy is level 14. Just awakened and already at 14. What does that signify? Are you serious? Which class will they be in? Given the direction the principal took them, it must be that place. The Genius class? As soon as those 2 words were uttered, the older students erupted in disbelief, whispering among themselves, "No way. They just arrived and are already in the Genius class? That is a place we would have to fight tooth and nail to enter. What gives them the right?" Then a mental-type fellow, seemingly attempting to show off, whispered, "It is their talent, I tell you. Those 2 kids, especially the boy, give off a dangerously impressive vibe. He might even possess innate full spirit power." At this revelation, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Innate full spirit power. This was a level that even the 3 from the Golden Generation had not achieved. Thus, amid countless astonished, envious, and curious gazes, Xiao Wu and I were led into the Genius classroom. Upon entering, we were met with over 40 students. Yet the room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with a middle-aged female teacher lecturing at the front, while many students nearly dozed off. The principal, being quite the character, knocked on the door and exchanged a few words with his wife, the teacher known as Dream. Before leaving, he cast a sweeping glance, and the dozing students instantly sat up straight, as if brought back to life, their acting worthy of an Oscar. Dream Teacher asked us to introduce ourselves. I thought there was nothing much to it, so I stepped up to the podium and proclaimed with a resonant voice, "I am Long Yu." Then I gestured toward Xiao Wu. "This is Xiao Wu. We come from Nuoding City, that is all." Xiao Wu also displayed commendable composure, having once been the head of Nuoding, showing no signs of stage fright. My eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, and I observed that the oldest among this group of individuals was merely around 15 or 16 years of age, with the most formidable having already achieved the rank of Soul Master. Ah, the Golden Generation is indeed present, comprising Hulaina, Xieyu, and that fiery-haired Yen. Are they here in a novice village to create their high-level accounts? My aloof and refined appearance instantly captured the attention of several female students below, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Alas, dear family, little do they know, I'm only 6 years old, yet their gazes seemed as if they wished to devour me. Of course, the disdainful looks from the boys were not in short supply either. At that moment, I felt an unusual gaze upon me. I glanced up to find Hulaina, with her golden hair grazing her ears and her fiery red lips. Her enchanting eyes exuded a natural allure, fixating on me with an unyielding intensity. Typically, a mere child would have blushed and faltered under her scrutiny, but not I. My mental fortitude was at its peak, rendering me immune to her charms. Her brother, Xiaoyu, whispered beside her, speculating that we were likely born with innate soul power. Nana. However, he soon realized that his sister was utterly oblivious, her attention entirely focused on me. I knew not what thoughts occupied Hulaina's mind, but her expression unmistakably conveyed a sense of intrigue, as if to say, this little one is rather interesting. The teacher instructed us to take seats next to Hulaina, and as we settled down, I could feel her subtle allure wafting towards me, testing my resolve. Unfortunately for her, in the realm of mental strength, she was still a novice. I stole a glance at her before averting my gaze, maintaining my composure, and she momentarily froze, likely astonished that her charm had no effect on me. During the theoretical lesson, when Teacher Meng began discussing a soul beast known as the thorn magic spider, I immediately recognized a discrepancy. This knowledge was outdated. I raised my hand and addressed the teacher. I believe there is a minor error in your explanation. Suddenly, all eyes in the classroom were fixed upon me. A new transfer student daring to question the teacher? Teacher Meng, far from angered, inquired where I found fault. I confidently presented first-hand observations from my time in the Qingdao Great Forest, detailing the differences between male and female when their eyes opened and who proved more formidable thereafter, articulating my points with clarity. The teacher was taken aback, asking how I had acquired such knowledge. Could I confess that I had witnessed it live? Certainly not. I humbly responded, "Oh, I chanced upon this information in an ancient tome." This revelation left the entire class in awe, and Hulaina's gaze toward me grew increasingly fascinating. At noon, as I entered the dining hall, I had just found a seat when a fragrant breeze swept past, and there was Hulaina, approaching with a plate in hand. With her lips slightly parted, she asked, "Junior, may I sit here?" At that moment, I felt the weight of numerous envious gazes piercing my back, particularly from Yen, whose chopsticks seemed on the verge of snapping. I quickly gestured to the opposite side. "Sister, over there. There's a seat." Unperturbed, she took a seat across from me and got straight to the point. "Are you a spirit master of the mental system?" I replied with an enigmatic response. One might say so, while another might argue otherwise. It was all about maintaining an air of mystery. Just then, Xiaowu approached with a plate of carrots. Upon seeing Hulaina, her expression soured, and she sulkily plopped down beside me, her jealousy palpable from 3 meters away. Hulaina chuckled and reminded us that the afternoon as practical lesson would be challenging, advising us to prepare mentally before departing with her plate. As Xiaowu nibbled on her carrots, she couldn't help but criticize my choice of spicy rabbit head, exclaiming, "Rabbits are so adorable. How could you eat them?" Then she whispered to me to keep my distance from Hulaina, labeling her a vixen. I chuckled and reassured her, "Fear not, my mental strength far surpasses hers, and should she wish to enchant me, she would need another century of practice." I must tell you, while I was finishing my meal, the news of my classroom confrontation with the teacher had already reached the ears of the Pope, Bai Dong, at lightning speed. Teacher Meng reported verbatim to Bai Dong, stating that I was not only formidable in soul power, but also possessed an astonishing grasp of theoretical knowledge. Upon hearing this, Bai Dong remarked nonchalantly, "Oh, he speaks the truth." It became evident that the Pope herself had a thorn magic spider soul ring and was undoubtedly aware of its nature. Intrigued, she ordered, "Continue testing him from various angles. I wish to see just how much he comprehends." As soon as Teacher Meng departed, Hulaina arrived, lauding her teacher, Bai Dong, exclaiming that my mental maturity was astonishing for a 6-year-old and that her charm was largely ineffective against me. This revelation left Bai Dong unable to remain seated. A 6-year-old child with level 14 soul power, a theoretical prodigy, and mental strength potentially surpassing that of a soul king? This defied logic. She made a decisive declaration. "I shall personally observe the practical lesson this afternoon." In the afternoon, during the practical lesson, Dean Li Yinluo personally led the class, exuding an aura reminiscent of a deity of death. Without preamble, he commanded, "All of you run," and no use of soul power. Soul Masters were to run 20 kilometers. Great Soul Masters 15, while Xiaowu and I were assigned 10 kilometers. I couldn't help but chuckle internally. Was that all? In my previous life? This would merely be a warm-up. At first, everyone managed well, but as they continued, they resembled wilted eggplants, faces flushed and gasping for breath. After completing her 10 kilometers, Xiao Wu's face turned pale and drenched in sweat, on the verge of collapse. I cannot allow her to fall behind. Without hesitation, I squatted before her, hop on, and effortlessly lifted her onto my back, continuing to run. I must say, it felt as if I had activated a weight-bearing cheat, yet my stamina remained unwavering. This maneuver left the entire crowd in stunned silence. The Golden Generation trio, Yin, Xieyu, and Hulaina, turned to gaze at me, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Yin's face turned green, likely infuriated by Hulaina's persistent attention on me, while even Deanly Yinluo appeared flabbergasted. As if to say, is this boy a monster, carrying someone while running so effortlessly? As I carried Xiao Wu, I effortlessly surpassed a significant portion of the group. The exhausted seniors behind us questioned their own existence. Is that new kid a freak? How can he still keep up while carrying someone? A panting, chubby classmate remarked. Another chimed in. Not everyone is as weak as you. But really, this kid has shattered my understanding of Soul Masters. I'm beginning to doubt my status as a great Soul Master. I assure you, all eyes were glued to me, disbelief etched across their faces. As I finally set Xiao Wu down, her cheeks were still flushed. I pondered how she hadn't yet recovered, but she quickly shifted the topic, asking how my stamina was so beastly. What could I say? I couldn't possibly reveal that I possessed the bloodline of a golden dragon, naturally designed to be a robust tank. Instead, I humbly boasted, it's all thanks to the superior resources provided by Sister Na, and the others. My physical condition is merely a product of diligent training. At that moment, a teacher named Li Jun, the head of our genius class, called for a break of over an hour before clearing his throat to announce that it was time to commence the serious practical assessment. The rules were simple. For 1 hour, anyone could challenge anyone, with those of lower soul power permitted to challenge those of higher rank, and the latter could not refuse. Dear family, this was nothing less than a classic tale of the underdog rising against the established order. I'm mused that with Xiao Wu's agility combined with her bow technique, taking down an average great soul master should pose no significant challenge. As I contemplated whom to target first, a red-haired lad barged directly into my space. My goodness, his chin was raised so high that I could practically envision fish swimming in his nostrils. He tilted his head and boldly asked, "You're Alonyu? Do you dare accept my challenge?" Upon looking up, I recognized him as Yin. I couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Are you out of your mind? You're 16 years old, a level 37 soul master, and you come to challenge a mere level 14 rookie who has only trained for a few days? Are your cheeks made of city walls? I felt a surge of frustration. MMP, I desperately wished to grow taller, for I was tired of craning my neck to look at others. My cervical spine was bound to suffer. Hulaina could no longer tolerate the situation and directly confronted Yin, saying, I say, Yin, are you truly so idle? How can you behave like this? At that moment, I felt as if my thoughts were as clear as a mirror. Why was this fellow targeting me? Was it merely because I exchanged a few words with Hulaina? His possessiveness was astonishing. Was he treating her as a CPU sister or attempting to PUA her? It was utterly ridiculous. Yet, Yin stubbornly retorted to Hulaina, Nana, this is between him and me. You need not interfere. If he dares, he can refuse. Who do you think you are, calling her Nana? Hulaina's temper flared instantly. Are you sparring with him? Why not spar with my brother, or with me instead? Long you ignore him. This fly's martial soul and soul power are no match for you. I thought to myself, his martial soul is no match for me. He seems unaware that my golden dragon martial soul specializes in dealing with all sorts of flashy nonsense. Perfect. I had been dissatisfied with this fellow for some time, and now a perfect target had presented itself. I turned to the dean and asked, Dean, if I managed to take him down, how many points would I receive for my practical assessment? The dean furrowed his brow and replied, if you can defeat Yin, who is over 20 levels higher than you. Then it would certainly be a perfect score. However, I advise you to think carefully. Do not let your mindset crumble after losing your first battle. I thanked him for his concern, but my mind was made up. I turned to Yin and declared, I accept your challenge. Yin clenched his fists tightly and threatened. Rest assured, I won't go too hard on you. If you lose, stay away from Nana. I couldn't help but laugh and retorted, using others as a wager? Have you ever respected Hulaina? Acting like this will only make her dislike you more. Let us change the terms. If you lose, do not bother me and Xiao Wu anymore, and apologize to Hulaina. If I lose, this storage soul guide of 50 cubic meters will be yours. I raised the ring on my hand. Yan's eyes immediately widened with greed, as if the ring already belonged to him, and he strode toward the arena. Hulaina grabbed my arm, feeling guilty, and said, do not worry. This is my fault. If you lose, I will compensate you for that soul guide. I chuckled and gently removed her hand, saying, do not worry, senior sister. It is still uncertain who will win. As I stepped onto the stage, Xiao Wu rushed over. Full of concern, brother Yu, that guy's very strong. Are you being too hasty? The crowd below erupted into chaos, with a plump fellow and a slender one immediately setting up a betting pool. The plump one stubbornly declared, I don't care. My intuition tells me Long you can win. The slender one looked at him as if he were mad. Are you insane? Do you not know Yan's strength? Are you betting or not? If I lose, I'll pay for your meals for a week. Just then, who arrived but the Pope Bye Dong? The ultimate boss made a grand entrance, accompanied by another female teacher. The entire venue instantly fell silent, and Dean Li Jun hurried over to pay his respects. Bye Dong waved her hand, indicating there was no need for formality, and she simply wished to observe. I assure you, the two who had set up the bet were utterly petrified. The plump one, in disbelief, punched the slender one on the back, and with a thud, he rubbed his eyes seriously, saying, it's real. I'm not dreaming. The slender one grimaced in pain. Damn. Thank you, plump guy. Your shamelessness has truly opened my eyes. Upon seeing the Pope, Yin became even more motivated, thinking this was a grand opportunity to showcase himself. He bellowed, Yin Martial Soul, Flame Lord, Level 37 Assault System Battle Soul. As his voice fell, yellow, purple, and purple soul rings rose around him, and he transformed into a 3-meter-tall, fiery rock man, exuding flames, which was quite intimidating. I, on the other hand, remained extraordinarily calm. Long Yu, Martial Soul, Heavy Eye, Level 14 Soul Master. Then my first soul ring rose, glowing purple, 1,000 years old. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. What was this? The first soul ring was a millennium old? This shattered their preconceived notions. I noticed Bye Dong's expression change. She must have been thinking, what a remarkable young man, a twin martial soul, hiding it well. Although Yin was also shocked, he still acted first, slamming his hands onto the ground. First soul skill. Hell Lava Surge. Instantly, the ground beneath me erupted like a volcanic explosion, with columns of lava shooting forth. But what was I afraid of? I directly activated my first soul skill, Mental Detection. I simply dodged, focusing on evasion, ensuring he could not hit me. Infuriating, right? I stepped left and right, and his lava didn't even graze the hem of my clothes. Yin, realizing I was anticipating his attacks, became frantic and began to unleash a flurry of assaults, using the lava columns to corner me. Just when it seemed I was left with no escape, he shouted, "You've lost," and unleashed his second soul skill, Granite Rock, charging at me like a cannonball. Dean Li Jun activated all 8 of his soul rings, ready to intervene at any moment. Just when everyone thought I was about to be obliterated in one punch, the crucial moment arrived. My heavy eye flashed brilliantly. First soul skill, Mental Replication. Boom! I transformed into a 3-meter-tall, fiery rock man, identical to him. I immediately countered with a punch. The 2 colossal stones collided violently, sending him stumbling back 7 steps, while I retreated 10. Damn, the replication was slightly lacking, but it was sufficient. The entire arena erupted into chaos. Yan's eyes nearly bulged out. How could you replicate my soul skill? I had no time to waste on him. Taking advantage of his shock, I slammed my hands onto the ground, using his own technique to unleash a lava column that sent him soaring into the air. He attempted to activate his third soul skill, but it was too late. With a swift motion, I unleashed a mental shock, momentarily disrupting his mind. Now was the time. A dragon's roar echoed thunderously. Behind me, a gigantic golden dragon phantom emerged. My second martial soul, Golden Dragon, made its grand entrance. I felt an explosive surge of power throughout my body, and a golden dragon spear manifested in my hand. Aimed at the descending yen, I thrust it and pierced through his rocky armor, following up with a punch that sent him crashing out of the arena, landing in a disheveled heap. Mission accomplished. I retracted my martial soul, returning to my original form, my legs nearly giving way beneath me. Goodness, my mental and soul powers were entirely depleted. I had nearly traded one for one, but thankfully, I had emerged victorious. The venue fell into complete silence, and then, to my astonishment, Bai Dong, the Pope, was the first to applaud. Applause erupted throughout the arena. Dean Li Jun rushed forward to announce, "In this challenge, Long Yu emerges victorious. Practical assessment, full score." I tell you, at that moment, I was the center of attention. Hulaina gazed at me, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Wu rushed over to support me, her face filled with admiration. "Brother Yu, you really defeated him." I patted her head and smiled. "What is this? Our enemies are the gods in the heavens. This is merely the beginning." While we were chatting, Dean Li Jun approached me, saying, "Goodness, the Pope has been watching your performance live the entire time and now has specifically requested to meet you." I thought to myself, how splendid. This would accelerate the completion of my task to apprentice under Bai Dong. With such remarkable talent, how could she not be intrigued? I patted Xiao Wu, encouraging her to return to class, and followed Dean Li Jun. He led me to the door of a room, gave me an approving look, and then departed. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open and promptly shut it behind me. I tell you, upon entering, the scene was striking. There sat a single woman confidently in the main seat, radiating an aura that could easily overwhelm anyone. Clad in an exquisitely lavish papal robe, adorned with a purple golden crown. Her face was flawless, without a single blemish. Most striking were her pink eyes that seemed almost alive, and her long legs, clad in black and purple stockings, crossed elegantly. Who among you understands? Who could withstand such a presence? The Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, Bai Dong, the unparalleled title law at level 99, and the future god of Azura. Though not young, time had transformed her into a perfect peach, as if she had been retouched by an artist. I hurriedly approached and offered a slight bow. "I have the honor of meeting your holiness." Her voice was melodious as she invited me to relax and take a seat. I consciously seated myself beside her, and before I could even settle comfortably, she began to scrutinize my household registration. "Long Yu, it has been 32 days since you awakened your martial soul in Nodding City, and you registered as a golden dragon. However, in reality, you possess a dual martial soul. In just over a month, your first soul ring has exceeded a millennium, and you have not just one but multiple soul skills. A dual martial soul, innate full soul power, and a sharp mind. What a thorough investigation I have endured." I feigned humility, saying, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I am but a humble soul master." Internally, I was elated. "Indeed, praise me more. I revel in it." Suddenly, she inquired, "Do you know why you were able to defeat Yin?" This was my moment to shine. I cleared my throat and launched into a review. There are 2 reasons. First, he is inexperienced and knows nothing about me. Second, he is arrogant and underestimated my capabilities. He could not fathom that a soul master could possess such an array of intricate techniques. His first soul skill appeared formidable, yet it had a lengthy initial activation time and high energy consumption. He thought he had deciphered my skills and attempted to counter me with his second soul skill. But little did he know I was merely awaiting his activation of it. I executed a perfect replication of his skill right before him. Although the copied version was slightly inferior, it sufficed to block his attack. Imagine a soul master suddenly wielding your skill. How could his mentality not falter? Seizing that moment of confusion, I unleashed my spiritual power, causing him to falter in his execution. Thus, his most powerful third soul skill was rendered ineffective. However, This alone was insufficient. To expedite the conclusion, I activated my second martial soul, the Golden Dragon. My Golden Dragon bloodline is so potent that I can transform without soul rings, enhancing my physical capabilities instantaneously. As a result, the effects of my replicated skills surpassed the original, and with my Golden Dragon Spear, I shattered him with a single strike. In essence, it was a narrow victory, reliant on his lack of information coupled with his own recklessness. Had he commenced with his second skill to enhance his abilities, followed by his third skill, I would have found myself in a precarious position. After listening, Bai Dong surprisingly nodded, acknowledging my analysis. Then, like a bug investigator, she posed 3 questions. First, how can my first soul ring be a millennium in age? Second, what exactly is my dual-eyed martial soul? And does the replication of skills have a soul power limitation? Third, what treasure is my golden spear? I thought to myself, she is merely inviting me to unveil the secrets. I laid it all bare. Your Highness, that spear is called the Golden Dragon Spear, a companion artifact of my Golden Dragon martial soul, which cannot be wielded by others. As for the soul ring, I absorbed a millennium-old Tianming ice silkworm, likely through maximum absorption, thus resulting in my extraordinary spiritual power and soul skills. The reality is that for soul rings below 10,000 years, it primarily depends on one's physical and mental fortitude. The so-called age limit is merely a guideline for the average person. As long as you possess sufficient strength, these rules are meant to be broken. Bai Dong appeared momentarily stunned. Perhaps her theoretical knowledge was in need of an update. After pondering for a while, her gaze towards me shifted, and her interest appeared to intensify. Resting her chin on her hand, she asked, "Why do you not add soul rings to your Golden Dragon martial soul? Wouldn't that make you stronger?" An opportunity presented itself. I proceeded to deliver an advanced lecture on the proper approach to dual martial souls. The advantage of a dual martial soul lies not in the quantity of skills, but in their quality. Adding a plethora of inferior soul rings to a second martial soul in the early stages is akin to self-sabotage. The correct strategy is to cultivate the first martial soul until one achieves the rank of title Douluo, and only then, when one can withstand a 100,000-year soul ring, should one return to endow the second martial soul with high-grade soul rings. At that point, one would emerge with 900,000-year soul skills. A true dual martial soul in both quantity and quality. What say you, esteemed teacher? I subtly infused my final words with a hint of suggestion. Upon hearing this, she stood up, grasping her scepter and walking towards me. A delightful fragrance wafted over, causing my cheeks to flush crimson, rendering me unable to meet her gaze. Observing my reaction, she smiled and affectionately ruffled my hair, a gesture brimming with fondness. "You are quite intriguing, little one. However, you still have not answered my question." At that moment, I was uncertain, but I believed that I would eventually know. Furthermore, aren't you the only individual who has successfully cultivated a dual martial soul? As I felt her warm hand upon me, I subtly hinted. "You sly little one," she chuckled, shaking her head before finally posing the pivotal question. "Who has taught you all this?" She was probing into my background. Could I disclose it? Could I reveal that my teacher is from Chidian Chinese Network? I simply laughed it off. Where I come from is of little importance. What matters is that I am now a member of the Spirit Hall and will not act against its interests, as long as the Spirit Hall remains true to me. As for my teacher, it is not convenient for me to say. He is an exceptionally remarkable man. Bai Dong regarded me from her elevated position, and I met her gaze without flinching. In that moment, I perceived a certain pity for her. No matter how great her power, she had been manipulated by a theoretical master and had her life ruined by her own teacher, Qi Xuanji, resulting in a daughter who resembled an enemy. While the one she loved had avoided her for decades, she epitomized a tragic beauty, possessing only her strength and status. What else remained for her? Such thoughts evoked a sense of compassion within my eyes. Perhaps my gaze touched her, for she fell silent for a considerable time before finally nodding. "Long Yu, you likely do not have a teacher yet, do you?" My heart skipped a beat. An opportunity had arisen. "Currently, I do not. However, if your Highness is willing, would you be willing to accept me as your master? Could I possibly refuse?" My reaction was instantaneous as I knelt in reverence. Disciple Longyu pays respects to my teacher. Bye-bye Dong smiled and personally helped me to my feet. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be my second disciple. Bye-bye Dong. You will also have a senior sister named Hulaina, whom you have met before. Be sure to get along well. Yes, teacher. I hastily made a request. What about my Xiao Wu? She immediately saw through my intentions. Rest assured, I will not separate you two. Tomorrow, you and Xiao will move in with Nana. Thank you, teacher. I was elated, primarily concerned that Xiao Wu might cause trouble at the academy. She issued a few more instructions, stating that she would be quite busy and that I must rely on my own efforts. I assured her with a pat on my chest that I would manage. After our conversation, I prepared to leave. Upon reaching the door, I turned my head back, flashing her a sweet smile. Teacher, you are truly beautiful. With that, I swiftly departed, concealing my accomplishments and name. I bet she was momentarily taken aback, then felt a sense of delight. Upon returning to the practical assessment arena, I discovered that the challenges had long concluded. The talented students of the elite class, upon seeing my return, transformed their gazes from disdain to respect. Xiao Wu was the first to rush over. Big brother you, what did the Pope discuss with you? I discreetly confided. Nothing much. We merely reviewed the battle, and she accepted me as her disciple. Tomorrow, we will move in together with that fox spirit of yours. The news spread like wildfire, and soon the entire arena was aware, with envious and jealous glances directed my way. Upon hearing that she would be living with Hulaina, Xiao Wu pouted her lips as if they could hold an oil bottle. Just then, Hulaina approached, smiling as she extended her hand. Hello, little junior brother. Let me reintroduce myself. I am your senior sister, Hulaina, a level 36 soul master. I politely shook her hand, noting the softness and delicacy of her touch. Xiao Wu immediately clung to my arm, resembling a protective little cat, eyeing Hulaina with suspicion. Hulaina, exuding confidence, simply smiled before walking away. Let me tell you, this woman is no ordinary person. When her brother, Xiaoyu, came over to chat, she openly admitted that she had disclosed Yan's skills to me. He attempted to play peacemaker, claiming Yan was infatuated with her. Yet, Hulaina retorted bluntly, Brother, how many times must I say it? I do not like him. Just because he has feelings for me does not mean I must reciprocate. If a person incessantly knocks on a door that will not open, is it not the knocker who lacks manners? I was astounded. Friends, this sister is truly the internet spokesperson for 2025. A beacon of clarity in this world. Is this not the most prevalent trope of unrequited pursuit? These perspectives truly leave me in awe. Xiaoyu was left speechless, and with a sigh, he went off to find Yan. Xiao Wu and I headed to the cafeteria for a meal, and the culinary offerings of the Wuhuan Temple were quite commendable, providing ample nourishment for soul power. After satisfying our hunger, we returned to our dormitory, albeit for just one night. Upon entering the dormitory, I was immediately greeted by the familiar odor of stale socks. One of my chubby roommates spotted me and quickly approached, exclaiming, Impressive, Longyu. You are simply extraordinary. I bet you will win. I'll reclaim my meals for the week, haha. Another roommate, Yuntao, expressed his admiration, remarking how surprising it was that someone who had only trained for a month could defeat Yan. In a boys' dormitory, as one might expect, the three of us gathered and shifted our conversation from my apprenticeship under Bibi Dong, to which teacher's class was the least rigorous, and inevitably, we discussed which girl in our class was the most attractive, indulging in idle chatter for 2 hours. During our conversation, I noticed that another roommate, Mu Feng, was absent. The chubby one mentioned that he was rather reclusive and did not socialize well. I used my spiritual energy to scan the vicinity and soon discovered him in the empty space outside the dormitory building. I quietly approached and sat beside him. He appeared to be lost in a melancholic state. Upon my inquiry, he immediately opened up, sharing his grievances about the disparities in backgrounds and how despite his relentless efforts in training, the gap only seemed to widen. Seeing me, a newcomer with merely a month of training, accepted as an apprentice by the Pope, had shattered his morale, and he contemplated requesting to be transferred to an ordinary class. Upon hearing this, I recognized it as a classic case of internal struggle. I offered him a dose of psychological encouragement. Move phone. What you lack is not a prestigious background, but rather the right mindset. The fact that you were accepted into the genius class already signifies your exceptional ability. Comparing yourself to us, who seem to have a leg up, is merely self-defeating. Instead, measure yourself against your past self and those ordinary students you have surpassed. Do not always look up at the sky. First, observe the path beneath your feet. Recall how you fought your way in, and continue with that same vigor. Abandon this futile mental struggle. The trend now is to channel that frustration into productive training. Wouldn't that be far more beneficial? I assure you. The effect of this heartfelt advice was immediate. The following morning, Mu Feng's demeanor had transformed entirely. Previously, he exuded a brooding aura as if the world owed him something. But now, his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, and he eagerly accompanied us to class, finally returning to life. During the theoretical class that morning, it was akin to a hypnotic melody. While taking notes, I noticed that Xiao Wu had succumbed to sleep on my shoulder, nearly drooling on my clothes. It was quite the sight. After enduring the class, senior sister Hu Laina came to lead us, claiming she would show us our new residence. I thought to myself, is it just a dormitory? However, as I followed her through the back of the papal hall, I was left utterly astonished. Those who understand can attest. This was no mere residence. It was as if the exquisite gardens of Suzhou had been meticulously replicated in the Douluo continent. Pavilions and towers, flowing brooks, every stone crafted as a work of art. I had often heard tales of the wealth of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, but now, in comparison to the opulence of the Wuhuan temple, it seemed merely a modest household. Senior sister pointed to two elegantly designed two-story buildings by the lake, stating she resided in one, while Xiao Wu and I would inhabit the other. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu shook her little head vigorously and clung to my arm, declaring, "No, I want to live with brother Yu." This left Hu Laina both amused and exasperated. Upon entering our building, it was fully equipped with bedrooms, a kitchen, and a training room. It was essentially a lavishly furnished apartment ready for immediate occupancy. I politely offered a glass of water to senior sister, but as I handed it to her, my hand brushed against hers, causing my heart to skip a beat. She smiled at me, casting a flirtatious glance that was simply irresistible. Once senior sister returned to her building, I quickly took Xiao Wu aside to discuss matters. "Xiao Wu, I think senior sister is quite nice. You should not be so prickly. We will be seeing each other often." However, she seemed unconcerned, her brow furrowed as she asked, "Brother Yu, you have become the Pope's apprentice. Won't the master be angry?" After a lengthy explanation assuring her that Sister Na would not mind, she finally relaxed, then asked if I would remain there until I achieved divinity. I clarified that was not the case. We would return home to visit family, and in 6 years, I planned to take her to a more fascinating place where we could meet old friends. When she inquired where that might be, I simply replied with 4 words, Shrek Academy. In the afternoon, during the practical class, the atmosphere was electric. Yin, in his jealous fury, witnessed me conversing and laughing with senior sister Hu Laina, and that jealousy boiled over. He slammed his fist into the wall and, in a fit of rage, randomly selected an unfortunate student to vent his frustrations upon, a prime example of chaotic madness. I chose to ignore him, having a clear objective in mind. I approached Xiaoyu directly, who was Hu Laina's brother, and stated, "Xiaoyu, shall we spar?" The entire room fell silent. Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and agreed, likely eager to test my mettle. The chubby one's gambling instincts kicked in again, dragging Lin Tao into a wager, betting on dinner. Lin Tao, convinced I was at a disadvantage after my recent battle with Yin, placed his bet against me. However, to my surprise, the emo boy Mufeng, whom I had just encouraged, joined in, confidently betting on my victory. Lin Tao's face turned pale, suddenly feeling the pressure shift onto him. On the battle stage, Xiaoyu announced his details. Xiaoyu, Wuhuan Moonblade, level 37 Assault System Battle Spirit. 2 blood-red, curved blades appeared in his hands, complemented by 3 soul rings of yellow and purple, radiating an imposing aura. I wasted no time, declaring, "Long Yu, Wuhuan Golden Dragon, level 14 Soul Master." As my 1,000-year soul ring shone, I brandished my golden dragon spear and charged in a battle. Xiaoyu initiated with his first soul skill, unleashing two 3-meter-long blood-red blades that cut off all my possible movements. I smirked inwardly. My friend, that technique may have worked on my previous self, but it is ineffective against my upgraded version. Channeling my energy, I executed a powerful sweep with my golden dragon spear, the first form of the Xian long spear technique. Sweeping through the army, with a crisp snap, the first blood blade shattered like a potato chip. Seeing his attack fail, he rushed forward, utilizing his second soul skill, Moon Disc, merging both blades into a high-speed rotating blood-red disc that whirred towards my face. I remained calm and activated my first soul skill, Mental Duplication. Your skill is impressive, and in the next moment, it shall be mine. I created an identical moon disc, which collided perfectly with his. The sound of grinding metal echoed as my duplicate was sliced through, yet successfully slowed his attack. Just as I prepared to dismantle the weakened version of the moon disc, Xiaoyu grinned, revealing a cunning strategy. His purple 1,000-year soul ring glowed, causing the moon disc to suddenly disintegrate, releasing an almost invisible bloodline. I must say, that technique resembled a laser weapon from the Douluo realm, subtle in approach yet packed with an intense sense of danger, undoubtedly the culmination of his soul power. He likely underestimated my mental prowess, thinking I could not replicate his 1,000-year soul skill. It was time to showcase true skill. I took a deep breath, channeling all my strength into the dragon spear, and unleashed the hidden dragon arising. With a roar, a golden dragon phantom surged forth from the tip of my spear, charging directly at that bloodline. Upon contact, the golden dragon was sliced through significantly, yet it ultimately managed to withstand the attack. Xiaoyu stood dumbfounded, probably pondering what new technique I had conjured. Not giving him a moment to recover, I swiftly closed the distance, gripping my spear with both hands, and delivered a powerful downward strike, overwhelming him. In a fleeting moment, Xiaoyu swiftly crossed his double blades to block, the immense force causing his arms to tremble. To be candid, facing a level 37 opponent at level 14, the disparity in soul power was overwhelmingly vast. After a few exchanges, I was nearing my limits. Just as we engaged in close combat, the director, Li Jun, abruptly called for a halt, declaring a draw. I sheathed my dragon spear and graciously conceded, "You are impressive. This time, I admit defeat. I understand the principle that one must be able to lose in order to eventually win." Xiaoyu also retracted his martial spirit, gazing at me with admiration, inquiring about the origins of my spear techniques, and remarked that my self-created soul skills were exceedingly formidable. I chuckled with a calm demeanor, wholly accepting the praise, thinking to myself, a product of the system is undoubtedly a masterpiece. I even took the opportunity to provide him with some technical guidance on how to integrate his soul skills to create a grand technique. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and we agreed that once he succeeded, we would have a rematch. Brothers and sisters, this is what we call a win-win situation. My actions left Mu Feng in the audience utterly astonished. He must have thought that a genius like me would never accept defeat, yet I remained forthright, effectively short-circuiting his CPU, thus alleviating his mental turmoil. Yuntao was also taken aback, though he won his bet, making the plump one and Mu Feng treat him to a meal. That evening, His Holiness the Pope personally hosted a banquet in the pavilion, welcoming me and Xiaowu back. Let me tell you, the scene was extraordinary. A table laden with exquisite delicacies, and then Bibi Dong gently pointed to a dish, inquiring why Xiaowu had not touched her chopsticks. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a spicy rabbit head made from a 1,000-year-old soul beast. Who among you understands? For a 100,000-year-old rabbit to be served as a spicy rabbit head, what a hellish joke. Xiaowu's face turned a shade of green in an instant, glaring at me fiercely. If it weren't for the Pope's presence, she might have given me a swift throw. I quickly intervened to ease the tension, suppressing my laughter to say, "Teacher, Xiaowu, she, enjoys eating carrots." Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was amused by our exchange and promptly instructed a maid to prepare some. At that moment, I felt the once icy atmosphere of the Pope's hall gradually warm with a hint of familial warmth. Once the ambience at the dining table improved, my courage grew as well. I boldly beckoned Bibi Dong, saying, "Teacher, please join us in enjoying this marvelous jiubao chicken. Don't just watch us devour." Bibi Dong, truly gracious, nodded and elegantly began to partake. While I gnawed on a leg of an unknown 1,000-year-old soul beast, I sought conversation. "Teacher, do you and senior sister usually dine this lavishly? This table is filled with extraordinary dishes, all of 1,000-year caliber. No wonder senior sister, a spirit-type soul master, possesses a physique as robust as an assault-type one. It turns out she has resources and wealth to bolster her." No sooner had I spoken than Hulaina interjected, her lips pouting. "Little junior brother, don't underestimate me. I'm diligently training. If it weren't for your spirit power being akin to a cheat, you wouldn't even be able to touch the hem of my garment." I quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, senior sister is indeed strong. When she is not, she is truly formidable. That statement rendered her momentarily speechless, her expression suggesting, "The last time I felt this way was ages ago." Back then, she wanted to drag me out to spar, but realizing her charm would be ineffective against me, she refrained, sulking instead. Bibi Dong observed our banter with an amused smile, her lips almost reaching her ears. I surmised that she was typically accustomed to Hulaina's respectful demeanor and had never witnessed such a free-spirited side of her senior sister. Just as I was enjoying the moment, Bibi Dong suddenly changed the topic, looking at me with curiosity. "By the way, Xiaoyu, I heard you challenged Nana's brother, Shiyue, today and ultimately conceded?" It seemed as if the dining table had suddenly turned into a KPI assessment, prompting me to put down my chopsticks and respond earnestly. "Yes. Teacher, that is indeed the case. Although the director called a halt, I truly lost." "What have you gained from this experience?" she asked, her gaze calm, devoid of any discernible emotion. I understood that this wasn't merely an inquiry about my gains. It was a test of my insight. Immediately, I spilled all my reflections from the afternoon. I possess many techniques, yet they are too crude. My control over soul skills and the situation is utterly insufficient. Particularly with the golden dragon spear in my hands, it felt like merely a stick, failing to unleash its true power. In close combat, I was entirely on the defensive, indicating my lack of practical experience. When confronted with someone like Shiyue, who excels in close quarters, I was destined to be outmatched. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Bibi Dong's eyes. She remarked, "Yes, Li Jun and Nana conveyed similar sentiments. Your loss does not dishearten me. Rather, I am pleased that you recognize your shortcomings. One must not become arrogant in victory nor disheartened in defeat to progress further. Do not be discouraged. Shiyue is indeed gifted, and his control over the moon blade surpasses that of many soul emperors." I clenched my fists, determined. "Thank you, teacher. I will strive harder. We are still too weak, and our enemies are formidable." As I spoke, Xiaowu beside me nodded vigorously, her expression serious. Upon hearing about formidable enemies, Hulaina perked up. "Little junior brother, are you referring to Haotian sect and the two great empires?" To her, the opponents of the Spirit Hall were limited to these three, especially Haotian sect. As her teacher's teacher, the previous Pope King Sunji, was severely injured and ultimately perished at the hands of Tang Hao, thus creating an enduring vendetta. I shook my head, indicating that my perspective had broadened. It is not solely them. To be precise, any force obstructing the Spirit Hall from unifying the continent is our enemy. Unifying the continent? Hulaina's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. "Little junior brother, you are speaking far too prematurely." Bibi Dong's reaction was swift, without uttering a word. A glance was enough for the maids outside to retreat. The confidentiality level of this topic soared instantly. I bit into a piece of beef, chewing as I spoke. It may indeed be premature to say so now, but I wager that in a decade or so, the Spirit Hall will possess this capability and will undoubtedly pursue it. I suspect this has long been a plan devised by you and the higher-ups. Hulaina gazed at Bibi Dong with skepticism, seeking confirmation, but Bibi Dong's expression remained as inscrutable as an artificial intelligence, revealing nothing. Yet, I could sense that Bibi Dong's gaze toward me was increasingly unsettling, as if she were observing some peculiar creature. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's pink eyes locked onto me. Xiaoyu, you are not mistaken. However, if the future entails unifying the continent, it will inevitably cost many soul masters and civilians their lives. How do you perceive this? I'm genuinely curious about your sincere thoughts. In that instant, the air felt as though it had thickened, her psychic energy pressing down on me. I could assert that if I were to utter a single falsehood, she would perceive it immediately. Yet, I had no fear. I articulated my true thoughts. There is nothing wrong with unification. The forces on this continent are overly fragmented, engaging in daily conflicts with countless lives lost. It is better to endure short-term pain than prolonged suffering. The only way to definitively end this cycle of war is through a larger conflict. Temporary casualties are unavoidable, but if it leads to lasting peace, I deem it worthwhile. Looking at the entire continent, the only entity capable and most suited to undertake this task is the Spirit Hall. As soon as I finished speaking, Hulayina's pupils trembled, covering her mouth in disbelief, her expression suggesting, "Has my little junior brother been possessed? Why does he seem so wise? Akin to an ancient sage?" In her eyes, I must have appeared as the most conspicuous figure in the room. I paid her no mind and turned to Bibi Dong, smiling as I asked, "Teacher, are you satisfied with my response?" To my surprise, even Bibi Dong, the Pope, exhibited a flicker of emotion in her eyes. She stood up, repositioning herself beside me, leaving Hulayina and Xiao Wu to gaze at me with wide eyes, akin to searchlights scanning my every move. Especially Xiao Wu, who had become utterly dazed, likely pondering, why is brother Yu so knowledgeable at the age of 6, while I only know about Makabaka? Bai Dong sat beside me and inquired, "Why do you believe that the Wuhuan Palace is the best choice?" I cleared my throat and commenced my sophisticated analysis. First, strength. The Wuhuan Palace commands over 60% of the continent's soul masters, with an overwhelming number of titled Douluos, making it exceedingly difficult for all other forces combined to compete. Without strength, any discussion is futile. Second, and most crucially, is the people's sentiment. The Wuhuan Palace is the most benevolent towards common soul masters. Just one aspect, the free awakening of martial souls. Who else has achieved this? Only the Wuhuan Palace. Why do the two great empires refrain from doing so? They fear that an increase in common soul masters will lead to rebellion, jeopardizing the interests of the nobles. The same applies to the three great sects. Ning Fengji pretends to be a benevolent figure, but when core interests are at stake, he is more calculating than anyone. To put it bluntly, they are all vested interests, afraid of change. Why has the Wuhuan Palace been able to rise? It is because of us common soul masters, the large base and continuous influx of fresh blood. Therefore, I dare assert that as long as you, teacher, give the command to withdraw all branch halls of the Wuhuan, the two great empires will descend into chaos in an instant. They cannot manage so many soul masters. Thus, the unification by the Wuhuan Palace aligns with the will of the people, which is beneficial for the entire continent. Upon completing my discourse, I felt parched and was about to reach for a cup of water when, to my astonishment, Bai Dong personally took the teapot and filled my cup. I was startled and hurriedly attempted to intervene. "Teacher, this is not appropriate." In my clumsiness, I accidentally brushed against her hand, sensing her body stiffen momentarily. Yet, she remained unfazed, handing me the teacup and even gently ruffling my hair, her demeanor exuding warmth. "No worries. Your words today have inspired even me. Xiaoyu, your vision is truly broad, and it has fortified my conviction." With that, she wafted away, exchanging places with Hulayina. Now, Xiao Wu and Hulayina completely lost their appetite, fixated on me. Feeling their intense gaze, I could only take the initiative. "What are you staring at? Is there something on my face?" "Sister, eat." "And Xiao Wu, if you don't eat your spicy rabbit head soon, they will get cold." Only then did they react, burying themselves back into their meals, though their glances occasionally flickered towards me. Once we had satisfied our hunger, Bai Dong spoke. "Laina, Xiao Wu, you both should return to rest. I still have matters to discuss with Xiaoyu." Once they departed, only Bai Dong and I remained in the pavilion. She stood beside me, holding the Pope's scepter, and suddenly asked, "Xiao Yu, what do you think the Wuhuan Palace needs most to unify the continent swiftly?" Goodness, she truly considers me a think tank. I did not beat around the bush and countered her question. "Teacher, what do you believe?" "Military strength." She uttered 2 words. "Indeed." I nodded. No matter how formidable a soul master is, their numbers are still too few. The 2 great empires can easily muster armies of hundreds of thousands, and relying solely on manpower could exhaust us. Therefore, we must have our own military. That is one. Secondly, expanding the army requires money, lots of it. Thus, we must find ways to generate wealth, to open sources rather than conserve. Military, wealth, Bai Dong murmured these 2 words, her gaze deepening as if lost in thought. After a long while, she finally said, I understand now. You may return." "Huh, is that it?" "Used and discarded like an old tool." I silently scoffed, but obediently stood to leave. After I departed, I sensed that Bai Dong remained alone in the pavilion for quite some time. I must say, time is truly fleeting. It felt as though I had merely blinked and 2 years had elapsed. During these 2 years, our strengths had soared as if propelled by rockets. Hu Laina, Xiaoyu, and Yin had all broken through to the soul sect. Particularly Xiaoyu, who had developed his unique soul skill, Round Moon, to a commendable level. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and I had finally reached the 20th level, just a step away from acquiring our 2nd soul rings. Xiao Wu felt a bit embarrassed, claiming she had held me back since I had reached the 20th level long ago and had been waiting for her. I patted her head. I had also grown taller over these 2 years and no longer had to look up at people. I reassured her, "What's the big deal? Just because soul power hits a bottleneck doesn't mean it has stopped increasing. It's merely stored up. Once I absorb my 2nd soul ring, the stored soul power will burst forth, and I might directly ascend to level 23. While we were conversing, Bai Dong returned. She announced, Xiao Wu, tomorrow Elder Ju will take you to the Douluo forest. I have arranged everything. She specifically cautioned us that the Douluo forest is perilous, and we must heed Yu Guan's instructions and avoid wandering off. Naturally, having a 95th level Super Douluo as a bodyguard to hunt for a 2nd soul ring is an unparalleled privilege, truly extravagant. She then asked me for my thoughts on soul rings. I had long contemplated this. Given Xiao Wu's physical attributes, a soul ring of over 700 years should pose no issue, preferably a pink ear rabbit or a lightning rabbit, which would resonate with her martial soul. As for myself, my heavy martial soul would require a mental-type soul ring, with a physical limit of around 3,000 years. Ice silkworm or purple spirit snakes would suffice, though it ultimately depends on what good fortune we encounter. Bai Dong nodded in agreement with my thoughts. Then she suddenly remarked, "Once you return, it will be nearly time for Laina and the others to have their graduation examination. Considering your situation, I might allow you to participate." I was overjoyed, confidently asserting, "Rest assured, teacher, I will undoubtedly become the earliest graduate in the history of the Wuhuan Palace Academy. Graduating before the age of 9. This record shall be mine." The next morning, Xiao Wu and I hurried to the entrance of the Wuhuan Palace. To my astonishment, Elder Ju's ostentatious carriage was already waiting there. Upon boarding, Elder Ju spoke in a high-pitched voice. "I find it quite novel to witness you absorb a 2nd soul ring of 1,000-year grade." His delicate face was filled with intrigue, making me feel rather uneasy. Upon hearing Elder Ju's voice, I felt a wave of discomfort wash over me. Novel? I suspect he wishes to study me. I cannot shake off the unease. A fortnight later, we arrived at a small town near the Douluo forest. It was already dark, so we sought a high-end hotel to rest and adjust our condition before embarking on our soul hunting the next day. In the dead of night, Xiao Wu stealthily slipped into my room. We exchanged knowing glances and promptly commenced our actions. The silver dragon scales on my chest shimmered brightly. By channeling soul power and mental energy, a spatial portal opened. Wow! A fairy-like sister emerged, smiling gently at Xiao Wu and me. Had I not been surrounded by beautiful women, I might have been left utterly dumbfounded. "Sister it has been over 2 years. I have missed you dearly." I quickly greeted her, my face beaming with joy. Over these 2 years, Both Xiao Wu and I had undergone significant transformations, yet Gu Yuna remained unchanged, as stunning as ever, truly a celestial being. Xiao Wu, you have changed tremendously, especially you, Xiao Yu. You are already at level 20, preparing to break through? Gu Yuna approached me, smiling. Sister Na, let us discuss breakthroughs after we return to the Lake of Life. However, before we go back, I need to trouble you with one matter. I smiled mysteriously. No problem. Altering a memory is merely a trivial task. Gu Yuna closed her eyes and quickly reopened them, completing the task. Within 5 days, that person will remain unconscious, and our memories have been implanted. The master is truly remarkable, directly modifying memories, simply invincible. Xiao Wu exclaimed beside me. I hurried downstairs and instructed the staff not to disturb us. Then took Xiao Wu and Sister Na through the spatial portal, disappearing. The portal opened once more, revealing the familiar lake of life. I took a deep breath. It was refreshingly pure. Brother Yu, I'm off to see my mother. Xiao Wu eagerly glanced towards where she and her mother resided. Go ahead. There is no rush regarding your breakthrough. Spend more time with Annie and share what has transpired over the past 2 years. She will surely cherish it. Play as long as you wish. I did not indicate that you should leave before I depart. I chuckled and gently ruffled her hair. Xiao Wu hopped away with a skip. Sister Na, let's return to the bottom of the lake, I suggested to Gu Yuna. She nodded slightly, and together we vanished from the shore, arriving at the underwater realm. Xiao Yu, you have reached a bottleneck. What kind of soul beast do you desire for your second soul ring? Gu Yuna inquired. My first martial spirit is the Heavy Eye, requiring a mental type soul beast approximately 4,000 years old. Sister Na, are there any suitable ones in the Douluo forest? After contemplating, Gu Yuna remarked that there were not many that met the criteria, but the Douluo forest did have a few options. The Dream Snow Fox, the Silver Moon Snow Wolf, and the Purple Spirit Wolf. Choose one. I will take you directly to it for the sacrificial offering. I was utterly amazed at this privilege. Which should I select? Sister Na, let be the Purple Spirit Wolf. It seems quite fitting for me. The Purple Spirit Wolf? Very well, it shall be. Let us go at once. Time is of the essence for your breakthrough, Gu Yuna declared, waving her hand to conjure a portal, stepping through first. I intended to discuss the events of the past 2 years in Wuhuan City with her, but seeing her determination, I decided against it. Alas, her mind is solely focused on gaining strength, toppling the divine realm, and allowing the soul beast tribe to be reborn. In 2025, to be frank with everyone, it was indeed my first encounter with such a creature as the wolf. I was uncertain if it existed on Earth. This creature bore a resemblance to a wolf, but had notably short forelegs, rendering it incapable of survival alone. However, its intellect surpassed that of ordinary wolves, serving as a strategist within the pack. The purple spirit wolf before me, adorned in violet fur, possessed brown eyes filled with fear and reverence. What could it do? Standing before, it was the sovereign of the Soul Beast tribe, the Silver Dragon King. To these soul beasts, the Silver Dragon King represented absolute authority. You shall sacrifice yourself to Xiao Yu, Gu Yuna commanded, her gaze fixed on the purple spirit wolf with an unyielding tone. The wolf regarded me with confusion in its eyes. It did not comprehend why its lord demanded it to offer itself to a human. Strangely, this human exuded an aura that instilled both fear and submission within it. The purple spirit wolf howled and, in a surprisingly human-like manner, nodded in agreement. Its intelligence now far exceeded that of a typical 10,000-year soul beast. The wolf, accompanying the purple spirit wolf, also howled, releasing it before scampering away in retreat. Xiao Yu, are you ready? Gu Yuna inquired, nodding at me. In the Douluo forest, she was akin to a deity. I inhaled deeply, relaxing my body and concentrating my mental energy. Though this was not my first experience, it warranted my utmost seriousness. The purple spirit wolf emitted one final howl. Its body engulfed in violet flames, a magnetic field enveloping both of us. This magnetic field strength was inferior to that of the Tianming ice silkworm, as the purple spirit wolf possessed only 4,000 years of cultivation. Soon enough, its form began to shrink, its soul power condensing along with its life force. ultimately transforming into a violet thousand-year soul ring, gently descending into my being. A surge of immense soul power flooded in, causing my previously stagnant soul power to finally boil and rise. This sacrificial offering did not yield a soul bone. After all, the probability of a thousand-year soul beast producing a soul bone was exceedingly low. Even if it did, I would reject it. How repugnant. It was utterly worthless and took up space, a waste. To other soul masters, soul bones are treasures, but for me, they are mere trifles. I already had a specific soul bone in mind. Yuntao remained by my side, vigilantly guarding me and closely monitoring my transformation. As she sensed my strength escalating, her joy grew. The stronger I became, the greater the hope for the resurgence of the soul beast tribe. Though I was still quite weak, Yuntao firmly believed that it would not be long before I ascended to divinity. Her sole purpose was to assist my rapid growth until I became an invincible existence above and below, powerful enough to alter the very fabric of reality. After several hours, my aura finally stabilized. Once more, I opened my heavy eye, and 2 violet thousand-year soul rings adorned my form, marking me as a distinguished great soul master. System, open my personal data panel. I called out. Ding. The system is at your service. The current personal data panel for the host is as follows. Host. Long U age. 8 years soul power level. 24 martial spirit. Golden dragon. Heavy eye soul skills. Mental detection. Mental sharing. Mental shock. Mental duplication. Nightmare weapon. Golden dragon spear other. Xianlong spear technique. Sweeping across thousands. Overpowering mountains and rivers. Heavenly strike. Phantom dragon stab. The sacrifice of a 4,000-year soul beast, combined with previous accumulations, has finally elevated my soul power by 4 levels. Though I now stand as a great soul master, ordinary soul sect members are no match for me. Moreover, having absorbed the mental light from the Tianming ice silkworm, my mental strength has significantly improved, nearly rivaling that of an ordinary soul king. I gaze at the panel, a faint smile gracing my lips. I rose, and Yuntao appeared by my side. Although the age of my first soul ring would automatically increase with my breakthroughs, it had not yet changed. It remained a deep purple 1,000-year soul ring. The potency of the first 4 soul skills had also risen. While my strength had notably increased, it still fell short of my expectations. I must continue to strive. Sister Na, please take me to the Eye of Ice and Fire. I wish to absorb the soul ring of the golden dragon. I proclaimed. Now, you wish to absorb the golden dragon's soul ring? Shall you? There's no need to rush. A rapid increase in soul power may be detrimental to your future, Yuntao cautioned. Sister Na, rest assured. I am well aware of my limits. I have considered all that you mentioned. Though it may risk instability in my realm, do not forget that what I absorb is true divine power. Furthermore, after absorbing the Fire Dragon King's soul ring, I will take the necessary time to harmonize. There is no cause for concern, I asserted confidently. So, you intend to absorb the Fire Dragon King's soul ring as the first for the Golden Dragon? Very well, as long as you're mindful, Yuntao replied, concerned that I might be overwhelmed by power. Yet, she also recognized my steady nature, realizing her worries were unfounded. The scene shifted as Yuntao and I arrived at a new location, the Sunset Forest. This area is one of the soul beast habitats, not far from Tiando City. Using the space portal, we directly reached the vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire. This place resembled an inverted conical depression, with a small hot spring divided into 2 halves, one milky white and the other crimson. While they shared the same pool, they remained distinctly separate, not encroaching upon one another. The steam rising from the hot spring carried a sulfurous scent, rather unpleasant. The Eye of Ice and Fire is one of the 3 great treasure troves. Ordinary plants cannot survive here, yet it is a paradise for rare flora. Here, these plants grow at an astonishing rate. 1 year of growth outside equates to 10 years within. The dual nature of the eye, with its opposing elements, is truly a natural wonder. Surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire were various plants, diverse and enchanting, resembling a botanical paradise, clearly not of ordinary stock. Sister Na, The Eye of Ice and Fire was formed by the remnants and remains of the Fire Dragon King and Water Dragon King. If I allow the Fire Dragon King to sacrifice itself, how long can this place endure? I inquired. This location is abundant in celestial herbs in the original narrative. The Shrek's 7 monsters relied on them to enhance their strength. Currently, they all belong to me. Moreover, I arrived much earlier than in the original tale. This place has existed for quite some time. Even without the source of the Eye of Ice and Fire, it could last for about 2 years. Although its energy will gradually diminish, Yuntao explained. 2 years until it disappears, and its energy will continuously wane. This blue-silver emperor should be able to thrive. Then, I pointed to a seemingly inconspicuous blue-silver grass. That will suffice. This blue-silver grass has grown for over 5 years, and given the favorable conditions here, I have deliberately infused it with considerable power. 2 years will be ample time. Xiao Yu, I just do not understand why you insisted on having me plant this blue-silver grass so early. Although it has a special lineage as the emperor among blue-silver grass, what relevance does it have to us? Yuntao inquired, perplexed. Fear not. I have other uses for this blue-silver grass. I do not intend to utilize it as a soul ring. It is part of my plan. In that case, I feel reassured. Sister, now let us descend and explore, I suggested. Do not be afraid. I shall safeguard you. Yuntao nodded, and with a flick of her hand, a silver energy sphere enveloped us. She maneuvered the energy sphere, propelling us directly into the Ice and Fire Yangyin Eye. Here, the surroundings did not grow darker, but instead radiated an increasing brightness, the ice blue and fiery red energies intensifying, delivering a tremendous visual impact. Although Yuntao shielded me, I could still sense the terrifying extremes of heat and cold lurking beneath the Ice and Fire Yangyin Eye. I surmised that even a titled Douluo would hesitate to venture here, under the illumination of these two energies. Yuntao's beauty unveiled a visage I had never encountered before, and I could not help but swallow hard, seemingly dissatisfied with the pace. Yuntao quickened our descent, and before long, we reached the bottom of the hot spring. This place resembled the depths of the Lake of Life. Though it appeared modest from above, it revealed a vast expanse below, eerily silent, much like the Lake of Life. In this enormous space, the most striking features were 2 colossal skeletons, extending several hundred meters in length. One was a blazing crimson, emanating an astonishing heat that warped the surrounding space, releasing torrents of red energy that surged upwards into the spring. The other was a chilling ice blue, surrounded by a terrifyingly low temperature, exuding ice blue energy as if time itself were frozen. This was the source of power for the Ice and Fire Yangyin Eye, the remains of the Ice Dragon King, Shui Long Wang, and the Fire Dragon King. Although these 2 great dragon kings had perished in an ancient celestial battle eons ago, their remains still evoked a sense of their former terror. Alas, the vanquished had no opportunity to concede. Shui Long Wang, Huolong Wang, I have brought the Jin Long. Yuntao's voice resonated throughout the expanse. Soon, from the 2 massive skeletons emerged 2 ethereal dragon forms, one crimson and the other ice blue, gliding towards us, their hollow gazes seemingly seeking to penetrate my very essence. At the appearance of these 2 dragon kings, the Jin Long within me surged with excitement, as if my blood were boiling. With a resounding roar, a magnificent golden dragon manifested behind me, its golden eyes fixating on the 2 old friends before it, as though yearning to reunite with its battle companions and brothers of yore. The 2 great dragon kings regarded the golden dragon, echoing with their own roars, a sound mingled with lamentation and exhilaration, causing the entire space to tremble. Above, the Ice and Fire Yangyin Eye seemed to boil, bubbling vigorously, while the surrounding flora became increasingly vibrant. I tell you, spending 3 days and nights beneath the Ice and Fire Yangyin Eye felt like a mere nap for Nar. Time held no significance for her kind. As we deliberated on the future of soul beasts, a sudden jolt of realization struck me. I could not afford to wait any longer. Sister Nar, let us not return to the Lake of Life just yet. We shall ascend directly. That patch of celestial herbs above, I have made an impromptu decision to seize it all at once. The longer we delay, the greater the risk of someone else getting there first. Whom shall I weep to then? My heart raced with anxiety. The unfolding events had already given rise to a butterfly effect. If any further mishap befell this treasure trove of celestial herbs, my very resolve would shatter. It is far better to secure it for oneself. Nara remained unfazed. Oh, those herbs? Very well. If an ant appears, it can simply be crushed. Family, who understands such boldness? With a wave of her delicate hand, a silver orb enveloped us, and we shot upwards. Upon breaking the water surface, I beheld a green-skinned elder. Hair entirely verdant, his sinister gaze fixed on the hot spring. I recognized him, Douluo, the poisoned Douluo. He was perplexed, wondering why the spring, usually calm, appeared to boil today, with energy dissipating at an alarming rate. In the next moment, he witnessed us emerging from the water. I assure you, the old man reacted with remarkable speed, his 9 soul rings illuminating in an instant, and a colossal, fierce green-scaled serpent lunged towards us with its gaping maw. The entire scene turned a shade of toxic green. Yet, Nara did not even flinch, her violet eyes merely shifting slightly. In a blink, an unseen force propelled Douluo and his serpent several dozen meters away. But that was not the end. Nara's killing intent surged as her delicate hand clenched in the air, and Douluo found himself ensnared by an invisible grip, immobilized, his face turning a deep shade of purple. The surrounding space was sealed. How could a mortal withstand divine power? Douluo, a formidable figure himself, struggled briefly but soon realized it was futile, closing his eyes to await his fate. Perhaps he thought, how could such a formidable being be concealed beneath the ice and fire Yangyin Eye? Even the esteemed offerings of the Spirit Hall combined would not measure up to her power. The continent is on the brink of upheaval. Ultimately, he uttered the name of his granddaughter, Douluo. After a prolonged wait, he discovered he was still alive. Upon opening his eyes, he was left in utter disbelief. For I stood before him, hand in hand with Nara. Naturally, I could not allow her to erase him completely. After all, he was a title dog. How delightful it would be to have him at our disposal. Nara heeded my counsel and released her hold on him. Clearing my throat, I spoke. Douluo, I have long admired your reputation. Today's encounter is rather exhilarating, is it not? The elder, trembling with fright, gestured frantically. Esteemed ones, if this is your territory, I shall depart immediately and vow never to return. I tell you, those of elevated cultivation fear death the most. That adage rings true. I smiled. Do not be anxious. I am from the Spirit Hall, and my name is Longyu. Upon hearing this, Douluo was even more bewildered. Spirit Hall? Since when has such a level of power been hidden within your ranks? With this lady present, unifying the continent would be a matter of mere moments. I belong to the Spirit Hall, but she does not. Realizing I had digressed, I hastily redirected the conversation. I did not instruct Nar to eliminate you. Rather, I wish to recruit you. What say you to joining our Spirit Hall? The elder stiffened his neck defiantly. Impossible. To assist the Spirit Hall in wrongdoing? Not a chance. I harbor grievances against you. I cannot help but chuckle. Assist in wrongdoing? Such phrasing. Moreover, your grievances, do they truly hold weight? If the Spirit Hall truly desired to dispose of you, even if you could escape, what of your treasured granddaughter, Douluo? Do you believe that the cowardly emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui, would risk his standing for her against the Spirit Hall? It struck a nerve, and Douluo's gaze turned razor-sharp, yet he dared not act. Sensing the moment was ripe, I extended a genuine offer. Calm yourself. I do not relish forcing anyone's hand. I merely wish to remind you of your dire situation. I am aware that you are deeply poisoned. Without the pressure of the ice and fire Yangyin Eye, you would have perished long ago. This, however, is merely a temporary fix. Pausing, I locked eyes with him, articulating my words with precision. I possess a method to completely eradicate the poison from both you and your granddaughter, root and branch. In an instant, Douluo was electrified, his eyes widening. What did you say? You can resolve it. Indeed, I replied with confidence. Recounting the original narrative from Tang San, do you find that on rainy days, your sides become prickly and itchy? In the dead of night, do you feel sharp pains in your head and soles? He was taken aback. nodding vigorously. Absolutely. Precisely. Not even my granddaughter is aware of this. At this revelation, he was thoroughly convinced. I continued. The solution is not difficult and can preserve your toxic prowess. Your Bai-Lin-Shi poison is exceedingly potent, and your body cannot withstand it. So you must find a vessel to contain the toxin, separating it from your body. This vessel must closely connect with you, allowing you to summon it at will. Douluo Bo's mind raced. A vessel? Are you suggesting a soul bone? Bingo. Precisely a soul bone. I could channel all the toxins into your soul bone. It would neither harm you nor hinder your control. Perfect. One audacious idea. Its feasibility is remarkably high. Douluo Bo was utterly exhilarated, immediately settling into a meditative position to commence his attempts. I must tell you, this old man is remarkably receptive to counsel, displaying no hesitance whatsoever. Very well. Take your time with it, I remarked, my eyes gleaming as I surveyed the vast expanse of celestial herbs around us. I shall not be courteous. I will collect all these celestial herbs. Please do as you wish. Douluo Bo regarded me as though I were his savior. I turned to Sister Naer and requested, Sister Naer, could you kindly fill a container with the spring water from the ice and fiery Yang Eye? Just enough to submerge a person and store it using spatial power. Then, dear friends, you cannot fathom the scene that unfolded. I activated my twin pupils and began to fervently gather treasures. That snow silkworm resembling a bug, a tremendous tonic, collected. The vermilion lotus, capable of counteracting fire poison, gathered. And the ethereal fragrance of a Yoxiang Chila, a celestial treasure capable of neutralizing myriad toxins, was an absolute necessity for any household. Thus, I had to claim it. The octagonal ice grass, exuding a chilling aura, and the fiery apricot flower, radiating intense heat, were two exquisite items that simply could not be overlooked. With a wave of her jade hand, Sister Naer encapsulated these treasures within a silver orb, ensuring their efficacy would remain intact. I must say, at that moment, we resembled diligent porters, focused on ensuring every last particle was accounted for. In no time, the originally vibrant treasure trove was stripped bare, resembling the aftermath of a dog's ravaging. Ultimately, I deliberately left behind a single blue silvergrass, specifically the blue silver emperor belonging to Tang San's mother. The remaining energy would allow it to absorb gradually, thus achieving a form of resource recycling. Sister Naer commented that, with her divine power catalyzing the process, it would likely be reborn in a year and a half. Moreover, she had already erased its original memories and implanted new ones, ensuring it would henceforth belong to our soul beast clan. As we conversed, Douluo Bo emerged from his meditation, his face alight with joy. Young friend Longyu, your method truly works. I feel a significant alleviation of pain within my body. However, to completely eradicate it, it may take over a year. No rush. I wave my hand dismissively. As for your granddaughter, do expedite the search for a soul bone. If you cannot find one, our spirit hall offers serpentine options free of charge. I then reassured him with a series of comforting words, assuring him that there was no immediate pressure to join the spirit hall. He could first repay the favor owed to Prince Xuesheng. Finally, I clapped him on the shoulder and, rather theatrically, declared, Old Douluo, trust me, by joining us, you shall witness the end of an old era and the dawn of a new one. You will be one of the architects of this new age. After our dealings were concluded, Douluo Bo looked at me with such gratitude that he nearly wept, as if he were on the verge of bowing down to me. With our task accomplished, Sister Naer and I promptly opened a spatial portal and departed with elegance. Upon returning to the depths of the Lake of Life, Sister Naer suddenly remarked, Xiaoyu, you are capable of deception now. In truth, I have left a mark on that old man. With a mere thought, I could bring about his demise. I was left feeling somewhat helpless. Oh, Sister Naer, that mark is merely a precaution. It must remain unspoken. To win a person's heart, they must be genuinely willing. After a moment's contemplation, she surprisingly nodded in agreement. It seemed she was indeed learning. Subsequently, we made our way to the small wooden house belonging to Xiao Wu. As soon as we opened the door, Xiao Wu rushed towards us. She had reached level 21, with her second soul skill named Charm. At the sound of that name, I felt a rush of concern and quickly cautioned her. Xiao Wu, use that skill sparingly in the future, especially not on men, as it could lead to complications. Xiao Wu looked puzzled, but her mother, the gentle lady, instantly understood. Her smile laden with significance. After a brief reunion, it was time to depart. Sister Nara opened a spatial door, sending Xiao Wu and me back. As soon as we landed, before I could utter a word, Sister Nara nodded at me, and then her figure vanished. I must say, watching that spatial door close before my eyes left a profound emptiness within me. Xiao Wu, perceiving my feelings, whispered, "Brother Yu, the master has left. You seem rather unhappy?" "How could I be unhappy? I assure you, I'm merely feigning it." I quickly grasped Xiao Wu's hand and urged her to seek out Douluo. As we needed to return to Spirit City promptly, my grand plan for gift-giving had yet to commence. The journey was quite bumpy, nearly causing my backside to splinter. Xiao Wu chattered incessantly, bombarding me with questions about the soul beast I had absorbed and how my soul powers surged as if propelled by a rocket. What could I say? I could only boast, claiming it was a Xiling Bei, renowned for its formidable mental attacks, and that she had been so weak at the time that she fainted before it even revealed itself. Of course, I also attributed my prowess to the accumulation of soul power from my previous level suppression, if one might call a technical adjustment, you know? Douluo chimed in, corroborating my claims, stating that the Xiling Bei was indeed formidable, enough to intimidate even 10,000-year soul beasts, and he had to exert considerable effort himself. After enduring over 10 days, we finally arrived at Spirit City. I hurriedly called out to Douluo, who was about to disembark. "Hey, old Jew, wait a moment. I have a surprise for you." With that, I procured the wondrous Qi Rong Tong Tianju from my ring. Upon seeing it, Douluo was momentarily rendered speechless, his already delicate eyes widening like saucers, trembling all over, and stammering, "Is this the Qi Rong Tong Tianju? The legendary celestial treasure?" For context, dear friends, it is rare to see a titled Douluo so exhilarated, as if he had just won 5 million. I promptly thrust the flower into his hands, saying, "Take this, Elder Jew. Thank you for your care of us throughout our journey. With this, you will undoubtedly reach level 96 and gain entry into the Hall of Offerings." He swallowed hard, his hands shaking like those of a Parkinson's patient, and solemnly assured me, "In the future, if you need anything, I, Yu Guan, will never hesitate." I waved my hand, urging him to retreat for seclusion and refinement, assuring him I would explain matters to our teacher. Upon hearing this, he vanished in an instant, moving swifter than a rabbit. Xiao Wu, standing beside me, was momentarily stunned, but she quickly recovered, tugging at my arm and exclaiming, "Brother Yu, if Elder Jew has won, surely I must have one too, right?" At that moment, the cleverness of this girl shone through. I pinched her cheek reassuringly. "Fear not, yours will also come. But you must level up a few more times. Otherwise, your petite frame cannot withstand such nourishment." As we conversed, we strolled towards the back of the Hall of the Pope. Upon entering the courtyard, we spotted my teacher, Bibi Dong, and my senior sister, Hulaina, enjoying tea in a pavilion. Hulaina sat rigidly, her eyes sparkling upon seeing us, as though we were her saviors. Bibi Dong's gaze, however, was piercing, as she scrutinized us thoroughly and promptly remarked, "Xiao Yu, level 25? Hulaina's mouth dropped open, as if to accommodate an egg. "Goodness, junior brother, how have you cultivated so rapidly?" Bibi Dong further fueled the fire, chuckling, "Your little junior brother may even be able to best you now." I quickly approached to pay my respects and explained why Douluo was absent, mentioning that I had gifted him a celestial herb, and he had gone into seclusion to break through. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's gaze glued to me, as if to say, "Surely, such immense fortune should befall me as well." Bibi Dong remained composed, inquiring, "Where did you acquire such celestial herbs? How many do you have left? Did you keep any for yourself?" Listen to that. My teacher is concerned for me. I immediately assured her, "Rest assured, I have prepared herbs for you, for my senior sister, and even for her brother, Xiaoyu. Each one is tailored specifically to their needs." Without further ado, I began the demonstration. I first presented Bibi Dong with the snow-colored swan kiss, informing her that it should not be consumed directly, but instead applied to her external spirit bone, the six-winged purple light wing, which would amplify the effects of her spider poison exponentially. I can tell you, the moment Bibi Dong heard this, her expression transformed, revealing an insatiable desire and astonishment. Who on the entire continent can withstand her venom, magnified 1,000-fold? Even Tang Chun would be compelled to kneel. Subsequently, I produced two precious herbs. One, a pink Lioli Mijinzi, I presented to Hulaina to enhance her allure and mental prowess, while the other, a resplendent Zuanjindo, was intended for her brother, Xieyu, to double the sharpness of his moonblade. Hulaina, brimming with excitement, rushed to grasp the sharp herb, but I swiftly intervened. Jesting, "My dear senior sister, do you not wish to keep your hands intact? This thing is quite perilous." Clutching the two herbs, Hulaina beamed with joy, her excitement palpable, prompting Bibi Dong to instruct her brother to absorb them promptly in preparation for the upcoming graduation examination in 3 days. Hulaina accepted the task, glancing back thrice as she departed. Once the pavilion was left with just the three of us, Bibi Dong suddenly asked Xiao Wu to return and rest, claiming she had something to discuss privately with me. At that moment, I sensed an unease in the air, which Xiao Wu, perceptive as she is, also felt. She cast me a look that seemed to say good luck before hastily departing. Indeed, just as Xiao Wu left, Bibi Dong's countenance darkened, her aura radiating an oppressive force that was almost tangible. She stood abruptly, her voice frigid as ice. "Long Yu, you must explain yourself. Who permitted you to attach a soul ring to your second martial soul? Do you understand the greatest advantage of a twin martial soul? You are jeopardizing your future. You are foolishly pursuing immediate gains." Such a barrage of criticism left me momentarily stunned, as it primarily stemmed from a discrepancy in information. I quickly sought to clarify. "Teacher, please do not be upset. I am aware of the intricacies surrounding twin martial souls, but the quality of the soul ring for my second martial soul is exceptionally high." This only fueled her anger further as she retorted, "High quality? Can your body absorb a 10,000-year soul ring? If it is not 10,000 years, you are squandering resources." Realizing that words alone could not suffice, I decided to showcase my abilities. With a mere thought, my golden dragon martial soul manifested, and a dazzling golden soul ring slowly rose from beneath my feet. In that instant, the entire pavilion fell silent. Bibi Dong, the illustrious Pope and a peerless titled law of level 99, appeared utterly transfixed, her gaze fixated on the golden radiance as she murmured, "A golden soul ring? What is this? It contains divine power." Seizing the moment, I urged her to sit, lowering my voice. "Teacher, please calm down and allow me to explain. During my recent venture into the Stardow Forest, I inadvertently acquired a divine inheritance." Bibi Dong was utterly bewildered. "A divine inheritance? How old are you?" "A mere great soul master." I shrugged. "Destiny is an enigmatic force, is it not? Perhaps the divine found something unique within my bones." Thus, I revealed that this golden soul ring was a divine gift, and with each advancement to a higher rank, my golden dragon martial soul would automatically gain another such soul ring, accompanied by 2 soul skills and an external soul bone. As I displayed my crimson dragon claw, Bibi Dong's ire dissipated entirely, replaced by a complex blend of astonishment, envy, and a hint of amusement. After observing my dragon claw for an extended moment, she chuckled. "You truly are a remarkable lad. I find myself a touch envious." She even apologized for her earlier misjudgment, then humorously berated me for not disclosing this sooner, lamenting the needless anger it had caused her. I could only shower her with compliments, stating, "Teacher, this is not anger. It is concern for me. A testament to the charm life has bestowed upon you." This elicited laughter from her, lightening the atmosphere. She inquired about my current strength, and I estimated that I should pose no significant challenge to the likes of Xieyu. Nodding, she decisively stated, "Very well, do not linger at the academy any longer. In 3 days, you shall participate in the graduation examination alongside Laina and the others." My heart leaped at the prospect, but her subsequent words caused a pang of anxiety. She explained that the graduation examination consisted of 2 parts, theory, and practical. The practical component required us to venture into a special location to eliminate some heinous individuals, with her personally overseeing the evaluation. As for my theoretical examination, she would be the one to set the questions, and she assured me that the difficulty would be just a smidge more challenging than that of others. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I bid farewell to my teacher with a sigh as I made my way back. Upon entering my room, Xiao Wu approached with a barrage of questions, and I deflected them, assuring her that her precious herbs would not be in short supply, but she must focus on her training for now. I then retreated to the cultivation room to absorb my own herb. I chose Wangshuan Qiushui Lu, which was particularly effective for my dual pupils. A few droplets consumed. I felt a refreshing coolness envelop my eyes. Upon reopening them, the world appeared transformed, clearer and more distant, with my mental power significantly augmented. As I reveled in my newfound strength, pondering the nature of the so-called assassination examination, elsewhere in an opulent chamber, Bibi Dong sat cross-legged, 3 pairs of magnificent, lethal, 6-winged purple light wings extending from her back. Taking a deep breath, she crushed the snow-colored Tian Swan Kiss herb into a juice with her soul power, carefully applying it to her wings. As the essence was absorbed, she felt no pain, only a comforting coolness, akin to applying soothing balm on a hot summer day. Once her wings had absorbed all the herb's essence, Bibi Dong gazed down in astonishment. The blackish purple of her wings darkened further, resembling a solidified night that exuded a potent toxicity. She mused to herself, with this level of venom combined with her formidable soul power, who on this continent could possibly rival her? This configuration was simply the epitome of dominance. Her heart swelled with delight, murmuring, Xiao Yu's herb has indeed been of tremendous assistance. Contemplating her next move, she thought, given how considerate this young one is, perhaps she could afford to ease up a bit on the assassination examination. After all, he was only 9 years old. One cannot truly push a child to their limits. As she contemplated, she muttered about the infiltration tasks concerning Xiao Shui, still intent on accumulating wealth and advancing her career. Realizing her attire had been compromised by her wings, she promptly entered the bathroom. Warm water cascaded down as she replayed the day's events with me, a smile never leaving her lips. Ever since she took me under her wing, her life had become increasingly vibrant, and her laughter had multiplied. The following morning, the 4 of us gathered for breakfast. I treated them to a sumptuous snow silkworm nourishing soup. Xiao Wu, the silly rabbit, took a sip and immediately sensed something was amiss. Her large eyes wide with curiosity as she inquired, Brother Yu, what did you add to this soup? I feel so warm inside. Hulaina echoed this sentiment, speculating whether I had stewed the precious herbs. I thought to myself, what an extravagant notion. Could I truly afford such luxury? However, I must say, after consuming the herb, Hulaina's allure was simply extraordinary, akin to having activated a tenfold beauty enhancement. One glance from her nearly overwhelmed me. Thankfully, my mental fortitude was sufficient to withstand, or I would have succumbed on the spot. I quickly clarified, this is snow silkworm, a premium variant of cordyceps. I have several pounds left. Consuming it daily is perfectly feasible. As I serve a bowl to my teacher, I added, Teacher, you have been under considerable stress lately. Please drink more to replenish your strength. To my surprise, she replied, I shall drink the soup, but I will show no mercy during the graduation examination. What audacious spirit she had. Who could comprehend it? Turning to Hulaina, she asked, Laina, after using the herbs you and Xiao Yu provided, how much progress have you made? Hulaina, invigorated by the question, stood up to demonstrate, proclaiming, Teacher, my soul power surged by 4 levels. I am now a level 46 soul master. As soon as her words fell, the martial spirit manifested. My goodness, does anyone understand this? A colossal fox phantom suddenly emerged behind her, and astonishingly, its tail transformed into 9. It swayed gracefully, exuding an enchanting allure. The martial spirit had evolved into a 9-tailed fox. Upon seeing this, Bai Dong's eyes sparkled, and she nodded in approval. Impressive. Not only has the number of tails increased, but your charm and offensive abilities have also significantly expanded. As a result, Hulaina retracted her martial spirit and returned to me, complaining, "Junior brother, how is it fair? My martial spirit has mutated, yet it still doesn't affect him." I put on a wounded expression. "Is it too much to ask, senior sister? I help you level up, and now you want to turn against me? That's quite excessive." She huffed and ignored me. After spending so much time together, she understood my nature. Though I appeared aloof, I was merely a jester among my close companions. Then, she recalled her brother and quickly added, "By the way, teacher, my brother consumed that celestial herb and leveled up by 3 ranks. Now reaching the 44th level of Soul Master. He claims his moon blade has become sharper, capable of challenging even Soul Kings with his self-created soul technique. Round Moon." Bye Dong was thoroughly pleased upon hearing this, calculating in her mind. Hulaina, at 15 years old, is at the 46th level. Xiaoyu at 17 years old is at the 44th level, and I, at 8 years old along with Yin, represent a new generation of the martial spirit hall that is exceptionally formidable. The future is indeed promising. Hulaina attempted to extract information, her eyes sparkling as she inquired, "Teacher, does that mean our strongest adversary in this exam is merely a soul emperor?" Bye Dong returned a knowing look, as if to say, "Want to trick me? Not a chance." She then turned to me and asked, "Xiaoyu, how many of those celestial herbs do you have left?" I laid it all out. "Teacher, this item is a rare resource, encountered but seldom sought. I still possess a few, but they're reserved for those with whom I share a deep bond, like Xiao Wu, senior sister, and you. As for Yin, he constantly meddles with me and clings to senior sister. He can dream on." Bye Dong nodded. "Understood." Then she waved her hand. "All right, finish your meal and head back to the academy to review. You should also make an effort in the theoretical exam. Xiaoyu." Just as Hulaina was about to ask me if I had any issues with the theory, Bye Dong interrupted, "No. Xiaoyu's theoretical exam questions will be set by me personally, and I will grade them. It will be different from yours. What a special privilege." The 3 of us made our way to the academy. Upon our return, I must tell you, my classmates nearly had their eyes pop out. "Wow, Long Yu is back. Didn't he go missing for over a month? Look at his soul power. 25 levels. Am I seeing things? An 8-year-old at 25 levels. How can anyone compete?" They chattered away, some even speculating whether I was going to graduate early. Once I settled down, Xiaoyu cast me a grateful glance, as if to say, "I understand." Xiao Wu quietly tugged at my sleeve. "Brother Yu, that Yin is looking at you in a frightening way, as if he wants to devour you." I shrugged nonchalantly. "Ignore him, just a pure romantic fool, jealous of my close relationship with senior sister. In my eyes, he poses less of a threat than an ordinary soul master." Jokingly, I added, "Right now, my fire immunity is maxed out. His fire martial spirit is merely a power bank for me." The morning theoretical class quickly concluded, leading us into free review time. I pulled out a large bowl of snow silkworm soup for my soul guide, calling over my buddies. "Fatty, Yuntao, Mufeng, come, drink up, it's a great tonic." Fatty was the first to rush over, downing a bowl in one go with sheer delight on his face. They began teasing Mufeng, commenting on his pale complexion lately. Guess how Mufeng responded? He sighed dramatically, looking quite worldly. "Alas, it can't be helped. I've been giving my all, and she's been welcoming me with open arms. It's exhausting." I was momentarily stunned. What on earth? Giving my all? Welcoming with open arms? Fatty caught on, squinting at Mufeng. "Good lad. Are you speaking with such depth now? I almost didn't realize." Yuntao wore a pained expression. "You're truly something else. The world is declining. We've lost another innocent youth." I was left flabbergasted. Is this the latest lingo of 2025? This guy Mufeng is genuinely something else, sighing again. With such a lovely wife at home. Even goji berries for meals cannot remedy me. Fatty shouted, "You should start a class." Looking at this group of clowns, I couldn't help but roll my eyes, quickly steering the conversation back. On to serious matters. How much do you know about the practical assessment for graduation? Lintao's expression turned serious. I heard from my parents that it takes place in a place called the Death Grand Canyon, where we must survive for 2 days and nights. Not only are there ferocious soul beasts, but even 10,000-year soul beasts and soul king-level criminals from the 2 great empires are imprisoned there. It's extremely dangerous. Every exam, someone dies inside. I calculated in my mind. With 10,000-year soul beasts and soul king criminals, it's no wonder the teacher said senior sister and the others would be fine. Once they activate their martial spirit fusion technique, their strength rivals high-level soul emperors, indeed sufficient. Fatty added that we could form teams freely. I nodded, thinking it didn't sound too difficult. However, when I turned around, Fatty was wailing at the nearly empty soup bowl. What the heck? Mu Feng, you sly dog, can't you leave us some? Mu Feng sighed again. It can't be helped. I need to nourish my body. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and the exam officially commenced. First was the theoretical test. Fatty looked at the paper, his face turning green, and began muttering his mantra for multiple choice questions. For 3 long and 1 short, choose the shortest. For 3 short and 1 long, choose the longest. Which made me laugh. As for me, I wasn't even in the exam room. I was whisked away by Dong for special training. In the Pope's hall, it was just the 2 of us. She sat in the main seat while I obediently sat below, akin to a 3rd-degree interrogation. She smiled and said, "Shall you? They have written exams, while you will have an oral test. I will ask, and you will answer. Don't worry, there aren't many questions." I nodded. "Teacher, please begin." The first question was a judgment. Is the innate soul power size proportional to the strength of the martial spirit? Provide your reasoning. I immediately replied, "Incorrect. Completely wrong. The blue lightning tyrant dragon and the Haotian hammer are magnificent, right? Are they all born with full innate soul power? Nonsense. Among the same top-tier martial spirits, innate soul power varies. This theory is fundamentally flawed." Bai Dong nodded with satisfaction. Well said. Second question. Martial spirits are only divided into beast martial spirits and weapon martial spirits, correct? I continued. Wrong again. Martial spirits are myriad and diverse. How could they be confined to just 2 types? What about my dual pupils? What about the ghostly martial spirit of the Ghost Elder? What about the angelic martial spirit of the Grand Offering? Such a classification is overly simplistic and crude. Her eyes brimmed with approval. Excellent. Your vision is quite far-reaching. The third question was to discuss my views on the origin of soul skills. I posited that soul skills originate from the abilities of soul beasts themselves, which humans borrow through soul rings. For instance, if one absorbs the human-faced demon spider, the soul skills will certainly relate to webs, toxins, and leaps. She then inquired, shouldn't soul masters first determine their development direction before absorbing corresponding soul rings? I replied, in most cases, yes, but there are exceptions for special martial spirits, particularly for twin martial spirits, where the development directions of the 2 martial spirits may be entirely different. For example, I could pursue either control or strong attack systems. I must admit, your theoretical knowledge is truly commendable. Bai Dong praised me profusely before her expression turned serious, stating, now, the last 2 questions are the most critical. First, why are twin martial spirits rare, and how can the problem be solved? What can prevent bodily explosion? The bombshell question had arrived. I analyzed with her. The emergence of twin martial spirits first necessitates that both parents possess martial spirits of closely matching quality and attributes, or that they exhibit exceptionally strong compatibility. As for resolving the issue of bodily explosion, aside from the holder needing to have a strong body and spirit, and the 2 martial spirit attributes needing to be compatible, there is one more crucial point. I paused deliberately, locking eyes with her, stating carefully, it is divine power. Only divine power can harmonize the conflict between the 2 martial spirits. I tell you, she immediately stood up, her eyes wide with astonishment, staring intensely at me. How did you know? In the vast collection of tomes within the Wuhuan Temple, one would find no trace of any such record. I hastily gestured, urging my teacher to calm down and take a seat. Of course, I could not admit to having perused the script. Instead, I attributed my insights to my dual sight, claiming that after my upgrade, my observational skills had become remarkably acute, enabling me to discern her subtle expressions. I mentioned that I had studied the profiles of previous failures and discovered that they had met the first 2 criteria, which suggested that there must be other underlying reasons. It is impossible to bear the pressure of two soul rings solely through human effort, implying the presence of an external force. Beyond humanity lies divine power, does it not? Moreover, after receiving the divine examination, I sensed a palpable relief emanating from her, leading me to boldly hypothesize that the ultimate secret lay in divine strength. Upon hearing this, she stared blankly and inquired, "Do you truly understand me so well?" She was thoroughly convinced and nodded in agreement, stating, "You are absolutely correct. The most crucial element is indeed the regulation of divine power. At such a young age, you have inherited the divine legacy and resolved the greatest challenge of dual wuhuan." She picked up my report card and declared, "Well, this concludes the theoretical examination with a score of 99. One extra point might make you arrogant. Now, prepare for tomorrow's practical assessment." As she rose to leave, I called out, "Teacher, you haven't reveal my exact score?" 99, she reiterated. "One extra point might make you arrogant." As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back and posed a question. "Since you are familiar with the 10 core competencies of wuhuan theory, what can you deduce about the character of the individual who proposed this theory?" Goodness, was she asking for my evaluation of Yu Shaojiang? What a perilous question. I steadied my thoughts and spoke candidly. That theory is essentially a mere compilation, having replicated the foundational data of the Wuhuan Temple, albeit with several inaccuracies. It is evident that the proposer lacks substantial strength and has not accessed the core materials, which is why the theory is so dogmatic. There is hardly any innovation, and it could even mislead others. I do not endorse it. After listening, Bai Bai Dong said nothing, merely sighing softly before departing. Once she was gone, I too let out a sigh. Alas, dear teacher, it would be best to forget that Yu Shaojiang, a man devoid of charm, strength, and even the most basic sense of responsibility, what could you possibly see in him? I swear, I shall ensure my teacher sees through that scoundrel's true nature. He does not deserve her. Having just exited my teacher's room, I was still seething with frustration when I bumped into Sister Nana and her companions. They had just completed their theoretical exams and appeared quite relaxed, even expressing concern for me, speculating that my teacher had given me special treatment, leading to exceedingly difficult questions. What could I say? I could only wave my hand dismissively and, with an air of nonchalance, inform them. It was manageable. Although the questions were a bit challenging, I only scored 99. Upon hearing this, both Sister Nana and her brother Xie stared at me in astonishment. Sister Nana exclaimed, 99? Little junior brother, do you realize that in all the years since the establishment of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, no one has ever scored above 90 in the theoretical exam? I thought to myself, of course, they do not know who I am. I feigned humility, replying, my teacher said she deducted a point to prevent me from becoming arrogant. In her excitement, Sister Nana grabbed my arm, and I thought to myself, only family understands this feeling. I felt a shiver run through me. This charming girl certainly knew how to captivate. I quickly extracted my arm discreetly, still savoring the moment. She then inquired about the impending practical assessment in the Death Canyon, asking if I had formed a team. She expressed her unease about the current core assessment and suggested that the four of us, herself, her brother Xie, and the clingy Yin, form a team for safety. Upon hearing free team formation, I asked, is the Academy not concerned that the strong will band together while the weak get annihilated? Sister Nana explained, and I was left astonished. The rules were brutally straightforward. The Wuhuan Temple does not support idlers. If one is weak to the point of being unable to find a teammate, they may as well leave. It was a scene of social Darwinism, but I appreciated the directness. I nodded in agreement. As we conversed, we made our way to the dining hall, where female students pointed at me, exclaiming, look, that is Long Yu. Meanwhile, my chubby companions were sulking, lamenting, did you hear? The handsome ones have names, while the ordinary ones are just referred to as those few guys. They were serving as my internet spokesperson. They also mentioned wanting to recruit me into their so-called invincible Tyrannosaurus team, which made me chuckle at the absurdity of the name. The following day, we gathered at the Death Canyon. All graduating students were assembled. The teachers delivered brief remarks, emphasizing a singular core idea: survive for 2 days and 2 nights to win. If one could not endure, they were to signal for help, but doing so would result in failing the assessment. After this, we were given half an hour to form teams before setting off. Sister Nana had already saved a spot for me, and upon my arrival, I found our quartet assembled. Myself, Sister Nana, her brother Xiaoyu, and that pesky Yan. I must mention that Yan's gaze towards me was akin to a poisoned dagger, radiating pure jealousy. He believed I had received a divine boon from my teacher and was unwilling to share any of it with him, revealing his pettiness. Sister Nana, perceiving his attitude, issued a stern warning. Yan, let me be clear, if you dare to pull any tricks during this assessment, do not expect me to show mercy. Yan's expression was one of discomfort. He did not dare utter a word. I chose to disregard him. Despite our team being the smallest in number, we undoubtedly possessed the greatest prowess. At this moment, allow me to provide you with a divine perspective. As we entered the canyon, my teacher, Bai Dong, stood atop the highest peak with two other instructors observing us. One of the teachers expressed concern, stating that the canyon had not been cleared for 2 years and feared that formidable foes might lurk within. My teacher simply remarked, without experiencing true bloodshed and fire, how can one become the backbone of the Wuhuan Temple's future? Such poise and authority. Upon entering the canyon, I immediately sensed something was amiss. It was unnaturally quiet. Eerily so. Yin, that foolish lad, was still searching for low-level soul beasts to slay, attempting to show off. I exchanged a serious glance with Sister Nana, and we both recognized the gravity of the situation. I lowered my voice, saying, I feel as if someone is watching us from the shadows. And it is not a soul beast. It is a person. Their strength is at least that of a soul emperor. Sister Nana nodded in agreement, stating that after her Wuhuan had mutated, her mental acuity had significantly improved, allowing her to sense the same. As anticipated, not far from us, there were indeed 2 figures clad in black, whispering conspiratorially. The leader, named Lin Hai, was grinning maniacally as he gazed at a map depicting our entire team's location, exclaiming with a sinister glee, what I relish most is the preemptive annihilation of these so-called geniuses. My goodness, such villainous dialogue was remarkably cliché. Their plot was insidious, planning to ambush us when our guard would be at its lowest the following night, intending to capture all the students in one fell swoop. Even more audacious, Lin Hai did not regard his subordinates as human. He intended to use them as nourishment to facilitate his own breakthrough. A ruthless individual, indeed, and a soul saint to boot. That night, we found a location to set up camp. As I roasted a leg of lamb, the aroma was divine. Sister Nana settled beside me, offering to keep watch. She was almost perched on my lap, the delightful fragrance emanating from her enveloping me. At just 8 years old, I found myself in quite the predicament. I began to analyze, stating that today, as soul beasts had been too weak and scarce. This was abnormal, indicating that there was indeed a storm brewing behind the scenes. Yin, that dimwit, overheard from the tent and mockingly accused me of being overly paranoid. As time passed into the latter part of the night, there was no disturbance. Sister Nana had fallen asleep against my shoulder, her peaceful visage quite endearing. I pondered if perhaps I'd indeed been overly cautious. Seeing her slumber so soundly, I contemplated the kind gesture of carrying her back to the tent. As fate would have it, the classic scenario of an idle drama unfolded before me. I had just set her down when, unbeknownst to me, my foot was caught by something, causing me to stumble and fall. By sheer coincidence, my lips met hers in an unexpected kiss. In that moment, I was utterly bewildered, my mind going blank. She, too, awakened, her eyes fluttering open, and we found ourselves locked in a gaze, our mouths still pressed together. The atmosphere was palpably awkward. She was the first to turn her head away, looking at me with a teasing smile, not angry in the least, and remarked, "Little Junior, are you still in shock?" My heart raced, and I stammered, "Senior sister, it was not intentional. Truly an accident. Do you believe me?" Her laughter erupted at my flustered state, and she replied, "All right, I understand it was not on purpose. Am I really that intimidating?" She even joked, "Should I hold you responsible?" My face flushed crimson, as if I could fry an egg on it. When I fled the tent in embarrassment, I could still feel her laughter trailing behind me. It seemed there was no way to wash away this incident, not even if I jumped into the Yellow River. The next day, as I walked among my peers, I dare not glance at Nana Jie. Yin, that fool, had casually dispatched a few emerging criminals and began to mock me, declaring that my conspiracy theory had been debunked. To my surprise, Nana Jie turned around and retorted sharply, "Yin, mind your words. It's always better to be cautious." My heart soared with delight at her defense. I sensed a change in the way Nana Jie regarded me, as if she were contemplating the joys of nurturing a boyfriend. That day, we encountered soul beasts and criminals that were indeed stronger than the previous day. Yet they proved to be mere trifles for us. Soon night fell, just as everyone felt secure in our assessment of the situation. I was resting in the tent when a suffocating aura enveloped us like a dark cloud. Something was amiss. I sprang to my feet and dashed out of the tent. To my astonishment, we four were surrounded by hundreds of soul beasts, all of them formidable, and the leader among them was a giant crocodile, over 5 meters long, adorned with golden scales, a beast of at least 10,000 years of age. Yin's face turned pale as he trembled, calling out, "Nana, Shiva, prepare the martial soul fusion technique." I swiftly raised my hand to stop them. "No, the martial soul fusion technique is too taxing. Save it for later. Let's fight separately." My gaze remained fixed on the giant crocodile, and information flooded my mind. Golden dragon armored crocodile, 15,000 years of cultivation, possessing a faint dragon bloodline. Its strength comparable to that of a 30,000-year soul beast. Even a high-ranking soul emperor would struggle against it. No wonder we had not encountered anything formidable before. They were all gathering here, waiting for us. However, a faint dragon bloodline? This was precisely what I had been hoping for. My own bloodline was that of the Golden Dragon King. An idea sparked within me as I gripped the Golden Dragon spear, stepping forward to exert absolute dominance over it through our bloodlines, while simultaneously seeking to uncover the mastermind behind this ambush. Upon witnessing my solitary advance, Nana Jie grew frantic, her voice tinged with desperation as she cried out, "Little Junior, come back." She thought I was heading to my doom. But did she think I would be foolish enough to walk into a trap? Nonsense. I gestured for them to remain still and then activated my martial soul. A spectral image of a golden dragon erupted behind me, its aura and majesty immediately overwhelming the surrounding soul beasts, causing them to cower in fear. Only the largest golden dragon armored crocodile remained standing, its 10,000-year cultivation evident as it held its ground, but its gaze shifted to one of avarice rather than fear. I rolled my eyes internally, realizing that my strength was still insufficient. Mere presence could not subdue this beast. Very well, let me demonstrate some monetary prowess. With a thought, a sliver of silver light ignited at my chest, and the enormous crocodile collapsed in fear. Problem solved. I turned to Nana Jie and the others, stating that I would have a word with this creature. They were bewildered, insisting that it could not speak. Ignoring their protests, I engaged in a telepathic conversation with it. Moments later, I returned, my expression serious as I dropped a bombshell. "Brothers, we are in grave danger. The opposing boss is a soul saint, accompanied by 2 soul kings." Nana Jie and Shiyue were taken aback, for a soul saint could manifest their martial soul's true form, a being from an entirely different dimension. Yin, however, began to question me, claiming that 2 years ago, the strongest here was merely a soul king, and it was impossible to ascend to a soul saint in such a short time. I shot him a cold glare to silence him. I then analyzed the situation with them, pointing out that this group was cunning. They anticipated that our instructor would come to inspect, so they had deliberately allowed us to feel secure in the days prior, lowering our guard to a minimum. On the final night, they unleashed the soul beast to attack us, masquerading as a beast tide, herding us into a specific corner, which undoubtedly harbored some trickery to block signals. Nana Jie quickly grasped my intent and asked if I wanted to send a signal. I replied that it was too late. Once we sent a signal, they would tear off the mask and attack us with deadly force. While we could escape, the other students would face annihilation. Thus, my plan was to turn the tables. I shared my strategy, and the 3 of them brightened at the prospect. If successful, we would graduate with full marks and etch our names in school history. I leaped onto the back of the giant crocodile, pricked my finger, and let a few drops of blood fall as a form of deposit. This creature was utterly captivated by my golden dragon bloodline and would only be willing to fight for me after receiving a taste of sweetness. We smeared some dirt on our faces, adopting a desperate appearance, and charged towards the slaughterhouse that awaited us, a horde of pursuing soul beasts trailing behind. Sure enough, upon reaching the deepest part of the canyon, we found ourselves surrounded by 100 classmates, all looking disheveled, as if they had just emerged from a mine. As everyone stood bewildered, shadows emerged from the darkness. The leader exuded a chilling aura, radiating immense pressure. He sneered, "Don't even think about sending a signal. This area has been enveloped by my 6th soul skill. With that, 7 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, shone brightly, summoning a blood-red lion martial soul." The scene was chaotic. Before he could utter much more, he dashed into the crowd and with a sickening crack, snapped a female classmate's neck. In an instant, panic erupted among us, and I felt my anger boiling over. I bellowed, "Everyone calm down." My voice drew the attention of that monstrous gaze, and he grinned menacingly as he charged toward me. I activated my dual pupils, unleashing both mental detection and interference simultaneously, causing his movements to falter. Seizing the moment, I thrust the golden dragon spear upward, sending him hurtling into the air. The golden dragon armored crocodile, displaying remarkable insight, struck him down with its tail. I seized the opportunity to shout, instructing the others to deal with the 2 soul kings while we handled the soul saint. Nana Jie and Xie Yue understood my intent, activating their martial soul fusion technique. A veil of crimson mist enveloped the area, drastically diminishing the soul saint's perception, soul power, and speed by 50%. I then initiated a mental sharing, connecting our senses, allowing for flawless collaboration. Switching back to the golden dragon martial soul, I combined my first soul skill, Junyin, with the external soul bone, fire dragon claw, and charged into the red mist to engage him in close combat. At that moment, the other classmates finally gathered their resolve, their fear replaced by a fierce determination as they roared and charged at the remaining adversaries. In the midst of chaos, someone seized the opportunity to escape through a fissure torn in the barrier by the enchanting creature, launching a flurry of signal flares into the sky. Amidst the crimson mist, the soul sage, visibly irked, overturned the table in frustration. The 7th soul skill, the manifestation of his martial soul, erupted with a resounding boom as he transformed into a towering, 4-meter-tall, blood-furred monstrosity, its shockwave sending us all flying while rendering us immune to any form of control. Following this, he unleashed his 5th soul skill, the Wrath of the Blood Lion, a sonic assault that incapacitated and even claimed the lives of several classmates on the spot. My mental fortitude allowed me to withstand it, albeit leaving me somewhat dazed. Mistaking my stupor for vulnerability, he lunged at me with a claw. In that moment, I flashed him a smile and executed the same technique, the dragon spear invoking heavenly strike once more. To his chagrin, I sent him soaring into the air again, leaving him bewildered, unable to fathom the source of my unadorned attack devoid of visible soul rings. Just as he contemplated deploying a defensive soul skill against the enchanting creature's assault, he turned to find himself face-to-face with a second enchanting being. Indeed, it was I, employing my extraordinary mental prowess to conjure an illusion right before his eyes. At this point, he was utterly overwhelmed, besieged by 2 enchanting beings, each comparable to a soul emperor, alongside myself and a EU, as his subordinates perished around him. I too was nearing my limits, my mental and soul energy nearly depleted. Bracing myself with the spear, I deliberately remarked, "The 5 minutes are nearly up. The teacher is coming. If you do not leave now, you shall have no chance." While Yin continued to clamor for vengeance, the soul sage, a man of intelligence, glared at me with malice and spat out, "Kid, I will remember you," before fleeing without a backward glance. Once he had departed, I must tell you, the scene was exhilarating. Just as he attempted to leap into the tunnel he had excavated for escape, something unknown bit him from behind. A heart-wrenching scream resonated from the tunnel, followed by silence. I looked up to see my teacher, Pope Bibi Dong, floating like a specter, her aura palpable and commanding. There was no need to inquire. That scream was her handiwork, an instantaneous execution leaving no trace behind. She coldly remarked, "There will be no next time." As I exhaled a sigh of relief, my martial soul dissipated, and darkness engulfed me as I collapsed, my mental and soul energy entirely expended. Fortunately, my senior sister, Hulaina, was quick to react, catching me while exclaiming, "Little junior brother." When the teachers arrived to provide aid and manage the aftermath, Bibi Dong declared that all who survived this assessment had passed. She instructed my senior sister to take me back to my room for rest, indicating that she had matters to discuss during dinner. That evening, the four of us, myself, senior sister, Xie and Xiao Wu, gathered around Bibi Dong, resembling a post-battle debriefing session. Bibi Dong first asked me to analyze the situation. Clearing my throat, I dissected the adversary's tactics. I explained that he engaged in psychological warfare, feigning weakness to lead us into believing he would attack on the first night, only to refrain. The following day, he pretended to act normally, lulling us into complacency. On the final night, he deliberately drove us into the pit he had already excavated, subsequently employing his sixth soul skill to eliminate us all at once. By the time the academy teachers realized something was amiss, we had already been entirely wiped out, while he slipped away through the tunnel from the battlefield, proving that the most perilous locations can also be the safest. His confidence in his plan and strength was remarkable, bordering on arrogance. Upon hearing my analysis, my senior sister, Hulaina, elevated the discussion to new heights. She slammed her hand on the table and posed 3 critical questions. First, who taught this evil soul master such a cultivation method? Is there a traitor within the ranks of the Spirit Hall? Second, given the Death Canyon's complex terrain, how did he know precisely where to dig to escape swiftly while avoiding our presence? This suggests the existence of an internal map. Third, how could the overseers of the canyon fail to detect any issues for over 2 years? This not only indicates dereliction of duty, but also raises serious concerns about the individuals involved, warranting an investigation into those who recommended him. I must say, my senior sister possesses a keen intellect that would be wasted in public service. Her logic is impeccable. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement, her eyes filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who had been engrossed in her meal, looked up in confusion and innocently asked, "Your Excellency, what exactly is this evil soul master you speak of? It sounds quite formidable." It was my turn to provide an explanation. I clarified that these individuals are akin to cyber-psychopaths within the soul master realm, deviating from the righteous path by siphoning blood, extracting souls, and draining vitality to level up. Their initial progression is astonishingly rapid, and their combat prowess at the same level is overwhelmingly powerful, rendering them the #1 enemy across the continent, to be eradicated by all. Bibi Dong added that this cultivation method is so easily misleading and induces immense panic that the Spirit Hall has been suppressing information regarding it. One hears nothing about it in the open. After dinner, my senior sister and Xiao Wu departed, leaving me alone with Bibi Dong. Her expression darkened as she chastised me. Questioning why, upon uncovering the enemy's scheme, I did not immediately signal for help, opting instead to endure the danger alone. She emphasized that the 4 of us together were more valuable than all the remaining students combined. However, I tend to be somewhat stubborn. I replied, "Teacher, I understand the danger, but if I had acted differently, the other students might have perished. This world cannot revolve solely around self-interest. There are many other things worth protecting." We locked eyes in silence for a long moment. Finally, she sighed, admitting that she could not judge my actions as right or wrong, but insisted that I must prioritize my safety in the future. Consequently, my practical assessment score was downgraded from excellent to good, serving as a lesson for me. Before I departed, I cheekily remarked, "Teacher, if your world is shrouded in darkness, I willingly become that ray of light." With that, I slipped away, leaving her in contemplative silence. A week later, the graduation ceremony arrived. The spectacle was nothing short of resplendent, a vast assembly of people. Bibi Dong and a host of elders at the title Douluo level occupied the front row. During the ceremony, Bibi Dong dropped a bombshell, announcing that the 4 of us, myself, Hulaina, Xie, and Yin, would be collectively recognized as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. At that moment, An unobservant parent in the audience muttered, questioning why a mere 25th level soul master like me deserved such recognition, implying favoritism due to my status as the Pope's disciple. His son, my classmate, turned pale and quickly silenced him with a physical gesture, exclaiming, "Dad, please stop talking. If it weren't for you wouldn't even see me here today." The child was merely 8 years old. Surrounding classmates cast disapproving glances, prompting the parent to shrink back in embarrassment. On another note, the individual I had bested, Yin, was taken under the wing of an elder known as the Demon Bear, Douluo, casting me a complex gaze, likely reigniting his competitive spirit as he pondered when he might reclaim his honor. After the graduation ceremony concluded, the year swiftly passed. Throughout this time, having faced a life-and-death confrontation with a soul sage, I became acutely aware of my deficiencies and devoted myself to relentless training. In the span of a year, my soul power surged from level 25 to level 30, propelling me to the threshold of soul master status. Xiao Wu, inspired by my progress, also trained vigorously and reached level 26. One day, while enjoying tea with Xiao Wu in a pavilion, Bibi Dong appeared as if she had activated a silent mode. She informed me that my predictions were accurate, and the following day, Douluo would escort me to the Douluo forest to acquire my third soul ring. I conveyed to my teacher that the threshold for my third soul ring should be at least of the 10,000-year caliber, and it must be a spirit-type soul beast, which would be a challenge to find. Bibi Dong, upon hearing this, expressed her admiration, acknowledging that my physical prowess surpassed that of her contemporaries. The next morning, I met with Douluo. He had now ascended to the rank of 96th level Super Douluo, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Upon seeing me, he expressed a warm familiarity, acknowledging my contribution to his elevation. Several days later, we arrived at a small town on the periphery of the Douluo forest. As per the usual practice, I sought an opportunity to lull Uncle Ju into slumber before promptly opening a portal, reuniting with my sister, Gu Na. Without further ado, I directly requested, "Sister Na, this time I require a spirit beast of the mental type with a lifespan of around 12,000 years." Gu Na closed her violet eyes, her formidable mental energy unfurling instantly as she established contact with the external realm, specifically with DTon. In the blink of an eye, her eyes reopened. She began listing options. There are numerous spirit beasts of 10,000 years in the Xingdou de Sanlin, such as the Dreaming Snow Fox, the Huan Tian Li, and the Crystal Huan Beast. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback, as if I were placing an order. I immediately decided, I want the Huan Mie Jinyu. The ability of mental control sounds exhilarating. I shall have it. Gu Yunan nodded decisively, exhibiting a remarkable efficiency. Very well, let us proceed. My injuries were critical, and not a moment could be squandered. No sooner had she spoken than we teleported deep into the forest. Before us perched a resplendent golden bird, merely half a meter in length. Upon spotting Gu Yunan, it immediately lowered its head in deference, behaving as obediently as a chick. However, when it spoke, I was utterly astonished. "I have seen the master. I have seen the esteemed one." Its voice was as clear and melodious as a young maiden's. Goodness, this was merely a 10,000-year spirit beast. Yet it articulated more fluidly than my homebound Ming, who boasted 100,000 years. Gu Yunan, maintaining an impassive expression and a frigid tone, issued her command. "Very well. Offer yourself as a sacrifice to Xiao Yu and become his third spirit ring." The golden bird appeared momentarily bewildered, its golden eyes glancing at me, filled with apprehension. "A third spirit ring? I am a spirit beast of 10,000 years. He is but a soul master. Can he withstand this? Will he not simply explode?" Yet, despite its internal musings, it dared not voice any dissent and promptly replied, "Yes, master." In the next moment, it soared into the air, emitting a piercing cry as black flames erupted from its body. Its form rapidly diminished until, with a resounding pop, it transformed into a pitch-black spirit ring, flying directly towards me and merging into my being. The influx of energy from the 10,000-year spirit ring was an extraordinary sensation. It was neither domineering nor aggressive, but rather gentle, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Yet the surge of mental energy flooded into my mind like a deluge. Exhilarating. My golden pupils sparkled with brilliance as the spirit ring transitioned from two violet to two violet and one black. While I absorbed this energy with my eyes closed, Guyana observed me in silence. I could almost envision her thoughts. Sigh, this child has grown so much, yet I feel an increasing distance between us. Why ponder such things? Strength. Strength is everything. Oh, how family members can comprehend. This sister is purely dedicated to her career, her mind filled with KPIs, exuding an aura of emotional unavailability akin to a CEO. Several hours later, I finally completed the absorption and slowly opened my eyes. I silently invoked, "System, open the panel." To my astonishment, my soul power had reached level 33. I was merely 9 years old, a 9-year-old soul master. What Tang-san? I had surpassed him by a full 2 years. Should I fail to defeat him, I might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. As I relished this achievement, Guyana interjected, "The third spirit ring is secured. Next, we shall proceed to the Longu. The Water Dragon King awaits to offer his sacrifice." I responded affirmatively, acquiescing to her directive. With a wave of her jade hand, another portal opened. As we stepped through, the sight before me rendered me speechless. We found ourselves in an expansive wasteland, translucent dragon souls drifting above, while the ground was littered with colossal dragon bones. This was no Longu. It resembled a dragon clan's graveyard. Instantly, the golden dragon bloodline within me surged, and my golden dragon martial spirit emerged, letting out a roar of righteous fury. Guyana's voice, laden with profound sorrow, resonated. "Xiao Yu, this is the Longu. An eternal pain and hatred for our spirit beast clan. This is also your mission." Observing her demeanor, my heart ached, and I grasped her hand. "Sister Na, do not bear such a heavy burden alone. You are not alone. Although I am still weak, grant me some time, and I shall become your support, primarily offering companionship." Upon hearing this, she genuinely smiled for a fleeting moment. She lifted me to a vast open area where 8 enormous dragon bones lay, encased in a shimmering silver energy shield. I quietly inquired, "Sister Na, were there dragon souls?" She placed her finger to her lips, signaling silence. "They are here, watching us." As her words fell, one of the ice-blue dragon bones' protective shields vanished, and a massive ice-blue dragon soul emerged, floating before me. Its voice akin to that of a benevolent elder. "It has been over a year. You have made considerable progress, though you remain pitifully weak." I quickly replied, "Your dragon soul has also solidified greatly." The Water Dragon King laughed heartily, though it was tinged with weariness. "No matter how good. I am merely a wandering soul, young one. I hope you can truly fulfill your promise and lead our spirit beast clan to resurgence." With that, it addressed the surrounding dragon bones. "Farewell, everyone. I shall contribute my final strength for the revival of my kin." Then, it returned to its dragon bone. The hundreds of meters long ice-blue dragon bone ignited in ice-blue flames, shrinking rapidly amidst the mournful cries of countless dragon souls, ultimately transforming into a DragonDivine spirit ring and a piece of ice-blue left paw bone, which flew into my being. Days later, when I awakened once more, I had ascended to level 34. Not only did I possess the right paw bone of the Fire Dragon King, but I also acquired the left paw bone of the Water Dragon King, becoming a dual attribute warrior of ultimate fire and ultimate ice. Furthermore, I gained the 6-second invulnerability defensive soul skill, Water's Protection, and an offensive soul skill, Xian Bing Long Xian. I was no longer a fragile output. However, just as I reveled in my newfound power, Guyana began urging us to depart. "The matters are concluded. It is time to leave." I was taken aback. "What? We are leaving already? I have yet to formally meet the other Dragon Kings. They have seen you while you were absorbing. They are quite pleased with you. It is getting late. We must hurry," she explained succinctly. I felt a pang of disappointment, but nodded in agreement and followed her out. Upon returning to the depths of the Lake of Life, I intended to converse further, but she interrupted me. "You have been gone for 5 days. It is time for you to return. I must enter seclusion to recover." With that, a portal expelled me from her presence. Standing in place, I sighed. This relationship truly felt increasingly transactional. Yet, I am not one to dwell on sentimentality. The surge in power was undeniably exhilarating. As I emerged from the portal, I found Uncle Ju gazing at me, bleary-eyed. Upon noticing my state, his eyes nearly bulged. "Xiao Yu, you absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring for your third spirit ring? You are truly a freak." He seemed to notice my slight unhappiness, and I quickly chuckled. "What unhappiness? My strength is a boon for the martial spirit hall, is it not? Uncle Ju, let us return swiftly." Upon arriving at the martial spirit hall, I immediately reported to my teacher, Bye Dong, showcasing my ice-blue left-hand dragon claw spirit bone. Bye Dong's eyes widened with envy as she exclaimed, "Even I am envious of you, Xiao Yu." She informed me that my senior sister, Hulai Na, had emerged from seclusion, now at level 49. As fate would have it, a sultry voice resonated from behind. Well, little junior brother, claiming I am weak behind my back." Hulai Na promptly settled beside me. Bye Dong chimed in with a playful jab. "Na, if you truly fought him without your charm, you would indeed struggle to prevail." Hulai Na's expression turned one of grievance. "Teacher, this is not my fault. He is simply too monstrous." I added fuel to the fire. "Indeed, sister, aside from charm, your other methods are truly lacking." Hulai Na, in a fit of anger, struck me with a punch, exclaiming, "You wretched junior, do not forget, my birthday is the day after tomorrow. If you present me with an unsatisfactory gift, you shall be doomed." With a mischievous grin, I replied, "Congratulations, senior sister, for growing a year older. Fear not, your gift shall undoubtedly be unique. You are the one who is old. Be careful with your words, or you may find it difficult to find a girlfriend for the rest of your life." Her face flushed with anger, and had the teacher not been present, I feared she might have resorted to physical retaliation. That evening, I noticed Xiao Wu lost in thought and approached her to inquire if she was homesick. To my surprise, she shook her head and said, "I was contemplating what gift to present Hulaina the day after tomorrow." I stood there in astonishment. Had they not been at odds for quite some time? Xiao Wu earnestly explained, "I had preconceived notions about her, believing she was not a good person. However, after spending time together, I discovered that she is quite agreeable. Most importantly, I do not wish for you, Yuji, to be caught in a dilemma between us." My heart warmed at her words, and I affectionately patted her head, saying, "My dear Xiao Wu, you have truly matured." Yet, upon finishing her statement, her face reddened, and she dashed back to her room, leaving me utterly perplexed. Soon, it was time for Hulaina's birthday celebration. The gathering was intimate, filled with familiar faces. Teacher Bibi Dong made a brief appearance, dropping off a gift and offering a few words of blessing before departing. However, as she left, I sensed a peculiar shift in her demeanor, an unmistakable air of melancholy. Hulaina also took note of this change. At that moment, Xiao Wu unexpectedly approached to present her gift, and Hulaina received it with a smile, creating an astonishingly harmonious atmosphere between them. I too offered my gift, saying, "Senior sister, open it later. I assure you will find it to your liking." She quietly threatened me, "If you do not please me, you will be finished tonight." Leaning closer, I reassured her, "Rest assured, I shall visit the teacher shortly. As the guest of honor, simply need to enjoy yourself." With that, Hulaina handed me a piece of cake to deliver to the teacher. As I made my way to the papal hall with the cake in hand, I found the place vast and empty, resplendent with golden splendor, yet there sat teacher Bibi Dong, alone upon her high throne, surrounded by a pile of documents that tugged at my heartstrings. I gently called out, "Teacher." She looked up, surprised to see me. "Xiao Yu, what brings you here?" With a sly smile, I approached her and presented the cake. "It is senior sister's birthday cake, specially delivered for you." To my astonishment, my teacher, the esteemed Pope Bibi Dong, merely nodded and replied, "Just place it there," before returning to her documents, signaling that I should leave. I thought to myself, this will not do. Am I to leave this cake unappreciated? She urged me to return to my senior sister, implying that I should vacate the premises. But I was not one to be easily dismissed. "Teacher," I countered, "I believe you need me here more. Look at the papal hall. It is so empty that echoes fill the air. Sitting alone upon this throne, do you not feel lonely?" I have come to keep you company. Without waiting for her response, I dragged a chair over and plopped down beside her. With a sigh, she remarked that she had grown accustomed to solitude. When I heard this, my CPU began to whir. I switched to minor mode and said, "Teacher, that is not called getting used to. It is merely using work as a drug to numb oneself. The worst thing for a person is to be alone, for when one is idle, the mind becomes a concert hall filled with questions about the purpose of life, leading to anxiety and confusion, fostering a state of mental exhaustion." Looking into her eyes, I continued, "Thus, most people seek distraction. However, you are not alone, teacher. You have us, senior sister, Xiao Wu, and me. If you feel the world is dim, allow me to be your flashlight, your sounding board, where you can pour out your troubles." She paused, inquiring what I meant by sounding board. I eagerly explained, and to my surprise, my heartfelt monologue left my teacher momentarily speechless. She gazed at me, suppressing a smile, and finally huffed, "You little rascal, are you now teaching me? Fine, if you wish to stay, then you can observe how I handle my duties. Soon, all of this will be your responsibility." My teacher's proud demeanor, while pretending to demand my help, was merely an invitation for me to stay and keep her company. However, as we continued in this manner, an incident occurred. While she was engrossed in her paperwork, I simply could not help but admire her beauty. When she noticed me daydreaming, her expression turned stern. "You little rascal, why are you staring at me? Focus on the documents." I chuckled, "Because you are beautiful, teacher." The next moment, I felt the sharp sting of her reprimanding grasp on my ear. The playful altercation had derailed her focus, and she glanced at me, her ears flushed, retorting, "You're growing bolder. You can take the cake back. Be quick and find your senior sister." With that, she indeed took the cake and left. Watching her retreating figure, I felt a pang of nostalgia, hoping that my words might resonate with her. Upon exiting the papal hall, I realized the celebration had already concluded. Returning to my lodgings, I found Xiao Wu sprawled across her bed, the blanket cast aside, fast asleep. I gently covered her before sneaking into my senior sister's room, where she was still awake, grinning at the array of gifts surrounding her, including the one I had given her. "You wretched junior, why did you take so long at the teacher's?" She pouted, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she held the gift. "What is this called again?" "Bing Dun Dun," I replied, "a unique, custom-made piece with a hard crystal shell. It can withstand a 3-meter drop without damage, and it is inscribed with Happy 17th Birthday, Senior Sister. I assure you, this is the only one in the entire continent. It is a limited edition," I boasted, maintaining my composure. "Bing Dun Dun is so adorable," she exclaimed, her eyes shining brightly. "You are forgiven this time, but here, I saved you some cake." Without hesitation, I took a piece and began to eat. Just as I was about to speak, I felt a sudden softness on my face. My senior sister had stamped my cheek. I covered my face, looking at her helplessly. "Senior sister, I am still just a child." Her face flushed, yet her demeanor remained fierce. "Child, you have grown taller than me. This is the complete birthday gift. Now, hurry back to sleep." What more could I say? I could only take my leave. Thus, life returned to its tranquil rhythm. However, since the birthday celebration, Xiao Wu's gaze toward me had grown peculiar, especially with senior sister frequently seeking my company. Their bond intensified, while Xiao Wu watched with growing discomfort. Eventually, unable to contain herself, Xiao Wu stormed into Hu Laiina's room, where she found my senior sister happily embracing the Bing Dun Dun. Xiao Wu wasted no time and asked straightforwardly, "What is the situation between you and Yuji?" My senior sister, being straightforward herself, replied, "It is simply a romantic relationship. I like him, and he likes me. It's that simple." This revelation left Xiao Wu momentarily bewildered. What does it mean to like someone? My senior sister began to enlighten her, explaining the fluttering heart and the feeling of longing when apart. Her enthusiastic explanation rendered our normally lively Xiao Wu silent, weighed down by her thoughts as she departed. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this year, I had struck a new agreement with my teacher. I would spend an hour each day in the papal hall, ostensibly to learn about governance. Though it was clear she merely sought companionship, Xiao Wu also made significant progress, finally reaching the 30th level of soul power. Frequently reminding me of the celestial herb I had promised her. Seizing the opportunity, I decided to take her back to the Qingdao Great Forest. When I mentioned it to my teacher, she readily agreed, advising me to prioritize safety and discretion. Upon exiting my teacher's presence, I chanced upon Xiao Wu diligently packing her belongings, resembling a moving day with her numerous bags. I jested, "Are you planning to relocate the entire Wuhuan city? Your mother lacks for nothing." The sight of her preparations left me bemused. She shot me a glare and retorted, "What do you know? The human world is filled with marvelous treasures. I must bring some for my mother to behold. She must be quite bored alone in the forest." Fair enough. She had a point. I replied, "The teacher has consented for just the two of us to return, without any elders accompanying us. So let us keep a low profile." Her face lit up at the mention of His Highness favoring Brother Yu. I affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Of course, for I brought you along. It would be remiss to let you return alone. With your current strength, you might inadvertently become someone else's spirit ring. Oomph. You know exactly how to hit my sore spots." She pouted. I chuckled to soothe her. "Do not compare yourself to me. You are quite remarkable." Reaching level 30 before even turning 11, surpassing even the senior sister of my time. Upon hearing this, her little head tilted, and with a hint of envy, she remarked, "Oh, so you've already mentioned Nana. How quickly you've switched allegiances." I merely smiled and refrained from engaging further, telling her to take her time with her packing while I went to inform the senior sister that we would be departing tomorrow. After that, I entered the adjacent room and, without hesitation, embraced my senior sister, resting my chin upon her hair, relishing the comfort. "Nana, I shall be venturing out with Xiao Wu tomorrow for approximately a month." She obediently nodded in my embrace before suddenly lifting her head. "Then may I accompany you? It will be a perfect opportunity to meet the elders." I was taken aback. Who was she hoping to meet? Those ferocious beasts? I quickly concocted an excuse. "Perhaps not this time. We are primarily visiting Xiao Wu's mother. And besides, if both of us leave, the teacher will be lonely." "Oh, fine," she relented, though a hint of disappointment lingered in her eyes before she squinted at me. "You little brother, are you using the teacher to pressure me?" As she attempted to playfully claw at me, I restrained her, pinning her down, and she feigned struggle for a moment before relenting, her face as red as an apple, clearly enjoying the attention. The following morning, Xiao Wu and I stood by the carriage, ready to depart. My senior sister clung to me, her reluctance palpable, reminiscent of a tearful farewell. I had no choice but to lean in and plant a quick kiss on her cheek. "All right, senior sister, await my return." With that, I hurriedly boarded the carriage. Inside, the atmosphere was palpably awkward. Xiao Wu was sulking, her cheeks puffed up, and I was at a loss for her grievances, so I opted to rest my eyes. After several days, we finally reached the outskirts of the Qingdao Great Forest. As we ventured deeper, Xiao Wu could no longer contain her curiosity. "Brother Yu, why didn't you let the master bring us back directly? That would be so much faster." I sighed. "There's no need for such trouble. This journey is for your breakthrough, not mine, and we don't need Sister Nodder as assistance. Moreover, she is still in a crucial healing phase. I cannot disturb her just because I miss her." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's eyes twinkled with mischief. "So, what you're saying is that you've come to the Qingdao Great Forest solely to accompany me?" I, oblivious to her subtle implications, nodded earnestly. "Of course. You are on the verge of becoming a soul master. Who else would accompany you in such a perilous place?" My earnestness only seemed to extinguish the conversation, provoking her to stomp her feet in frustration before turning away, ignoring me entirely. Who could understand family dynamics? In this era, even honesty seems to be a fault. Fortunately, with the protective aura of Sister Nar's presence, no unruly soul beasts dared to approach us. Before long, we found ourselves at the small wooden cabin in the core area. Upon seeing the cabin, Xiao Wu's eyes immediately welled with tears as she rushed to knock on the door. When it swung open, her mother enveloped her in a warm embrace, the scene evoking deep maternal affection, with tears flowing freely. I stood awkwardly to the side, feeling like an illuminated lamp in the midst of their heartfelt reunion. After a lengthy moment of consolation, her mother finally noticed my presence. Seeing that I was alone, she visibly relaxed, likely relieved that Sister Nar wasn't present, which would have made the atmosphere overly somber. She greeted me gently. "Little you, you've come? Please come in and sit." Once inside, Annie couldn't help but inquire. "Little you, did you not inform the master of your arrival?" I had to explain again that my level was insufficient, and since it was a critical recovery period for Sister Nar, it was best not to disturb her. Only then did she nod in understanding, appearing reassured. Subsequently, Xiao Wu began to boast, dragging her mother's hand and chattering excitedly about her amusing experiences in the human world over the past 2 years, urging me to present the gifts I had brought for her mother. Observing the scene, I decided it best to retreat discreetly and avoid drawing attention. I wandered to the banks of the Lake of Life, gazing into its crystalline waters, and found myself missing Sister Nar rather profoundly. I lost track of time, but eventually, Xiao Wu's mother summoned me back for a private conversation. Upon entering, Auntie's opening remarks left me speechless. She began by expressing her gratitude for my care of Xiao Wu, then shifted the conversation, revealing how dependent Xiao Wu had become on me and insinuating that Xiao Wu blushed whenever my name was mentioned. I was taken aback, adopting the expression of an elderly person on the subway, engrossed in their phone. I hurriedly replied, Annie, I already have someone I like." Xiao Wu is aware of this. You wouldn't believe her response. "That is perfectly fine. Soul beasts are not known for their fidelity. With your brilliance, you will surely attract many admirers." What a direct green light. Inside, I was screaming, "Ma'am, I am human, a mere mortal." Yet, I could only awkwardly explain and let things unfold naturally. I have always regarded Xiao Wu as a sister. Her expression was one of understanding, and she remarked, "I see, first a sister, then a cherished one." I was left utterly speechless. This conversation was spiraling beyond reason. Just as I thought the dialogue was nearing a breaking point, Auntie suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, expressing concern for the weight of my responsibilities, which pained her to witness. What could I say? I could only affirm my commitment. The revival of the Soul Beast clan is my duty. Yet, she regarded me with those all-seeing eyes and inquired if there were any other reasons behind my actions. I was taken aback. I dared not respond, hastily claiming I had matters to attend to before making my escape. However, little did I anticipate that just as I fled, the main character was emerging from her seclusion. Sister Nar, sensing my aura at the lake's bottom, discovered I had not contacted her and was furious. She opened a spatial portal right before Xiao Wu, whose expression turned icy. Without a word, she began to interrogate me about my activities in the human world. Xiao Wu, with her limited courage, quickly divulged everything. Upon hearing this, Sister Nar's face darkened, and without uttering a word, she vanished. Meanwhile, I was still by the lake, preparing fish over a fire, content and fully equipped with all the necessary seasonings. When I turned around, I was met with Sister Nar's disappointed gaze, laced with a hint of hostility. I was bewildered. She wasted no time, launching into a barrage of accusations. I had forgotten my mission and identity, had taken a human as my teacher, and was romantically involved with a human girl. She expressed her profound disappointment in me. In that moment, my anger flared. I shouted back, "What have I done wrong?" I joined the Wuhuan Palace for resources, and I sought a master to grow stronger. Does that conflict with the grand plan for soul beasts? Whom I choose to love is my own freedom. I am not your tool. And what was her response? She issued an ultimatum. First, I was to return to the Qingdao Great Forest and sever all ties with humanity. Second, she threatened to erase my memory and eliminate my teacher and senior sister. Family, who understands this? Isn't this simply emotional coercion? I outright refused. If you wish to harm them, you must first step over my corpse. The atmosphere instantly plummeted to freezing point, and I summoned my inner strength, ready to wield my golden dragon lance. I was acutely aware that I could not defeat her. Yet my stance was resolute. Just as tensions escalated, Xiao Wu and her mother rushed over, attempting to mediate, but were immediately immobilized by a single glance from Sister Nar. In an instant, Sister Nar appeared before me, gripping my neck with her hand. I thought my end had come today, yet when she looked at me, her eyes brimmed with conflict and anguish, and she ultimately released her grip. With a tone bordering on desperation, she asked me one last time, Could I sever ties with humanity? I replied, absolutely not. I want both sides. There is no inherent conflict. It seemed she had exhausted all options. A flash of purple light flickered in her eyes as she attempted to directly access my memories. And guess what? A dramatic turn of events unfolded. The moment her mental force surged into my mind, it collided with an invisible barrier, rebounding violently. She was left stunned, her face drained of color. I was inwardly elated. The system was remarkable. It had finally activated. At this point, she was utterly at a loss. I stepped past her and approached Xiao Wu, who silently released her restraints. I took Xiao Wu's hand and departed without a backward glance. On our way back, to ease the tension, I inquired about Xiao Wu's new soul skill, the ability to teleport 100 meters, which was quite impressive. We then resumed our earlier conversation about the celestial herbs I had promised her. Upon returning to Wuhuan City, I laid out all my treasured items, including the 8-petal xianlon and the Chilo Yu Jingxiang, scattering them across our residence. To my surprise, she clung to my arm and said, "Brother Yu, let me choose for myself. This act alone is the affection I desire most. Please help me select the most suitable one." I must say, this girl is becoming increasingly astute. After some contemplation, I handed her the 8-petal xianlon, the herb with the gentlest properties. Xiao Wu accepted the herb and asked how to consume it. I instructed her to simply chew and swallow. It tastes rather pleasant. And then quickly cultivate to absorb its essence. She cheerfully took the herb and skipped into the training room. Observing her blissful demeanor, I felt a surge of joy. How could this girl be so endearing? However, a little over 3 hours later, Xiao Wu burst into my arms like a cannonball, nearly knocking me off my feet. Instinctively, I supported her, and the scene was quite comical. Even more astonishing was when Xiao Wu planted a kiss on my cheek, wrapped her arms around my neck, and exclaimed, "Wow, this celestial herb truly lives up to its name." My soul power surged 6 levels. I am now at level 37, just like Brother Yu. I maintained a composed demeanor, smiling. This was anticipated, indeed. Moreover, the residual potency of the herb will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Had he uttered a word of caution, I would have considered him a person of discernment. Xiao Wu, with her spirits soaring, declared with pride, "Perhaps I will even surpass you. A breakthrough to level 40 is imminent, and then we can venture into the Stardow Forest together. Who knows, this time it might be me waiting for you." I could only chuckle awkwardly. Well, that is indeed a possibility. As our gazes met, Xiao Wu suddenly realized the intimacy of our proximity. Her face flushed crimson, and she swiftly retreated to her own room. Watching her flee, I found amusement and exasperation. This girl is simply delightful. The scene shifted as Hulaina made her entrance. Immediately inquiring, "Little junior brother, why do you appear so troubled lately? Is there something weighing on your mind? Please share it with your senior sister. Do not keep it bottled up." As she spoke, she leaned closer, burying her head in my chest. Who could withstand such an advance? But I am who I am. Before I could respond, Hulaina covered my mouth with her hand. "If you do not wish to speak, then I shall not press you. I trust that when you are ready, you will tell me. Should there be anything troubling you, your senior sister will do her utmost to assist you. For I am now your girlfriend. Listen, this is how a girlfriend should be." Overcome with emotion, I embraced Hulaina tightly. "Senior sister, you are truly wonderful. However, I must not disclose anything regarding Guyuna, even to Hulaina. Sister Nar, what thoughts occupy your mind? If we venture into the Stardow Forest again, will you remain unchanged?" Hulaina nestled contentedly in my embrace, a smile gracing her lips. "This life is simply splendid, and I hope it lasts for eternity. Shall you? Will we remain in Wuhuan City forever?" Hulaina asked dreamily. I shook my head, probably not. Time flew by as both Xiao Wu and I diligently cultivated, striving to break through to level 40 within a year. The scene shifted once more to the depths of the Lake of Life, where Guyuna sat alone on a stone bench, her gaze distant, occasionally glancing at the silver gown hanging nearby. This gown was a gift from me upon my initial awakening of my martial soul. Yet, she preferred to wear the gown woven from divine power, as it offered her a sense of security. Now, as she gazed at the human gown, A wave of discomfort washed over her. This feeling was unprecedented. Ever since that day, even when contemplating using the Dragon God Core to heal her injuries, images of me and our shared memories flooded her mind. Our laughter, promises, and that final, heartfelt gaze. Xiaoyu, how are you now? Why did you choose to entangle yourself with humanity? Why did you not select one of the two paths I offered you? Yuntao murmured to herself. The emptiness of the space around her left her feeling inexplicably desolate and sorrowful, as if a piece of her heart was missing, causing her immense pain. Ultimately, she could no longer endure this feeling, sighed deeply, and vanished from the depths of the lake of life. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's mother was examining the gift Xiao Wu had sent her when she suddenly sensed another presence in the room. She promptly set down her belongings and respectfully said, "Greetings, Your Excellency." The visitor was none other than Yuntao. "Yes, I have come today to speak with you. There's no need to feel anxious." Yuntao nodded and seated herself beside Xiao Wu's mother. "What does Your Excellency wish to discuss?" "I will speak candidly." Xiao Wu's mother replied promptly. Yuntao internally sighed, but as the sole Bee sovereign, she knew she must maintain her authority. "Do you believe that the events of that day were my fault or Xiaoyu's?" Yuntao inquired. In the entirety of the Douluo forest, the only one who could clarify my doubts was this individual before me, both in terms of awareness and emotional understanding. "I believe neither you nor the esteemed one is at fault. It was merely a misunderstanding," Xiao Wu's mother responded. "Please continue. I will not act impulsively, rest assured." Yuntao said. "Xiao Wu, what troubles you? During our recent endeavor to acquire the fourth soul ring and visit your mother, you appeared less than pleased?" I asked. "Brother Yu, it is not the visit that has me downcast. Rather, it is the events of last time. I cannot help but wonder how the sovereign is faring now." Xiao Wu sighed. "Do not worry, Xiao Wu. So much time has passed, and Sister Naer has not taken any drastic action. It should be fine now. Moreover, I have never held you accountable for this matter. You merely stated the facts, and I do not harbor any ill will towards Sister Naer because of it." I reassured her. Truthfully, I had some concerns about the situation at first. If Yuntao were to lose control and harm my sister and teacher, what could I do then? Fortunately, so much time has passed, and I believe all will be well. Perhaps Yuntao has come to terms with it herself. In the tranquil ambience, Yugo, it is advisable to converse more frequently with a master when the opportunity arises, for the stakes encompass not only our fates, but also the destinies of countless soul beasts. Xiao Wu nodded, yet the worry in her eyes remained palpable. Long Yu, too, felt a sense of helplessness. Not only was Xiao Wu uncertain, but he himself could not ascertain the current disposition of Naer towards him, merely speculating that it had improved significantly. For someone of Yunao's stature, possessing formidable strength, it was often difficult for ordinary individuals to penetrate her resolute demeanor. Thus, Long Yu and Xiao Wu endured the passage of more than 10 days in such a tense atmosphere, feeling a sense of torment. Long Yu had even prepared for the worst. If necessary, he would rely on himself to obtain the fourth soul ring for his dual pupils. As for the soul ring of the golden dragon martial spirit, that could be momentarily set aside, for it was not urgent. Upon their return to the Xingdou Great Forest, gazing at the lush greenery before them, Long Yu held Xiao Wu's hand as they ventured toward the core region. "Yugo, are you still not going to inform the master of your arrival? This time, you are set to acquire your fourth soul ring. Do you intend to achieve it solely by your own efforts?" Xiao Wu inquired. "Let us observe for now. There is no rush. We shall discuss it further upon reaching the lake of life," Long Yu replied, and Xiao Wu chose not to press further. A series of knocks echoed against the wooden door, and upon opening it, Xiao Wu's mother greeted them with a warm smile, welcoming both Long Yu and Xiao Wu inside. "Master?" Xiao Wu's eyes widened in astonishment as she noticed Yuntao was also present, with her mother seated across from the master, and a selection of fruits laid out before them, suggesting a casual conversation had been taking place. This unexpected scenario left Xiao Wu momentarily bewildered. When had her mother become so audacious as to engage with the master in such a manner, especially when the master appeared content? "Narjia? Aunt, what is this?" Long Yu observed the scene, perplexed, yet it was evident that Yuntao was in high spirits. Upon noticing him, she paused for a moment before breaking into a smile, her gaze fixed on Long Yu, revealing a mixture of surprise and concern. Overall, Gu Yuna's smile today felt unfamiliar to Long Yu, yet he relished the warmth of her gaze. Ah, Xiao Wu, I still have matters to discuss with you. And you need to acquire your fourth soul ring. Let us step outside, Xiao Wu's mother said, understanding the situation immediately and guiding the bewildered Xiao Wu out. Mother, I am so tired. May I rest at home for a while? Xiao Wu protested. You can rest outside. There is no discussion on this matter. We're going out. Her mother insisted, promptly leading Xiao Wu away and closing the door and windows with great care. Instantaneously, the wooden cabin seemed to be left with only Long Yu and Gu Yuna, and the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Gu Yuna gracefully rose, taking several steps towards Long Yu, and to his astonishment, she embraced him, leaving Long Yu momentarily speechless. However, deep within, he felt a surge of joy. It was the first time in all their years of acquaintance that he had witnessed such initiative from Nader Jia, gently wrapping his arms around her slender waist. He inhaled the delicate fragrance that enveloped her, savoring the exquisite sensation of her flawless form, and he could not help but close his eyes. If this were merely a dream, he wished for it to extend indefinitely. Xiao Yu, I apologize. It was my mistake, and I wronged you, Gu Yuna whispered, her face mere inches from his, their eyes locking in a profound connection. Nader Jia, I completely understand that matter. I should have clarified it with you sooner. Long Yu replied, No, it is not just that matter. I have realized that I have been mistaken all along. My quest for vengeance against the divine realm has obscured everything else, blinding me to your feelings. I have neglected your emotions, yet Xiao Yu, I have never viewed you merely as a tool for my revenge. Gu Yuna spoke earnestly. Just as Long Yu was about to respond, Gu Yuna's delicate finger pressed against his lips. Xiao Yu, please allow me to finish. After you departed, I felt an unparalleled sense of loneliness and discomfort at the bottom of the lake of life. I felt a profound sense of loss, as if a part of my soul was missing. It was a sensation I had not experienced in many years. Even when I sought healing, your memories lingered in my mind. I longed to be with you. I cannot even recall how many years I have lived, but the time spent with you occupies the majority of my memories. Xiao Wu's mother once remarked that such feelings are inherent to human affection. Therefore, Xiao Yu, I cherish you. I shall not treat you as I did before, Gu Yuna declared with sincerity. Sharing is the greatest form of romance. I wish to understand you better, Xiao Yu. Seeing Long Yu's somewhat dazed expression, Gu Yuna felt a tinge of anxiety. Is it possible that I have not done enough? Or perhaps Xiao Yu is still upset and wishes to ignore me. She pondered, her heart racing. Long Yu, observing Gu Yuna's anxious demeanor, dispelled his final reservations and abruptly embraced her perfect form. He then pressed his lips against her startled ones, igniting a spark between them. As their lips met, Gu Yuna experienced an exquisite sensation, instinctively closing her eyes and relishing the beauty of the moment. Though she had never encountered such an experience before, it was undeniably enchanting. Long Yu's actions spoke volumes, conveying emotions words could not express. With his previous experiences with Hu Laina, Long Yu naturally took the lead in this tender moment. Despite Gu Yuna's lack of prior encounters, she felt an overwhelming sweetness and joy. This was the essence of affection, captivating and intoxicating. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Long Yu, gasping for breath, realized he was running out of oxygen. Unlike Gu Yuna, who seemed unaffected by the need to breathe, he gazed at the fairy-like visage of Gu Yuna, a hint of blush adorning her cheeks, leaving him entranced. It must be said, even at this moment, Gu Yuna's beauty surpassed all he had ever witnessed. Her form impeccable, though not the most pronounced. At that moment, she leaned against Long Yu, resembling a delicate woman, her face radiating happiness and contentment. Now you understand the answer, Nader Jia. Long ago, I harbored fond feelings for you, yet circumstances never permitted me to express them, and at that tender age, it felt rather inappropriate. Each time I mustered the courage to engage in conversation with you, your eyes were solely focused on cultivation and vengeance, further diminishing any opportunity one might have had. I even felt that you regarded me merely as a diligent disciple of Long Yu. Well, Xiao Yu, let's lay the past to rest. Yet you mentioned a long time ago. How old were you then? Indeed, Xiao Wu's mother was right. Gu Yuna remarked with a hint of peculiarity. Let's allow the past to be just that, past. Jia, while I do cherish you, I must clarify that I cannot forsake my senior sister. Long Yu stammered initially, then spoke with conviction. Forsake? Why would you relinquish the woman you hold dear? Gu Yuna gazed at Long Yu with a touch of confusion. What I mean is, although my first affection was for you, Jia, I cannot abandon my senior sister. I desire both of you. Long Yu stated with a hint of uncertainty. My goodness, for Gu Yuna, the sovereign of soul beasts. To accept that her man has other women is quite the challenge. If she were to become angry, it could spell dire consequences for me. Long Yu anxiously observed Gu Yuna, yet he remained unaware of what he lacked. I am unharmed. Oh, I see. Gu Yuna responded nonchalantly. Do you not feel jealousy? Long Yu queried. Jealousy, in this context, may be understood as the disapproval of one's boyfriend engaging in intimate interactions with other women, he explained. Although discussing this matter at this juncture may be inappropriate, it is inevitable, and I cannot perpetually evade it. I should have been forthright from the beginning. Jealousy? Why would one feel such a sentiment? What significance does it hold? I do not mind, nor do soul beasts concern themselves with such trivialities. Moreover, with the dragon clan dwindling, the emergence of more dragon offspring would, in fact, be beneficial. Gu Yuna expressed her puzzlement. The prospect of increasing dragon offspring? Jia, you truly have a way with words. It seems that the norms of the human world do not apply to a being like Gu Yuna, who has evidently never experienced such societal conditions. Perhaps I am overthinking it. She likely only recently grasped the meaning of affection, and I can easily surmise how she came to understand it. Nevertheless, I am deeply grateful to Xiao Wu's mother. Without her, who could have anticipated the current favorable circumstances or what Gu Yuna might do next? Very well, it appears I have been overly anxious. Long Yu felt a sense of relief. This is for the best. Otherwise, the one who would face difficulties would indeed be myself. Xiao Yu in addition. I have brought you a surprise, Gu Yuna smiled. What surprise? Oh, I have a gift for you as well. I had previously worried it might go unused, but it now appears remarkably fitting. As Long Yu spoke, he released Gu Yuna and retrieved a necklace from his storage soul guide. The delicate silver chain, adorned with a purple gemstone at its center, radiated an enchanting hue and brilliance. The gemstone was meticulously cut into 9 facets, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. This necklace was handcrafted by me. The silver chain corresponds to your silver hair, and the purple gemstone reflects the color of your eyes. The 9 facets symbolize our enduring bond. Allow me to place it on you, Long Yu elaborated. Gu Yuna nodded slightly and leaned forward. Although she did not fully comprehend the significance of Xiao Yu's words, she felt immense joy in receiving such a thoughtful gift. A cool sensation enveloped her neck as Long Yu fastened the necklace. Despite Long Yu's belief that his creation was commendable, it was utterly overshadowed by Gu Yuna's graceful neck. Yet, witnessing her happiness and contentment, Long Yu felt that despite Gu Yuna's formidable power and status, she was, in essence, a woman easily pleased. Thank you, Xiao Yu, I truly adore it, Gu Yuna exclaimed, planting a kiss on Long Yu's cheek, devoid of any human constraints or shyness. By the way, Jia, what was the surprise you mentioned earlier? Long Yu inquired with curiosity. It is someone you are quite familiar with. However, I utilize some means to expedite her growth. Xiaolan, please enter, Gu Yuna commanded. Xiaolan? Long Yu looked perplexedly at the wooden door, only to be astonished as a graceful figure stepped through. Chapter 85. 100,000 Years of Blue-Silver Emperor. A figure emerged, bathed in a gentle life aura, clad in an elegant blue and gold gown that enhanced her stunning beauty. Her sapphire eyes sparkled like flawless blue crystals, while golden ribbons adorned the hem of her gown, exuding a subtle fragrance that conveyed warmth and approachability. The transformation of the Blue-Silver Emperor after 100,000 years. The Blue-Silver Emperor? Is this the surprise you referred to, Jia? Long Yu gazed in awe at the enchanting presence of Yin, who appeared to be in her 30s, yet retained an exquisite allure. Indeed, I specifically brought Xiaolan from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, hastening her growth. During this period, she too will attain human form. Although this transformation was expedited through external means, her appearance remains unchanged. Furthermore, her soul power has reached the 72nd level of Soul Sage, but her true strength transcends that of an ordinary Soul Sage, especially in the presence of blue silvergrass. With your golden dragon bloodline, her resilience and potency have significantly increased. Additionally, akin to Xiao Wu, I have placed a concealment restriction on Xiaolon. Humans will be unable to perceive her true nature. Guyu Na conveyed telepathically to Long Yu. Nar, what are the Blue Silver Emperor's previous memories? Long Yu inquired mentally. You need not worry about that. I have long since erased the Blue Silver Emperor's memories of the human world. Her current recollections solely pertain to the Soul Beast clan, rendering her a brand new entity, both in thought and human form, with little connection to her past. Moreover, as she carries your golden dragon essence, she will be very close to you and capable of caring for both you and Xiao Wu in the human realm, Guyu Na assured him. I do not require care, Long Yu replied with a hint of exasperation. I have been living quite well in Wuhuan City, and, at over 11 years of age, I hardly need anyone's assistance. Then why did you expend such effort to resurrect Xiaolon? Guyu Na questioned, her gaze fixed on Long Yu in curiosity. Let us discuss that later. It is not meant for my care. Long Yu deflected, then turned his attention to Xiaolon. I greet you, my lord and esteemed guest. The gentle and affable voice of Lan Yin Huang resonated, her azure eyes gazing at both Long Yu and Guyu Na. Indeed, you have witnessed it. Henceforth, Xiao Yu shall be your master. Your swift resurrection and transformation owe much to Xiao Yu, so from now on, tend to him. Guyu Na nodded slightly. Yes, I am grateful for your assistance, my lord. Lan Yin Huang expressed her gratitude, bowing to Long Yu. To be your master? Long Yu's lips twitched slightly. As a well-educated young man of modern civilization, he found this notion somewhat perplexing. Does my lord still harbor disdain for me? Lan Yin Huang gazed at Long Yu with a hint of grievance, unaware of any misstep she had made. That's not it. All right. You can stay by my side from now on. Long Yu shrugged in resignation. Let's take it one step at a time. No, I have now reached level 40 in my training, and it is time to acquire my 4th soul ring. Long Yu redirected the conversation towards more pressing matters. To be honest, he was unsure how to face Lan Yin Huang, considering she was once Tong San's mother. Reflecting on it now made him feel somewhat shameful. Very well. Then tell me your requirements for the 4 soul ring, as well as your choice for the Dragon King of the Golden Dragon Martial Spirit, Guyu Na said, now taking the topic of cultivation with utmost seriousness. While emotions are significant, one must never forget their mission and responsibilities. They must always come first. My dual-eyed 4 soul ring requires a spirit beast of approximately 30,000 years of age, and I have few other requirements. As for my Golden Dragon Martial Spirit S soul ring selection, I choose the Wind Dragon King for the 3rd soul ring, Long Yu stated. A 30,000-year-old spirit beast? Guyu Na pondered for a moment. Indeed, seeking such a spirit beast is no simple task. My lord, I know where a 30,000-year-old spirit beast resides. It is a Mo Yuxian Jiachong, Xiaolon interjected. Noticing the puzzled expressions of Guyu Na and Long Yu, Xiaolon elaborated. After receiving my Lord's blood essence, my blue-silver domain underwent ultimate evolution. Not only has my blue-silver grass become exceptionally resilient with greatly enhanced strength, but the range of my blue-silver domain has also expanded significantly. I can gather information from all the surrounding blue-silver grass, absorb their life force to replenish myself, and even possess the ability to disguise myself among other capabilities, which is how I acquired this information. Then lead us there, Guyu Na responded, her satisfaction with Xiaolon evident. Although blue-silver grass is a common sight in the Stardew Forest and across the continent, once it reaches the level of Lan Yin Huang, it undergoes a qualitative transformation, placing it among the elite spirit beasts. Yes, my lord, Xiaolon nodded, subsequently guiding Long Yu and Guyu Na outside. A 30,000-year cultivation level grants significant status within the Stardew Forest, and the Mo Yuxian Jiachong possesses a considerable territory located towards the inner part of the mixed area. After some time, the trio stopped in a grove, which marked the territory of the Mo Yuxian Jiachong. Xiaolon sensed a welcoming aura from the surrounding blue-silver grass, as they seemed to sway in greeting, heralding the arrival of their emperor. Mo Yu Xian Jiachong, do not delay in showing yourself. Gu Yuena commanded from the forefront. A rustling sound echoed as a 2-meter-long black beetle slowly approached Gu Yuena. Its thick black shell gleamed with a smoothness that could effectively absorb impact, exhibiting an exquisite beauty reminiscent of jade rather than mere blackness, thus significantly reducing its own lethality. With 6 long legs adorned with sharp barbs, its diminutive head was well protected. Upon reaching Gu Yuena, it lowered its head, though its visage appeared fearsome, with sharp mandibles. Goodness, I found the Mo Yu Xian Jia Chong somewhat baffling during my theoretical studies. Beetle-type spirit beasts are inherently robust in defense, and this one was no exception. Its defensive prowess was impressive, and the Mo Yu Xian Jia Chong also possessed notable mental strength capable of launching psychic attacks. Other spirit beasts would find it challenging to counter such mental assaults, especially given the creature's remarkable resilience. Despite the fact that this Mo Yu Xian Jiachong was only slightly over 30,000 years old, most 50,000-year spirit beasts would avoid provoking it. It would indeed be an excellent choice for my dual-eyed fourth soul ring, Long Yu mused inwardly. Chapter 86. Breakthrough to Soul Master. I have come to request your sacrifice for Xiao Yu. Not a stated matter-of-factly. A low, rumbling sound emanated from the Mo Yu Xian Jia Chong as it glanced at Long Yu, its dark eyes reflecting confusion and reluctance. After all, who would willingly choose to sacrifice themselves if they could continue to live? The higher the cultivation, the greater the fear of death. This holds true for both human soul masters and spirit beasts alike. Dare you defy my command? Gu Yuena's tone remained calm, yet the temperature of the surrounding air noticeably dropped. Should it be entirely unwilling, I shall have to intervene. Now, let us not resort to such blunt measures. Long Yu interjected, grasping Gu Yuena's hand. He then summoned his golden dragon martial spirit, offering a brief explanation to the Mo Yu Xian Jiachong. After a moment, the Mo Yu Xian Jiachong nodded, signifying its willingness to sacrifice itself, which greatly improved Gu Yuena's demeanor. This was not merely a matter of bluntness. It pertained to her authority and credibility as the spirit beast's sovereign. The ensuing scene unfolded with familiarity as black flames erupted from the Mo Yu Xian Jiachong, shrinking its form. A magnetic field enveloped Long Yu and the creature, while Gu Yuena and Xiaolon stood together, quietly observing the spectacle. After a considerable time, a black soul ring took shape, transforming Long Yu's eyes into the dual-eyed form, where 4 soul rings, black, purple, black, and black, floated. There contained soul power, aiding Long Yu in overcoming the bottleneck within his own soul power. This process unfolded without incident, remarkably smoothly and peacefully. Gu Yuena and Xiaolon watched as Long Yu absorbed the 4th soul ring. Despite being merely 11 years old, his appearance had largely solidified. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his fair skin and thin lips crafted a strikingly handsome visage, adorned in white robes that exuded an ethereal aura. The mystery within his dual eyes seemed capable of entrancing anyone who gazed too long. Is this what Xiao Wu's mother referred to as handsome? Indeed, it brings me a sense of comfort, Gu Yuena thought, feeling quite confident in her own appearance, especially given Xiao Yu's various reactions. Meanwhile, Xiaolon quietly observed her master, her cerulean eyes betraying an unknown contemplation. Yet, she felt no aversion towards Long Yu as her master. Rather, a deep-seated impulse to draw close to him blossomed within her, at least for the moment. After several hours had passed, Long Yu finally completed the absorption of the 30,000-year 4th soul ring. Long Yu opened his eyes, his dual pupils gleaming with brilliance, a smile inevitably gracing his lips. The soul skill he had acquired this time was indeed remarkable. Without any prompt from the host, the system activated the personal data panel, revealing the following information. Host: Long Yu age, 11 soul skills, Chong Tong mental detection, mental sharing, mental shock, mental duplication, nightmare, mental control, telekinesis, golden dragon Junyan, blade of Li Hua, guardian of water, Xianbing dragon soar, soul bones, Right palm bone of the Fire Dragon King. Left palm bone of the Water Dragon King attributes. Ultimate Fire. Ultimate Ice Other. Shinlong Gun Ju Soul Power Level. Level 42 Soul Master. The voice of the system, however, left Long Yu somewhat speechless. This system certainly had its quirks. Telekinesis could be deemed a top-tier soul skill, particularly when facing foes who employ hidden attacks, like Tang. Xiaoyu, it seems your fourth soul skill is quite impressive, which brings you such joy. This time, the sacrifice of the 30,000-year-old Mo Yu Xianjia Chong has left behind something. Although you may not find it useful, it should hold considerable significance, Gu Na remarked with a smile, holding a piece of dark skeletal remains. Indeed, among mental soul skills, telekinesis can be considered a pinnacle skill. This is a soul bone. Moreover, it is a rather precious trunk bone. Long Yu replied, his eyes widening in surprise at the soul bone in Gu Na's grasp. It must be said that among the ordinary soul beasts he had sacrificed, a soul bone had finally emerged. Although he did not particularly covet such a soul bone, it did not diminish the fact that this 30,000-year-old soul bone was a rare treasure in the realm of soul masters, capable of stirring quite a commotion, especially among defensive or mental-type soul masters. Without hesitation, Long Yu stored the trunk bone in his storage soul guide, marking it as a valuable acquisition. Xiaolon, during the forthcoming period, Xiao Yu and I shall venture to Longgu. You should return to the small wooden house and await our return, Gu Yuna commanded. Yes, my lord. Xiaolon nodded and began her journey back. With a flick of Gu Yuna's delicate hand, a portal of space appeared. Long Yu, for the first time, held Gu Yuna's hand as they stepped through together, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Stardow forest, Xiao Wu grasped her mother's hand, radiating happiness. Now I also possess a defensive soul skill, the indestructible golden body. Although it lasts for only 3 seconds and can be used merely 3 times a day, it should be sufficient, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Brother Yu's second soul skill from his golden dragon martial soul, of course, cannot compare, as its duration is halved and lacks the restrictions of usage. Child, do not be overly proud. The indestructible golden body is not necessarily invincible. I cannot claim there are no countering soul skills, and it does require significant soul power, Xiao Wu's mother cautioned. Mother, I understand. But why did you have us leave earlier, allowing my lord and brother Yu to be alone? Xiao Wu inquired, puzzled. Do you not realize? The way my lord treats me has changed since meeting Xiao Yu. The smile upon my lord's face when seeing Xiao Yu speaks volumes. It is clear that my lord has developed feelings for Xiao Yu, in which I played a minor role. Therefore, when they first met, should we not allow them some space? Xiao Wu's mother elucidated. Oh my lord actually likes brother Yu. Xiao Wu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. In her eyes, her lord had always prioritized the responsibilities and duties of being a soul beast sovereign above all else, and she had believed nothing could sway her lord's focus. What should I do? If my lord likes Xiao Yu, it seems the matter is settled. How can I compete for a man with my lord? Just thinking about it is too thrilling. Xiao Wu, your choice of words is quite amusing. Xiao Wu's mother chuckled, causing Xiao Wu's cheeks to flush, as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare before her mother. Mother, I genuinely like brother Yu and rely on him. I did not even know when it started. Perhaps it was a subtle development. Brother Yu is so handsome, gentle, talented, and powerful, treating me with such care. It is indeed hard not to like him. However, mother, now that my lord is likely with brother Yu, I fear, Xiao Wu confessed, her uncertainty evident. Silly child, if you like him, pursue him. What is there to hesitate about? Xiao Wu's mother encouraged. But mother, what about my lord? Xiao Wu hesitated. Do not worry. I considered this before advising you. My lord is unlikely to concern themselves with such matters. They may even wish for Xiao Yu to have children sooner rather than later, Xiao Wu's mother reassured her. Does my lord have no possessiveness at all? Xiao Wu was bewildered. One cannot view my lord through the lens of humanity. They have yet to integrate into human society. Xiao Wu's mother responded. Does that mean I still have a chance? Seizing the opportunity, I must strive forward. Xiao Wu silently encouraged herself, her pace returning home noticeably quicker. In the Dragon Valley, Long Yu bowed to the azure giant dragon soaring in the sky before sitting cross-legged, summoning his golden dragon martial soul. The massive azure dragon spirit emitted a final roar before diving into the enormous dragon bone, igniting azure flames. The colossal skeletal structure rapidly shrank, energy coalescing within it. It was none other than the Wind Dragon King beginning its sacrifice. While Guyuna remained at Long Yu's side, her nerves taut, ready to act at a moment's notice. At that moment, Long Yu embodied not only the hope of the Soul Beast clan, but also the love of his life. Shortly thereafter, from the Wind Dragon King's dragon bone, a golden soul ring soared forth, merging with Long Yu's body. In addition to this divine golden soul ring, Long Yu suddenly felt warmth and a slight itch at his back. Fortunately, it was not overly uncomfortable. Two protrusions formed on his back, ultimately breaking through his clothing, as a pair of azure wings unfurled, spanning over 2 meters. Though they appeared to be covered in azure feathers, these were soul bones, specifically a divine-grade soul bone, whose sturdiness was beyond imagination. Besides the Wind Dragon King's soul bone, Long Yu also absorbed the mental light cluster of the Tianmengbing Can. As Long Yu's capacity for soul rings increased, the age of the first wisdom soul ring of his Chong Tong also experienced a remarkable enhancement. Although it was merely the first soul ring, its age now surpassed even that of the fourth soul ring, illustrating the bizarre evolution of soul rings. The originally Millennium Level 4 soul skills had transformed into skills of over 30,000 years, all of which were practical and frequently utilized. As a few more days passed, Long Yu's aura in the Dragon Valley finally stabilized, marking the completion of his absorption of the Wind Dragon King's soul ring. Ding! The personal data panel of the host is as follows. Host. Long Yu age. 11 years soul skill. Level 43, Chong Tong, mental detection, mental sharing, mental shock, mental replication. Nightmare, mental control, telekinesis, golden dragon, Junyin, blade of fire, guardian of water, Xin Bing Long Xiang, teleportation. Wind sweeping clouds, soul bones. Right palm bone of the fire dragon king, left palm bone of the water dragon king, wind god wing attributes. Ultimate fire. Ultimate ice other, Xian Long spear decision. I never expected to acquire the skill of teleportation, truly, as the ruler of the wind element. The Dragon King has bestowed upon me an extraordinary soul skill. It has also granted me a flying soul bone, allowing me to soar even at the soul sex stage. Once I stabilized my breath, Long Yu directly flew to the side of Guyuna. Nar, how long have I been absorbing the soul ring of the Wind Dragon King? Long Yu inquired. Only 2 days and nights. You can now fly. Hulai Na replied with a smile. In the realm of Do-E, aside from soul masters possessing flying martial souls, only titled Douluos could take flight. As there were no soul-guiding devices, battle armor, or mechas to assist, one could only rely on oneself. Well, this fulfills my dream ahead of schedule, Long Yu nodded. Subsequently, Guyuna led Long Yu away from Long Valley, returning to the Stardow Forest. A portal of space appeared, and Long Yu and Guyuna merged hand in hand. This time, they did not return directly to the small wooden house, but instead arrived at the secluded bottom space of their life lake. If only you could stay a little longer. After all, we have only just established our relationship, Guyuna said, leaning against Long Yu with reluctance. She truly enjoyed this feeling. Of course I can. Although I have matters to attend to later, with you here, I can linger a while longer. 10 days or so is certainly feasible, Long Yu assured, intertwining his fingers in Guyuna's silver hair, relishing the silky texture. 10 days, really? But won't that cause any issues for you in the human world? Guyuna asked in surprise. She knew Long Yu had affairs to resolve in the human realm, as he only stayed a few days each time before departing. Yet now, he told her he could accompany her for over 10 days, which astonished Guyuna. It is indeed true. Typically, returning from the Stardow Forest to Wuhuan City takes about 10 days. However, with your presence, I can save that time, as your spatial power is unparalleled. It is merely a fleeting moment, Long Yu explained. In that case, we can indeed spend over 10 days alone together, Guyuna chuckled. Yes, Nar, I will devote this time solely to you. Long Yu nodded, embracing the exquisite beauty beside him, feeling utterly comfortable. By the way, Xiaoyu, what was that mysterious power that could forcibly rebound my mental energy? Guyuna inquired curiously. Although the mental force she used was not her full strength, and she was far from her peak state, it was not something a mere human could withstand. It was blocked by Long Yu, who was only at the Soul Master level, leaving Gu Yuna both curious and amazed. A secret after I ascend to godhood. I aspire to overturn the entire divine realm with our combined strength. This will be our greatest advantage, Long Yu replied mysteriously. Observing this, Gu Yuna felt it was best not to press further, but her confidence in the future grew. The more cards and secrets Xiao Yu possessed, the more favorable it would be for their grand plans. Gu Yuna murmured softly. Nar, how is your injury? Long Yu asked earnestly. Sai, it remains the same. Complete recovery will require several decades, as the powers of Shura and destruction are too brutal, making it difficult to eradicate entirely, Gu Yuna sighed. Do not worry, Nar. In the future, I will surely assist you in recovering your injuries more swiftly. It will not take decades. Long Yu assured, instinctively holding Gu Yuna a bit tighter. Xiao Yu, I believe in you. May I accompany you to the human world this time? Gu Yuna tentatively asked. No, stay here and focus on healing. Moreover, how could you casually appear in the human realm? What if you were exposed? Currently, there are several known divine inheritance legacies in Douluo continent, especially in Wuhuan City, which has two. I cannot allow you to take that risk, not even for the slightest chance. Long Yu responded resolutely. It was only because Gu Yuna had become his girlfriend that he could speak so firmly. Otherwise, he would have never dared to talk to her in such a manner. It would have been akin to courting disaster. Oh, fine then. I will wait for you here. Gu Yuna nodded, not insisting further. Rest assured, my Nar, if love lasts through the ages, what matters are the fleeting moments. Our days ahead are still long. For now, we are merely striving for the beautiful future that belongs to us. Long Yu gently stroked Gu Yuna's head, gazing at her unparalleled beauty with affection. Unable to resist, leaning down to kiss her. Chapter 88. Integrity reduced to simplicity initially. Long Yu had some concern that he and Gu Yuna might find themselves bored at the bottom of the life lake. However, he soon realized how mistaken he was. During these 10 days, he did not feel bored at all. Throughout this time, Long Yu and Gu Yuna shared numerous stories about his experiences in the human world, including tales of his teacher, Bai Bai Dong, and his senior sister. Gu Yuna proved to be an exceptional listener, maintaining a keen focus. In the end, even when they simply sat and gazed at each other in silence, it felt immensely enjoyable, for their companionship rendered every moment delightful. Not due to interesting events, but because of the presence of one another. With your company, everything became vibrant. Because of you, all my endeavors gained significance. Nar, Long Yu exclaimed. Naturally, some amusing incidents also occurred. One evening, after concluding his meditation and opening his eyes, Long Yu found himself momentarily entranced by the sight before him. Gu Yuna, clad in a simple white nightgown, showcased her perfect golden ratio figure. Her fair skin radiated a soft luminescence, resembling jade. Her ethereal beauty bore no blemish, and her silver hair cascaded naturally over her shoulders as if she had just bathed, imparting a dreamlike allure. Crystal-like droplets glided down her hair, and her slightly parted crimson lips exuded an enchanting fragrance. Pure water emerges from the lotus. Nature requires no embellishment. An unparalleled beauty dwells in the secluded valley. Her exquisite charm is unmatched, and her fragrance beckons to whom? Nar, what are you doing? Long Yu managed to suppress his natural reaction and spoke somewhat awkwardly. My goodness, what is this about? Nar, are you testing me? Which honest man can withstand such a trial? I am left with only my integrity. As for the matter of correctness, it remains uncertain. Xiao Yu Gu Yuna found it somewhat amusing to see Long Yu Jun's flushed face, yet she felt a surge of happiness. It was evident that she still held a significant allure for him. Thus, she decided that today they would take action. Speaking this, Gu Yuna approached Long Yu, her form pressing against him. Long Yu felt as if his very essence might explode, yet he managed to restrain himself from succumbing to temptation. At this juncture, how could he not comprehend Gu Yuna's intentions? Nar, are you not being a tad too hasty? I am but a child, he stammered, swallowing hard. Xiao Yu, why do you contradict your own will? I can sense your exhilaration, your heart racing. Though you are still young, your body has developed fully. We are capable of bringing forth our offspring. With the might of the golden dragon bloodline combined with mine, creating descendants is no trivial pursuit. Gu Yuna declared with an air of certainty. Nar, that is not how one should approach this, Long Yu replied, feeling parched, as Gu Yuna gently pushed him away. In such a scenario, what man would not feel exhilarated, his heart racing? Unless, of course, he were not a man at all. Even Lu Xiahui would find it hard to resist. Consider this. If you were to conceive our child, your pregnancy would inevitably impact your strength in future battles. I cannot allow this to happen. Moreover, you're still nursing injuries. This is not advisable. And I'm truly too young for such matters. It feels overwhelming. At the very least, we should wait until I mature a bit more. Long Yu elucidated. You make some valid points, Xiao Yu. However, you are mistaken on one matter. Your current abilities cannot affect my injuries. Let us wait until you are older. Gu Yuna conceded, her understanding prompting Long Yu to feel somewhat exasperated. Goodness, are you questioning my capabilities? Nar, do not push your luck. Subsequently, Long Yu resignedly gathered Gu Yuna into his embrace for sleep, truly only to sleep. They had spent the past several days in this manner. Yet, holding such a breathtaking beauty in his arms made slumber elusive, tormenting him endlessly. The following morning, Gu Yuna awakened from Long Yu's embrace and, upon lifting her head, noticed his sleep-deprived countenance. What is it, Xiao Yu? You look as though you did not sleep well last night, she inquired. At this, Long Yu's lips twitched. It was only natural to be unable to sleep. Nevertheless, he rose to dress without further comment. Gu Yuna seemed to grasp something, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Soon, they were both dressed, gazing at each other with reluctance. Can we delay our return for a few more days? Gu Yuna murmured, wrapping her arms around Long Yu. Nar, we have already stayed here for quite some time. If we do not return soon, the teacher and senior sisters will surely worry, Long Yu sighed. Very well, but Gu Yuna began to speak again, only to have her lips sealed by Long Yu's kiss, her violet eyes relishing the moment, responding ardently. After numerous kisses, Gu Yuna had grown accustomed to this, not merely passively receiving, which brought Long Yu a sense of comfort and intensity. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted, gazing at each other with deep affection. Yet they left the place and returned to the ground. Xiao Wu, we are heading back. Long Yu called out to Xiao Wu, who was basking in the sun outside the wooden house alongside her mother and Xiaolon. The three lounged in a manner reminiscent of elderly folk enjoying winter sunlight. Master, they greeted Gu Yuna with respect, having awaited their return for several days. It seems you have been getting along well. Today is indeed the day for your return. Gu Yuna acknowledged with a slight nod. In the presence of Xiao Yu, she could adopt a feminine demeanor. Yet she must maintain the dignity and poise of the sole beast sovereign before her subordinates. I shall escort you to Wuhuan City. Xiao Yu, Xiao Wu, Xiaolon. Let us depart, Gu Yuna instructed, waving her delicate hand. A portal of space materialized, and after bidding farewell to her mother, Xiao Wu stepped through the portal with the others, disappearing into the Stardow forest. Xiao Wu's mother, witnessing their absence, smiled gently. Xiao Wu, seize this opportunity. Chapter 89, Call Me Young Master. On the outskirts of Wuhuan City, in an uninhabited area, a ripple in space heralded the arrival of 4 individuals, 3 women and 1 man. Take care of yourselves. I will be on my way now. Xiao Yu, I await your return, Gu Yuna said. Xiaolon, remember, Xiao Yu is now your master. Take good care of him. Yes, master, Xiaolon responded earnestly, nodding. Nar, I shall not keep you waiting long. Long Yu promised, grasping Gu Yuna's delicate hand. She smiled radiantly before vanishing from sight. Xiao Wu and Xiaolon. Let us enter Wuhuan City, Long Yu announced, finding the name Xiaolon somewhat peculiar and awkward. He pondered a more fitting title. It would be strange for her to refer to him as master in the human world. The image of having such a beautiful and gentle servant was hard to reconcile. Xiaolon, from now on, I would prefer you to call me young master instead of master. It feels rather odd, Long Yu suggested. How can this be? This is what the master has explicitly commanded. Do you find me lacking, young master? Xiaolon looked at him with a touch of grievance. Do not overthink it. It is not that I find you inadequate. Your strength may not be overwhelming, but that is not your primary role. I simply wish to clarify your title, as it may help in explaining your position beside me. I personally do not favor such formalities. It is settled then, from now on. Call me young master and refrain from using master, Long Yu insisted. Yes, young master, Xiao Lan acquiesced, not pressing further. If that pleases you, then I have no objections. And it seems this title feels more intimate than master. I simply fear the master might become upset, but as long as she is fond of young master, it should pose no issue. Xiao Wu, Xiao Lan, let us proceed, Long Yu affirmed, leading the two women toward Wuhuan City. Along the way, they garnered considerable attention from soul masters, their presence eliciting many curious glances. Besides Long Yu and Xiao Wu's exceptional talents, their striking appearances were pivotal. Long Yu, self-proclaimed as the second most handsome man in Douluo continent, left the first title to the esteemed readers of the original work. Xiao Wu possesses a tall and graceful figure, complemented by a pair of captivating long legs that exude a lively and charming aura, with her physique in the early stages of development. In contrast, Xiao Lan embodies a refined elegance. Beneath her beautiful and gentle exterior lies a profound sense of approachability. It is no wonder that such striking individuals, both talented soul masters, attract considerable attention. However, none dare harbor ill intentions, for many in Wuhan City recognize the identities of Long Yu and Xiao Wu. After all, these two are frequent visitors, almost regular patrons of this realm. They are closely associated with Her Holiness, the Pope of the Wuhan Temple. Who would dare to act against them? Soon, Long Yu and his companions arrived at the central Wuhan Temple. While Long Yu and Xiao Wu were accustomed to the surroundings, Xiao Lan gazed around in fascination, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the place, though it lacked the opulence she now witnessed. Sensing Xiao Lan's unease, Long Yu slowed his pace, while Xiao Wu eagerly took on the role of the guide, introducing her to the fundamental aspects of Wuhan City. After a series of stops and starts, they finally reached the Wuhan Temple. Noticing Xiao Lan's tension, Long Yu gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her with a smile that he would handle everything, and there was no need for concern. Long Yu, Xiao Wu, Her Holiness has instructed you to proceed to the Pope's Hall as soon as you return, a vigilant guardian knight interjected, his gaze toward Xiao Lan laced with curiosity and caution. I understand. We shall head to the Pope's Hall immediately. As for this young lady, she's here to look after us, sent by my family when Xiao Wu and I return home. You need not worry, Long Yu explained. The guardian knight appeared conflicted. His duty was to protect the Wuhan Temple, and allowing a stranger entry, even one accompanying the Pope's disciples, was a precarious decision. If anything went awry, it would cost him dearly. Very well, I assure you will be fine. I will speak to my teacher about this, Long Yu added, leading Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan toward the Pope's Hall. The guardian knight contemplated voicing his concerns, but ultimately chose to follow Long Yu and the others. After all, they were accompanied by Long Yu and Xiao Wu, and though Xiao Lan possessed commendable strength, her soul sage rank would not stir any significant upheaval in Wuhan City. Offending Long Yu would be a grave miscalculation, especially given how highly the current pope regarded him. Many high-ranking officials within the temple viewed Long Yu as a prospective future pope. Although he did not yet hold the title of the Holy Son of the Wuhan Temple, it was merely a matter of time. Young master, the security here is exceptionally stringent, with even the guards being at the soul zone level. Quite an impressive display, Xiao Lan remarked softly. Xiao Lan, you will gradually acclimate to this, for this is the sacred ground of soul masters across the continent and the headquarters of the Wuhan Temple. There is nothing unusual about it, Long Yu responded with a smile. Xiao Lan nodded silently, trailing behind the two. Before long, the trio entered the majestic Pope's Hall. Unlike previous visits, Hulaina was present alongside Bai Dong, seemingly filling the space once occupied by Long Yu. Upon spotting Long Yu and his companions, Hulaina's face lit up with delight. She instinctively moved to rise, but, noticing her teacher beside her and the decorum of the Pope's Hall, she refrained from any overt actions, instead casting a fiery glance toward Long Yu to convey her longing. Teacher, we have returned, Long Yu announced as if welcoming them. Indeed, you have returned, now at level 43. Well done, Bai Dong acknowledged, lifting her head to glance at Long Yu and his companions. "And this young lady beside you?" Bai Dong inquired, her gaze fixed on Xiaolon. "A soul sage at level 72? How did she come to be in the company of Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu? Could she be a relative of Xiao Wu?" "Teacher, this is Xiaolon, a relative of Xiao Wu. During our visit to Xiao Wu's family, her mother entrusted her to care for us," Long Yu explained. "Greetings, Your Holiness," Xiaolon said, adhering to Long Yu's guidance. Yet her eyes remained steady, unfazed by the aura of authority and gravitas Bai Dong had accumulated over the years. After all, Xiaolon was of the Lan Yin royal lineage, possessing her own pride. How could she truly bow to a human woman, even one of formidable strength? Bai Dong remained silent, casting a few more glances at Xiaolon before redirecting her attention to Long Yu. However, Long Yu sensed an unusual look from his teacher, perhaps tinged with disdain. Could it be that my teacher harbors doubts about my intentions? Since she is accompanying Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu, I have no objection to a soul sage attending to you. It appears Xiao Wu's family is quite impressive, Bai Dong replied calmly. That seems acceptable. Teacher, if there are no further matters, I will take Xiaolon and Xiao Wu back now, Long Yu quickly stated. Very well, proceed with your arrangements. Xiao Yu, where do you intend to house Xiaolon? Bai Dong inquired. House. Long Yu hesitated, realizing that the teacher's residence consisted of only 3 buildings. One for herself, one for her senior sister, and one for himself and Xiao Wu. Suddenly accommodating an additional person posed a dilemma. However, given Xiaolan's unique status and her admirable demeanor, it was prudent to keep her close to prevent potential issues. After observing his senior sister's subtle hints, Long Yu finally proposed, Teacher, let Xiaolon stay in my original room, and I will move to my senior sister's quarters. What do you think? You will move to Nana's quarters? Bai Dong furrowed her brow before glancing at Hulayina. Very well, Bai Dong conceded, noting Hulayina's excitement. She recalled her earlier promise to Nana and deemed her actions somewhat unnecessary. You may sort this out among yourselves. As long as Nana is content, that suffices. By the way, let us dine together this evening. I also wish to discuss the personnel selection for the Wu Hun Temple Academy's team, Bai Dong added. Understood, teacher. We shall return now, Long Yu affirmed. After receiving Bai Dong's nod, he led the 2 women away toward the rear of the Pope's Hall. Seeing her beloved junior brother return, Hulayina could hardly contain her joy, prompting Bai Dong to allow her to assist Long Yu with his relocation. Soon, the Pope's Hall was once again left in solitude, with only Bai Dong remaining. Xiao Yu, it seems you harbor many secrets yet unknown to me. Allowing that Xiaolon to care for you both and reside in your former quarters. Could it be that you have a penchant for such a type? Bai Dong mused, though she resolved to refrain from intervening in the personal matters of her students, unless Nana were to express grievances, in which case she would lend her support. Young master, your teacher is the most formidable being I have ever encountered among humanity. Even within the Stardow Forest, aside from our Lord, perhaps only Di Tian could contend with him. I faintly sense an aura that should not belong to a mere human, Xiaolon whispered softly. Xiaolon, you need not worry about this. My teacher has indeed reached the pinnacle of human strength, and there are divine connections as well. However, with North-South restrictions in place, you need not be concerned about any potential exposure. Long Yu communicated with Xiaolon through his mental energy. Yes, young master, I understand. Thank you for your concern. Xiaolon replied. There is no need for gratitude. Since you are by my side, I shall certainly take some responsibility for you, Long Yu remarked, smiling at Xiaolon. Sensing a fragrant breeze and hurried footsteps approaching from behind, Long Yu did not need to employ his mental energy to deduce the identity of the newcomer. Upon turning, he found himself embraced by the charming figure of Hulayina. Sister, please refrain from barreling into me like that next time. It puts quite a strain on me, Long Yu said with a mischievous grin. You rogue, little brother, after a month apart, how is it that you speak so brazenly? Hulayina, having regained her composure, felt a hint of shyness, yet she showed no intention of releasing her grip on Long Yu, marking their reunion. Oh, brother you truly are a scoundrel, Xiao Wu interjected, and then, taking Xiaolon by the hand, continued on, leaving Long Yu and Hulayina in their affectionate exchange. After bestowing a deep and lingering kiss upon his little sister, Long Yu took Hulaina's hand and continued walking. Hulaina extended her other hand to touch her lips, only to find them swollen from the kiss, prompting her to pinch Long Yu's side. "See now, what are you doing?" Long Yu feigned pain, although this was merely to play along with Hulaina. "Humph! You rogue little brother, look what you've done. My lips are swollen. How am I to face anyone now?" Hulaina pouted. "Well, it seems you were quite proactive and passionate just now," Long Yu replied, somewhat speechless. Once more, Hulaina pinched his side, glaring at him with her elongated, beautiful eyes. "How shameless of you to say such things, after such playful banter." A sense of tranquility settled between Long Yu and Hulaina. "Hee, little brother, you finally agreed to sleep together." The mere thought of it made Hulaina chuckle with glee. Nar, do show some decorum. You are still a young lady," Long Yu said, looking at Hulaina with a hint of exasperation, as she seemed to embody a flirtatious spirit. However, his own nature was no less audacious, and truth be told, he enjoyed this unabashed enthusiasm of hers. "Humph, that was outside. Now we are alone," Hulaina retorted, unfazed, as she maintained her decorum in front of others. "Indeed, I do appreciate your cunning nature, little fox. However, let us first organize my belongings. Xiao Wu still needs to assist Xiaolan in acquiring feminine necessities," Long Yu added. "By the way, scoundrel little brother, I find Xiaolan rather peculiar. Are you certain she is not here for special attention?" Sister, what are you even thinking? You are just imagining things. It is not as you suspect. I don't believe you. I distinctly caught a whiff of another woman's scent just now." "Long Yu, scoundrel little brother, you are silent, which implies there truly is someone else." Chapter 91. Dinner that evening. Unlike any prior, the small pavilion felt somewhat cramped, as it accommodated 5 individuals. Bai Bai Dong occupied the main seat, flanked by Long Yu and Hulaina on either side, while Xiao Wu and Xiaolan were situated closer to Long Yu. Before the 5, a plethora of dishes adorned the table, mostly vegetables at Long Yu's behest, with meat being a mere afterthought, primarily consumed by him. Bai Bai Dong and Hulaina aimed to maintain their figures, while Xiao Wu, being a soft-boned charm rabbit, had little inclination toward meat, and Xiaolan, being the blue-silver emperor, was even less inclined. Thus, it was Long Yu who devoured the meat, while the 4 women elegantly savored their meals, creating a stark contrast. Bai Bai Dong, however, covertly observed Xiaolan, seemingly searching for something, yet detected no abnormalities. Moreover, given that Xiaolan's soul power was merely that of a soul sage, should a conflict arise, the now Soul King Long Yu could easily suppress her. Bai Bai Dong then redirected her attention to Long Yu, speaking softly, "Little Yu, now that both you and Xiao Wu have returned, we shall take a day's rest tomorrow. The day after, we will commence the selection for the next generation of Wuhuan Temple Academy's team members. You and Xiao Wu must prepare yourselves. Little brother, you are unaware that the scheduled time was initially set before your return. Yet the teacher unilaterally postponed it until you both arrived, finalizing it only today. Many participants expressed dissatisfaction, but out of respect for the teacher's authority, they dare not voice their concerns." Hulaina chimed in. "We apologize for the inconvenience, teacher," Long Yu and Xiao Wu said in unison. "No need for apologies. After all, little Yu is my disciple, and Xiao was grown under my watchful eye. I can certainly make decisions regarding such matters. At present, I am the one in charge of Wuhuan Temple. Even the old fellows cannot contest that," Bai Bai Dong replied, her words imbued with confidence. "The offering hall harbors the core strength of Wuhuan Temple, yet those old-timers typically prefer to cultivate in seclusion during critical moments. The only one who poses a real threat to me is the elder Douluo, but since my poison has expanded exponentially, I am confident in defeating him, even eliminating him if necessary. Of course, I shall only resort to such measures in dire circumstances. Our teacher is truly formidable." Long Yu offered a simple compliment. "Let's not dwell on that. I will personally observe the team selection. Nonetheless, little Yu and Xiao Wu should not celebrate prematurely, as Nader mentioned. The participants are already aware, and you too will likely become targets of scrutiny," by Dong cautioned. It is not the scarcity that is alarming, but the inequity. My favoritism towards little Yu and Xiao Wu may ignite discontent among some, who, while not daring to question my decisions, may very well direct their frustrations toward you too. After all, this is a selection process where everyone will give their all, and injuries are to be expected. In such a scenario, even with Bai Bai Dong's status as Pope, if outperformed, there is little she can say. Just mere shrimp and crab soldiers. Among my peers, I believe I have no rival, Long Yu declared confidently. Of course, this is not mere bravado. At present, I find most soul sages to be no threat, save for a few anomalies. Look at you, young man. Xiao Wu, why don't you share what your fourth soul skill is? Bai Bai Dong shot Long Yu a glance. The disciple, before him, exhibited no trace of modesty. Your Majesty, my fourth soul skill is the indomitable golden body, which grants immunity to attacks from deities and below for a duration of 3 seconds, though it can only be used thrice a day, Xiao Wu declared. Indomitable golden body? My goodness, Xiao Wu, that is an exceptional defensive soul skill, Hu Laina exclaimed, covering her lips in astonishment. Indeed, it is as Nana described. This is a remarkable soul skill, comparable in might to your third soul skill, teleportation. Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. Fortunately, Xiao has finally acquired a defensive soul skill. Otherwise, it would always pose a problem. Even the mightiest assault-type soul master must possess a defensive skill for protection. Soon, everyone's attention turned to Long Yu. It was undeniable that being scrutinized by 4 beautiful women stirred excitement within him, yet he maintained an outward calm. I am aware of my striking looks, but must you all gaze at me so intently? It makes me rather anxious, Long Yu remarked, only to be met with disdainful and speechless expressions from the 3 women, including Bibi Dong. Unable to hide any longer, he felt compelled to reveal more. Xiaolan, having only recently interacted with Long Yu, found him rather intriguing and couldn't help but smile. Very well, my fourth soul skill, known as mental telekinesis, is complemented by the third soul skill of the Golden Dragon, which is teleportation, along with the skill wind sweeping the remnants, Long Yu stated candidly. Those present were individuals he could fully trust, so he chose not to conceal anything. Mental telekinesis? What sort of soul skill is that, and what effect does it have? Hu Laina and Xiao Wu inquired, puzzled as they looked at Long Yu and Bibi Dong. Xiao Yu, please demonstrate the effects of mental telekinesis for them, Bibi Dong suggested. Having faced numerous trials and possessing profound theoretical knowledge, Bibi Dong was well aware of the capabilities of mental telekinesis. Of course, teacher, Long Yu nodded, his eyes shifting into the form of his dual pupils, with 4 soul rings of black and purple swirling around him, leaving Xiaolan profoundly astonished. As a second reformed soul beast, she understood the optimal soul ring configuration, yet witnessing her master's arrangement left her momentarily stunned. How could the first soul ring be of 10,000-year quality, and the second merely a 1,000-year ring? Moreover, the darkness of the first soul ring surpassed that of the third, implying that its age exceeded that of the third. How was this achieved? Was he truly the chosen one, bearing the last hope of the soul beast clan, thus deserving of no ordinary perspective? The fourth soul skill, mental telekinesis, Long Yu softly intoned. Before Bibi Dong, a cup began to levitate. Yet no fluctuation of soul power was felt in the surroundings. Observing Bibi Dong shake her head slightly, Long Yu set the cup down and conjured a small stone, which suddenly accelerated and pierced through a tree branch, catching everyone off guard. This is my fourth soul skill, mental telekinesis. It allows me to manipulate large external objects or the movements of people and soul beasts using my mental energy and a small amount of soul power. The specific effects depend on my mental energy and soul power consumption, Long Yu elucidated. Brother Yu, I feel that this soul skill seems somewhat ineffective, lacking in destructive power, Xiao Wu timidly remarked. However, Xiaolan beside her tugged at Xiao Wu's sleeve, saying, You are mistaken, Xiao Wu. Although the young master's fourth soul skill may not possess significant direct destructive capability, it primarily consumes mental energy. Since the young master's mental power far exceeds his soul power level, this indicates that the fourth soul skill can be utilized multiple times. Moreover, the greater function of mental telekinesis is its element of surprise. By controlling objects, it can manipulate actions, and if it can influence people or soul beasts, it may slow down the opponent's soul skills and other abilities during combat. In simple terms, mental telekinesis acts as an invisible force to confront opponents, one that is exceedingly difficult to resist or overcome. Xiao Wu turned her gaze towards Long Yu and Bibi Dong, observing both nod in agreement, affirming Xiao Lan's words. Very well, it seems my understanding was lacking, Xiao Wu admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Do not blame yourself, Xiao Wu. After all, soul skills like mental telekinesis are exceedingly rare, even more so than teleportation. Long Yu reassured her with a gentle smile. At present, he was merely a dual pupil soul master, yet he was already formidable, capable of pursuing a control-oriented path. The 4 soul skills granted by Tianming Ice Silkworm had laid the foundation for his role as a control-type soul master. Nevertheless, Long Yu still favored a more straightforward and violent approach, finding the assault type far more suitable. Bibi Dong regarded Xiao Lan with a silent nod of approval. Despite only being at the 72nd level of soul power, her experience was substantial, marking her as a promising talent. As for the soul skills of teleportation and wind sweeping the remnants, Long Yu chose not to showcase them, focusing instead on conversation. Before long, more than 2 hours had elapsed, and everyone returned to their respective quarters as the hour grew late. Blast it! How could I have forgotten this? When I acquired the 4th soul ring, that Mo.U. Xianjia Chong dropped a piece of its skeletal remains. Though I regard it as trivial, being merely 30,000 years old, it is still a rare treasure. Long Yu scolded himself, giving his head a light slap. In his possession, the presence of this soul bone felt somewhat diminished. Who should I bestow it upon? Xiao Wu would likely refuse it, given her identity as a soul beast, which makes her resistant to other soul bones. Nana, as a spirit-type soul master, has always faced challenges with her physical constitution, making it quite suitable for her. Yet, I feel that 30,000 years is still rather low for my wife's soul bone. Ideally, it should be at least 50,000 years. However, it would be inappropriate to ask Nana to hunt such a high-level soul beast. I would feel embarrassed to broach the subject. It is indeed a soul bone. I am uncertain when I might encounter another suitable one. Perhaps it is best to allow Nana to make her own decision. Long Yu organized his thoughts, and as he lay upon Hulaina's large bed, enveloped in her unique fragrance, he found it remarkably comfortable and quite addictive. When Long Yu opened his eyes, a captivating visage appeared before him, with golden short hair adorned with a misty haze, creating an ethereal effect. Little junior brother, we finally sleep together? Hulaina said with a triumphant smile, her elongated, beautiful eyes fixated on Long Yu, who was clad only in his sleepwear, and her tongue playfully flicked across her lips, as though she were openly expressing her desire. Yet who was Long Yu? How could he remain passive? Naturally, he sought to take the initiative, flipping over and pinning Hulaina beneath him. The soft sound she made, combined with her current state, certainly ignited his passions. Long Yu could not help but marvel at her fox-like charm as he retrieved the skeletal remains from his storage soul guide. Hulaina closed her eyes, puzzled by the prolonged silence from Long Yu. Upon reopening them, she discovered that her junior brother had somehow already stood on the floor, holding an unusual object of deep ink-like jade. This is a soul bone. Moreover, it appeared to be a torso bone. Hulaina exclaimed in surprise, immediately rising to closely examine the soul bone before her. In an instant, she comprehended Long Yu's intentions, yet a flicker of hesitation lingered within her. Junior brother, this soul bone, are you truly offering it to me? Hulaina asked, her voice tinged with astonishment. You're not mistaken, sister. This torso bone, see if it suits you. It was obtained when I acquired my 4th soul ring from a 30,000-year-old Mo.U. Xianjia insect. If you like it, I will gladly gift it to you. Should you choose to absorb this torso bone, your physical attributes and mental prowess will significantly enhance, effectively compensating for the shortcomings of your innate physique, Long Yu explained. No, this cannot be. It is far too precious. Junior brother, this is a soul bone, and a 30,000-year-old one at that. Such a rare torso bone. How could I accept such an extravagant gift? Hulaina protested, initially taken aback, her heart brimming with emotion. Even a 1,000-year soul bone is a treasure in the realm of soul masters, let alone one of 10,000 years, which is virtually priceless and relies heavily on luck. Even within the spirit hall, procuring a soul bone of such caliber is no easy feat. This is a 30,000-year torso bone. Is it truly so remarkable? It's merely a 30,000-year torso bone. Long Yu shrugged nonchalantly. To be honest, I didn't think much of it myself when I first obtained it, which is why I chose not to absorb it. Now, even gifting it to you makes me feel a twinge of hesitation. Hesitation about what? I find it lacking. Its age is too low. If it were 50,000 years, then it would be worth considering, Long Yu remarked. This left Hulaina momentarily speechless, as she grappled with the revelation that had shaken her understanding of the world. Was she the one who had lost her sanity? Or was it the world that had gone mad? A 50,000-year torso bone was merely deemed acceptable? Hulaina found herself at a loss for words, her mouth agape in disbelief. Torso bone. I never expected to be subjected to such indignity. Chapter 93. Daily Life. Sister, why are you in a daze? If you don't want it, I'll put it away for now. I'll search for a soul bone more suited for you later. I agree. This one's age is indeed a bit low, Long Yu called, bringing Hulaina back to reality. Ah, junior brother, Hulaina murmured, still feeling a buzz in her head, grappling with disbelief. But junior brother, I haven't even had the chance to speak. I'm not as picky as you are. Seeing Hulaina's silence, Long Yu reluctantly stored the soul bone in his storage soul guide, still feeling it was too low in age. He then headed towards the bathroom. Where are you going, junior brother? Hulaina inquired. Going to take a shower. But haven't you already showered? I want to cool off and calm down a bit. You truly are a relentless little sprite, Hulaina chuckled upon hearing Long Yu's response. Realizing why he sought to cool down, it was a testament to her own charm. Her fondness for her junior brother grew stronger as she lay upon her bed, a smile gracing her lips as she gradually drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the cold water restored Long Yu to his usual self. If even this was difficult to control, one could only imagine the days ahead of sharing a bed with this alluring sister. After drying off, Long Yu entered the bedroom and couldn't help but smile at the adorable sight of Hulaina asleep before him. He then turned off the lights and went to bed. The following morning, when Long Yu awoke, he was greeted by a fragrant aroma. Upon focusing his gaze, he discovered that, unbeknownst to him, Hulaina had entangled herself around him like an octopus, their bodies pressed closely together. Hulaina stirred, feeling an unfamiliar sensation beneath her, and realized she had inadvertently wrapped herself around her junior brother. Perhaps it was his inexplicable allure that drew her in. Although a touch embarrassed, she showed no intention of releasing him. Long Yu looked down at Hulaina nestled in his embrace with a hint of indulgence, and they simply held each other in peaceful silence. Junior brother, your reaction? Hulaina began, but then seemed to realize something, casting a mischievous glance at her junior brother. All right, let us get up. Long Yu, unable to withstand Hulaina's teasing, rose to dress and wash up. When they arrived at the small pavilion for breakfast, they found Xiao Wu and the others already eating. Observing Long Yu and Hulaina holding hands, they seemed to share an unspoken understanding, their cheeks slightly flushed. I'm not saying anything. You both know what's in your hearts, Xiaolon remarked. All right, young master. Although your physical prowess is formidable, you must still take care of your health, Xiaolon kindly reminded, causing Hulaina's cheeks to turn crimson in an instant. Although they hadn't engaged in the most intimate of actions, they were close enough. Long Yu sighed softly at the sight of the two girls, realizing that trying to explain would only make things worse. Well, it's best not to delve into matters that could complicate things further. With the selection tomorrow, let us take the day to explore the Spirit City. It's been a while since I've taken Xiao Wu and Nana out shopping. It's also a good opportunity to help Xiaolon pick up some necessities. Great. I know a place in the south of the city that serves delicious radish shreds. I'll take you all there. Xiao Wu eagerly responded. I think the spicy rabbit heads in the south of the city are quite good, Long Yu added, prompting a playful pinch for Xiao Wu. Breakfast passed joyfully, and after a short rest, Long Yu led the three girls out of the spirit hall to begin their shopping excursion. Initially, Long Yu stayed at the forefront, but as time passed, he He soon sensed something amiss. Damn it, why am I feeling drowsy again? Brother you, do you think this light pink dress looks good? Or this pink outfit? They all look similar to me. I don't see much difference, he replied. There's clearly a difference. Forget it. I won't ask you anymore. Sister, how does this outfit look on me? A super short skirt paired with a fitted top? Such attire should only be worn for my eyes. I think it's still a bit conservative. Do you have anything cooler? Young master, Xiaolon thinks this outfit looks lovely, may I? Of course. Buy whatever you like. Whether it's pretty or not, don't ask me. I have a blind spot for clothing. Initially, Long Yu had some concerns about Xiaolon, as she had only recently entered the human world and her time spent with Xiao Wu and Hulaina was limited. Given her relatively older age, he worried she might struggle to fit in. However, reality proved he was overthinking, as the bonds of friendship among women seemed to transcend his expectations. Before long, the three women had formed a close bond. Xiaolan's commentary on clothing far surpassed that of this novice. Meanwhile, Long Yu felt somewhat dejected, being tasked with the bill and storing the garments in his storage soul guide. However, it was for the best, as it spared him from the torment of those two girls incessantly discussing clothing, granting him a much-needed peace. The morning swiftly passed, and the trio began to feel fatigued, taking a seat at a local snack stall, showing no disdain for their surroundings. Come on, Xiaolon, you must try the lamb skewers and grilled chicken wings. They are absolutely delectable. Yugo and I frequently dine here, said Xiao Wu, holding a generous handful of skewers and offering some to Xiaolon. Subsequently, Xiao Wu indulged herself, exclaiming between bites, though the flavor may not quite match that of what Yugo grills himself, it's still quite delightful. Does the young master possess such skills? Xiaolon inquired, taking a small bite. The sensations of freshness, spiciness, and fragrance overwhelmed her palate. Indeed, it was delicious. However, Xiao Wu's assertion that the young master could grill even better astonished her, as it seemed unrelated to cultivation. Well, it's not as exaggerated as Xiao Wu claims. It's just about the same level. Long Yu interjected, peeling shrimp shells and feeding them to Hulaina, who appeared thoroughly content and blissful, making Xiao Wu envious. Yet, since her relationship with Yugo was not as intimate, she could only watch with longing. After satisfying their appetites, the four returned to the Wuhan Hall. In the evening, Long Yu shared the matter of soul bones with Xiao Wu and Xiaolon, and as expected, both resolutely declined. Although Long Yu had no intention of offering them, he merely wished for them to be aware of the existence of such an opportunity. Chapter 94. Team selection. Yet another day dawned. Long Yu gently pried Hulaina, who was still nestled against him, away before rising to wash up. He soon felt a soft presence behind him. Awake? You could have slept a bit longer. With your NCAU strength, no one would dare challenge you. You are both soul kings, boasting the strongest outward prowess among the younger generation of the Wuhan Hall. Long Yu smiled. Oh, that won't do. Even if I don't need to fight, I still want to see your battle with Xiao Wu. I'm curious about just how strong the little junior brother of the Soul Sect has become, Hulaina replied. Be prepared for a wheel battle. I suspect many will target you in pairs, she added. Rest assured, Nana, I have already stated that no one among the younger generation can rival me. Even if they all band together, I remain unafraid, Long Yu declared confidently. Though this may sound arrogant, Hulaina found herself enamored by her man's indomitable spirit. After a simple breakfast, the four set out toward the selection venue. To their surprise this time, the Wuhan Hall Academy team selection was held right in front of the Pope's Hall on the battle platform. It should be noted that this location was where the final semi-finals of the Soul Master competition were held, and BB Dawn's arrangement allowed these promising talents to familiarize themselves with the venue ahead of time. Although the Wuhan Hall Academy team consisted of only 7 members, excluding the support-type Soul Masters, nearly 40 participants had come to compete, with roughly 1 in 7 being selected, indicating the immense competitive pressure. Some were solo, while others formed pairs. The projects they were to participate in were quite evident. Each face was filled with fierce determination and excitement. For everyone present was a genius-level Soul Master. The lower-ranking Soul Zones comprised the majority, while a select few Soul Zoons at levels 38 and 39 had proven their strength by defeating Soul Zones to reach this point, all around the age of 20. Eager to seize this opportunity, knowing they would be too old to compete in the next Soul Master competition. These prodigies gathered to vie for the 6 team-member spots. With over 2 years until the Soul Master competition, confident they could elevate to higher Soul Zone levels by then. Junior brother, I'm heading over to my brother now, Hu Laina announced, greeting Long Yu and the others before joining Xiaoyu. Long Yu, meanwhile, stood with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan in a somewhat secluded area. Among the throng, Xiao Lan stood out due to her age, which surpassed that of the others, along with her captivating beauty, warmth, and approachability, proving to be quite alluring, especially to many of the male Soul Masters present, who often stole glances at her. As for Hu Laina, she was best left alone. Her strength was intimidating. It was unclear how she and Xiaoyu had trained, having already attained the rank of Soul King, far surpassing the others. Many recognized Long Yu and greeted him, recalling how he had valiantly saved everyone during the final assessment. Even though it had been a while since they last met, gratitude was still in order. Listening to the conversations among the youths, Xiao Lan began to grasp the situation, and her admiration for this young master grew. He could have easily prioritized his own safety, allowing others to perish, yet he chose to act on behalf of his classmates, risking his life in such dangerous circumstances. It was no wonder he commanded such respect. Of course, among the crowd, these sentiments were in the minority. Many looked upon Long Yu with disdain. The selection match, which should have commenced on time, was delayed due to him and the young girl beside him. Wasn't it merely taking advantage of his connection to the Pope? Today, they intended to show this boy that even if he was the Pope's disciple, he could be defeated. Should the Pope's disciple falter before so many, they would surely revile him. Not to mention, many knew of Long Yu's cohabitation with Hu Laina, intensifying their resentment, as she was a shared idol among them. Now, claimed by another. Young master, it seems today may not unfold smoothly for you, Xiao Lan remarked with a smile, her perceptive nature allowing her to sense the hostility among the young Soul Masters. Yet, to her, they seemed merely like children yet to fully mature. No worries, I will handle each one as they come. If they come in pairs, I shall handle them 2 by 2, Long Yu replied nonchalantly, his confidence stemming from his strength. Without the need for the Golden Dragon Spear or the Golden Dragon Martial Spirit, he could defeat anyone present. Yuga, grant me an opportunity to showcase my abilities. My graduation exam at the Academy is just this. Being selected would mean full marks. Dean Li Jun and Teacher Meng Yun will grade based on my performance. Xiao Wu pleaded eagerly. Of course, believe in yourself. You shall undoubtedly achieve full marks. I intend to take on a supporting role this time, as I wish to see just how far you, my Xiao Wu, have progressed, Long Yu replied with a smile. Xiao Wu raised her delicate fists, eager to demonstrate her prowess to the senior students. Suddenly, Long Yu's mental acuity detected an unusually hostile gaze, and upon closer inspection, he recognized the familiar face of Yin. After several years apart, Yin appeared significantly more robust, his skin darker and his eyes sharper and more resolute. However, he fixated on Long Yu with an intensity that suggested a desire to devour him, his massive fists clenched tightly. Clearly, it was still a matter concerning Nana. Long Yu shook his head slightly at Yan's current state, but inwardly resolved to teach this persistent suitor of his wife a lesson. My closeness with my wife is none of your concern. Since you remain undeterred, I shall ensure you are thoroughly disheartened. With that, he ignored Yin, a defeated opponent in his eyes. He had never worried about such challengers, for even if given time to grow stronger, the outcome would remain unchanged. Time would only serve to highlight the ever-widening chasm between them. After a brief interlude, several figures emerged from the papal hall, including Bai Bai Dong and her companions. Meng Yun and Li Jun. The palace guards arranged chairs and then stepped aside. I hereby announce the commencement of the selection for the Wuhuan Temple Academy's battle team, declared Bai Bai Dong. Challenges may be issued in 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 formats. The challenged must not refuse. Each victory earns 1 point, while a loss results in a deduction of 1 point. The 6 individuals with the highest scores will join the Academy's battle team. In the event of a tie in points, the victor will be determined by strength. Without further ado, Bai Bai Dong proclaimed the selection open. The dueling platforms sprang to life, drawing significant attention to Long Yu and Xiao Wu, as many teams sought to challenge them. despite Long Yu's considerable reputation. These proud youths would not yield without a genuine contest. After all, on the surface, Xiao Wu and Long Yu's soul power levels were merely those of a 41st and 33rd rank, respectively, which hardly seemed formidable. Long Yu sighed inwardly at the challenger's eagerness, pondering the futility of their quest for self-inflicted hardship. However, being of a benevolent disposition, he decided to graciously acquiesce to their demands. Liu Wun Ligning Rabit. Level 42 Agility Type Soul Master. A strikingly beautiful girl announced her soul power level in Wuhuan, her 4 soul rings shimmering in hues of yellow and purple. Her pure white rabbit ears perked up, her physique becoming slender and agile, crackling with traces of electricity. Shiryu, Wuhuan Black, Tortoise Armored Crocodile. Level 41 Defense Type Soul Master. A sturdy figure stood behind her, displaying a perfectly matched soul ring configuration. A massive black crocodile, Tortoise manifested, its thick armor adorned with numerous sharp black spikes. Even as a defense-type soul master, the black tortoise had the capacity for counterattacks, though its impressive defensive capabilities overshadowed its offensive potential. Long Yu, Wuhuan Double Pupils. Level 33 Soul Master. Long Yu opened his palms, uncertain whether to classify himself as a control-type or an assault-type soul master, ultimately opting for silence. Nevertheless, the configuration of his soul rings astonished nearly everyone present. The 4 rings, black, purple, black, and black, far exceeded the optimal configuration, drawing all eyes toward Long Yu, who became the focal point of the gathering. His double pupils radiated an enigmatic aura that captivated those around him. Xiao Wu, Wuhuan Softbone, Enchanting Rabbit. Level 41 Soul Master. Xiao Wu, accustomed to her brother Yu, activated her Wuhuan, preparing for battle. This is impossible. I heard Long Yu's first soul ring was a millennium old. How has it transformed into a 10,000-year black soul ring? Shiryu exclaimed in shock. Yet astonishment aside, they had to engage in battle. Perhaps this is merely a trick of the mind from a mental-type soul master. Regardless, we must press on, Liao declared, biting her lip but resolute. Why does Long Yu receive such favoritism from His Holiness? We will not concede. As a soul master designated to officiate the match announced the official commencement, Liao instantly unleashed her second soul skill, launching herself at Long Yu with the intent of swiftly eliminating the mental-type soul master. As an agility-type soul master, her speed became difficult for onlookers to track after employing her second soul skill. While she might not have achieved lightning speed, it was challenging for others at the soul master level to perceive her movements, let alone anticipate her next actions. Meanwhile, Shiryu did not remain idle. Activating her 3rd Millennium Soul Ring, she detached the heavy black spikes from her back, sending them flying toward Long Yu under her control. What is this force? Liao suddenly felt an intangible force that hindered her control over the spikes, slowing their momentum as if they were being obstructed. Simultaneously, a surge of powerful mental energy caused her to feel dizzy, her vision blurring. This was the effect of Long Yu's first soul skill, Mental Shock, combined with his 4th soul skill, Mental Telekinesis. Shiryu, too, was affected, though her resistance was slightly stronger, causing her controlled spikes to wobble erratically. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu swiftly charged toward Liao, who was closer. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu's initial soul ring illuminated, her long legs ensnaring Liao. This skill doubled her waist strength and enhanced her flexibility by 50%. Coupled with Xiao Wu's graceful techniques, she effortlessly flung Liao away. After dispatching Liao, Xiao Wu deftly evaded the incoming black spikes, thanks to Long Yu's first soul skill, Mental Detection, and the shared mental connection that allowed her to perceive the movements of her opponents, enabling her to react preemptively. 3rd soul skill, Instantaneous Movement. With a flash of her Millennium Soul Ring, Xiao Wu appeared before Shiryu, who was caught off guard as Xiao Wu activated her waist bow again, sending her flying, a triumphant expression adorning her face. Though she was not the most pivotal player, Xiao Wu felt immense joy at having personally defeated 2 opponents. In a matter of mere seconds, what appeared to be an evenly matched battle concluded with Liao and Shiryu unable to utilize any further soul skills. falling to defeat in a bewildering fashion. That little cow is soaring to the heavens on a rocket. Long Yu and Xiao Wu exited the duel platform. Xiao Wu beaming with happiness while Long Yu merely smiled, his heart unperturbed. In truth, their opponents were not weak. However, Long Yu's extraordinary mental power and soul skills had rendered them unprepared for such an encounter. This exemplifies the terror of a mental-type soul master, who can lead their adversaries to defeat, or even death, without any tangible confrontation. Long Yu's opponents had long ceased to be mere peers. They were now formidable figures from an older generation. Thank you for your mercy. As expected of His Holiness's disciple, your strength is indeed formidable. Shiyu and Liao approached Long Yu and Xiao Wu with utmost sincerity, acknowledging their awareness of Long Yu's true strength, which was evidently far from what it appeared. They understood that his mental prowess was not potent enough to genuinely harm them. Otherwise, their current state would have been drastically different. In the face of such formidable mental strength, one could easily be rendered utterly foolish. Indeed, you need not feel disheartened. Your own capabilities are quite commendable. Long Yu remarked with a slight nod and a smile, devoid of any mockery, recognizing their shared affiliation with the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Chapter 96. Confirmation of participants. This overwhelmingly one-sided battle left the competitors present in a state of disbelief. The disparity between individuals was indeed greater than that between humans and swine. Why is it that we, all being soul masters, experience such a vast difference among ourselves? After such a decisive victory, those who initially sought to confront Long Yu began to reconsider, deciding it best not to challenge him and Xiao Wu in the near future. Although they would receive healing and support from auxiliary soul masters post-defeat, it would never compare to their original state, as these healers were not omnipotent. Thus, their immediate priority was to accumulate points, planning to confront Long Yu and Xiao Wu later when the situation was more favorable. Despite Long Yu's formidable strength, they still yearned for a personal trial against him. Meanwhile, Yin observed the scene with clenched fists, astonished at Long Yu's remarkable prowess, which had grown to such formidable heights. Even he, at present, could not hope to effortlessly defeat two soul masters as Long Yu had done. Did this not signify that his current strength paled in comparison to Long Yu's, and that the gap was only widening? What then was the purpose of his lengthy training? Did he truly have no hope of reclaiming Nana? He had heard whispers that Nana was now cohabitating with Long Yu. Surely, she would soon bear children, and they would not be his own. I challenge you, Yin declared vehemently, pointing at an opponent before stepping onto the battle stage, fueled by pent-up frustration. The targeted soul master wore a face of terror, well aware that he was no match for the illustrious Yin. Yet he could not refuse the challenge and thus steeled himself for the confrontation. On the other side, Hulaina and Xieyu felt quite at ease. As no combinations dared to challenge the duo, they decided to take the initiative, challenging others themselves. The process was remarkably simple. The Soul Kings resulting from their martial soul evolution easily overcame these soul masters and even soul venerates, often without resorting to their martial soul fusion techniques. Long Yu had previously advised them that while fusion techniques were powerful, they consumed vast amounts of soul energy and merged the combat capabilities of both individuals into one, sometimes yielding less favorable outcomes. Additionally, their fusion technique, Yao Mei, possessed flaws. Should they encounter a true expert, their combat effectiveness could be diminished compared to when they fought separately. Thus, it was best to avoid reliance on fusion techniques unless absolutely necessary. This time, it was Long Yu and Xiao Wu who found themselves somewhat bored, as no combinations dared to challenge them. Either they were too intimidated or preferred to save their confrontation for later. Brother Yu, do you think we ought to give our duo a name? I've noticed that other combinations have names, even if some are quite unappealing, Xiao Wu remarked. For example, Long Yu inquired. Like Brutal Dragon War, God or Invincible Super Evolution Beast, Xiao Wu replied, seemingly unimpressed. All right then, Long Yu responded, finding the naming style reminiscent of Yuntao and his companions. How about we call ourselves the Long Wu Combination? Long Wu Combination? Long Yu and Xiao Wu. Now that sounds sophisticated and quite pleasant. I like it. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Let us go, Xiao Wu. Since no one else is challenging us, let us challenge others instead. We've only accumulated a single point thus far, Long Yu stated, taking Xiao Wu's hand and leading her towards other combinations. But brother Yu, didn't the Pope mention that we could challenge those with higher rankings at the end? If we win, we can take their places. So why should we strive for high points? Xiao Wu queried, perplexed. Well, it's for your sake, you silly girl. You still need more practical combat experience for your training. Besides, didn't you say you wanted to showcase your prowess as Xiao Wu? Now is a splendid opportunity. Long Yu elucidated. Oh, I see. Shouldn't we challenge Hulaina and Xieyu's combination then? Xiao Wu continued to inquire. Oh, you dear girl. There's no need for a direct clash of titans. It wouldn't be beneficial if our actions caused Nana and Xieyu to be eliminated. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Trust me, Long Yu replied, somewhat exasperated, as he casually approached a combination with slightly higher soul power levels. Time passed, and the gap between competitors gradually widened. Bai Dong cast a glance at the leaderboard. The combination of Xiao Wu and Nana oscillated between first and second place, while the gap to third place widened significantly, with only the top two positions remaining undefeated. Those who had previously held animosity towards Long Yu, witnessing their lack of hope, decided to take a gamble, directly challenging the Long Wu combination with all their might, only to be effortlessly defeated. None of the combinations could withstand Long Yu's prowess for more than a minute. Before long, many competitors chose to forego their efforts, opting instead to observe the battles from the sidelines, gleaning experience and lessons from the encounters. Time is up. Let's conclude, Bai Dong announced. Having conducted nearly 4 hours of competition, the rankings would be locked in, and there was no need to squander further time. Yes, Your Holiness. The two referees, upon receiving the command, proceeded to make arrangements, while all eyes turned to the two scoreboards recording the points. Without a doubt, the Long Wu combination and the duo of Hulaina and Xieyu occupied the first and second positions, respectively, while the individual leaderboard featured Yin in first place and a male agile attack type Soul Master named Feng Shang in second. According to the regulations, the Wuhuan Temple Academy's team comprised 6 members: Long Yu, Xiao Wu, Hulaina, Xieyu, Yin, and Feng Shang. Should anyone have doubts regarding the strength of these participants, they were welcome to issue a challenge. Defeating them would allow for a replacement in their position, with the auxiliary Soul Master still to be determined. Not participating in this selection, Bai Dong proclaimed. Your Holiness, I have a question. Yin suddenly spoke up. Yes. Speak, Bai Dong replied, casting a glance at Yin, though her attention was not as keen as it once was. Originally, Yin shared a comparable talent with Nana and Xieyu, regarded as a rare genius. But after Hulaina and Xieyu utilized celestial herbs, the gap had become evident over the past 2 years. Now, Yin had yet to break through to Soul King, and that disparity would only widen in the future. Adding to this, the presence of a prodigy like Xiao Wu overshadowed Yin entirely, leading Bai Dong to pay little heed to him, especially since he was not her disciple. May I challenge Long Yu now? I merely wish for a friendly spar. Yin requested. Chapter 97. The defeat of Yin. Once more Bai Dong cast her gaze towards Long Yu, her expression turning peculiar. She was somewhat aware of the matters between Yin and Nana, recognizing that Yin had harbored a deep affection for Nana. However, at this juncture, was it not time for him to completely let go? If he were to be overwhelmed by this young fellow, it would hardly bode well for the Wuhuan Palace. Very well, I shall accept the challenge. Long Yu nodded in response to Yan's demeanor. Since Yin had willingly stepped forward, it was only fitting for him to administer a sound thrashing to this persistent suitor of Nana. Alas, do exercise some restraint. You may proceed, Bai Dong's side. After all, in the vigor of youth, engaging in a skirmish was not without merit. It could well serve to extinguish Yan's lingering affections for Nana. The contestants who had initially prepared to depart halted upon hearing this. It was evident that this was a public duel sanctioned by Her Holiness, the Pope, between the Golden Generation, making it quite an enticing spectacle. 3 years have passed. I wish to witness how much you have progressed. Yin, Wuhuan Fire Lord. Level 48 Assault System Soul Master. For optimal soul rings enveloped Yin, his physique expanding rapidly, his muscles resembling granite as he surged to over 3 meters in height, exuding an aura far more formidable than that of any other Soul Master. Long Yu, Wuhuan Heavy Eye, level 43 Soul Master. Long Yu announced his credentials. Yet he had no intention of utilizing the Golden Dragon Spear or any soul bones, for in his eyes, Yin had not yet reached that threshold. "Where is your golden spear? Why not employ it?" Yin inquired, noticing Long Yu's restraint. "There is no necessity at present. Should the need arise, I shall use it." "You may strike first," Long Yu replied calmly. "How infuriating. You shall pay for your arrogance." The first soul skill, Hell Lava Surge. Veins bulged on Yin's forehead as he struck the ground with great force. The earth around Long Yu transformed into flowing lava, a dark red torrent erupting from beneath his feet. Yet, astonishingly, Long Yu displayed no intention of evasion, allowing the molten rock to engulf him entirely. "Little junior brother, why do you not dodge?" Hulai Na exclaimed anxiously, while Bai Bai Dong grasped her sleeve, signaling her to remain calm, assuring her that Long Yu was unharmed. Nevertheless, Hulai Na remained deeply concerned. Even she, in her current state, would not dare to confront the lethal force of Yan's lava. Witnessing her junior brother being submerged was alarming. Bai Bai Dong remained composed, fully aware of her disciple's formidable strength. There was no way he could be vanquished so easily by Yan. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan also appeared unperturbed, confident in Long Yu's capabilities. For he was destined to shoulder the grand aspirations of the entire soul beast lineage. How could he falter in such a trivial manner? Truly the epitome of arrogance. "My first soul skill has been honed over the past 3 years. Although it is yet to reach instantaneous execution, it is nearly there, intended to rectify past shortcomings. You dare to expose your body to this lava as a soul master? Even if you survive, it will surely be catastrophic." Yan initially felt a sense of reassurance. But upon witnessing Long Yu emerge unscathed from the molten flow, his mouth fell agape in disbelief. How could his soul skill have no effect on this individual? "I almost forgot, I possess fire immunity. Fire-based soul skills are ineffective against me, particularly attacks of this magnitude," Long Yu remarked nonchalantly. "No, that cannot be." Yin cried in terror. This revelation meant that his Wuhuan and soul skills were entirely countered. Was there any purpose in continuing this battle? No, it cannot be so. Surely Long Yu must possess some spiritual soul skill that granted him temporary immunity to attacks. "I cannot lose, nor will I. The hardships I have endured over the past 3 years are all for the purpose of defeating the man who took Na from me. This outcome is unacceptable. Fire immunity is merely a ruse." Driven to madness, Yin summoned all of his soul power. The fourth soul ring glimmered, transforming the arena into a sea of lava, reeking of sulfur and emanating intense heat. The two adversaries stood as if on the brink of a volcanic eruption, their forms dwarfed by the overwhelming environment. Fourth soul skill, Lava Surge. Like a tsunami, torrents of lava surged toward Long Yu. Yet, he remained unflinching, his countenance devoid of any disturbance. Third soul skill, Mental Control. Long Yu's third soul ring illuminated, his heavy eyes gleaming as Yan's form froze momentarily, his gaze vacant, as if under external control. No further assault was initiated against Long Yu. He calmly traversed through the torrent of lava, exuding an air of composure. "Depart," Long Yu commanded, and, astonishingly, Yin turned and began to descend from the arena. The lava, bereft of Yin's control and soul power, dissipated and returned to normal. Long Yu was unperturbed. His mental prowess far exceeded that of Yan's, and the illusory golden feather allowed him to fully leverage the effects of mental control. Once Yin had exited the arena, Long Yu released the effects of the third soul skill, restoring Yin to his senses. Observing the gazes of those around him, Yin realized he had once again fallen to Long Yu, and in such an inexplicable manner. He felt as though everyone was mocking him, transforming him into a mere jester, a fool unaware of his own limitations. Without awaiting further remarks, Yin silently departed. Undoubtedly, he had been overly sensitive. Most were filled with awe for Long Yu. Even a competitor like Yin had succumbed in such a manner. Had they been in his position, their mental state would surely have faltered. Had Yin chosen to close the distance and engage in close combat using his second soul skill, he might have had a chance. Regrettably, he had placed too much faith in his fourth soul skill, believing Long Yu's display to be mere bluster. Perhaps this time you should concede, Long Yu thought with a quiet sigh as he observed Yan's solitary departure. From once being the favored child of the heavens to now facing such a fate. Whether he could accept this reality rested solely upon Yin himself. After this brief interlude, matters swiftly returned to normal, and no further incidents transpired. The members of the Wuhuan Palace Academy team were formally established as 6, while the selection of auxiliary soul masters would proceed separately. Chapter 98. The invitation of the evil soul master. Upon sensing Yan's profound resentment and intense fury, a glimmer of malice flickered in by Dong's pink eyes. This sensation was all too familiar, as it had been her own experience for many years. However, over the past few years, with the presence of Xiao Yu, Xiao Wu, and Nana, such emotions had significantly subsided. Now, perceiving this sentiment in Yin, the target of his ire was unmistakably Xiao Yu. If Yin harbored such enmity and rage toward Xiao Yu, Bai Dong's eyes glinted with a cold light, yet she sighed, realizing that she had not truly acted against Xiao Yu. Perhaps she ought to exercise a bit more leniency. Such feelings were not entirely incomprehensible. Had it been her former self, the outcome might have been different. Outside of Wuhuan City, a crimson figure leaned against a grand tree, incessantly pouring liquor into his mouth. Bewildered about what to do next, he felt utterly drained, yet faced an unsatisfactory outcome. Despite his relentless efforts, he realized that mere dedication does not guarantee reward. To attain the desired returns would only prove to be more arduous. Na, he murmured in a hazy consciousness, tears streaming down his face. Unable to be contained, he had lost before that wretched Long Yu, and perhaps Na now looked down upon him even more. After nurturing feelings for his goddess for so many years, hope had now utterly dissipated. Should he heed his teacher's words and choose to relinquish his pursuits? Sometimes, surrendering could yield greater gains, while stubborn persistence might only lead to ruin. At that moment, a peculiar figure materialized beside Yin, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Yin's despondent state. I have heard about your predicament. Do you truly intend to proceed in this manner? To watch the woman who rightfully belongs to you fall into another's embrace? The cloaked figure spoke with an unhurried tone. Who are you? What do you want? Yin inquired, the sudden appearance of the mysterious figure jolting him, his senses sharpening as he prepared for a possible confrontation. The attire seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not place it. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that I can assist you, the figure replied, drawing closer to Yin. I do not require assistance. I can rely on myself. And I still have my teacher. Yin retorted uneasily, though an inner voice warned him that he was no match for this individual. Yet, with Wuhuan City merely a stone's throw away, if he could attract their attention, perhaps an opportunity would arise. You do not even believe your own words. If you could truly rely on yourself to attain what you desire, why then have you repeatedly failed before Long Yu? Losing all face? Do you not realize the widening chasm between you? The cloaked man scoffed. You have no right to meddle in my affairs. Yan's expression darkened. The disparity between him and Long Yu had become glaringly apparent. Despite his best efforts, he had been easily defeated by Long Yu's long spear and a second martial soul. In a few years, the gap would likely become insurmountable. I may not concern myself with your matters, but I can help you acquire everything you desire. Honor, status, admiration, adulation, and even women. The cloaked figure enticed. On what basis should I trust you to help me defeat Long Yu? The mere mention of Huang Mian seals my fate against him. How can I compete? Yin scoffed, clearly skeptical of the cloaked man's promises. Huang Mian, indeed, a prodigious talent, a formidable ability. Yet, I can bestow upon you an entirely new power, a fresh and potent force that will enable you to vanquish Long Yu and obtain whatever you wish, regardless of what it is, the cloaked figure asserted confidently. Who are you, really? Yin demanded, but the sight of the 9 soul rings adorned around the figure silenced him. The individual before him was, astonishingly, a titled Douluo. However, The eerie and sanguinary aura surrounding him bore an unsettling resemblance to the sinister soul master from years past. You are a sinister soul master? How dare you come here? This is Wuhuan City. Though a title to law may be powerful, it does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. Yan's eyes gleamed with coldness, and 4 soul rings emerged around him. Calm down, young man. I harbor no intention of engaging in conflict with you, nor do I find it necessary. Now that you are aware of my identity, you should comprehend the path I propose. Make your choice swiftly upon arriving at this location. You will be contacted. You have ample time to ponder, no need to rush. My invitation, given my status and strength, is quite sincere. The cloaked figure smiled, leaving behind a slip of paper before departing. Yin gazed at the paper that lay upon the ground, hesitating for a considerable time. After ensuring no one was around, he succumbed to his yearning and picked it up, discarding the liquor bottle as he headed towards Wuhuan City. This matter must remain a secret from all. Observing Yin retrieve the note, the cloaked figure atop the heights displayed no surprise, exuding an air of assured victory as events unfolded as he had anticipated. Beside him, another cloaked figure, witnessing this, admired the elder's foresight and decision, but voiced his concerns nonetheless. Elder, what if that young man reveals our location? That will not happen. I perceive a profound greed, desire, and resentment in his eyes. Even if he does not seek us out now, he will inevitably come to us in the near future. The one referred to as Elder replied with confidence. Even if he devises some scheme, we possess countermeasures. That place is merely one of our strongholds. If necessary, we can abandon it and establish another. It is of no consequence. Understood. The other cloaked figure bowed in acquiescence. Such talent, driven to madness and obsession by a mere woman. Another victim ensnared by so-called emotions. In this world, only strength remains an eternal truth. With unparalleled power, one can obtain all that one desires. I eagerly await your joining, Yin, for you shall play a pivotal role in the conflict between the Holy Church and this continent. The cloaked figure laughed heartily as both departed from the scene. Chapter 99. A Visit to Shrek Academy? Within a small pavilion, Long Yu turned to Bai Dong. Teacher, may I arrange my own time from now on? What do you intend to do? Just speak plainly. There is no need for circumnavigation. The Wuhuan Temple Academy battle team has just been established, and you, as the captain, plan to walk away without further training or familiarization. Bai Dong shot him a disapproving glance. Teacher, I feel it is unnecessary. After all, the Wuhuan Temple Academy battle team's strength utterly overwhelms any other team. To put it plainly, even if I were the only one left in the team, I could still defeat the other teams, Long Yu declared confidently, leaving Bai Dong at a loss for words, as it was indeed within the realm of possibility. Traditionally, among the participating teams, the highest soul power level was merely that of a high-level soul master. Not one possessed a soul king. However, the Wuhuan Temple Academy battle team was now exhibiting an overwhelming superiority, especially as the Soul Master competition approached in 2 years. Nevertheless, do not grow complacent. You must not become overly self-satisfied. Tell me where you plan to go and what you intend to do outside of Wuhuan City. At the very least, you should inform me, Bai Dong remarked, exasperated. Teacher, this time I plan to go with Xiao Wu to Soto City in the Barak Kingdom, a territory of the Tiando Empire. There is an establishment called Shrek Academy. I intend to visit and enjoy some time there before returning. To practice in a different location before coming back. Long Yu inadvertently revealed his true intentions. Shrek Academy? What kind of academy is this? How have I never heard of such a Soul Master Academy? After pondering for a moment, Bai Dong remarked curiously, perhaps it is not widely recognized now, but it will eventually become a formidable entity akin to a colossal titan. Long Yu elucidated within the realms of Do Air, Do San, and even Do Sea. Shrek Academy undeniably stands as the foremost institution on the continent. Its strength is not only substantial, but, more crucially, it possesses an astonishing influence and charisma. The Academy has nurtured numerous elite powerhouses. Although Shrek Academy currently lacks prominence and faces financial constraints that threaten its existence, the potential for its resurgence is undeniable. What are you saying, Xiaoyu? Have you overexerted your mental faculties yesterday? Bai Bai Dong inquired with concern, gazing at Long Yu. A previously unheard-of institution, Shrek Academy. Becoming a titan of the continent? How could that possibly be? Moreover, according to the plans of the Spirit Hall, they aim to unify the continent and establish the Spirit Empire, creating branches of the Spirit Hall Academy across all regions and eliminating any rival Soul Master academies. How could they allow Shrek Academy to rise? Thus, Bai Bai Dong speculated that Long Yu might be experiencing the effects of recent training pressures, leading to such peculiar thoughts. Teacher, please just agree with me. I, along with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan, will only be away for a short time. Additionally, I seem to have received news about an individual who should be appearing there soon, and I wish to see him with my own eyes. I believe you would find this quite intriguing, Long Yu said mysteriously. Intriguing? Who are you referring to, Xiao Yu? Bai Bai Dong asked with curiosity. It is none other than Tang Hao, the youngest titled Douluo who once shook the continent. Long Yu slowly revealed, also turning to look at his teacher. Bai Bai Dong instantly sensed a significant shift in her emotions. However, having served as the Pope of the Spirit Hall for many years, she adeptly regained her composure, adopting a serious expression. If it concerns Tang Hao, then the matter is indeed grave. Tang Hao, are you certain he will be in Soto City? Bibi Dong's voice involuntarily rose in pitch. The only one in the world who could provoke such a reaction from me is undoubtedly the Tang Hao of Hao Qian's sect. Long Yu affirmed with a nod. Then you absolutely cannot go, Xiao Yu. You may not be fully aware, but despite Tang Hao's remarkable talents and strength, the animosity between him and the Spirit Hall, stemming from the previous pope, runs deep and cannot be resolved. Even if a resolution were possible, the stubborn elders of the Hao Qian sect must be eliminated in light of the Spirit Hall's grand scheme. The rift between the Spirit Hall and the Hao Qian sect is akin to fire and water. Although your identity is not widely known, should it be exposed, the consequences would be dire, Bai Bai Dong cautioned, mentally preparing to dispatch personnel to verify Long Yu's claims. She held a degree of trust in Long Yu, as gaining her confidence was a challenging feat, yet once achieved, it fostered immense trust. Ah, teacher, do I truly seem so reckless? My identity, along with that of Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan, will certainly be kept confidential, especially in regards to Tang Hao. I understand that both you and the Spirit Hall have long regarded Tang Hao and Tang Chun as significant threats, given their formidable powers. Therefore, I plan to borrow assistance. Long Yu stated. You mean to borrow someone from the Elder Hall? Bai Bai Dong quickly responded. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, teacher. Tang Hao gained fame early on, and, at that time, even defeated Qinshu Ji and 2 other titled Douluos with his recently attained title. His current soul power level should be around 95. Even if he is injured, typical super Douluos would not match his prowess. Very few within the Spirit Hall could contend with him. As the Pope, you cannot easily leave Spirit City, so borrowing assistance from the Elder Hall is the only option. I believe that upon hearing about Tang Hao, those old fellows would be quite eager to act. However, Qian Daolu is unlikely to intervene personally. He is too preoccupied with venerating that angel statue and is unlikely to take action just because of your words. My suggestion is to focus on the second elder. Bai Bai Dong cunningly advised. Those old geezers, relying on their strength, often put on airs before me. It is time to make them move. Seriously? Qian Daolu won't take action himself? Is he truly that cowardly? Long Yu expressed his disbelief, noting that he was the main culprit behind the demise of her son. Humph. Xiao Yu, be mindful of how you refer to them, as they're the former pope, the grand elder, and the second elder, Bai Bai Dong reminded. Who cares? In my eyes, they do not even come close to your importance. Teacher, Long Yu muttered. You little rascal, you are quite ignorant of etiquette. Bai Bai Dong feigned anger, though inwardly she felt a sense of joy, touched by her disciple's regard for her significance, especially when discussing Qinshu Ji. Well, in that case, you may go to that Shrek Academy with Xiao Wu. Although I still do not understand your reasons for going there, I've always had great confidence in you. Remember to first visit the Spirit Hall Academy's battle team. At the very least, you should introduce yourself as the captain, and the support-type Soul Master has already been confirmed. Bibi Dong advised. After meeting your team members, I will arrange for you to undertake your tasks. I will also personally assist you with the second elder. so there should be no issues, Bai Dong assured. Yes, thank you, teacher, Long Yu replied with a smile, gazing at Bai Dong. Bai Dong, noticing the now grown and handsome visage of Long Yu, found herself momentarily lost in thought, while Long Yu eagerly made his way to the training grounds of the battle team. Upon regaining her composure, Bai Dong felt a hint of embarrassment. This Xiao Yu was quite dashing, and she wondered how many romantic entanglements he would attract in the future. Meanwhile, Long Yu entered the training base specially established by Bai Dong, which was quite spacious, albeit with only a few familiar faces present. One unfamiliar male youth soul master appeared to be the newly appointed support-type soul master, a low-tier soul master. Brother Yu, Xiao Wu exclaimed, waving energetically, while Hulaina and Xie Yu turned their gazes toward him, signaling their acknowledgement. It seems your enthusiasm remains high. However, in the upcoming period, we may not train together. As Xiao Wu, Xiao Lan, and I have matters to attend to, Long Yu informed the group, briefly explaining that he Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan would be departing for a while, with Bai Dong's consent already secured. How could this be? Has the Pope truly favored you to such an extent? Yin thought, filled with dissatisfaction. This is the Soul Master Tournament, where the significance and honor are paramount, especially for the Spirit Hall. Winning the Soul Master Tournament serves as a testament to the Spirit Hall's might, showcasing the superiority of the younger generation across the continent. However, in such a crucial competition, it is rather whimsical to simply depart without forewarning. Who knows when Long Yu and Xiao Wu will return? Furthermore, Long Yu serves as the captain of the Wuhuan Hall Academy's team, rendering this scenario all the more absurd. Astonishingly, His Holiness the Pope actually acquiesced. Observing Hulaina's reluctant demeanor as she leaned against Long Yu only intensified Yan's frustration, almost to the point of grinding his teeth in vexation. During my absence, Nana will assume the responsibilities of captain. My presence here today is merely to meet you all and to gauge your current strength, Long Yu declared. Junior brother, do you mean to say that you will face all 6 of us alone today? Hulaina exclaimed in disbelief. Upon seeing Long Yu nod, her excitement grew. Except for the auxiliary soul master who was unfamiliar with Long Yu, everyone else seemed quite eager. Could this captain truly take on 6 opponents single-handedly? This was not a mere wheel battle. It was a 1 versus many scenario, capable of yielding results greater than the sum of its parts. It is worth noting that those surrounding him represented the pinnacle of the younger generation of the Wuhuan Hall. While they had heard tales of Long Yu's prowess, witnessing it firsthand brought forth a degree of skepticism. Prepare yourselves. All 6 of you may attack together, and Xiao Wu shall join as well, Long Yu asserted confidently. Newcomer Auxiliary Soul Master, what is your name? He inquired, directing his gaze toward the Auxiliary Soul Master. Jin Yao, Captain, came a reply, though Jin Yao wished to elaborate on his auxiliary abilities, only to be interrupted by Long Yu raising his hand. Jin Yao, I shall remember that. After this battle, you may explain further. But first, ensure that your team's strength remains intact. Otherwise, I shall target you first, Long Yu said, patting Jin Yao's shoulder before stepping onto the battle platform. The 6 members followed suit, with Xiaolan watching intently from below, eager to witness the display of the young master's abilities. Hulaina and Xiue positioned themselves centrally at the front of the formation, while Yin and Xiao flanked them. The auxiliary soul master took his place at the rear. It was Jin Yao who initiated the use of his soul skills, as a brilliant golden scepter emanated 2 beams of golden light, which flowed into Hulaina and Xiue. 5 soul rings then manifested around them, with Hulaina's red aura intensifying, giving rise to a fluffy foxtail that exuded an aura of formidable allure. Yet, this had no effect on Long Yu, for his mental fortitude far surpassed Hulaina's, to the extent that he could even inflict harm upon her through a mental backlash. Xiue wielded dual crescent-shaped golden blades, and without hesitation, the siblings decided that their best course of action against an opponent like Long Yu was to employ their martial soul fusion technique, Yao Mei, considering he was but one individual. In an instant, a crimson barrier erupted, enveloping Long Yu. Jin Yao's auxiliary soul skill enabled Hulaina and Xiue to swiftly execute their martial soul fusion technique, Yao Mei, preventing any interruption from their adversary. The power of Yao Mei far exceeded that of the Yuming White Tiger, rendering it a formidable force. Longyu, feeling the suppression of his soul power, senses, and mobility by half, could not help but reflect on the overwhelming pressure. The martial soul fusion technique of two soul kings possessed strength rivaling that of a soul sage, and with such dominant control, Yao Mei would not falter even against a true soul sage. "Let us first escape your control," Longyu murmured as the wind godwings made their debut, allowing him to soar into the sky and break free from the clutches of Yao Mei's crimson fog. "What? He can actually fly?" A voice, neither masculine nor feminine, emanated from within Yao Mei as it instantaneously lost its target. "This is an external soul bone," Yin exclaimed, his eyes brimming with envy and resentment. Soul bones were rare treasures, and external soul bones could evolve with a user's strength, especially this flying soul bone. How could such a remarkable artifact fall into Longyu's possession? While Xiaowu was equally astonished by Longyu's ability to fly, she soon activated her third soul ring, vanishing from her spot and reappearing above Longyu. First soul skill, Xiaowu began. But Longyu swiftly wielded the golden dragon spear and knocked her down. Yao Mei reacted quickly, rushing forward to catch Xiaowu. With Yao Mei's movements, the dense crimson fog followed closely beneath Longyu, while Jinyao intensified his output of soul power, further expanding the fog's reach. Nevertheless, Longyu elevated his height, evading its grasp. Molten rock erupted from the ground towards Longyu. While he sustained minimal damage, the force of the impact sent him reeling. The golden lion of Fengshang roared in anger. Though it did not impede Longyu's mental faculties, the sonic attack proved challenging to withstand. In the next moment, Xiaowu reappeared directly in front of Longyu, seizing the opportunity to clamp her legs around his form. Yet, activating her first soul skill, Waist Bow, she flung Longyu aside. "I may have underestimated you," Longyu remarked, steadying himself and rolling his shoulders. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, he had not incurred significant harm. At this juncture, Longyu hovered in midair, while the six below found themselves momentarily unable to launch their next assault. The only attacks capable of reaching him were those from Xiaowu and Yin. However, Yin posed little threat, and Xiaowu's teleportation had drained her soul power, leaving her fatigued after 2 uses. Just then, the golden light emanating from Jinyao's scepter entered Xiaowu's being, revitalizing her complexion considerably. "Junior brother, how can we fight if you continue to play around like this?" Yao Mei's voice echoed, sending a shiver down Longyu's spine. He truly could not endure it. It was unexpected that Yao Mei, now led by her sister, demonstrated such dominance, suggesting that after the mutation of their martial souls, her sister's was indeed more formidable. "Shouldn't you consider what to do if you truly face such an adversary? Your controlling red fog is ineffective against flying soul masters, and I cannot remain airborne indefinitely. My soul power is only at level 40, Longyu retorted. "From now on, I shall be more serious. You must be prepared," Longyu proclaimed as he soared in the air, then transformed into his second martial soul. 3 conspicuous golden soul rings appeared, heralding the emergence of a colossal golden dragon. Longyu underwent his dragon transformation, feeling an immense power coursing within him, bringing him unparalleled satisfaction. "Indeed, I prefer raw strength. While mental-type soul skills are formidable, I favor tangible power." Longyu clenched his fists and gazed down at the 6 below. Third soul skill, teleportation. With a flash of his third golden soul ring, Longyu vanished from the sky, reappearing before Jinyao. Before Jinyao could react, Longyu unleashed a powerful punch, augmented by the Fire Dragon King's right claw bone, the Water Dragon King's left claw bone, and the Wind God Wings on his back. Longyu's physical prowess had now surpassed that of an ordinary soul sage, as his fist, imbued with fierce winds, sent Jinyao flying, relying solely on his brute strength without the aid of any soul skills. That insufferable junior brother, his second martial soul, possesses a teleportation soul skill as well. Even more infuriating is the fact that they did not inform me. Yao Mei thought discontentedly as she watched Jinyao being directly sent flying. The instant teleportation soul skill, such a superb soul technique, was possessed by both Xiao Wu and her junior brother. Although Yao Mei's spiritual power was formidable, she could not predict where Long Yu would appear in the next moment. Xiao Wu indeed grasped the timing remarkably well. Long Yu smiled, as the wind god wings behind him unfurled, enveloping him completely. Ah, how can your soulbone do that? Isn't that cheating? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise as she teleported above Long Yu. She initially intended to use her waist bow, believing that, at this level of soul power, even brother, you had a significant chance of being thrown out. However, now faced with the protective barrier formed by the white wings, she found no point of leverage to attack. Indeed, it's cheating. Who told me I have such an external soul bone? Long Yu laughed. He opened the wind god wings and then reached out to grab Xiao Wu's long legs, tossing her out effortlessly. After some adjustments, Xiao Wu landed steadily. But she had already fallen outside the battle platform and was thus eliminated. It seems you have made some progress. Believe me, the fire has been spared. A massive granite arm crashed towards Long Yu, but he blocked it directly with the golden dragon spear. The full-force strike from Yin did not inflict much damage on Long Yu's arm. He merely staggered back a few steps, and another figure appeared behind him. It was the agility-type Soul Master Feng Shang, whose third soul skill flickered as a gigantic claw viciously struck towards Long Yu. Yet, Long Yu sensed the threat with his spiritual power and evaded with a teleport, reappearing behind Feng Shang. He swung the golden dragon spear with force, sending Feng Shang directly off the battle platform. Xiao Wu, Jin Yao, and Feng Shang had all been eliminated by Long Yu, leaving only Yao Mei and Yin still on the stage. How infuriating! Long Yu's strength is truly terrifying, and I cannot inflict significant damage on him being a fire type. Yin and Long Yu engaged in close combat, yet they gained no advantage, even being suppressed by Long Yu wielding the golden dragon spear without utilizing any soul skills for enhancement. This demonstrated the vast disparity in their strengths. Shall we come at him together? That would be somewhat interesting. However, Nana, you have forgotten that in Yao Mei's red mist, only you are unaffected. You have truly put Yin in a bind. Yao Mei had appeared behind Long Yu, enveloping all three in the red mist. Long Yu did not overthink. Even with his perception halved, he could still feel a sense of threat and, with a flap of the wind god wings, flew into the air, escaping the control. In the red mist, Yin was also under Yao Mei's control, his soul power, perception, and mobility significantly weakened. That detestable junior brother, how did he fly up again? Yao Mei glared at Long Yu in the sky. Although the power of the martial soul fusion skill was immense, it consumed a great deal of soul power. If this continued, without Long Yu lifting a finger, both Xiaoyu and Hulaina would soon be forced to cancel their martial soul fusion state. Third soul skill, instant teleportation. Long Yu's figure vanished once more, appearing behind the still-dazed Yin and striking him down with the golden dragon spear. In an instant, only Long Yu and Yao Mei remained on the battlefield. What monstrous strength! His second martial soul is even more formidable than the first. Jin Yao and Feng Shang lamented as they watched Long Yu on the stage. Truly, he was a favored disciple of His Holiness the Pope, possessing such overwhelming strength. Given the current circumstances, he could indeed sweep through the remaining 6 members of the team, and it appeared he had not even used his full power, demonstrating remarkable precision in his control without injuring them. In any case, they were thoroughly convinced of their captain's prowess, not to mention in 2 years. Even the current captain could annihilate any other teams in the Soul Master competition. Whatever will be. Being carried away to victory is not too shabby. Only the 3 of US remain. Xiaoyu, Nana, Long Yu said with a smile, holding the golden dragon spear as the wind god wings retracted, subsequently falling under Yao Mei's control. What a freakish ability. Yao Mei wielded a massive golden crescent blade and charged at Long Yu. First soul skill, Li Hua Ji Ren. Long Yu's first golden soul ring illuminated, and countless crimson short blades, radiating terrifying heat, shot towards Yao Mei from various angles. Each Li Hua Ji Ren was lethal enough to kill an ordinary soul master, yet Yao Mei used her crescent blade to deflect them. After several metallic clashes, the two began to engage in close combat, without Long Yu employing the heavy pupil spiritual soul skill, confronting each other head-on. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and the others below could not discern the situation within the red mist. Their current powers were still insufficient. They could only hear the sounds of battle, imagining how intense the clash must be. After a considerable time, the red mist dissipated, and the three figures pulled apart, revealing that Yao Mei could no longer maintain her form. Hulaina and Xiaoyu were panting heavily, clearly exhausted, while Long Yu had also expended considerable energy. However, his battle intent was growing stronger, and the golden dragon spear bore no marks. At this moment, Hulaina posed no threat to Long Yu. Her charm had no effect on him, leaving only Xiaoyu. Truly a martial soul fusion skill that rivals a soul sage. It is indeed formidable, if not for my physical condition and spiritual power vastly exceeding that of my peers. Along with the golden dragon spear, I would have been at a disadvantage within this control range. The destructive force of the two bone fragments is too overwhelming to dare use. Long Yu thought as he felt somewhat unsteady. Xiaoyu, unleash your self-created soul skill. I wish to see how far you have come, Long Yu said, gripping the golden dragon spear. As you wish. I did not expect your strength to have reached this level. If you were to advance to Soul King, what would your power become? Xiaoyu remarked, adjusting her state. After a moment, she gripped the golden crescent blade tightly, veins bulging as she extended her arms forward. The crescent blades merged into a circular form. Moving at high speed like a whirlwind, she disappeared along with the two golden crescent blades, making no sound of friction or wind, as if all sound had been absorbed by the golden disc. Yeah, Xiaoyu's self-created soul skill was hailed as her most formidable attack. A soul skill said to have no flaws. Though it may not be truly perfect, it was undeniably an extraordinary soul skill, especially given that it was crafted by the leader of the golden generation of the martial soul hall in the original work. Long Yu could not help but admire the circular form before him. If I cannot find any flaws, then I must resort to the simplest method to force my way through. Long Yu's second golden soul ring illuminated, and as he swung the golden dragon spear, the surrounding environment instantaneously turned frigid. Xiaowu instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, unconsciously distancing herself from the battle platform, while Jin Yao and Feng Shan, whose physical qualities were even inferior to Xiaowu's, also retreated considerably. Goodness, just how monstrous is our captain? The effects of this soul skill have likely reached that of a seventh soul skill. Jin Yao and Feng Shan were once again astonished. Each time I believe I have comprehended the captain's prowess, he continually redefines my understanding of the strength possessed by the soul sect. How can it be that, despite being part of the same soul sect, your abilities surpass ours by such a significant margin? Second soul skill, Xianbing Longxiang. As Long Yu wielded the golden dragon spear, the atmosphere around him transformed, revealing several colossal ice dragons of a striking azure hue. These colossal serpents emanated a terrifying chill, as though capable of freezing one's very blood. With a flourish of the spear, several ice dragons locked onto Shiyue and surged forth with a fierce roar. What other secrets does this insufferable junior disciple harbor? This evening, I shall interrogate him thoroughly. I cannot believe I know so little about my junior. Hulaina murmured upon witnessing the ice dragons. She could sense that each dragon possessed the formidable power equivalent to the sixth soul skill of an average soul emperor, and the bone-chilling aura they exuded was nearly insurmountable. As for whether they would harm her brother, Hulaina was not particularly concerned. With her junior disciple's level of control, that was unlikely. Bang! 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 When the first ice dragon collided with the crescent moon, it was cleaved in two, while the second dragon significantly slowed its momentum. It was only when the third ice dragon struck that the crescent moon shattered, sending Shiyue hurtling backward. Yet several ice dragons continued their relentless assault. With a decisive motion, Long Yu commanded the ice dragons to cease their advance, and they dissipated into the air, though the lingering chill attested to their previous existence. What a powerful soul skill! I concede defeat, Shiyue lamented. Those ice dragons were more than sufficient to spell my demise. Indeed, I must acknowledge that your self-created soul skill is truly remarkable. At this moment, I find no weaknesses to exploit. I can only resort to such measures to counter it. Long Yu nodded in agreement. And you, Nana? Long Yu turned towards Hulaina, who responded with a playful smile, saying, What else can I do? Of course, I must admit defeat. I pose no threat to you. Thus, Long Yu single-handedly defeated the remaining 6 members of the Wuhuan Hall Academy team, unequivocally demonstrating his strength. Truly exceptional, my lord. You live up to the expectations of being chosen by the master. Without the assistance of the surrounding blue silvergrass, even I would be unable to contend with your current might. Such flames and temperatures would impose a significant restraint, even upon me as the blue-silver emperor. This is the absolute suppression of attributes, Xiao Lan remarked, gazing at Long Yu on the battle platform, momentarily lost in thought as she beheld his composed demeanor. The current iteration of my lord is indeed quite handsome. Chapter 103. Golden Crocodile Douluo. Although this may be our first collaboration, I believe we have coordinated quite well. However, many of your abilities have been countered by my own, which has led to this outcome. Nevertheless, you are all exceptionally gifted, and this is something you should have confidence in. The forthcoming time will require your own training and further collaboration, Long Yu remarked. The 6 individuals nodded in agreement, expressing their unwavering trust in Long Yu. Absolute strength. While Nana's charm abilities are indeed astounding, they also possess inherent weaknesses. Charm is triggered through one's auditory and visual senses, and with the evolution of her martial soul, even the olfactory sense can be affected, rendering immunity nearly impossible. Yet, Nana, you must also be aware of your strengths and weaknesses. Your martial soul fusion skill possesses formidable control, but consideration must be given to how to manage the Flying Soul Masters, Long Yu advised, as Ulaina and Shua accepted his counsel with humility. In the subsequent time, Nana and Shiyue will exercise the authority of captain, and I encourage everyone to cooperate actively, striving for collective advancement and continual enhancement of your abilities. Our focus should not be solely on the Soul Master competition. We must also contemplate a far-reaching future, Long Yu stated. Yes, the group affirmed. In the following moments, Long Yu remained at the training ground, allowing the newcomers in the team to showcase their abilities and offer guidance. Afterward, Long Yu departed, his destination set for the Fengfeng Dian. Why is the junior disciple heading to the Elder's Hall? Those in the Fengfeng, and Jiahuangdian, have never been on amicable terms. Hulaina pondered, observing Long Yu's departing figure. Yet she began her training nonetheless. Before long, Long Yu found himself outside, spotting a graceful silhouette seemingly waiting for him. Teacher, why have you come here proactively? Long Yu inquired with some surprise. I came to assess the state of the team and your strength. I must say, little Yu, you have indeed exceeded my expectations. Even I find myself curious about your ice and fire attributes. Is this the result of divine power? It is truly impressive. Bibi Dong smiled. You flatter me, teacher. I am aware that my strength is still quite feeble, Long Yu humbly replied. Very well, since the matters regarding the team have been resolved. Let us proceed to the Elder's Hall together. Bibi Dong returned to the matter at hand. Indeed, teacher, Long Yu nodded, and the two made their way toward the Elder's Hall. The Elder's Hall, the pinnacle of power within the Wuhuan Hall, is primarily composed of title Douluo, representing the most formidable strength within the organization, with the offerings being at least super Douluo level. At the helm is the grand offering Angel Douluo Qiandaolu, one of the 3 legendary Douluo renowned throughout Douluo continent. A divine attendant of the angel god, capable of wielding a portion of angelic divine power. Bibi Dong gazed upon the magnificent edifice before her, her nearly flawless visage reflecting a hint of complexity. These old fellows are in for quite the surprise, as my disciple is sure to astonish them. Elder brother, that woman has arrived with her disciple, a robust figure remarked, observing the youthful yet ageless countenance before him. I wonder what her intentions are. Golden Crocodile, go meet them, Qiandaolu said nonchalantly. Golden Crocodile Douluo, the second offering of the Elder's Hall, a pinnacle Douluo at level 98, with the martial soul of the Golden Crocodile King, possesses a soul ring of 10,000 years. Yes, elder brother, Golden Crocodile, Douluo nodded before vanishing from sight. Long Yu and Bibi Dong entered the grand hall of the Elder's Hall, where numerous elders were present. Despite their gray hair and beards indicative of age, most displayed ruddy complexions and formidable auras, a testament to the benefits of cultivation. The elders regarded Bibi Dong and Longyu with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism. The elders' hall and the Pope's hall have historically been at odds. What could Bibi Dong possibly want today? What brings you here? Golden Crocodile's figure manifested before the assembly, displaying no deference toward Bibi Dong, the Pope. In the eyes of Golden Crocodile, Douluo, the Wuhuan Hall belongs to the Angel clan. It merely happens to be under Bibi Dong's stewardship. Should the opportunity arise, the Elders' Hall could easily strip her of her papal authority and status. Golden Crocodile misunderstood the situation, as it is not I who seeks you, but rather little you has matters to address. Bibi Dong gently corrected him. Longyu then approached Golden Crocodile, Douluo, standing confidently before the assembly of elders, each capable of stirring significant turmoil across the continent. He maintained his composure, for he was confident that it would not be long before his strength surpassed that of these elders. You? Golden Crocodile, Douluo, regarded Longyu with curiosity. Even though Longyu had been a member of the Wuhuan Hall for several years, they had seldom crossed paths. However, Longyu's reputation among the younger generation of the Wuhan Temple is indeed quite formidable, as he stands as the leader of the so-called Golden Generation. Even if one does not pay attention, Jin Douluo would still hear whispers of his exploits. Nonetheless, Jin is not particularly concerned. No matter how exceptional one's talent, could it possibly surpass that of Xiao Shui, the chosen daughter of the divine? Let us first ascertain the true extent of your strength. Is it merely a hollow reputation? Jin Yi's gaze intensified, and soon Longyu felt an immense pressure enveloping him. The oppressive aura emanating from a higher-ranked soul master bears down on a lower-ranked counterpart, creating an overwhelming disparity when the difference in soul power levels is so pronounced. With Jin Douluo at level 98 and Longyu merely at level 44, the conditions for such an encounter were entirely met. According to established norms, a soul master should be able to withstand 2/3 of the pressure relative to their own soul power level, which is already commendable. I am unsure why this is the case, as it seems perplexing that even the aura of a soul master of the same level is difficult to endure. If one can withstand the pressure from an aura of equal rank, they would be considered a genius-level soul master. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin Douluo unleashed a pressure equivalent to Longyu's current soul power level of 44, and upon witnessing Longyu's calm demeanor, seemingly unaffected, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Today, let me observe what level this so-called leader of the younger generation of the Wuhan Temple has reached. Longyu glanced at his mentor, Bibi Dong, and noticed her silence, prompting him to endure the pressure in quiet resolve. Jin Douluo, let's see how far I can push my limits. Bibi Dong surveyed the surrounding elders with a hint of pride. Today, these old-timers would bear witness to the potential of her second disciple. If Longyu's performance could astonish these seasoned veterans, it would significantly bolster her standing among them. Longyu, display your talent and strength to your fullest. Chapter 104. Angel Douluo, Qiandao Lu. Observing the situation, Jin Douluo raised his soul power to level 50, surpassing Longyu's by 6 levels. Longyu felt a slight discomfort, but maintained his composure, appearing largely unaffected. Noticing this, Jin Douluo felt his pride at stake and escalated the pressure to level 55, a 5-level increase. This intensity exceeded Longyu's soul power level by nearly 10 levels, and he suddenly experienced a significant burden, his handsome visage flushing as beads of sweat began to accumulate. This young man possesses remarkable fortitude. Jin Douluo regarded Longyu, who remained steadfast, and felt a wave of astonishment. Apart from Bibi Dong, the elders in the hall nodded in approval, their gazes reflecting admiration. Jin Douluo gradually increased the pressure to level 60, which inflicted considerable strain on Longyu, causing him to tremble slightly. The perspiration on his face quickly intensified, and his breathing became erratic under the overwhelming weight, as if he were being submerged by a tidal wave. Yet, Longyu managed to maintain his stance, keeping his chest out and meeting Jin Douluo's gaze with unwavering resolve. You truly astonish me, Jin Douluo praised without reservation. Although this child is a disciple of that woman, He is undeniably exceptional and belongs to the Wuhan Temple. You flatter me, esteemed Douluo. Feel free to increase the pressure further, for I believe I can endure it. Long Yu managed a strained smile. As you wish. Douluo nodded and gradually heightened the pressure, mindful that he was now exerting the aura of a soul emperor, necessitating a careful approach, as each incremental increase would impose a significantly greater burden than before. He did not wish to truly harm Long Yu. By this point, even he had to concede that Long Yu was an unmistakable genius, perhaps even superior to Xiao Shui. When Douluo elevated the pressure to level 63, Long Yu could no longer suppress the emergence of his wind god wings. The enhancements from the divine external soul bone alleviated some of his burden, and 3 golden soul rings shimmered as a magnificent golden dragon appeared behind him. Golden scales adorned Long Yu's cheeks, and upon transforming, he found the pressure considerably diminished. Twin martial souls and an external soul bone, a top-tier golden dragon martial soul, a transformation previously unseen yet undoubtedly powerful, accompanied by an extraordinary golden soul ring. An elder could not contain his astonishment. Each of these attributes could produce a genius soul master, and now they all converged within one individual. Was Long Yu truly destined to defy the heavens? Amidst their astonishment, the elders were particularly intrigued by the most enigmatic golden soul ring. With their extensive cultivation and years of experience, they had never before encountered a soul ring of such a rare hue. Douluo initially froze, observing Long Yu's golden soul ring for an extended moment, confirming it was not an illusion, and his interest in Long Yu intensified. Seeing Long Yu stabilize his state, Douluo slowly raised the pressure to 65, surpassing Long Yu's soul power level by more than a third, and being at the Soul Emperor stage. The quality of the pressure was incomparable to that of the Soul Scholar or Soul King. The immense pressure was inescapable. Despite Long Yu's numerous enhancements and his physical prowess exceeding that of a typical Soul Scholar, facing such an aura was still immensely challenging. Yet, Long Yu clenched his fists resolutely. Pain coursed through his body, and his internal organs felt severely impacted. He could only rely on himself at this moment, gritting his teeth and enduring, while the radiance of the golden dragon behind him grew increasingly brilliant. A low, growling roar escaped Long Yu's lips as he ultimately withstood the pressure of 65, yet his form wavered, on the brink of collapse. Enough, that will suffice, Genie. A voice rang out, and Genie understood that the pressure on Long Yu was being withdrawn, instantly relieving him of the weight. Long Yu felt a sudden lightness, momentarily disoriented by the abrupt shift. Fortunately, Bai Dong was there to support him, channeling a gentle stream of soul power into Long Yu's body to mend his internal injuries and replenish his soul power. I have seen the Grand Elder. The elders and worshippers respectfully greeted Douluo upon his arrival, recognizing him as the true authority of the Elder Hall, at least for the time being. Long Yu looked up to see a silver-haired elder, his hair meticulously combed, with his hands clasped behind his back. Despite his advanced age, his visage remains remarkably youthful, the refined features still reflecting the charm of his younger days. The aura surrounding him is profoundly enigmatic, akin to the impression left by Bai Dong on Long Yu. After all, due to the divine examination, Bai Dong's powers are not at their zenith. Young Long Yu has had the privilege of meeting the Grand Offerer and thus bows slightly, acknowledging his standing as merely a disciple of his master, with a soul power of only 44, necessitating a degree of reverence. You are truly exceptional, achieving such heights before the age of 12. Your talent is undeniable, Douluo remarked, his voice slightly hoarse yet piercingly clear. Thank you for your praise, Grand Offerer, Long Yu replied with composed humility. It is merely the truth. You are indeed astonishing, Douluo responded, shaking his head. Such commendation left nearly all the elders present in a state of astonishment. It had been many years since the Grand Offerer had bestowed such accolades, yet they all concurred that Long Yu was indeed worthy of such praise. His prodigious talent, at such a tender age, alongside his myriad unique abilities, had genuinely captivated these seasoned individuals. It is a pity that he has already become Bai Dong's disciple. What a monumental loss that is. Chapter 105. He is also a chosen one by Dong, keenly sensed the emotional fluctuations among the elders. A subtle smile gracing her lips as she expressed satisfaction with Long Yu's performance, for he is indeed her most cherished and favored disciple. Hulyina, teacher, it seems love has ultimately faded, Qiandao Lu inquired. Pray tell, what brings you to us? I seek your assistance, and I assure you it will pique your interest. However, due to my master's numerous responsibilities within the Spirit Hall, I am unable to act myself. The opponent possesses considerable strength, hence I turn to you for aid. And I am confident you will intervene. Long Yu articulated his purpose for this visit, initially expecting the loyal divine servant Qiandao Lu to remain inactive. To his surprise, Qiandao Lu emerged, thus bolstering their chances. The opponent is formidable, and with Bai Dong preoccupied, others within the Pope's Hall are similarly unavailable. Assistance must be sought from the Elder Hall. Qiandao Lu pondered this confidently. Officially, apart from Bai Dong, the only other member of the Pope's Hall with significant power is Jiu Egguan, who holds a soul power of 96. Yet it is evident that neither master nor disciple holds him in high regard. Are you suggesting you have information regarding Tang Hao or Tang Chen's whereabouts? Qiandao Lu probed, suspecting no others could hold such importance. Indeed, through various channels, I have learned that Tang Hao is likely to appear in a specific location. The outcome will depend on the strength of the forces the Elder Hall is willing to dispatch. Long Yu replied gradually. How do you know where Tang Hao will be? Qiandao Lu queried, recalling the bitter enmity that had blossomed between the Spirit Hall and Hao Yin sect following his son's death at Tang Hao's hands. After expending great effort to eliminate the rebellious Tang Hao, he had always found it impossible to track him down. This is of little consequence. What matters is that I know where Tang Hao will emerge. However, I must caution you to avoid a futile endeavor. It is imperative that the dispatched individuals possess considerable strength. Even a severely injured Tang Hao is not a foe that an ordinary super Douluo can easily vanquish, particularly with his formidable explosive abilities, Long Yu advised. Soon after, Long Yu and Bai Dong exited the Elder Hall with great ease. Even if that old fellow Qiandao Lu does not take action himself, he will most certainly dispatch at least 2 offers to Soto City, Bai Dong remarked. Yes, my hope is that the second offer will also bring along 2 elders to confront Tang Hao. Even so, I remain uncertain of the outcome, Long Yu sighed. The narrative within the original text illustrates Tang Hao's ability to rescue Xiao Wu and Tang San from Spirit City, a testament to his prowess. We shall see how formidable a force Qiandao Lu is willing to deploy. I am quite pleased with your performance today. Having met with those from the Elder Hall, what are your impressions? Bibi Nong inquired. Thank you for your kind words, teacher. My impression of those elders and offers is that they are both lazy and unattractive. Well, at least the second offer and the grand offer are not unattractive. These individuals rarely engage in battle, presenting themselves with an air of superiority that I have long found displeasing. Unlike you, teacher, who possesses unparalleled strength and a beauty and grace that are utterly captivating. Long Yu remarked, your frankness is quite amusing. Were those old fellows to learn of your views, they might well be driven to despair. Bai Dong chuckled softly. Hearing Long Yu's subsequent praise of her, Bai Dong felt a swell of happiness within. I speak only the truth, in my eyes. Those old geezers collectively pale in comparison to you. Teacher, Long Yu laughed. You rascal, you are quite endearing. Now that matters are settled. Youth and Xiao Wu may pursue your own endeavors at any time. Bai Dong retorted with a playful glare at Long Yu. Very well, teacher. I shall take my leave, Long Yu said, heading back to his abode after receiving a nod of approval from Bai Dong. In a courtyard within the Elder Hall, Qiandao Lu and Jin Luo sat facing each other. Brother, how many individuals do we intend to dispatch to Soto City to capture Tang Hao? Jin Luo inquired. Make your own judgment. I shall not intervene, as I have other matters to attend to. Given your strength, dealing with a Tang Hao of 95 soul power should pose no challenge, Qiandao Lu advised. Understood, brother. Jin Luo nodded, determining to lead the charge himself. Eager for an opportunity to face a rising star, with Long Yu providing that chance. If it proves too challenging, do not force it. Simply do your best. I do not wish to see you old fellows encounter any mishaps after all these years of camaraderie, Yuntao Lu cautioned. Yes, brother, we'll be cautious. Jin silently nodded. What are your thoughts on Long Yu, who visited us today? Yuntao Lu shifted the topic. A prodigious talent, barring unforeseen circumstances. His future accomplishments may surpass our own. He is likely to attain divine inheritance. I sense his talent and strength. Jin Luo hesitated to continue. Indeed, his talent surpasses even that of Xiao Shui. Yuntao Lu interjected. You need not be so diplomatic. Long Yu's talent indeed eclipses that of Xiao Shui. Even at her peak, Xiao Shui cannot contend with Long Yu. Despite her innate soul power reaching 20, Yuntao Lu stated plainly. Surpassing Xiao Shui? But brother, Xiao Shui is a chosen one. How is that possible? Jin Luo expressed disbelief, having merely speculated, but now hearing confirmation from Yuntao Lu. Xiao Shui is indeed a chosen one. Yet so is Long Yu, and I can sense that he is a being of even greater strength than the angel god. Yuntao Lu's eyes gleamed with insight. Long Yu has also received divine acknowledgement? Jin was astounded, immediately recalling Long Yu's golden soul rings. It seems you have deduced it correctly. Indeed, I sense the divine essence emanating from those 3 golden soul rings. The younger generation is truly remarkable. Yuntao Lu smiled slightly. You may as well take a trip to Suatua City. Even if Tang Hao is not there, consider it a chance to protect Long Yu for a while. The future lies in the hands of these young individuals, Yuntao Lu instructed. Yes, elder brother. I will make arrangements at once. The golden crocodile, Douluo, still felt a buzzing in his head as he departed from the scene. Alone, Yuntao Lu gazed towards the direction of the papal palace. Bibi Dong, it seems your power has significantly advanced. I presume you have completed many of the divine trials. Now, having taken another chosen one as your disciple, I find myself envious, Yuntao Lu sighed. Chapter 106. Hulaina's shock that evening. Long Yu found himself somewhat exasperated by Hulaina's curious demeanor, yet he could no longer conceal the truth. You, insufferable junior, how many secrets are you still hiding from me? Soul bones, soul skills. I realize I know so little about you. Hulaina murmured, her slender, beautiful eyes fixed on Long Yu, exuding an air of determination to extract answers from him. I have already disclosed my soul skills and soul bones to you. What more do you wish to know? Long Yu replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness. Even though you have shared your soul skills and soul bones with me, how did you acquire such extraordinary soul bones, particularly an external soul bone capable of flight? Do not dare claim it is merely good fortune. Even the luckiest individual could scarcely obtain such an external soul bone, let alone consecutively. These external soul bones emanate an air of mystery. So confess the truth. Hulaina demanded, hands planted firmly on her hips. Sighing, Long Yu realized he had no choice but to reveal the truth to his senior sister. You must keep this confidential, sister. After becoming considerably serious, he added. Hulaina nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain. Divine power. Long Yu uttered these 2 words, causing Hulaina's mouth to drop open in shock, momentarily rendering her speechless. With her intelligence, she swiftly connected the dots to Long Yu's 3 golden soul rings, which perfectly corresponded to his 3 soul bones. The attributes and similarities indicated that the golden soul ring and soul bone were one and the same. Acquiring a golden soul ring must mean possessing an exquisite soul bone. Is this the legendary divine power? How could such a young junior possess such remarkable fortune? The more she contemplated, the more convinced she became. After a brief pause, she firmly nodded and said, Rest assured, junior brother, I will safeguard your secret and will not divulge it to anyone. I never expected you to reach such heights at such a tender age. No wonder your power is so extraordinary. It turns out you are a chosen one. Hulaina remarked, a hint of dazedness in her voice. If you think so, then so be it, Long Yu thought to himself. But outwardly he nodded in agreement with Hulaina's words. Does that mean the teacher knows? Hulaina continued, observing Long Yu's affirming nod. which indicated her realization. In fact, the teacher had been aware of the divine power residing in the junior disciple long before, yet she had only just discovered it. Am I truly the last to know? Surely Xiao Wu must be aware, and perhaps even Xiaolon? The more Hulaina pondered, the more uneasy she felt. Suddenly, she lunged into Long Yu's embrace, pressing herself closely against him. The soft sensation and alluring fragrance momentarily left Long Yu entranced. She was undeniably a femme fatale. "Sister, what are you doing?" Long Yu struggled to create some distance between them and inquired. "What else can a lone man and woman do in the same room, junior brother? I wish to possess you. I want to be the first to claim you," Hulaina declared, her charming face flushed, yet her resolve unwavering. "Possess me? Be the first to possess me? Sister, are you feeling unwell?" Long Yu placed his hand on Hulaina's smooth forehead and found everything to be normal. How could a soul king like Hulaina be unwell? "I am not unwell, junior brother. I simply feel a sense of urgency," Hulaina replied, somewhat melancholic. Sometimes, having an exceptionally talented partner can be overwhelming. She feared she might lose Long Yu. Even if he remained inactive, countless female soul masters would still pursue him. Just considering the younger generation and even the previous one at the Wuhuan Palace, Hulaina could not fathom how many harbored feelings for her junior brother. She felt helpless. Could she really tell them not to like Long Yu? At times, Hulaina wished her junior brother were more ordinary, so he would not bring her so much distress. Yet, if he were indeed ordinary, would she still cherish him as she did? Thus, Hulaina remained in a state of confusion, unsure of how to proceed. She sensed a widening gap between them. If this continued, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. "Fear not, sister. My affection for you will not wane due to the differences between us. Now that we have established our relationship, even if you attempt to flee, I will bring you back forcibly. You, Hulaina, are destined to be mine, Long Yu." He embraced her gently, feeling a pang of concern. His rapid growth had indeed created a considerable divide between him and the likes of Xiao Wu and Nana. This was merely the beginning. It did not signify a growing distance between their bond. "Yes, junior brother, I understand. I will never let go, never." Hulaina rested her head against Long Yu's chest, reassured by his words. Why settle for second best when the best is already within reach? With such affirmations from her junior brother, Hulaina felt a wave of comfort wash over her. "All right, I will take a bath first. You should rest for now. Tomorrow, Xiao Wu, Xiaolon, and I will set off. Wait for my return." Long Yu gently pushed Hulaina away. "Junior brother, why are you going to take a bath again?" Hulaina mischievously observed as he made his way to the bathroom. "Don't even get me started. This is all your fault. Once I grow a little older, you will see my true capabilities." Long Yu retorted, splashing cold water on himself to regain composure. "I shall await that day." Hulaina giggled, then nestled into bed, drifting off to sleep with a smile gracing her lips. Long Yu approached the bed, and, upon seeing Hulaina's open sleeping posture revealing her fair skin, found himself at a loss. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his embrace, covering her with a blanket before closing his eyes to sleep. Meanwhile, Hulaina, immersed in sweet dreams, felt warmth and security, instinctively drawing closer to Long Yu. Chapter 107. Zhu Zhuqing, shelved. The following morning, Long Yu awoke and carefully extricated himself from Hulaina's gentle embrace. Gazing upon her seemingly fragile, pale skin, he leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her cheek, whispering, "Nana, wait here patiently for my return." After Long Yu departed, Hulaina, who had originally kept her eyes closed, opened them and could not help but feel a sense of loss. However, if she were to bid farewell to Xiao Yu face to face, she would undoubtedly find it exceedingly difficult to part with her junior brother. "Hulaina, you must strive to grow stronger quickly. Only then will you have the privilege to stand alongside your junior brother and assist him in times of hardship." After breakfast, Long Yu took his leave from Bibi Dong, departing Wuhan City with Xiao Wu and Xiaolon. Following their farewell, Bibi Dong gazed around the empty Pope's hall, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Xiao Yu mentioned he would be gone for a while, yet no one knew just how long that would be. "Your Holiness," Yin requests an audience. The voice of a guardian knight interrupted Bibi Dong's thoughts. "Yin, what could he want from me?" Bibi Dong felt a flicker of confusion but replied, "Let him in." "Yes, your holiness." The knight, upon receiving the command, brought Yin in from outside the hall before departing. "Greetings, your holiness," Yin respectfully addressed. "What brings you here?" Bibi Dong inquired without lifting her gaze. "Reporting to your holiness, I wish to venture out for some training," Yin stated, looking up at Bibi Dong on the Pope's throne. His heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. The gentleness with which the Pope regarded Long Yu contrasted sharply with the lack of recognition he received. Even for Nana, it seemed he was right in his choices. "You wish to train outside for a while?" Bibi Dong asked, perplexed. After considering the stability of the Spirit Hall Academy's team, she thought little of it and responded, "Very well." With that, she returned her attention to the documents before her. Yin clenched his fists silently, vowing that on the day he achieved his full potential, he would defeat Long Yu and reclaim everything that belonged to him, his status, dignity, and women. "I, Yin, am the hope of the Spirit Hall." Unbeknownst to Bibi Dong, her casual agreement today would lead to significant troubles for the Spirit Hall in the future. In a carriage heading towards the Tiando Empire, Xiaolon shyly asked, "Young master, why do you always look at me?" She fidgeted, unsure of where to place her hands. "Brother Yu, do you truly have an interest in that aspect?" Xiao Wu mused, glancing at Long Yu's expression and then at her own figure. Though she had begun to develop, she felt dwarfed not just by Xiaolon, but even when compared to Hu Laina. Despite her desire to mature quickly, she was still just 12 years old. "It's nothing. I'm merely contemplating certain matters," Long Yu replied, shaking his head. "Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang, and Dai Mu Bai. We shall meet them soon." "Master, there is someone unconscious in the nearby forest, a spirit master. Should we go check?" "Xiaolan Suden Li Zima." My spiritual perception didn't catch that. "You sensed it before me," Long Yu said, intrigued. "Yes, young master, your spiritual power is indeed above mine. I sensed it through the surrounding lawn and grass." "Not through spiritual perception," Xiaolon explained. "Let us go take a look. Perhaps we can save someone this time," Long Yu nodded. With their inherently kind natures, Xiao Wu and Xiaolon joined him in dismounting the carriage. Guided by the lawn and grass, they quickly found the unconscious spirit master Xiaolon had mentioned. It was a girl clad in a snug black leather outfit, appearing to be of similar age and stature as Xiao Wu. Her disheveled black hair cascaded around her, and her fair skin and long limbs complemented her striking features, though she exuded a rather cold aura. Most striking was her extraordinarily voluptuous figure, which, combined with her innocent and charming visage, easily evoked thoughts of youthful beauty. Zhu Zhuqing? Long Yu recognized her from her appearance, realizing he had unexpectedly encountered one of the Shrek's 7 devils, though she seemed to be in poor condition. Her black leather attire bore signs of damage, revealing patches of pale skin, likely from scrapes, and various injuries marred her lovely face, which appeared quite pale. "Xiaolon, go check on her," Long Yu instructed. "Understood, young master," Xiaolon replied, stepping forward to carefully support Zhu Zhuqing against a large tree. She then closed her azure eyes, channeling a gentle stream of soul power into Zhu Zhuqing, quickly improving her complexion. "Young master, she is not severely injured, just fatigued and has some superficial wounds. She will be fine," Xiaolon reported after assessing Zhu Zhuqing's condition. "Good, help her regain some strength." "Xiao Wu, let's look for something in the forest," Long Yu suggested, leading Xiao Wu deeper into the woods. Xiaolon, undeterred, continued to use her soul power to assist the girl, recognizing her as a pitiable soul who had collapsed alone in such a place. Although this was not a soul beast forest, wild animals could still roam, and if they encountered ill-intentioned humans, the consequences could be dire. Fortunately, she had run into them, which could be considered lucky for the girl. Suddenly, a glint of cold light flashed as a dagger was hurled toward Xiaolon, but it was thwarted by a strand of golden-patterned lawn grass. Though sharp, the dagger failed to harm the grass. "Do not be afraid. We are not villains. We stumbled upon you and are merely here to assist," Xiaolon assured, her gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing growing increasingly sympathetic. It was unclear how much suffering this girl had endured to react so defensively, as if she had faced numerous life and death battles. Having regained some composure, Zhu Zhuqing halted her movements and was surprised to feel that her soul power had fully restored. I apologize. I misjudged you. Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice expressed regret while maintaining a considerable degree of vigilance. This story has finally been published, and today there will be at least 8 chapters. Although the initial subscriptions are crucial, the author remains somewhat indifferent. If the first subscription exceeds 100, an additional chapter will be added. If it surpasses 150, another chapter will be added, and so on. I hope everyone can offer their support. However, is it not a universally acknowledged fact that Yuntao is regarded as a useless martial soul? How could there possibly be someone able to cultivate their soul power to the level of soul sage, relying on Yuntao? Moreover, gazing at the woman before me, who does not appear to be much older, perhaps around the age of 30, it is evident that her talent is extraordinary to achieve such mastery. The command of a young master? In a mere small kingdom like Balak, there exists someone capable of having a soul sage as a subordinate? A soul sage, indeed, represents a true high-ranking soul master. What manner of identity does she possess, exuding such grandeur? Thank you for your assistance. My name is Zhu Zhuqing. She introduced herself. Just call me Xiaolan. It is no trouble. Xiaolan replied with a smile, her appearance and demeanor creating an immediate sense of affinity. Subsequently, she closed her azure eyes, and the Yuntao surrounding the forest began to emanate a blue energy, all gravitating toward her as if paying homage to their sovereign. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing could sense that these Yuntao appeared to be incredibly joyous and exhilarated. In no time, Xiaolan absorbed the power of these Yuntao to restore her consumed soul power, while the ordinary Yuntao, blessed by the blue-silver emperor, also greatly benefited, destined to evolve and grow to a higher level. Young master, Xiao Wu, you have returned, Xiaolan remarked, smiling as Zhu Zhuqing followed her gaze toward that direction. 2 young figures appeared. Longyu, dressed habitually in white, with fair skin and a handsome countenance, exuding the air of a refined gentleman. The saying, a stranger is exquisite as jade, a young master unmatched in the world, involuntarily surfaced in Zhu Zhuqing's mind to describe Longyu. Beside him stood a tall figure, with long black hair styled in a scorpion braid, her physique already developing. Her slender waist and long legs would evoke envy in countless women, and her pink top paired with white trousers created no sense of discord. With a youthful and playful expression, she looked like a truly adorable girl. Well, it is getting late. After a long day of travel, it is time to rest. I see there are no suitable places nearby to stay, so let us spend the night here, Longyu suggested. As Zhu Zhuqing met his gaze, they exchanged a brief smile. Then let us stay here for the night. You have no idea how delicious the meals prepared by brother you are. It is a chance to try them, Xiao Wu chimed in, hopping over to Zhu Zhuqing's side. Yes, young master, she is no longer in serious danger. She just needs some time to recuperate, Xiaolan added. Hello, I am Longyu, and this is Xiao Wu. Longyu introduced himself. Zhu Zhuqing. Thank you for saving me, she replied with a slight nod, her demeanor calm and reserved, which was characteristic of her personality, as she was not one to speak much. Longyu understood this well. In the original narrative, Longyu felt a certain sympathy for Zhu Zhuqing. Born into a family where survival was a matter of life and death, while others frolicked and grew up with their siblings, her sisters sought to bring about her demise. Alas, according to family rules, only one of them could live, or at the very least, one would be rendered powerless and imprisoned forever. After enduring countless hardships to ascertain the whereabouts of her fiancé, she journeyed alone from the Xinglua Empire to this completely foreign land, finally locating Daimubai. Yet, he squandered his days indulging in pleasure, living a carefree life, while knowing he could not compete with his elder brother Daowei, hiding in such a small place, idly passing time in a decrepit academy and on the whims of women. You could only imagine the despair Zhu Zhuqing felt upon discovering such truths. In Yu's evaluation, the female members of the Shrek's 7 monsters posed no significant issues, yet the characters of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan were highly questionable. And it was best not to mention Tong San. It is no trouble. After all, we have met, and meeting is a form of fate, Yu smiled. subsequently retrieving some herbs from his storage soul guide. Your injuries may be fine, but there are numerous wounds on your skin. If left to heal on their own, they may result in unsightly scars. Applying these herbs will help avoid that, he explained. There is no need for that. I have matters to attend to and cannot linger here. I truly apologize, Zhu Zhuqing replied after a moment's pause. Zhu Zhuqing, where are you headed? Perhaps we could accompany you. Walking would be slow and exhausting. We three are headed to Suatua City, Xiao Wu interjected. You are also going to Suatua City? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise, realizing very few knew of her destination, indicating that they were not following her. Yes. Brother, you said he would take us to that academy to have some fun for a while, Xiao Wu continued. How fortuitous. We could travel together. Taking a carriage is much faster than walking, she replied. If you do not mind, we could journey to Shrek Academy together. If walking, it would take at least 4 days. Long Yu expressed his intention. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Long Yu and the two women, initially inclined to refuse, as she did not want to owe anyone anything. However, unable to decline their earnest invitation and recognizing them as good-hearted individuals, she eventually nodded in agreement. I truly appreciate your kindness. I shall repay you when the opportunity arises, Zhu Zhuqing stated. There is no need for that. It is but a small effort. Long Yu replied. Xiaolon, mix these herbs together, crush them, and then filter the juice to apply to the wounds. Xiao Wu, do not just stand there. See if you can find a water source and bring some back, he instructed. Chapter 109. Touching, oh brother you, what shall we eat this time? Barbecue or hot pot? Xiao Wu inquired. If we are to have hot pot, there are no good peppers nearby, and my storage soul guide lacks the necessary ingredients. Moreover, hot pot is quite troublesome and time-consuming to prepare. Let us simply roast some barbecue. It will be much simpler, Long Yu suggested. That sounds wonderful. I cannot wait to taste Brother Yu's barbecue. It will surely be better than that place in Wuhuan City, Xiao Wu exclaimed, happily searching for a water source. Xiaolon diligently crushed the herbs, while Long Yu fashioned a rudimentary roasting rack, having always carried spices with him. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing found herself with nothing to do, feeling somewhat awkward. After constructing the rack, Long Yu gathered some twigs, and with his fire dragon claw soul bone, quickly fashioned dozens of wooden skewers. He then set them aside. He cut a wild rabbit and some lamb meat into thin slices and skewered them together, displaying evident proficiency in his actions. Young master, the mixture is ready, Xiaolon announced, holding a small bowl containing a light green liquid. Long Yu took it, inhaled its scent, and nodded in approval. Xiaolon, you and Zhu Zhuqing should find a place to wash the wounds before applying the herbs. By the time you return, it should be about time to eat. Oh, and Xiaolon, please lend Zhu Zhuqing a change of clothing. Your sizes are similar and should fit her, Long Yu instructed. Yes, young master. It is no trouble at all. Zhu Zhuqing, let us go, Xiaolon replied. Xiaolon gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and then took her hand, leading her toward a secluded part of the forest, while Long Yu commenced with the barbecue. The two women arrived at a deserted area, and after a moment of hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth and removed her leather jacket, revealing a considerable amount of fair skin. However, as Xiaolon observed the varying scars on her body, her heart ached for the girl, wondering how much suffering she had endured. Some wounds marred her beauty, with certain areas already scabbed over, while others had even begun to peel, presenting a rather ghastly appearance. Zhu Zhuqing let out a sound of comfort. She had anticipated that the application of the ointment would cause her excruciating pain, yet to her surprise, it was quite soothing when Xiaolon applied it to her wounds. It was hard to fathom how this girl had grown so much. She was clearly the same age as Xiao Wu, perhaps even slightly younger. Yet her development was remarkable. Xiaolon mused to herself, realizing why the girl wore such tight leather clothing. It was indeed inconvenient to move around freely. May I inquire who you are? Zhu Zhuqing asked, curiosity evident in her tone. It seemed clear that the trio was not from the Baloch Kingdom, but rather likely hailing from the Tiando Empire. However, due to her unique circumstances, her knowledge of the Tiando Empire was limited. Young master has instructed us not to disclose our whereabouts haphazardly, so I apologize, but I cannot share that information. However, we harbor no ill intentions toward you. Xiaolon responded gently. I truly appreciate your help. Otherwise, I might have been devoured by a beast. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her heartfelt gratitude. If you wish to thank someone, thank the young master. Xiaolon smiled, causing Zhu Zhuqing to envision Long Yu's figure, stirring her curiosity about the mysterious and handsome young master. All three appeared to be soul masters, and she wondered what level of cultivation Long Yu and Xiao Wu had achieved. Soon, Xiaolon finished applying the ointment and offered Zhu Zhuqing a set of her blue clothing. Unfortunately, all of Xiaolan's choices were in blue, and while the attire was slightly oversized for Zhu Zhuqing, it was still presentable. Zhu Zhuqing felt the sharp pain from her wounds dissipate, as if they were healing. How delightful it smells. Xiao Wu was not exaggerating. It seems the young master has completed the barbecue. Zhu Zhuqing, let us head over. I imagine you are hungry as well, Xiaolon said with a smile as they made their way outside. Welcome back. Please have a seat. Long Yu nodded in acknowledgement upon their return, continuing his culinary endeavors. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, without waiting for them, had already begun feasting. The skewers of meat before her serving as undeniable proof. She smiled upon seeing the two, and her mouth was smeared with grease. Xiaolon and Zhu Zhuqing sat together, and Xiaolon elegantly sampled a skewer of golden brown lamb, her face lighting up with surprise and satisfaction. Xiaolon, how is it? I told you earlier that Brother Yu's culinary skills surpass those of the proprietor in Wuhuan City, Xiao Wu remarked between bites. Indeed, the young master is quite remarkable. Here, try some. Xiaolon nodded and handed Zhu Zhuqing 2 skewers. After glancing at the trio, Zhu Zhuqing took a bite and nodded, affirming its deliciousness. Enjoy it. The meat will replenish your lost strength, especially you, Xiao Wu. Look at you. Eat more meat, Long Yu commented, either knowingly or unknowingly. Xiao Wu instantly understood his implication and shot him a glare, inwardly cursing him as a lecher. Yet, upon observing Zhu Zhuqing's ample figure, she felt a pang of insecurity, which only fueled her desire to devour the skewers. Zhu Zhuqing, for the next few days, it is best to avoid any vigorous activities. Otherwise, your wounds may risk reopening. Long Yu advised. Thank you, I will be cautious, Zhu Zhuqing replied, casting a complex glance at Long Yu. Looking at the skewers in her hand and the 3 individuals beside her, she felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Even though she had never experienced such relaxation within her family, it was remarkable that they had only just met today. Reflecting on her numerous near-death experiences and the uncertainty of facing the future and mortality, Zhu Zhuqing felt a tear threaten to fall. Yet, in the presence of the trio, she wished to conceal her vulnerability and stifled her tears. Long Yu, with his keen spiritual perception, sensed the shift in Zhu Zhuqing's emotions and felt a renewed wave of sympathy and concern for this kind-hearted and resilient girl. Had Zhu Zhuqing witnessed Dai Mubai amidst the vibrant flowers now, she might have lost her last glimmer of hope entirely. Chapter 110. Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment. May I inquire why you wish to attend Shrek Academy? As far as I know, it is not particularly renowned as a Soul Master Academy. What is your purpose there? Zhu Zhuqing asked. The reason is quite simple. As we mentioned earlier, we are merely seeking some amusement for a while. Once we feel it has grown dull, we shall depart from Shrek Academy, Long Yu answered. Is it truly just for leisure? At our age, this is the golden time for cultivation. I believe, Zhu Zhuqing attempted to counsel. Had it not been for Dai Mubai's presence there, she would never have journeyed from the distant Xingluo Empire to this unheard-of academy. You need not worry. When it's time to cultivate, we will indeed cultivate. Long Yu reassured with a smile. Though Zhu Zhuqing still found it somewhat perplexing, she nodded in acceptance, realizing that they had shared all they could. Whether they heeded her advice was entirely up to them. By the way, Zhu Zhuqing, speaking of cultivation, how old are you now? And what level of soul power have you reached? Xiao Wu inquired with curiosity. I am 12 this year, and at the level of a 27th rank Great Soul Master. Zhu Zhuqing replied. Oh, 27th rank. That is comparable to those in the academy, though you're slightly stronger. I wonder what your martial spirit is, Xiao Wu recalled. This revelation startled Zhu Zhuqing, and she turned to look at Long Yu and Xiaolon, only to find their expressions remarkably calm, as if her status had not stirred any ripples. Was reaching 27th rank at 12 years of age considered ordinary? Zhu Zhuqing felt a hint of confusion. In terms of talent, she had no fear of her sister Zhu Ziqingjian. However, the vast difference in their cultivation timelines resulted in a significant gap in soul power. If only she and her sister could cultivate simultaneously, sharing the same resources, she was confident she would not fall short. Yet there were no ifs. Should she fail again, her family would deem her a failure in competition, welcoming punishment, as no one would regard the process. They only celebrated the glory of victors. And what about you? Zhu Zhuqing asked, still clinging to hope. I'm also 12, but I am currently at the 41st rank of Soul Zone, Long Yu replied. Xiao Wu proclaimed with pride, and then pointed to Long Yu beside her, stating, Brother Yu is far more impressive than I am. He is also 12 years old. Yet his soul power level surpasses mine by 2 ranks, currently standing at 43. And I must secretly share with you that even an ordinary soul saint cannot match Brother Yu's prowess at this stage of his soul master cultivation. Meanwhile, Xiaolan is at a remarkable 72 soul saint level. Zhu Zhuqing was thoroughly astonished by Xiao Wu's words, her mouth agape in disbelief. It is worth noting that she had always regarded herself as a prodigious soul master, yet here were Xiao Wu and Long Yu, of the same age, having reached the soul master rank, which is a staggering difference of over 10 levels in soul power. The true strength of the young man beside her could defeat a soul saint. Perhaps her ears were deceiving her. But Zhu Zhuqing preferred to believe that Xiao Wu was merely boasting. Particularly in the latter part of her statement, the disparity in soul power exceeded 30 levels. And a soul saint wielding their martial spirit in its true form is undeniably formidable. I knew you might not believe it. Xiao Wu remarked upon seeing the astonishment on Zhu Zhuqing's face, as she displayed her 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing was left utterly convinced. My goodness, has the world outside become this extraordinary? At such a tender age, could it be true that what Xiao Wu said about Long Yu being able to defeat a soul saint is indeed accurate? What backgrounds do these 3 possess? With talents and abilities so astonishingly formidable? Xiao Wu, have some skewers. They won't seal your lips, Long Yu said, casting a disapproving glance at Xiao Wu. To Zhu Zhuqing, it seemed that Long Yu's words implied he tacitly accepted Xiao Wu's previous claims. Subsequently, Zhu Zhuqing fell into a contemplative silence, genuinely curious about how Xiao Wu and Long Yu achieved such a terrifying rate of cultivation, yet ultimately refrained from asking. It would be quite inappropriate to pry into the secrets of others so thoughtlessly. Soon, time passed swiftly, and as night fell, the 4 had set up a temporary tent and prepared to rest. Long Yu offered his tent to Zhu Zhuqing, despite her repeated refusals, which could not withstand the insistence of the other 3. Long Yu took watch in the trees surrounding them, relying on his mental perception and with Xiaolan's blue silvergrass serving as an early warning, ensuring their safety. As Zhu Zhuqing lay under the covers, the scent of Long Yu lingered, causing her to feel a hint of shyness before she quickly succumbed to slumber. She was utterly exhausted and required a good rest. When the first rays of sunlight broke the dawn, Long Yu stretched lazily and descended to prepare breakfast. After years devoid of such tasks, he felt somewhat out of practice. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Lan awoke in succession, greeted Long Yu, and sat down to await their meal. That Xiao Wu is truly sleeping in again. You all eat first. I'll go wake her, Long Yu said, exasperated upon noticing the stillness in Xiao Wu's tent, eliciting suppressed laughter from Xiao Lan and Zhu Zhuqing. Long Yu entered Xiao Wu's tent, observing her unrestrained sleeping posture, and without hesitation, playfully smacked her rear, rousing the little lazy pig from her slumber. Who is it? I have a serious case of morning grumpiness, Xiao Wu exclaimed, and soon the breakfasting Xiao Lan and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged amused glances, feeling a warm camaraderie. The bond between Xiao Wu and Long Yu appeared quite intimate. Before long, Xiao Wu, pouting and visibly reluctant, joined the 2 girls, casting a few huffs at Long Yu before diving in her food. I'm truly fed up with Brother Yu. I won't speak to him this morning. After a simple breakfast, the 4 boarded a carriage, which had ample space, allowing for a comfortable journey despite their numbers. Zhu Zhuqing no longer resisted. having grown accustomed to Long Yu and his companions over time, and the carriage continued towards Suotawa City. Chapter 111. Suotawa City. Suotawa City is the second largest city in the Barak Kingdom, with the capital being the first. It borders the Xinglua Empire and serves as the gateway to the Tiando Empire, boasting formidable military strength. Located on the Luma Plain, it is referred to as the granary of the Barak Kingdom and houses a martial spirit hall, underscoring its significance. As Long Yu and his companions surveyed the bustling crowd, they breathed a sigh of relief. After days of travel by carriage, they had finally arrived at their destination, feeling as though their posteriors were no longer their own, nearly numb from the journey. However, upon disembarking, they found themselves slightly out of sorts. I inquired, and Shrek Academy will not begin enrollment for another 2 days. We should rest in Suotawa City for 2 days and then head to Shrek Academy together the day after tomorrow, Long Yu stated. The 3 girls nodded in agreement. Let us first find accommodations. It will be quicker to split up. Xiao Wu and I will go together, while Xiao Lan and Zhu Zhuqing will pair off. Long Yu suggested, and the 4 then set off in 2 different directions. Brother Yu, why do I feel that everyone here is so weak? Their soul power levels are even lower than mine. It's hard to believe this is one of the most important cities in this kingdom. They seem so feeble. Xiao Wu remarked after wandering about. If they heard you say that, you'd likely make that little girl choke with indignation. You certainly have a reckless tongue, Xiao Wu. The gap in combat power between soul masters and the military is not so vast that one could obliterate thousands at a mere snap of the fingers, Long Yu replied. Exasperated, this is quite normal. After spending so long in Wuhuan City, you likely became accustomed to the sight of high-ranking soul masters everywhere. But do not forget, that is Wuhuan City, the sacred ground for soul masters across the continent, and the headquarters of the Wuhuan Hall. The number of soul masters has never exceeded 100,000. It is improbable to encounter high-ranking soul masters at every turn, Long Yu explained. All right, Xiao Wu shrugged. Acknowledging her adjustment to such a place was indeed a challenge. The 2 continued to explore Suotawa City and eventually found a rather pleasant hotel, stepping inside. Hello, may I assist you? The front desk attendant said, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Long Yu and Xiao Wu. My goodness, are youngsters maturing so rapidly nowadays? The girl, though tall, could not disguise her youthful features. She appeared to be merely in her teens. And to come to a hotel with such an incredibly handsome young man was quite surprising. However, he truly is strikingly handsome. Please reserve 4 rooms for us, preferably adjacent. Long Yu requested. 4? 4 rooms? The receptionist exclaimed, astonished, as it seemed contrary to her expectations. Indeed, 4. We have 2 friends who have yet to arrive. Long Yu confirmed. Very well, sir, but please note that we are a rather upscale hotel, so the cost may be. The front desk attendant hesitated. No matter. Money is not an issue. I believe these golden soul coins should suffice, Long Yu replied, producing a hefty amount of golden soul coins. The 4 rooms you reserved are now ready. Here are the keys and room numbers. As per your request, all 4 rooms are adjacent to one another, the receptionist said with a smile. After Long Yu took the 4 keys, he began to walk outside with Xiao Wu. The receptionist couldn't help but feel that they were indeed a well-matched pair, and they both appeared to be soul masters. Meanwhile, Xiao Lan and Zhu Zhuqing were walking down the street, when suddenly, Xiao Lan noticed that Zhu Zhuqing had stopped moving. Looking back at Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Lan realized that something was amiss. Zhu Zhuqing's black eyes were fixed blankly in one direction. Her hands were tightly clenched, her teeth biting down on her lower lip, and tears streamed down her cheeks, her voluptuous figure trembling slightly, as if the color had drained from her beautiful face. Following Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, Xiao Lan saw a young man accompanied by 2 young women. The man had striking golden hair, a tall stature, broad shoulders, and handsome features. But it was his heterochromia that caught attention, exuding a chilling aura. He had his arms around 2 stunning girls, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, and they bore a striking resemblance to one another, unmistakably twin sisters. Zhu Zhuqing? Zhu Zhuqing? Xiao Lan tugged at Zhu Zhuqing's hand. Seeing her in such despair, Xiao Lan, though unaware of the reason, pulled Zhu Zhuqing away. It seemed that the golden-haired man had a close connection with Zhu Zhuqing, but it appeared to be a troubling one. Moreover, his heterochromia was entirely different from that of Gongzi, suggesting it served merely as an ornamental feature without any power. With such a visage, the young man undoubtedly possessed a significant allure for the women of the human world, making his embrace of two girls seem quite normal. Oddly, why do I sense a peculiar disturbance within my martial soul? Dai Mubai pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. He turned to survey his surroundings, but found nothing unusual. Dai Xiao, what's wrong? The twin sisters chirped sweetly, their eyes glinting with charm. It's nothing, perhaps just a figment of my imagination, Dai Mubai replied, shaking his head. Let us go to our usual spot, the Rose Hotel. Today I'll let you experience the prowess of Dai Xiao, Dai Mubai declared, confidently leading the two sisters away, reveling in the pleasures of such a life. What's going on? Long Yu and Xiao Wu asked, observing the expressions of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaolon. However, upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, combined with the current time and place, Long Yu felt he was nearing the truth. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaolon had coincidentally encountered Dai Mubai, who was likely still with the twin sisters. Alas, who would have thought this would happen, even without any deliberate guidance from him? He wondered if Dai Mubai and Tang Xin would cross paths again at the Rose Hotel, leading to potential conflict. Gongzi, I don't know what happened. We encountered a golden-haired man on the street, and Zhu Zhuqing just changed. I asked her, but she wouldn't say, Xiaolon explained earnestly. All right, enough of that. Xiao Wu and I have already booked our hotel. Let us return there first, Long Yu stated. Xiaolon and Xiao Wu followed closely behind, guiding the distraught Zhu Zhuqing, who was at a loss about what to do. Chapter 112, An Opportunity for Choice. Upon arriving at the hotel, Zhu Zhuqing immediately entered her room and shut the door, and soon the three heard her muffled sobs. It was evident that Zhu Zhuqing had been suppressing her emotions for a long time, and this outburst was truly astonishing. You go, Gongzi? Xiao Wu and Xiaolon expressed their concern. Long Yu raised his hand to silence them. Let her release her emotions. She needs some time, Long Yu said, returning to his own room. Xiaolon and Xiao Wu, seeing this, also retreated to their respective rooms. After a little over an hour, Zhu Zhuqing finally ceased her weeping. However, after crying, she lay there staring blankly at the ceiling, which was as white as snow, contemplating whether her future would also be devoid of color, leaving her sightless. Suddenly, a figure entered Zhu Zhuqing's room and closed the door behind them. Zhu Zhuqing focused her gaze and was taken aback to find it was Long Yu. Long Yu, you don't need to do this. I'm really fine, Zhu Zhuqing said, wiping her eyes. Although the redness could not conceal the truth of what had just transpired. There is no need to feign strength. After all, you are merely a 12-year-old girl. Long Yu said, moving closer with a smile. Anger, resentment, despair, pain, and a profound sense of unwillingness. Am I right? Zhu Zhuqing, the second young lady of the Zhu family from the Xinglua Empire. Upon hearing Long Yu's words, Zhu Zhuqing became alert, recognizing that this enigmatic man knew her identity. Could it be that her family had sent him? If there truly were such an exceptional genius soul master in the Xinglua Empire, how could she, as a duke's daughter, remain unaware of such a figure? Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? It seemed improbable. So who exactly was he? There is no need to worry. Through certain channels, I have indeed learned of your identity. But rest assured, I am not from the Xinglua Empire, nor do I wish you any harm, Long Yu said, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. Are you from the Wuhuan Temple? Zhu Zhuqing speculated. With such terrifying talent and formidable intelligence-gathering abilities, it could only be the dominant force of the Soul Master world, the Wuhuan Temple. You are quite astute. You are correct. I am indeed affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple, and the three of us are as well, Long Yu admitted candidly. So what exactly do you intend to do? Zhu Zhuqing asked coldly. Given the relationship between the Wuhuan Temple and the Empire, Zhu Zhuqing harbored no fondness for the temple. Do not overthink it. Our encounter and your meeting with Dai Mubai were merely a series of coincidences. It can only be said that fate has led us here. If we truly wish for something, it would be far simpler than this. Long Yu shrugged, observing Zhu Zhuqing before continuing. I have come to ask you one question. Do you wish to take control of your own destiny? I firmly believe that rather than relying on others and placing your hopes in their hands, it is far better to depend on oneself. What do you mean? You still do not understand my situation. How could I possibly oppose such a vast empire relying solely on myself? Even if you are from the Wuhuan Temple, you would be powerless. The Wuhuan Temple has grown increasingly powerful in recent years, but it is still just a sole master force. How many soul masters exist across the entire continent? How could one stand against the Xingluo Empire? Moreover, we have only just met. I do not believe the Wuhuan Temple would invest such significant resources for my sake. If I lose again, I will face a fate worse than death. Abandoned by my family without a second thought, Zhu Zhuqing replied, shaking her head. To be precise, what you must confront are the royal family of the Xingluo Empire and your own Zhu family. I believe you understand the internal dynamics of the Xingluo Empire better than I do. The Wuhuan Temple indeed would not engage in direct conflict with the Xingluo Empire for your sake, yet a confrontation between the two sides is inevitable. At this moment, I simply wish to inquire whether you aspire to seize control of your own destiny, to rely on yourself rather than placing your hopes on that insatiable beast, Daimu Bai. Long Yu shook his head and continued, seize this opportunity, strive for the last glimmer of survival, or endure for a few more years before your inevitable demise. The choice is yours. Rest assured, you have 2 days to ponder this slowly. Should you come to a realization, seek me out and taste the essence of wielding your own fate. As for the resistance, it will be swept away before formidable power. When you cultivate to the level of a title Douluo, neither the Xingluo royal family nor your own kin will hold sway over you. I can assist you in achieving such heights or even beyond. I have faith in you, and more so in myself. Upon concluding his words, Long Yu did not glance back at Zhu Zhuqing. He believed that the girl would make her own choice, and he merely needed to wait patiently. In truth, at this juncture, Zhu Zhuqing had little choice left. The Shrek 7 monsters had already separated, with Xiao Wu having been drawn to him early on, establishing a close bond. The Wuhuan fusion technique, the Yuming White Tiger, also seemed nearly complete. Daimu Bai, you have unwittingly delivered Zhu Zhuqing into my hands. From here on, we can take our time to play. Long Yu thought to himself with a cold smile. All right, you two, stop eavesdropping. I have no intention of coercing anyone. Long Yu remarked as he opened the door, revealing Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan, who stood outside, nearly startled. Brother Yu. Xiao Lan said she needed to accompany me to the restroom. What a coincidence that we just stepped out when you emerged from Zhu Zhuqing's room. We shall take our leave now, Xiao Wu stammered, fabricating a feeble excuse. You probably don't even believe your own words. Leave and give Zhu Zhuqing some time to contemplate without interruption, Long Yu replied, gazing at Xiao Wu in exasperation at her half-hearted excuse. Come in, let me explain, he added, closing the door behind them as Xiao Lan and Xiao Wu followed him into his room. Long Yu briefly shared with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan the background of Zhu Zhuqing and the regulations of her family, as well as her current predicament. The two girls were taken aback by the revelation that there existed such a method for choosing the strongest within a family, leaving the weak to be ruthlessly discarded. What a twisted rule, leading siblings to turn against one another, Xiao Wu sighed, feeling an added sympathy for Zhu Zhuqing. Such a girl has endured a tragic childhood. Unlike myself, who grew up alongside Brother Yu and the teachers and classmates of the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Indeed, there are those who ascend to the throne through such close kinship. Although they may be cold-hearted, they are undoubtedly far more formidable and ruthless than the royal family of the Tiando Empire. I am aware of everything, including Zhu Zhuqing's current situation. Hence, I have granted her an opportunity, Long Yu asserted. Brother Yu, do you believe Zhu Zhuqing will come to seek you out? Xiao Wu inquired with concern. Although she had known Zhu Zhuqing for less than a day, she found the girl to be quite commendable. It would be a tragedy if she were to perish, especially at the hands of her own kin. Rest assured, she has only 2 paths before her now. She will come, having endured numerous hardships to reach the Xingluo Empire. Her will to survive is remarkable. I possess the only viable path for her here. If she desires to live, she will seek me out, Long Yu replied. Brother Yu, do you intend to use divine herbs to help Zhu Zhuqing enhance her talent and soul power? Xiao Wu asked. Yes, however, to achieve the level Zhu Zhuqing requires. Divine herbs alone may not suffice. Now you know all that you need to. Return to your own rooms, Long Yu instructed. Understood, Xiao Wu nodded and departed, while Xiaolon chose to remain in Long Yu's room. What is it, Xiaolon? Do you have something to discuss? Long Yu inquired. Young master, I have realized that you are, in fact, a kind-hearted individual, Xiaolon remarked with a smile before exiting. Am I kind? Long Yu mused, brushing his nose nervously, feeling as though he had little connection to the notion of kindness. After a night, Long Yu awoke from the soft, luxurious bed. One must admit, the adage holds true, you get what you pay for. Though the cost was high, the comfort was undeniable. Long Yu led the three girls out of the hotel for breakfast, but the atmosphere among the four was somewhat peculiar compared to the previous day. Xiao Wu and Xiaolon regarded Zhu Zhuqing with sympathy and admiration, while Zhu Zhuqing looked at Long Yu with a complex mix of conflict and distress. The only one unaffected by the tension was Long Yu, who appeared as if nothing had transpired. After satisfying their hunger, the group strolled through the streets but, feeling somewhat bored, decided to return to the hotel to rest. At that moment, Long Yu suddenly sensed someone watching them, their gaze filled with malice. His spiritual awareness immediately detected the presence, and upon locating the individual, he smirked disdainfully. It seemed someone had come seeking trouble. It was hardly surprising given that the three girls he accompanied were exceedingly eye-catching. Coupled with the character of the intruder, it was not unexpected. Young master, is something amiss? Xiaolon quietly inquired upon sensing Long Yu's unease, with Xiao Wu curiously leaning closer. Sometimes, your beauty can attract unnecessary troubles. Since we have been targeted, let us dispose of this hidden nuisance with ease. It is but an ant that can be crushed effortlessly, Long Yu declared, unperturbed. We are too beautiful, brother Yu. This is one of the rare occasions where you directly compliment our looks. Xiao Wu blushed slightly at Long Yu's words about the three of them. As for the troubles brother Yu mentioned, neither Xiao Wu nor Xiaolon felt the slightest concern. How could a mere city like Sutuo threaten them? Furthermore, the Wuhuan Temple was present in Sutuo City, and given the character of the Pope, they must have notified the Wuhuan Temple here long ago. Troubles? Zhu Zhuqing echoed, scanning her surroundings and finding nothing amiss. However, she knew Long Yu would not conjure such statements without reason. Zhu Zhuqing was aware of her allure to men. Her striking figure combined with her youthful visage and icy demeanor possessed a formidable attraction. Even during her time in the Xinglua Empire, she had encountered countless individuals with ulterior motives. Fortunately, her status deterred any overt actions. Now it seemed trouble had found her again. Yet, observing Long Yu and the others' indifference, Zhu Zhuqing chose not to dwell on it. After all, she still had a Soul Sage-level expert by her side, which made her feel relatively secure in this setting. Long Yu and the three women, either intentionally or unintentionally, made their way to a secluded area, ultimately arriving at a narrow alley devoid of any onlookers. You have conveniently delivered yourselves to me. I was just contemplating how to act in broad daylight with so many witnesses, yet here you are, selecting such an ideal location for my endeavors. A lewd voice belonging to a middle-aged man echoed, and before the four, a man in his 40s appeared. His skin was dark, standing over 1.60 meters, with a vaguely sinister expression, his right hand wrapped in bandages, and he wore tattered shorts riddled with holes, coupled with a pair of flip-flops. He leered at the three women beside Long Yu. Young man, when out in the world, one should be cautious about safety. Bringing three exquisite beauties with you, are you not afraid of what might happen? Today, I shall personally teach you a lesson about the perils of the world. You may leave now. I have matters to discuss with these three lovely ladies. The man, whose name was Douluo, disregarded Long Yu entirely. Despite Long Yu's considerable height, it was evident he was merely a teenager, and even if Douluo was a soul master, his power could not be formidable. At most, he was merely a great soul master, while Douluo himself was a soul sect member, a skilled individual in this small locale. And dealing with them would be a simple task. Douluo's aggressive gaze roamed over the three women, ultimately settling on Xiaolon. While Zhu Zhuqing was well endowed, there was no denying that a mature woman like Xiaolon possessed an even greater allure. Gazing at Xiaolon's stunning beauty and grace stirred something within Douluo. She was far superior to the women he encountered in brothels. If he could indulge just once, it would be a tale to boast about with his comrades for a lifetime. Huh, you intend to teach me a lesson, based solely on your appearance? Long Yu regarded Douluo with disdain. He had no interest in such a minor character, but now that Douluo had set his sights on him, he would not show any mercy. Young master, his gaze makes me feel utterly repulsed. Can you do something about it? Xiaolon exclaimed angrily. He is merely a soul sect member, yet he dares to act so brazenly in front of me. Does he not see that I appear to be a high-level soul master? How dare he look at me with such vile eyes? He is simply courting death. There's no need, Xiaolon. With me here, I will handle this, Long Yu replied with a smile. His eyes instantly transformed into heavy pupils, as 4 soul rings of black and purple emerged, coldly fixing on Douluo. What? At such a young age, you are a soul sect member. And how could you possibly have such a soul ring configuration? Upon witnessing Long Yu's 4 soul rings and their colors, Douluo was taken aback, his rationality returning as he prepared to flee. While he was indeed a lecherous man, he was not foolish and recognized that Long Yu was not someone he could provoke. However, a mere soul sect member could not escape Long Yu's grasp. You have brought this upon yourself, especially after setting your sights on me. That is unforgivable, Long Yu said nonchalantly, unaware of the reactions from the 3 women nearby. What do you mean by my person? That statement could easily lead to misunderstandings, the 3 women thought, each with their own thoughts swirling, yet none spoke immediately. Zhu Zhuqing, having witnessed Long Yu's 4 soul rings and the astonishing configuration, felt immense shock. The fact that he was indeed a soul sect member with such a terrifying soul ring configuration made her wonder if Long Yu could truly defeat a soul saint with his soul power. 3rd soul skill, mental control. Long Yu's 3rd soul ring shimmered, and his formidable mental strength immediately halted Douluo in his tracks. Under the astonished gazes of the 3 women, Douluo, in a daze, picked up a nearby stone, trembling as he lifted it toward a certain part of himself and struck down with force. The intense pain made Douluo scream, his hands shaking, his face drenched in cold sweat as he temporarily broke free from Long Yu's mental control. The severe agony caused his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Observing the bloodied mess below, he realized he had just lost something essential, and in such a manner, no less. Even if a healing soul master were to arrive, the cost would be exorbitant. He felt his fate was sealed. You little brat, you are courting death. Just wait. Douluo glared at Long Yu, fully aware he was no match for him. After leaving a threatening remark, he intended to retreat, planning to summon his allies for vengeance. Eager for Long Yu to experience a taste of his own medicine. Do you think that merely offending me will be overlooked? Long Yu sneered, as the 2nd 1,000-year purple soul ring glowed. 2nd soul skill, nightmare. Douluo again fell into a stupor, his face paling and his body trembling uncontrollably. No, please. Douluo's voice echoed in desperation, as if he had encountered something immensely terrifying, plunging into a state of utter fear. My 2nd soul skill can cast one into nightmares, revealing their deepest fears, Long Yu stated calmly. This was his first time employing the nightmare skill, and it appeared to yield impressive results. However, it was evident that such an effect could only be applied to foes, and the results were unmistakably significant. Let us depart. This was merely an unpleasant interlude, Long Yu remarked, leading the 3 women out of the alley. Long Yu, what will happen to him now? Zhu Zhuqing, being inherently kind-hearted, felt that Long Yu had already dealt sufficient punishment to the lecherous man, and anything further would be excessive. Do you not think you should be more concerned about your own safety? If I had not been here today, and if only you had been alone facing a soul sect member intent on targeting you, what do you think your fate would have been? Who would pity you then? Who could come to your aid? Kindness is certainly commendable, but it must be directed wisely, and one must possess the ability to protect oneself and the capital for such kindness. Zhu Zhuqing, do not forget, this is a world where the strong prey upon the weak, Long Yu said earnestly, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing. Having faced numerous life and death situations, Zhu Zhuqing remained so pure and kind that Long Yu found himself at a loss for words. Such individuals are often the most susceptible to harm from various quarters. Gentle creatures are often exploited, and kind hearts are often deceived. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's silence, Long Yu sighed. Rest assured, that man will likely become a madman, but will not perish. Yet even if he does not die by my hand, he will hardly survive the day, Long Yu stated, bearing no burden, as if nothing had occurred. Xiaolan, why does brother Yu say such things? Xiao Wu inquired softly. Xiao Wu, what the young master means is that soon, individuals from the Wuhan main hall will assist in resolving the ensuing matters, Xiaolan explained. Oh, does this mean we have been secretly protected by the people of Wuhan Hall all along? Xiao Wu exclaimed with sudden realization. While one cannot precisely claim it to be protection, given our strength, we are unlikely to encounter significant troubles. Moreover, the Wuhuan main hall is merely the third tier of Wuhuan Hall, and even the hall master is just a soul sage, Xiaolan remarked. Xiaolan felt no discomfort regarding Long Yu's actions. Those who dare to offend oneself and the young master are hardly worthy of pity. However, since the young master has already intervened, it would be inappropriate for her to strike again. Ah, that is indeed true, and Xiaolan is undeniably formidable. Xiao nodded, and soon the four returned to their hotel, swiftly forgetting this minor incident. Before long, several figures arrived in the alley, showing no mercy or sympathy for the deranged Douluo, whose fate was sealed by a swift strike. Douluo, a disciple of the esteemed Pope, met his end with such resolute brutality, one figure observed, regarding the lifeless Douluo. For Wuhuan Hall, this was a fortuitous event, as they required such iron-fisted individuals. Although it was unclear why such a person had come to this place, could it truly be merely for amusement? Another figure pondered. This is not our concern. According to the Pope's orders, we merely assist them as much as possible. However, it seems we lack the ability to offer any meaningful assistance. By the way, since Douluo has been dealt with, we must eradicate his few dubious companions as well. These societal scourges should have been eliminated long ago. They are merely third-rate soul kings who mistakenly believe they can act with impunity. With that, he produced a vial of powder from his pocket, scattering it over Bu Li's corpse. After ensuring no traces remained, he departed. Meanwhile, that evening, as Long Yu was deep in meditation, a knock resounded at the door. He concluded his meditation with a smile, sensing that the other party had come to a realization. Chapter 115, Arrival at Shrek Academy. Upon opening the door, he was met by the figure of Zhu Zhuqing. Observing Long Yu comfortably seated on the sofa, she inquired, "You seem utterly unsurprised. Are you so certain I would come seeking you?" "Indeed, I am quite certain, for you possess a strong will to survive, and here lies your only option." Long Yu replied with a smile. "Could you enlighten me on how you accomplish this?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her curiosity piqued by the enigmatic and powerful man before her. Now that she had chosen to be here, she wished to seize the opportunity to clarify her questions. "Are you referring to my rapid cultivation alongside Xiao Wu, my soul ring configuration, or my true strength?" Long Yu responded, "I can fulfill your requests, as long as you assist me in taking control of my own destiny. Provided your requests are reasonable, I shall comply," Zhu Zhuqing said, biting her lip. "Rest assured, I am not a malevolent person and would not harm you. There is nothing on you that I covet at present." "Very well. Today you made a remarkably rational decision. In the future, you shall feel fortunate for it. For now, simply accompany us. Once you break through to Soul Sovereign, I will gift you something that can alter your fate, enabling you to become like Xiao Wu. After we have had our fill of enjoyment here, you shall return with us to Wuhuan City," Long Yu stated, to which Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. She then left Long Yu's room, uncertain if her actions today were right or wrong. Yet, as Long Yu mentioned, this appeared to be her only choice. She did not wish to perish, but to truly live for herself. However, Long Yu's assertion that she possessed nothing of interest left her somewhat disheartened. Gazing at her enviable figure, Zhu Zhuqing found herself lost in thought. Did Long Yu perhaps not appreciate larger forms? Oh dear, what am I thinking? How shameless of me. After returning to her room, she pondered, her cheeks tinged with crimson, and eventually drifted off to sleep, burdened with deep thoughts. The following morning, Xiao Wu and Xiaolan could distinctly sense the shift in Zhu Zhuqing's attitude towards Long Yu. Although she remained aloof, her gaze softened considerably whenever she looked at him. Xiao Lan remained unfazed. Yet Xiao Wu felt an impending sense of rivalry, realizing that her brother Yu had once again captivated another girl, one whose figure surpassed her own. This realization vexed her immensely. With that thought, Xiao Wu shot Long Yu a fierce glare. "That scoundrel Yu!" Long Yu, walking ahead, sensed the hostile gaze directed at him and turned around to find Xiao Wu glaring at him, leaving him somewhat perplexed by the little girl's sentiments. After a simple breakfast, Long Yu and the others set off towards the location of Shrek Academy, which was commencing its enrollment. After some time, the four arrived at a small village, comprising approximately 100 households, encircled by wooden fences seemingly erected to ward off wild beasts. A considerable crowd had gathered at the village entrance, undoubtedly parents escorting their children to register at Shrek Academy. "Brother Yu, this place appears quite dilapidated. Are we truly expected to stay here for a while?" Xiao Wu remarked, taken aback by the surrounding environment. Even though Long Yu had prepared her and Xiao Lan for such conditions, Xiao Wu found it hard to grasp the reality that a Soul Master Academy could be established in such a place. How could they attract many students? Xiao Lan, observing the scene, felt little emotional turmoil. As long as she could accompany the young master, the external environment was insignificant, albeit the surroundings did appear exceedingly shabby. Zhu Zhuqing sighed internally, considering how Mu Bai had managed to stay in such an academy for so long, seemingly living a life of idleness, which only reinforced her trust in Long Yu. "Come, Xiao Wu, enduring some hardship is no matter. Besides, we won't be here indefinitely. If we need anything, we can venture to Sutawa City to procure it, as it is not far from here," Long Yu reassured, waving his hand. To be honest, even he was somewhat taken aback by the simplicity of the surroundings. Long Yu then led the three girls towards the crowd. The children gathered there were mostly of similar age, with soul power levels ranging from the teens to slightly over 20. The trio began to queue, while Xiao Lan, not intending to become a student, patiently waited off to the side. However, Xiao Lan's beauty and gentle demeanor drew the attention of many, as it was indeed rare to encounter such a striking beauty in such a small place. "What are you staring at? Is my appearance lacking? Your eyeballs are about to drop to the ground. I will deal with you when we return." A voice filled with discontent emanated from a middle-aged woman, followed by a man's gasp of pain, clearly indicating that he had been caught stealing glances at Xiao Lan by his wife. Numerous women around cast wary glances at their husbands and Xiao Lan, apprehensive about any potential trouble. However, upon observing Xiao Lan's poise and beauty, they recognized that she must belong to an esteemed lineage far beyond the reach of their humble village folk. Otherwise, the term vixen would have been readily uttered. "Dear, you scold me, yet have you not been eyeing that fellow in white attire?" A timid voice chimed in, only to be abruptly interrupted. "What is the matter? Are you afraid to speak? Clearly, he hails from a prestigious family. Do you not fear causing a ruckus? Fine, you're right, my dear. I shall not dare again. However, are you certain we have not strayed into the wrong place? This does not resemble a formal Soul Master Academy. It feels more akin to a retirement home. I cannot say, but now that we are here, I have heard that graduating grants won a title from the Empire. Let us wait a while longer. Perhaps the edifices outside are merely a facade." At the village entrance, a table was set, behind which sat an elder in his 60s. A somewhat tattered plaque hung from a wooden archway, inscribed with 5 simple characters, Shrek Academy. Before these characters, a green emblem resembling a head of a humanoid creature hung, which appeared somewhat endearing. The elder at the table bore a similar green circular badge, presumably the emblem of Shrek Academy. Chapter 116. Enrollment. The elderly figure behind the table, ostensibly responsible for enrollment, appeared lethargic. His attire, generously described as simple, resembled that of a village elder, and at that moment, he regarded a father and son before him with evident impatience. "Do not disrupt those behind you. Are you unaware of the Academy's rules? We only accept children under the age of 13. Those exceeding this age must leave immediately." The boy's father protested. "What about our enrollment fee?" The elder responded brusquely. "Once enrolled, fees are non-refundable." Unable to contain his anger, the father retorted, You are clearly swindling us. Refund our fee, or we shall not leave. Had we known this so-called Shrek Academy was in such disrepair, we would never have come. The elder cast a glance at him and calmly remarked, Mubai, someone wishes to reclaim their enrollment fee. Please handle it. In an instant, a figure sprang up from the ground. If you wish for a refund, you must first defeat me, and I shall return the full amount. Xiaolan and Zhu Zhuqing quickly recognized this individual as Dai Mubai. After the display of strength, the father and son conceded defeat, and many children and parents promptly departed, leaving a considerable void. Long Yu, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing followed suit. Brother Yu, is that fellow truly Dai Mubai? He seems so domineering. How can he forcibly withhold others' enrollment fees? That amounts to 10 gold soul coins. Xiao Wu expressed her dissatisfaction. During her time at the Wuhan Hall Academy, she often stood up for the common soul masters, and witnessing such scenes stirred her indignation. It is worth noting that 1 gold soul coin could sustain an average family of 3 for an entire month. 10 gold soul coins represented a substantial portion of their livelihood. To have it seized by this seemingly dilapidated Shrek Academy was a significant blow for families of modest means. Not only had they lost hope of enrollment, but they had also forfeited their fee. However, as a commoner, she felt powerless against the formidable high-ranking soul master. This experience further tarnished Xiao Wu's impression of Shrek Academy. Had it not been for Brother Yu's presence, she would have surely sought justice for these individuals. At the very least, returning their money. Get used to it. Long Yu remarked indifferently. Given the current state of Shrek Academy, it was indeed lacking in quality. Its only notable feature was its formidable faculty. With 2 soul saints serving as instructors and deans, even a typical high-level Soul Master Academy would struggle to match such investment. Beyond this, it bore no remarkable attributes. Its reputation, enrollment criteria, and academic culture were decidedly subpar. The motto, a Soul Master who does not stir trouble is not a good Soul Master, alongside their various double standards, further underscored this reality. Had it not been for the protagonist group being present, he would never have set foot in such a place. Enrolling in Shrek Academy necessitates a clear understanding of the rules. Arriving here without comprehension merely results in a waste of your enrollment fee. Regret may still be in order. Do you know the significance of the name Shrek? Shrek is a type of monster, an exceedingly peculiar entity even among soul beasts. Thus, the essence of Shrek Academy is that it is a school for monsters, only accepting those who are extraordinary, not ordinary individuals. If you are over 13 years of age or your soul power does not exceed level 21, do not waste your time here, the elder stated blandly. A formidable aura erupted from him, a vibrant crimson light suddenly emanating from his being as a long staff adorned with intricate patterns appeared in his right hand. Most terrifyingly, 6 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, their radiant brilliance capturing the attention of all present. The colors of the 6 rings comprised 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, representing a 10-year soul ring, a 100-year soul ring, 3,000-year soul rings, and a 10,000-year soul ring. This elder, who appeared to be an ordinary farmer, was indeed a formidable soul emperor, surpassing level 60. 60, a remarkable level indeed. Even within the entire Bala Kingdom, such soul masters were exceedingly rare. As the elder staff struck the ground, a deep resonating sound echoed, causing nearly all present to stumble momentarily. He waved towards the astonished family of 3 before him. Next, after this impressive display by Li Rusong, most parents, while marveling at the Academy's robust faculty, quietly departed. If their child truly achieved level 20 by 12, who would choose such a decrepit establishment? Countless intermediate and even advanced academies would eagerly extend their offers. Merely having a strong faculty was insufficient to compensate for myriad deficiencies. The line, once composed of dozens, dwindled to merely a handful. Those children who met the criteria were informed they had passed the first round and could proceed to the second assessment, while parents were left outside to await the outcome. Soon, a figure captured the attention of many. Clad in a simple white dress, she exuded a sense of purity. With a neat bob haircut, she stood about half a head shorter than Xiao Wu, obscuring her features, but the smooth skin visible from her neck indicated that she possessed remarkably fair and delicate skin. May I inquire if I have passed the preliminary test? The young girl's voice was melodious and enchanting, lacking a hint of arrogance, yet possessing a soft quality that was utterly disarming. The surprise on the elder's face gradually faded as he furrowed his brow and asked, "Do your family members know you are here?" The young girl did not directly respond to his inquiry. Instead, she smiled and remarked, "It is said that education knows no boundaries. As long as I meet the academy's requirements, you have no reason to refuse my admission." The elder hesitated for a moment before waving his hand at Dai Mubai, saying, "Take her inside." "Yes, Teacher Li," Dai Mubai replied, retracting his previously aggressive gaze and returning to his cold demeanor, feeling a sense of joy within. It appeared that Shrek Academy had finally accepted a female student this year, and she was remarkably beautiful. It seemed he had found a new target, and she was a talented female soul master, with his handsome looks and generous disposition. Capturing the heart of such an innocent girl would be a piece of cake. If you continue to gaze at me with such lewd eyes, I shall gouge them out. Ning Rongrong scolded softly beside Dai Mubai, after which the two proceeded into the inner sanctum of Shrek Academy. Chapter 117. The monster among monsters. Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback by Ning Rongrong's remark and could only smile to alleviate the awkwardness. Gazing at the proud girl who resembled a little princess, he felt an intense determination. "You proud little girl, just wait. Once I, Dai Mubai, conquer you, how will you continue to act so arrogantly before me?" Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze grew even colder. She had completely lost hope in Dai Mubai, rendering disappointment irrelevant. Soon, it was Long Yu and his companions' turn to register. Long Yu placed 30 gold soul coins into the wooden box and softly stated, "This is the registration fee for the three of us." He then extended his hand. Li Rusong, after squeezing Long Yu's hand a few times, felt something amiss. Lifting his face to look at Long Yu, he noticed that this young man, even more handsome than Mubai, wore a faint smile. Intrigued, Li Rusong squeezed Long Yu's bones once more and exclaimed, "The bone age is appropriate and remarkably resilient, as if enhanced by a soul bone. Since you are together, let the other two also test their bone age." Long Yu stepped aside, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing extended their small hands. After Li Rusong examined them, he nodded in approval. "All right, the bone ages of you two girls also meet the requirements. Now, please release your martial spirits so that I may check your soul power levels." Channeling their inner soul power, Xiao Wu's rabbit ears sprouted, and soft white rabbit fur appeared on her hands, her body elongating as she completed her martial spirit manifestation. The 4 soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, floating around her indicated that Xiao Wu was a soul master. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes changed color. Her right eye shimmered emerald green, while her left gleamed azure blue. Her hands transformed into sharp cat claws, embodying the phantom spirit cat, and she bore 2 yellow 100-year soul rings, marking her as a great soul master. Long Yu's eyes transformed into mesmerizing dual pupils, radiating a captivating light that seemed to draw people in. Surrounding him were 4 super soul rings of black and purple, signifying that he too was a soul master. Moreover, he was an exceptionally formidable one. Li Rusong stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape as he struggled to comprehend that these were indeed 12-year-old children possessing such soul power levels. It seemed utterly surreal. At the age of 12, achieving the soul power of a soul master, this surpassed the Academy's graduation requirements. It was simply absurd. And that handsome young man, what was with the color of his soul rings? How could one achieve such a remarkable soul ring configuration? With the first soul ring being 10,000 years? Was it merely an illusion, or some trick of the light that even a soul emperor like himself could not discern? Not only Li Rusong, but even the children and parents waiting in line behind them stared in astonishment at Long Yu. Truly, he was a monster. Could someone please explain? "Teacher, is there any problem?" Long Yu asked with a smile, snapping Li Rusong back to reality, who nodded vacantly. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, who had just exited, was also taken aback by the scene before him. How is this even possible? It could only be described as monstrous. "Mubai, go fetch that crystal ball. Remember, it must withstand 50 levels of soul power. If even a low-grade white crystal bursts, the dean will cut our salaries," Li Rusong said, stabilizing his nerves but feeling parched. Understood, Dai Mubai replied before swiftly entering the academy. In a short while, he returned with a blue crystal ball. Without hesitation, Long Yu infused his soul power into it, instantly creating a dazzling display of brilliant blue. He truly is a monster. At 12 years of age, he has reached the 33rd level of Soul Master, Li Rusong gasped. Subsequently, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also tested their soul power levels, achieving the 41st level of Soul Master and the 27th level of Great Soul Master, respectively. Both exceptional, yet lacking the profound impact of Long Yu's revelation. This is truly absurd. Monsters abound this year, and this one is the king of them all. Li Rusong couldn't help but exclaim. It seemed the dean would be overjoyed this year. Such talent was indeed extraordinary. Mubai, take these 3 directly to the 4th trial. The previous 3 trials are unnecessary, Li Rusong instructed. Dai Mubai nodded, casting several glances at Long Yu, as if trying to see through the remarkable talent and looks that far surpassed his own. To clarify, those with soul power levels above 25 may skip the first 3 trials. If you meet such criteria, you can proceed directly to the 4th assessment. Perhaps in a particularly good mood, Li Rusong took the opportunity to explain to everyone. Just then, a figure stepped forward and infused their soul power into the crystal ball, producing an even more radiant and profound glow than Zhu Zhuqing's. 29 levels? Not bad at all. Please release your martial spirit, Li Rusong said. Long Yu and his companions reverted from their martial spirit form, focusing their attention on this boy. He appeared to be around 12 or 13 years old, standing approximately 1.70 meters in height, clad in a light blue outfit, with a belt adorned with 24 gemstones and an unassuming yet approachable countenance. Tang San, you actually showed up? Teacher Li, I met this guy yesterday. His martial spirit is blue silvergrass, but his strength is astonishing. There's no need to release it. Dai Mubai remarked, glancing at Tang San. Blue silvergrass can reach such a level? Li Rusong asked, studying Tang San curiously. He then squeezed Tang San's bones and finally nodded. Quite impressive, Tang San. You may join them for the 4th trial. Thank you, teacher, Tang San replied politely. Unlike others, his gaze was primarily fixed on the waiting Xiaolon, with a hint of distraction in his eyes. He vowed that it was certainly not due to the extraordinary beauty of the lady in the blue dress that he felt an uncontrollable sense of familiarity upon seeing her. As if there were some kind of blood connection, yet it seemed somewhat different. The woman before him exuded an air of nobility and mystery. On the side, Dai Mubai noticed that this unfamiliar Tang San had his gaze fixed on Xiaolon and could not help but smirk with a hint of mischief. What a clever lad. I initially thought Tang San to be a serious individual, but it appears he has a taste for such beauty. Nevertheless, it is easily understandable. A woman of such caliber surpasses the comparison with mere girls in their teens. In Chapter 118, Introduction to the Academy, Dai Mubai pondered the aura emanating from the scene, sensing a harmonious connection with his evil white tiger martial soul. He finally turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared to regard him with an icy indifference. Young master, may I accompany you? Xiaolon asked. Xiaolon, you must wait here. We shall come to fetch you once we have completed the assessment. The instructor has stated that you cannot enter, Long Yu replied, waving his hand. Xiaolon could only nod in agreement, casting a glance at several individuals before retracting her gaze. Yet Tang San stirred a peculiar feeling within her. However, it dissipated quickly, having never encountered this seemingly ordinary fellow before. How could there be any connection? Nonetheless, Tang San's martial soul piqued her interest. The fact that he had cultivated blue silvergrass to such an impressive degree was indeed extraordinary. Li Rusong observed the scene before him and raised his evaluation of Long Yu further. It seemed that Long Yu was not a proud and arrogant individual, but rather a promising candidate. It was evident that Long Yu and his companion Xiao Wu hailed from a prominent family or faction. Although he could not discern the true strength of the lady in blue, she likely surpassed him in prowess. Moreover, obtaining such soul rings could not have been achieved solely through his own efforts, further reinforcing Li Rusong's thoughts. Dai Mubai chose not to linger on the matter and led Long Yu and the others into the depths of Shrek Academy. As a senior, he walked alongside them, Providing an introduction, the assessment at Shrek Academy consists of 4 stages. You have already experienced the first stage, which eliminates candidates with soul power under level 21 or those over the age of 13. This stage sees the most candidates filtered out. The second stage involves soul power evaluation and martial soul appraisal. Possessing immense soul power alone does not guarantee future potential. This stage primarily assesses the martial soul. Only those with a martial soul that exhibits significant developmental potential and correct cultivation direction can advance. The third stage tests the candidate's application of their martial souls. Mere possession of soul power and potential is insufficient. One must also demonstrate control over their martial soul. Higher-level martial souls are increasingly difficult to control, and issues can easily arise. If control over the martial soul does not reach a certain level, it indicates that the soul master lacks diligence. The fourth stage evaluates practical combat experience. The dean has stated that pampered, sheltered flowers should be excluded. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's introduction, Tang San was astonished. To meet such stringent criteria, it was evident that only exceptionally talented individuals could gain entry. Dai Gu, our academy has such strict admission requirements. Yet the current conditions seem rather ordinary. May I inquire about the current number of students at our academy? How many students does Shrek Academy typically enroll each year? Tang San inquired. Dai Mubai sighed. Since the establishment of Shrek Academy 20 years ago, we have admitted a total of 42 students, averaging just over 2 per year. Prior to this, the academy had not received any new students for 2 years. Currently, counting myself, there are only 3 students studying at the academy. The other 2 will be joining us soon, marking a record-breaking year for admissions. Our dean has always maintained that it is better to have none than to accept subpar soul masters. If it weren't for my support, the academy would have collapsed due to financial issues long ago. Only 3 students, yet maintaining such high standards. I find your dean to be a most intriguing individual. Tang San remarked. Indeed, I hold great respect for our dean. By the way, you will soon refer to him as our dean. With your talents and abilities, you should easily pass all assessments, Dai Mubai said, casting a meaningful glance at Long Yu. He truly could not fathom how such a remarkable individual had come into being. Undoubtedly, he would not be responsible for this year's practical assessments. 2 individuals possessed soul power levels that exceeded his own. Although he had yet to engage in battle with Long Yu and that girl, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from Long Yu that rivaled that of Teacher Zhao, leaving him to ponder if it was merely his imagination. It was important to note that there was a disparity of over 30 levels between them in soul power. Then I shall take your words to heart, Dai Gu. I have a profound interest in the academy, Tang San replied with a smile. The prospect of cultivating within such a remarkable institution stirred excitement within him. With such a formidable faculty, high expectations, and gifted classmates, Tang San could not help but feel invigorated as he glanced at Long Yu. This world was indeed vast. Even with the myriad of Tang Sek's profound teachings at his disposal, he still felt a significant gap compared to the talents of the outside world. It was clear that remaining confined within the confines of Notting City would only limit his vision. He needed to venture forth and experience the world. Meanwhile, Long Yu found himself surrounded by several young ladies, chattering away incessantly. Due to Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor, Xiao Wu held a low opinion of Dai Mubai, as did Ning Rongrong, who also did not engage in the conversation between Dai Mubai and Tang San. However, listening to their exchange piqued her curiosity about Shrek Academy. At last, there seemed to be a place of intrigue, and the presence of such a handsome and talented classmate promised an exciting life ahead. Brother Yu, the requirements here are so strict. They are almost on par with ours, if not more stringent, Xiao Wu mused. Even the genius class of the Spirit Hall had such standards, and many of its students could not meet these requirements. She wondered what the practical assessments would entail. Indeed, it is quite strict. However, this may not necessarily bode well for the current state of Shrek Academy, Long Yu remarked, shaking his head slightly. Shrek Academy is far from being the premier academy of the continent in the future. If it were not for the support of the protagonist group, it would have faded into obscurity long ago. Haha, I find it rather delightful here. I wonder what kind of individuals will assess our practical abilities. Xiao Wu raised her delicate fist, brimming with excitement. To her astonishment, the pandemic had reached their school. Shortly thereafter, Dai Mu Bai came to a halt, and they arrived at another open area. This space was significantly smaller than the previous challenge, measuring only about 200 square meters. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was languidly dozing in a chair, seeming quite comfortable. Teacher Zhao, I have brought individuals for the fourth challenge, Dai Mu Bai announced. Well, this year, 5 individuals have surprisingly reached the fourth challenge. This is indeed rare, Zhao Wuji remarked, awakening from his drowsy stupor. His surprise evident as he shook off much of his sleepiness. Dai Mu Bai continued. Not only have these 5 reached the fourth challenge, but they have also been exempted from the second and third challenge tests, with their soul power at least at level 25. Upon hearing this, Zhao's eyes lit up, and he stood from his chair. Though not particularly tall or handsome, he exuded an aura of strength. His broad shoulders resembled a fortress, and his attire could not conceal the powerful muscles that seemed forged from steel. While his expression was amiable, his imposing physique unconsciously instilled a sense of pressure. Moreover, Teacher Zhao, I feel it is necessary to inform you that among this year's students, 2 have already attained level 40 or above by the age of 12. Dai Mu Bai added, What? They have reached the soul sect at such a young age? Mu Bai, are you jesting? Do you dare deceive me? Believe it or not. I will teach you a lesson. Zhao Wuji's booming voice echoed, his expression filled with skepticism as he regarded Dai Mu Bai. The requirements for student assessments were already extraordinarily high, and now, hearing of even more exceptional talents was astounding. Well, Teacher Zhao, I would not believe it myself had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, Dai Mu Bai replied awkwardly. Which 2 among you have reached the soul sect? Zhao Wuji's fiery gaze swept over the 5 individuals, and then Long Yu stepped forward, bringing Xiao Wu along. Teacher Zhao, it is us. I am Long Yu, currently at level 34, and Xiao Wu is at level 41, Long Yu stated. Regarding the unmoving king, Long Yu bore no ill will do to past grievances with the Wuhuan temple. In fact, he held a certain admiration for him. What a fine lad. So handsome and gifted, you inspire envy in others. Zhao Wuji continued, Your fourth challenge today will be to withstand my presence for the duration of a burning incense stick. If even one of you can achieve this, you will succeed. Now, I shall grant you the time to familiarize yourselves with one another and devise a strategy to confront me. Mu Bai, please share some information about me with them. Zhao Wuji requested, casting an approving glance at Long Yu. It was apparent that this child was extraordinary, and he was eager to assess the strength of these students. After uttering this, Zhao Wuji produced an incense stick from seemingly nowhere, ignited it with a pinch of his fingers, and then resumed his seat, closing his eyes to continue his slumber. Though Dai Mu Bai was somewhat taken aback, he understood, given the emergence of such 2 exceptional talents this year. Come here. Let me introduce you to some information about Teacher Zhao, Dai Mu Bai instructed. Teacher Zhao is the vice principal of our academy and also its second strongest, a soul saint at level 76. His martial soul is the powerful King Kong bear, a formidable beast martial soul. His defenses are incredibly formidable, making it exceedingly difficult for even soul masters of the same rank to breach his defenses and inflict harm upon him. Although speed is not Zhao's forte, the disparity in soul power between you is insurmountable. You cannot hope to outpace him. His greatest strengths lie in his offensive power and defense, earning him the nickname Unmoving King. A soul saint? This revelation even surprised Xiao Wu. It is worth noting that even within the Wuhuan Temple Academy, most instructors are primarily soul saints, with very few being soul Douluos. It is more than sufficient for a soul saint to instruct these lower-tier soul masters. Yet, in such a seemingly inconsequential place, first the Soul Emperor was responsible for registrations, and now there was a Soul Saint instructor. This academy was indeed peculiar. Perhaps a reason why, brother, you had chosen to come here for amusement. A Soul Saint is a formidable warrior who traverses through legions, a standard for high-tier soul masters. I have indeed heard of the Unmoving King, a renowned figure who escaped the clutches of 16 soul emperors from the Wuhuan Temple. Ning Rongrong exclaimed. Being the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Her knowledge was certainly not commonplace. Upon hearing of the Wuhuan Temple's involvement, Xiao Wu curiously glanced at Long Yu, who nodded in affirmation, earning him an increased respect as they observed the man still basking in the sun. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. His strength was remarkable. Thus, to withstand the presence of Teacher Zhao for the duration of an incense stick, you must rely on the strength of your team. Even with two of you of the Soul Sect, Teacher Zhao is a soul saint. I only hope he shows some mercy. Otherwise, even with my assistance, it may be unattainable, Dai Mu Bai advised. Upon hearing these words, the others turned their gazes toward Long Yu, as he was undoubtedly the strongest among them, and naturally, they sought his opinion. You need not look at me that way. I do not intend to engage Teacher Zhao alongside you. Long Yu waved his hand dismissively. Subsequently, amidst the puzzled gazes of his companions, Long Yu approached Zhao Wuji alone and spoke. Teacher Zhao, I wish to duel you one-on-one. May I? Zhao Wuji opened his eyes upon hearing Long Yu's words, but was about to close them again when he replied, Young man, while I admire your courage, you are merely a soul sect, and I am a soul saint. The disparity in soul power is insurmountable. His voice trailed off as he widened his eyes in disbelief, for he had noticed the 4 soul rings of black and purple adorning Long Yu, far surpassing the optimal soul ring configuration. Young man, in all my years traversing the world of soul masters, I have never encountered such a soul ring configuration. Since you have taken the initiative to challenge me today, I shall accept. Regardless of the outcome, you are already accepted into the academy. Zhao Wuji leaped down, and the two exchanged a fierce gaze, brimming with combat spirit. To battle a soul saint with the strength of a soul sect? Is this not courting disaster? Ningrongrong Ithklaimet. Although she did not fear a soul saint due to her own status, she had witnessed the might of one, and Zhao Wuji was not an ordinary soul saint. The title of Unmoving King was not mere bluster. Dai Mu Bai, observing the scene, shook his head slightly. This fellow, though exceptionally gifted, was perhaps too arrogant. Let Teacher Zhao teach him a lesson this time. Xiao, seemingly unconcerned, was acutely aware of her brother Yu's formidable strength. Although Yu's soul power was merely at the level of a soul zone, his true capabilities might well rival that of the formidable Bu Dongming Wang. During the practical demonstration of the martial soul fusion technique between Hulai Na and Xieyu, their power was indeed comparable to a soul saint. Yet you had managed to defeat them on several occasions. Zhu Zhuqing, initially skeptical of Xiao Wu's claims, began to recognize the mystery and strength of Long Yu, perhaps believing he could genuinely rival a soul saint. With first-hand experience, she was now able to witness it for herself. The group distanced themselves to provide space for the two combatants. Long Yu, martial soul double pupils, level 43 soul zone. Long Yu declared, a golden dragon spear appearing in his grasp. Clearly, he intended to confront the Bu Dongming Wang head-on, his piercing gaze fixed on Zhao Wuji. What a spirited lad. I wonder just how strong you truly are, Zhao Wuji remarked with a smile. Zhao Wuji, a formidable level 76 assault-type soul saint, suddenly expanded in size. His already imposing physique doubling in stature, muscles bulging terrifyingly. His body was adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings. Encased in a thick layer of brown fur, his eyes transforming to a rich brown hue. Be cautious, Teacher Zhao, Long Yu advised with a smile. First soul skill, mental detection. First soul skill, mental impact. The first of Long Yu's 10,000-year black soul rings shimmered as his double pupils focused on Zhao Wuji, unleashing a surge of mental energy that struck Zhao's psyche. Despite being a level 76 soul saint, Zhao Wuji found himself momentarily disoriented by Long Yu's unrestrained mental assault. This kid is more than I anticipated. The years of combat experience instilled a subconscious sense of danger within Zhao Wuji, prompting him to swiftly activate his first soul skill. First soul skill, Bu Dongming Wang's body. A golden radiance emanated from Zhao Wuji, forcefully repelling Long Yu, who had approached him. Indeed, the Bu Dongming Wang was formidable. Even instinctively, he managed to shake off my mental assault. Long Yu couldn't help but marvel. The Duli Jing Gang Bear was considered a high-level beast martial soul, excelling in strength and defense, yet its mental prowess was rather average. What a remarkable lad! Such powerful mental energy. It seems I must take you seriously, Zhao Wuji acknowledged. Golden Dragon Embodiment, Long Yu proclaimed, summoning a colossal golden dragon martial soul, partially transforming into its dragon form. Feeling the immense power within, Long Yu brimmed with battle fervor, reveling in such wild strength. A dual martial soul, and with a golden soul ring. This kid continues to surprise me, possessing such a potent dragon martial soul. Zhao Wuji expressed his growing admiration. The revelation of a dual martial soul astonished Dai, Mubai, and others, while Zhu Zhuqing stood in stunned silence, realizing that Long Yu was indeed a legendary dual martial soul wielder. On the other hand, Tang San was equally astonished, recognizing his own dual martial soul, never expecting to encounter another holder in this place. This Long Yu's strength was unfathomable. According to his teacher's theory, dual martial souls had been exceedingly rare across the continent for a century. Yet both his teacher and father had urged him to reach title Douluo before obtaining a second soul ring. How had this Long Yu managed to acquire one so swiftly? This man was becoming increasingly enigmatic. Zhu Zhuqing mused, her gaze fixed intently on Long Yu. First soul skill, Blade of Fire. Long Yu's first golden soul ring flickered, and a multitude of short blades, radiating crimson flames, shot toward Zhao Wuji. Such a powerful attack, comparable to that of a typical soul emperor, yet insufficient to breach Maibu Dongming Wang's defenses. Zhao Wuji reinforced his golden aura, deflecting the oncoming blades as Long Yu, wielding the golden dragon spear, ascended above Zhao Wuji. Mountain pressing force. Long Yu thrust downwards towards Zhao Wuji's head, who crossed his arms to block the spear, causing the ground beneath to crack under the force. Nevertheless, being Zhao Wuji, he swiftly countered, propelling Long Yu away before attempting to seize him, only to grasp at empty air as Long Yu had already retreated several meters. A teleportation soul skill. Quite impressive, Zhao Wuji conceded, his irritation fading. Fourth soul skill. Position tracking. The fourth purple soul ring on Zhao Wuji soared toward Long Yu, encircling him. Instantly, Zhao Wuji's form appeared beside Long Yu, his massive fist crashing down. Long Yu blocked with his golden dragon spear, yet the impact forced him back several steps to regain his balance. Zhao Wuji was taken aback. Although he was not exerting his full strength, even a soul emperor would struggle against such force. Long Yu teleported once more to Zhao Wuji's side. Heavenly Strike. Long Yu's spear sent Zhao Wuji soaring into the air. Xian Bing Long Xiang. Long Yu's second golden soul ring illuminated as several colossal ice dragons locked onto Zhao Wuji, unleashing terrifying cold and dragon might from various angles. In response, Zhao Wuji unleashed his second soul skill, Duli Jing Gang Palm, shattering the nearest ice dragon into countless shards. Yet despite the odds, several ice dragons collided with Zhao Wuji, sending him crashing to the ground. A thunderous impact reverberated as the earth fractured, raising clouds of dust that obscured the onlooker's view, leaving Ning Rongrong and others momentarily dazed. They had never anticipated such a turn of events. Could it be that teacher Zhao had been defeated? Chapter 121, Battle Against Zhao Wuji, Part 2. What an impressive young man. You've even compelled me to reveal my martial soul's true form. I still wish to see what other surprises you may possess. As the dust settled, Zhao Wuji's aura remained undiminished, indeed growing stronger. This exemplified the vast chasm in strength between a soul saint and those below. Once Zhao Wuji activated his martial soul's true form, he could use any soul skill below the seventh ring without limitation for 30 minutes, enhancing his power by 150% and doubling his defense. To think teacher Zhao would be forced to unveil his martial soul's true form. This Long Yu is truly a monster. Dai Mubai and the others gaped at the unfolding spectacle, while a pair of azure wings emerged behind Long Yu, shocking them further. Those are soul bones. My father once mentioned that they are among the rarest and most precious types, external soul bones. Ning Rongrong gasped. her eyes filled with surprise and awe at this battle soul master's exceptional prowess. Third soul skill, teleportation. Long Yu's third golden soul ring glimmered, and in an instant, he appeared next to Zhao Wuji, his right hand morphing into a colossal fiery dragon claw, aimed directly at Zhao Wuji. This teleportation soul skill is truly troublesome. Zhao Wuji's first soul skill was activated once more. However, even after assuming his martial soul's true form, his defensive capabilities, which had doubled from their original state, were still insufficient to withstand the onslaught of the fire dragon's claws. The intense heat of the ultimate flame instantly charred Zhao Wuji's wound, evaporating the blood that would have otherwise flowed forth. This marked the first genuine injury Zhao Wuji sustained from Long Yu, even while he was at his peak condition. The excruciating pain surged through Zhao Wuji, yet the severity of the wound was not life-threatening. Zhao Wuji unleashed his second soul skill, the mighty diamond palm, directing a forceful strike towards Long Yu without holding back. The audacity of this young man to inflict harm upon him did not deter Long Yu. He faced the two colossal golden palms with his left hand's Water Dragon King's palm bone exposed. A chilling scream pierced the air as Zhao Wuji's hand were pierced by the dragon's claws, the searing and frigid energies surging through the wounds into his body. Despite Zhao Wuji's formidable soul power attempting to suppress the pain, it proved relatively ineffective. Where did this brat acquire so many soul bones, and why are they so powerful? Zhao Wuji grimaced at his hands, one already charred and the other enveloped in cold energy. The simultaneous assault of these opposing forces left Zhao Wuji's condition precarious. The onlookers, including Ning Rongrong, were left astonished, having grown somewhat accustomed to Long Yu's extraordinary abilities. As Long Yu hovered in midair, Zhao Wuji's third and fifth soul rings shimmered in unison. Third soul skill, Gravity Quicksand. Fifth soul skill, Gravity Compression. Long Yu immediately felt his weight multiply several times, his body plummeting downward as pressure from all directions bore down upon him, propelling him uncontrollably toward Zhao Wuji, almost as if he were offering himself up. Everyone, cover your ears. Dai Mubai realized Zhao Wuji's intent and shouted urgently. Sixth soul skill, Mighty Diamond Roar. Zhao Wuji opened his mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying sound wave directed at the nearest Long Yu. Even an average soul emperor would be rendered lifeless by such a force. Yet Long Yu was far from an ordinary fighter. Zhao Wuji was aware of this, which allowed him to remain composed. Although I am not afraid of mental attacks, my ears cannot withstand such a roar. Long Yu thought, activating his second soul ring. Second soul skill, Water's Guardian. A brilliant blue light enveloped Long Yu's form, rendering Zhao Wuji's attack ineffective. Utilizing the force of gravity compression, Long Yu reached Zhao Wuji's front, aiming to strike him with the Golden Dragon Spear, only to have it deflected. Zhao Wuji's subsequent Mighty Diamond Palm also failed to harm Long Yu. For 6 seconds, Long Yu was invulnerable. This is a soul skill that immunizes against attacks. How can this young man possess multiple soul skills from a single soul ring? Is this the power of a golden soul ring? Zhao Wuji mused as Long Yu soared into the air once more. Third soul skill, Wind Sweeping Clouds. Long Yu's third golden soul ring glimmered, and the wings of the wind god fluttered, unleashing a tempest that sent wooden structures flying behind Zhao Wuji. A torrent of sand and debris was swept up, and countless crimson blades, propelled by the wind, surged towards Zhao Wuji with amplified speed and lethality. Although he managed to fend them off, the cumulative impact forced him to retreat. Long Yu swiftly returned to Zhao Wuji's side, and their battle resumed. The speed so rapid that only Tang San, with his activated purple extreme magic eyes, could barely keep up. After a considerable duration, the two figures finally separated. Long Yu's attire was disheveled, covered in dust, and he appeared somewhat exhausted, having depleted much of his soul power. In stark contrast, Zhao Wuji was in a far worse state, his clothing tattered and numerous wounds marring his body. Some were charred, while others were shrouded in frost. His hair singed and panting heavily, looking even more disheveled than Long Yu. Observing Long Yu, Zhao Wuji rolled his eyes. You truly live up to the title of the immovable king, Teacher Zhao. I concede defeat, Long Yu declared, cupping his fists in respect. Dai Mubai, at a loss for words, wondered if Long Yu genuinely intended to overcome a 30-level disparity in soul power to defeat Teacher Zhao. Enough said. You have already been accepted. Zhao Wujia coughed, then turned ahead inside the academy. Teacher Zhao, Tang San and the others have yet to undergo the 4th assessment. Dai Mubai shouted. I'm not feeling well. Their assessment can wait until tomorrow. By the way, brat, the damages caused will be on your tab. Zhao Wujia's voice echoed as he reminded Long Yu about the compensation before disappearing from sight. Chapter 122. Unwell condition. Dai Mubai's mouth twitched, and, after a moment's thought, he said, in that case, let us escort you to your dormitory. With your talents and strength, I am confident you will pass the assessments without issue. We shall address the 4th assessment tomorrow. After speaking, Dai Mubai cast a meaningful glance at Long Yu. The recent battle had fundamentally altered his perception of the Soul Sect and reshaped his understanding of this extraordinary young Soul Master, who was even younger than himself. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, observing Long Yu's pale visage, each harbored their thoughts. Witnessing the clash between Long Yu and Zhao Wujia, Zhu Zhuqing was convinced that Long Yu could contend with a Soul Sage at the Soul Sect stage, especially given that Zhao Wujia was no ordinary Soul Sage. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing felt more confident in Long Yu's promise, as first-hand experience holds greater credibility than mere hearsay. Ning Rongrong watched Long Yu's performance with admiration, recognizing him as a genius soul master who possessed both beauty and strength. He was already formidable, and one could only wonder how powerful he would become in a few years. If Long Yu could join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, then the girl who came with me and Xiao Wu could also stay at the academy, right? Long Yu inquired. That might not be possible. Parents are not permitted to stay at the academy for companionship, as there is no precedent for such, Dai Mubai replied, feeling awkward. Xiaolan is not our parent. She is merely accompanying us, Long Yu clarified. The academy does have extra rooms available. You can stay one night, and tomorrow we can ask Teacher Zhao or the dean, Dai Mubai suggested, wishing to avoid offending such a talented soul master on his first day. Xiao Wu, please go fetch Xiaolan, Long Yu instructed. Okay, brother Yu. Xiao Wu nodded and dashed towards the academy's entrance. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia grimaced in pain, clearly not in a comfortable state. This mischievous lad is truly remarkable. I cannot fathom the expenses incurred for his recovery, especially with the need to summon a healing soul master, which is indeed quite costly. No, this expense must be borne by this scoundrel. Zhao Wujing sighed, realizing that the academy had acquired an unparalleled prodigy, and he could only wonder to what extent the principal would be delighted. Meanwhile, at Long Yu's location, several individuals gathered before a cluster of quaint wooden cabins. Dai Mubai introduced. Though our academy's dormitories may be somewhat rudimentary, they're sufficiently clean and orderly. The male and female students reside separately, with 2 students per room. Xiao San will share accommodation with Oscar, while Long Yu currently has a room to himself. Is that acceptable? Yes, that works. Long Yu nodded, subsequently stepping into his modest abode. The interior was stark, spanning merely a few dozen square meters, yet a single bed sufficed for his needs. After a quick glance around, Long Yu exited, as there was still ample time to accompany Xiao Wu and the others to purchase some items in Suatawa City. The dormitories for both genders were not far apart, and Long Yu soon arrived, coincidentally encountering Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan as they exited their quarters. However, upon seeing Xiao Wu's disheartened expression, it was evident she was disappointed with the accommodation conditions. Brother Yu, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her previous gloom dissipating as she approached Long Yu with Xiaolan in tow. The conditions here are truly subpar. I have never encountered such peculiar living arrangements in a Soul Master Academy. Xiao Wu pouted, while Xiaolan maintained a gentle smile, seemingly unfazed by the situation. All right, enough of the fuss. Bear with it a little longer. Do you remember what I told you before? Long Yu affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. Of course I remember. When heaven bestows a great responsibility upon a person, it must first torment their spirit and bones. However, it appears that this academy has some charm. Xiao Wu replied. Brother Yu, who emerged victorious in your duel with Teacher Zhao? She inquired. Do not be misled. I indeed lost. In terms of sheer strength, Teacher Zhao and I are quite evenly matched, but our soul power's quality and quantity are not on the same level. Once Teacher Zhao activated his martial spirit's true form for 30 minutes of unrestricted soul skills, I could hardly inflict any damage upon him, Long Yu candidly confessed. Well then, Xiao Wu, you have seen the inside. There is not much to it. Given the early hour, let us proceed to Sotao City to procure what you need, Long Yu suggested. Both Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan nodded in agreement, and Long Yu then turned his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, come along, as you are now with us. Rest assured, I will cover all expenses, he smiled. Zhu Zhuqing observed Long Yu and the expressions of Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan, nodding in acquiescence. Her inherently cool disposition favored silence. May I join as well? A melodious voice chimed in, prompting the group to turn and discover a porcelain-like girl. Ah, I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Ning Rongrong, and my martial spirit is the 7 treasure glazed tile. Ning Rongrong proudly announced, her words laced with confidence, her gaze directed at Long Yu. Leaving her thoughts unknown, I am the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed sect, the future heir of the sect. The 7 treasure glazed tile? Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan exchanged bewildered glances. They were not intimidated by the sect, as they were now affiliated with the Spirit Hall and had some understanding of its adversaries. The 7 treasure glazed sect was one of the primary targets of the Spirit Hall, yet to encounter a direct disciple of the sect here, and apparently a talented one at that, rendered them momentarily speechless. Greetings, Ningrongrong. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Long Yu. This is Xiao Wu. She is Xiao Lan. And this is Zhu Zhuqing. Long Yu nodded, providing introductions. Hello, everyone. I look forward to your guidance in the time ahead. Ning Rongrong smiled. One must admit, a beauty such as her exuded an effortless charm that easily endeared her to others. Ah, so you're from the 7 treasure glazed sect. Certainly, you may join us. We can look out for each other along the way, Xiao Lan said kindly. Then let us proceed together. My soul power has also replenished somewhat, Long Yu replied, leading all the female members of Shrek Academy outside, creating a unique tableau. Chapter 123. Oscar sausages for sale. Sausages for sale. Come and take a look. Don't miss out. Oscar S sausages are delicious and sweet, priced affordably and generously portioned, just 5 copper coins each. Consuming Oscar S sausages guarantees you an easier time passing the entrance examination. Long Yu and his companions turned toward the source of the call, spotting an individual pushing a cart while advertising. A wooden sign affixed to the cart read sausage specialty. Aromas of meat wafted from the cart. However, at this hour, few were still queuing to register, and given the sparse population at the academy, Oscar appeared quite solitary. Standing behind the cart was a man dressed in simple gray attire, with neatly cropped hair and a full beard, yet possessing strikingly large, expressive eyes. The soft, feminine voice emanating from such a rugged figure was surprising. Brother Yu, there's even a food system soul master here. This is quite impressive, and the aroma is hardly inferior to that of the cafeteria, Xiao Wu remarked, astonished. Though food system soul masters lack combat prowess, they're undeniably essential for logistical support. Whether for soul masters or military forces, especially the latter, a high-ranking food system soul master alleviates concerns regarding provisions for thousands of troops. Indeed, I shall purchase some to replenish my consumed soul power. Relying solely on meditation to recover is dreadfully slow, Long Yu nodded. This must be Oscar, the only male student in Shrek Academy who considers himself passable. His talent is commendable, as he is a naturally full soul power individual, akin to me and Tang San. I'll take 5 recovery sausages, Long Yu announced. Certainly, 5 copper soul coins, each for 5 super recovery sausages, Oscar exclaimed, handing over 5 sausages, each about 10 centimeters long, while momentarily taken aback by Long Yu's appearance. Previously, he had not paid attention, but now he realized a strikingly handsome individual had arrived at the academy, leading Oscar to feel that his title of the most handsome man at Shrek Academy had been usurped. Upon glancing behind him, Oscar was further astonished. Goodness, after spending so much time at the academy, This is the first time I've encountered so many women, and of such high quality. Am I not going mad with visions of beauty? Has heaven heard my wish from last night? Here you go, he said, handing Oscar a gold soul coin. Sufficient to buy 20 sausages. Just as Oscar was about to provide change, Long Yu interjected, Senior, no need for change. Senior? Brother Yu, are you certain? Is this older gentleman truly a senior? The teacher is somewhat acceptable, although the level of soul power is indeed quite low, merely at the 29th rank. Xiao Wu remarked in surprise. Hey, you are mistaken. I am called A.O.C. Ka, a first-year student at the academy, merely 14 years old. It is just that due to my martial soul, my hair is a bit denser than usual. I am indeed your senior. This junior has quite an eye for talent. I'll see Ka started. 14? Are you certain you are only 14? Xiao Wu looked at A.O.C. Ka with a peculiar expression, as if she found him a bit too precocious. Absolutely, and I hope you'll take good care of my business from now on. A.O.C. Ka patted his chest, saying, his peach blossom eyes frequently glanced towards Ning Rong, evidently harboring ulterior motives. Long Yu, however, chose to remain silent, directly biting into the aromatic sausage that exuded a rich fragrance, as he did not possess such trivial thoughts. I must say, the restorative effect is remarkable. Your sausage undoubtedly qualifies as a top-tier martial soul among food-type martial souls, Long Yu commented while eating. After consuming 2 sausages, Long Yu felt a substantial recovery in his soul power. Presently, A.O.C. Ka, being merely a 29th rank Grand Soul Master, achieved such effects, which was indeed impressive. Of course, it is rare to encounter someone with such discerning taste as you, A.O.C. Ka replied. But you refer to me as senior. Did you all just pass the assessment to enter the academy today? He inquired. Indeed, I passed the assessment. But Xiao Wu and the others must wait until tomorrow for their final evaluation to be officially admitted. Today, we are only temporarily residing here because Teacher Zhao mentioned he was not in good spirits, Long Yu explained. Not just in poor spirits. When I saw Teacher Zhao in such a disheveled state today, I couldn't help but laugh. The academy was also remarkably noisy, akin to a demolition site, which startled me. He continued, Wait, this wouldn't be your doing, would it? A.O.C. Ka suddenly realized. Well, to some extent, when it reached that level, there was nothing else to do but give it my all, Long Yu admitted somewhat sheepishly. Upon hearing this, A.O.C. Ka looked at Long Yu with a mixture of awe and admiration. You are truly impressive. Just entering the academy and managing to leave Teacher Zhao in such disarray is far more remarkable than us seasoned seniors, A.O.C. Ka praised. As a food-type soul master, A.O.C. Ka possessed exceptional talent, yet he could not help but feel a profound sense of regret for his lack of combat power. He longed to fight, but his identity as a food-type soul master destined him to remain behind his teammates, providing support. You are also remarkable among food-type soul masters. You are the most talented I have encountered. Long Yu responded with a smile, prompting introductions among the group. Sika. We still need to head to Suatoa City to purchase some items, so we shall take our leave, he said. To be honest, your sausages have an impressive restorative effect, Long Yu added. After finishing the sausages, Long Yu felt his soul power had fully recovered. However, his mental energy still required gradual restoration, which could not be rushed. Observing the departing figures of the group, A.O.C. Ka appeared emotionally overwhelmed, his eyes brimming with tears. Finally, someone appreciates my value, and they do not disdain my sausages. How rare, he exclaimed. Yet, he lamented that the girl was, after all, the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and the disparity in their statuses was indeed considerable. Nevertheless, having finally set his sights on a girl, he could not simply give up. Go for it, A.O.C. Ka. Meanwhile, as they walked, Xiao Wu looked at Long Yu with some dissatisfaction. Brother Yu, how could you not buy us a few sausages? You are so selfish, humph. Xiao Wu pouted. Well, it is not quite that simple. I was mainly concerned that you might find it hard to accept. Although A.O.C. Ka's sausages are effective, the food soul curse does carry some connotations that might be difficult for you girls to digest, Long Yu explained. What soul curse? Tell me more. Xiao Wu inquired with childlike curiosity. Long Yu spoke softly, but being soul masters, they could still hear him. Upon finishing, The faces of the girls flushed with embarrassment. Pervert! How can there be such a twisted soul curse? But brother you, how did you come to know this? Xiao reproached playfully. I overheard Dai Mu by mention it once. Long Yu replied nonchalantly. I still have 2 sandwiches. Ningrong krong interjected surprisingly. Even Long Yu was left speechless, staring blankly at Ning Rong Rong. It was true that an innocent person could hardly comprehend what Ning Rong Rong was saying. Truly, she was the little demoness, unafraid to say anything. Chapter 124. Am I here for the assessment? Along the way, Ning Rong Rong frequently uttered astonishing remarks that left everyone dumbfounded. Xiao Wu, how can your legs be so long? I'm utterly envious. Zhu Zhuqing, how did your bear grow so large? I see Long Yu glancing at you often. Those men say that if they lower their heads, they cannot see their feet, truly a beauty among mortals. I wish I could grow so tall. I once thought I was fine, but now, comparing myself to you, I feel utterly inferior. Long Yu interjected, Ning Rong Rong, please refrain from such nonsense. Or I might just accuse you of slander. You are slandering me. After all, as girls were out shopping, it took some time, and they truly could not resolve everything instantly. Once they finished their shopping, they managed to return to the dormitory before dark. The speed at which these girls, meeting for the first time, established friendships astonished Long Yu, as if he had been transported back to that day in Wuhan City. Xiao Wu shared a room with Xiao Lan, while Zhu Zhuqing shared a room with Xiao Wu. The next day, Long Yu and the others arrived early at the venue for the 4th assessment they undertook the previous day. Zhao Wuji still lounged on the sofa. Yet even upon seeing Long Yu and the others arrive, he showed no inclination to move. Teacher Zhao, today it is Tang San and his Group S turn for the final assessment, Dai Mu Bai reminded. I know. Long Yu, you will be in charge of the assessment. The conditions remain the same, Zhao Wuji replied lazily. Me? But Teacher Zhao, I only arrived at the academy yesterday, Long Yu protested. Having arrived yesterday means you are now part of the academy. Now that your vice principal is reluctant to intervene, do you not wish to accommodate my desire to rest? Zhao Wuji continued. Also, you are not allowed to use those soul bones, especially your 2 hand bones. They are far too dangerous, and these children cannot possibly endure that. Furthermore, you need to cover the expenses of the healing soul master I hired yesterday. Zhao Wuji added. Do not mention these children. Even I feel quite uncomfortable now. Moreover, after using the martial soul's true form, I will be in a weakened state for a week. If that little girl from the soul clan, Xiao Wu, is also so extraordinary, I would be unable to cope, and I would be utterly embarrassed. Long Yu thought to himself that it was merely laziness, so why seek such excuses? However, since Zhao Wuji had said so, Long Yu had no choice but to agree. All right, I will be responsible for your assessment, and the requirement will be to maintain it for the duration of an incense stick, Long Yu tentatively suggested, glancing at Zhao Wuji for confirmation, who nodded in acknowledgement. You have a stick of incense's worth of time to understand each other's abilities and combat styles. As for my combat approach, you have almost seen it all yesterday, Long Yu stated, as he inserted an incense stick into the ground. Tang San, Wuhuan Lan Yin Chao, a 29th level control system soul master, he proclaimed. Xiao Wu, Wuhuan Rou Gu Mei Tu, a 41st level assault system soul sect member. Ning Rong Rong, Wuhuan Qi Bao Lu Li Ta, a 26th level auxiliary system soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, Wuhuan Yu Ming Ling Mao, a 27th level agility system soul master. Each person introduced themselves in turn. The Qi Bao Lu Li Ta Wuhuan. Are you a direct disciple of the Qi Bao Lu Li sect? Tang San exclaimed, surprised, and was taken aback when he saw Ning Rong Rong nod. According to the master's theory, the Qi Bao Lu Li Ta is considered the world's foremost auxiliary Wuhuan, the best partner for all soul masters. But direct disciples of the Qi Bao Lu Li sect are few and far between. Who would have thought that he would encounter one here in Shrek Academy? This place is indeed becoming increasingly intriguing. Zhu Zhuqing, your Wuhuan is the Yuming Ling Mao? Dai Mubai gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with a peculiar expression, suddenly recalling that this girl in black was his fiancée from the Xinglua Empire. To his astonishment, his fiancée had come to this place, perhaps specifically to seek him out. It seemed imperative that he win Zhu Zhuqing over. Countless thoughts flashed through Dai Mubai's mind, though sadly. He was oblivious to the fact that Zhu Zhuqing had already blocked him. She had completely lost hope in him. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with a strange expression. This fellow had managed to cultivate to such a level relying on a Wuhuan like Lan Xiao. It was indeed remarkable. I wonder if there is any connection with Xiao Lan, S. Lan, Yin Huang Wuhuan? All right, everyone, let us follow my lead. Given that my soul power level is the highest, I will be responsible for the frontal assault. Tang San, as an auxiliary system soul master, will position himself centrally to restrain Brother Yu as much as possible while waiting for an opportunity to strike. Zhu Qing, as an agility system soul master, will seek chances to attack from Brother Yu's side. Rong Rong, you need not say, you will be at the back of the team to provide support. Tang San, remember to protect Rong Rong. I suspect Brother Yu will aim to eliminate her first. Though it was their first time collaborating in battle, there was no need for concern. Brother Yu would surely show mercy and not truly prevent them from passing the assessment. Xiao Wu instructed, and the others nodded in agreement. After all, they were students from a Spirit Hall Academy, and Xiao Wu's arrangement was quite reasonable. The specifics would depend on each individual's performance. Soon, the incense stick had burned down, and Xiao Wu and the others had reached a consensus. Since they were prepared, let us begin, Long Yu stated, producing a stick of incense, lighting it, and placing it in the ground. He then wielded the Dragon Emperor spear, opting not to use his Jinwuan. It was impossible, once he employed the mental soul skill. None of these individuals would withstand it. It was better to utilize the Golden Dragon Wuhuan to engage slowly. Qi Bao, turn out the Liuli, 1 for strength, 2 for speed. Ning Rongrong's body radiated with resplendent 7-colored light, and a 7-colored pagoda, over a foot tall, appeared in the palm of her right hand, shimmering with luminous brilliance. 2 yellow soul rings floated and flickered as 6 beams of colorful light enveloped the 3 individuals. Breath, indeed, the world's foremost auxiliary Wuhuan. Simply at the Great Soul Master stage, its auxiliary capabilities far surpassed those of a soul sect-level Jinyao. If it were to reach later stages, the auxiliary abilities would be incomparably terrifying. Xiao Wu and the others felt a warm energy surging within them, as if their entire beings were infused with vitality. Simultaneously, they sensed a significant reduction in their weight, almost feeling as light as a swallow. The first soul skill increases strength and speed by 30%. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others completed the Wuhuan possession, their soul rings illuminating as they eyed Long Yu with keen anticipation, while Xiaolan, observing from the sidelines, cast a puzzled glance at Tang San. Strange, this boy's Wuhuan does not resemble an ordinary Lanin Chao. It almost resonates with my aura. His Wuhuan is not merely a simple Lanin Chao. Be cautious, everyone. Long Yu's lips curled upwards, and in an instant, he appeared before Ning Rongrong. The golden dragon spear in his hand swung directly toward Ning Rongrong, yet his body and the spear were ensnared by countless strands of Lan Yin Chao. Long Yu exerted force, breaking free from the entangling Lan Yin Chao, causing Tang San to let out a muffled groan as another strand of Lan Yin Chao ensnared Ning Rongrong, pulling her away from Long Yu's vicinity. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Wu's figure materialized above Long Yu, her long legs swiftly wrapping around his neck. First soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu exerted force, hurling Long Yu away. However, Long Yu adjusted his position midair, and just as he was airborne, Zhu Zhuqing stealthily approached from behind, her claws poised to strike without a sound or hint of soul power, resembling a phantom. In response to Long Yu's defenses, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her second soul skill, Yuming 2 Ci. Instantly, she delivered 100 claw strikes, repeatedly attacking the same spot, inflicting overlapping damage. Long Yu sensed the danger and unfurled his wind god wings, Zhu Zhuqing's claws landing harmlessly upon them, causing no damage whatsoever. Overwhelmed the army, Long Yu wielded the golden dragon spear, sweeping Zhu Zhuqing away, rendering her temporarily incapacitated. First casualty, Zhu Zhuqing eliminated. The first soul skill, Junyan, Long Yu's first golden soul skill ignited, enveloping him in crimson flames. The Li Huiji Bai in his grasp shot off in different directions, effortlessly severing countless Lanyin vines, including those ensnaring Ning Rongrong. She fell to the ground, surrounded by a dozen different Li Huiji Bai, poised to strike should Longyu exert even the slightest effort. Second casualty, Ning Rongrong eliminated. The numerous strands of Lan Yinchao severed by Longyu dealt a significant blow to Tang San, depleting much of his soul power. In mere seconds, 2 of their members have been eliminated, leaving only himself and Xiao Wu. Girl, do you wish to try the same trick again? My Junyan is something even a soul king cannot withstand. Longyu's mental perception detected Xiao Wu's presence vanish from her previous location, indicating she had activated her teleportation soul skill once more. Third soul skill, Invincible Golden Body. First soul skill, Waist Bow. Xiao Wu's body shone with golden light. The effect of the invincible golden body allowing her to disregard the effects of Junyan, her legs once more entwining around Longyu's neck. However, this time Longyu was prepared. He deeply embedded the golden dragon spear into the ground, stabilizing his form. No matter how Xiao Wu exerted herself, she could not budge him. Meanwhile, Tang San approached Longyu with an unusual gait. He realized that his Lan Yinchao, being a plant-based weapon Wuhuan, held almost no offensive power against Longyu, who wielded the ultimate flames. Whether through entangling or parasitizing, it would be futile and would severely drain his soul power. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to the Tang sect's ultimate techniques. One must endure for the duration of a burning incense stick to pass the assessments of Shrek Academy and gain entry. The incense, having burned less than a third of its length, leaves only 2 contenders remaining. The Xin Yusho. Tang San's hands radiate a lustrous white akin to jade. Only the Xian Yusho can withstand the proximity of Longyu, currently enveloped by Junyan. With his Ziji Mojing activated, Tang San meticulously observes Longyu's every movement, preparing for the next application. The renowned Tang sect's secret arts have arrived. Let me assess their true strength. Longyu, despite being entangled by Xiao Wu's long legs, finds no difficulty dealing with the situation, as Xiao Wu's indomitable golden body is unyielding. As Tang San approaches, his Xian Yusho transforms into a fist aimed at Longyu, only to be met by the wind god wings, which effortlessly deflect the strike. Concurrently, several Li Huiji Zhen are launched towards Tang San, yet through the combination of Ziji Mojing and Gue Ingmi Zong, he dodges each assault, causing Longyu to feel a twinge of envy at his agility. However, during this period of evasion, Xiao Wu's invincible golden body effect has expired, allowing Longyu to seize her slender waist and fling her away, for if he did not act, the Junyan enveloping him would indeed harm her. This clever girl knows he would not genuinely injure them, thus she remains unrestrained, unwilling to distance herself, buying herself a fraction more time. Yet soon after, a barrage of Li Hua Zhizhan targets Xiao Wu, eliminating her once more. Tang San and Longyu then engage in close combat. Despite Longyu's intent to enhance his practice in this domain, he still falls short compared to Tang San, who is steeped in the profound techniques of the Tang sect for many years. By deliberately narrowing the distance, he seeks to avoid a direct confrontation with Longyu's golden dragon spear. Tang San's control over the crane and dragon technique creates an elusive gravitational force. Misaligning Longyu's power application, Tang San expertly employs Gue Ingmi Zong to evade at opportune moments, demonstrating remarkable timing that sets him apart from others of his age. Longyu remains unperturbed, especially now that Xiao Wu has been eliminated, leaving only Tang San. If he were to defeat Tang San directly, Xiao Wu and the others would not pass this final trial, and he yearns to discover the full extent of Tang San's capabilities. Soon, half the incense's duration has elapsed, and all eyes are fixed upon Longyu and Tang San. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others have moved aside to spectate, while Zhao Wujia observes with growing interest. How curious, why are Brother Yu and that Tang San in such a stalemate? Xiao Wu inquires. The young master is not merely for your seamless entry into the academy. If you were to defeat Tang San outright, then your assessment would be for naught. The young master is intentionally prolonging the time, Teacher, Zhao has not voiced any objections, clearly ensuring you will not fail the assessment. However, Tang San's prowess is undeniably superior to that of an average Great Soul Master. Xiao Wu. Observe how distinct his hands and eyes are. This individual is extraordinary, Xiaolon remarks with a smile. If not for brother you holding back, it wouldn't be such a convoluted affair, Xiao Wu retorts dismissively. Chapter 126. Tang San's Hidden Weapons. Tang San, if you possess no other means, I shall defeat you directly. Long Yu states leisurely, as his golden dragon martial soul swiftly shifts to the heavy pupil martial soul. First soul skill, mental shock. Long Yu's initial black soul ring glimmers, unleashing a formidable wave of mental energy that momentarily halts Tang San, while Long Yu's golden dragon spear propels him back several paces. Such potent mental strength, utterly unresistible, even while deliberately holding back. Undoubtedly, Long Yu's dual martial souls are exceptionally formidable. Realizing this, Tang San glances toward the incense, noting a third remains. Yet if this trend continues, he doubts he can endure even a second longer. Caution! Tang San murmurs, lifting his hands to his waist. Long Yu, upon witnessing this, smiles. Is he finally resorting to hidden weapons? I am eager to test the lethality of your current arsenal. With his mental detection soul skill activated, Long Yu senses every movement in his surroundings. Just as Long Yu finishes speaking, a flurry of cold glimmers pierces through the air, targeting Long Yu's eyes, throat, abdomen, and other vital points. Most would struggle to react, especially when faced with such multi-directional assaults, and this is merely the first wave. Long Yu, however, does not resort to a soul skill. The wind god wings envelop his form, deflecting the hidden weapons without effect. Such a powerful soul bone. I wonder how many years of cultivation have gone into Long Yu's external soul bone. The penetrating power of the Tuo Guzhan is formidable. Yet even with my internal and soul powers combined, it seems ineffective. Tang San muses internally. It appears my prior concerns were unfounded. Long Yu's strength exceeds my expectations. I shall deploy even more potent hidden weapons. Utilizing Gue Ingmi Zong, Tang San launches a variety of hidden weapons toward Long Yu from different angles. While Xiao Wu and the others merely see flashes of cold light, the sound of the projectiles slicing through the air indicating their current inability to respond, especially with such overwhelming numbers. Even Zhao Wujia, observing the scene, furrows his brow. Though there are no restrictions against employing such peculiar items, and they seem quite lethal, he personally prefers to confront Long Yu head-on. Although still unfamiliar with Tang San, his initial impression is far from favorable. Had it not been for Long Yu's restraint, Tang San would not have even had the opportunity to utilize these weapons. He has first-hand experience of the terrifying nature of Long Yu's mental prowess, which could effortlessly eliminate Tang San. Various hidden weapons such as Lu Yi Dao, Fei Huang Shi, Jin Xinbiao, and Tuo Guzhan are deployed by Tang San in a myriad of techniques, straight, diagonal, and at various angles to assault Long Yu. Yet all are intercepted by Long Yu's wind god wings. With a divine-level soul bone, such attacks naturally have no effect, although they do result in considerable soul power expenditure for Long Yu. This absurd world setting. No wonder the original text stated that even Zhao Wujia would be caught off guard without employing the immovable king body as a defense. My goodness, even my current physique dares not directly engage with these chaotic hidden weapons. Who knows what poisons they may harbor? However, I'm not Zhao Wujia, always holding back with such numerous concerns. With 1/5 of the incense's time remaining, your hidden weapons should be reaching their limit. Sensing the sudden cessation of the hidden weapons, Long Yu unfurls the wind god wings, and in the next instant, 6 cold glimmers shoot forth from Tang San's sleeves. Powerful crossbow bolts propelled by fierce winds hurtle toward Long Yu. However, a mysterious and invisible force obstructed him, halting Long Yu in front of him as the 4th soul ring of Long Yu shimmered. The 4th soul skill, mental telekinesis. A flash of brilliance ignited within Long Yu's heavy pupils, and the crossbow bolts were directed towards Tang San. Although he lacked the means to launch these projectiles or the techniques to wield such hidden weapons, Utilizing mental telekinesis could still yield a similar outcome, albeit with diminished speed and power. What kind of soul skill is this? Tang San was taken aback, his eyes surrounded by a purple glow as he evaded the incoming bolts with his peculiar agility. Remaining calm in the face of Long Yu's approach, Tang San retracted his arms, his chest swelling as a flurry of glimmering steel needles, tainted with a dense mist, erupted from his chest, confronting Long Yu directly. As a master of hidden weapons, Tang San merely needed to control the contraction of his muscles to launch these projectiles, making them exceedingly difficult to predict. These steel needles possessed exceptional penetrating power and were laced with the venom from the fangs of the mandala serpent, which Long Yu, as a soul sect, would likely find insurmountable. Moreover, those wings would hardly afford protection. This was one of the few hidden weapons capable of piercing through energy barriers. Known as Han Sha Sheng, Long Yu's heavy pupils could distinctly perceive the steel needles, even noting their glimmer and patterns. Having prepared in advance, he was not one to be caught off guard. Similarly, the steel needles were halted in mid-air by his mental telekinesis, leaving Tang San utterly astonished that Han Sha Sheng, which could pierce protective energy, had been thwarted by Long Yu's fourth soul skill. The efficacy of this skill surpassed his expectations. Even against teacher Zhao, Tang San felt confident in breaching his defenses. Yet, he did not linger in surprise. Two blades, each approximately 3 inches long, emerged at his toes, and he utilized the ghost shadow displacement to approach Long Yu, intending to engage him in close combat. However, Long Yu was determined to deny Tang San this opportunity. Spotting an opening, he unleashed Heaven's Strike, propelling Tang San into the air. Even so, Tang San skillfully adjusted his posture, and as Long Yu closed in, a 7-inch crossbow bolt shot forth from his back, propelled by the tightly backed flower crossbow. Given the bolt's considerable size and elasticity, its destructive potential far surpassed that of the hidden needles, and at such close range, Tang San was confident it would inflict harm on Long Yu. Within the tightly backed flower crossbow, the venom of the mandala serpent was also present. Upon experiencing external pressure, the toxin would be released, presenting a continuous threat. Had Long Yu been unaware of this mechanism, he would have easily fallen prey to it. At this distance, and with the bolt's speed, even employing mental telekinesis would be insufficient for defense. Chapter 127: Self-Inflicted Consequences. Truly, as the protagonist of the original tale, his methods are remarkably varied. These were merely the early-stage hidden weapons. The later inventions would be even more terrifying. Without hesitation, Long Yu enveloped himself entirely with wind god wings. A resounding thud echoed as the force was so great that even Long Yu was pushed back a considerable distance. Had it struck a human body, the outcome would be unimaginable. Tang San, adjusting midair, barely managed to land steadily on the ground. Damn it! Are soul bones truly this powerful? He mused, realizing he had not breached the defenses. After enduring such a lengthy battle, his soul power and mental energy were nearly depleted. After all, he was merely a great soul master. Glancing at the incense stick, which had less than a tenth remaining, he resolved to hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, Long Yu soared directly in front of Tang San. Suddenly, a small black hammer appeared in Tang San's hand, striking fiercely towards the oncoming Long Yu. The Haotian hammer, in its primal form, appeared somewhat unrefined, Long Yu thought, as Tang San's blow struck the golden dragon spear. The action and reaction forces caused both to stagger back a few steps, and Tang San's eyes gleamed with ferocity. This was his final opportunity. Hidden beneath Tang San's fingernails, 10 extremely fine dragon whisker needles shot towards Long Yu, without any forewarning or sound. However, Long Yu, already on guard, sensed them through mental detection. Without reservation, he unleashed mental telekinesis with full force, freezing the needle-like projectiles in midair. Then, under his control, they reversed course and charged back towards Tang San. What? This was detected. Tang San was startled and hurriedly attempted to block them. Despite the assistance of his purple extreme demon eye, the Xianyu hand managed to deflect some of the dragon whisker needles. Yet several still penetrated into Tang San's body, causing excruciating pain as they tangled with his skin and muscles, a truly vicious hidden weapon. At this moment, Tang Sen had effectively brought this suffering upon himself. He gasped sharply. Although he was a master of hidden weapons, it was his first time being so brutally injured by one, allowing him to truly comprehend the agony endured by his past adversaries. Long Yu, having achieved his desired objective, refrained from pressing the attack further, as advancing could raise suspicions. Tang San, since you so relish the use of hidden weapons, it is only fitting you experience the effects of your own creations. Fear not, this is merely the beginning. In the days to come, there would be ample time for us to play. Tang San, relying on his formidable willpower, endured the intense pain, observing the bulging flesh where the needles had entered. The Xianyu hand gently tapped the area, employing the control crane and capture dragon technique to finally extract one of the golden needle tips. With a swift pull, the first dragon whisker needle was removed, the agony as the connected flesh and skin tore away, eliciting a pained scream from Tang San, his brow glistening with cold sweat. His body trembling uncontrollably, the torment was palpable. "All right, time is up. You have all qualified," announced Zhao Wujing, prompting Xiao Wu and the others to exhale in relief. Long Yu, not focusing on Tang San any longer, approached Xiao Wu and the others, smiling. "From now on, we shall be classmates." As if nothing had transpired, he maintained his calm demeanor. "Brother Yu, what was that thing Tang San just used? It was incredibly dangerous. Even I fear that if I were to be struck by a few, the outcome would be dire." "They seem to be rather vicious," Xiao Wu inquired with concern. "No worries, merely some underhanded tricks. However, they are indeed formidable. Some could even pose a significant threat to a soul sage," Long Yu replied, shaking his head. "For now, you should rest here. After all, having endured such a battle, I have matters to attend to. And do not disturb those hidden weapons on the ground. Let Tang San collect them himself, as many are highly toxic," Long Yu instructed, then proceeded towards the academy's exit. "Young master, I will accompany you," Xiaolon promptly stated, following suit. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong observed the items strewn about, recalling the scene of Tang San and Long Yu's battle, her thoughts deepening. "When the opportunity arises, I must have a proper discussion with this Tang San." As Dai Mu Bai gazed at Tang San, who had succumbed to unconsciousness on the ground, an inexplicable sense of fear welled up within him. He pondered the myriad of peculiarities that this individual might possess, feeling relieved that he had not been subjected to any of them during their encounter at the Rose Hotel. Otherwise, he mused, his fate would have been sealed, as he was far from possessing the same level of abnormality as Long Yu. "Mubai, what are you still doing? Shouldn't you carry our new classmate back?" Zhou Wuyi remarked. Teacher Zhao, it's not that I am unwilling, but I'm merely concerned that Tang San might have hidden weapons on him. If I accidentally trigger one, I wouldn't be able to withstand it." Dai Mu Bai hesitated. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Wuji replied, "You make a valid point. This fellow is akin to a hedgehog. In that case, you shall remain here until he awakens." With that, Zhao Wuji departed, and Ning Rongrong and the others also made their way back to the dormitory. Dai Mu Bai, left with no choice, found a stool to sit beside Tang San. Once Tang San regained consciousness, he could call upon Oscar to provide some sausages to replenish his soul power and physical strength. Meanwhile, on the road to Soto City, Xiaolon quietly followed behind Long Yu, appearing somewhat pensive. "Xiaolon, do you have many questions? Given our relationship, you may inquire freely," Long Yu suggested. "Xiaolan hestita. I dare not. If there is something you wish to express, you shall do so naturally. You are being disingenuous and still so reserved. I am not your true master. I treat you as an equal, just as I do with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing," Long Yu replied with a smile, gently ruffling Xiaolan's hair before continuing on his way. "I possess considerable insight into Tang San, and we share irreconcilable conflicts," Long Yu stated. "If that is the case, though I am uncertain why you would complicate matters, I will firmly stand by your side. Your enemies are mine as well," Xiaolon declared. Indeed, Tang San's martial soul is not merely blue silvergrass. It is the unawakened blue-silver emperor, which explains the sense of familiarity, Long Yu elaborated. To think that a human could possess the blue-silver emperor martial soul, and it appears that Tang San is also a dual martial soul wielder. That small black hammer, though diminutive, possesses immense power, Xiaolon observed. Yes, Tang San indeed wields dual martial souls, and they are the highest caliber, Blue-Silver Emperor and Haotian Hammer. Enough of him. He has brought this upon himself, and will require at least a week to recover. We are preparing for tonight, Long Yu said. Are you implying that someone will seek trouble with you tonight, and that their strength is formidable? Xiao Lan Ponde. Indeed, they are quite powerful, but fret not. I have anticipated this, Long Yu replied with a smile as he continued toward the Martial Soul Hall in Soto City. As Xiaolon looked at Long Yu's retreating figure, recalling the affectionate gesture he had just made, she found herself lost in thought. For now, she felt immense joy and contentment simply by being by his side. Soon, they arrived at the Martial Soul Hall, where 2 rows of guardian knights stood before the magnificent structure. Stop! This is the Martial Soul Hall. Unauthorized individuals may not enter. One of the knights commanded. Long Yu produced a token bearing 6 distinct symbols. Papacy order. I have come to see the elder. Upon seeing the token, the guardian knight responded respectfully, surprised at the presence of such a young elder in the hall. Proceed. Inform the second priest that Long Yu has urgent matters to discuss. Long Yu instructed with a wave of his hand. Yes, please follow me to the main hall. The second priest is inside, the knight replied, leading Long Yu and Xiaolon further in. After waiting in the grand hall of the Martial Soul Hall, a powerful figure with a commanding presence strode in. You finally came to seek me out. I thought you had forgotten about me, Yuntao Douluo remarked, regarding Long Yu with newfound respect and admiration, recognizing his exceptional talent rivaling that of Xiao Shui, and perhaps even inheriting a divine power surpassing that of the angel god. Second priest, it appears you are quite comfortable here, Long Yu smiled. Enough with the pleasantries. Speak, what pressing matter brings you here? Jinao Douluo inquired. What else could it be but regarding Tang Hao? Long Yu responded. Tang Hao? He truly has appeared? Jinao Douluo's brow furrowed slightly. Despite having been here for some time with 2 elders, he had yet to uncover any trace of Tang Hao, suspecting that Long Yu was merely using him as a free bodyguard. Indeed, I can assure you that Tang Hao will make an appearance tonight at Shrek Academy. Just be prepared, Long Yu stated. Shrek Academy? What kind of institution is that? You reside in such a place? Jinao Douluo asked, leaving Long Yu somewhat speechless. Though he spoke the truth. Regardless, Tang Hao will indeed show up at Shrek Academy tonight, and he will seek trouble with me. I hope the second priest is well prepared for this encounter. Long Yu concluded, opting not to elaborate further as he and Xiaolon departed. I truly cannot comprehend this young man, but since he has said so, I shall observe tonight, Jinao Douluo remarked as he watched their figures fade. Young master, the pressure I felt from that individual was quite formidable. Could our enemies truly be that strong? Xiao Lan Guestin, Pepe. The second priest's strength is undeniable, ranking as a peak Douluo at level 98 with a century-old soul ring. Few ferocious beasts within the Stardo forest could defeat him. However, whether he can achieve his objectives remains uncertain. Whether or not we can eliminate Tang Hao in one fell swoop is entirely acceptable to me. Tonight, we shall await favorable news, Long Yu smiled. Xiaolon nodded at Long Yu's confident demeanor, though she felt somewhat unsatisfied with her own strength. A soul sage at level 72 could manage typical foes, but facing true masters left her feeling inadequate. Her current abilities were still far from sufficient, and if she couldn't even contend with Long Yu, how could she protect him? Tang Hao, this will be our first encounter. Allow me to witness the renowned Haotian Douluo for myself, Xiaolon thought. You wish to return to the Stardo Forest after we leave Shrek Academy? Long Yu inquired. Yes. Why? Are you unhappy being by my side? He asked, looking at Xiaolon. And no, it's not that. I'm very happy to be with you. Xiaolan Zipli. However, Xiaolon merely felt that her strength was insufficient to protect the young master, and, at times, she might even become a burden. Therefore, she wished to return to her training and, once her power was sufficiently enhanced, reassess the situation. If Xiaolon were strong enough, the young master would not need to seek assistance from the Elder Hall. She was well aware of the long-standing discord between the Pope Hall and the Elder Hall. Xiaolon hurriedly spoke, You need not worry about your strength. I do not expect you to remain by my side to protect me. Moreover, with my growth and power. Your rate of advancement cannot possibly match mine, and the gap between us will only widen in the future. Were it not for other reasons, you need not concern yourself. You may remain by my side with peace of mind, as your progress in cultivation may not lag significantly behind that of being in the Qingdao Great Forest. As for your strength, after tonight, I shall provide you with an item that will assist you in further enhancing your abilities and talents. Long Yu gazed at Xiaolan, feeling somewhat touched by her gentle and considerate nature. In truth, Long Yu had always held a vague understanding of Xiaolan. Initially, he and Na Air had exerted considerable effort to assist Xiaolan in her second transformation for certain purposes, but it seemed unnecessary now, and he had no desire to resort to such means. Hence, he relinquished the idea. Now that Xiaolan was by his side, he could not help but take her seriously. Young master, Xiaolan hesitated to speak, but was interrupted by Long Yu raising his hand. Enough. Just listen to me and say no more, Long Yu declared with an air of authority, prompting Xiaolan to nod in agreement. Chapter 129, Tang Hao's Visit Nightfall. Just as Long Yu was meditating in his chamber, a deep voice echoed, "Kid, come out." Long Yu awoke from his meditative state and shrugged upon hearing the voice. It appeared that Tang Hao had indeed arrived, as expected. Given his temperament, he would disregard all reasoning and simply seek to deliver a beating. Long Yu followed the energy signature to a grove outside Shrek Academy, while Xiaolan, sensing Long Yu's sudden departure, hurriedly pursued him. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not allow the young master to face danger alone. Quietly slipping out of her room without disturbing the sleeping Xiao Wu, Xiaolan rushed towards the grove. "I have arrived. May I inquire who you are and why you seek me at this hour?" Long Yu addressed the surrounding trees. Activating his dual pupils and utilizing his spiritual perception, he realized he could not detect Tang Hao's presence. The disparity in their strengths was evidently too vast. A shadow clad in black emerged from behind a large tree, the figure entirely shrouded in dark attire, even wearing a black hood that obscured his face, revealing only that he was a tall man with a formidable aura. "Who I am is of little consequence, kid. Tonight, I merely wish to test your strength. Your talent is indeed remarkable. I have never encountered such a soul ring configuration before. Unfortunately, you are still too immature." Tang Hao's raspy voice resonated. "Huh. I am aware of your formidable strength, but it merely stems from decades of additional training. I am uncertain where I have wronged you. Surely, I cannot be punished without cause. I have not offended anyone on my journey, aside from a minor altercation today. Is that the reason you seek me?" Long Yu replied coolly. Even in the face of the so-called Haotian de Law, Long Yu remained unyielding. He had no need to fear for his safety, particularly with Na Air's reverse scale at his disposal. "Smart. You struck the young one, so naturally the elder seeks retribution. But fret not. I shall not kill you. You will merely be bettered for a week, akin to Xiao San," Tang Hao asserted. "Sir, I am merely responsible for the assessment. It is my duty. Furthermore, I have shown restraint towards them. It was Tang San who attempted to ambush me with a hidden weapon. I merely retaliated. Tang San reaped what he sowed. What fault is mine? Should I have allowed him to injure me with his hidden weapon? What sense does that make?" Long Yu countered. Reason. Let me tell you. In a world of soul masters, the might of one's fist is the only truth. An everlasting principle. All I need to know is that you harm Xiao San. That suffices." Tang Hao scoffed, slowly advancing towards Long Yu. With each step, his aura intensified, and 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red, rose around him. In his hand, he wielded an enormous black hammer, a supersized version of the one Tang San had used earlier. Feeling the immense pressure akin to a mountain, Long Yu could not help but admire Tang Hao's formidable strength. It surpassed that of the 96th-level Zhu Duo by a considerable margin. Even though Zhu Duo possessed a higher soul power, the gap between them remained substantial. How can an unreasonable elder, disregarding all reason, bully my young master with your age and titled Douluo strength? You truly lack shame. A gentle yet tinged with anger and concern voice emerged, as a web of blue-silver grass materialized before Long Yu, ensnaring Tang Hao in its grasp. "Xiaolan, why have you come out? This is a battle you should not partake in," Long Yu exclaimed, taken aback by Xiaolan's sudden arrival. He had intended to keep her out of this confrontation, but it appeared she had been closely tracking his movements and had pursued him without hesitation. Is this the blue-silver emperor? Tang Hao did not immediately shatter the blue-silver grass. Although its strength and resilience had significantly improved, even without using soul skills. A power-type soul master like himself could easily break free. However, the intricate blue-gold patterns made him momentarily dazed. Could it be that a second blue-silver emperor has emerged within the Qingdao Great Forest? But how is that possible? Moreover, upon hearing the familiar voice, Tang Hao turned his gaze towards the young woman beside Long Yu, tears suddenly welling in his eyes. The iron-willed man still possessed the softest part of his heart, and Ayin was undoubtedly that place for him. With her azure eyes, blue-gold gown, noble elegance, and stunning visage, she was the very image of Ayin. Tang Hao had never anticipated encountering Ayin once more in such a setting and time. What was happening? Did not Ayin only possess the essence of the blue-silver emperor? How was she now transformed back into human form, seemingly devoid of any memories of their past? Ayin. Tang Hao choked out. Seeing the one he had longed for, Tang Hao was overwhelmed with a torrent of words he wished to express. Yet upon reaching this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. What Ayin, young master? Is he referring to me? Xiao Lan questioned, confused, yet the deep, affectionate gaze from Tang Hao only filled her with disgust and aversion. She was unaware of how many different colors of gazes she had endured. Although this black-clad man's gaze was unique, what did it matter? He did not recognize him at all. And what was even more despicable was that he dared to harm the young master, intending to leave him bettered for an entire week. This wretched scoundrel. Long Yu commanded Xiao Lan to withdraw the Lan Yin grass before him, and said, he must have mistaken the person. I'm not Ayin. You have mistaken your target. How could a dignified title Douluo act so unreasonably, attempting to bully the weak? Clearly, it was your son who sought to harm the young master. How could he not be allowed to retaliate? The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked, Xiao Lan stated coldly. Her gaze towards Tang Hao filled with hostility. Ayin, what are you saying? Tang Hao was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Lan's words, and then, more agitated, he removed his black cloak, revealing his waxy yellow face, a visage marred by hardship and disbelief as he stared at Xiao Lan. Ayin, do you not recognize me? I am Hao. You are my wife. Xiao San is my son, and also your son. Tang Hao et kalim basi onai. Chapter 130. From now on, you must listen to me. What nonsense are you spouting? I do not know you at all, and there is no connection between us. It is impossible for us to have any children. I have never experienced intimacy with a man. Xiao Lan shouted anxiously, fearing that Long Yu might misunderstand. How could this be? You are clearly Ayin, but why can you not remember the past? Tang Hao closed his eyes in pain, as if the strength within him had been suddenly drained. That, Lord Hao Yin, I believe you may indeed have mistaken the person. Xiao Lan has always been by my side, without any contact with others. Her martial soul is merely Lan Yin Huang. And besides, Xiao Lan's Lan Yin Huang has undergone a mutation, not entirely the same as Lan Yin Huang. Long Yu remarked coolly. Indeed, the current Xiao Lan is a completely new life form, both in memory and physicality. Always by your side, her martial soul is the mutated Lan Yin grass. Yet she remains human, a perfect being. Tang Hao regained some calmness. Even if Ayin had transformed again, she should still belong to the soul beast category. But with his current strength, he could still not perceive a yin soul beast aura. Thus, the Ayin before him was indeed a human, meaning she truly was not his wife. Ayin, as he observed the Lan Yin grass entwined around him, Tang Hao realized that it was indeed far more resilient than a yin's Lan Yin grass from before, also carrying a bloodline aura far stronger and more advanced than that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus, surpassing even Lan Yin Huang by an unknown margin. Yet, the aura and appearance of the person before him unmistakably resembled the Ayin of old. Why was this so? This left Tang Hao at a loss, simply gazing at a yin's eyes, which were now filled with disgust and even hatred towards him, filling him with discomfort. Lord Hao Yin, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. You may ponder alone, Long Yu said indifferently, before directly leading Xiao Lan away, who also released her hold on Tang Hao before departing. Long Yu chose not to focus on Tang Hao anymore, leaving the ensuing matters to the golden crocodile Douluo to see how they would unfold. Did I not send you to rest? Why do you follow me? Long Yu said with some displeasure as he looked at Xiaolon. Young master, I was just a bit worried about you, and unable to be at ease, I followed, Xiaolon replied, looking at Long Yu with a hint of grievance. Alas, let it be. Remember to listen to me in the future. The opponent's strength is far beyond ours. Long Yu gazed at Xiaolon's demeanor with a twinge of compassion. But upon seeing her somewhat cunning expression, he rolled his eyes. Where did you learn such things? Long Yu inquired. This is what Xiao Wu taught me. She said the young master is one who does not respond well to hard tactics, so Xiaolon's cheeks flushed. However, seeing Long Yu's expression, which held a trace of amusement, it seemed that Xiao Wu's words were not entirely without merit. The young master indeed preferred gentler approaches. This Xiao Wu, I shall see how to deal with her come morning. She teaches such nonsensical things, Long Yu said, shaking his head slightly. Young master, shall we let that title Douluo go just like that? He did say he would severely injure you, Xiaolon protested, somewhat unwilling. Rest assured, it is not that simple. However, the matters to come are beyond our intervention. That wretched Tang Hao, disturbing my meditation and wasting my precious sleep time. Long Yu expressed his dissatisfaction, which amused Xiaolon. In all the world, perhaps only the young master could regard the legendary Hao Yian Douluo in such a manner, and she truly found this endearing. Meanwhile, in the woods, Tang Hao remained deeply troubled, realizing he had not checked on a Yin's true form for quite some time. If that woman just now was indeed not a Yin, then a Yin's true form must still exist. As Tang Hao pondered, a deep voice echoed, Tang Hao, meet your end. A massive golden crocodile tail then struck fiercely at Tang Hao. Caught off guard, he instinctively raised the Hao Yian hammer to block it. But the overwhelming force sent him tumbling, crashing into a tree, demonstrating the might of the attack. With a cough, Tang Hao felt his internal injuries exacerbated, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. What a formidable opponent! Who possesses such overwhelming power? Because of a Yin's matters, I have lost even this sense. Suffering such a heavy blow, Tang Hao focused his gaze, spotting an elder clad in golden robes embroidered with silver. His entire body cloaked in a layer of fine golden scales. Behind him trailed a massive tail covered in scales and spines, each scale standing erect. His white hair, transforming into a thick, horn-like texture, shrouding his head, his upper body slightly bent, resembling a gigantic crocodile. 9 soul rings shimmered around him, the last one being a red 100,000-year soul ring, with the 7th ring glowing. Clearly, the opponent held nothing back, revealing his martial soul's true form from the outset. The golden crocodile Douluo gazed at Tang Hao, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Tang Hao was indeed here, and thus he could not be allowed to live. A colossal crocodile phantom emerged behind him, his 6th soul ring flashing brightly, the massive phantom seemingly taking on a corporeal form. Who are you? Your strength is astonishing, Tang Hao inquired in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Tang Hao, I am the 2nd high priest of the Spirit Hall, Golden Crocodile. Today marks your end. The Golden Crocodile, Douluo laughed heartily. In terms of seniority, he surpassed both Qian Douluo and Tang Chun, while Tang Hao was merely a junior among juniors, although undeniably powerful. Having not left the Elder Hall for decades, it appeared he could finally stretch his old bones. Spirit Hall? So you are a wretch of the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao tightened his grip on the Hao Yian hammer, his veins bulging in his arms and face, filled with trepidation. This opponent was exceptionally strong, far surpassing Qian Xuanji from back in the day, likely at level 98. If it were my former self at the peak of my powers, I might have stood a chance against the formidable duo of Luan Paifeng and Daxumi Chue, though it is certain I would ultimately be outmatched. However, in my current state, gravely injured, I fear I cannot contend with the old wretch before me. I must devise a means of escape. Ha! Hao Yian sect is merely a congregation of timid turtles, too intimidated by my Wuhuan Hall to even venture out of their mountain gates. You have hidden for so many years, but today you shall remain here forever. The Golden Crocodile, Douluo scoffed. Chapter 131. Golden Crocodile versus Hao Yian. Tang Hao strode forward, his presence akin to a whirlwind, as the Haotian hammer spun rapidly in his grasp, hurtling towards the golden crocodile, Douluo. If the golden crocodile Douluo appeared as a brilliant golden sun, then Tang Hao now resembled a dark demonic sun, exuding an aura of ferocity and devouring malevolence. Despite the vast disparity in soul power, Tang Hao was not without the means to retaliate. As the golden crocodile Douluo swung his massive crocodilian tail, the air around it twisted into an ethereal haze, obscuring the true position of that long tail. While the terrifying air currents produced a cacophony of shrieks and explosive sounds. In the manifestation of his wuhuan, this was merely the simplest physical assault of the golden crocodile Douluo. Tang Hao's movements were equally straightforward. He stepped forward with his left foot, crashing down onto the ground, causing a loud rumble as the earth beneath him cracked extensively. Tang Hao's right arm, wielding the Haotian hammer, extended swiftly behind him, his muscles tensing instantaneously, as a powerful black radiance fused him and the hammer into one. He raised his left heel, balancing solely on his toes, as the fabric of his trousers at the calf exploded, revealing muscles more solid than granite. The Haotian hammer collided violently with the crocodile tail, sending a terrifying shockwave that scattered in all directions. Yet, Tang Hao was directly hurled backward by this force, the gap between them proving insurmountable. Whether in soul power or condition, a single strike demonstrated that he was far from the golden crocodile Douluo's level. Where has that bravado gone? Do not think that just because you killed the previous pope as a titled Douluo, no one can subdue you. Tang Hao, you are still too tender in my presence, declared the golden crocodile Douluo. I have said it before, you shall remain here forever. The massive tail of the golden crocodile swept towards Tang Hao once more. Sensing the imminent danger, Tang Hao hesitated not a moment. If he held back again today, he would surely perish in this place, and that was absolutely unacceptable. He had far too many tasks yet to accomplish. He cannot simply die. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Tang Hao unleashed the 5 soul rings before him, detonating them to channel their immense power into the Haotian hammer. The hammer grew slightly in size, its black radiance intensifying significantly. You think you can kill me, Tang Hao? Impossible, he bellowed. The Haotian hammer struck the golden crocodile Douluo's tail once more, and Tang Hao was again sent flying, though this time with less disarray, retreating merely a dozen steps, leaving deep furrows in the ground behind him. What a marvelous technique, detonating soul rings. I am curious to see what level of power a cripple like you can achieve after your soul rings explode, mused the golden crocodile Douluo, an odd glimmer in his eyes, as he lunged at Tang Hao without granting him a moment's respite. Resolute, Tang Hao detonated his 6th, 7th, and 8th 10,000-year soul rings, elevating his aura to several tiers higher, nearing the threshold of level 97. It is well known that the soul power disparity between each level of title Douluo is tremendous, and to forcibly elevate one's strength in such a short span is indeed a divine technique. As they clashed once more, Tang Hao found himself retreating only a few steps this time. However, the injuries within him had caused him to lose copious amounts of blood, his waxy yellow complexion now devoid of color. In the original tale, Tang Hao had ascended to level 97, and only after recovering from his injuries was he able to repel the golden crocodile Douluo. The gap between the Tang Hao of the original and the current Tang Hao was indisputable. Even with his trump cards unveiled, he was still firmly suppressed by the golden crocodile Douluo. I am sorry. Tang Hao gazed at his final red soul ring. A flicker of deep emotion followed by resolute determination crossing his eyes. The last red 10,000-year soul ring detonated, propelling Tang Hao's aura to near level 98. The Haotian hammer forcing the golden crocodile Douluo back. Tang Hao gasped for breath, feeling the severity of his internal injuries escalate. If this continued, he would not only be unable to fight, but his body might very well collapse. The power of this second elder from Wuhuan Hall was truly terrifying. In his current state, even employing every tactic at his disposal, he was still no match for him. Though Luan Pifing was powerful, it required continuous strikes to build momentum. However, The golden crocodile Douluo's wound was inherently strong in both power and defense, so opportunities to accumulate strikes will be scarce. His condition also hindered him from unleashing the true might of Luan Pifing. As Tang Hao observed the golden crocodile Douluo, whose aura remained steady, the Haotian hammer transformed entirely to white. Tang Hao's dominance shifted into frenzied ferocity, roaring like a wrathful Vajra. The surging energy caused the ground beneath him to shatter, instantly elevating his state to its zenith, uniting spirit, energy, and essence as he swung his most potent blow. The Haotian hammer, resembling a small hill, surged toward the golden crocodile Douluo with an seemingly indomitable force. Although momentarily surprised, the golden crocodile Douluo activated his 8th soul ring, significantly amplifying his own might, successfully intercepting Tang Hao's strike. In fact, Tang Hao's attack was inferior to the effects of the 8th soul ring. Tang Hao was sent hurtling backward, utilizing the momentum to flee without hesitation. Escaping would not come so easily. 2 titled Douluos awaited him outside. Although their prowess matched their titles, they were not yet Tang Hao's match, at least for the time being. The golden crocodile Douluo observed Tang Hao's retreat with a grim expression. Regarding the widely renowned Haotian Douluo, he felt a tinge of disdain, and he pursued after him. If he allowed Tang Hao to escape this time, who knew when such an opportunity would arise again? Thus, the 3 from Wuhuan Hall pursued Tang Hao, who fled throughout the night. Eventually, Tang Hao leaped into the turbulent waters below the precipice, disappearing from sight. The golden crocodile Douluo's expression darkened. He had indeed allowed Tang Hao to escape. The depth of the water would greatly impede his perception, and the swift current would make it difficult to pursue. However, this situation posed no lethal threat to a titled Douluo, especially not to one like Tang Hao. It was evident that this operation had failed. Second Elder, we were useless, utterly incapable of stopping Tang Hao. The 2 titled Douluos beside him remarked anxiously, casting worried glances at the golden crocodile Douluo. It is no wonder that I underestimated Tang Hao's prowess. You 2 have yet to reach the level of a super Douluo. How could you possibly obstruct Tang Hao now? You may even risk your own lives, which is something I wish to avoid, sighed the genie Douluo. Second Elder, what shall we do next? The 2 titled Douluo felt relieved that the Second Elder did not direct his anger towards them. It is indeed impossible for the 2 of us to stand against Tang Hao. The river flows through many places, making it difficult to locate him. You should return to Wuhuan City and inform the Grand Elder of the situation. I have other matters to attend to before returning to Wuhuan City, commanded the genie Douluo with a wave of his hand. Understood, Second Elder. The 2 titled Douluo nodded and swiftly vanished, hurrying towards Wuhuan City. The genie Douluo gazed at the sun hanging high in the sky and sighed once more. Chapter 132. Ma Hongjun within the personal dormitory of Long Yu. 2 figures exchanged glances. Long Yu was not overly surprised. It seems the Second Elder did not have much success. Has Tang Hao managed to escape? Long Yu chuckled. You speak without any reservations, young man. I was momentarily careless, which allowed Tang Hao to slip away. His strength is indeed formidable. Few in the Spirit Hall can contend with him, especially given his unexpected explosive capabilities that significantly enhance his power, acknowledged the genie Douluo. Well, although Tang Hao has escaped, given his original injuries coupled with his current state, he will not recover till last night's condition for at least half a year. This matter regarding Tang Hao must end here. I too shall return, stated the genie Douluo, though he appeared quite displeased, as Tang Hao had evaded him right under his nose. Then I shall bid you farewell, Second Elder, Long Yu replied with a smile. Young man, once you have had your fill of fun, be sure to return promptly. While it is tolerable here with the former Golden Iron Triangle member, Flanders, as the headmaster, it cannot compare to the Spirit Hall, remarked the genie Douluo before departing. Long Yu stretched and welcomed the arrival of a new day. As for Tang Hao's escape, Long Yu felt no regret. Opportunities abound. If one opportunity is missed, another shall surely arise, and if Tang Hao were to be eliminated in one fell swoop, it would be rather dull. Long Yu opened the door, inhaling the first breath of fresh air, and proceeded towards the playground. With Headmaster Flanders still absent and Tang Sen recovering from injuries, the students were free to manage their own schedules for the day. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie had left the Shrek Academy and headed towards the small grove from the previous night. Although he had not witnessed the battle firsthand, Zhao Wujie was certain it was beyond his capability to participate. It was only this morning that he dared to investigate, but upon seeing the scene of devastation, he was filled with trepidation, wondering what had transpired here and why it had occurred just outside the Shrek Academy. Long Yu arrived at the rooms of Xiao Lan and Xiao Wu without hesitation. Xiao Wu, it seems you did not sleep well, Long Yu remarked with a smile. Don't mention it. Last night, I couldn't sleep a wink with all the noise outside the academy, Xiao Wu grumbled. Long Yu and Xiao Lan exchanged knowing smiles, understanding the situation, yet not disclosing it directly to Xiao Wu. Well, there is nothing to do today. Xiao Lan, I promise you something that can enhance your strength. After much contemplation, there are not many herbs left, but I believe I have 2 items that would suit your martial soul quite well. However, we shall wait until nightfall to use them. For now, let us take a stroll around the academy, Long Yu proposed. All according to your arrangements, young master. Xiao Lan nodded, and together with a somewhat drowsy Xiao Wu, they exited the academy. Shrek Academy occupies a third of the area of this small village, with most of the school buildings being the original homes of the villagers, rather rudimentary. Before long, the trio heard a commotion. A young couple appeared to be in a heated argument. The girl looked to be around 14 or 15 years old, of ordinary appearance yet brimming with youthful vitality. Dressed in simple rural garb, likely the child of a villager. The boy, embroiled in the dispute with her, seemed even younger, perhaps of a similar age to Long Yu and Xiao Wu, short in stature and plump, yet exuding a sturdy aura. He had short hair, small eyes, and chubby cheeks that gave him a somewhat endearing appearance. The most amusing feature was the 2 tiny tufts of hair above his lip, resembling the beginnings of a mustache. Ma Hongjun, do not seek me out again. I will no longer be with you, the girl declared, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. The boy protested in a peculiar voice. Sua, have I been unkind to you? Why must we part ways? Suehua's face flushed suddenly. You have been good to me, but I simply cannot endure you any longer. We are not suited for each other. Find someone else, please. I'm several years older than you. Ma Hongjun, angry, retorted. What do you mean you cannot endure me? I truly do not understand what you women think. If you wish to break up, then let us have one more encounter, and I shall agree to it. Otherwise, not a chance. As he spoke, the boy reached out to grab Suehua's hand. She recoiled like a frightened rabbit. Yet his speed was too quick. He managed to seize her hand, for an ordinary person could hardly match the speed of a great soul master. Please, no. Please let me go. Are you even human? What kind of bully are you to harass an ordinary girl in broad daylight as a soul master? Forcing her into such actions? I cannot stand by and watch this. Xiao Wu observed, her righteous indignation flaring. With that, she summoned 4 soul rings, her 3rd ring shimmering as her figure instantly appeared before Ma Hongjun. With a swift kick, she sent his hand flying away and pulled Suehua to safety, placing her several meters away from him. Young master? Xiao Lan exclaimed in surprise. Fear not, he is merely a great soul master. Xiao Wu will handle this plump fellow with ease, Long Yu reassured with a smile. Where did such a beautiful girl come from? Would you be my girlfriend? I shall no longer pursue Suehua, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, his initial displeasure evaporating as he stared at Xiao Wu, his eyes filled with an unmistakable lust. You're a fool. Look at yourself. Do you even think you deserve her? Xiao Wu scoffed, blocking Ma Hongjun's path after allowing Suehua to escape. How could a soul master, especially one of the soul zone rank, be so young? Ma Hongjun finally noticed the 4 soul rings surrounding Xiao Wu and was utterly astonished. He believed his own talent was exceptional, yet he was merely at level 26. How could someone of similar age reach the rank of soul zone? What a vast difference. You, rotund fellow, are not only imposing upon ordinary individuals, but you dare to gaze at me with such lecherous eyes. Today, I shall certainly rectify this matter with a sound thrashing. Xiao Wu huffed indignantly. Chapter 133. Xiao Wu strikes Ma Hongjun. This rotund man before her was the first to regard her with such audacity, leaving Xiao Wu profoundly displeased, and the consequence would be a well-deserved beating. Nosy little brat, I'm a student of Shrek Academy. Judging by your appearance, you must be as well. That being said, I am your senior. Is this how you treat your upperclassmen? Ma Hongjun retorted. You too are a student of Shrek Academy? It seems this institution is indeed peculiar, with a cowardly lecherous tiger and a gluttonous brute who enjoys coercion. As for that sausage, let us not even discuss it. I wonder if it too belongs to the same ilk. Regardless of your status as a senior, I shall teach you a lesson today, Xiao Wu declared. How dare you? You become quite bold. Ma Hongjun, upon hearing this, was filled with rage. Initially, he had adopted a humble demeanor due to the evident disparity in their soul power, but now it appeared that his opponent was entirely unyielding. Phoenix possession. A deep crimson light surged forth from the corpulent figure, his short hair suddenly elongating and gathering at the center into a mohawk style. While wings did not materialize, the radiance emitted an intense heat. 2 rings of yellow soul rings simultaneously ascended from beneath his feet, and long feathers extended from his exposed muscular arms, his hands transforming into claw-like appendages. With a rounded physique adorned with lengthy crimson feathers and upright hair, he bore no resemblance to a phoenix, but rather appeared akin to a plump native chicken. Raising his hands, his first soul ring suddenly blazed alive, and he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a stream of slender crimson flames toward Xiao Wu. The extreme heat distorted the air, and the purple flames, though not ferocious, shot forth like a stretching line of fire. Third soul skill, teleportation. Xiao Wu deftly evaded Ma Hongjun's first soul skill and positioned herself above him. First soul skill, bow of the waist. The sequence flowed seamlessly, and Xiao Wu's legs clamped around Ma Hongjun's shoulders. A slight exertion sent him flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Being a senior, Xiao Wu merely intended to impart a lesson to Ma Hongjun. Otherwise, the situation would have been far more severe. With her current capability in the bow of the waist, if she were to unleash her full strength, even Long Yu would be flung away. You vile woman. You possess a teleportation soul skill. I have truly underestimated you, Ma Hongjun muttered, rising to his feet, albeit covered in dust. Please, cease this conflict. It is a misunderstanding. Dai Mubai's voice resonated as he hurried over, closely followed by Cuihua. It appeared that Cuihua had decent character, as she did not flee, but instead sought out Dai Mubai to clarify the situation. Long Yu and Xiao Lan also approached Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai briefly explained Ma Hongjun's martial spirit issue. It turned out to be a mere misunderstanding. Dai Lauda, how many students has our academy enrolled this year? How is there such an anomaly? A 13-year-old already at the Soul Master level. Ma Hongjun gazed at Xiao Wu with a peculiar expression, but a fleeting glance at Xiao Lan revealed unmistakable eagerness in his eyes. For a man of that age, mature women clearly held greater allure, especially someone of Xiao Lan's caliber. Rotund one, you ought not to cast such looks upon others. No wonder you have yet to find a suitable girlfriend. Dai Mubai coughed. Xiao Wu indeed constituted an extraordinary talent, but the handsome figure beside her was even more remarkable. You must tread carefully. Both Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan are evidently quite close to Long Yu, Dai Mubai mused, believing that even if he could not befriend Long Yu, he certainly could not afford to offend him. Such exceptional talent and power could not exist without formidable Soul Master support, a notion Dai Mubai found hard to dismiss. Although he was a prince of the Xinglua Empire, he was merely a fallen third prince seeking refuge here. Humph, since it is merely a misunderstanding, that is for the best. Ma Hongjun gingerly touched his backside, which felt as if it had been shattered. Xiao Wu truly struck with ferocity. Subsequently, Dai Mubai introduced everyone and they parted ways, with Dai Mubai leading Ma Hongjun to meet another male student. Initially, Ma Hongjun was disinterested. What was there to view in another man? However, upon hearing that there were 2 exceptionally beautiful girls in the academy, he instantly transformed into an enthusiastic senior, clamoring to meet his junior classmates. The speed of his change astonished even Long Yu. After their separation, Long Yu continued to wander the village with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan. Brother Yu, this Shrek Academy is indeed an odd institution. Its teachers, students, and facilities are all peculiar. I am genuinely curious how they educate their students, Xiao Wu remarked. At 15 years of age, Dai Mubai possessed a soul power of 37. A remarkable feat even within the Martial Soul Hall Academy. However, the Martial Soul Hall could not be compared to Shrek Academy. Then there was Oscar, a food-type soul master, whose cultivation rate was notably slower yet was nearing the soul master level at merely 2 years older than Xiao Wu. Such talent was indeed astonishing. While the teachers here were certainly formidable, it did not guarantee their ability to effectively educate students, especially a group of rough men. It was improbable that any could provide theoretical guidance akin to that of teacher Mengyun from the Martial Soul Hall Academy. Given their inherent talent, extensive guidance was unnecessary. They merely needed to follow a structured approach, and the academy merely required oversight of the broader direction. If they were to cultivate at the Martial Soul Hall Academy, their soul power would not be limited to this extent, Long Yu asserted. Before Yu Xiaozhang's arrival, it was indeed impossible to offer accurate and scientific guidance. Although Long Yu himself held little regard for Yu Xiaozhang, both the so-called top 10 martial soul core competencies and personal character were questionable. However, during the cultivation phase for low-level soul masters, Yu Xiaozhang's capabilities were indisputable. This fact could not be overlooked. Chapter 134, Tang San's Fury. Therefore, we are merely here to enjoy ourselves? Xiao Wu expressed a hint of disappointment. At this point, even within the Martial Soul Hall Academy, we would not receive excessive guidance. What's so strange about that? Relying on self-cultivation may not lead to inferior results. And besides, Xiao Wu, even if you lack confidence in yourself, do you not have faith in me? Long Yu remarked. Though this statement may seem somewhat brazen, it appeared to hold a kernel of truth. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement, leaving Long Yu speechless. What did she mean by saying she was somewhat shameless? Wasn't he merely speaking the truth? Young master, although the students here possess considerable talent, it seems that their character leaves much to be desired, Xiaolon remarked. Both Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun, despite their youth, had already experienced quite a bit in the realm of romance. Particularly Ma Hongyun, whose gaze at Xiao Wu was so intense that had it not been for the presence of the young master beside him, the matter would not have ended so easily. He was not one to tolerate such disrespect. As the Blue-Silver Emperor, Xiaolon naturally held her pride in front of others. It matters not. As long as they do not impede us, why concern ourselves with their affairs? Long Yu replied. These individuals were merely transient figures in his life, and he would not invest too much emotional energy into them. Indeed, young master, Xiaolon nodded. Meanwhile, in a room occupied by Oscar and Tang San, two more figures appeared, Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun. You must be Tang San. Hello, I am Ma Hongjun, also known as Fatty. You may call me that. Ma Hongjun introduced himself. However, upon observing Tang San's pitiful state, he was somewhat taken aback. Had teacher Zhao truly become so ruthless? After all, he was merely a great soul master. Did it warrant such extreme measures? Was he not afraid that Tang San might flee? Ma Hongyun, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Tang San. Tang San replied, somewhat labored as he lay in bed, barely able to rise. Were it not for the secret recovery provided by Xian Tiangong, he would require significantly more time to heal. One must admit, teacher Zhao can indeed be quite harsh. Ma Hongjun expressed with a frown. Fatty, it wasn't teacher Zhao. It was that Long Yu, the man you encountered in white today, Dai Mu Bai clarified. He then briefly explained Long Yu's circumstances, including his duel with Zhao Wuji and his role as an examiner, where he had decisively overwhelmed Xiao Wu and the others. Goodness, he must truly be a monster. I never imagined a soul sect could contend with a soul sage, especially one as formidable as teacher Zhao, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, astonished. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would have found it hard to believe. So, Fatty, you might want to be cautious not to offend him. The way you leered at those two women beside Long Yu today was quite reckless. Did you not notice their close connection to him? Dai Mu Bai warned. I'm not sure. Long Yu is even more handsome than Dai Lao Da, and his abilities and talent are impressive. I assure you, I will not provoke him again. Ma Hongjun hastily amended, noticing Dai Mu Bai's increasingly displeased expression. This year's cohort is fortunate to have female students. You all should be mindful. Just so you know, that woman in black is mine, so don't get any ideas, Dai Mu Bai asserted. Dai Lao Da, I think that Ning Rongrong, with her 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, is quite lovely, Oscar chimed in, sharing his thoughts. However, it was merely admiration of her appearance. It wasn't genuine affection. Wow. With your preferences, it seems you have no shortage of choices. One of you favors ample bosoms, while the other prefers a noble princess, Ma Hongjun remarked, bemused. I am different. I believe that Xiaolan is most aligned with my desires, he added. However, he soon sensed a chilling glare emanating from Tang San, who remained on the bed. MMP, I thought Tang San was a paragon of virtue, but it seems he has taken a liking to Xiaolan as well. His taste is quite similar to mine, yet there is no need for such hostility. If anything, I could simply withdraw, he thought. Sensing the awkward tension, Dai Mubai quickly interjected, Hey, fatty, what do you mean by preferring ample bosoms? Zhu Zhuqing is my fiancé in the star Luo Empire. Yes, I merely find Ning Rongrong attractive. You're misinterpreting, Oscar added, attempting to smooth things over. All right, since we've met, let's not disturb Tang San while he rests. I've heard the dean will return tomorrow, and we will commence our formal studies then, Dai Mubai stated, leading Ma Hongjun out of the room. I told you, fatty, you truly are reckless. You have no idea that while Tang San may appear to be just a great soul master, the hidden weapons he carries are exceedingly formidable. I cannot withstand them, Dai Mubai confessed, still shaken. The chilling gaze of Tang San was terrifying, akin to the feeling of having one's beloved snatched away, radiating an aura of murderous intent. He genuinely worried for Fatty S. safety. Xiaolan is not his wife. Why such a strong reaction? Long Yu has said nothing. Truly absurd and pretentious, Ma Hongjun muttered, leaving the room. Today he had encountered numerous beauties of various styles, igniting a surge of desire within him. He felt compelled to visit the nearby establishment. Alas, he had little money on him and would have to settle for the less appealing company. Meanwhile, Tang San lay in his dormitory, contemplating the strange feelings he experienced. Though it was his first encounter with Xiaolan, the sense of familiarity compelled him to want to connect with her. He could sense the powerful aura she carried, but upon hearing Fatty's comments about her, his anger surged. How peculiar! I am not merely a teenager, so why do I feel this way? Did I have some prior connection with Xiaolan? Tang San mused, lost in thought, struggling to find clarity amidst the confusion. Forget it. I shall not dwell on it. Instead, I will focus on cultivating diligently, he resolved, lying back down. Chapter 135. The tempering of ice and fire in the dormitory shared by Xiao Wu and Xiaolan. Long Yu returned with a tub-like container from the Martial Soul Hall. He proceeded to pour 2 large basins of milky white and crimson liquid into it. Xiao Wu was fascinated to see that the 2 distinct colors of liquid remained separate, neither merging nor mingling, with the crimson liquid emanating heat while the icy blue liquid exuded coldness. Is this the spring water from the Eye of Ice and Fire? Xiaolan, having absorbed the energy from the Eye of Ice and Fire for many years, recognized it instantly and was astonished to see it again. Indeed, this is a portion of the Eye of Ice and Fire. I had Sister Narer preserve it for this very moment, Long Yu replied, then retrieved 2 energy orbs, the Ba Jiao Xianbing Chao and the Lai Huaxing Jiao Shu, intended as gifts for Xiaolan. Given that she was often by his side and her blue-silver grass martial soul was easily countered, Long Yu felt it imperative to enhance her abilities. Fire immunity and water immunity. Young master, is this not too extravagant? I am unworthy of such precious herbs, Xiaolan exclaimed, startled at the sight of the 2 celestial herbs. As the blue-silver emperor, I possess considerable knowledge of flora. These 2 celestial herbs are indeed extraordinary creations of nature, and utilizing them solely for my own benefit would be a tremendous waste. The question of worthiness is not for you to determine. No matter how precious these herbs may be, they must be employed. Otherwise, they are merely lifeless objects. If I deem it valuable, then it is valuable. Accept what I offer. Have you grown so audacious as to disregard my words? Long Yu asserted firmly. Upon witnessing this, Xiaolan could only nod in agreement, feeling a surge of complex emotions as she observed the domineering demeanor of her master. Did she truly hold such significance in his heart? Her master treated her with such kindness. The blood of her master flowed within her veins, and now he was bestowing upon her the vital celestial herbs. Long Yu, Since Brother Yu has said so, you should use them, Xiao Wu interjected. Seeing these celestial herbs filled Xiao Lan with a sense of pride, for she possessed the privilege of choice regarding the herbs, rather than being handed them directly by Brother Yu. I will forever cherish the kindness my master has shown me, Xiao Lan earnestly declared. These were the Ba Jiao Xin Bing Chao and the Lai Hui Xing Jiao Shu, possessing the effects of extreme cold and extreme heat. And there were also 2 highly toxic celestial herbs. If she could absorb them, it would significantly enhance her physical capabilities. Xiao Lan's innate physical prowess already surpassed that of an ordinary soul saint, and with this further elevation, she could potentially reach the level of a soul Douluo. More crucially, it would grant her immunity to fire and water, thus resolving the primary issue with her blue silvergrass. In critical moments, it could lead to unexpected triumphs. Long Yu explained, when these 2 celestial herbs were combined, they could temporarily counteract each other's effects, containing their original chilling and searing energies, thus providing a unique opportunity for consumption. Xiao Lan, remember to act swiftly, Long Yu instructed earnestly. Yes, master, Xiao Lan replied with a serious nod. Now, remove your outer garments, Long Yu commanded. Master, this? Xiao Lan blushed, taken aback by the request. Did this process require some form of yin-yang harmony? Could she refuse? Yet, the thought of rejecting such a request from her master felt unwelcome, especially since it was for her own good. Xiao Lan, what are you thinking? After consuming these herbs, you must immerse yourself in the spring water to absorb their essence. Wearing too many layers could hinder the process, Long Yu remarked, noticing her distracted state. However, he acknowledged that he had not communicated clearly, leading to possible misunderstandings. Oh, Xiao Lan lowered her head in embarrassment, her cheeks aflame, regretting her earlier thoughts and unable to meet Long Yu's gaze. Long Yu, feeling somewhat exasperated, lifted her chin to meet her gaze. He felt a stirring within himself as he observed Xiao Lan's flustered state. Soon, Xiao Lan, in front of both Long Yu and Xiao Wu, shed her flowing dress, leaving only her form-fitting white undergarments, revealing her fully matured figure. Xiao Wu looked on with envy, wishing she could grow up as quickly. She knew Brother Yu preferred a more mature appearance. Let us begin. This will be a lengthy process, Long Yu said, regaining his composure after a few glances at Xiao Lan. He then utilized his mental energy to dispel the seal set by Gu Yu Na. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Lan stuffed the 2 celestial herbs into her mouth, disregarding any semblance of elegance. They melted upon contact, flowing down her throat and producing a delightful aroma. Contrary to her earlier fears, the experience was not as torturous as she had anticipated. Steady your mind, Xiao Lan, Long Yu shouted. Xiao Lan's body trembled violently, and in an instant, she was enveloped in blue, followed by a surge of red, blue and red alternating in a most peculiar display. Only Xiao Lan could truly comprehend the impact on her spiritual realm, as the 2 energies of extreme cold and extreme heat surged within her. Seeing Xiao Lan's pained expression, Long Yu sighed. Xiao Wu, please carry Xiao Lan into the water, he instructed. Yes, Xiao Wu replied, her heart aching for Xiao Lan. Although the prospect of fire and water immunity was enticing, the process was unbearable for anyone unaccustomed to such trials. Xiao Wu hesitated as she touched Xiao Lan's body, recoiling as though electrocuted. Brother Yu, you should handle this. Neither extreme cold nor extreme heat is something I can endure, she said, withdrawing her hands. Very well. Long Yu had initially wished to avoid this situation due to the differences between genders, but it seemed he had no choice. Surprisingly, Tang San's willpower was even stronger than Xiao Lan's, requiring no assistance from others. After completing the transformation and releasing his soul bones, Long Yu gently lifted Xiao Lan and a princess, Carrie, and made his way to the bath. Chapter 136. The transformation of blue silver grass, Xiao Lan felt herself being lifted and managed to open her eyes slightly. She beheld Long Yu's strikingly handsome face in their current position, and amidst her pain, she felt an unprecedented joy, wishing for him to hold her like this indefinitely. Long Yu was oblivious to her thoughts. No wonder Xiao Wu remarked that she could not handle Xiao Lan's body. Even he felt discomfort from the clash of the opposing energies. Carefully, He placed Xiao Lan into the spring water, exhaling deeply as he did so. Upon entering the water, the extreme agony that had consumed Xiao Lan vanished. As the sensations brought on by the Ba Jiao Xianbing Chao and the Lai Hua Xing Jiao Shu overwhelmed her senses, severing her connection to the external world. These herbs, born from the dual essences of ice and fire, were uniquely capable of countering the terrifying powers of the two springs. The spring water would greatly enhance the absorption of the toxic herbs, converting their icy and fiery energies into her own being. However, even so, the terrifying potency contained within the celestial herbs was formidable. As the opposing forces clashed, the explosive energy overwhelmed Xiaolan, causing her to lose consciousness. "Brother Yu, will Xiaolan be all right?" Xiao Wu asked, her concern evident as she witnessed Xiao Lan's sudden collapse. Was it truly that painful? "Do not worry, she will be fine. We will wait for Xiao Lan to awaken," Long Yu reassured her. "However, Xiao Wu, I am concerned that you might disturb Xiao Lan. You should accompany me," he decided. "Ah, Brother Yu, are we sharing a room?" Xiao Wu asked nervously, recalling that even during their time in Wuhan City, they had slept in separate quarters. Now, in this humble place, they would be together? "Child, what are you thinking? There are 2 beds. I will simply arrange them for you." "So as not to disturb Xiao Lan," Long Yu replied. Long Yu gently stroked Xiao Wu's head before ensuring the door was securely closed, guiding her towards his dormitory. By now, the hour had turned late into the night. Once they had settled in, Long Yu and Xiao Wu lay down on their beds, closing their eyes to drift off into slumber. The following morning, as dawn broke, Long Yu's keen spiritual perception detected someone entering the room, prompting him to open his eyes, revealing none other than Xiaolan. Her exquisite visage was adorned with an overwhelming sense of delight and excitement. Yet she appeared hesitant to disturb the slumber of Xiao Wu and Long Yu, embodying a mix of awkwardness and conflict. "It seems you absorbed the energy quite smoothly. How do you feel now?" Long Yu inquired with a smile after rising. "Young master, after absorbing the ice and fire energies, my physical attributes have indeed seen a significant enhancement. Even a soul Douluo would pale in comparison to my current capabilities, and my martial soul has undergone tremendous transformation." "Xiao Lan zet ponde easily. Look," she exclaimed, as a tendril of blue-silver grass manifested in her hand. The blue-silver grass, now adorned with golden patterns, presented a striking blend of dark red and light blue hues, rendering it even more vibrant. Tiny barbs clung to the grass, subtle yet formidable. My blue-silver grass martial soul, in addition to possessing the fire immunity and water immunity you previously mentioned, has become remarkably resilient, now imbued with terrifying fire poison and ice toxin. Should my blue-silver grass pierce the skin, the toxin can swiftly infiltrate the bloodstream, wreaking havoc. I anticipate even a tidal Douluo would be considerably affected, showcasing the potency of the poison. My blue-silver grass has thus acquired direct offensive capabilities, Xiao Lan passionately elaborated. Xiao Wu, having awakened, leaped over to join them. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Xiao Lan. "Xiao Lan, after absorbing these 2 celestial herbs, aside from these benefits, did your soul power not experience any enhancement?" she inquired. Even at the soul saint level, celestial herbs should still boost soul power, at least by a level or 2. Especially given that there are 2 celestial herbs involved. "I have not experienced an increase in soul power, yet I am exceedingly content," Xiao Lan replied, shaking her head. "Xiao Wu, you must understand that for Xiao Lan, achieving such a transformation far outweighs the mere elevation of soul power by a few levels. Particularly with the addition of toxicity and fire immunity, it significantly compensates for the inherent weaknesses of blue-silver grass," Long Yu remarked, and Xiao Wu nodded thoughtfully. "All of Xiao Lan's changes are a gift from the young master. Xiao Lan is willing to do anything for you," she said earnestly, gazing at Long Yu. The respect she previously held for him due to his status, talent, and strength had now evolved into a profound personal affection. Recalling the warmth she felt when he had carried her to the bath last night, Xiao Lan longed for more such moments. "Humph, Xiao Lan, in the future, please refrain from speaking in ambiguous terms. It may lead to misunderstandings," Long Yu advised. Obsving Xiaolan. It was evident that she had become more regal and beautiful after absorbing the two celestial herbs. The enchanting scenery from the previous night paled in comparison to her youthful peers. Xiaolan dismissed the opinions of outsiders, displaying an indifference that left Long Yu somewhat exasperated. "All right, as long as you are happy. Now, prepare yourself. We shall go for breakfast," he instructed. Xiao Wu and Xiaolan returned to their dormitory, while Long Yu commenced his morning routine. Soon, he led the two girls to the cafeteria of Shrek Academy. As expected, the cafeteria was larger than their dormitory. By this time, Tang San and the others had already begun their breakfast. Upon noticing Long Yu and company, they all nodded in acknowledgement. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing regarded Xiaolan, sensing her transformation but unable to pinpoint the exact changes, watching her in a dazed manner. Dai Mu Bai, observing Zhu Zhuqing, sighed inwardly. Although he had revealed his identity to her, it only seemed to deepen her icy demeanor. He understood that, from her perspective, his current self would likely appear even less appealing. In the ensuing moments, Dai Mu Bai temporarily severed ties with the other women, focusing solely on Zhu Zhuqing. Patience was key. He needed to proceed gradually and meticulously. With his charming methods, he believed he could succeed. Meanwhile, Tang San's feelings towards Xiao Lan intensified. Yet her apparent indifference towards him left him feeling profoundly disappointed. "What on earth is happening to me?" he lamented. Chapter 137. The arrival of Flinder in stark contrast. Xiao Wu, blissfully unconcerned, shared light-hearted banter with Long Yu, exuding an air of untroubled joy as if nothing unusual had transpired. Observing their closeness, Xiao Lan felt a twinge of envy. Each time she caught sight of Long Yu's gentle and handsome face, she was reminded of last night's embrace, which had brought her such comfort. Her gaze towards him shifted subtly, even she was uncertain of the cause. Breakfast passed in this peculiar ambience. Soon after, Dai Mu Bai arrived at the square with a few companions. Although Long Yu had funded the repairs from the aftermath of his battle with Zhao Wujin, traces of the fierce confrontation could still be discerned. Upon their arrival, in addition to Zhao Wujin, another figure was present. It must be noted that Oscar, having shaved his beard, now resembled a strikingly handsome young man. His deep-set peach blossom eyes imparted a sense of depth, his face akin to a jade crown, harmoniously handsome, with well-proportioned brows and a playful smile that exuded an air of noble charm. In terms of appearance, he surpassed even Dai Mu Bai, the notorious playboy. As Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun would say, Oscar possessed a charming visage, though he still could not rival Long Yu. To leave a favorable impression on Ning Rongrong, Oscar had taken great care in his appearance, creating a stark contrast to his previous, unkempt self. The figure beside Zhao Wujin was none other than Principal Flinder. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a robust build and a distinctive face, his chin protruding slightly, wide cheekbones, a flat facial structure, and a hawkish nose. He donned a pair of black-framed crystal glasses with a rigid square frame. Long Yu felt that the caricature of a shrewd merchant was perfectly embodied by this principle, despite the somewhat stereotypical nature of his appearance. Flinder, a level 78 Soul Saint and a rare Flight-type Soul Master, could soar even at the Soul Saint stage. He regarded the young individuals before him with a nod. When his gaze landed on Xiao Wu and Long Yu, particularly lingering on Long Yu, he was taken aback. At just 12 years of age, Long Yu had cultivated to the level of Soul Zone and possessed a multitude of techniques. Managing to exchange blows with old Zhao even with his 43rd level soul power, which old Zhao claimed was not even his full strength. The outcome was indeed unpredictable. Such a remarkable soul master has the potential to become a student of the academy, and Flanders is genuinely delighted. More importantly, upon observing the demeanor and attire of Long Yu, Xiao Wu, and the petite Lan by their side, Flanders immediately deduced that these three hailed from a prominent family, likely descendants of an illustrious lineage that preferred to remain obscure. Soon, Flanders's magnetic, raspy voice resonated. "This year is indeed promising, truly promising. Our Shrek Academy has welcomed several new prodigies. I am Flanders, your principal, and I extend a warm welcome to each of you." He continued, emphasizing the crucial next step: "Please submit your tuition fees to Teacher Lee, who is in charge of the Academy's finances, with each person contributing 100 gold soul coins. Mubai, please assist with the tuition matters and swiftly clarify our academy's regulations to them. Everyone should return to rest and prepare for the evening's first lesson. Mubai nodded, well aware of the academy's rules. Longyu, I heard from old Zhao that you wish to keep this companion by your side at the academy. Flanders approached Longyu with a sly grin. The academy is already struggling financially, and with such a lucrative opportunity at hand, how could Principal Flanders resist the temptation to seize it, and seize it with vigor? Disciples are meant to be put to use. Indeed, Principal, since Xiaolan has accompanied us, we can't possibly place her elsewhere. I understand this may pose challenges for the academy, thus I am willing to offer some compensation, Longyu replied. Flanders, observing Longyu's keen understanding and willingness to offer compensation, nodded inwardly with approval. Ah, you clever boy, recognizing the need to speak first. Otherwise, it would be quite awkward for me, as the principal, to ask for money in front of so many. Longyu, you must know that we have never encountered such a precedent at our academy, and an additional student increases our burdens considerably, Flanders expressed, feigning a look of concern for the academy that elicited eye rolls from those familiar with his character, such as Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Zhao Wujia, after a brief encounter, chose to leave, feeling embarrassed. Ah, Principal, I can assist the academy by completely renovating all the dormitory buildings, including refurbishing your office as well. Additionally, besides the 400 gold soul coins, I, Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaolan are willing to donate an additional 3,000 gold soul coins for educational purposes, Longyu declared. 3,000 gold soul coins is a significant sum, sufficient even for several years of living in the Wuhuan city, let alone at the Wuhuan Temple Academy, Flanders began, but was soon interrupted by Longyu's resolute tone. 5,000 gold soul coins, Principal, that truly is my limit. 5,000 gold soul coins. Flanders, despite his mental preparations, was momentarily taken aback by Longyu's generosity, but quickly regained his composure. Although our academy has never seen such a precedent, rules are inflexible, yet people are adaptable. I wholeheartedly support and believe in adequately accommodating our students, Flanders stated earnestly. 4,000 gold soul coins should be delivered to Teacher Li, while the remaining 1,000 can be given directly to me, Flanders whispered to Longyu, though the surrounding soul masters could still hear. The assembly began to label the academy's principal as a shrewd businessman devoid of shame. Longyu nodded silently, shifting his gaze to Ma Hongjun. He understood that Flanders' insistence primarily stemmed from concerns regarding Ma Hongjun's fiery temperament. While Flanders was notoriously stingy, he was nevertheless a good principal and teacher, which contributed to Longyu's willingness to contribute so generously. Having arrived at this juncture, it seemed only fitting to take action. While he was wealthy, he was not foolish. Chapter 138. Warmth. Oscar, Ning Rongrong, you two remain here for a moment. The rest may return to rest. And remember to adjust your states to their best for tonight's first lesson, Flanders instructed. Tang Sin chose to stay, curious to observe how this money-minded principal conducted his classes, especially since his injuries had fully healed with the aid of Xintian Gong and the Healing Soul Masters. Longyu, aware of what Ning Rongrong and Oscar were likely to discuss next, decided not to linger and instead led Xiaowu and Xiaolan toward the dormitory area. This principal truly was relentless, demanding 5,000 gold soul coins, a considerable sum. Moreover, having Xiaolan, a soul sage, join Shrek Academy was a rare boon. She could even serve as a teacher at Wuhuan Temple Academy, particularly for those with plant-based martial souls. Shrewd businessman, Xiao muttered as they walked, clearly unimpressed by her initial impression of the principal. Xiaolan, glancing at Xiaowu's adorable demeanor, smiled faintly, confident that Longyu was far from foolish and that his actions were driven by thoughtful intentions. However, Longyu's extravagant spending to secure her place here, coupled with the previous gift of the celestial herb, had not gone unnoticed by Xiaolan. Although she outwardly displayed little gratitude, she recorded every gesture in her heart, her gaze towards Longyu growing increasingly tender and dreamy. Such an exceptional man treating her with such kindness stirred feelings within her. Given the close bond among the three, Long Yu felt no need for formality and engaged in casual conversation beside the dormitory. Brother you seem to know so much. What did the principal mean by tonight's first lesson? Xiao Wu inquired. I'm not a fortune teller, so I can't say for certain. But rest assured, for individuals like us, any lesson will pose no challenge, especially since we have many capable peers beneath us. If we cannot succeed, they certainly will struggle, Long Yu smiled. It is merely a battle of souls at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. For Xiao Wu and me, it is just an opportunity to earn some money. At Wuhuan Temple Academy, we possess nearly invincible prowess, let alone against soul masters in such a small locale, where few even comprehend optimal soul ring configurations, he added. Ah, brother you are right, Xiao nodded in agreement. Following several days of training and the effects of the 8-petal immortal orchid, her soul power had once again risen to level 42. As for Long Yu, he remained at level 43. At this point, rapid advancement in soul power seemed unrealistic. For celestial herbs were rare, and typically, one could only utilize a single herb. As the trio conversed and laughed, a slender black figure observed them from a distance, hesitating to approach, standing there in a daze. Sensing her presence, Long Yu's mental acuity detected Zhu Zhuqing, prompting him to waver over. Xiaolan also brought over a stool, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to sit beside her. The three stunning beauties and Long Yu gathered together. Simply gazing at them was a feast for the eyes. Not to mention their distinct styles. Xiao Wu was vivacious and lively, innocent and adorable, acting on impulse. Despite her youth, she had already developed considerably. Zhu Zhuqing, with her cool demeanor and serene personality, embodied the essence of an icy beauty, yet her figure was strikingly voluptuous, creating a captivating dichotomy that easily ignited a sense of desire for conquest. Though she spoke little, her kind heart and remarkable strength showcased an indomitable will. Xiaolan exuded an exceptionally gentle temperament and charm, akin to a mature, knowledgeable woman, far surpassing Xiao Wu in maturity, both physically and mentally. Zhu Qing, why did you come here alone? Was that insufferable Dai Mubai bothering you again? If it were me, I would have given that lecherous tiger a good thrashing and kicked him aside. I refuse to rely on such scoundrels, Xiao Wu declared, raising her delicate fist with conviction. Although Dai Mubai possessed a formidable beast spirit, the evil white tiger, his soul power was inferior to Xiao Wu's, lacking one soul skill. While her skills were nearly all of the highest caliber, in a state of maximum enhancement from her first soul skill, even Long Yu would be sent flying by her. Let alone Dai Mubai. Listening to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing refrained from speaking, realizing that matters were not as simple as Xiao Wu suggested. She envied Xiao Wu's carefree spirit, surrounded by supportive companions like Xiao Lan and Long Yu, unlike her own solitary struggles. Despite this, fate had shown little mercy towards her. Alas, Rong Rong and Oscar were ordered by the dean to run. Among those I am familiar with in the academy, you're the only one, so I followed. Zhu Zhuqing softly confessed. Then stay with us, Zhuqing. Did that lecherous tiger reveal his true identity to you? If he dares to use underhanded tactics against you, just let us know. We can help you, Xiao Wu urged, turning her gaze towards Long Yu. Under the expectant stares of the three women, Long Yu felt a bit flustered. Of course, since you have chosen to be by my side, I will take charge. If Dai Mubai truly resorts to despicable means, I will assist you, Long Yu affirmed. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing felt deeply moved by the words of Long Yu and the others. For the first time in many years, she experienced warmth. Xiao Lan and Xiao Wu noticed the glimmer of emotion in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes and silently embraced her arm, embodying a profound sisterly bond. All right, enough with the melodrama. It feels as if we are facing a parting of ways. We all have bright futures ahead, Long Yu interjected. Yet he observed Zhu Zhuqing's soul power at level 27 and made a decision. Zhuqing, allow me to present you with a gift, Long Yu announced, retrieving an item from his storage soul guide, leaving Zhu Zhuqing in awe. This is a soul bone, and a trunk bone at that, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her lips covering her mouth in disbelief as she stared at the trunk bone. Soul bones, even those of lesser age, were treasures within the realm of soul masters. and trunk bones were undoubtedly among the most precious of their kind. Given the appearance of the trunk bone before her, it was at least over 10,000 years old. Despite being the second young lady of the Zhu family, she had never encountered such a treasure, let alone receiving it as a gift. Yes, it is yours. Long Yu nodded, extending the trunk bone towards Zhu Zhuqing. No, no, no. Such a precious item. I cannot just accept it. Absolutely not. Zhu Zhuqing quickly shook her head in refusal. After all, she had only known Long Yu for a few days. Accepting such a treasure was beyond her comprehension. Zhuqing, you should accept what Brother Yu has given you. He doesn't value it himself, and neither Xiao Lan nor I desire it. It is perfectly suited for you. This is a 30,000-year-old trunk bone, obtained from that Mo Yuxian Jiachong, Xiao Wu encouraged. As an agility-focused soul master, while your speed is impressive, your offensive power and physical attributes are lacking. Absorbing this trunk bone will significantly enhance your strength and grant you a soul skill, she added. Since it is a gift from young master, you ought to accept it. If you wish to seize your destiny, your strength must not falter. In the future, he will bestow even more upon you. This is merely the beginning, Xiaolan advised. Zhu Zhuqing stared blankly at the two women, pondering their words. They had just said some rather bold things. Long Yu did not value it, and they did not want it? Was this truly a matter of preference? Had the depth of the spirit hall reached such a level that soul bones were casually chosen? Was a 30,000-year-old trunk bone truly not rare? Zhu Zhuqing fell into a deep state of doubt. Yet seeing the enthusiasm of the three, coupled with Xiao Wu's sound reasoning, she ultimately accepted the gift. Thank you. I will remember this forever, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed as she received the soul bone. Rest assured, since I promised you this, I will certainly deliver. This soul bone is just the beginning. When you advance to Soul Sage, I will present you with even greater surprises. Are you not curious how Xiao Wu has progressed so rapidly? The secret lies here, Long Yu smiled. In the original narrative, the Shrek's 7 devils were all genuine prodigies among soul masters. Except for Ma Hongjun, none were considered top-tier geniuses until they became true Phoenix soul masters. Brother Yu always knows to mention that. I am working hard too, Xiao Wu pouted, although she acknowledged the immense value of the celestial herb, which would have a profound impact even in later stages of cultivation. Long Yu, why are you so kind to me? Zhu Zhuqing earnestly inquired, her dark eyes fixed intently on Long Yu as though trying to decipher his intentions. Did he have ulterior motives? What could she possess that someone like him would covet? You need not worry. I have no such thoughts towards you. Firstly, I admire your character, and secondly, you are entirely deserving of this. Your talent and potential far exceed your own expectations, Long Yu explained. Ah, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, feeling satisfied with Long Yu's character, yet inexplicably experiencing a twinge of disappointment. Now, go back to your dormitory and absorb this soul bone. It will greatly enhance your abilities, which will be beneficial for the upcoming academy teachings, Long Yu concluded. Zhu Zhuqing, without hesitation, dashed back to her dormitory. Brother Yu, your words suggest that you are aware of the first lesson mentioned by Dean Flander, right? Xiao Wu's mind suddenly sparked with inspiration. What does this little girl care about? Just listen to me, Dragon Yu replied, somewhat sheepishly, realizing he had inadvertently let something slip. Meanwhile, Xiaolan observed Dragon Yu with increasingly curious eyes. She often felt that he possessed an uncanny ability to foresee events or an omniscient knowledge, wondering if it was merely her imagination. However, every time she beheld his composed expression, it easily led her to such thoughts. Furthermore, during their time together, her feelings seemed to be further validated. I am no mere little girl. I have grown up. Xiao Wu pouted in dissatisfaction, puffing out her chest, yet felt somewhat deflated upon seeing Xiao Lan and Zhu Zhuqing beside her. Although her height was now comparable to Xiao Lan's, her figure, while not entirely lacking, still did not stand out as much. It seemed she would have to discuss with Zhuqing how to enhance her physique, as Brother Yu clearly preferred a more voluptuous form. Both the esteemed master and Hu Laina, still in Wuhuan City, possessed figures far superior to her own. Should Dragon Yu learn of Xiao Wu's current thoughts, he would likely be exasperated to the point of spitting blood, exclaiming, Xiao Wu, you dare to criticize me. Nightfall arrived swiftly, and Dragon Yu, Noting the visibly distressed Ning Rongrong, refrained from commenting. Although he understood the capricious nature of this once spoiled young lady, it did not imply he would treat her differently. At least according to his original plans, he intended to keep a respectful distance from these little witches of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. When the Wuhuan Hall took action, there would be fewer constraints and entanglements. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was undoubtedly among the targets for elimination by the Wuhuan Hall, at least for the time being. Despite being a support-type Soul Master sect, its wealth was immense, and Ning Fengji was both astute and strategic, bolstered by two powerful super Douluos. With the Haotian School currently in seclusion, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had become the leading force in the Soul Master world of the Tiando Empire. The Wuhuan Hall, on the other hand, was undeniably the dominant power across the entire continent. Nonetheless, it would serve the little witch well to experience some hardships. One cannot always remain stagnant. Oscar, wishing to console Ning Rongrong, found no response from her. Upon seeing Xiao Wu and the others, she directly leapt into Xiao Lan's embrace, softly weeping as if to release her grievances. To Ning Rongrong, Xiao Lan felt like a confidant, a big sister of sorts. Chapter 140. The Great Soul Arena indeed. Dean Flander is correct. Now that we have arrived at Shrek Academy, we must adhere to the Academy's arrangements. The critiques from Dean Flander are in your best interest. I believe the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will not give up over such trifles. When you return to your sect, demonstrate to your father and the others your progress. The little, which is formidable and does not rely solely on them. While everyone in the Academy is impressive, do not underestimate yourselves. After a brief understanding of the situation, Xiao Lan offered her words of comfort. Remarkably, the effect was immediate. After adjusting her emotions, the little witch wiped away her tears and quickly regained her spirits. Dragon Yu and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, acknowledging that Ning Rongrong, after all, was still just a child. Tang San, observing Ning Rongrong nestled like a child in Xiao Lan's embrace, felt an inexplicable twinge of envy. Now follow me. It is time for your first lesson at Shrek Academy, Flander declared with a wave of his hand. With a light touch of his toes, he gracefully soared forward, heading towards the Academy's exit, specifically towards the direction of Soto City. Dai Mubai and the others promptly followed. Curiously, Zhu Zhuqing, the agility-type Soul Master, lingered at the back of the group, seemingly wanting to speak with Xiao Wu. However, observing Zhu Zhuqing's excited and joyful demeanor, the others felt happiness for her. The 10,000-year soul bone not only enhances the host's physical capabilities, but also grants Zhu Zhuqing a soul skill, which is a significant boon for her. Being merely a great soul master, Shrek Academy was not far from Soto City, and within a short time, they arrived at the bustling city. Although night had fallen, Soto City appeared to have just awakened, perhaps even more lively than during the day. The streets were aglow with lights and vendors who only operated at night, eagerly set up their stalls to sell snacks and trinkets. Dragon Yu and Xiao Wu were unfazed. They were not entirely unfamiliar with this city, having visited several times, so it held no novelty for them. Dai Mubai maintained a cold demeanor, reminiscent of Zhu Zhuqing's earlier aloofness, yet at this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was engaged in quiet conversation with her sisters, lacking the detached indifference. Without need for elaboration, Ma Hongjuan's gaze was fixated on the most prominent features of the passing women, and with newfound wealth from Dragon Yu, his thoughts in that regard became increasingly animated. He pondered that after the soul battles, he would seek a release, perhaps indulging in some higher quality offerings. "Little monsters, your next lesson will take place there," Flander announced, pointing towards an enormous edifice. This structure, towering nearly 100 meters, appeared immensely grand in the night, emanating a subtle glow. Each of you possesses a unique martial spirit, along with your own training methods. The Academy's role is to teach you how to better utilize your martial spirits, assisting you in acquiring superior soul rings and gaining extensive practical experience, thereby maximizing your potential. Additionally, you will learn various aspects of martial spirits and the state of soul masters across the continent. Among all that you must study, the most crucial element is practical experience. With equivalent levels and strengths, The amount of practical experience will ultimately determine the outcome of battles. Only through continuous real combat can you enhance your adaptability in fights. Thus, your first lesson will be practical combat, and this place shall serve as your classroom, Flanders stated earnestly. Structures of this magnitude are typically found only in major cities. Their scale signifies the prosperity of a city or even a nation. Such a structure is known as the Great Soul Arena, named after the city in which it resides. Therefore, the one before you is called the Soto Great Soul Arena. The advantages of high-ranking badges are numerous, which I shall not detail here. The badge levels are categorized based on mineral quality, starting with the Iron Badge, known as the Iron Soul Arena, followed by Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and Diamond, totaling 8 levels. Before graduation, you must attain at least a Silver Soul Arena badge, understood? Flander explained gradually. For further inquiries, you may consult Mubai. He has participated in practical combat here for over a year. Flander added. Dai Mubai remarked. I commenced my participation in the Yuntao Great Arena at the 29th level, engaging in a total of 56 battles. With a current record of 29 victories and 27 defeats, my present score stands at 2. To ascend from Iron Dahan to Copper Dahan, one requires a total of 100 points. Each victory in battle yields 1 point, whereas a defeat results in a deduction of 1 point. Should one achieve a consecutive winning streak exceeding 5 matches, each additional victory thereafter will grant an increase of 10 points. If the winning streak surpasses 10 matches, an additional victory will yield 100 points. Even if one successfully accumulates enough points to advance to Copper Dahan, a drop below 100 points will revoke that status. Transitioning from Copper Dahan to Silver Dahan necessitates 1,000 points. Within the Copper Dahan tier, each victory awards 10 points, while a defeat incurs a loss of 10 points. The point accumulation for consecutive victories remains consistent with that of Iron Dahan. Dai Mubai further discussed with Tang San and others the challenges of obtaining the Silver Dahan badge, particularly when one is at a higher soul power level. Dean, must we, the Auxiliary System Soul Masters, acquire the Silver Dahan badge just like the Battle Soul Masters? Ning Rongrong inquired with a lively tone. In a one-on-one context, it seemed implausible given their lack of combat prowess. They could only partake in 2-on-2 or 7-person team battles. Even in a 2-on-2 scenario, the challenge loomed large, as typically only those pairs of Battle Soul Masters with excellent synergy boasted higher win rates. Despite their significant capacity to assist, they could not replicate the effectiveness of an additional Battle Soul Master. Without exception, even Auxiliary System Soul Masters must attain the Silver Dahan badge. You possess ample time to strive for it, Flinder asserted, shaking his head. Observing Ning Rongrong's demeanor, he silently acknowledged her potential for change. Fear not, Rongrong. We are here for you, Xiao Wu assured, giving Ning Rongrong's shoulder a comforting pat. With a sly glance at Long Yu, the implication was clear, and Ning Rongrong instantly grasped Xiao Wu's meaning. Having such a formidable ally was undoubtedly a boon. Chapter 141. Long Wu Combination. The Yuntao Great Arena is an elliptical structure, standing at a height of 120 meters, comprising a main arena and 24 subsidiary arenas. It can accommodate 60,000 spectators, including 100 exclusive VIP boxes. This venue serves not only as a place for Soul Masters to engage in sparring and exchange, but also as a platform for various factions to showcase their capabilities. The registration process for combat is remarkably straightforward. One merely needs to fill out a form detailing their name, age, birthplace, and martial soul to receive the initial Iron Dahan badge. However, registration requires a fee of 10 gold coins, with victories in Iron Dahan battles yielding 10 gold coins as a reward, while losses grant no compensation. Thus, winning even a single match can offset the initial cost. Additionally, similar to the Martial Soul Hall, a soul power assessment is conducted to determine each participant's level. Following registration, combat rankings are established, and Flinder led them to the competitive combat area, issuing brief instructions to Dai Mubai before proceeding into the arena himself. Naturally, Xiaolan refrained from registering. With her Soul Sage level strength, she found no worthy opponents in the small town of Yuntao and had no desire to be treated like a spectacle. Flinder was indeed a rare exception among the elite. Young Master, I have inquired. Although each Soul Master can only participate in one battle per day, they may engage in different types of combat concurrently, one-on-one, two-on-two, and team battles. Xiaolan reported upon her return. Let's go, Xiaowu. We shall register for the two-on-two and team battles. Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, you may join us for the team battle, Long Yu suggested, rising to his feet. However, I recall that the rules stipulate that only those within the same major level can compete. Since you and Xiao Wu are both Soul Zone, the teams you encounter will also be Soul Zone. We would not want to hinder your progress. Zhu Qing expressed her concerns. While she too aspired to swiftly acquire the Silver Dahan badge, she acknowledged her status as merely a great Soul Master, likely facing teams comprised of higher-level Soul Zone, which would undoubtedly be a hindrance. Furthermore, Zhu Qing felt uncertain whether Long Yu and Xiao Wu could handle a 2-on-7 scenario. After all, 7 well-coordinated high-level Soul Zone could yield unpredictable results, far beyond the simple arithmetic of 1 plus 1. Zhu Qing, worry not. I am well aware of Brother Yu's capabilities. We shall win effortlessly. Brother Yu can certainly take on 7 opponents, even if they are all Soul Zone, Xiao Wu encouraged. She knew of Long Yu's prowess. The Martial Soul Hall Academy's battle team had been easily vanquished by him, including 2 formidable Soul Kings capable of executing martial soul fusion techniques, who had also fallen to Long Yu. In her view, the local Soul Zone could hardly compare to the Martial Soul Hall Academy's contenders. Nevertheless, earning some coin while having fun was not a bad deal, especially given that Brother Yu had been swindled out of over 5,000 gold soul coins by the Dean. 1 against 7 Soul Zone? Zhu Qing exclaimed in astonishment. Yet seeing Long Yu's smiling demeanor, she began to believe it might indeed be feasible. Ning Rongrong, however, was not particularly surprised. Being able to contend with a powerhouse like Zhao Wuji rendered the Soul Zone no longer a significant threat, even if they were well trained. So, rest assured, since Brother Yu has extended an invitation to you, do not let him down, Xiao Wu stated, leading the 2 girls and Long Yu away. Zhu Qing, Dai Mu Bai, witnessing Zhu Qing being whisked away by Xiao Wu, felt a pang of frustration. He had intended to invite Zhu Qing to join him in the 2-on-2 battle, and though she was only at level 27, she was certainly not an ordinary Great Soul Master. His motivation was not solely to win, but also to ease the tension between himself and Zhu Qing. Words alone could not achieve what shared experiences could. Dai Mu Bai firmly believed that with persistence, he could win over Zhu Qing. Furthermore, if she consented, they could execute the martial soul fusion technique, Yu Ming Bai Hu, which would surely dominate against those Soul Zone opponents. However, it appeared that his plans were not unfolding as he had hoped. Dai Lada, let us participate in the 2-on-2 together, Ma Hongjun said, attempting to ingratiate himself, only to be directly rejected by Dai Mu Bai. Your strength is too weak. Even Xiao Ao's support surpasses your capabilities. I shall partake in a 1-on-1 battle instead. Dai Mu Bai declared before departing the scene. Oscar and Ma Hongjun were somewhat perplexed by the situation, yet recognizing their shared plight, they opted to join the 2-on-2 battle. Registration fee, 10 gold soul coins. Please provide a name for your team, the staff member requested, her gaze fixed intently on Long Yu. It was inevitable, as he was undeniably handsome and appeared to possess significant strength, though his prowess in other areas remained uncertain. Let us name ourselves the Long Wu combination, Xiao Wu exclaimed, wrapping her arm around Long Yu's, as if to assert her claim to the staff member. Long Yu found it inappropriate to withdraw his arm in front of so many onlookers and allowed Xiao Wu her playful antics. Very well. The Long Wu combination has been successfully registered. Please keep your badges safe, the staff member announced, handing over their Iron Dahan badges, casting an apologetic glance at Xiao Wu. I apologize, but this young gentleman is truly handsome. Moreover, his talent is the strongest I have ever encountered at such a young age. He has already attained the rank of Soul Zone, the staff member whispered, her cheeks slightly flushed. Xiao Wu gave a soft hum, indicating her agreement. Thank you for the compliment, but we still have a team battle to participate in, Long Yu replied, offering a slight smile to the charming young lady. A team battle? However, Mr. Jinlong, our team battles require at least 7 participants, and you only have 4. Furthermore, according to the data, only you and this young lady are Soul Zone, while your opponents are all of Soul Zone level. Shouldn't we reconsider this? The staff member kindly reminded. Thank you for the advice, but there is no need. We will register for a team battle with just the 4 of us, Long Yu insisted. The young lady was initially taken aback, but, upon seeing Long Yu's demeanor, nodded and began the registration process. Team name? Dragon and 3 Phoenixes, or perhaps the Jiaowan Dao Feng team, Ning Rongrong suggested. For a moment, the surroundings seemed to freeze. Even Long Yu was momentarily stunned. The name Jiaowan Dao Feng is quite peculiar. How about we call it the Long Wuqing Rong team instead? Zhu Zhuqing broke the awkward silence. Very well, let it be that, Long Yu nodded, deepening his understanding of this little enchantress. She appears so adorable, yet her words reveal a seasoned experience. Chapter 142. Duhan. The matchups in the one-on-one Duhan arena are determined by drawing. While other Soul Masters engage in Duhan, those waiting can either choose to watch or rest. Each Duhan arena features designated areas for competing Soul Masters to observe the matches, in close proximity to the Duhan platform. The first one-on-one match features Xiao Wu. The Duhan platform, with a diameter of 20 meters, provides ample space for Soul Masters to display their skills, particularly as most participants are merely low-level Soul Masters. At the center of the platform stands a middle-aged man in a tailcoat who clears his throat and announces, "Now, we will commence the first one-on-one battle in our 14 Duhan arena, featuring 2 Soul Zone. One is Lu Renjia, who possesses the Heavy Earth Bear Martial Spirit, and the other is the Rabbit Martial Spirit Soul Master, Xiao Wu. Will Lu Renjia secure a 4th consecutive victory, or will Xiao Wu claim her first win? Let us await the outcome." The audience is quite enthusiastic, as a duel at the Soul Zone level represents one of the highest tiers of combat in this Grand Duhan arena. Many cheer for Lu Renjia, as his previous performance in Duhan had been impressive. However, when Xiao Wu appears, both the audience and the host are momentarily stunned, for she appears far too young. Though tall, it is evident that she is merely a child in her teens. In stark contrast stands the burly Lu Renjia. Is it possible that such a young child has already reached Soul Zone? Is there truly such a prodigy? A spectator pondered aloud. They would not deceive us in such a prestigious arena. There is no need for that, and if it were false, it would tarnish the reputation of the Soto City Grand Duhan Arena, another voice replied. You have a point. However, I have never encountered such a young Soul Zone before. Little girl, this is not a place for play. Lu Renjia's gruff voice resonated, eyeing Xiao Wu with a hint of caution. His apprehension did not stem from her strength surpassing his, but rather from the potential colossal backing a Soul Zone of her age might possess. Although the Soto City Grand Duhan Arena is relatively fair, it would not offend a significant figure to protect an inconsequential person. Cut it out. I'm not here to play. Enough chatter. Let us begin, Xiao Wu retorted, placing her hands on her hips. Even though her opponent's soul power level was several ranks higher, strength is not solely determined by soul power level. Yugu is the best example of that. Long Yu. The opponent appears to be a power and defense type soul master. Will Xiao Wu encounter any difficulties? Zhu Zhuqing expressed her concern. Do not worry. Xiao Wu indeed has shortcomings against power type soul masters. However, her opponent must be significantly stronger than her for that to matter. Given Xiao Wu's current agility, even a Soul King could be easily tossed aside. I would require a soul bone to regain my balance after being thrown, Long Yu explained. Lu Renjia's words were left unfinished, as Xiao Wu had clearly grown impatient. The 4 soul rings of yellow, purple, and purple shimmered, and with her 3rd soul ring flashing, she teleported directly above Lu Renjia. First soul technique, waist bow. As Xiao Wu's first soul ring illuminated, the outcome for Lu Renjia was already sealed. Despite the stark difference in their sizes, Xiao Wu effortlessly sent Lu Renjia flying. With a resounding crash, Lu Renjia landed heavily on the ground, dazed and bewildered, questioning how he had been defeated so swiftly. Is this how quickly battles between Soul Zone conclude nowadays? Gasps erupted from the audience. Had it not been for their familiarity with the Soto City Grand Duhan Arena, they might have suspected a fixed match. Regardless, It was evident that Xiao Wu had secured her victory in this one-on-one bout with flawless execution. With just 2 soul techniques, she had vanquished Lu Rinjia, demonstrating a remarkable synergy between teleportation and the waist bow technique. Previously, Long Yu had not truly perceived Xiao Wu's teleportation direction, but had locked onto her position using his mental energy before she activated her teleportation technique. Once his mental energy lost contact with Xiao Wu, she would inevitably reappear nearby, at which point he could employ his soul bone for comprehensive protection. Rendering Xiao Wu's West beau technique ineffective. Yugo, how did I perform? Xiao Wu asked excitedly, bouncing with enthusiasm. Quite splendidly. You executed that first battle exceptionally well. Long Yu praised without reservation. Xiao Wu, that was impressive. You took down that big guy in just 2 moves. Ningrong exclaimed, raising her delicate fist in joy while feeling a tinge of disappointment. Although her 7 treasures glazed tower martial spirit is the preeminent auxiliary martial spirit, who would be content to merely linger behind the team? Please wait here. Zhu Qing and I will also be competing in one-on-one matches. Long Yu smiled, gently ruffling Xiao Wu's hair. Yes, I believe Yu Ge will resolve his battle even more swiftly than I did. Xiao Wu nodded obediently, then seated herself beside Ning Rongrong. Since Long Yu was engaged in a Soul Zone level Dahan, while Zhu Qing participated in a Great Soul Master level match, the venues were quite distant. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan remained to watch from Long Yu's side, while Ning Rongrong accompanied Zhu Qing to the other side. Xiao Lan, how long do you think Yu Ge will take to defeat his opponent? Xiao Wu asked eagerly. I estimate around 5 seconds. Moreover, I believe he will not utilize the Jinlong martial spirit, but relies solely on his mental energy, which is swift and does not consume soul power. Xiaolan contemplated before responding. 5 seconds? I believe 3 seconds will suffice, said Xiaolan, feeling a bit odd about their conversation, worrying that Yu Ge would surely be displeased upon hearing it. Xiao Wu spoke with a hint of peculiarity. After a moment of confusion, Xiaolan grasped the implication of Xiao Wu's words, her delicate face turning slightly crimson. You little rascal, you truly lack decorum, discussing serious matters like this. Xiaolan retorted shyly. However, Xiao Wu's comments inadvertently led Xiaolan to contemplate Long Yu on the Duhan platform, pondering whether his prowess in certain aspects would be particularly formidable. After all, possessing the bloodline of the Golden Dragon, it was likely that he would excel in those areas, with considerable demand in the future. Chapter 143. A minor incident. Xiao Wu and Xiaolan, both strikingly beautiful, attracted the gazes of many as they exchanged glances and smiles, eliciting looks filled with lust and desire from onlookers. Those who could attend such an event were not lacking in power. With power came an insatiable appetite for desire, and several self-satisfied young masters began to approach the 2 ladies. These 2 young ladies, a well-groomed young man approached, his eyes fixated on Xiaolan, clearly taken aback by encountering such an exquisite beauty in Suatawa City for the first time. Leave, Xiaolan ziplit guli, not sparing a glance at the repugnant fellow before her. Regardless of his attire, suggesting a significant background, what did it matter? Setting aside her own formidable strength in such a wretched place, with Long Yu by her side, how could his influence surpass that of the Spirit Hall, which reigned supreme? Especially in the presence of the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, even the emperors of the Tiando or Xinghua empires would show deference. Do you not know who we are? Do you not understand the identity of our young master? Even the Soul sect holds no small regard. The young man's companion shouted. Oh, can we leave now? Xiaolan continued to respond coldly. This is Suatawa City. Even a dragon must yield here. The Soul sect's strength, while commendable, was not overwhelming. Dare you show disrespect to this marquis? Come, take them away. The young man, seeing the situation, instantly shifted his demeanor, revealing his true nature. These 2 are clearly outsiders. How dare they offend the sole son of the city lord? The crowd murmured. However, the Grand Dahan Arena does not belong to the Empire or the Spirit Hall. Even if he is a marquis, he cannot disturb the order here. What do you know? The City Lord's family has recently allied with one of the 7 families that founded the Duhan Arena. Such trivial matters will not concern the Grand Dahan Arena. If these 2 young ladies lack a solid background or strength, they might indeed face dire consequences. It seems some oblivious individuals have provoked my people. Long Yu remarked coolly upon sensing the situation below. This was to be expected, as there are many foolish souls in this world. However, this incident diminished Long Yu's interest in the Duhan. Third soul skill, mental control. As Long Yu's 4 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, floated, the 3rd ring flickered. And his Zhongtong fixated on his opponent. His formidable mental prowess compelled the adversary to step off the Duhan platform willingly. Wow, this is outrageous. Another young soul master. And what a soul ring configuration. An audience member gasped, clearly more awed by Long Yu than by Xiao Wu. Yet another peerless prodigy from who knows where. I mean, the previous one, fine, but this one, clad in gray, simply walked off the stage. Is that not a blatant disrespect to us? A little deception would have sufficed. One cannot say that. I suspect that fellow is a mental-type soul master, and with such a bizarre soul ring configuration, it is indeed plausible. Those 2 beauties arrived with him. This ought to be entertaining. Seeking death. Xiaolan's soul ring shimmered. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, revealing her status as a soul sage. Soul sage. The young man's companions halted, their gazes now filled with trepidation. In the Balik kingdom, even a soul sage, let alone a soul emperor, was a formidable presence, and the fact that she was so young made her even more terrifying. This seemingly exquisite woman likely hailed from a prestigious soul master family in the Tiando Empire. The group glanced at the young soul master, uncertain of how to proceed. This just became interesting. There's even a soul sage. Almost all the spectators turned their attention to this unfolding drama, no longer interested in the Duhan platform. Although soul sages had appeared in the Grand Duhan Arena before, a soul sage this young was truly unprecedented. Damn it, what is happening? There's even a soul sage now. What do we do? The young soul master clenched his fists, unsure of how to react. If he backed down now, how could he continue to navigate the Grand Duhan Arena? Yet, how could he maintain his bravado against a soul sage, when none among his entourage, or even his elders, were soul sages? Under the scrutiny of nearly everyone, the mocking glances made him feel deeply uncomfortable. You dare speak to my people like that? In this humble Sutua city, who dares to utter such words? Long Yu's voice resonated, his Zhongtong gleaming with intensity, causing the young man's companions to collapse, uncertain of their fate. Young master, you've arrived. This person intended to abduct Xiao Wu and me, Xiao Lan respectfully reported, retracting her martial spirit and soul rings. Who are you? The young soul master stammered, now filled with dread upon seeing Long Yu. He realized he had genuinely tread on a dangerous path, racing through memories of which noble families in the Tiando Empire could possibly match the current situation. You do not deserve to know who we are. The last person who entertained such thoughts has already met his demise. Do you wish to follow suit? Long Yu replied impassively. And no, I am a marquis of the Empire. No one can harm me apart from the royal family. The young soul master's voice trembled. Yet he still tried to maintain his composure. Esteemed guests, this is merely a misunderstanding. Our young master was momentarily overtaken by emotions. We hope you can show mercy and are willing to compensate the 2 young ladies for their troubles. An elderly voice interjected as a richly dressed old man hurriedly approached. What misunderstanding? This is truly laughable. This is clearly not a 1 or 2 day affair. However, we are also newcomers and do not wish to take lives, Long Yu scoffed, revealing the Spirit Hall's token in his hand. 6 emblems. This was the Pope's decree. Greetings, elder. The old man immediately bowed upon recognizing the token. In the entire continent, only 3 known Pope's decrees existed, belonging to the 3 major sections. Those bearing the Pope's decree held the authority of an elder of the Spirit Hall, signifying an extremely high status. The young man, appearing merely in his teens, possessing such a decree was astonishing. The authenticity of the decree was unquestionable. To forge it in public would be a fatal mistake. Chapter 144. The Pope's Decree. Young Master, how have you offended a person holding the Pope's decree? Our family has merely aligned with one of those 7 families. Even that family would not dare provoke someone of such stature. The elderly man inwardly cursed the young soul master beside him countless times. Adding to this was the presence of a soul sage as his subordinate, indicating that this individual likely held a high position within the Wuhuan temple. If there is nothing of importance, then step aside and do not disturb me. Long Yu said indifferently. The elder, fearing further confrontation, quickly retreated with his group. What do you want? The young soul master stammered, realizing that Long Yu was approaching him. He was in a state of panic, having already stumbled into a significant predicament where even his family could not protect him. I do not wish to do anything. Had Xiaolan not been a soul sage and I lacked such status, their fate today would have been predictable. It is often said that the nobility of the Tiando Empire is rife with corruption, and today I have witnessed this firsthand, Long Yu remarked coolly. With a flash of his heavy pupils, a tremendous wave of spiritual power surged into the young soul master's mental realm, causing his gaze to lose focus and his expression to become vacant. Soon after, a figure darted past, and the young soul master found himself crumpled on the ground, writhing in agony like a boiled lobster. Let us depart, Long Yu stated, leading the two women away from the scene. Once Long Yu and the others had left, the elder hurriedly lifted the young soul master and swiftly exited the area. The pressing concern was to locate a healing-type soul master. Perhaps they could remedy the young man's condition. Xiao Wu, Xiaolan, what troubles you? You both look unwell, Ning Rongrong said as she approached with Zhu Zhuqing, who had just finished her battle and coincidentally encountered Long Yu and the others. Do not mention it. I encountered an arrogant and worthless wretch. Xiao Wu pouted and proceeded to recount the events, though she refrained from mentioning the matter of the Pope's decree, as it was of great significance. How outrageous! How dare someone bully my sister Ning Rongrong? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her ire ignited. She had always been the one to intimidate others. When had she ever been subjected to such treatment? Calm down, Rongrong. The matter is resolved. The young master has incapacitated that individual, Xiaolan assured her. That's more like it. But who are you all, really? Ning Rongrong huffed, finally voicing a question that had lingered in her mind. You need not concern yourself with that. Prepare yourself. We are about to engage in a group battle. From your expressions, it seems Zhu Zhuqing emerged victorious rather effortlessly. Long Yu waved his hand dismissively. Ning Rongrong, seeing this, chose not to press further. Indeed, Zhuqing is formidable. That level 29 Great Soul Master was defeated in just a few moves. Her speed is truly astonishing. I heard she was on a 6-win streak. Who would have thought she would be so easily vanquished? Ning Rongrong spoke animatedly, as if she herself had achieved victory. I owe it to your support that I was able to resolve the battle so swiftly. Rongrong's assistance is equally vital, Zhu Zhuqing said earnestly, looking at Long Yu. Although she had not deployed the soul abilities granted by her Millennium Soul Bone in this battle, the comprehensive enhancements provided by the Soul Bone had indeed benefited her greatly. Well done. It appears we are all victorious, Long Yu nodded with a smile. The enhancement from a 30,000-year-old torso bone was evidently significant for Zhu Zhuqing. The five then proceeded towards the arena for their group battle, and following the prior incidents, no one dared to cause further trouble. The arena for the group battle had a diameter of 40 meters. This circular platform was quite expansive, spanning over 1,000 square meters. So even with more than 10 participants on each side, it did not feel cramped. Now, let us welcome the participating teams for the group battle, the announcer declared. First to appear is the well-known Tianyin team, which has secured 3 consecutive victories and stands a great chance of achieving a 4th today. 7 individuals emerged onto the battle platform, all over 30 years of age. Leading them were a pair of fiery-haired individuals, and the 5 others varied in appearance, with only one being a female soul master, all possessing soul power at the soul zone level. In contrast, the opposing team was somewhat peculiar, comprising only 4 members, with 2 at the soul zone level and the other 2 being great soul masters. Would this team, named Long Wu Qingrong, be able to create a miracle and secure victory in their first group battle? Or would the Tianyin team achieve their 4th consecutive win? We shall see. As soon as the announcer finished speaking, Long Yu appeared on the battle platform with the 3 women, making them quite conspicuous. Is this truly our opponent? Lin Yan, the leader, frowned slightly, feeling as though he had not taken any shortcuts, How could their opponent appear so weak? Do not underestimate them. I sense that the young man in white, aside from being handsome, possesses formidable strength. A beautiful woman in the center of their team remarked, clearly a control-type soul master. Indeed, I will heed your words, Rui. Lin Yan nodded, though he remained somewhat indifferent towards Long Yu. After all, despite the opponent's strength, he was merely a level 43 soul zone, with soul power lower than that of himself and his teammates. How could one individual compete against a well-coordinated team? Lin Yan, level 48 Assault System Soul Zone. Lin Yan, as the captain, announced his soul power level, adorned with 4 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and purple, which did not represent the optimal soul ring configuration. Long Yu, level 43 Assault System Soul Zone. Long Yu declared, his aura revealing 4 soul rings of black, purple, black, and black. His eyes transformed into heavy pupils, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flanking him, while Ning Rongrong stood at the rear of the team. This individual is indeed remarkable. He possesses such a soul ring configuration, and those 3 girls, appearing no older than their teens, all boast optimal soul ring configurations. We cannot afford to be careless, Lin Yan thought, secretly astonished by the opponent's soul ring colors. On their side, aside from Rui, they had no optimal soul ring configurations. Chapter 145. One-sided group battle. The 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda grants strength and speed. One is might, and the other is swiftness. Ning Rongrong's small tower radiated colorful beams of light that entered the bodies of Long Yu and the others. A 30% increase in strength and speed. So this is what it feels like, and this is merely a great soul master, Long Yu mused, feeling the tangible enhancement within him. Is there truly a member of the 7 treasures, glazed tile, sect among them? Lin Yan and Rui in the center exclaimed in surprise. Third soul skill, explosive fire. Lin Yan's 1,000-year soul ring flickered, unleashing a massive burst of high-temperature flames directed at Long Yu. Lin Yan intended to restrain Long Yu first while the other 6 dealt with the remaining 2. However, they were unaware of the terrifying strength they were truly facing in Long Yu. First soul skill, mental shock. Long Yu's first black millennium soul ring glimmered, and his heavy pupils swept across the opposing 7. The enormous flames engulfed Long Yu's figure entirely. Why isn't he evading? A voice expressed confusion. Could it be that he hasn't reacted in time? What a pity, he is so handsome. Despite his high soul power level, his practical combat ability seems insufficient. Something feels off. Look at that handsome guy. He appears completely unharmed. A gasp echoed through the air as Long Yu emerged unscathed from the flames. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu unleashed her first soul skill, the waist bow, sending the opposing support type, Soul Master flying. Zhu Zhuqing successfully knocked 2 of the enemy Soul Masters off the battle platform. In an instant, the scene transformed into a 4-on-4 confrontation. The support type Soul Master in the center finally reacted, oblivious to the fact that Long Yu had deliberately controlled the intensity of his spiritual power. Otherwise, the 7 participants would have been rendered either foolish or lifeless. With her second soul skill, Enchantment, Xiao Wu's eyes shimmered with a pink glow, momentarily stunning the control-type Soul Master. Long Yu, evidently unwilling to squander time in this battle, activated his Wind God Wings and deftly maneuvered among the remaining 4 opponents. With a series of resounding thuds, the Tianyin battle team was reduced to just Yen Rui. The sudden turn of events left both Yen Rui and the audience in a state of bewilderment. How could it seem as though the members of the Tianyin team were merely actors, passively being knocked away? How had he achieved this? What was the secret behind his soul ring composition? And why did Lin Yan's soul skills have no effect on him? Yan Hui, staring down the barrel of Long Yu's golden dragon spear, swallowed hard and inquired. As the victim, she was acutely aware of what she had just experienced. From the onset, her mind had been in a fog, making it nearly impossible to execute soul skills or even clearly perceive her surroundings. Even she, with the highest soul power, struggled. The other 6 must have fared far worse. One by one, her teammates were eliminated until she alone remained. After enduring 9 years of arduous training to temporarily break free from Long Yu's spiritual influence, she found herself alone once more. Throughout the confrontation, she had been utterly unresponsive, trapped in a daze. Despite holding an apparent advantage, the battle had turned overwhelmingly one-sided, as if they were not even in the same league. Even though she recognized her opponent's strength, losing so unexpectedly was beyond her comprehension. My spiritual power vastly surpasses yours, and with a 10,000-year soul ring, its effects naturally overpower yours, Long Yu stated. As for why I remain unaffected by that fire, it is because I possess fire immunity. Flame-type soul skills hold no power over me. He shrugged casually. Regarding my soul ring composition, I am afraid I cannot divulge that information. Now, your choice is simple. Will you be defeated by me, or will you concede? Fire immunity and superior spiritual power. Is that so? Encountering an opponent like you makes me fear for the other teams. Your prowess in battle is indeed formidable, Yin Rue lamented. Although she was in her 30s, facing a mere teenager left her utterly defenseless. This exemplified the vast chasm created by innate talent. Long Yu nodded slightly. Yin Rue turned to her 3 companions and complimented. You 3 are truly beautiful. With that, she voluntarily leaped off the battle platform. The team battle began in a manner that was utterly astonishing and concluded in an equally astonishing fashion, almost dreamlike. How outrageous! Refund! A voice cried out, followed by numerous voices echoing in agreement. Clearly feeling they had been toyed with by the grand battle arena of Suatoa City. However, many spectators gazed at Long Yu and his companions with a curious glint, intrigued by these gifted youths and their extraordinary talents. Brother Yu, why didn't you simply knock that woman out as well? Why leave her for last? Do you have some feelings for her? Xiao Wu pouted, wincing slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? I simply deemed her a worthy opponent and chose to show mercy. Besides, I complimented your beauty, Long Yu replied, giving Xiao Wu a playful tap on the head. Though lying back and winning feels a bit wrong, the thrill of gaining without effort is truly delightful. At this rate, we can win 3 battles a day and soon earn a silver battle spirit. Not to mention some extra earnings, Xiao Wu remarked. That's about right. My expectations for you extend beyond a mere silver battle spirit. We should aim for a purple gold battle spirit, and Zhu Qing must at least secure a gold battle spirit, Long Yu asserted. A purple gold battle spirit? Isn't that too ambitious? That far exceeds what Dean Flender requires, she replied, astonished. What? Do you dare to voice objections, little girl? No need to worry. We have ample time. Brother Yu, since we achieved a resounding victory today, may we go out for a meal? Certainly, we have plenty of time. The conversation mainly revolved around Long Yu and Xiao Wu, while Zhu Qing, with her naturally reserved disposition, remained quiet, and Ning Rongrong pondered her own thoughts, her determination growing stronger. Long Yu, accompanied by the 3 women, confidently exited the grand battle arena of Suatoa City and found a delightful barbecue stall, indulging in a feast. Even Zhu Qing, with her usually cool demeanor, occasionally flashed a smile. Gazing at Long Yu's handsome visage, Zhu Qing quietly resolved to break through to the Soul Sage level as soon as possible, eager to claim the promise Long Yu had made. From Xiao Wu, she had learned that such a breakthrough would offer opportunities far beyond ordinary soul bones. Chapter 146. A solution? As time passed slowly, the students of Shrek Academy trained during the day and battled at the grand arena of Suatoa City by night. Both Long Yu and Xiao Wu adorned their records with victories, and due to their youthfulness, they left a profound impression on everyone. After achieving 10 consecutive wins, their growth accelerated substantially, allowing them to amass a considerable amount of gold soul coins. Though Long Yu and Xiao Wu were not in need of funds, earning such riches through their own abilities brought Xiao Wu immense joy. They became the star attractions of the Suatoa City Grand Battle Arena, with every match attracting a full house. Numerous noble young women even flocked to witness the battles, hoping for a chance to interact with Long Yu. On the other hand, Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong did not enjoy the same seamless success. In their 2-on-2 matches, they occasionally faced defeats, as Zhu Qing was, after all, a lone participant. Nevertheless, Their daily triumphs in team battles allowed their scores to rise considerably, soon surpassing the likes of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were veteran students. Through their joint battles, the camaraderie among Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu flourished rapidly, solidifying their bond as close friends. After all, words alone could not foster relationships as effectively as shared experiences, especially those forged in the heat of battle. Due to the significant disparity in soul power levels between Long Yu and Tang San's group, Flinder and Zhao Wujing refrained from allowing the academies to engage in team battles, opting instead for self-formed teams. Tang San and his companions felt hesitant to join Long Yu's team, leaving Long Yu without any need to decline their involvement. "Hey, Big Dai, you seem rather glum lately," Ma Hongjun remarked, noticing Dai Mubai's despondent demeanor. "Mind your own business, you fatso. Recently, with some newfound wealth, you've been frequenting the upscale Chunfeng Lu for indulgences, not fearing the consequences of premature vitality depletion," Dai Mubai remarked with a roll of his eyes. Come on. It's not easy to come by money, so I must indulge a bit. Unfortunately, my budget has exceeded, and I find myself nearly broke now. Douluo da. Do you truly have an affection for the ample-bosomed Zhu Zhuqing? Ma Ongjun inquired. Affection? Don't be ridiculous. There are countless women I admire. However, due to certain circumstances, I must first win over Zhu Zhuqing before I can truly express my nature. How could she possibly restrain me? Dai Mubai replied. Certain circumstances? Are you saying our esteemed Dai Xiao cannot woo a mere teenage girl? Ma Ongjun chuckled lewdly. Sigh, don't bring it up. No matter my efforts, Zhu Zhuqing remains as cold as ice, truly like a stone. Dai Mubai clenched his fists, producing a cracking sound indicative of his frustration. Dai Lauda, you are mistaken. Zhu Zhuqing is merely frigid towards individuals like us. When she is with Xiao Wu and the others, she is not so. Moreover, her gaze towards Long Yu is rather peculiar, Ma Hongjun blurted out, sensing the icy aura emanating from Dai Mubai. Dai Lauda, actually I have a method. He quickly added. What can you fatso, possibly suggest? Dai Mubai retorted, yet continued, go ahead, enlighten me with your dubious idea. Ma Hongjun then leaned in and whispered a few words in Dai Mubai's ear, causing the latter's expression to turn somewhat strange. Are you certain such an old trick will still work? Dai Mubai hesitated. Dai Lauda, you simply do not understand. This is what we call returning to simplicity. The more straightforward the method, the more convincing it is, Ma Hongjun declared proudly. Are you sure there is no risk involved? Are the people you're referring to reliable? Dai Mubai expressed his concerns. Rest assured, Dai Lauda, they are aware that my mentor is a soul saint and wouldn't dare to do anything untoward. Ma Hongjun assured, patting his chest. You may have a point. Let us proceed with this plan. The operation shall take place tomorrow evening. Upon its success, I will reward them with 500 gold soul coins as gratitude. Dai Mubai contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, then. Tomorrow evening it is. Ma Ongjun grinned sinisterly. He was not working without reward. If successful, the compensation he would receive would be substantial. Just the thought of Dai Mubai's promised reward ignited a fiery ambition within him. Brother Yu, that Principal Flandra truly spares no opportunity to extract money. Even the earnings from our battles must be surrendered in such large amounts. Xiao Wu remarked in disbelief. This Flandra is indeed excessive. These gold soul coins are earned through our collective efforts. Yet he nonchalantly claims so much under the guise of the academy, Ning Rongrong complained. As the little princess of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, she felt no fear towards Flandra. After all, a mere soul saint was nothing compared to her sect's might. All right, let us not harbor such grievances. At least the academy's meals are far better than before. Relatively speaking, Long Yu interjected. After this period, my battle soul badge has reached the silver level and is nearing the gold level. Xiao Wu has lost 2 one-on-one matches, but has also achieved a silver battle soul badge. Long Yu continued. Winning 5 consecutive matches earns 10 points per victory, and winning 10 consecutive matches grants 100 points per win. Advancing from Iron Battle Soul to Copper Battle Soul requires 100 points, while ascending from Copper to Silver requires 1,000 points. Long Yu, with an unblemished record, participated in 3 matches daily, and from the 4th day onward, he earned 300 points each day, making the transition to Gold Battle Soul a mere matter of time. In addition, his soul power level has finally risen to the 44th rank. I have achieved victory in all my one-on-one matches, yet I have lost quite a few in team battles. Though I remain undefeated in group contests, currently holding a Copper Battle Soul badge. My soul power has reached the 28th rank, and the principal was right. Combat is indeed the best form of training, Zhu Zhuqing said, lowering her head in modesty. Even among great soul masters, having an additional torso bone, combined with Ning Rongrong's 30% boost in speed and strength, it was still challenging to manage a one-on-two situation. Sai, why bring this up? My Battle Soul badge is the lowest tier, just recently reaching Copper Battle Soul. My hard-earned winning streak is easily interrupted. After all, I am not a Battle Soul master. Hence I cannot assist Zhuqing much in 2-on-2 scenarios, Ning Rongrong sighed. Come now, Rongrong, do not be disheartened. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda is the #1 support martial soul in the world, Xiao Wu consoled. Indeed, as a support soul master, it is understandable. Let's have a late-night snack before returning to the academy, Long Yu suggested. Hooray! Still eating so much. Just look at how much extra flesh has appeared on your belly, Xiao Wu exclaimed. What nonsense! There's absolutely nothing. Chapter 147, Life and Death Battle Soul. Had it not been for Long Yu and his companions not participating in the betting battles, they would likely have attracted the attention of the Great Battle Soul Arena's overseers. Everyone knew that the Long Wuqing Rou team was invincible, and thus, all bets were placed against the Long Wuqing Rou team, leading to substantial losses for the arena. Currently, the record of the Long Wuqing Rou team stands undefeated in group battles, with every match drawing a full house. Viewers, accustomed to evenly matched, intense contests, found this overwhelming display of superiority refreshing. They were not short of funds and simply sought entertainment. Fortunately, following the incident involving the young male soul master, others became aware of Long Yu and his companion's significant background, dissuading them from provoking these mere teenagers. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize. At the Soto City Great Battle Soul Arena, there are no ordinary teams left at the Silver Battle Soul level, particularly since your team has already reached the Silver Battle Soul level, and you are on the verge of attaining the Gold level. A besuited official stated apologetically. There are no teams left? Is that truly the case? Long Yu frowned. Not entirely. Should you wish to engage in life and death battles, there are still teams available to contest with you. However, no teams are willing to participate in betting battles. The official explained. Life and death battles? May I first see the opponent's information? Long Yu asked. To be honest, aside from a graduation examination at the Martial Soul Academy, he had never taken a life. Of course, please take a look. The official promptly handed over a document detailing the opponent's strength and other particulars. The Ferocious Demon Battle Team boasts a soul power level exceeding 45, with the captain at 49. Their martial souls are exclusively strength and defense types, achieving 51 victories and suffering 16 defeats, having slain 169 soul masters and crippled 230, showcasing their extreme ruthlessness. After casting a glance at the data sheet, Long Yu remarked, "No problem, we shall accept this soul duel." Long Yu readily agreed. "All right, I shall make the arrangements," the person in charge stated before hastily departing. Sighing, Long Yu observed, "It seems that being too strong is not necessarily advantageous. Without worthy opponents, true invincibility breeds solitude." This sentiment drew chuckles from Xiao Wu and the others. Long Yu, during the team battle, should we not also eliminate some foes? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. None among them harbored doubts about their victory, having gained a profound understanding of Long Yu's strength through days of combat. They believed that even a team of the Soul Sect level, or perhaps even a Soul King, could be challenged. Of course, this would depend on the opponent's overall data. Long Yu silently admired Zhu Zhuqing, who, despite enduring countless hardships, retained a heart of kindness. We'll assess the situation. If the adversaries are excessively ruthless, I would not hesitate to dispatch a few soul masters. However, since this is a life and death soul duel, your foremost priority must be your safety, especially for Rongrong and Zhuqing. Long Yu advised. I am not afraid. After all, you are here to protect me. Ning Rongrong corrected herself. I mean, you are here to protect us. Nevertheless, upon realizing Long Yu remained oblivious to her slip, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That may be so, yet vigilance is paramount. I cannot always shield you. Thus, you must possess the ability to defend yourselves, Long Yu emphasized. As opponents in team battles had become scarce, even facing a soul sect would hold no significance for him. Next, Long Yu planned to challenge foes of the Soul King or Soul Emperor caliber. Should a Soul Saint appear, he would also attempt to engage, as formidable Soul Saints like Zhao Wujin were indeed rare. Soon, the next team battle commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the Long Wuqing Ro team. Although the members of this team were quite young, their soul power levels varied significantly, and their numbers were insufficient. Yet, their talent was exceptionally formidable, and they had never suffered a defeat in team battles. The core member, Jin Long, maintained an undefeated record in 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. If they could triumph over the ferocious demon battle team today, they would earn the Jin Duhun badge. This would signify that Jin Long was not only the youngest recipient of the Jin Duhun badge since the establishment of the Great Soul Arena, but also the fastest ever to achieve this honor. The host passionately introduced the event, and the audience erupted in cheers. Many women screamed upon seeing Long Yu, clamoring to bear his children, which evoked envy and admiration among the male soul masters. Every man envied Jin Long. Every man dreamed of becoming him. With his extraordinary talent, formidable strength, and striking looks, who could resist such a lure? Long Wuqing Ro's opponent was the familiar ferocious demon battle team. Due to certain circumstances, they had not engaged in soul duels for over a month, and their strength spoke for itself. The question remained, would the Long Wuqing Ro team secure victory in this life-and-death contest? Or could the veteran team of the ferocious demon battle team shatter their flawless record? The host directed his gaze toward the opposing side of the duel arena. The ferocious demon battle team consisted of 7 members, each averaging over 1.8 meters in height, exuding an intimidating aura and cold demeanor. Their muscular physiques suggested they were around 40 years of age, and the captain regarded Long Yu with a mixture of caution and gravity. Despite their knowledge of these youngsters, they felt compelled to engage in this duel due to their team's notorious reputation. Having been blacklisted by other Soul Sect teams after a month of inactivity left them financially strained. Look at these giants. What good is their bulk? Xiao Wu mumbled beside Long Yu. Despite her petite stature, she could still use her first soul skill, Waist Bow, to hurl any one of them away. Xiao Wu. Be careful and do not underestimate them, Long Yu cautioned. With the host's signal, Ning Rongrong's 30% speed and power enhancement was bestowed upon the 3 teammates. Unexpectedly, 3 of the opposing 7 charged directly at Long Yu. 2 targeted Xiao Wu, while Zhu Zhuqing faced off against a high-tier Soul Sect member. One of the attackers rushed towards Ning Rongrong, aiming to entangle her and strike. Your audacity is commendable, though you likely miscalculated, Long Yu smirked. First soul skill, mental sharing. First soul skill, mental shock. Long Yu's first soul ring shimmered, momentarily halting the movements of the 7 members of the ferocious demon battle team. Observing this, Zhu Zhuqing activated her second soul skill, Ghostly Thrust, but alas, the opponent had anticipated Long Yu's first soul skill and countered with his second soul skill, fortifying their skin to resemble steel. Zhu Zhuqing's claws failed to penetrate, and despite the support of her torso soul bone, the disparity in soul power, almost 20 levels, rendered her efforts futile. Taking advantage of the lingering effects of the mental shock, Zhu Zhuqing distanced herself from the fray. As the 3 attackers failed to react, Long Yu's wind god wings propelled him out of their encirclement. Xiao Wu, attempting to use her first soul skill, discovered she could not budge one of the towering opponents due to the effects of their third soul skill, which anchored them to the ground. Realizing the opponents had thoroughly studied their soul skills, Xiao Wu felt a surge of concern. Ning Rongrong, witnessing the unfolding events, grew anxious. Although Long Yu possessed formidable mental strength, relying solely on his first soul skill to incapacitate 7 high-tier Soul Sect members posed a challenge, especially since the adversaries were prepared. Apart from Long Yu, None could inflict harm upon them. The captain of the ferocious demon battle team had anticipated this scenario. Once Long Yu employed another soul skill, he could swiftly eliminate the remaining two, leaving the rest to confront Xiao Wu. I must admit, I underestimated you. Your soul skills effectively counter my teammates' abilities. However, you still fail to grasp the magnitude of our disparity, Long Yu remarked with a smirk. Second martial soul, Jin Long. A massive golden dragon materialized as Long Yu swiftly transformed, wielding the golden dragon spear and embodying the essence of a golden warrior. Heavens, so magnificent! A voice from the audience exclaimed. No wonder he is called Jin Long. It turns out his martial spirit is indeed the golden dragon. With his extraordinary eyes, could he not possess a dual martial spirit? One audience member suddenly realized and exclaimed, "This is the first time I have witnessed a golden dragon martial spirit. Is this truly his genuine strength? Goodness, he was already formidable enough before, but now he seems even more astonishing." Countless spectators erupted in excitement, their fervor palpable, as they expressed their delight at experiencing such a spectacle today, claiming they had truly struck gold by witnessing so many unexpected developments. The third soul skill, instantaneous movement. Long Yu's figure instantaneously appeared beside Ning Rongrong, prioritizing the protection of the support-type Soul Master, for losing even 30% of her assistance was not a trivial matter. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong felt herself being lifted and, upon looking up, was greeted by Long Yu's striking visage. Heavens, he is truly handsome. Moreover, being held like this instills such a sense of safety. Unable to restrain herself, Ning Rongrong wrapped her arms around Long Yu's neck, feeling as though she could face the collapse of the heavens with this man by her side to shield her. With a sweep that could vanquish 1,000 foes, Long Yu swung the golden dragon spear, while his other hand steadied Ning Rongrong's form, seemingly oblivious to their close physical proximity. Bang! The first sound erupted as a massive force sent an adversary flying. His physical prowess had already surpassed his peers, and after transforming, it surged even further. With Ning Rongrong's support, the battle was hardly challenging. However, upon switching to his second martial spirit, his previous mental prowess dissipated. The four members of the fiendish demon team lunged towards Long Yu and Ning Rongrong, their soul rings flashing ominously, exuding an aggressive aura. Yet, it appears you harbor no murderous intent, so I shall spare your lives. Long Yu's second golden soul ring shimmered, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The previously frail Ning Rongrong trembled slightly, gripping Long Yu tighter, who permitted her to do so. The second soul skill, Profound Ice Dragon Flight. Several colossal icy dragons surged towards the 6 members of the fiendish demon team, instantly sending the 4 assailants hurtling away. Bang, bang, bang. Multiple sounds echoed as several figures were propelled outside the arena, landing heavily on the ground, thus eliminated. Indeed, all 6 members of the fiendish demon team were left with no survivors. Instantly incapacitated, their bodies enveloped in a chilling aura that deterred any approach. I hereby declare that the Long Wu Qing Rong team has triumphed in this match, and we celebrate the Golden Dragon contestant for successfully obtaining the Golden Soul Badge. The host paused for a moment, but his professionalism allowed him to quickly regain composure. Another instant kill, dual martial spirits. Each aspect was immensely captivating. Following today's battle, the Golden Dragon had undoubtedly achieved fame. His legend shall be told throughout the Soto City Soul arena. Rongrong, are you all right? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing approached Long Yu to inquire, and he gently released Ning Rongrong. I'm fine, Ning Rongrong stammered, somewhat dazed, truly reminiscing about the feeling from moments ago. It's good that you are well. I underestimated our opponents. The continuous victories have made us a bit complacent. Although, brother, you had forewarned us, perhaps some lessons can only be fully appreciated through personal experience. Xiao Wu sighed in relief. This serves as a lesson. Our current strength remains quite feeble. Let us celebrate my advancement to the Golden Soul Badge with a nice meal, Long Yu declared, gesturing grandly as he led the 3 women out of the Soto City Soul arena. Chapter 149. I have matters to discuss with you. This Long Yu is indeed a monster among monsters. He has swiftly achieved the Golden Soul Badge. a much higher standard than the Silver Soul Badge. It is likely that this young man will soon acquire the Purple Gold Soul Badge, remarked Flandra, observing the four departing figures with a hint of admiration. We are getting old. I was initially concerned that Xiao Wu and the others would become overly reliant on Long Yu. Even if they obtained the Silver Soul Badge, the benefits would be diminished. Yet Long Yu recognized this and afforded those girls opportunities to fight. Today's caution was likely due to fear of unforeseen events in a life-and-death duel, Zhao Wujing commented. The future belongs to these youngsters. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing have already secured the Silver Soul Badge. It is remarkable that they have met our graduation requirements so soon after the semester began, and even that young lady is progressing rapidly. However, over these past few days, her temperament has changed significantly. Much of her haughtiness has diminished, Flandra smiled. The children have made considerable strides during this time. Aside from Long Yu, Tang San's performance has also been commendable, boasting an impressive record in one-on-one battles. After all, he is that person's sole student. Why haven't Tidai Mubai and Ma Hongjun participated in today's battle? What do they be up to? Zhao Wujing inquired, puzzled. Those two are perpetually lackadaisical. By the time they realize it, they will be outpaced not only by Long Yu and Xiao Wu, but even by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, who will leave them behind. Flandra huffed disapprovingly. How vexing. Dai Mubai clenched his fists as he watched Zhu Zhuqing dining with the others of the hotel. He could sense that his fiancée was an ice queen when in his presence, yet her demeanor softened considerably around Long Yu. If it were all girls, it could be excused. Sisterly bonds are indeed a good thing. However, seeing Long Yu in the mix made Dai Mubai feel quite uncomfortable. Although there seemed to be no romantic undertones between them currently, who could predict what the future holds? Once I have you under my control, you'll have your regrets. Dai Mubai thought to himself, secretly observing the group from a distance. To accomplish this, I must wait until Long Yu and Xiao Wu depart before making my move. Young master, someone is watching us, Xiao Lan whispered, causing Ning Rongrong and the others to feel a surge of anxiety. No need to worry, it's merely Dai Mubai. There is no need for alarm. He is likely uneasy about me dining with his fiancée. Long Yu reassured, shaking his head. It is indeed natural. If it were me, I would also feel uneasy, especially considering my exceptionally high charm. Indeed, Xiao Lan nodded in agreement. By the way, Zhu Qing, regarding Dai Mubai, how has that lecherous tiger been behaving lately? Ning Rongrong inquired. He has been relatively well recently. He's been gallivanting about and treats me decently. I can sense he is quite earnest. However, recalling his past actions, I am reluctant to engage with him. It takes time to thaw a frozen river, Zhu Zhuqing replied. TCH, Zhu Qing, keep your eyes wide open. Do not let that fellow deceive you again, Xiao Wu advised, to which Zhu Zhuqing slightly nodded. However, as the conversation shifted in this direction, the previous atmosphere noticeably changed. Long Yu sensed this and spoke up. Since everyone is nearly finished eating, let us return to the academy. It is getting late, and we should not delay tomorrow's training and battles. The three women nodded in agreement, while Ning Rongrong silently chided herself for her indiscretion, which had altered the mood. As Long Yu and the three young ladies prepared to return to the academy, Dai Mubai hurriedly approached, positioning himself before Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Qing, I have something to discuss with you, Dai Mubai stated earnestly. Then let us speak here. Zhu Zhuqing replied, her expression devoid of emotion. No, I can only discuss these matters privately with you, Dai Mubai insisted, gazing earnestly into her eyes. The peculiar allure of his dual-colored pupils would have enchanted any ordinary girl. Yet Zhu Zhuqing was not one to be easily swayed. Since your matters are not suitable for discussion in our presence, so be it. Xiao Wu, Rongrong, Xiao Lan, let us depart, Long Yu interjected. Dai Mubai cast a grateful glance at Long Yu, appreciating the young man's character. With Long Yu's immense potential, it would be wise to cultivate a rapport. He could prove invaluable in the future struggle against his brother Dai Wei for the throne. Behind the prowess and talent, there lay a formidable power. And although he had not heard of any prominent dragon clans within the Tiando Empire, at the very least, there existed a hidden force of soul masters. Establishing a connection with Long Yu would provide him with a fighting chance against the currently dominant Dai Wei. Xiao Wu and the others nodded obediently and followed Long Yu as they left. After walking a distance, Xiao Lan could no longer contain herself. Young master, are you not at all worried that Zhu Zhuqing might encounter danger? Generally, there was no cause for concern regarding Zhu Zhuqing's safety, especially with Dai Mu Bai involved, who would likely refrain from any reckless actions within Shrek Academy. Long Yu waved his hand dismissively. But what about what happened earlier? Xiao Lan hesitated, pondering the implications of giving Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mu Bai time alone. What if Zhu Zhuqing forgave him? Would that not contradict Long Yu's earlier plans? This left Xiao Lan perplexed, though she chose her words carefully. Long Yu's gaze flicked toward Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Lan instantly understood her master's intent. Very well, you make a valid point. Xiao Lan, discreetly follow behind Zhu Zhuqing to ensure her safety. Remember, do not reveal yourself unless absolutely necessary. Long Yu instructed after a moment of contemplation. Yes, young master, I will not disappoint you, Xiao Lan vowed, then proceeded toward Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mu Bai. Meanwhile, Long Yu and the other two continued their return to Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, glancing at Long Yu, couldn't help but recall the moment he had embraced her, causing her ears to flush with warmth. Such feelings were entirely new to her. She even contemplated asking Long Yu why he treated her in such a manner. Was it merely to protect a teammate? In a luxurious hotel room in Soto City, Dai Mu Bai implored, Zhu Qing, please forgive me this once. I am sincere. I promise you, if you choose to be with me, I will never pursue other women again. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Dai Mu Bai, feeling a pang of compassion. After all, he was still her fiancé. What if he truly changed for her? Seeing Zhu Zhuqing relent, Dai Mu Bai breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he would need considerable time to melt the ice between them, but he possessed ample patience. As Zhu Zhuqing prepared to leave, Dai Mu Bai, not one to be foolish, suggested they return together. Zhu Zhuqing said nothing, tacitly accepting, and Dai Mu Bai followed her, maintaining a respectful distance. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous presence. 2 yellow soul rings flickered around her as she activated her martial spirit. Dai Mu Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. Finally, the time had come for action, and he too activated his martial spirit. White Tiger, activate. A brilliant surge of white light erupted from him, his arms stretching outward as his chest swelled, bones cracking audibly as his muscles expanded, straining against his clothing. Each muscle became pronounced, and even the air around him seemed to vibrate with intensity. His golden hair transformed into a striking pattern of black and white, with the white predominating, while a faint marking appeared on his forehead, a symbol resembling the character for king. His hands underwent the most transformation, doubling in size, covered in white fur, and as he flexed his fingers, razor-sharp claws extended and retracted like daggers, each glistening ominously. Dai Mu Bai leaned forward, his 4 eyes glowing a deep, chilling blue, resembling a machine of slaughter. Beneath him, 3 radiant rings rose, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Well, it appears this time the girl is indeed quite enchanting, a lewd voice remarked, followed by the emergence of a squat, portly figure whose gaze fixated hungrily on Zhu Zhuqing, drool escaping his lips. She is indeed beautiful, far surpassing the women from the brothels. If only we could have a taste. Another taller, more imposing man stepped forward, his cold demeanor exuding an air of pressure. What is the matter, boss? The shorter man asked, wiping away his drool as he attempted to regain composure. Did you notice that woman's characteristics? The stir man clenched his fists. She is beautiful, with an impressive figure. Are you suggesting that our previous troubles are connected to this wretched woman? The shorter man finally grasped the situation. Young and already at such a high level of soul power, a woman clad in black, stunningly beautiful. This is precisely what those individuals described. Unexpectedly encountering an old adversary. The cold man smirked. It seems we can finally exact revenge for our fallen comrade. His aura surged with 5 soul rings, white, yellow, purple, and black, indicating he was a soul king. The shorter man bore 4 rings, white, purple, and 2 yellow, marking him as a soul master. Dai Mu Bai felt a surge of trepidation. Events had spiraled beyond his control and expectations. Clearly, Zhu Zhuqing had a deep-seated grudge against these two. Zhuqing, regardless of the circumstances. We cannot contend with a Soul King and a Soul Master in a one-on-one situation. We must utilize our martial spirit fusion technique if we stand a chance. Dai Mubai exclaimed anxiously. He was no superhuman like Long Yu, capable of rivaling a Soul Sage at the Soul Master stage. This time, I was utterly flustered. Even with the manifestation of the martial soul fusion skill, Yoming Baihu, facing a Soul King and a Soul Ancestor would be exceedingly arduous. After all, one of them was merely a Grand Soul Master, and I was but a Soul Master myself. Absolutely not, Zhu Zhuqing stated coldly, her gaze warily fixed on both parties. Even in death, I shall not employ the martial soul fusion skill alongside Dai Mubai. Stop! A voice, laced with urgency, broke through the tension as Ma Hongjun rushed in. Panting heavily, Ma Hongjun, I advise you not to meddle in our affairs. This wretched woman has slain our brother, and there is nothing to discuss. The situation had completely surpassed all expectations. Do not think that just because you treated us to a few days at the brothel, you can dictate terms. We have unilaterally torn apart our previous agreement. Now clear out of our way, the coldly resolute man declared. Your agreement. Zhu Zhuqing shot back at Ma Hongjun. It was evident that everything had been orchestrated by him. Casting a glance at Dai Mubai beside her, the chill in her eyes deepened. As the slight flicker of hope she had earlier vanished in an instant. What do you intend to do? Zhu Zhuqing demanded in a hushed tone. Zhuqing, do not misunderstand. Dai Mubai attempted to clarify, but struggled to find the right words. His original plan had been to play the hero and rescue her. Armed with the sincerity he had prepared for so long, and in her moment of desperation, Zhu Zhuqing had no choice but to ally with him against the adversaries. If the opponents were to retreat, and after executing the martial soul fusion skill, their relationship would undoubtedly progress by leaps and bounds. But now, the situation had devolved into this. What should they do next? Do not forget, my teacher is a soul sage. If you dare to harm us, my teacher will not spare you. Ma Hongjun revealed his trump card, the very foundation of their audacity, alongside Dai Mubai. So what if your teacher is a soul sage? He is not here now. Once we dispose of this wretched woman, and you, who will know it was us? The cold man scoffed. 2 Grand Soul Masters and 1 Soul Master stood against a Soul King and a Soul Ancestor. You dare? Ma Hongjun said, his conviction wavering, as he realized he was only recently acquainted with these two due to some financial assistance from his teacher. He never anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. Though his teacher Flinder was formidable, if the adversaries truly acted, he felt powerless. Even if Flinder avenged him, what significance would it hold if he and his companions perished? Just as the two were about to launch an attack on the three, a graceful figure appeared before Zhu Zhuqing. Sister Xiaolan, what are you doing here? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise, yet relief washed over her. Although she had never witnessed Xiaolan in action, being a soul sage meant she could undoubtedly handle a soul king and a soul ancestor. The young master was concerned, so he sent me to follow and protect you. Xiaolan whispered, her gaze fixed on the two adversaries, who were clearly menacing. It truly was a case of adversaries crossing paths. So that is the case, Zhu Zhuqing thought, her heart swelling with complex emotions as she regarded Xiaolan standing protectively before her. It seemed Long Yu still held her in silent regard. Concerned, Dai Mubai clenched his fists in quiet fury. Was it a lack of trust in him? He was Zhu Zhuqing's betrothed. Why was there mistrust in his conversation with her? Yet, if not for Xiaolan's intervention, resolving this predicament would have been exceedingly challenging. On the day of that wretched man's demise, you were present, were you not? The cold man sneered. Just a scoundrel. If he dies, so be it. What of it? Xiaolan replied nonchalantly. A fine sentiment of death begets death. You shall pay with your lives. The cold man snarled, his teeth grinding as his second yellow soul ring shimmered. And he lunged forward with blinding speed. An agile assault-type Soul King. Utterly foolish, Xiaolan observed the charging Soul King with nary a flicker of emotion. Adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings, she was a soul sage. Cursed be it, another soul sage. They had no choice but to flee. Seeing the peril, The two decided to make their escape without a moment's hesitation or the previously held resolve. You think you can escape? Xiaolan uttered coldly. The third soul ring glimmered as roots of blue-silver grass erupted from the ground, ensnaring the two from all directions. No matter how hard they struggled, their efforts were futile. After multiple amplifications of strength, the resilience of Xiaolan's blue-silver grass had reached an alarmingly formidable level. How could a mere soul king and soul ancestor hope to break free? The thorns upon the blue-silver grass easily lacerated their skin, and soon, the terrifying toxins from the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fierce fire apricot blossoms infiltrated their systems, rendering them incapable of further resistance. Poisonous, the cold man managed to utter before losing consciousness, while the soul ancestor beside him had long since succumbed to the void. Utterly foolish, Xiaolan retracted the blue-silver grass, leaving the two bodies sprawled on the ground, their fates unknown. The deadly blue-silver grass then surged toward Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, leaving them dumbstruck. Witnessing the intertwining hues of dark red and light blue within the golden-patterned blue-silver grass, they found themselves paralyzed with fear. If this mutated blue-silver grass could kill those two, it could easily do the same to them. Now explain the situation, Xiaolan demanded icily. In her estimation, Zhu Zhuqing was not only her dear friend, but also an ally of the young master. Had it not been for the young master's arrangement for her to come, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Do not think to deceive us. They are not dead yet. If our accounts do not align, even if Flinder himself were to arrive, I would act the same, Xiaolan stated coolly. Others might fear Flinder, but she held no such trepidation. While aerial soul masters posed challenges, defeating her was an impossibility. The opponent was merely a stronger soul sage. I shall speak. I shall speak. Ma Hongjun trembled. Boss Dai wanted to pursue Zhu Zhuqing. Tonight, Boss Dai planned to invite Zhu Zhuqing out and then return to the academy together. I sent these two to ambush Zhu Zhuqing, intending for Boss Dai and Zhu Zhuqing to join forces to defeat them and strengthen their bond through the martial soul fusion technique. I never expected it would manifest into what just transpired. I truly did not wish for this. I cannot sacrifice myself. Is he telling the truth? Xiaolan inquired, her gaze fixed on Dai Mubai, void of any emotion. It is true, Dai Mubai had intended to say more, but the encroaching blue-silver grass instilled a profound sense of dread in him, rendering him silent. Truly unscrupulous, Xiaolan scoffed, retracting her blue-silver grass after piercing the bodies of the two on the ground, and she grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, intent on departing. Observing their retreat, Dai Mubai's expression darkened. The mission had initially been foolproof, yet these unforeseen complications had unraveled all his plans. Now it seems that the attempt to deceive has backfired, and rather than strengthening the bond with Zhu Zhuqing, the situation has worsened significantly. Had it not been for Xiaolan's timely intervention, the outcome might have been even more dire. You fool, Dai Mubai exclaimed through gritted teeth, glaring fiercely at Ma Hongjun. I couldn't have predicted such a development either. Ma Hongjun shivered as he replied. Humph. Dai Mubai scoffed, turning to leave. What shall we do now, Dai Lauda? Ma Hongjun inquired from behind. What else can we do? We must return to the academy and proactively explain the situation to the dean. Perhaps our punishment will be less severe, Dai Mubai stated as he walked. It is futile to hide the truth. Admitting our mistakes might result in a lighter sentence. However, the pressure Xiao Lan exerted today left a lasting impression on Dai Mubai's mind. One day, he vowed to exact his revenge. Meanwhile, as Xiao Lan held Zhu Zhuqing, she sensed her emotional state and paused. Embracing Zhu Zhuqing gently, she softly murmured, Do not feign strength. If you wish to cry, then let the tears flow freely. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain the tears that streamed from her reddened eyes. Despite her attempts to suppress her emotions, the despair in her choked voice caused Xiaolan to feel a profound ache within her heart. How could a girl like Zhu Zhuqing be burdened with such an unworthy fiancé? Chapter 152. Is it really over? What? That wretched, foolish Yin Hu and that incompetent, bumbling fatso. These two scoundrels nearly jeopardized everyone with their antics. Enough is enough. If it weren't for Long Yu instructing Xiaolan to protect us discreetly, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ning Rongrong's voice rang out assertively, her porcelain doll-like face etched with anger and dissatisfaction. Dare to bully my sister? These two brutes truly have no regard for their lives. Grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand, Ning Rongrong marched toward Flinder's office. Xiao Lan, you should come along to prevent Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun from turning the tables on us. Moreover, let us not complicate this matter unnecessarily. Moderation is key. Long Yu instructed. Yes, young master, Xiaolan replied, following suit. Long Yu remained in the dormitory, feeling little pressure about the situation. How could Dai Mubai think he could easily mend the harm done to Zhu Zhuqing? If such an issue arose, he would not allow events to unfold unchecked. He would not be a pawn in another's game. Bang! Ning Rongrong forcefully kicked open Flinder's office door, storming in with Zhu Zhuqing in tow. Flinder, seated behind his desk, appeared unfazed by their sudden entrance and did not immediately respond. If Ning Rongrong were at fault, he need not worry about his status, as he had obtained Ning Fengji's approval. However, since this incident involved his disciple and Dai Mubai, he was at a loss for words. It seemed Flinder was already aware of the events from the previous night and had anticipated their arrival. How would the esteemed dean choose to address this matter? If Dai Mubai could resort to such schemes to win Zhu Zhuqing's favor, what about the others in the academy? Would Oscar and Ma Hongjun employ similarly childish and dangerous tactics against me? Xiao Wu, or even Xiaolan? The thought of their lecherous gazes was truly repulsive. Ning Rongrong Kufit. Despite her initial fury, Ning Rongrong quickly adjusted her approach, seeking to assert her reasoning first. Indeed, it was wrong of Mubai and Ma Hongjun. I have reprimanded them thoroughly and ensured they promised to refrain from such behavior in the future, Flinder stated. What nonsense! That amounts to no punishment at all. It's merely empty words. Can you not exhibit a semblance of authority? Ning Rongrong retorted. Flinder, even if you favor those two, you cannot be so blatant about it. Are we not students of Shrek Academy? She demanded. This matter does not concern you. Ning Rongrong. Let Zhu Zhuqing decide for herself, Flinder replied, somewhat irritated. As a dean, he felt slighted by being addressed so directly by a student. Zhuqing, do not be afraid. Speak your mind, and I will support you. Ning Rongrong and Koraket, bringing Zhu Zhuqing before Flinder. Zhu Zhuqing regarded Flinder, her expression betraying hesitation before she finally spoke. Dean, I would like to request not to see Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun for 2 months. 2 months without seeing them? Are you certain that is all you wish? Flinder asked, intrigued by Zhu Zhuqing's words. Regardless of Ning Rongrong's input, he would refuse her requests. The fate of those two imbeciles hinged on Zhu Zhuqing's stance. Is that your only punishment? Zhuqing, do not let them off too easily. Once they get away with this, they may repeat their transgressions, Ning Rongrong whispered. Let be. This is sufficient, Zhu Zhuqing sighed, and despite Ning Rongrong's desire to say more, she and Xiaolan pulled her away. What a dreadful academy. What despicable people. Ning Rongrong grumbled as they departed, leaving Flinder in exasperation. He had to endure such troubles for the sake of those two rascals when Xiao knew how to face such challenges. Zhuqing, you are too gentle. Have you considered what might have happened if Xiaolan had not been present last night? Facing those two perverts alone would have led to a dire outcome. And you simply let them off the hook, Ning Rongrong lamented. As she began to voice her concerns, Xiaolan placed a comforting hand on Ning Rongrong's shoulder, gently saying, Enough, Rongrong. The matter has come to pass, so let it be. Sighing, Ning Rongrong knew she had no choice but to remain silent. This incident would be allowed to pass, and even Long Yu found Zhu Zhuqing's forgiving nature somewhat perplexing. However, since she had chosen her path, Long Yu felt it was not his place to comment, recognizing the foresight in arranging for Xiaolan's protection. An unintentional act had yielded such significant results. Phew, Dai Laoda. I was bracing for a much harsher punishment from the dean, but it turned out to be just some running, Ma Hongjun remarked as he jogged alongside Dai Mubai. I told you we needed to inform the dean beforehand. This way, his anger would be mitigated. Moreover, while we were in the wrong, our intention was never to endanger Zhu Zhuqing or ourselves. It was merely an unfortunate accident. Besides, You are the dean's only disciple, and I have invested substantially in maintaining the academy's finances during my time here. Yet you, my friend, chose to associate with thugs who nearly caused our demise. Dai Mubai said, glaring at Ma Hongjun. I did not know. The only ones I knew who could meet the requirements were those two. Who could have foreseen such animosity between them and Zhu Zhuqing? Ma Hongjun sighed. Dai Lauda, although this matter has been mishandled, I have indeed invested considerable effort. Previously, you promised me something. Ma Hongjun leered at Dai Mubai and said, All right, I understand this is merely an unforeseen circumstance. I will not renege on my promise to you. Once this storm has passed, we shall discuss it further, and it is imperative that this matter remains confidential. It must not be disclosed, or the consequences would be dire, Dai Mubai whispered, having surveyed the surroundings to ensure that only he and Ma Hongjun were present. Rest assured, Dai Lauda, I will keep my lips sealed. Ma Hongjun patted his chest, feeling an uncontrollable surge of wicked desire within him, which made him exceedingly uncomfortable. Just endure a little longer, and I shall be able to release this pent-up energy. Chapter 153. Holiday time passed swiftly. During the day, everyone engaged in cultivating their soul power and reflecting on their experiences, while the evenings were dedicated to soul battles, and time flowed steadily. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong successfully obtained their silver soul badges, while Xiao Wu became the second individual to acquire a gold soul badge after Long Yu. The four of them swiftly met the graduation requirements set by Flender, whereas Tang San and his companions lagged behind significantly, still entrenched in the Iron Soul battles. Despite the high win rate of one-on-one battles, they occurred only once a day. In two-on-two battles, the win rate became quite unstable, and consecutive victories were often interrupted. Without a streak of wins, they could only earn a single point for each victory, making progress painfully slow. Today, Flender gathered everyone in the square, clearly prepared to announce something of great importance. Everyone has indeed worked hard during this time. I have witnessed your efforts, Flender began. The primary reason for gathering you all today is to convey significant news. Firstly, both Oscar and Tang San have successfully broken through to level 30. Once they acquire their third spirit ring, they will be able to advance to the rank of Soul Zone, Flender remarked, a smile dancing his eyes as he regarded Tang San and Oscar. Congratulations, Oscar. As a food-type soul master, your talent is undoubtedly the finest I have ever encountered. Long Yu nodded at Oscar. Thank you, but I cannot possibly compare myself to you and Xiao Wu. Oscar replied with a wry smile, feeling somewhat helpless. Even after absorbing his third spirit ring and becoming a Soul Zone, he was still merely at level 30. Compared to Long Yu and Xiao Wu, he lagged behind by over 10 levels, and considering that both of them were 2 years younger than him, being 14 years old felt somewhat disheartening. However, aside from these two exceptional individuals, Oscar believed he was still quite impressive. Now, for our second announcement. In order to ensure that Oscar and Tang San obtain the most suitable spirit rings possible, Teacher Zhao and I have decided to venture to the Stardow Great Forest, the largest soul beast forest on the continent, which offers the finest selection of spirit rings. You all shall accompany us on this journey to the Stardow Great Forest. In the event of danger, Teacher Zhao and I generally will not intervene. You must resolve matters yourselves. Long Yu, this applies to you as well. Under normal circumstances, you should refrain from intervening. This will also serve as a valuable experience for you all. Please pay close attention to cooperation and self-protection. Flender instructed. The Academy has decided to grant you 3 days off. During this time, you may freely allocate your time, whether to relax or to visit your families. After 3 days, we shall set off for the Stardow Great Forest. If there are no further questions, you may disperse, Flender added. After scanning the vibrant faces of the children and confirming that there were no issues, Flender departed. Long Yu returned to the dormitory with the 3 girls. Though Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong appeared somewhat dejected. What's wrong, Zhuqing? Xiao Wu inquired. It's nothing. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip in response. Xiao Wu, how are you all cultivating? Why is your soul power level so much higher than ours? I am currently only a level 27 Great Soul Master. And Zhuqing has just reached level 29, Ning Rongrong asked. Hee, that's a secret. Actually, your cultivation speed is already quite impressive, Xiao Wu replied with a playful wink. I knew you wouldn't spill the beans, you little rascal, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, playfully tussling with Xiao Wu. Zhu Qing, don't worry, there's no need to rush. I will fulfill my promise to you, Long Yu consoled Zhu Qing, who nodded obediently in response. By the way, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, and Sister Xiaolon, we have 3 days off, and we should make the most of it. I am quite familiar with Soto City. Let us explore the surrounding towns, Ning Rongrong suggested. Yes, brother you will join us, right? Xiao Wu asked expectantly. Since it's meant to be a fun outing, it's fine for Xiaolon to accompany you. I prefer to stay in the dormitory to meditate and cultivate. Having Xiaolon with you for protection will be more than sufficient, Long Yu declined. He had no shortage of tasks, needing to meditate and break through. After so many days of soul battles, team competitions, one-on-one Soul King, and even Soul Emperor encounters, his soul power was on the verge of a breakthrough to level 45. Indeed, battling was the most effective means of advancement. As soon as Long Yu finished speaking, the girls beside him were taken aback. Xiao Wu approached Long Yu, playfully shaking his arm and pleading, "Oh, come on, just think of it as a way to unwind." "All right, brother you. I do not require any unwinding," he replied. "However, we all unanimously believe that we need you to accompany us for reassurance. Don't you agree?" Xiao Wu looked at the 3 girls, her eyes signaling. "I concur with Xiao Wu. As girls, we certainly feel more secure with a male companion." Ning Rongrong nodded, momentarily forgetting her usual feisty demeanor. "Come along, Long Yu. There is nothing else to do at the academy." Even Zhu Qing chimed in. "Xiaolon, young master, join us as well." "Fine, I can't shake the feeling that I'm just a tool for carrying bags and paying," Long Yu sighed. "Be more confident. You're not just a tool, you're one of us," Ning Rongrong teased back, rolling her eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the boys' dormitory, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai glanced around to ensure no one was watching before they stealthily closed the dormitory door. Dai Laoda, finally, 3 days is plenty of time. Ma Hongjun rubbed his hands together, a wicked grin spreading across his face, saliva almost escaping his lips. All right, just these 3 days. I'm already tired of your incessant nagging. I want 1 tea back out of this, Dai Mubai replied, somewhat exasperated. Dai Laoda, you don't understand the plight of the hungry man. Since the last time, my allowances have been drastically reduced. Those old and unattractive women are unbearable. Unlike you, who has so many exquisite girls vying for your attention without spending a dime, Ma Hongjun lamented. Well, that's because of your appearance. They are willing to be with you willingly. Once we go out, it will be quite easy to invite a couple of girls, Dai Mubai retorted. A couple? I knew Dai Laoda would come through for me. Ma Hongjun exclaimed with excitement, and Dai Mubai, in a fit of annoyance, gave him a light slap, shouting so loudly, "Do you think others don't know? This matter must remain absolutely confidential." Understood. Chapter 154. 5 Rooms? In the early morning, Long Yu and his 4 companions departed from Shrek Academy, heading towards the towns surrounding Suatua City. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun also stealthily left the academy at dawn, making their way to Suatua City. Tang San proceeded to the blacksmith shop in Suatua City. Eager to forge new concealed weapons since Long Yu had completely deciphered the last set. Although he did not express it outwardly, he was keen to create new hidden armaments. The glory of Tang men must not be allowed to fade away. Indeed, Tang Sen intended to let the reputation of Tang men resonate throughout this new continent and world. However, establishing a sect in this realm with his current strength, resources, and finances was no simple feat thus. Tang Sen planned to leverage the financial power of the Qibao Liuli sect. According to his teacher, the Qibao Liuli sect possessed astonishing financial resources. Reputed as the wealthiest sect in the world, though its direct disciples primarily consisted of support-type soul masters. While there were many battle soul masters associated with the sect, they were not the true strength of the direct disciples. In critical situations, ensuring one's safety could be quite challenging. But what if the direct disciples of the Qibao Liuli sect were equipped with the concealed weapons he crafted? Even now, his weapons could harm soul sects and even soul kings. As his abilities grew, their power would only increase. He was certain that such a temptation would be hard for the Qibao Liuli sect to resist. With proficient use of concealed weapons, a purely supportive soul master could possess the power akin to a battle soul master. Presently, the best opportunity lay with the young lady of the Qibao Liuli sect, Ning Rongrong, who remained at the academy. It was imperative to produce more concealed weapons to demonstrate his capabilities and the utility of his creations. Oscar, meanwhile, was aimlessly pushing his cart towards Douluo City, hoping to sell more sausages during this time, as he was short on funds. Soon, Long Yu began to regret his hasty agreement to accompany these shopping enthusiasts and foodies. After an entire day of shopping, he felt not only physically exhausted, but also mentally drained. Long Yu silently resolved that next time, no matter how these individuals pleaded, he would not acquiesce so easily. No, he would not agree at all. As night fell, Long Yu, utterly fatigued, followed the four women back into Douluo City, preparing to dine. "Brother Yu, why do you look a bit unhappy?" Xiao Wu remarked, observing Long Yu's despondent demeanor, unable to suppress a smile. "Brother Yu, is it just from a day of shopping that you're so tired? You weren't this fragile during the battle." Xiao Wu teased, only to receive a light tap on her head from Long Yu. Long Yu replied, "Shopping leaves me with physical strength at 999, a wallet at 99.99, and emotional trauma at 99999. I would willingly participate in a day of battles instead of accompanying you on shopping excursions." "You little girl, how dare you say that to me? Truly infuriating," Long Yu retorted. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but chuckle, and Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled into a slight smile. It was already quite late. Returning to the academy would likely be too late. However, it was no matter, as they were still on vacation. "Do you plan to return to the academy dormitory, or stay overnight in a hotel in Douluo City?" Long Yu inquired, feeling slighted by the disdain of these beautiful women. He resolved to find an opportunity to reclaim his dignity in the future. "Let us stay in a hotel. Although it was recently renovated, I still find that large bed too hard and can't sleep well," Ning Rongrong suggested first. As the young lady of the Qibao Liuli sect, she was accustomed to the finest conditions in all aspects. "Brother Yu, I also prefer the hotel, mainly to avoid those two rascals, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun," Xiao Wu added. Long Yu then turned his gaze to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Lan, finding both of them nodding in agreement. "All right, since that's the case, we shall stay in a hotel tonight, and we shall choose the best one," Long Yu declared. "Hee, Brother Yu, the finest hotel in Douluo City is the Rose Hotel. Are you sure about that?" Xiao Wu reminded him. "The Rose Hotel is indeed nice, but isn't it a couple's hotel?" Long Yu remarked with a peculiar expression, looking at the girls in exasperation. The Rose Hotel was indeed beautifully constructed, unique in design. The hotel stands 3 stories tall, while not excessively large. Its exterior is entirely rose red, resembling a massive rose, instantly captivating the eye, Xiao Wu exclaimed. "Oh, I have no objections. If you wish to stay here, then let us proceed," Long Yu shrugged, leading the 4 women inside. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, they were greeted by an enchanting fragrance of roses, a delightful scent that evoked a sense of ease and warmth. The hotel's interior was adorned in 3 colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm, elegant atmosphere that was quite inviting. Long Yu approached the front desk, where a charming young woman greeted him. "Please open 5 rooms for me," he requested. The receptionist, taken aback by his handsome appearance, was momentarily stunned, and upon hearing his request, she blinked in surprise. 5 rooms? She glanced at the 4 women behind Long Yu. Her eyes filled with admiration and astonishment. Each of them surpassed her in beauty, grace, and figure. Moreover, considering the age difference, this handsome young man was indeed fortunate. "I apologize, but we only have 1 room left, the most luxurious suite. However, rest assured, 5 people can comfortably stay together," the receptionist said earnestly, her gaze revealing her understanding. "Young people today truly live extravagantly. This handsome gentleman appears quite robust in that regard. If he insists on 5 rooms, then 5 rooms it shall be," Long Yu thought, feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes. A respectable person? Fine. Here are the keys to 5 rooms. If you need anything, feel free to find me, she added, handing the keys to Long Yu, not forgetting to hint at her availability. If she could catch the attention of such a wealthy and handsome young man, she would truly strike gold. There would be no need to remain at the front desk. Let us go, Long Yu said, shivering slightly at the front desk's flamboyant demeanor. Goodness, are women nowadays this bold? Or is it simply because I am too handsome? Chapter 155. Once again being pursued? Brother Yu, you must be cautious. That receptionist nearly had her eyes glued to you, Xiao Wu remarked after receiving the keys. Xiao Wu, do you not realize that men of this age possess a natural curiosity about certain matters? Ning Rongrong said, pushing open the door without granting Long Yu a chance to respond. Ning Rongrong truly embodies the essence of a mischievous sprite, unafraid to voice her thoughts. Long Yu's lips twitched slightly. However, it seemed that to some extent, this little enchantress was indeed speaking the truth. He opened the door to a spacious room, with the living area alone exceeding 50 square meters. Within the grand hall, every piece of furniture shimmered in silver, intricately carved with exquisite designs. The vibrant red carpet was adorned with raised patterns of crimson roses. But what astonished them most was the enormous heart shape crafted from an abundance of roses at the center of the hall. This heart spanned nearly 2 square meters, requiring at least 1,000 roses for its creation. In addition to these 1,001 roses, elegant vases were positioned around the room, each filled with fiery red roses. Their intoxicating fragrance permeating every corner, creating a mesmerizing atmosphere. This truly was a couple's hotel, luxurious as it was. Long Yu sighed, pondering the absurdity of residing here alone. He reclined on the rose-upholstered sofa, acknowledging the comfort it provided, justifying the expenditure. As he contemplated a bath, a knock echoed through the room. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Xiao Lan standing there. Is there something you need, Xiao Lan? He inquired. Young master, she stammered, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Her gaze cast downward, avoiding his eyes. Come in and speak your mind, Long Yu urged, allowing her to enter. What brings you here? He gestured for her to take a seat. You must have considerable needs at your age, right? Xiao Lan's query came with a lowered head. What exactly are you implying? Xiao Lan, you aren't being influenced by that crazy girl named Rongrong, are you? Long Yu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. The tension in the air, combined with her remark, ignited a flicker of irritation within him. No, it's not just her. The primary reason is your pure and potent golden dragon lineage, Xiao Lan explained, aware that the desires of the dragon clan surpassed those of ordinary spirit beasts. If you don't mind, she trailed off, hesitant. Xiao Lan, I am human, not a spirit beast. Such matters require feelings and a process. They're not merely about physicality, Long Yu clarified. I understand. I truly like you, young master, very much, Xiao Lan asserted, lifting her head with determination. Huh? You like me? Long Yu was taken aback by her admission, then added, Xiao Lan, there is no need for such declarations. I have never regarded you as a servant. There is no obligation for you to force yourself. No, young master, I speak from the heart. You are so handsome and kind to me. Your strength and talent are remarkable. Everything I have comes from you, and your blood flows within me. I truly like you, Xiao Lan insisted earnestly. Do you think I find you lacking in beauty? Long Yu asked. Is it because I am not as beautiful as others? Xiao Lan's voice was laced with vulnerability. Not at all. Gu Yuna's beauty is unparalleled, a breathtaking sight untouched by worldly concerns. Yet, each possesses their unique charm. You, Xiao Lan, exude a gentle warmth and strong affinity that draws people close. And you are undeniably beautiful. That's not it. I merely find this all rather sudden, Long Yu responded, shaking his head. That means you have feelings for me. Xiao Lan et glim joyfully. Long Yu, witnessing her delight, found himself at a loss for words. However, it was evident that Xiao Lan's feelings were genuine and not merely born from gratitude. Young master, she said, moving closer to embrace him, her mature figure trembling slightly. This was her first time initiating such intimacy, and the sensation was both exhilarating and delightful. Long Yu felt a mix of bewilderment and embarrassment at the unexpected turn of events. It felt as if he were being overwhelmed, determined to regain control. He enveloped Xiao Lan in his arms, his strength imparting a sense of security and dominance. He gently cupped her delicate face, leaning in to kiss her lips. Xiao Lan instinctively closed her cerulean eyes, and Long Yu, having kissed Hu Lainan numerous times, skillfully guided her through the intimate process, allowing her to savor the moment. After a considerable time, he released her, noticing her dazed expression, and smiled, planting another kiss on her cheek as he held her close. "Young master, my heart races, and I feel so happy and fulfilled," Xiao Lan murmured, nestled against him. "Xiao Lan, you are aware that I already have 2 girlfriends," Long Yu reminded her. "I know. Young master, I do not expect you to love me deeply. As long as I occupy a place in your heart, I am content," she replied, wrapping her arms around his waist. "I originally aimed to be a good man, but circumstances have shifted," Long Yu sighed, embodying the quintessential notion of gaining advantages while appearing modest. "Your charm is immense. Many more women will be drawn to you in the future. Both the master and I share this belief," Xiao Lan remarked with a smile. "Not to mention, the 3 sisters around me harbor varying degrees of interest in you." Long Yu replied, bewildered by their sentiments. "I simply do not comprehend your thoughts. Nana wishes to monopolize my affection. While you all seem to enjoy pushing your man away," he expressed incredulously. "We certainly do not desire to monopolize," Xiao Lan began, only to be interrupted by Long Yu. "From now on, do not call me young master. Refer to me as Xiao Yu," he whispered into her ear, sending shivers down her spine, as it struck at her most sensitive point. "Young master Xiao Yu, I believe I sense Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai. They are also in this Rose Hotel," Xiao Lan remarked, puzzled as she leaned against him. Dai Mubai's presence was not surprising, but Ma Hongjun's was. Long Yu recalled having given Flinder 1,000 gold soul coins. And considering Ma Hongjun's character, he assumed the money would have been spent by now. How could he afford to be here with Dai Mubai? Was Dai Mubai the one who invited him? Long Yu contemplated, releasing Xiao Lan to activate his spiritual senses. Soon, he heard a familiar voice. "Don't worry, fatty. I've drugged them. They won't wake up until noon tomorrow," Dai Mubai assured. In a rather peculiar scene, 2 exquisitely adorned women were nestled in the embrace of a man, who was none other than Ma Hongjun. What made this even more astonishing was that these 2 women bore an uncanny resemblance to one another. They were indeed the very pair of sisters that had captivated him before. "Dai, you truly love me so much that you have gifted me a pair of sisters," Ma Hongjun exclaimed. "Just look at their figures, their faces, and their grace. They are undoubtedly far superior to the women one typically finds in the brothels." At last, Ma Hongjun felt he had the opportunity to indulge in such exquisite delights. And to top it off, they were twins. Even though he could not see him, Long Yu could easily imagine Ma Hongjun's lecherous demeanor at that moment. It appeared that Dai Mubai had bestowed his girlfriend upon Ma Hongjun. Typically, Dai Mubai's girlfriends would not even glance in Ma Hongjun's direction. However, what was this? Long Yu's expression turned peculiar. How despicable! To treat women as mere objects to be handed over to others. He is truly scum. Xiao Lan seethed with fury, rising to her feet and forcefully pushing open the door to Long Yu's room. The loud bang startled everyone nearby, including Xiao Wu and the others, who hurriedly opened their doors to investigate the commotion, with Long Yu reluctantly following suit. "All right, this is the only time I will say this. Do not entertain such thoughts again. Tomorrow, I shall break up with these sisters," Dai Mubai declared. To him, these women were merely toys, akin to a comfortable piece of clothing, which could be discarded without a second thought. However, after tonight, the thought of them being with that rotund fellow made Dai Mubai lose interest in the sisters. Just take them for yourself, Dai. But you don't plan to leave, do you?" "I have no desire to be watched," Ma Hongjun remarked, his eyes greedily fixed on the sisters lying on the bed. Swallowing hard, "What insight do you possess? Just be cautious. You might find yourself in trouble," Dai Mubai warned, preparing to depart. At that moment, a loud crash echoed as the door was kicked open. Before Dai Mubai could comprehend the situation, Xiao Lan stormed in, followed by Long Yu, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, all of whom wore expressions of indignation and anger. "What are you doing here?" "This is my reserved room. Please leave," Dai Mubai stammered, attempting to maintain his composure, grateful for his imposing stature that shielded him from view. Get out of the way, Xiao Lan coldly replied, pushing Dai Mubai aside. On the bed, Ma Hongjun had already shed his shirt, revealing his corpulent, greasy body. Upon seeing Xiao Lan and Long Yu, his initial bravado withered, leaving him frozen in shock. How could they be here? A terrifying realization struck him. Was it possible that Dai Mubai had set him up? Yet this made no sense. Exposing this incident would bring him nothing but trouble. Xiao Lan swiftly used her blue-silver grass to toss Ma Hongjun aside, then gently tapped the foreheads of the twins, awakening them to the alarming scene before them. Ah! The sisters gasped, panicking. Mubai, what is happening? Why are there so many people here? You fools. Can't you comprehend the situation? Your esteemed Dai Xiao intends to present you as gifts to this fat man. We overheard everything, and now we are here to rescue you. Ning Rongrong stated with a huff. How can this be true? Mubai, she must be lying. One of the sisters exclaimed, looking desperately at Dai Mubai. The poor woman still clung to hope, but if what they said was true, Dai Mubai's character was indeed questionable. I feel it is imperative to remind you that I, along with Xiao Yu and the others, heard every word exchanged between you and Ma Hongjun. Xiao Yu's mental prowess could even recount it verbatim. Scum, Xiao Lan declared, her gaze icy as it fixed on Dai Mubai. I'm sorry. What they say is indeed true, Dai Mubai confessed, lowering his head and unable to meet the sister's gaze. The revelation of such a matter would be unacceptable to anyone. This cannot possibly be true. The sisters stood in shock, their eyes filled with disgust and fear as they turned to the now shirtless Ma Hongjun. If our sister truly falls into the clutches of such a man, Dai Mubai, you scoundrel, remember this. Our bond is irrevocably severed, and this matter is far from over. One of the more mature-looking sisters stood up in fury, grasping her sister's hand and storming out of the room. Dai Mubai made no attempt to retain them. He understood that this was the end. He was unconcerned about the fate of the twins, as he surmised it would likely be swept under the rug. However, the implications of this incident being known by Long Yu and the others posed significant trouble. What was to be done now? Two scoundrels. And it has been such a short time since the last incident. How could they commit such an outrage again? Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. Ning Rongrong scolded, striding downstairs, followed by Xiao Lan and the others, who were eager to distance themselves from the two scoundrels. Zhu Qing, Dai Mubai called out quietly, but Zhu Qing offered no response. Following this incident, any possibility of reconciliation between them had been entirely extinguished. Chapter 157. Aftermath. Dida, what are we to do now? If the teacher learns of our actions, he will surely be furious, Ma Hongjun fretted. If you had not been so lecherous and greedy, we would not be in this predicament. Now we are truly doomed. Dai Mubai clenched his fists in anger. Ma Hongjun, at a loss for words, could only silently bear the consequences. Although this situation is dire, it is not beyond redemption. We must return to the academy, Dai Mubai stated, regaining some composure. Daida, I will follow your lead, Ma Hongjun replied anxiously, dressing quickly before hurrying after Dai Mubai towards Shrek Academy. At Shrek Academy, Xiao Lan and Ning Rongrong awakened a still groggy Flander, who, upon hearing their account, erupted in furious indignation, his facial muscles twitching. Those scoundrels, beasts, he roared. If it had been just one person reporting this, Flander might have doubted it, but with multiple witnesses corroborating the tale, there was no room for disbelief. Teacher, I was wrong. Just as Flander was about to unleash his wrath, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai arrived in haste, and both knelt before him. Teacher, I was wrong. I truly was. I was momentarily blinded by foolishness. The disciple expressed his deep remorse, declaring that he would never dare to repeat such actions again. Ma Hongjun wept bitterly, bowing his forehead heavily against the ground, pleading for Flandra's forgiveness. Those two brutes. Flandra, in a fit of rage, was further incensed by the arrival of the two thoughtless individuals, only intensifying his ire. He delivered a kick to both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, causing them excruciating pain. Yet they could only endure in silence, too fearful to utter a word. Let us depart, Long Yu said, losing interest in the unfolding scene. His expectations for Flandra's punishment were rather muted, as he reasoned that Flandra, being their mentor, would not resort to expulsion despite his anger. This predicament was merely a consequence of their own folly. Two disgraceful miscreants. Ning Rongrong scoffed before joining Long Yu and the others. Brother Yu, how do you think Dean Flander will deal with those scoundrels? Xiao Wu inquired. I understand your indignation regarding this incident, but I advise against harboring excessive hopes. After all, Ma Hongjun is Flandra's disciple, and Dai Mubai is a seasoned student who has contributed significantly to the academy's stability. The faculty holds him in high regard. So outright expulsion is unlikely, Long Yu explained. What? Such scoundrels are not expelled? Flandra is overly protective, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as if fearing for their safety. Oh, stop feigning fear. A little imp like you should not be so concerned. Besides, your dormitory is nearby. If anything were to happen, Xiaolon would handle it. Long Yu reassured her, observing her theatrical demeanor with mild exasperation. Ning Rongrong made a face before returning to the dormitory with Zhu Zhuqing. Only Xiao Wu, Xiaolon, and Long Yu remained, with Xiao Wu casting a curious glance at the two, making Long Yu feel uneasy. Xiao Wu, if you have something to say, just say it without that look, Long Yu urged. Xiaolon, she seems hesitant, Xiao Wu noted. Oh, it's about this matter. Xiao Wu, I was just going to tell you that Xiaolon confessed to me, and I accepted. We are now together, Long Yu declared boldly, pulling Xiaolon into his embrace. Initially startled, Xiaolon intended to break free but succumbed to Long Yu's stronghold. What? How can this happen so quickly? Xiao Wu pouted, stomping her foot in frustration before leaving Long Yu bewildered by her reaction. Xiao Yu, could you let me go now? Xiaolon gently asked. What? Are you uncomfortable in my embrace? Long Yu teased. Not at all. In your arms, I experience an unprecedented warmth and happiness. I would gladly remain here forever. Xiaolon replied earnestly. All right, no need to be flustered. You still have that habit, Long Yu said, caressing her delicate face. Well, Xiao Yu, I should head back now, Xiaolon stated. All right then, go back, Long Yu replied, loosening his grip. Xiaolon, on tiptoe, pressed a kiss on his cheek before departing. This Xiaolon is truly irresistible, Long Yu mused as he watched her leave, feeling as if the day's events were surreal. By late evening, Long Yu returned to his dormitory. Xiaolon quietly opened the door, discovering a lump under the covers. Clearly, Xiao Wu had wrapped herself entirely in the blanket. Upon hearing the door open, Xiao Wu stirred, evidently still awake and lost in thoughts. Xiaolon smiled, shutting the door before approaching Xiao Wu's bed, pulling back the covers to snuggle in beside her. Hey Xiaolon, what are you doing? This is my bed, Xiao Wu protested. It's nothing. I saw how huffy you looked, and I just returned from Xiao Yu's side. Worried you might feel upset, Xiaolon replied. What do you mean? I have no reason to feel upset. You two are together now. I just didn't expect it to happen so soon, Xiao Wu retorted. Hee, Xiao Wu. It seems you've learned to speak insincerely. I originally intended to help you, but perhaps I was the one overthinking, Xiaolon quipped. Help me with what? Help me figure out how to win over Xiao Yu? You can't possibly tell me you've been with him for so long and don't like him? How can one speak of such matters? But how did you manage to do it, Xiaolon? Chapter 158. Parents Arrive. Author S-Note. Long Yu awakened early, disturbed by raucous noises echoing through the academy. He was unsure who was causing such uproar, but it sounded like a considerable crowd. After a quick wash, he stepped outside to find Xiaolon and others also emerging. What's going on? Why is it so noisy in the academy? Xiao Wu grumbled, rubbing her eyes. Last night, she and Xiaolon had talked for an extended period before finally falling asleep. Since it was still a holiday, she had intended to enjoy a leisurely morning, but was awakened far too early. Let us check it out. It's likely related to last night's incident, Long Yu suggested, taking Xiaolan's hand as they walked forward. I suspect the parents of those twin sisters have come to pay us a visit. This should be quite the spectacle, Ning Rongrong remarked, her excitement evident. How dare Amir Academy treat my daughters this way? We're a Dai Mubai and that fat fool. Come out. Do you think the Wang family can be bullied? A middle-aged woman shouted. She was elegantly dressed, bearing a striking resemblance to the two girls, her fury palpable. To Long Yu's astonishment, she radiated with 5 soul rings, indicating her status as a soul king. Behind her stood dozens of armored soldiers, likely the military of Soto City. It was unexpected that this situation involved the Soto City military. It would surely complicate matters, as the opposing party was undoubtedly a powerful noble family. "Madam, please calm down." Flandra attempted to interject, but was interrupted. "Flandra, I know you are a soul sage and that I cannot match you in strength, even with these so-called guards. It would be futile. However, as a mother, I demand justice for my daughters who have been wronged." The woman seethed. "Dean, if your daughters were treated so disgracefully by two ruffians, how would you handle those scoundrels?" She pressed. Flandra found himself at a loss. If the situation involved an external enemy, he would be unafraid, but this was entirely his fault. The disgraceful actions of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai had led to this very mess. As for this matter, had it occurred to oneself, the other party would have long since perished. "Dean, I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply summon those two scoundrels. I do not intend to take their lives, but merely wish to vent my frustration upon them." The beautiful woman, upon witnessing Flander's demeanor, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. If the other party were truly unreasonable and fiercely protective, there would have been little recourse for her. In this academy, aside from Flander, who is a soul sage, there exists another soul sage. Within the borders of the Bala Kingdom, such individuals are already considered top-tier experts. "Are you certain that it is merely a matter of delivering a beating?" Flander inquired cautiously, feeling a sense of relief himself. Punishment is certainly feasible, but should the other party truly seek the lives of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, I would be compelled to intervene. Those two cannot be allowed to perish, no matter the circumstances. Were it not for the fact that the incident had yet to unfold, I would have risked everything to take their lives. You may observe from the sidelines. Naturally, I will not truly harm them, the beautiful woman asserted. "Very well, since a wrongdoing has been committed, punishment must ensue. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, you two rascals, why are you still hiding inside? Come out at once." Flander bellowed. Upon hearing his words, two figures emerged from the wooden cabin, both bearing numerous wounds that rendered them pitiable and disheveled, bruised and battered, unmistakably the result of Flander's earlier actions. However, long you could discern that these were merely superficial injuries. For a soul master, complete recovery would be attainable within a few days. The anger was genuine, yet ultimately leniency was shown. Dai Mubai, the beautiful woman's twin sisters, upon seeing his state, felt a pang of sympathy, which ignited the woman's fury. "You foolish children, are you still concerned for that scoundrel? Once this matter is resolved, hastily find two honest men to marry. If you remain entangled with Dai Mubai, I shall render you both incapable, utterly foolish, hopeless. I truly wish to beat some sense into you." The beautiful woman chastised. "How could I have such two exceedingly foolish daughters? It is enough to drive one to madness." Dai Mubai began to speak, but the beautiful woman approached them first. She delivered a resounding slap to Dai Mubai's face, followed by another to Ma Hongjun, knocking him to the ground, a clear indication of her seething wrath. Subsequently, she unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks upon the two. Though devoid of soul power, it appeared rather brutal. "You two scoundrels, beasts, to be so despicable at such a tender age. I shudder to think of the havoc you may wreak upon society in the future." Dai Mubai shielded his vital areas, filled with indignation and resentment. To be publicly assaulted by a woman in such a manner, and yet unable to retaliate, is a humiliation I shall carry for a lifetime, especially in front of Zhu Zhuqing and the others. How shall I ever hold my head high again? Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun dared not utter a word. His physique was significantly weaker than Dai Mubai's, with several bones having been broken, compounded by Flander's earlier beating, leaving him in a dire predicament. "Damn it! How could I be so unfortunate as to let Long Yu and the others discover this? They truly are like a nemesis." After a considerable time, the beautiful woman, somewhat fatigued, finally ceased her onslaught and spat on each of them. "Let yesterday's events conclude here. I shall say no more. I cannot fathom how your academy educates its students. We shall take our leave," the beautiful woman remarked disdainfully before departing from the Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun had long since lost consciousness, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, while Dai Mubai, though still conscious, pretended to faint, utterly ashamed to face anyone. Oscar, Tang-san, carry these two rascals back. As for your and Tang-san's third soul ring, it will be delayed for a while. Flander waved his hand and departed. Today, the dignity of Shrek Academy has been thoroughly tarnished. Helplessly witnessing such events transpire without recourse. The esteemed four-eyed cat Eagle Flander had suffered such a tremendous humiliation. His lifelong reputation now irrevocably shattered. Little 3, you take care of Dai Mubai. I will handle the fatso, Oscar stated. Due to the abysmal data, with a mere 30 average subscriptions and less than 2,000 total, I have hardly perused the comments on this book, as I myself must attend school. Seeing someone who has followed from the first book to now, and even left their thoughts, truly moves me. Many claim these 3 books are quite similar. Upon reflection, it appears that the outlines do indeed overlap significantly. I will earnestly consider the opinions of loyal readers and am genuinely grateful. Having completed the chapters for April, I shall force a conclusion. My focus will shift to a new book, which will intertwine with the adventures of Chung Long, featuring a harem, a system, and an invincible theme. Additionally, I plan to revisit both Long Wang Chuan Shua and Do Put Sang Xiong, intending to center my future works on these 2 books. Writing Do, he has grown tiresome for both you and me. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude and apologies to the longtime readers. I am truly thankful. Chapter 159. Is Yu Xiaojing coming? Tang-san nodded, yet his gaze towards Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun now bore a hint of disdain and aversion. Previously, he had held a favorable impression of Dai Mubai, but that sentiment had entirely shifted following this incident. Flirtations aside, the girls had said nothing. Why should others concern themselves? However, treating women as mere gifts to be exchanged at will is utterly unacceptable for both men and women alike. It is indeed amusing, a case of self-inflicted consequences. After witnessing this farce, Long Yu and the others proceeded to dine. Long Yu discreetly observed Zhu Zhuqing's expression, noting that aside from her usual cold demeanor, there was little else displayed. This time, Dai Mubai had utterly lost himself. Xiaolon, eat a bit more. There is but a meager amount of meat available in the academy. Young master, let Xiaolon serve herself. It feels quite embarrassing with so many watching. What is there to be embarrassed about? I say to you too, can you not settle down for a moment? We are still here watching. Ning Rongrong could not help but exclaim in exasperation. Yet, seeing Xiaolon's joyful demeanor, she found herself feeling somewhat envious. Is love truly so sudden? Brother Yu, do you think that Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, having been beaten to such a state, will still venture to the Stardow Forest in 2 days? Xiao Wu inquired, opting to ignore the previous chaos. It is unlikely. Our journey to the Stardow Forest is not merely for soul rings, but serves as a means of training for us, Long Yu replied. Regardless of when we go to the Stardow Forest, there is no need for haste, although I do miss Nara dearly. Those 2 insufferable rascals. Yet the dean's favoritism towards them is rather pronounced. If I were the dean, in the event of such an occurrence, I would not only expel them, but at the very least ruin their lifeline, Ning Rongrong muttered. This left Xiao Wu and the others somewhat speechless. It was surprising that such an adorable girl could reveal such a violent side with just a few words. So, are we still going out these next few days? Xiao Wu inquired. Forget it, you all can go, but I have no desire to relive yesterday's experience. Long Yu shook his head. This reaction amused the girls. Yet since Long Yu had already declared he would not go, they too decided against it, finding it pointless. While they were still dining, Flinder suddenly burst in, his face devoid of the previous gloom and dissatisfaction, replaced instead by excitement and joy. This piqued the curiosity of Ning Rongrong and the others. What could possibly elate the notoriously frugal Dean Flinder to such an extent, completely dispelling his earlier mood? Children, I bring you wonderful news. A theoretical guidance teacher will be joining our academy. Though his strength may not be formidable, his theoretical prowess is absolutely top-notch, Flinder proclaimed with delight. On one hand, he was thrilled to reunite with an old friend. On the other, the academy was genuinely lacking a theoretical master like Yu Xiaojing. While these old fellows possessed decent strength, they clearly lacked expertise in this area, thus addressing one of the Academy's most significant shortcomings. Yu Xiaojiang? I didn't expect him to arrive earlier than in the original timeline. But that's for the best. I was starting to grow weary of life here. If Yu Xiaojiang were to arrive much later, it would be rather dull, Long Yu mused, observing Flinder's animated demeanor. Whether motivated by personal feelings, the spirit hall, or his own teacher, Long Yu intended to deal with Yu Xiaojiang. However, at this stage, he could not simply eliminate him, as Yu Xiaojiang held a significant position in the heart of his teacher, perhaps even more important than Long Yu himself. He sought punishment and an outlet for his frustrations, yet he needed to spare Yu Xiaojiang's life. Yu Xiaojiang? Who is this person? I've never heard of him. Ning Rongrong searched her mind for any memory of Yu Xiaojiang, only to find none. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu also frowned. All present were prodigies, and persuading these talented soul masters to accept guidance, especially theoretical guidance, would prove quite challenging. Zhao Wujing, after all, was the unmoving king of his time, and Flinder was 1/3 of the famed Golden Iron Triangle. Moreover, both possessed soul power significantly greater than that of Long Yu and his companions. It's fine not to know him now. I believe that in the future, Xiaojiang's name will resonate throughout the soul master community. His theoretical guidance ability is quite reliable. Tang San is his disciple, so you can trust him, Flinder remarked, noticing the children's continued confusion and choosing not to elaborate further. The truth would speak for itself. Whether these children would be convinced ultimately depended on Xiaojiang himself. After Flinder shared a few more words, he departed. Long Yu, have you heard of this person? Ning Rongrong asked. After spending time together, she recognized Long Yu's formidable strength and talent, as well as his profound theoretical acumen. I have heard of him, Yu Xiaojiang. A master in the theoretical realm of soul masters was mentioned during my assessments, Long Yu responded. What do you think of his theoretical abilities? Ning Rongrong continued, impressed that Long Yu was aware of this obscure figure. Well, he's decent. Compared to average teachers, he's quite good, but he doesn't reach the pinnacle. In fact, I am far superior in theoretical matters, Long Yu shrugged. This is entirely credible. Brother Yu's theoretical capabilities are indeed top tier. To teach us would not be an easy task. Listening to him is not as beneficial as heeding Brother Yu's words. Moreover, even though Tang San is his disciple, his strength and talent are not particularly remarkable. Aside from those odd hidden weapons, Yu Xiaojiang surely does not specialize in such matters, Xiao Wu added. That is not the case. Those inventions were all Tang San's doing. Yu Xiaojiang merely focuses on theoretical research. Long Yu shook his head. Sensing the girl's skeptical gazes, he cleared his throat. All right, don't look at me like that. Just wait patiently for Yu Xiaojiang's arrival, he said nonchalantly, while Xiaolan regarded Long Yu with some confusion. She sensed a certain animosity from him towards Yu Xiaojiang. Perhaps she was misreading the situation. Chapter 160. Doubt that evening, Xiaolan did not linger at Xiao Wu's place, but opted to stay directly in Long Yu's dormitory. Long Yu, did you come here for a particular reason, rather than just to casually pass the time? Xiaolan asked. Her delicate hands began to massage Long Yu's thigh, bringing him immense comfort as he inhaled the sweet fragrance emanating from her, resting his head on her long legs, feeling utterly at ease. Xiaolan, why do you suddenly ask that? Long Yu replied with a counter-question. From the very beginning, it seemed you were familiar with Zhu Zhuqing, knowing quite a bit about her. However, Zhu Zhuqing is merely the second young lady of the Zhu family from the Xinglua Empire, currently just a great soul master. Even the Spirit Hall couldn't possibly gather intelligence to such an extent, and it seems illogical for you to intervene. You even invested significant resources in nurturing Zhu Zhuqing, presuming she would reach a high level in the future. I do not believe this was merely a momentary act of kindness on your part. Furthermore, you are quite familiar with the methods used on Tang San, knowing that his father, Tang Hao, is here, and you even had the second offering intervene, albeit unsuccessfully. You appear to have long been acquainted with Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, and I can sense subtle fluctuations in your mental energy whenever you look at them, indicating a somewhat negative emotion. For someone as obscure as Yu Xiaojiang, your knowledge is quite extensive. I suspect you are here for more than just amusement, but rather for these individuals, Xiao Lan articulated slowly. You are quite perceptive. I will not hide it from you. I indeed came here for these individuals. As for how I came to know them, Xiaolon, would you believe me if I said I possess prophetic abilities? Long Yu replied, I believe you. Since the moment I was born, I have believed that you harbor many secrets unknown to others. Xiaolon responded earnestly. Since you have discerned this, it seems I have been somewhat careless. Was it too obvious? Long Yu pondered. Not so much obvious, but rather your position makes it easy to connect the dots. It is not that you have done anything wrong, Xiaolon remarked. Ah, it matters not. We will not be here for long anyway. After resolving the matter of Yu Xiaojing, we shall depart and return to the spirit hall. Long Yu remarked, as he turned over and embraced Xiaolon. It must be said that although the duration of their relationship was brief, it had developed with remarkable swiftness. Xiaolon possessed an awareness of numerous matters, akin to that of a caring elder sister. Xiaoyu, may I inquire why you harbor such sentiments towards them? Xiaolan guidi tentative. For a moment, he found it difficult to articulate his thoughts clearly. They have harmed someone of great significance to me. The discord between us is irreconcilable, destined for only one side to survive. My actions now are merely to prevent matters from becoming excessively mundane. Otherwise, their demise would be far too effortless. Long Yu narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall always stand by your side and follow you, Xiaolon gently affirmed, feeling the potent masculine aura radiating from Long Yu, causing her cheeks to flush. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a surge of eagerness. Xiaoyu, do you truly have no desires in that regard? Are you really so impatient, Xiaolon? I am merely 12 years old, he replied, somewhat taken aback. No, young master, in due time you shall be 13, and your body is already fully matured, she countered. How come it seems you understand me better than I do myself? Let's discuss this matter later. Your fervor truly makes it difficult for me to withstand. Meanwhile, on the other side of the academy, Tang San and Ning Rongrong were engaged in a conversation in a secluded corner. Tang San, the power of this DragonDivine crossbow is sufficient to inflict harm upon the soul sect. While commendable, it still falls short. Are there no more formidable concealed weapons aside from this? Ning Rongrong inquired, examining the exquisitely crafted crossbow bolt in her hand. For the Qibao Liuli sect, one of the upper 3 sects in the Soul Master realm, the Soul sect was still considered inadequate, as their adversaries extended far beyond merely the Soul sect. Indeed, there are. However, I currently possess only a soul power level of 30. To acquire more potent concealed weapons, I must first enhance my own capabilities, Tang San confidently replied. Moreover, beyond my strength, sufficient materials are necessary, particularly rare metals, which tend to be quite costly. Rare metals? That is quite manageable. These materials are generally required only by the Imperial Army, and Soul Masters seldom have use for them. Ning Rongrong nodded. As for costs, there is no need for concern. Our sect can easily cover that. However, Tang San, this matter is of great importance and can only be decided by my father. May I take these samples home for him to deliberate? Ning Rongrong asked. That is certainly acceptable. Besides the DragonDivine crossbow, there are also sleeve arrows and other concealed weapons. Consider this set a gift for you, Tang San replied, subsequently demonstrating the usage of these concealed weapons to her. The power of these weapons left Ning Rongrong secretly astonished. This Tang San was indeed extraordinary. Once she returned to her sect with the Silver Fighting Soul badge and secured such a pivotal weapon for her sect, she would undoubtedly earn the admiration of her father and grandfather Jian. They would surely think twice before dismissing her as merely a playful child. Thank you, Tang San. I shall learn the results upon my return to the sect, but I believe the likelihood is quite high, Ning Rongrong stated, and Tang San smiled in return. It appeared that events were unfolding within his control, aligning with his expectations. With the assistance of the Qibao Liuli sect, financial concerns would no longer pose an issue, and material procurement would be considerably eased. Furthermore, the close relationship between the Qibao Liuli sect and the Tiando imperial family signified royal support, both overtly and covertly. This meant that the Tang sect he aimed to establish would gain an official backing, significantly alleviating potential troubles. Bestowing a set of concealed weapons upon Ning Rongrong in exchange for her favor was indeed a shrewd transaction. Tang sect, I shall endeavor to restore your former glory in this lifetime. May the pandemic in Shanghai come to a swift conclusion. Chapter 161. The arrival of Yu Xiaojiang at long last. Today heralded the arrival of an important figure, Yu Xiaojiang, to extend a warm welcome to this esteemed master. Flander arranged for everyone to gather on the playground, even summoning Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who were still recuperating. A middle-aged man clad entirely in black approached the crowd, his rigid countenance resembling that of an unremarkable uncle. His posture was straight, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of urgency. This is my good brother, Yu Xiaojiang. Known as the master in the realm of soul masters, Flander introduced with great enthusiasm, given their long-standing camaraderie as the Golden Ire Triangle, having endured much together in the world of soul masters. Master, you have finally arrived. I have missed you during this time, Tang San exclaimed joyfully. In this world, aside from his drunken father, only the master held the position of the most intimate and trusted individual in his life. The master, who was also his teacher, possessed exceptional theoretical knowledge. Tang San's cultivation of martial souls and the selection of soul rings were largely guided by the Master S instruction. Following the Master S advice to absorb the first and second soul rings of his blue-silver grass martial soul had significantly enhanced his strength. Though the blue-silver grass was the weakest of martial souls, the paths of control and poison he chose allowed him to surpass many soul masters of equivalent level. Without the Master S guidance, there would be no present-day Tang San, and thus he held profound respect for him, genuinely regarding him as a teacher. Ah, Xiao San, I heard from Flander that you sustained considerable injuries at Shrek Academy, so I hurried over. Are you well now? Yu Xiaojiang inquired with evident concern for his only disciple. With dual martial souls, exceptional character, and a strong work ethic, I hold great respect for you, the master regarded Tang San with appreciation, viewing him as the sole hope to validate his theories. More than 6 years ago, fate had intertwined their paths, establishing them as master and disciple. Thus, he rushed to Shrek Academy, eager to ascertain whether any issues had arisen with his disciple Tang San. He also wished to discern the identity of the peer who had so thoroughly bested his prized pupil, and whether there was potential to accept him as a second disciple. After all, Yu Xiaojiang held some understanding of Tang San's prowess. Master, I am fine now. I feel I have brought you shame, but Long Yu's strength truly surpasses my own. Tang San admitted with a hint of remorse, gesturing towards Long Yu to indicate the peer who had effortlessly defeated him. However, the other students of Shrek Academy regarded the so-called master with considerable indifference. Are you certain that Tang San's level 29 soul power at 12 years old was cultivated by a middle-aged man with the same level of soul power? One student questioned. Even if Tang San was taught by this so-called master, he was still defeated by Long Yu. Dai Mubai even suspected that those absurd concealed weapons were imparted by this so-called master. For how could a 12-year-old child possibly wield and craft such deadly concealed weapons? Moreover, after being chastised by Dean Flander and then beaten by that detestable woman, they had yet to recover, all for the sake of welcoming a mere level 29 soul master. Dai Mubai felt an urge to question, Dean, have you lost your mind? Perhaps you have mistaken the person. The primary reason remains that Tang San was defeated by Long Yu. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she hardly pays any attention to this middle-aged man. Her sole desire is to rapidly cultivate to the level of soul sage, thus acquiring the miraculous item promised by Long Yu that could significantly enhance her soul power and talent. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan refer to this as an extraordinary celestial herb that seizes the essence of heaven and earth. Moreover, what could a mere 29th level soul master possibly teach? How to break through to soul sage. The so-called master holds little significance in her eyes. Ning Rongrong is even less inclined to regard him with respect. Being a rebellious little witch herself, how could she possibly hold a waste in high esteem? Long Yu even boldly asserts that he surpasses this so-called master in theoretical knowledge. The other members of the Shrek 7 monsters maintain a certain level of trust in the master, partly because an outstanding disciple like Tang San serves as proof of the master's theoretical prowess. After all, it is indeed remarkable for a blue-silver grass soul master to cultivate at such a rapid pace. Additionally, both Tang San and Oscar had already obtained their third soul rings before the master arrived, and by that time, the bond among the 7 monsters had grown quite strong, akin to lifelong friendships. No matter their grievances, they would not disregard Tang San's face. However, with Long Yu's arrival, the narrative has been completely overturned. He decisively bested Tang San, redirecting everyone's focus towards Long Yu, especially among the girls, with Long Yu leading the pack. Furthermore, the connections within the current Shrek 7 monsters are quite superficial, resulting in a natural disinterest towards this so-called master. A 29th level soul master daring to call himself a master, whose proud disciple was beaten by another. Failure does not define a soul master. Tang San, setbacks at your current stage do not necessarily spell disaster. Yu Xiaojiang shook his head and spoke. Yes, teacher. Tang San nodded in response to Yu Xiaojiang's encouragement, while Yu Xiaojing followed Tang San's gaze towards the striking Long Yu. This individual stands out remarkably in terms of both looks and demeanor. Xiaogang, let me introduce you. This is Long Yu. When old Zhao felt he was falling short, he entrusted Long Yu with the assessments. He single-handedly defeated all the children, even matching old Zhao when he unleashed his martial spirit's true form. And he wields a dual martial spirit. In terms of talent and strength, he is the most extraordinary individual I have ever encountered, and he is now a student at our Shrek Academy. Flander introduced him with pride, as a headmaster naturally would. What do you mean, falling short? I was merely experiencing a poor state. Zhao Wujin corrected with a slightly embarrassed expression. Oh, what's the big deal? If one is lacking, they are lacking. Old Zhao, you should graciously admit it. We are not meeting for the first time, Flander chuckled. Bull, I doubt you can match the current Long Yu. You might be able to fly, but he possesses an external soul bone that allows him to soar as well. When engaging in aerial combat with Long Yu, you might not fare better than I do. Zhao Wujin rolled his eyes. Chapter 162. Striking Yu Xiaojiang, Part 1. Long Yu, you too possess a dual martial spirit? Yu Xiaojiang's interest was piqued, particularly regarding this aspect. After all, he had encountered numerous geniuses, and the data from the Martial Soul Hall contained an abundance of information. Yet, dual martial spirits are exceedingly rare. Indeed, I possess a dual martial spirit, and my second martial spirit has already been infused with 3 soul rings, Long Yu replied. I truly fail to comprehend what the teacher sees in this individual, as he seems to lack everything. In terms of appearance, talent, strength, and even character, Long Yu does not seem to possess anything particularly special. Even his esteemed theories, while possessing merit, are hardly exceptional, Long Yu mused. Your dual martial spirit may be wasted. Adding soul rings to your second martial spirit at merely the soul zone stage might boost your soul power temporarily, but it ultimately undermines the greatest advantage of a dual martial spirit, even exposing you to potential backlash from it. You are far too eager for immediate results. Had I been your teacher, I would never permit such actions, Yu Xiaojiang lamented. You need not wear such an expression. I understand that the primary advantage of a dual martial spirit lies not only in the ability to release double the soul skills, but also in the fact that the second martial spirit can possess soul rings of higher ages. The powerful soul skills brought forth by these rings are well within my comprehension, Long Yu stated calmly. If you are aware of this, why then do you choose to ruin yourself? Yu Xiaojing questioned, visibly agitated. Had this child been able to study under him, he would certainly not be so recklessly pursuing immediate gains at the expense of his promising future. Alas, it is truly a pity to see such a flawless gem tarnished before it has been refined, he lamented. You need not worry. Since I am aware of the issues at hand, I will naturally avoid making such errors. I possess a certain level of expertise in theoretical matters. Long Yu waved his hand dismissively. By the way, Xiaogang, Long Yu's second martial spirit is a golden soul ring. I happen to wish to inquire about that. Flander interjected, seizing this opportunity not only to clarify doubts, but also to enhance Yu Xiaojiang's reputation, showcasing his capabilities. A golden soul ring? Possessing a certain level of theoretical knowledge? Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, regarding Long Yu with increasing seriousness. This child is far more complex than he initially presumed. Do not dwell on it. I understand that in your theory, There are no golden soul rings, only the 5 colors: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. The 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits, correct? I possess a certain understanding, Long Yu remarked. Let your most proud theory be your downfall, Yu Xiaojiang. You know of my theoretical research achievements. Do you hold my theoretical studies in high regard? I mean, do you have any insights to share? Yu Xiaojiang fixed his gaze intently on Long Yu. The theory of the 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits was a product of his life's work. Undoubtedly his proudest accomplishment. Yet, regrettably, it was not recognized by the Soul Master community. The external world referred to him as a master, but the tone was often laced with irony. Yu Xiaojiang was keenly aware of this fact. Now, to find such a genius who knows his theory filled him with hope. Could it be that after all these years of being underestimated, he was about to turn the tide? Now let me ask you, is the so-called 10 core competitiveness of martial spirits truly your original idea? Long Yu inquired first. Naturally, it was my original idea. It is just unfortunate that it has not been recognized by the Soul Master community. However, I firmly believe it will eventually be accepted and celebrated. Yu Xiaojiang asserted with confidence. Very well. It is commonly known that the optimal soul ring configuration for Soul Zone is yellow-yellow, purple-purple. According to your theory, what are the maximum ages for the first and second soul rings? Long Yu continued his questioning. The upper limit for the first soul ring is 423 years, and for the second, it is 764 years, the master responded without hesitation. Are you so certain? May I ask how you arrived at that conclusion? Long Yu inquired with a hint of amusement. Because I once worked at the Martial Soul Hall, translating and reviewing a substantial amount of documentation regarding soul masters. Over the span of over 10,000 years, through extensive data analysis, I discovered that even the most talented soul masters never exceeded the maximum ages of 423 and 764 years for their first and second soul rings. Thus, I concluded that these are indeed the upper limits, Yu Xiaojiang explained. Since you admit that your theory is derived from the data of the Wuhan Temple, why did you just claim it was solely your accomplishment? Does it not pain your own face? Long Yu scoffed. The comprehensive records of soul masters across the continent could only be possessed by the Wuhan Temple. Otherwise, how could a mere 29th level great soul master like you, Xiaojiang, possibly know so much? It was only with the assistance of Bibi Dong, the former saintess of the Wuhan Temple, that Yu Xiaojiang acquired such extensive information. Now he boasts that it was all his own work. What a shameless display. Yu Xiaojiang found himself at a loss for words, unable to rebut Long Yu, as his information was indeed obtained during his time with the Wuhan Temple, aided by the saintess Bibi Dong. Moreover, even in the process of researching these theories, he had received her help and even won her affections. The gazes of others towards the master shifted from indifference to disdain, marveling at his audacity in claiming sole credit for his research. Ning Rongrong turned her head away, holding the utmost contempt for such a plagiarist. Even Tang San was unaware that his teacher's theories were derived from the Wuhan Temple. No wonder he possessed such knowledge. Furthermore, your so-called limit on soul rings applies only to the average individual. True geniuses continually shatter these so-called limitations by relentlessly pushing the boundaries of physical and mental capabilities. One can exceed the optimal soul ring absorption ratios. As he spoke, Long Yu manifested 4 soul rings of black, purple, and black colors, exuding a formidable pressure. His eyes transforming into mysterious, profound orbs that seemed capable of ensnaring those who gazed into them, while the phantom of a golden dragon emerged behind him. The master turned pale, collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by a chilling sensation as his Wuhan felt an immense oppression. Yu Xiaojiang's Wuhan, originally a failed mutation of the blue lightning tyrant dragon, had now transformed into Luo San Pao, yet it still bore traces of the dragon lineage. Even though it was thin and mottled, it remained utterly suppressed by Long Yu's golden dragon bloodline and Wuhan. In Chapter 163, The Assault on Yu Xiaojiang, Part 2, you assert that the third point in your core competencies of Wuhan states that Wuhans are divided into weapon and beast types. Such a conclusion stems from your ignorance. I believe everyone recognizes the angelic figure on the emblem of the Wuhan Temple. The angelic figure represents the Angel Wuhan. Yu Xiaojiang, can you tell me whether the divine Angel Wuhan is a weapon or a beast type? What category does Ghost Douluo's Wuhan belong to? Even my first Wuhan, the Heavy Eye, does it fall under the beast or weapon category? Long Yu continued to inquire. In truth, not only the Angel Wuhan, but even the Fire Dance Wuhan from the Chihua Academy does not conform to either category. Like the Angel Wuhan, it belongs to the humanoid Wuhan category, which itself is a type of entity Wuhan. Long Yu refrained from mentioning other entity Wuhans from Do-Air. Others, such as Zhao Wujia and Ning Rongrong, gazed at Yu Xiaojiang, eager for an answer. Evidently, they were aware of the Angel Wuhan's existence, having heard about the previous pope of the Wuhan temple being gravely injured. I do not know. The master opened his mouth, but could not articulate a coherent response. The Angel Wuhan does not belong to either the weapon or beast category. If it were a beast type, it would enhance its own abilities. Yet, even when the Wuhan is manifested, there are no signs of beastly transformation. It resembles merely a transcendence of humanity. Additionally, there is another issue. Your 6th point in the core competency states that the lifespan of soul beasts corresponds to the colors of soul rings: white, yellow, purple, black, and red. What then of my 2nd Wuhan, the golden dragon, with its golden soul ring? What lifespan should that represent? Long Yu asked once more. I do not know. Yu Xiaojiang bowed his head again. All his conclusions were based on the data from the Wuhan temple, devoid of such records. He was a loss. Zhu Zhuqing and others regarded the middle-aged man with increasing disdain, recognizing the flaws in his proposed theories, which were merely well-known concepts already mastered by the Wuhan temple. Is this what constitutes a so-called master? Their gazes towards Long Yu grew increasingly filled with admiration and respect. The contrast was palpable. Those who remained at Shrek Academy were all genius soul masters. How could they be content to be guided by such a person who merely instructs on how to fixate soul power at level 29? The varieties of Wuhan are countless, and their functions are myriad. Even the Wuhan temple would not dare to simplify the classification of Wuhans in such a manner. How can you audaciously divide them thus? What makes you think you're worthy to be my teacher? Your theories are nothing but rudimentary notions. Now do you see why no major soul master faction accepts your theories? They have centuries of research on their own Wuhans. Even the types and lifespans of soul beasts required for specific soul rings are thoroughly understood, derived from countless experiments leading to the most suitable configurations. Why would anyone abandon such knowledge to trust your flawed theories? You claim each soul master has their own developmental path, but for those with twin spirits, Tang San can utilize blue silvergrass for control or the Haotian hammer for offense. My heavy I Wuhan can pursue control, while my golden dragon Wuhan can follow the path of offense. And even certain Wuhans, encompassing diverse attributes and abilities, can tread different paths. Such a theory is incomplete. Furthermore, you have yet to touch upon the advanced theories, such as whether the lifespan of soul rings can be enhanced. Of course, I have already mentioned this, as well as how to resolve the dilemma of twin spirits. Long Yu stated coldly. Let us leave it at that for today. You all may return for now. Flender, observing the increasingly tense atmosphere, especially with his brother appearing so dejected, could no longer restrain himself and interrupted Long Yu. Yet now, even Flender found himself looking down on his brother. Why would Erlong be attracted to such a mere verbal sparrer? Moreover, he now appeared to possess a rather despicable character. Where does Flender fall short of him? Even Yu Xiaojiang's most cherished theories have proven erroneous. Xiaojiang, oh Xiaojiang, when you roamed the soul master world, were you not a person of great wisdom? How is it that Long Yu has rendered you speechless? Your disgrace reflects upon me as well. I have afforded you ample respect and dignity. I can only imagine how these young ones scorn me in their hearts. I refuse to accept his guidance. Long Yu declared as he turned away. I too. What kind of master is he? Merely a shameless plagiarist with a plethora of flawed theories. How can we be expected to believe in your ability to guide us? Xiao Wu retorted disdainfully, having developed feelings during her time at the Wuhan temple. Were it not for the circumstances, she would have relished the opportunity to use her waist bow to hurl this shameless uncle away. However, what if she unintentionally caused his demise? It would be better not to resort to violence, out of sight, out of mind, for she would never accept his guidance. Absolutely not. Others also sensed that something was amiss and chose to leave. Observing their expressions, it was evident that, although unspoken, they shared the same sentiment as Xiao Wu. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, both rendered speechless, felt it absurd that they had to come over from their beds just for this individual. Wasn't that indicative of a grave issue? Ma Hongjun even contemplated venting his frustration, as his own injuries had yet to heal. Yet here he was confronted with this useless person. However, upon seeing the dejected manner of Flandra, he refrained from speaking out, fearing another beating. Preserving his life took precedence. Meanwhile, Tang San, witnessing his teacher's despondency, felt a pang of sympathy. He encouraged, "Teacher, you need not despair excessively. I still have faith in your theories. Perhaps what Long you mentioned are merely exceptions." No, what he said indeed encompasses notions I had never considered before, and it is highly likely that he is correct. To think that my life's work, a theory I dedicated myself to, harbors so many errors. Moreover, I am uncertain if your martial soul is truly Lani and Xiao. Xiao-san, you do not harbor resentment towards me, do you? Master Yu Xiaojiang spoke with hollow eyes. Teacher, how could I possibly resent you? Aside from Long Yu, everyone believes my martial soul to be Lani and Xiao. Perhaps it is merely a mistake on Long Yu's part? Tang San consoled as he assisted the master to his feet. Nevertheless, a subtle chasm formed within him. In truth, he found himself leaning more towards Long Yu's assertions. After all, the words of a prodigy cannot be compared to those of an individual possessing merely level 29 soul power. Tang San simply wished for his teacher to recover from this state, offering a semblance of comfort. Chapter 164. Striking Yu Xiaojiang. Part 2. How is this possible? How can such a soul ring configuration exist? The master repeatedly murmured this phrase, gazing at Long Yu's soul ring distribution. Let me remind you that your so-called theory is not solely your accomplishment. Utilizing the vast resources and data from the Spirit Hall, you still manage to arrive at erroneous conclusions regarding the top 10 core competencies of martial souls. To present it as your own work is truly shameless, Long Yu remarked, retracting his soul rings and exuding a dismissive aura towards this so-called master. Were it not for Tang San's repeated breakthroughs in absorbing third and fourth soul rings beyond the limits imposed, his achievements would not have reached such heights. Take the Ba Zhu Miao, for instance. Had he adhered to the Spirit Hall's 1760 regulations and not absorbed the 3,000-year-old Ren Mian Mo Zhu, his fate would have been sealed. Furthermore, the acquisition of the 10,000-year soul skill from the fourth soul ring, a powerful group control technique, plays a significant role in the Soul Master competition. Without these elements, particularly the Ba Zhu Miao, the benefits derived from the external soul bone are evident. Their absence would undoubtedly diminish Tang San's strength. No, it cannot be. My theory cannot be flawed. You are deceiving me. Yu Xiaojiang vehemently shook his head. Very well. Let me elucidate each point for you, Long Yu replied, turning away, repulsed by the master's lifeless expression. In your 10 core competencies of martial souls. The first states that innate soul power correlates positively with the strength of the martial soul, which is generally true. But what if the martial soul is the same, yet the individuals differ? The Lan Dianba Wang Long is regarded as the #1 beast martial soul. Does every member of the Lan Dianba Wang family possess innate full soul power? They are, in fact, a mix of varying innate soul powers, and to my knowledge, some possess none at all. Your second point claims, there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. I find that laughable. Across the entire continent, which strong individual possesses a useless martial soul? If you can present a title Douluo with a useless martial soul, I would like to see it. Your own soul power contradicts that statement. A pig-like beast martial soul with innate half-level soul power guarantees that no matter how much one cultivates, they can never surpass level 30, indeed crafting a soul master to caliber. You cannot even demonstrate your theory. Isn't it utterly ridiculous? Long Yu asserted. Yu Xiaojiang's face flushed crimson. Though he yearned to retort, words eluded him. He indeed could not provide an example of a titled Douluo's martial soul being deemed useless. Not to mention, there are no useless martial souls, even among soul saints. He himself possesses a useless martial soul, yet Tang San could validate that theory. Within the Lan Jian Ba Wang clan, innate soul powers are indeed varied. Even the famed twins, Yu Qianheng and Yu Qianxin, do not possess full innate soul power. And the presence of individuals like himself with innate half-level soul power is undeniable. Long Yu did not go too far. My martial soul is Lan Yinchao, recognized across the continent as a useless martial soul. Yet my cultivation speed surpasses that of other soul masters, albeit not matching yours or Xiao Wu's, thanks to my teacher's guidance. Therefore, it is clear that there are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. At least that much is true, Tang San expressed with visible concern for his teacher. However, the profound respect he once held for his teacher began to wane, as the noble and upright image he once cherished began to shift. Plagiarist. The teacher has stolen knowledge from the spirit hall. Yet have I not also pilfered secrets from Tang Min? Tang San mused. Why do you believe your martial soul to be Lan Yinchao? That is the most ludicrous joke I have heard. Perhaps you were deceived by this worthless individual. It is widely recognized that when children inherit their parents' martial souls, there exists a phenomenon of mutual devouring among martial souls, resulting in the powerful consuming the weak, which is why dual martial souls are so rare. The emergence of dual martial souls necessitates a condition. The qualities of the two martial souls must be exceedingly similar. Tang San, you possess innate full soul power. And your second martial soul is the Haotian Hammer, a top-tier martial soul. Why then do you believe your first martial soul to be the worthless Lan Yinchao? If it were merely Lan Yinchao, it would have been devoured by the Haotian Hammer long ago. How could a dual martial soul exist? Long Yu looked at Tang San with a pitying expression. The others observed Tang San's reaction with newfound interest, astonished to discover that he was, in fact, a legendary dual martial soul possessor. That small black hammer was indeed the Haotian Hammer, which Tang San had used that day, though Long Yu had effortlessly blocked its advance. Ning Rongrong and the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging this revelation. They were also in awe of Long Yu's knowledge, compared to the master. They found Long Yu's words to be far more credible. Long Yu's theoretical prowess clearly surpassed that of this so-called master. After all, a Lan Yinchao soul master cultivating at such a rapid pace was indeed implausible. Dai Mubai's expression towards Tang San also shifted. Long Yu, is what you say truly the case? My martial soul is not Lan Yinchao. Tang San exclaimed, suddenly animated. No one wishes for their martial soul to be weak, and Tang San was no exception. Why not inquire with your teacher? Is he not renowned for his invincible theories? If I'm not mistaken, upon seeing your innate full soul power and Lan Yinchao martial soul, must have believed you to possess a formidable second martial soul. Such a judgment is utterly laughable and only serves to deceive someone like you, Tang San. Moreover, what I just mentioned is something that anyone familiar with Fenghao Douluo would be aware of. Those who have cultivated to a certain level are certainly cognizant of it. However, he is merely a mere grand soul master, and it is only natural for him to be oblivious. His perspective and starting point can only lead him to this point. Long Yu remarked, Teacher, is what you said true? My martial soul is not merely Lan Yinchao. Tang San hesitantly gazed at his mentor as he spoke. To be honest, after his remarks, even Tang San began to waver in his beliefs about his teacher's theories. I don't know, perhaps not. Shogun lowered his head, pondering. Was it possible that his theories had been erroneous all along? At present, he dared not assert that his theories were correct. As for Virest's discourse on the dual martial soul theory, he had indeed never conducted any research on it. There were simply no precedents to study. Or perhaps, after leaving Luandan, he lacked the capacity to continue his research. His family would not provide him any support. He could only rely on himself. However, how could he achieve remarkable results while hidden away in the small confines of Voiding Shiyun? Chapter 165, Adjusted. Xiao-san, you should return for now. I need some time to gather my thoughts, Xiaogong sighed. Upon witnessing this, Tang San could only offer a few comforting words before departing. His most pressing concern was to ascertain whether his first martial soul was indeed merely Lan Yinsao. But if it were not Lan Yinsao, then what could his martial soul possibly be? This appearance clearly resembled Lan Yinsao. If it were not Lan Yinsao, could it be akin to that of the blue-clad woman? It seemed far from simple. The cultivation of Yuntao was exceedingly arduous, yet she had managed to reach the rank of soul sage at such a tender age, demonstrating remarkable prowess. Every time he encountered her, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and a stirring of bloodlines, which must surely be attributable to martial souls. Soon, the grand welcoming ceremony was left with only Shogun and a few others, however, had departed, as he and Shogun were not particularly close. Nor had they traversed the soul master world together like Falunda. Now, that error had exposed his flaws. Zhao's initial impression of Shogun had considerably soured. Were it not for Falunda's reputation, he might have left the scene immediately. Seeing Shogun's downcast demeanor, Falunda wished to console his old friend. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. His own understanding of theoretical matters was not comparable to that of Shogun. If even Shogun was left devoid of fighting spirit, he felt utterly helpless. The only course of action was to silently stand by Shogun's side and accept that his assertions were indeed correct. Such an extraordinary young man, in terms of talent, strength, and theory, had left Falunda feeling a headache for the first time. For him, finding a suitable mentor for this prodigy seemed truly daunting. After a considerable amount of time, Shogun took a deep breath, rose, and said to Falunda with a calm demeanor, "Falunda, please provide me with a detailed introduction to her. I wish to learn more about this individual." "Shogun, you have rallied quite quickly," Falunda exclaimed with delight. "Perhaps your is indeed correct. My theories have encountered some inaccuracies. Yet I believe there are no further errors. Why should I feel despondent over such matters? Conversely, having such an exceptional genius as Shogun will not only invigorate the Academy's overall training, but will also assist me in refining my theories further. My previous mindset was not sufficiently mature or composed. As you mentioned, it was rather narrow-minded," the Shogun replied with a smile. "Your ability to think this way is truly commendable. Come, let us proceed to the office, where I will gradually introduce you to her. This child is indeed a remarkable talent among talents," Falunda said as he guided Shogun away, their figures gradually disappearing from the square. What a shameless old man, claiming this as his own achievement. Xiao Wu huffed indignantly. "Wuhan is my second home. With my personality, I would never allow others to bully me. All right, Xiao, do not be so discontented. Xiaolan, Zhu Qing, Rong, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow or the day after, we shall venture to Shenlin to assist Ra and Kantan in obtaining their third soul ring," Unke declared. Unperturbed by the day's events, Lungyur felt no tumult within. This was merely the beginning, and the days ahead would be long and fraught with greater challenges. "Can we not go? That Tang-san is the disciple of that shameless old man. Although that sausage seems harmless, his close ties with Gamubai and that rotund fellow do not bode well." Xiao Wu voiced her concerns. "What nonsense, Xiao! This is not an ordinary matter. It is critical for obtaining soul rings," Wu replied with an eye roll. "I was merely venting," Xiao Wu retorted playfully. "Regardless, I shall not abuse his guidance. What right does he have to instruct us?" Ning Rong stated resolutely. On one hand, this was due to Shogun's demonstrated capabilities, which were indeed insufficient to guide them. On the other, sensed animosity towards both the Shogun and Tang-san. Despite their apparent first meeting, given Lu's stance, she decided to take the initiative. Gaining Lu's favor would be advantageous. "I will follow your guidance," Zhu Qing's cool voice resonated, short yet unmistakably establishing her position. Why discuss this? That individual was invited back by Dean Falunda. "You all should return and rest," Longyur instructed before heading back to his dormitory. "I believe I have yet to visit Qing'asin. It sounds quite enjoyable," Long chuckled, harboring little concern for their safety. After all, with 3 soul sages and one who matched their strength protecting them, it was unlikely they would encounter danger unless they stumbled upon a 10,000-year soul beast. Long appeared carefree. She was, in fact, quite astute. Her reputation as a demoness was not merely for her mischievous nature. Meanwhile, Xiaolon did not immediately return to the dormitory with Xiao, but knocked on Lunga's door. At that moment, Lunga was engaged in a mental exchange with using her reverse scale, and upon noticing Xiaolon's arrival, he simply gestured for her to remain quiet. After a while, Lunga put away the reverse scale, indicating that the matter had been resolved. Young master, are you targeting those two individuals this time? Are we to collaborate with the soul beasts in Xingdada Sunlin? Xiaolon inquired. You're quite perceptive, Xiaolon, Long Yu chuckled, pulling Xiaolon into his embrace and planting a kiss on her cheek. It appears that the young master is reluctant to reveal his true self, and he harbors a notable animosity towards Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Is he planning to eliminate them once and for all? Xiaolon inquired. Not quite. It is not so simple. I still wish to enjoy myself thoroughly, Long Yu replied with a smile. Although it would be effortless to crush Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, Long Yu clearly did not wish for their lives to end so abruptly. Chapter 166. Departure for the Stardo Forest the following day. Long Yu and his companions were summoned once again to gather in the square. Yu Xiaojiang, as expected, appeared before everyone, seemingly having recuperated quite rapidly. In fact, upon seeing Long Yu, he even managed to smile, which made Long Yu feel somewhat nauseated. However, he restrained himself, adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face. The girls, including Xiao Wu, did not direct their gazes towards Yu Xiaojiang, even displaying a hint of disdain towards him. These proud and arrogant children must learn to rely on their own abilities to earn respect, Yu Xiaojiang mused. This journey to the Stardo Forest also presented an opportunity to showcase their abilities. It seemed that everyone had rested well, so without further ado, we shall depart today for the Stardo Forest. Hastening to assist Tang San and Oscar in acquiring their third soul ring, Flandra affirmed, nodding. He felt quite pleased with the youthful vigor exhibited by the children. To avoid any delay, Flandra even spared no expense in hiring healing-type soul masters to provide comprehensive treatment for Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Although they were both troublemakers, they were still students of the academy, and one of them was particularly dear to him. After venting his anger, he still felt a pang of concern. The Stardo Forest is located southeast of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it. Soto City itself lies in the southeast of the Barak Kingdom, merely a few hundred kilometers from the Stardo Forest. However, Long Yu and his companions were progressing at a rather slow pace, much to the dissatisfaction of Flandra and the others, even prompting Yu Xiaojiang to express his impatience. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, your pace is rather sluggish. You are holding up the team, Yu Xiaojiang remarked with a furrowed brow. Come on, dear uncle, why the rush? Zhuqing and I are merely great soul masters, unlike Long Yu and Xiao Wu, who are much faster, Ning Rongrong retorted. Zhu Zhuqing, aided by her soul bone, possessed significantly superior physical capabilities than her peers at the same level. She deliberately slowed her pace to ensure Ning Rongrong did not lag too far behind. If that is the case, why not utilize Oscar's sausage? His soul food has excellent restorative properties. Consuming one every hour would enable us to reach the Stardo Forest within a day without issue, Yu Xiaojiang stated calmly. I refuse to eat Oscar's sausage. That soul curse is utterly disgusting, Ning Rongrong protested. You truly are willful. Oscar is your classmate and your comrade. In the future, when you encounter trouble and danger, would you rather perish than eat the sausage to restore your soul power? Yu Xiaojiang admonished. Indeed, even if I face danger, I would not eat it. Moreover, aside from Long Yu, none of us are willing to consume it, not even your disciple Tang San, Ning Rongrong countered. After hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Flandra and Zhao Wujia, noting their slight embarrassment, and he began to grasp the situation. It seemed the relationships among these children were worse than he had anticipated. They were unwilling to eat even soul food. How could they work as a team if they could not even do this? Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang signaled to Tang San beside him. Teacher, Tang San hesitated, contemplating a refusal. However, given the distance, relying solely on his own abilities would prove slow. Acknowledging Yu Xiaojiang's encouraging gaze, Tang San realized that he could not escape today. The teacher sought to set an example for the others. Oscar, hand me a super restorative sausage, Tang San said. Certainly, Oscar nodded. activating his soul skill. Here, I have a sausage. He then handed it over to Tang San. Though it was a pity he could not convince Ning Rongrong to eat it. This was still a promising start. This new uncle did not seem so unbearable after all, gritting his teeth to suppress his disgust and striving to forget Oscar's soul curse. Tang San closed his eyes and took a bite. The flavor is surprisingly good, and he felt his soul power recovering. In front of the others, Tang San appeared, less reluctant, and quickly finished Oscar's sausage, feeling a significant restoration of both his soul power and stamina. At that moment, he truly appreciated the strength of Oscar's martial soul. Indeed, those who could enter the Shrek Academy were no ordinary individuals. Seeing Tang San finish the sausage, Yu Xiaojing nodded and took one for himself, consuming it directly. After all, Yu Xiaojing was merely a great soul master. In terms of physical fitness, he was even inferior to the children present. Now, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, do you have anything to say? Yu Xiaojing inquired. Nothing to say, but I still refuse to eat, Ning Rongrong declared. 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, 1 for strength, 2 for speed. Ning Rongrong amplified the strength and speed of Zhu Zhuqing and Xiaolan before approaching Xiaolan. Sister Xiaolan, I do not wish to run any longer. Would you carry me? I can grant you a 30% boost in strength and speed, Ning Rongrong pleaded, her porcelain doll-like face making it difficult to refuse. Xiaolan did not respond immediately, but glanced at Long Yu beside her. Seeing Long Yu's indifferent demeanor, she understood it was up to her to decide. Come up. I will carry you, Xiaolan smiled. Yeah. Ning Rongrong leaped onto Xiaolan's back, who then supported her as they moved forward. After receiving the boost from Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing felt considerably lighter and, without needing to attend to Ning Rongrong, managed to keep pace with the group effortlessly. As Yu Xiaojing prepared to speak again, he was interrupted by Flandra, who placed a hand on his shoulder. Xiaogang, let us call it a day. There will be ample time in the future. We cannot rush this. Flandra stated. Well, that is acceptable. The Stardow Forest is fraught with dangers, and there will be times when the children cannot cope. I cannot believe they would persist in this manner when faced with true peril, Yu Xiaojing said, somewhat resigned. Subsequently, the group continued toward the Stardow Forest, albeit at a slower pace. This world truly harbors many hurtful experiences. Chapter 167, Sanhui Academy, due to their slow pace. The group finally arrived at a small town not far from the Stardow Forest as night fell. Flandra recognized that it was not suitable to enter the Stardow Forest directly that day, so he allowed everyone to rest for the night. The scale of the town is approximately 3 times that of the village where Shrek Academy is located. Aside from the absence of city walls, it resembles a small city. The streets are lined with a myriad of shops, offering a diverse array of goods, all of which are related to soul masters. This is indeed a place that thrives on its natural resources, relying on the Xingdou Great Forest to cater to the needs of soul masters, which forms the very foundation of this town's existence and development. Soon, the group arrived at a modest 2-story hotel. Originally, Long Yu intended to book the finest establishment, but given that Fan Yi had endured many frugal days, he opted for this more economical choice. Zhao Wuji, Fan Yi, and Yu Xiaojing hurried upstairs to rest, while Long Yu and the others decided to dine first, as they had expended considerable energy on their journey. Despite traveling together, they found themselves seated at 2 separate tables. One table comprised Ai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Tang San, while the other included Xiao Wu and the other girls along with Long Yu, who shared little interaction, making it seem as if they were strangers. Brother Yu, we've finished ordering. It's your turn, Xiao Wu remarked, handing over the menu. Is this all you're going to eat? Vegetables and fruits? Long Yu responded, bemused, as he glanced at the menu filled with over a dozen dishes devoid of meat. I'm indifferent, as long as there are carrots, Rong explained. I don't like greasy food, Zhu Qing added, and Xiaolan prefers not to eat meat. So this is it. Yes, we all know men are carnivorous, Ning Rong interjected, casting a pointed glance at Long Yu. Long Yu's lips twitched slightly at the remark. Ning Rong had a knack for being provocative. It was surprising that such a seemingly innocent girl could speak so suggestively. After casually selecting a few meat dishes, Long Yu instructed the waiter to bring the food. At that moment, a group of 8 entered the establishment. Leading them was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, with a handsome demeanor, impeccably groomed hair, and dressed in a meticulously crafted moon-white soul master robe adorned with silver embroidery that shimmered as he moved. Following closely behind him were 6 young men and 1 woman, all around 20 years old, clad in similar moon-white robes, albeit lacking the intricate embroidery of their leader. Both the middle-aged man and the 7 youths bore a cerulean circular emblem on their left shoulders, embroidered with the words Tsanghui. Long Yu cast a brief glance at them before turning his attention away. He believed in the principle of non-aggression. As long as these members of Tsanghui Academy did not provoke him, he would not instigate trouble. As for the notion that those who avoid confrontation are mediocre, Long Yu could only chuckle at the absurdity of such a belief being taken as a motto. That girl is quite attractive, Dai Mu Bai. These fellows must be from Tsanghui Academy, the plump boy remarked, his eyes fixated on the sole female in the group. It must be said that she possessed a fair degree of beauty, certainly above average. Although Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong were lovely, they were still around 12 years old and appeared considerably younger compared to a fully developed young woman. Xiao Lan, though mature and graceful, had a close relationship with Long Yu, and after witnessing her effortlessly defeat a soul king and a soul ancestor in front of him in Dai Mu Bai, he was left with a significant psychological impact, making him reluctant to engage. For a boy of the plump one's age, a more mature girl was evidently more appealing, and his gaze remained fixed on her. Dai Mu Bai scoffed, "It's just a minor Tsanghui Academy. They're nothing to boast about." He glanced at Zhu Qing at Long Yu's table, a shadow passing through his eyes. "Zhu Qing, just wait. Once I have you, you'll see." He seethed, angered by her apparent flirtation with another man in his presence, deeming it a breach of decorum. The presence of the Tsanghui Academy group only intensified his irritation as he sought an outlet for his frustration. Both the plump boy and Dai Mu Bai spoke without lowering their voices, knowing that soul masters possess superior hearing compared to ordinary individuals. Despite the bustling noise in the restaurant, the middle-aged man among the 8 turned his gaze toward them, his brow furrowing. Upon realizing that the Shrek Academy table consisted merely of children, his expression darkened further. Observing this scene, Long Yu had no intention of intervening. The trouble they had stirred was theirs to resolve, and he would not involve himself. Oscar, seated beside Tang San, chuckled softly. "Looks like we have a show to watch." Tang San shot him a puzzled glance. "What show?" "This is part of our training," Oscar replied quietly. Dean Fanyi once said that a soul master who does not dare to confront is not a true soul master. As the saying goes, avoiding trouble is a sign of mediocrity. Moreover, instigating conflict with members of Soul Master Academy is the safest route. It usually leads to nothing more than a brawl. Soon enough, just as in the original narrative, a youth from Tsanghui Academy approached to instigate trouble. However, the outcome was apparent. Against these mere great soul masters, Dai Mu Bai and his companions managed to handle the situation effortlessly, quickly bringing down the Tsanghui students. Dai Mu Bai, in particular, was ruthless, leaving several of them incapacitated for weeks. What kind of skill is this? If it weren't for our shared academy affiliation, I would have wanted to teach Dai Mu Bai and his crew a lesson myself. Xiao Wu remarked indignantly, her sense of justice ignited. Yi Zhiqiu, seeing the situation unfold, could no longer remain passive. Being in his 50s, he was not foolish. Even after suffering a significant setback, he prudently inquired, "I am Yi Zhiqiu, the Director of External Affairs for Tsanghui Academy. May I ask which sect you belong to?" "Shrek Academy," Dai Mu Bai replied, eyeing the middle-aged man with some apprehension, sensing that the opponent's soul power surpassed that of his group. "Shrek Academy? I don't recall hearing of it." Yi Zhiqiu mused, reflecting upon his lack of familiarity with the institution. However, with that realization came a sense of relief. If his students were inadequate, it was his duty as their teacher to reclaim the honor. With that thought, Yi Zhiqiu no longer hesitated, his eyes flashing with resolve as he unleashed his martial spirit. Xiangu, manifest. The beast martial spirit, Xiangui, while not the most formidable, was indeed impressive. A wave of black ripples emanated from Yi Zhiqiu, forcefully suppressing the auras of Tang San, Dai Mu Bai, and the plump boy. His limbs contracted by a third. and a massive shell-like armor protruded from his back, radiating a dark luminescence. 5 soul rings, 1 white, 2 yellow, and 2 purple, rose from beneath him, swirling around his form. This director of external affairs for Tsanghui Academy was indeed a formidable soul king, boasting a soul power of over 50 levels. Though his soul rings were not particularly strong among his peers, and his spirit was not one of remarkable prowess, the sheer force of his 50-plus soul power was enough to subdue Shrek Academy's group. A soul king. Dai Mubai, externe, in surprise. While Tang San placed his hand upon the surface of the Urshi, Si Qiao Mingwei. Should the opposing party make any move, it would signify the use of hidden weapons. Despite the adversary being a soul king, Tang San remained undaunted. You are merely a handful of children. Summon your teacher. Yi Zhiqiu shook his head, reluctant to exploit his advantage over the young ones, especially since he had yet to ascertain the true strength of the academy behind them. The chubby boy shouted, "What do you mean, old turtle? Do you think you can meet our teacher? We are more than enough to deal with you." Long Yu, witnessing the bullying of their academy, could not simply stand by. The words carried a hint of cleverness. Instead of referring to themselves, they spoke of the academy, thus morally coercing Long Yu. Not taking action would indeed be a blow to his pride. Long Yu? Yi Zhiqiu followed the gaze of Ma Hongjun to another side, where a remarkably handsome figure was still dining, surrounded by stunning beauties. Although 3 of them were still youthful, they far surpassed the female soul master from their academy in beauty, and among them sat a woman clad in a blue dress, her strength indiscernible. "Do not look at me. You are the ones who provoked this. You handle your own affairs. I do not have the time to get involved," Long Yu said, without lifting his head. The youth who had instigated the confrontation grew bolder upon hearing Long Yu's words, clearly interpreting them as a retreat, hastily distancing himself from matter. "Resolving this is easy. Just let these lovely ladies dine with us." The young soul master had not finished his sentence when he found himself silenced. For soul rings of black and purple materialized around Long Yu, and his piercing gaze swept over the members of Tsanghui Academy, sending chills down their spines. How could this seemingly delicate young man possess such formidable power? Moreover, did he truly have such a soul ring configuration? In a blink, Long Yu vanished from his seat. A resounding crash echoed as the young soul master and Yi Zhiqiu were sent flying. "What are you still doing? Go check on your fellow members from Tsanghui Academy," Long Yu stated nonchalantly, returning to his seat to continue his meal as if nothing had transpired. The members of Tsanghui Academy, terrified, fled the scene, astonished by the sheer abnormality of such a powerful individual, capable of sending even the soul King Yi Zhiqiu flying in an instant. Following this incident, the surrounding crowd gazed at Long Yu and his companions with trepidation, whispering amongst themselves, causing the group to feel exceedingly uncomfortable. After a short while, they ascended to the upper floors. Dai Mubai and the others were also subjected to scrutinizing glances, akin to being accused of leveraging power, and they too retreated upstairs for rest. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and others, having witnessed the entire episode, were left in a state of complexity. It appears Long Yu does not hold our school motto in high regard, and he seems to be at odds with Mubai and the others, Flinder side. That cannot be entirely accurate. I believe this incident was primarily the chubby one's fault. If the other side provoked us, what would we think? Zhao Wujia countered, shaking his head. "You've changed quite a bit. The old you would not have reacted this way," Flinder remarked in astonishment. "Perhaps it is indeed influenced by that young man." Zhao Wujia responded with a wry smile. "Since this matter has been settled, let us return to our rest. We must venture to the Xingdou Great Forest tomorrow." Flinder and Zhao Wujia returned to their respective rooms. The following day, after a period of recuperation, the group set forth toward the Xingdou Great Forest. Before them stood towering trees, each exceeding 20 meters in height, merely the outermost layer, while the dense forest concealed any visible paths, casting heavy shadows that obscured its true visage. Upon arriving at the forest's edge, the air became noticeably more refreshing, as if the temperature had dropped a few degrees. The invigorating aroma of damp earth and nature filled their senses, a true essence of the wild. There is no need for further discussion. Lao Zhao, Xiaolon, Long Yu, and I cannot intervene indiscriminately. You must rely on yourselves, Flinder stated sternly, warning them that the Xingdou Great Forest was fraught with peril, where they might encounter ancient soul beasts. He advised them to remain within 20 meters of their group, especially Oscar and Ning Rongrong. After allowing the group to rest for a moment, they formally entered the Xingdou Great Forest. Once inside, Xiao Wu's spirits visibly lifted. After all, this was her first home. Long Yu, taking in the familiar surroundings, felt a surge of joy. More importantly, being back here reminded him of the ethereal figure of Nar. Nar, it has been far too long since we last met. I have missed you. As the group made their way deeper into the forest, they encountered no formidable adversaries. The aura Long Yu unconsciously emitted was sufficient to deter most soul beasts. This unexpected ease left Yu Xiaojiang and the others feeling uneasy. After all, this was the Xingdou Great Forest, yet it seemed almost akin to a human-tamed soul beast sanctuary. Such an eerie phenomenon heightened the vigilance of Flinder and Zhao Wujia. When circumstances deviate from the norm, caution is paramount. After a period of trekking, they still found no suitable soul beasts, prompting Zhao Wujia to suggest a brief respite. Something is approaching. Long Yu's dual-colored eyes gleamed with excitement, and a smile graced his lips. Chapter 169. The Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Although Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and Tang San had not sensed any movement, they swiftly prepared for battle, knowing that Long Yu's spiritual awareness exceeded theirs. Long Yu, what do you perceive regarding the approaching entity? Zhao Wujia inquired in a low voice. I see a flying snake. However, it does not soar high, only gliding about 3 meters above the ground. Its head boasts a fleshy crest that is larger than its head, crimson as blood. Its tail is uniquely shaped, resembling a fan, and it measures approximately 7 meters in length. This is a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, with a cultivation age of around 1,500 years. Oscar, your third soul ring has just arrived, Long Yu proclaimed, and with a flap of his wind god wings, he vanished from sight. In mere moments, a massive snake was tossed before Oscar, its head adorned with a vivid crimson crest, appearing somewhat menacing, but it bore only a deep wound, barely clinging to life and devoid of any combat capability. What immense power! I felt no trace of a battle. Yu Xiaojing marveled at Long Yu's effortless demeanor. Truly a genius soul master capable of grappling with a formidable opponent such as the immovable king. His strength is indeed extraordinary. The coxcomb on the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake stores various nutrients that, in times of crisis, can grant it an instantaneous increase in speed. If you acquire this soul ring, your next soul skill will likely relate to speed, whether it be enhancing your own velocity or supporting others. My prediction is that your third soul ring will probably involve flight, Long Yu elaborated, having expressed the thoughts of Yu Xiaojiang and others. AOC Ka glanced at Zhao Wuji and the others before drawing his dagger, prepared to end the life of the Feng Wei Ji Guanxi. His hand trembled slightly with excitement. Stop! A hoarse voice interrupted, and 2 figures emerged from the direction the Feng Wei Ji Guan she had flown from, appearing before the crowd. One was an elderly woman, seemingly in her 60s or 70s, with neatly arranged white hair. Despite her age, she exuded vitality. Her face, though lined with wrinkles, appeared as rosy as that of an infant. Her eyes sparkled with intelligence, and she gripped a 3-meter-long serpent-headed cane, her 6 soul rings pulsating rhythmically. Although her body showed no visible change, the presence of the soul rings indicated that she had activated her martial soul, and without a doubt, the cane in her hand was her martial soul. Accompanying the elder was a striking young girl, appearing around 16 or 17 years old, with a short bob hairstyle. Clad in fitted attire that accentuated her well-developed figure, her deep brown eyes were fixed intently on the Feng Wei Ji Guan she in Zhao Wuji's grasp. She too held a serpent-headed cane, albeit shorter at 2 meters, and her soul rings were merely 200-year ones. Damn it! Why are these 2 here again? The Feng Wei Ji Guan she was unscathed before, Long Yu mused internally. It seemed the original story's corrective power was quite formidable. However, Long Yu had no intention of wasting much time on these individuals. viewing them as inconsequential distractions. May I inquire what brings you here? Long Yu approached the two, clearly not intending to grant them any opportunity or leeway. How handsome! Moreover, the pressure emanating from him is even stronger than my grandmother's. Meng Yiran thought in shock as she observed Long Yu. Despite his apparent youth, he radiated an impressive aura. The elder, upon seeing Long Yu, discreetly nodded in acknowledgement and spoke, "This young master, I am known as Shi Pe, and my husband is Meng Shu, referred to as Long Gong. We have come to the Xingdou Great Forest to find a suitable third soul ring for our granddaughter." So you mean to claim this Feng Wei Ji Guan Shi for your granddaughter as her third soul ring? That is quite impossible, as my companions also require this Feng Wei Ji Guan Shi, and I am the one who severely injured it. We share no relations, and I see no reason to relinquish it to the young lady beside you. Long Yu replied expressionlessly. That is not feasible, judging by the young man's age. He does not appear capable of absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Shipa hesitated. Her granddaughter's talent was already commendable, having barely reached level 30. Yet these children looked no older than 15 or 16, with some even appearing to be 12 or 13. Was their talent truly so exceptional? Ao Sika, please demonstrate your soul power and talent, Long Yu instructed. All right. Ao Sika stood up, and 2 yellow 100-year soul rings rose around him. The aura of his 30-level soul power was unmistakable. He had indeed reached level 30. What terrifying talent for cultivation. Shipo's pupils constricted in astonishment. Now, may I propose you take your leave? Long Yu said coolly, warning that any further insistence would compel him to act without restraint. In the original narrative, Zhao Wuji had harbored murderous intent towards the two, and Long Yu felt no hesitance, especially since they were causing a disturbance. As for the so-called Long Gong and Shi Pe, they held little significance in his eyes. Grandmother, Meng Yiran wished to persist, but upon seeing her beloved granddaughter, Shi Pe felt her resolve waver. Just as she was about to speak, Long Yu revealed an object from his hand. Upon seeing it, Shi Pe could only manage a bittersweet smile before taking her granddaughter Meng Yiran away without further words. Even Zhao Wuji, who had intended to negotiate with Shi Pe, found himself bewildered by the turn of events. This young man possesses formidable power, capable of resolving the situation single-handedly. Even I must tread carefully against the names Long Gong and Shi Pe, he mused. Ao Sika, focus on your absorption, Long Yu advised. Casting a glance at Ao Sika, he then concealed the Pope's order, the very reason for Shi Pe's pallor. No one wished to offend a bearer of the Martial Soul Hall's Pope's order, and although Long Yu appeared youthful and inexperienced, the power and influence behind him were undeniable. Thank you, Long Yu. Ao Sika expressed his gratitude, then proceeded to conclude the life of the Feng Wei Ji Guan Shi. Summoning his prize sausage under a gentle pink glow, he drew the soul ring of the Feng Wei Ji Guan Shi into his being. After approximately half an hour, he exhaled slowly and gradually opened his eyes. In an instant, the soft pink aura surrounding him transformed into a radiant pink, enveloping him in its brilliance. 3 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet. In addition to the 2 original yellow rings, a bright purple ring emerged, signifying its immense power. Ao Sika had finally transcended to the rank of Soul Master, entering the realm of Soul Zune. Congratulations, Ao Sika, on becoming a food system Soul Zune. Long Yu remarked. Thank you, but compared to you and Xiao Wu, I hardly measure up. Ao Sika replied somewhat helplessly, though the smile gracing his lips revealed his joy. He shared that his third soul skill allowed allies to fly at the speed of the Feng Wei Ji Guan Shi for 1 minute, astonishing Yu Xiaojiang and the others. It was indeed an exceptional soul skill. After exchanging congratulations, they resumed their journey into the Xingdou Great Forest, with Ao Sika's soul ring resolved. It was now Tang San's turn. As they progressed further, Long Yu's eyes sparkled with intensity, and he suddenly commanded, "Everyone, prepare to retreat." Ning Rongrong immediately assisted, preparing to evacuate alongside Zhu Zhuqing. "Everyone, leave at once. Long Yu and Xiaolong will stay back with us. Mu Bai, Tiaowu, protect Ning Rongrong, Su Suking, and Ma Hongjun, Zhao Wuji shouted urgently, his fear intensifying. What is happening? Dai Mu Bai and the others looked at Long Yu in confusion, yet they complied swiftly, entering their martial spirit enhancement state, while Ning Rongrong immediately bestowed her power and speed enhancements upon everyone. This was the terrifying aspect of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda martial spirit. Even Zhao Wuji and the others received a 30% boost in power and speed, transcending the limitations of level disparities. This is the king of the forest, the Titan Giant Ape, Yu Xiaojiang stammered, his hand trembling as he pointed toward the location. There stood a being akin to a mountain, its dark fur glimmering softly under the faint starlight and moonlight. Though it was on all fours, its shoulders surely exceeded 7 meters in height. If it were to rise to its full stature, it would likely surpass 15 meters. At first glance, this creature resembles both a monkey and a gorilla, its entire body cloaked in an inky blackness, save for its eyes, which gleam like lanterns with a yellowish radiance. In the darkness of night, one could scarcely discern its form unless it moved. This behemoth possesses an astonishingly robust physique, so massive that it defies belief. Not only is its body colossal, but every inch is adorned with muscles more formidable than granite, bulging like small hills. Remarkably, this gigantic entity moves without making a sound, not even a whisper of breath. The Titan Great Ape has cultivated its power over 100,000 years, surpassing the strength of an ordinary tidal Douluo. Even a typical super Douluo would find it difficult to subdue. Long Yu's addition to the conversation only darkened the expressions of those present. A super Douluo is an exceedingly rare existence, even among the top 3 sects of the Tiando Empire's Spirit Master community. The strongest combatant among them is merely a soul sage. Even with a few soul sages, they are utterly insignificant in the face of such a terrifying forest overlord. Hurry and flee. Tang San, take Xiao Gang and go first. We will try our best to hold it off. Flander shouted, his 7 spirit rings shimmering as he soared into the sky. Erming, how did he end up here? Xiao Wu, upon seeing the Titan Great Ape, felt perplexed. This area was not even within the mixed zone of the Stardow Forest. How could Erming emerge from the core area? Her gaze shifted to Long Yu and Xiao Lan nearby, and upon noticing their expressions, she confirmed her suspicions. Although she did not comprehend why Brother Yu would act thus, she was resolutely supportive. Xiao Wu followed Ning Rongrong and the others as they retreated, appearing frantic and directionless. Esteemed king of the forest, we mean no offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw immediately, Zhao Wuji mustered his courage to declare. The level of a super Duo was far beyond his capacity as a soul sage. The Titan Great Ape disregarded Zhao Wuji, instead turning its gaze toward Long Yu and the others before blinking and striding directly towards the fleeing Tang San and his companions. This is the order of the master. With its immense bulk, it quickly caught up to them. Damn it, we have no choice but to fight. Zhao Wuji inhaled deeply, his 7 rings glowing brightly as he charged toward the Titan Great Ape. The first, second, third, and 5th rings shone simultaneously, facing such a formidable opponent. He unleashed 4 of his 7 soul skills. The brilliance of the 4 rings was dazzling. With the unmoving king as a shield, gravity control radiated from Zhao Wuji, enveloping the Titan Great Ape. The gravitational pressure, combined with his gravity control, was fully activated to restrict the Titan Great Ape's movements. Simultaneously, he swung his hands, activating the mighty diamond palm with all his strength, releasing a surge of powerful energy. Zhao Wuji leaped from a towering tree, his hands raised high, pouring his soul power into the attack, aiming directly at the Titan Great Ape. All or nothing. For the lives of the children, I must fight. Flander's rings flickered as he charged toward the Titan Great Ape as well. Yet, the vast disparity between them was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even with the enhancement of the 7 treasure glazed tile, it proved futile. With a mere exertion of strength, the Titan Great Ape shattered Zhao Wuji's control, launching him away with a single punch, then doing the same to Flander. Both men crashed heavily into several large trees, instantly sustaining injuries, blood oozing from their lips. Long Yu and Xiaolan were also sent flying by the Titan Great Ape's punch, blood trickling from their mouths, their energy waning. Is this the power of the king of the forest? It is utterly insurmountable. Old Zhao, we are powerless. Flander clenched his fists in frustration. Their strength was insufficient. How can it be so strong? Dai Mubai glanced back at the monstrous creature, astonishment flooding his mind. He feared that they would all perish here today. Must he remain as a rear guard? Memories of past events flashed through Dai Mubai's mind. Since Long Yu and the others arrived, his luck had seemingly plummeted. The bond with Zhu Xing was irrevocably severed, especially after the humiliation of the twin incident. He had little connection with these new classmates. Must he perish here for them? No. Dai Mubai, cannot die here. I must survive. My purpose in coming here was solely to live. There is no need to sacrifice myself for these people. With this thought, a fierce determination glimmered in Dai Mubai's eyes. Teacher Zhao, Dean, and all of you, Dai Mubai, will seek vengeance for you all in the future, he declared and activated his third soul skill, sprinting away in a direction much faster than Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, quickly vanishing from their sight. What will happen next? Will these people have a future? Damn it, a cowardly deserter. Dai Mubai, once we return, I will expel you. Flander bellowed. Zhao Wujia sighed in resignation. He doubted Dai Mubai would ever return. Disappointment had thoroughly consumed him. A coward who fears for his life. Ning Rongrong shouted, but as a support type soul master. She could not match his speed. Despair and anger engulfed the group. Chapter 171. Tang Hao rescues his son. Damn it. Why won't it let us go? Tang San felt the terrifying aura of the Titan Great Ape looming behind them, even with the ghost shadow perplexing track pushed to its limits. Tang San was still merely a 30-level soul master. As he beheld the ever-enlarging massive hand, he shut his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. Am I die like this? How can I accept it? How dare you harm my son? A voice, brimming with authority, echoed. Bang! The air erupted with a deafening sound as the Titan Great Ape's fist was suddenly intercepted by a colossal hammer. Behind the hammer stood a disheveled middle-aged man, his 9 spirit rings shimmering, particularly the last red ring, radiating blinding light. As fist met hammer, a shockwave erupted, sending Tang San and Xiao Gang's frail forms soaring, with Xiao Gang spitting a mouthful of blood. Father! Tang San exclaimed upon recognizing the newcomer, his heart racing. How did his father appear here? And his power is that of a title Douluo, boasting 100,000-year spirit ring. Title Douluo 100,000-year spirit ring, Hao Ian Hammer. This is the legendary Hao Ian crown. Flander gasped in astonishment. Hao Ian Douluo? He is the one who severely wounded the previous Pope Qian Xuanji of the Spirit Hall. Does this mean we are saved? Zhao Wujia exclaimed excitedly. While the Titan Great Ape's strength was unquestionable, according to Long Yu's assessment, it was a being at the Super Douluo level. However, Hao Qian Crown's power likely surpassed that of an ordinary Super Douluo. Tang San, being his son, meant they had a chance at salvation. Yes, old Zhao. Let's first rescue the children. We must not disturb the battle between Hao Qian Crown and the Titan Great Ape. Flander struggled to rise, then flew in the direction of Oscar, with Zhao Wujia following closely in his wake. Life and death truly hinge on a single thought. Under the celestial canopy of Hao Qian, Yu Xiaojing fervently gazed at the tattered man before him, his idol. You all leave first. I shall confront the Titan Giant Ape, Tang Hao whispered. Tang San, Zhao Wujin, and Flinder, along with Yu Xiaojing, consumed Oscar's super recovery sausage, while Tang San and Yu Xiaojing also ingested the mushroom flight sausage. Although only a minute had passed, it was more than sufficient at this critical moment. Long Yu had to embrace Xiao Wu with one arm, while the other encircled Ning Rongrong. Moving far quicker than Tang San, his speed surpassed that of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake by a significant margin. From this point onward, he chose not to interfere further to avoid revealing himself. Human, do you really believe you can stand against me alone? The thunderous voice of the Titan Giant Ape echoed, causing Tang San and the others to wince in pain. How will you know without trying? Tang Hao laughed heartily, charging towards the Titan Giant Ape with the Hao Ian hammer raised high, imbued with ferocious power and intent, striking down upon the Titan. Ignorant human, the Titan Giant Ape roared, clenching its massive hand and retaliating directly against the enormous Haoyan hammer. A deafening crash reverberated through the air as Tang San quickly turned to the battlefield. He observed Tang Hao being sent flying, a tremendous shockwave transforming the surrounding flora into disarray. Tang Hao coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breath becoming erratic. This blow revealed that he was still no match for the Titan giant ape. Foolish human, daring to challenge me in strength, how naive. The Titan giant ape scoffed, regarding Tang Hao's arrogance with disdain. How infuriating. Tang Hao glared at the Titan giant ape, reflecting on how, had he not sustained repeated injuries, he could have fought the Titan with his chaotic hammer techniques. Even without using the explosive rings, he was confident he could contend with the Titan. However, after feeling the wounds on his chest and wiping the blood from his lips, he realized his body had been severely compromised. Especially after having detonated the 9 rings to escape, he was in no condition to face the terrifying Titan giant ape alone. Yet, his true objective was not to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Titan, but merely to escape with his son. Once more, Tang Hao charged at the Titan giant ape and, as expected, was sent flying again. However, leveraging this force, he dashed towards Tang San's position, seizing Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang before fleeing. Haoyan, Flinder called out urgently, astonished that the formidable Haoyan could not overcome the Titan giant ape, taking only his son and Yu Xiaojiang with him. This was dire. If even Tang Hao could not defeat the Titan giant ape, what hope did they have? Coward! The Titan giant ape sneered, swiftly pursuing them. With its speed, catching up to Long Yu and his companions was trivial. The Titan giant ape grasped Xiao Wu, Xiaolon, and Long Yu, prompting Long Yu to reluctantly release Ning Rongrong in despair. After seizing the 3, the Titan giant ape continued onward toward the heart of the Stardow forest. Long Yu Xiao Wu Xiaolon. Ning Rongrong cried out in desperation, tears streaming down her face, utterly at a loss for what to do. A swift strike rendered her unconscious, and Flinder carried her away, sighing heavily as he watched the Titan giant ape depart, feeling as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Director, are we just going to leave? Zhao Wujin lamented, understanding Flinder's intent, but unable to bear abandoning Long Yu and the others. With the animosity that soul beasts held towards human soul masters, it seemed unlikely that those captured would survive, though the reason the Titan giant ape chose to capture them instead of slaughtering them all remained a mystery. Old Zhao, I know you're pained. As the director, my heart aches even more. These children represent the future of the Academy. With the likes of Dai Mubai fleeing, the Academy has suffered a significant loss. We are powerless now and can only protect the remaining children as best as we can, Flinder replied, shaking his head. Chasing after them would be tantamount to seeking death. Let us depart. We can only hope these children find a way. Zhao Wujin murmured as they made their way out of the Stardow forest. Chapter 172. Return to the core area, Brother Yu. Are we truly being taken away by Erming? Wouldn't it be quite strange and peculiar to return to Shrek Academy afterward? Xiao Wu pondered while perched upon the shoulder of the Titan giant ape. Not necessarily. If we genuinely wish to return, we can find a plausible reason. And it shouldn't be too difficult. They wouldn't press the matter too hard. For instance, if Ming and Ming were to engage in a fierce battle, creating chaos, we could take advantage of the situation to escape. However, after this incident, we will not return. More precisely, we will not resume our studies at Shrek Academy. We ought to return to Wuhuan City, Long Yu stated. What? Brother Yu, are you saying we've had enough fun here? Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. Is that not sufficient? Xiao Wu, it is indeed enough. My purpose in coming here has been fulfilled. Dai Mubai's decision to flee alone, disregarding everyone else, makes it unlikely he will return to Shrek Academy. Flinder and the others cannot tolerate Dai Mubai's actions any longer. This has become a matter of principle. Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang's departure with Tang Hao disregarded our well-being and that of the Academy. Although Flinder and Zhao Wujin may not express it openly, a rift has undeniably formed between them and Tang San. I even speculate that Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang may not return. Given my involvement, it is highly likely Zhu Zhuqing will also depart. Before setting out, I left a note in your dormitory. instructing her to wait safely at Shrek Academy without worrying about our safety. With her keen insight, she will likely discern the situation, but that is inconsequential. I merely expedited the exposure of Dai Mubai and the others. When we return, I will bring Zhu Zhuqing back to the Wuhuan Palace for her training. Once she advances to Soul Sage, I will grant her a divine herb. By then, only Oscar and Ma Hongjun will remain at Shrek Academy. Long Yu concluded. Indeed, but that Dai Mubai is truly despicable, abandoning us all to flee alone, Xiao Wu remarked disdainfully. No need to dwell on him. His actions were within my expectations. Long Yu replied, shaking his head. Due to his presence, the original camaraderie of the Shrek 7 had fractured, with the girls aligning with him. Tang San, harboring ill will towards Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai over certain incidents, appeared unlikely to sacrifice himself in the face of a life-and-death crisis. Soon, the Titan giant ape led the three individuals to the heart of the Xing Do Sun Lin, where two graceful figures awaited them, Xiao Wu's mother and Gu Yuna. Upon seeing Long Yu and the others, both women smiled warmly. Well done, Titan giant ape. You may return now. Gu Yuna's ethereal voice resonated. After gently setting the three down, the Titan giant ape respectfully nodded and departed. Mother, I am back. I have missed you dearly, Xiao Wu exclaimed, bounding forward to embrace her mother tightly. Long Yu also stepped forward to hold Gu Yuna, resting his chin on her shoulder and inhaling her familiar scent with satisfaction. Gu Yuna reciprocated the embrace, having missed Long Yu greatly during their time apart. Nar, it has been a long time. You remain as beautiful and enchanting as ever, Long Yu said, taking her shoulders in his hands and planting a kiss on her delicate lips. You look even more handsome than before. Let us discuss this further when we return, Gu Yuna replied with a smile. Indeed, Long Yu nodded, then turned to Xiaolan, saying, Xiaolan, you should join Xiao Wu and the others for now. Once I resolve matters with Nar, I will take you all back. As you command, my lord. I shall obey without question, Xiaolan replied with a slight nod. Observing Long Yu and Xiao Wu together, she felt they were truly well-matched, realizing she could not compare to Long Yu's looks. With a graceful wave of her hand, Gu Yuna made their figures vanish from sight, while Xiao Wu and the others entered the wooden house. Xiao Yu, why must you go through such trouble dealing with those two humans? One is merely a 30-level soul master, and the other is super Douluo. Even without my intervention, Xiong-jun and Di Tian could effortlessly handle this matter. Gu Yuna softly inquired, leaning against Long Yu. It is not so simple. I have my reasons for acting this way. Do not underestimate that 30-level soul master. Without my interference, his potential achievements will far exceed your imagination, Long Yu replied with a smile, his right hand weaving through Gu Yuna's silvery tresses, which felt as smooth as crystal. Are you suggesting he could ascend to godhood? Gu Yuna asked, astonished. With his current mental prowess, it seems he might not yet attain the recognition of those divine beings, she continued. You are mistaken. He will not only ascend but will do so with dual divine status, Sea God and Shura God, Long Yu countered. Shura God, then I shall go and eliminate him immediately, Gu Yuna exclaimed, springing to her feet, but Long Yu gently restrained her. Nar, do not be so hasty. I have already stated that without my interference, he would not reach such heights. I shall ensure he does not grow unchecked, and when the time is right, I will deal with him thoroughly, Long Yu reassured her. I trust you, Xiao Yu, Gu Yuna nodded. She then stood up, gazing at Long Yu with deep affection and a smile, creating a subtly charged atmosphere. Nar, you are. Long Yu began, but was abruptly silenced by Gu Yuna's kiss. Not one to be outdone, Long Yu flipped their positions, taking control and passionately seeking her affection. After a considerable time, their lips parted, and Gu Yuna gazed at her beloved with a slightly dazed expression. She then softly spoke, Xiao Yu, will you give me a child? Long Yu looked at the stunning Gu Yuna, who was clearly moved, her smooth skin flushed and glistening with a fine sheen of perspiration. Chapter 173. Return to Shrek Academy. Has Dai Mubai fled? Even Tang San has left. Long Yu exclaimed in disbelief, though he had anticipated such an outcome. Indeed, since that day, that scoundrel Dai Mubai has vanished. And Tang San, along with the Haotian Douluo, hastily departed. Even Yu Xiaojiang left with Tang San, Zhao Wuji lamented. regardless of the circumstances. Shrek Academy had always felt like a second home, and now he felt a profound sense of melancholy at the changes. Actually, Teacher Zhao, I have come primarily to take Zhu Zhuqing away. We must leave Shrek Academy, Long Yu said with a heavy heart. Why? Zhao Wuji instinctively asked, lowering his gaze. Is the fault of us old fellows for being too weak? We could not protect you and abandoned you. At that time, we had no choice. It is only natural for you to resent me and Flender, to detest the academy. Go ahead. Zhu Zhuqing is in her dormitory. Zhao Wuji spoke softly before departing, a hint of loneliness trailing behind him. Teacher Zhao, wait. I wish to speak with you and Dean Flender. There are matters I need to discuss, Long Yu called out. Are you planning to scold Flender? Zhao Wuji pondered, though upon seeing Long Yu's demeanor, he did not seem to be there for that purpose. So he accompanied him to Flender's office. Old Zhao, Long Yu, how have you returned? You managed to escape from the Titan giant ape? Flender exclaimed, astonished, as if seeing a ghost. Well, I am still alive, Dean, Long Yu replied, slightly exasperated, then succinctly conveyed his purpose for visiting, which left the atmosphere momentarily silent. After a long pause, Flender sighed. If you wish to leave, you are free to do so. As long as Zhu Zhuqing agrees, we will not hinder your departure. Dean Flender, may I inquire if Shrek Academy will continue to operate? Long Yu asked. Even if Flender were unwilling, he could forcibly take Zhu Zhuqing with him. What do you mean? Flender responded with a question of his own. Dean Flender, after everything that has transpired, do you not see the flaws in Shrek Academy's admission philosophy? While you recruit rare soul master talents, there's a glaring lack of moral guidance and character development, leading to repeated instances of misconduct among the students. What you have done is merely indulgent. With such an academy and such students, how far do you expect to go? Furthermore, I believe the admission standards could be lowered. If you truly expect students to meet your rigorous criteria, who would choose to study at Shrek Academy now? The academy lacks even a basic ecological cultivation environment. Yet the admission standards have surpassed those of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, Long Yu articulated. Wuhuan Temple Academy? Are you implying that you are affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple? Does that mean Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan are also part of it? Flender said, alarmed and instinctively on guard. There is no need for concern. I have not caused any trouble at Shrek Academy, nor do I intend to leverage the power of the Wuhuan Temple against the academy. I merely wish to resolve the conflict between Teacher Zhao and the Wuhuan Temple. Otherwise, with the temple's might, destruction could be but a blink away. My teacher is the current pope of the Wuhuan Temple. Long Yu reassured him. Your teacher is the Pope Bibidong of the Wuhuan Temple? It turns out the unparalleled genius from the Wuhuan Temple that I heard about back then is you, given your talents. It is indeed no surprise that you have garnered admiration and envy from so many. Flender realized suddenly. Thank you for the compliment, Dean Flender. If you are willing to heed my suggestion, I can personally leverage the power of the Wuhuan Temple to assist the Shrek Academy in embarking on a brand new future. Long Yu stated, I appreciate your goodwill, but the Academy will not accept assistance from the Wuhuan Temple. Flender resolutely shook his head. However, the changes you mentioned could be discussed with them, Flender added. In that case, I wish for the Academy's continuous prosperity. I will take Zhu Zhuqing with me. Farewell. After speaking, Long Yu left behind a large sack. Zhao Wujia curiously opened the sack and discovered it was filled to the brim with gold soul coins. Upon seeing this, Flender sighed and accepted them. These gold soul coins were entirely the result of their own battles, and now were all left for Flender. Regardless, Shrek Academy's current predicament is largely due to my arrival, so this can be considered compensation. Knock, knock, knock. A sound came from the door. Upon opening it, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Long Yu's smiling face, but then, in response to Long Yu's astonished gaze, she embraced him tightly, her voluptuous figure exerting considerable pressure on him. Long Yu, you really have returned. How wonderful. Zhu Zhuqing said with a slight tremble, tears streaming down her cold face. Zhuqing, what is this? Long Yu, caught off guard by Zhu Zhuqing's fervent embrace, momentarily lost his composure, as their relationship seemingly had not reached such a level. Long Yu, you have no idea how worried I was during your disappearance. How many times I wanted to rush back to the Stardow Forest to find you. Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan are like important sisters to me. As for you, you're someone I deeply care for and trust. Not only my sole hope, but also a person of great significance to me. Zhu Zhuqing quivered. Of this, Long Yu was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, for Zhu Zhuqing, usually so composed, to express so much in one breath was already extraordinary. And judging by her words, was she confessing? Long Yu, listen to me. If you do not mind, I can accompany you in the future, just like Xiao Wu. Zhu Zhuqing said, her delicate face flushed. Is this truly appropriate? But this is what Xiao Lan said to me. This also serves as my best opportunity to convey my feelings to Long Yu. Perhaps the only opportunity. Long Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Was it a misunderstanding on his part, or Zhu Zhuqing's? Chapter 174. Making Changes. Well, putting aside other matters, Zhuqing, would you be willing to accompany us to the Wuhuan Temple? Long Yu inquired. Of course I would. In truth, I have no other choice. Wherever you go, I will follow. Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, appearing somewhat pitiable. Very well, let us head to Wuhuan City together. The guidance and resources provided by the Wuhuan Temple Academy far surpass what can be found here. Additionally, with my assistance, surpassing your sister Zhu Zhuyan in strength within 2 years will not be a challenge, as long as you are willing to put in the effort. You need not worry about anything else, Long Yu stated. I believe you, Long Yu. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Zhu Zhuqing, could you let go of me now? Long Yu said somewhat awkwardly. Zhu Zhuqing's figure was indeed quite remarkable, presenting a significant challenge for him. Even Gu Yuna and Xiao Lan seemed less impressive in comparison. Gu Yuna embodied ultimate perfection with her flawless proportions, while Xiao Lan, though matured, could not match Zhu Zhuqing's current stature. He truly wondered how she had grown so exaggeratedly. Oh. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing Long Yu's words, voluntarily released him. A hint of crimson flashing across her frosty visage. Faced with Long Yu's gaze, she retreated slightly, entirely lacking the boldness and decisiveness she had displayed earlier. Heaven knows how long she had prepared for that previous action. Zhuqing, now gather your belongings. We are preparing to head to Soto City to meet up with Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan. Long Yu instructed. Yes, please wait for me a moment. However, Long Yu, you truly are a mysterious person, Zhu Zhuqing remarked seriously before turning to gather her things. With only personal belongings to pack, Long Yu was not in a hurry. However, with nothing else to occupy his time, he decided to visit Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan's dormitory, gathering their personal items to prevent any unsavory individuals, particularly Ma Hongjun, from taking advantage of the situation. Soon, both Long Yu and Zhu Zhuqing completed their packing and walked outside Shrek Academy. Gazing upon the desolate academy, Zhu Zhuqing could not help but express, Long Yu, do you think Shrek Academy will disappear? That depends on Flander's choice. Regardless, the money I provided him will sustain the academy for quite some time, Long Yu replied. Afterwards, the two figures departed from Shrek Academy, heading towards Soto City. Watching their departure, Flander and Zhao Wuji sighed, realizing that only the two of them remained in the academy now. Flander, what are your thoughts? Will we continue as we have been? Zhao Wuji inquired. Perhaps Long Yu is right. We old folks truly need to change our mindset. It seems not only Long Yu and his companions, but even Oscar is considering leaving the academy. Sigh. It is true that hardship breeds change, and change leads to progress. Flander sighed, having made his decision. Yes, in the future, we shall strive to develop Shrek Academy further. With a talent as formidable as Long Yu emerging from the Wuhuan Temple, one wonders what the future holds for the continent. We have been kept in the dark for far too long, Flander lamented. The future of the continent? Flander, that is still far beyond our reach. And we are merely soul saints, able only to adapt to the flow of events, not capable of altering the course of fate. In another decade or so, Long Yu will likely have fully matured, and with the ambitions of the Wuhuan Temple, the entire continent may be set ablaze. Zhao Wujia shook his head. Being a mere witness seems rather agreeable, Flander chuckled. Not long after, Long Yu and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at a hotel in Soto City, where Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan welcomed their dear sister, Zhu Zhuqing, with smiles. Brother Yu, let us rest for a day and enjoy a good meal here, Xiao Wu said, linking her arm with Zhu Zhuqing. However, where is Rongrong? Xiao Wu remarked, noticing the absence of others. Rongrong has already returned to her sect, and she mentioned wanting to invite the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo to the Stardew Forest to rescue us. However, Ning Fengji would never agree to that, which means Rongrong's efforts are in vain. Nevertheless, it is for the best that she has returned to her sect. At least her safety is no longer a concern. Long Yu explained, "Ah, what a pity it is. I believe that Rongrong, despite being the young lady of the Qibao, Liuli Zone, is quite amiable towards us. It is regrettable that our positions seem destined to place us at odds with one another," Xiao Wu remarked, shaking her head. However, it is not necessarily the case. The Spirit Hall only needs to obliterate the Haotian sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. As for the Qibao, Liuli Zone, as long as Ning Fengji possesses enough astuteness, I can persuade my teacher to spare it from destruction. Ultimately, it will depend on Ning Fengji's choices. If he remains obstinate, then I shall be left with no recourse. Enough of this topic. Today marks the final day we can spend together here. Do you not enjoy shopping? I would be delighted to accompany you on a leisurely outing, Long Yu suggested, shifting the subject. Indeed, brother Yu. It has been over 2 months since we purchased new clothing, and I feel as though I have nothing to wear, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Is that what you call having nothing to wear? Xiao Wu, the garments I have accompanied you in purchasing number no less than 800, if not 1,000. Is this truly what you consider a lack of clothing? Long Yu retorted with a roll of his eyes. Oh, I simply feel that my old clothes no longer suit me, Xiao Wu replied, her cheeks flushing. Very well, Xiao Wu, Xiaolon, Zhu Qing, let us go together, Long Yu said after casting a glance at Xiao Wu. In a huff, Xiao Wu stepped on Long Yu's foot and exited the hotel, with Long Yu and the others following closely behind. The journey was filled with the laughter and cheer of young ladies, while Xiaolon, with an arm around Long Yu, frequently provided both subtle and overt hints that left him exclaiming in exasperation. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing the pair's affectionate demeanor, harbored their own thoughts, though they chose not to express them outwardly, and thus the day passed in this subtly charged atmosphere. That evening, Long Yu personally took to the kitchen, purchasing fresh ingredients to prepare a meal that delighted the 3 young women, who praised the deliciousness of the food. After indulging in a hearty meal, they returned to the hotel to rest, preparing for their journey to the Spirit City on the following day. Chapter 175. Return to Spirit City on the following morning. An opulent carriage departed from Suatao City towards Spirit City, within which sat Long Yu and his companions. The interior was spacious enough to avoid any sense of crowding. Long Yu and Xiao Lan occupied one side, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing sat together, with Long Yu and Xiao Wu engaging in the most conversation, Xiao Lan occasionally interjecting, while Zhu Qing appeared to be lost in deep thought. How do you feel, Zhu Qing? Do you sense a certain unfamiliarity and trepidation towards Spirit City? Xiao Wu inquired with concern. Yes, Zhu Qing replied softly, biting her lip. After all, this is Spirit City, the stronghold of the Spirit Hall across the entire continent. And I am indeed the second young lady of the Zhu family of the Xinglua Empire. Fear not. Since we have brought you along, we are well prepared. As for your identity, I shall explain it to my teacher, who will surely not refuse, Long Yu reassured her. Your teacher? Does she hold significant power within Spirit City? Is she a titled Douluo elder? Zhu Qing asked. Not us, but my teacher. I am the second disciple of Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall. Thus, I shall handle all matters pertaining to Spirit City for you. You need only focus on your cultivation without excessive worries, Long Yu clarified. Bibi Dong, the current pope of the Spirit Hall, is your teacher? Zhu Qing gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. No wonder Long Yu's talent and strength are so formidable. He is such a powerful mentor. Bibi Dong remarked, you may find it hard to believe, but this young man's prowess and potential are not solely a result of my influence. Therefore, focus on your cultivation. I will remain in Spirit City for considerable duration. Long Yu stated, at least until I advance to the rank of Soul King. I shall be cultivating here for no less than 1.5 years. All right, I shall heed your words. Long Yu, Zhu Qing nodded, which left Long Yu momentarily at a loss for words. Why does it always feel as though this girl harbors certain thoughts about me? What am I to do? Observing Long Yu's silent demeanor, Both Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan could not help but chuckle, as it was a rare sight to see him at a loss. Thus, the group finally arrived at Spirit City, with Zhu Qing trailing behind the trio, unable to hide her astonishment at the sacred place revered by all soul masters across the continent. Although it lacked the opulence of Xingluo City, Spirit City was devoid of the hedonistic and superficial atmosphere. Instead, it exuded an air of seriousness, sanctity, and solemnity, along with a vibrant energy for development. The potential for growth here far surpassed that of Xingluo City, which was mired in decay beneath a facade of prosperity. Zhu Qing reflected on her impressions. Accompanying Long Yu and the others, Zhu Qing soon arrived at the Pope's palace, where Bibi Dong did not seem particularly surprised by their return. From the moment Long Yu and his companions set foot in Spirit City, Bibi Dong had already received reports from her subordinates, and thus she was well prepared. "Teacher, we have returned," Long Yu said, smiling at Bibi Dong, who sat upon the Pope's throne. It had been a while since he last saw her, and he felt a pang of nostalgia. You finally returned after indulging in enough fun. You have no idea how much Nana misses you. It has been quite bothersome." Bibi Dong sighed. "Is this young lady the second young lady of the Zhu family from the Xingluo Empire, whom you mentioned previously?" Bibi Dong gazed meaningfully at Zhu Qing. This impudent boy, returning from one trip with a beautiful companion. Last time it was Xiao Lan, and now it is Zhu Qing. Although Zhu Qing appears to be of similar age to Xiao Wu, her well-developed figure and cool demeanor are exceedingly enticing, stirring the desires of men. This young Yu is truly incorrigible. Zhu Qing, having met the Pope, bowed respectfully to Bibi Dong, the high-ranking figure. It was evident that the aura she exuded was as unfathomable as an abyss, likely a super Duo, or even higher. "Zhu Qing, do not be so tense. There are no others present. As for your matters, Xiao Yu has already informed me. If you wish, you may remain at the Spirit Hall Academy for your cultivation. Xiao Yu, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lan will be here during this time. If you have any questions, you can consult the Academy's teachers, or even Xiao Yu or me." Bibi Dong spoke gently. "Thank you, Your Holiness. I shall comply with all arrangements," Zhu Qing replied respectfully. "Xiao Lan, Xiao Wu, please take Zhu Qing to the genius class at the Spirit Hall Academy. I have already made the necessary arrangements. Xiao Yu, you may go and see Nana first." Bibi Dong instructed. "Yes, Your Holiness," Xiao Wu replied, leading the two girls toward the genius class, allowing her to revisit her alma mater. "Zhu Qing, let me tell you, both I and Brother Yu studied in the genius class. However, Brother Yu's talent is extraordinary. He is the first person in the Academy's history to graduate so swiftly. The students there possess commendable talents, similar to yours, and most of them are exceptionally kind. Moreover, you need not worry about being bullied. The Academy strictly prohibits such behavior. And with me as your elder sister to protect you, you are under my wing," Xiao Wu assured her. Xiao Wu, while walking, expressed her excitement, saying, "Teacher, I shall return to visit my senior sister." Long Yu replied with a smile, showing no trace of hesitation. "Well, when evening comes, do bring Zhu Qing along. If you've gone to such lengths to bring someone from afar, you must take some responsibility for that poor girl." Bai Dong nodded in agreement. "Teacher, your words seem to carry a hint of ambiguity. I merely felt pity for Zhu Qing and offered her assistance. What responsibility are you referring to?" Long Yu responded innocently. Do you think I would believe your words?" "A man who seeks no gain will not rise early," she retorted. "Xiao Yu, do you truly hold high hopes for Zhu Qing's potential?" Bai Dong asked with keen interest. "Zhu Qing is already exceptionally talented, and with my guidance, her future is boundless. I foresee her becoming a divine being," Long Yu declared. "Divine? How could such beings appear so readily? How many true divine beings exist on this continent? Even I attained the Luo Sha God-S legacy by mere chance. As for the angel god, that is a lineage passed down through generations. It is hardly plausible to encounter a divine being on a casual outing, as if one were merely purchasing cabbage in the market." Chapter 176, Hulaina's Longing. "If the teacher does not believe me, so be it. In time, you shall see," Long Yu concluded, not wishing to press the matter further. After all, his claims did sound rather unbelievable. "I shall take my leave now. You may continue with your affairs." Long Yu stated before exiting the hall of the Pope and returning to his residence. In a small pavilion, Hulaina lay alone on the grass, feeling somewhat bored. Her gaze, devoid of focus, drifted to the azure sky, and thoughts of Long Yu's handsome visage unexpectedly filled her mind. Ah, that insufferable junior brother. It's been so long since he left, and he still hasn't returned. Has he forgotten me for another woman? She muttered. Once that thought took root, it spiraled uncontrollably. The beautiful women around her junior brother were numerous and, in some respects, even superior to her. Nana, I heard you speaking ill of me. Long Yu remarked, noticing Hulaina on the ground. Is that your voice, junior brother? Hulaina exclaimed in disbelief, rubbing her eyes, only to truly behold the face of her longed-for junior. With a sudden rush, she leaped into Long Yu's embrace, feeling the softness of his hold. You insufferable junior brother, after such a long absence, you offer me no word. I thought you had forsaken me. Hulaina tightly clung to Long Yu as if to vent her emotions. All right, senior sister, I admit my fault. I will at least stay here to accompany you for a year. Long Yu gently soothed, stroking her hair. He felt a pang of guilt towards Hulaina, for she was indeed the first to establish a romantic relationship with him. Yet their time together had been fleeting, especially as he now had another woman by his side. A year? You said it. No backing out now. You must stay with me for a year. She insisted reflexively. This reaction only deepened Long Yu's guilt, and he planted a kiss on her fiery red lips, affirming, I will remain in the Wuhuan Hall for a year, perhaps longer, rest assured. That is more like it. Hulaina replied, burying her head against Long Yu's chest, hanging onto him like a koala, refusing to budge. Long Yu had no choice but to hold her close as they made their way to their shared room, sitting together on the bed, gazing into each other's eyes. Junior brother, share with me the tales of your adventures at that academy. I heard from the teacher that Tang Hao actually appeared in Suatawa City. Yet, even the second elder and two others could not capture him. They merely managed to inflict serious injuries. Hulaina inquired with great interest. Indeed, while Shrek Academy lacks fame, its admission standards are exceptionally high, surpassing even those of the Wuhuan Hall Academy. Long Yu slowly recounted their recent experiences, omitting matters concerning the Titan giant ape and Guyuna. How fascinating. Junior brother, I regret not joining you there. However, your luck seems quite peculiar. While fortunate to encounter the Titan giant ape in the outskirts, you also managed to return safely. Hulaina expressed her astonishment. It was tolerable, Long Yu replied. Now that I have shared my story, what of you, senior sister? There is not much to tell. My days consist solely of training and combat. By the way, Yen left the Wuhuan city before you did, and he hasn't returned since. I have no idea what he is up to, but it's for the best. His absence spares me from his incessant annoyances, Hulaina shared. Gone? Oh, whatever. Long Yu shrugged, having long since dismissed Yan from his considerations, as his strength now far surpassed Yan's. Junior brother, you seem to carry a delightful fragrance, likely that of a woman, Hulaina remarked, wrinkling her nose. Nah. There is something I must discuss with you, Long Yu said, feeling a bit awkward. Could it be that she would notice now? Nana, does your scent linger so long? Let me guess. Have you found a new girlfriend during your time away? Hulaina interjected, covering Long Yu's lips with her hand. Yes, he answered honestly. Is it Xiaolan or Xiaowu? Hulaina asked, seemingly unfazed. Xiaolan. Senior sister, let me explain the circumstances. Long Yu began recounting everything that had transpired with Xiaolan, bracing himself for the impending storm. What is this? No reaction at all? Long Yu observed Hulaina's smiling face, feeling rather bewildered. Silence was the most daunting of responses, and he would have preferred her to shout and berate him. Are you wondering why I'm not angry? Hulaina queried, stepping away from Long Yu's embrace. Well, senior sister, if you truly cannot accept this, then. Long Yu hesitated. Then what? Will you make a choice between us? She asked. No, I will do everything in my power to keep you both by my side. You are both my women, and I shall not forsake either. Long Yu declared firmly. What a domineering and unreasonable man. Hulaina laughed at his words, then nestled her head against his chest once more, softly saying, Junior brother, I am not surprised by the emergence of new sisters around you. I know my junior brother is the most perfect man in the world. In every regard, even if you do nothing, many women will surround you. I lack the right and the courage to claim you entirely. I only wish to remain in your heart, for I can be considered your first love. I'm sorry, senior sister. Long Yu sighed, pondering what good deeds he must have accomplished in his past life to be graced with the company of so many remarkable women. Indeed, once faced with the finest choice, no one would opt for the inferior. Little shitty, love me, Hulaina breathed, her fiery red lips exhaling warmth. As her adorable fox ears perked up and a fluffy tail emerged, gently wrapping around Long Yu's waist, creating an atmosphere of undeniable allure. Long Yu refrained from further words and pressed a G beneath him. Chapter 177. You decide. Several hours passed, and the battle came to an end. Observing Hulaina, who lay blissfully asleep in his arms, Long Yu could not resist placing a tender kiss upon her enchanting face. She truly was a captivating presence. From that moment, he understood the meaning of a king neglecting morning court sessions. However, as darkness enveloped the sky, it was time for dinner. Long Yu quietly slipped out of bed, dressed himself, and gently closed the door, allowing Hulaina to rest undisturbed, for she was indeed exhausted. Teacher, upon stepping outside, Long Yu discovered several women seated, eagerly awaiting him, with a grand feast laid out before them. Xiao Yu, take a seat. Where is Nana? Bai Dong inquired. Senior sister is still asleep, so I didn't wake her, Long Yu replied, feeling a bit embarrassed by the direct question from his teacher, as his face grew warm. Oh, I see. Young man, while your vitality is commendable, one must also learn moderation. Please replenish your energy. As for Nana, I will have someone prepare her a meal. Bai Dong understood immediately, and even Long Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. The women nearby seemed to grasp the situation, their cheeks flushing as they glanced at Long Yu, feeling bashful. Bai Dong observed this with quiet amusement, secretly contemplating the romantic entanglements his disciple would accumulate. Indeed, Xiao Yu possessed no flaws, were he a few decades younger. He might very well find himself enamored with such an outstanding man. Ah, how thoughtful of the teacher, Long Yu chimed in, taking a seat between Xiao Lan and Xiao Wu. Zhu Qing, I have mentioned before, there is no need for formality here. We are among friends. Having visited the Wuhuan Palace Academy today, what are your impressions? Bai Dong inquired while enjoying her meal. Your Holiness, I find that the Wuhuan Palace Academy excels in all aspects, faculty strength, student quality, and facilities, surpassing even the Royal Academy of the Xing Luo Empire in some respects. Zhu Juqing responded, her demeanor tense. Bai Dong sighed inwardly, recognizing that her long-standing position often intimidated others, even now, as Nana remained exceptionally respectful at times. Yet, this particular fellow seemed utterly unfazed by her authority, engrossed in his meal as if he might starve. In truth, Long Yu was indeed famished. Having traveled for several days without a proper meal, he had expended considerable energy after a vigorous battle with Nana upon arriving in Wuhuan City. Naturally, it was time to replenish his strength. It is good to hear that. Should you have any questions regarding the Wuhuan Palace Academy, feel free to ask Xiao Wu or Xiao Yu. They are seasoned students. Bai Dong nodded. Teacher, there is something I wish to discuss, Long Yu said. Speak freely. Xiao Yu, Bai Dong replied, puzzled by the sudden shyness of this usually bold young man who had previously devoured his meal without concern for anyone's gaze. It pertains to Zhu Juqing. In the Royal Academy of the Xing Luo Empire and the Zhu family, there exists a stipulation. Therefore, teacher, my suggestion is that during the upcoming Soul Master competition, when the Wuhuan Palace Academy team faces the Royal Academy of the Xing Luo Empire team, Zhu Juqing should also be allowed to participate and defeat them. For other matches, the team can proceed as previously arranged, Long Yu articulated. Such a matter is inconsequential. As the captain of the team, you may decide accordingly. If Yin does not return soon, then Zhu Juqing shall take his place. Bai Dong waved her hand dismissively. She had no idea how long Yin would be away on his expedition. If he did not return before the competition, it would be of little consequence. For the Wuhuan Palace Academy team was destined for victory, regardless of who participated. Thank you, teacher, Long Yu smiled, resuming his meal. "Thank you, Your Holiness." Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude, recognizing this as a rare opportunity. To represent the Wuhuan Palace Academy in battle was a significant honor, and it was all thanks to Long Yu. "Then it is settled. You shall coordinate with Xiao Yu, as he is the current team captain and will make such decisions." Bibi Dong smiled. She thought to herself that this seemingly aloof girl did not appear to possess the qualities required to inherit a divine position. And even if her talent and strength met the necessary standards, where would she find such a divine role? She resolved to wait for the outcome, acknowledging that dwelling on this matter was futile. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the man beside her, nodding earnestly, seemingly intent on etching his memory into her heart. Soon, dinner came to an end. After discussions among Xiao Wu and the others, Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu decided to reside together, rather than in the academy's communal dormitory. With Zhu Zhuqing's belongings already at hand, they could settle in immediately. This arrangement was beneficial. It would prevent Xiao Wu from feeling lonely, as she would at least have someone with whom to converse. Meanwhile, Long Yu brought some freshly prepared dishes to their room, where he found Hulaina awake, gazing blankly at the ceiling. She smiled at him, appearing not only alluring but also possessing a touch of the charm of a newlywed. "Nana, what are you thinking about?" Long Yu inquired, placing the food before her. "Nothing much, just reflecting on how I have finally become little Shitty's woman. If we have children in the future, how many should we have?" Hulaina's elongated, beautiful eyes crinkled into a crescent shape as she smiled. "In the future, once I have resolved everything, we can have as many as we desire. But for now, let us eat and replenish our strength," Long Yu replied. Little Shitty, I do not wish to move. I want you to feed me." Hulaina playfully pouted. "Very well, I shall feed you," Long Yu replied gently. The ensuing moments were tranquil, aside from his training. Long Yu engaged in practice matches with the members of the Wuhuan Palace Academy team, adhering to the usual arrangement of having the team collaborate against him. Zhu Zhuqing primarily focused on honing her soul power, but occasionally joined in the battles, as she too would soon grace the competition stage and needed to acclimate to the team dynamics and members. Chapter 178. The fifth soul ring. This serene period lingered for nearly a year and a half, during which everyone made varying degrees of progress. Long Yu finally elevated his soul power from level 44 soul zone to level 50, nearing the threshold of becoming a soul king, with just one soul ring remaining for his ascension. Hulaina and Xie Yu had cultivated their soul power to the impressive level of 59, just one step away from ascending to the rank of Soul Emperor. With several months remaining before the Soul Master competition, there was a promising possibility for the siblings to reach Soul Emperor status before the event. Xiao Wu lagged slightly behind, having reached only 49. Yet with the enhancement from the 8-petal Xianlan, her progress was slower than Long Yu's, making her the subject of his teasing. Zhu Zhuqing had already made significant strides, breaking through to the Soul Scholar level shortly after arriving in Wuhuan City. She reached level 30, and after absorbing her third soul ring, she officially became a Soul Master. True to his word, Long Yu gifted Zhu Zhuqing with the Shui Xian Yuji Gu, which elevated her soul power by 6 levels. Coupled with her diligent training thereafter, she soon reached the Soul Scholar level, now boasting a soul power of 44, astonishing both the teachers and students of the Wuhuan Academy. They were baffled by how this newcomer had achieved such rapid advancement, reminiscent of Xiao Wu's explosive growth. With such immense support, Zhu Zhuqing was profoundly grateful to Long Yu and vowed to repay him in due time, despite currently lacking the means to do so. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wu and the others, Long Yu set off on his journey back to the Stardow Forest. In a secluded corner outside Wuhuan City, he communicated with Guyu Na through his mental prowess. Soon, a ripple of spatial fluctuation heralded Guyu Na's enchanting figure as she emerged, her gaze brimming with longing and affection. Upon their reunion, she enveloped Long Yu in a warm embrace, punctuated by a lingering kiss. "Xiao Yu, I have never felt time pass so slowly, so tediously. If you hadn't come to see me, I would have sought you out myself," Guyu Na remarked, resting against him. "Forgive me, Nar. My progress in cultivation has indeed been slower than I anticipated, which has kept you waiting," Long Yu replied, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. It was truly unavoidable. He had intended to focus solely on his training, yet the enchanting women around him proved to be quite a distraction. First, there was the captivating junior sister, followed by the playful Xiao Wu, and then the amiable and alluring Xiao Lan, not to mention the watchful Zhu Zhuqing. Having these four women in close proximity was nearly overwhelming, even for the typically composed Xiao Lan. Not to worry, at least you have arrived now. Let us attend to the matter at hand and assist you in achieving your breakthrough, Gu Yuna gently countered, shaking her head. She then took Long Yu's hand and led him away, as the human realm presented certain inconveniences. Yes, nowhere. The upper limit for my fifth soul ring is around 80,000 years, but I am aware that such spirit-type soul beasts are exceedingly rare. I am uncertain if any exist in this vicinity, so I will refrain from making specific choices. If none are available, I will redirect my focus to other exceptional soul beasts, Long Yu stated. 80,000 years for the fifth soul ring. The typical limit for most individuals is merely 12,000 years. I will ponder this further, Gu Yuna mused, momentarily taken aback. While rare, there indeed exists a soul beast of such antiquity, a nearly 80,000-year-old Mo Yanlang Wang, also classified as a spirit-type soul beast, she informed him. The Mo Yanlang Wang? According to the records of the Wuhuan Hall, such a soul beast should have been extinct. How has it resurfaced? Nevertheless, it is advantageous. The Mo Yanlang Wang possesses formidable speed, strength, and attack power, along with its distinctive blood-red eyes that wield potent psychic assaults. Nar, let us pursue it, Long Yu affirmed with a nod. Indeed, let us proceed to summon its sacrifice, Gu Yuna declared. Utilizing her mental acuity, she scanned the entirety of the Stardow forest and swiftly pinpointed the location of the Mo Yanlang Wang. In an instant, they found themselves near the core region, where they beheld a colossal wolf, measuring approximately 5 meters in length, its fur a striking shade of black and purple. Its robust limbs showcased prominent muscles, and its elongated canines exceeded 30 centimeters. The blood-red eyes instilled a profound sense of intimidation. The Mo Yanlang Wang, previously resting quietly, sensed Gu Yuna's presence and immediately rose, emitting a fearsome howl before lowering its head in deference. Greetings, my lord. I am the Mo Yanlang Wang, it rasped. Although it had not reached the 10,000-year mark, its early mastery of mental prowess granted it the ability to articulate human language, rendering it more astute than even the Titan Great Ape. Mo Yanlang Wang, Xiao Yu has chosen you as his fifth soul ring. I command you to offer your sacrifice to him, Gu Yuna stated coldly, her violet eyes locking onto the beast. Should it dare to utter a word of dissent or display any resistance, she would not hesitate to employ ruthless measures. Your servant willingly offers a sacrifice to the esteemed one. I seek the privilege of eternal life, the Mo Yanlang Wang fervently declared. Are you truly so confident in our success? Gu Yuna inquired, releasing her mental hold over the Mo Yanlang Wang, which appeared exceedingly compliant. I possess unwavering faith in you and in my lord, the Mo Yanlang Wang fervently professed. In truth, it was not its desire to comply. However, given Gu Yuna's commanding presence, it felt it had no other choice but to acquiesce, opting for submission to mitigate its suffering. Moreover, if the esteemed one were to succeed, it could ascend to unparalleled heights. Despite its formidable prowess within the Stardow forest, it understood that even a human titled Douluo could easily vanquish it. To pursue a higher realm through conventional cultivation would be exceedingly slow, and the tribulations of the heavenly calamity were not to be trifled with, as one misstep could lead to annihilation. Very well, let us commence, Gu Yuna affirmed, nodding in agreement, her demeanor unexpectedly serene. After stepping back a few paces, she smiled at her beloved man, knowing that his ascent to Soul King brought him closer to his ultimate goal. Chapter 179. The Sacrifice of the Radiant Dragon King with a Resounding Howl. The Mo Yanlang Wang ignited in deep black flames, while red flames danced around its eyes, a testament to its nearing 10,000-year cultivation. As time progressed, the Mo Yanlang Wang's form dramatically shrank, and a profound black soul ring soared into Long Yu's being, adorned with a hint of crimson. With the fifth soul ring guiding him, an overwhelming surge of soul power ignited Long Yu's stable internal energy, and his aura began to ascend, albeit the process felt prolonged. Meanwhile, Guyuna, with a flicker of thought, retrieved a piece of black-purple bone from the ground where the Mo Yinlang Wang had sacrificed itself. Although it was of no use to her, an external soul bone from a soul beast of 80,000 years was a prized possession for any human. She decided to keep it for future use. After a day of rigorous cultivation, Long Yu finally completed the absorption of the soul ring and eagerly accessed his personal data panel. Ding! The current personal data panel of the host is as follows. Host. Long Yu age, 13 years soul skill. Level 53 soul king. Zhong Tong, spiritual detection, spiritual sharing. Spiritual impact, spiritual duplication, nightmare, spiritual control, spiritual telekinesis, demon eye, which has a potent effect on beast martial soul masters and soul beasts. Capable of temporarily incapacitating the opponent's bodily control, with the duration varying based on the opponent's mental strength and power. Golden Dragon, Jun Yin, Flame Blade of Departure. Guardian of Water, Profound Ice Dragon Soar, Instantaneous Movement, Gale Sweeps Soul Bones. Right Claw Bone of the Fire Dragon King, Left Claw Bone of the Water Dragon King. Wind God Wing Attributes, Ultimate Fire, Ultimate Ice Others, Profound Dragon Spear Decision. Indeed, this is an extraordinary soul skill with my current mental strength. If I unleash this skill with full force, I could contend even against a 100,000-year soul beast. Long Yu marveled at the ability of the demon eye. High-quality soul beasts correspond to powerful soul skills, which is why soul masters are always eager to obtain high-quality soul beast rings. Xiaoyu. This is the soul bone left behind after the sacrifice of the demon eye wolf king. I believe it will pique your interest. Guyuna said as she approached Long Yu, handing him the black-purple claw bone. Is this an external soul bone? After acquiring so many soul rings, I have rarely encountered soul bones. Why are two appearing in succession now? Could it be that fortune is finally smiling upon me? Long Yu exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the sharp claw bone, then stored it away. Such a high-quality soul bone is indeed among the finest even within the martial soul hall. However, as I cannot utilize it myself, and neither Xiao Lan nor Xiao Wu will accept soul bones from other soul beasts, I shall give it to my senior sister. It would undoubtedly enhance her close combat capabilities significantly, Long Yu thought, putting the claw bone away. Xiaoyu, after absorbing the soul ring. Which Dragon King does your Golden Dragon martial soul intend to absorb? Guyuna inquired. For the fourth soul ring, I shall choose the Radiant Dragon King. Long Yu replied. The Dragon God Nine Sons, Radiant Dragon King, Master of Light and Prayer, Creator of Life. Indeed, time is of the essence. Let us proceed to the Dragon Valley world. Guyuna nodded, and the two swiftly re-entered the spatial gate, vanishing from the Star-Do forest. Is this the dragon skeleton of the Radiant Dragon King? Its brilliance and sanctity evoke a dreamlike sensation within me. Long Yu reached out to caress the immense dragon skeleton before him, which emanated a dazzling golden light and an awe-inspiring sacred aura. Although he had never witnessed the power of the god of angels in the divine realm, Long Yu sensed that the Radiant Dragon King's strength surpassed that of the angel god. Even though both possess attributes of sacred light, the Radiant Dragon King, being a dragon, cannot be compared to an angelic being of human origin. Xiaoyu, are you ready to begin? The Radiant Dragon King is quite pleased with you, Guyuna remarked, nodding as she utilized spatial power to isolate Long Yu and the dragon skeleton from the surrounding dragon remains. Huh, why does it feel like Nar is in such a rush? Long Yu pondered, somewhat bewildered. However, since Nar expressed urgency and the massive dragon skeleton had begun to dissolve, he did not hesitate. Although he wished to convey that the Dragon King could speak directly to him, was it possible that his mental strength was insufficient? The colossal golden dragon skeleton ignited with sacred flames, illuminating the entire Dragon Valley world, transforming it into a golden realm. Once the golden flames dissipated, the original massive dragon skeleton vanished, morphing into a golden soul ring and a golden arm bone radiating golden light, swiftly integrating into Long Yu's body. With the influx of divine power, Long Yu's body underwent rapid changes once more. Each Dragon King's sacrifice brought forth corresponding divine power that modified various aspects of Long Yu's physique, significantly enhancing his capabilities to their current utmost limits, distinguishing it from ordinary soul beast sacrifices. Divine power. Alongside the newly acquired left arm bone of the Radiant Dragon King, Long Yu's physical attributes experienced a remarkable leap. As for the evolving Tianmengbing Can Soul Ring, the transformation was even more pronounced. Prior to the sacrifice of the Radiant Dragon King, Long Yu could already withstand the sacrifice of the 8,000-year Demon Eye Wolf King, and following the enhancement of the Soul Bone and Divine Power Reformation, this Black Soul Ring had successfully transformed into a red 100,000-year Soul Ring. Furthermore, Long Yu's first martial soul, Zhong Tong, now had a soul ring composition of red, purple, black. The first soul ring was of a higher grade than the subsequent four. Purple Ling Bei, my solitary 1,000-year purple soul ring, makes me feel quite awkward. Before long, 4 days passed, and Long Yu suddenly opened his eyes, the dazzling light radiating from his golden dragon martial soul, while the dragon scales, patterns, and appearance became increasingly intricate and vivid. Phew, in terms of physical attributes, I should now surpass an average title Douluo. As for my mental strength, I should be around level 95. Long Yu clenched his fists, fully aware of the extent of his current power. Host. Long Yu age, 13 years soul skill, level 54 Soul King, Zhong Tong, spiritual detection, spiritual sharing, spiritual impact, spiritual duplication, nightmare, spiritual control, spiritual telekinesis, demon eye. Golden Dragon Junyan, flame blade of departure, guardian of water, profound ice dragon soar, instantaneous movement, gale sweep, divine light. Heals oneself or others. And the struck opponent's soul power and strength will continually dissolve and weaken. Radiant Seal. Conceal the soul power and cultivation of soul masters below its own level. Ineffective against soul beasts. Soul Bones. Right claw bone of the Fire Dragon King, left claw bone of the Water Dragon King, Wind God Wing. Left arm bone of the Radiant Dragon King. Attributes. Ultimate Fire, Ultimate Ice Others, Profound Dragon Spear Decision. Long Yu surveyed his splendid data with great satisfaction. Although his soul power was only at level 54, his true strength had already surpassed that of an average soul Douluo. I wonder how long it will take before I can absorb divine power. So much divine power, yet I can only observe it without utilizing it. It is truly torturous. Long Yu thought, feeling somewhat helpless. Once he could absorb divine power, his cultivation speed would accelerate dramatically. Chapter 180, The Soul Stirring. Xiaoyu, let us return for now, Guyana said as she flew to Long Yu's side. There's really no need to. Long Yu began, but upon seeing Guyana's eager expression, he realized the reason behind her urgency. Just as a twitch formed at the corner of Long Yu's mouth, he found himself at the bottom of the lake of life. Then passively experienced what felt like Guyana transforming into an indefatigable female Tyrannosaurus. Fortunately, with his significantly enhanced physical attributes, he managed to cope with Guyana's ferocity, proving once again that her combat prowess was indeed formidable. Eventually, after a long while, they concluded their exhilarating battle. Observing Guyana's immense satisfaction, Long Yu felt a profound sense of pride and accomplishment, relishing the experience of being a dragon knight. A feeling that only those who have tried it could truly understand. Xiaoyu, you have greatly improved compared to before, Guyana remarked with a smile. Unlike others, Guyana's recovery was remarkably swift. After all, she was a being comparable to a divine king during her peak, far beyond the likes of Hulai Na and others, and truly a worthy opponent for Long Yu. Otherwise, how could one deal with a formidable adversary like you? Long Yu teased, lightly brushing Guyana's delicate nose. Xiaoyu, are you planning to leave soon? Guyana inquired. Yes, Nar, after I complete my breakthrough. I have matters to attend to, but it is not urgent. I can still accompany you for about a month, Long Yu replied. With only a few months remaining until the Soul Master competition, there were still preliminary and qualifying rounds to contend with. Just completing these contests would require a considerable amount of time, and by the time the Wuhuan Temple Academy team officially took to the field, It was uncertain when that would occur. Moreover, even if he did not participate, given Hu Lai Na and Xieyu's current strength, combined with their Wuhuan fusion technique, Yao Mei, they possess power rivaling that of high-ranking soul saints. Even without his involvement, they should be able to dominate, as other academy teams lacked even a soul king, let alone a soul emperor. Xiaoyu, how long do you think it will be until we can counterattack the divine realm? Guyina asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. Since establishing such an intimate bond with Xiaoyu, she had never been so conscious of time. At present, she was merely a level 54 soul king, and the path to achieving godhood at level 100 was still long. I estimate about 10 years. But I am uncertain what realm my cultivation speed will reach once my physical constitution can withstand divine power, Long Yu said. 10 years. Guyina seemed somewhat disheartened, instinctively drawing closer to Long Yu. I will strive to be as swift as possible, and once I resolve the matters on the continent, you may join me, Long Yu reassured her. With that, Guyina, resembling a docile little kitten, nestled in Long Yu's embrace and gradually drifted into slumber, while Long Yu held the enchanting beauty close, surrendering to sleep as well. Before long, a month had passed. Guyina bid farewell to Long Yu and returned to the depths of the Lake of Life to recuperate. That Na truly has a way of exhausting me, Long Yu mused after disappearing from her sight, stretching his back. Who knows what I endured last night? It's left me feeling somewhat insecure, he muttered to himself, as the wind god wings propelled him swiftly towards the outskirts of the Douluo forest. However, after a brief flight, Long Yu slowed his pace, his eyes gleaming with intensity as his vast spiritual energy swept across the surroundings. With mental prowess comparable to a super Douluo, he could scan a considerable range. He detected sounds of combat. Curiously, his Wuhan, the golden dragon, felt a peculiar sensation. Intrigued, Long Yu followed the guidance of his spiritual energy towards the source. Soon, he discovered the scene: 3 humans and 2 soul beasts. Among them, 2 elderly individuals possessed 9 soul rings each. One elder, towering over 2 meters, had a lean, spear-like physique. Upon releasing his Wuhuan, he exhibited no remarkable changes, yet a serpent spear appeared in his hand. Measuring approximately 4 meters in length, the spear's head curved, its sharp tip forking like a snake's tongue, and it was encircled by 9 formidable soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 4 black, instilling fear in all who beheld it. A Wuhuan master with the title of Douluo. The other Douluo was of medium build, neither too thin nor too stout, seemingly unremarkable. Yet, upon releasing his Wuhuan, his body inflated like a balloon, countless purple spikes emerging from within, covering his surface. His soul ring configuration mirrored that of the previous Douluo, but his current form appeared far more menacing, with his hands transformed into purple, spike-like appendages, enveloped in an eerie hue. The two were engaged in combat against a massive crimson spider, its body exceeding 4 meters in diameter, with 8 legs nearly 10 meters long, each adorned with numerous sharp spikes. Its main body was encased in a thick layer of blood-red armor, and atop its small head were 8 eyes, exuding a sense of ruthless malice and ferocity, with sharp black fangs protruding from its mouth. Despite facing 2 Douluo, the soul beast exhibited formidable strength, maintaining an even footing in the battle. Not far away, a smaller crimson spider was in combat with an elegant figure. From Long Yu's perspective, he could see her adorned in a golden palace outfit, her radiant golden hair flowing, and she bore 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Remarkably, she had 3 pairs of golden wings behind her, radiating a divine aura. At that moment, her fists shone with golden light, while she wielded a long sword engulfed in golden flames. Her speed, strength, and attack power surpassed any soul emperor Long Yu had ever witnessed. However, the formidable nature of her opponent and a multitude of attack angles forced her into a largely defensive stance, resulting in only a few shallow sword marks on her adversary, insufficient to inflict fatal damage. Qianren Shue, Serpent Spear Douluo, and Spike Porcupine Douluo, how unexpected to encounter them here. It seems their situation is not going smoothly. Qianren Shue had likely only just broken through to Soul Emperor and found herself facing the daunting blood prison demon spider with a cultivation of 60,000 years and a 30,000-year blood prison demon spider. The strength of the blood prison demon spider surpassed that of the faceless demon spider, and it was no wonder that she wielded a divine wuhuan, exhibiting such power even at the rank of Soul Emperor. Long Yu's keen gaze swept across the battlefield. Normally, he would not concern himself with such matters. Countless soul masters and soul beasts perish daily in this world, and he had neither the inclination nor the heart to intervene. Yet, since they were all affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple, particularly with Qianrenxue involved, he could not remain indifferent. Cursed luck! Why are we so unfortunate? Qianrenxue exclaimed, her angelic sword continuously countering the blood prison demon spider's attacks. However, fending off multiple spider legs was proving to be exceedingly strenuous. To make matters worse, her opponent could fly and move quickly. If she were to withdraw from the battlefield, the pressure on the two elders would only intensify. Should they falter, her chances of escape would diminish further. She had merely come to acquire a 6th soul ring, yet had encountered such a terrifying soul beast. Although she had activated the angelic domain, without her Wuhuan's true form, she could not fully unleash its capabilities. Otherwise, she would not be in such a passive position. In her true form, her strength was akin to that of a Douluo. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Qianrenxue's movements faltered, and she was met with 2 barbed spider legs crashing down. Panic filled her golden eyes as she hastily attempted to block with her angelic sword, managing to deflect one leg, but the other was unavoidable. With the penetrating power of the opponent, it would directly pierce through one's body, inflicting severe injuries accompanied by the deadly 4th soul skill, mental telekinesis. The 4th 10,000-year soul ring of Long Yu shimmered, and an invisible yet powerful divine force momentarily halted the spider legs of the blood prison demon spider. Although Qianrenxue was uncertain about the reason behind this event, she promptly fanned her golden wings behind her, creating some distance in an instant. However, the blood prison demon spider, without hesitation, expelled a 5-meter diameter white web directly towards Qianrenxue, leaving her no opportunity to resist. The first soul skill, Flame Blade, dozens of short blades, imbued with raging flames, rapidly flew forth. Under Long Yu's mental control, they precisely sliced through the web at various points, creating an opening for Qianrenxue to escape. Someone is coming. They don't seem to be enemies. Qianrenxue silently sighed in relief. Following this, 6 colossal ice dragons surged towards the blood prison demon spider, astonishingly forcing it back by several meters. The temperature around them plummeted significantly with the emergence of these ice dragons. Such formidable power could be a titled Douluo. Both Shi Miao Duo and Ci Tunduo were immensely surprised, but within the spirit hall, only the 2 of them were dispatched. Could it be that a titled Douluo from another faction has intervened? Long Yu utilized his 3rd soul skill, teleportation, to appear before the still staggering blood prison demon spider, brandishing his golden dragon spear high. Although lacking the enhancement of a soul skill, his physical prowess was already remarkably formidable, and a glimmer of crimson light flashed in his eyes. The 5th soul skill, Demon Eye, relying on his overwhelming suppression over soul beasts and beast martial soul masters. The massive form of the blood prison demon spider momentarily froze, losing control of its body, and then the golden dragon spear pierced directly through the spider's head. The 30,000-year blood prison demon spider fell, dressed in flowing white, possessing a handsome visage and extraordinary demeanor. Qianrenxue's attention, however, was fixated on the 4 golden soul rings adorning Long Yu. Golden soul rings? For soul rings, this man is actually a soul master of the soul sect? He even managed to eliminate the 30,000-year blood prison demon spider in an instant. Qianrenxue. Long Yu's voice broke through Qianrenxue's stupor, bringing her back to her senses. You know me? Qianrenxue instinctively inquired, as her existence was considered the highest secret of the spirit hall. Very few people across the continent were aware of her presence. Well, let's not dwell on that for now. If we continue talking, that 60,000-year blood prison demon spider will escape, Long Yu replied, glancing at Qianrenxue, who was equally stunned. Her angelic features, flawless fair skin, and an aura of perfection were astonishing, with pronounced facial features, a high nose bridge, and an air of sanctity and nobility, complemented by a rare feminine valor. To be honest, in terms of beauty, aside from Guyana, Qian Rinxue must be the most stunning individual Long Yu had ever encountered. All right, Qian Rinxue nodded, directing her gaze elsewhere. With her subordinate slain, the 60,000-year blood prison demon spider exhibited no hesitation, attempting to flee without a moment's pause for vengeance. In its desperate flight, even Shi Miao Douluo could not intercept it, and the toxins from Ci Douluo were utterly ineffective against the blood prison demon spider. Qian Rinxue, do you sense the profound connection between our martial souls? Our compatibility seems remarkably high, Long Yu remarked, astonished. Martial soul fusion skill. Qian Rinxue nodded, forming a favorable first impression of this man she had just met. Moreover, through Long Yu's implication, she understood that he alone could not directly eliminate the 60,000-year blood prison demon spider. Elders, hold it off with all your might, Qian Rinxue commanded. Together, they soared into the sky. A flash of golden light enveloped them as they merged into a divine golden dragon, a fusion skill between a level 54 Soul King and a level 61 Soul Emperor. Originally, its power would have been at the level of a Soul Douluo, but neither of them were ordinary Soul Kings or Soul Emperors, especially Long Yu, whose strength had already reached the level of a Soul Douluo. Coupled with Qian Rinxue's soul power and the enhancement from her angelic martial soul, rendered the actual might of their current fusion skill unquantifiable by conventional standards. The lady and that man are actually able to utilize a martial soul fusion skill. Ci Douluo and Shi Miao Douluo gazed in astonishment at the majestic divine golden dragon. Even having reached the title Douluo level, both could distinctly sense that they were no match for this divine golden dragon, particularly for Ci Douluo as a beast martial soul title Douluo. A profound fear rooted in his bloodline significantly hindered his ability to unleash his full power. The absolute suppression of a superior bloodline over a lesser one was palpable. Divine, noble, powerful, and terrifying dragon might. The divine golden dragon howled as it instantaneously appeared above the blood-prisoned demon spider, and in the depths of its profound terror, its sharp claws tore through the crimson armor. A torrent of dark red blood, laden with dreadful toxins, gushed forth, yet it posed no threat to the divine golden dragon. No matter how fiercely the blood-prisoned demon spider struggled, it could not penetrate the golden scales of the divine golden dragon. Another claw crushed its diminutive head, and soon the blood-prisoned demon spider lay motionless. The 60,000-year blood-prisoned demon spider fell. Chapter 182. Is the lady interesting? After vanquishing the 60,000-year blood-prisoned demon spider, the divine golden dragon rapidly disintegrated, and Qian Rinxue and Long Yu landed steadily. The swift dissolution was primarily due to Qian Rinxue's immense soul power consumption, making it difficult to sustain. During her battle with the 40,000-year blood-prisoned demon spider, her soul power had already been severely depleted, and the martial soul fusion skill itself demanded tremendous energy. Although the martial soul fusion skill wielded incredible power, the corresponding soul power consumption was equally substantial. My lady, Shi Miao Douluo and Ci Douluo hurriedly approached with concern. Both lowered their heads, ashamed to meet Qian Rinxue's gaze, for as her protectors, they had allowed her to fall into such perilous circumstances, a responsibility they could not evade. Had it not been for Long Yu's assistance, the outcome could have been dire. I am fine, merely fatigued from soul power depletion. This matter is not your fault. No one could have anticipated such an occurrence. Had it not been for the protection of the two elders, I would not be here now, Qian Rinxue replied, her complexion somewhat pale, her golden eyes fixed intently on Long Yu, as if attempting to see through him. You are the second disciple of that woman, as spoken by my grandfather, Long Yu? Qian Rinxue inquired. A super genius capable of such feats, coupled with this demeanor and appearance, could only belong to that woman's disciple. Even my grandfather, Qian Douluo, and the second elder, Jin Douluo, hold exceedingly high hopes and recognition for Long Yu. My grandfather even mentioned that Long Yu's talent surpasses my own, deeming him a chosen one. Furthermore, he is an exceptionally rare, dual martial soul. Now that I see, it is not an exaggeration. In fact, in some aspects, he surpasses my original expectations. Indeed, I am Longyu. I recently acquired my 5th soul ring and was on my way back to the Spirit City when I sensed some commotion and rushed over. Longyu responded. Although the relationship between the Pope Hall and the Elder Hall is not particularly amicable, as a member of the Wuhuan Temple, I cannot simply turn a blind eye. Longyu candidly acknowledged. Gazing at Qian Rengshu, his eyes reflected not only admiration but also sympathy and compassion. This chosen one, after all, is merely a pitiable woman. Born of Qiang Sunji and Bibi Dong, Qiang Sunji was gravely injured by Tang Hao and subsequently killed by Bibi Dong, never having experienced a single day of maternal love from her. Despite their mother-daughter bond, their relationship was fraught with animosity, even bordering on hostility. The deeply concealed maternal feelings only revealed themselves once, and that opportunity was singular. At such a tender age, she has been thrust into a perilous and entirely foreign environment, navigating each step with trepidation. Having endured far too many experiences and intrigues that one should never have to face, after decades of concealment, she finally encountered someone she cherished, only to find that their opposing positions destined them to be adversaries, leading to the tragic demise of her most beloved at the hands of her lover. The shattered angelic divinity left her soul power forever stagnated at the 89th level, leaving her and Hulaina in a state of desolation. This encapsulates the life of this chosen one, a life both enviable and lamentable. Endowed with extraordinary talent and beauty, her fate is indeed tragic. Qian Rengshu sensed the pity in Longyu's gaze and found it peculiar. But soon her demeanor turned frigid. She was an exceedingly proud individual, requiring neither pity nor sympathy from anyone. Thank you, young Master Longyu, for your assistance. Your prowess and talent are indeed well-deserved of their reputation. Furthermore, the ability to perform a martial soul fusion technique with a lady is remarkable. The golden dragon from earlier exhibited a power that reached the level of a super Douluo. Elder Shi Mao, sensing the awkwardness of the situation, took the initiative to ease the tension. Elder Shi Mao, you flatter me. This is merely the result of the collaboration between Qian Rengshu and myself. Longyu replied with a smile, realizing that he had inadvertently hurt the pride of this strong-willed woman. Indeed, your strength and talent are unparalleled in my experience. Yet you remain humble. Your future is undoubtedly bright. Miss, now that the matter is resolved, let us return together. The cichlid Douluo suggested, admiration and awe evident in his eyes, having witnessed the extraordinary abilities of the person spoken of by the deities. Would you care to join us? Our journey back to Wuhuan City will pass through Tiando City, Qian Rengshu inquired. Of course, let us proceed together. Longyu nodded, relieved that his solitary return would not be as dull. Afterward, Longyu collected the remains of the 2 soul beasts. Such high-ranking soul beasts possessed a wealth of treasures, and he deemed it essential to extract their residual value, resolutely refusing to let it go to waste. Qian Rengshu and the 2 titled Douluos found no objection, for Longyu had undoubtedly exerted considerable effort in vanquishing the beasts. Had it not been for his aid, the ensuing dangers would have been unimaginable, leaving little room for concern over the corpses. With the demise of the 2 soul beasts, 2 black soul rings ascended. Regrettably, Longyu could not absorb them. These exceptionally valuable soul rings for spider-type martial souls would dissipate into the ether. However, there were only 2 carriages. Undoubtedly, one belonged to Qian Rengshu, while the other was for Elder Shi Mao and Cichlid Douluo. Longyu, come aboard. The space within is ample enough that even 3 of us will not feel cramped. Elder Shi Mao stated. There is no need for that. Esteemed elders, you may board, Longyu replied. Longyu, come to my carriage. I have matters to discuss with you, Qian Rengshu insisted, shaking her head. Oh, Mississippi. Elder Shi Mao hesitated before boarding the carriage with Cichlid Douluo. It seems the miss has never interacted with any male before, let alone allowed one into her carriage, Cichlid Douluo whispered. Indeed, one must consider the caliber of the miss's talent. How many men on this continent could catch her eye? Her pride is deeply ingrained, Elder Shimao remarked. Does this imply that Longyu has earned the Mrs. favor and respect? Cyclid Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps. For Longyu is exceptionally gifted, and it was he who rescued us. They can even perform martial soul fusion techniques together. It seems entirely reasonable. If I were to encounter such a person, especially a woman, it would be difficult not to be enamored. Elder Shimao shrugged, adopting the demeanor of a love expert. Sigh. Compared to Longyu, we seem to have stagnated in our cultivation, Cyclid Douluo lamented. What? Are you considering giving up? Come, let us embrace that. Chapter 183. Conversation inside a luxurious carriage. Longyu and Qian Ringshu sat across from one another, both momentarily at a loss for words, enveloped in silence. Qian Ringshu, I can assist you in restoring your soul power and injuries, should you desire it. Longyu finally broke the silence, while he found comfort in quietly observing the angelic girl. The prolonged silence had become somewhat awkward. Are you a healing-type soul master? Yet I recall your golden dragon martial soul belongs to the assault category, while your primary martial soul is of the mental development direction. Qian Ringshu inquired. Is it truly necessary to know so much? I am not your enemy, Longyu thought internally. To clarify, my martial soul is not auxiliary or healing in nature. However, one of my soul skills allows for the restoration of soul power and injuries, particularly effective for light attribute soul masters. Then let us give it a try. Qian Ringshu nodded. With that, for golden soul rings manifested around Longyu, the fourth shimmering brightly. A golden light emanated from his hand and entered Qian Ringshu's body, causing her severely depleted soul power to recover rapidly, exponentially faster than through meditation. Moreover, as both wielded light attribute soul power, the restoration effects surpassed that of soul nourishing food. Such remarkable restorative capability, Qian Ringshu murmured softly, a faint blush gracing her angelic visage, though it quickly faded. However, she could not deny the comfort she had felt, leading to a moment of vulnerability. Once Qian Ringshu's soul power had nearly fully recovered, Longyu ceased his output. While the effects were impressive, his own soul power had also been significantly consumed. Longyu, how did you come to know of my existence? Even if you are that woman's disciple, my presence is among the highest secrets of the Wuhuan Temple. You should not have the qualification to know of me unless you become the holy son of the Wuhuan Temple, Qian Ringshu questioned. Your existence was indeed disclosed by my teacher. I learned through certain channels, though I cannot divulge which ones at this moment. Longyu responded. Since you choose not to disclose, I shall not press you. You are far more outstanding than I initially anticipated. What is your current strength? Qian Ringshu asked with curiosity. Although his soul power level was lower than hers, in terms of actual strength, he was considerably superior. As for strength, my current soul power level is 54, a soul king, yet my true capabilities are akin to a soul Douluo, with my mental prowess surpassing that of a soul Douluo, Longyu stated. The soul power of the soul king, the prowess of the soul Douluo, the mental strength of the title Douluo, the dual martial souls, and the 4 divine soul rings. Indeed, you surpass me significantly, Qian Ringshu remarked. Even the previous fusion technique of our martial souls was predominantly led by Longyu. You flatter me. In truth, your talent is also extraordinarily formidable, and I would say you are among the strongest individuals I have encountered. Even my teacher, at our age, was not your match. Had you not wasted so much time lurking within the Tiando Empire, you would likely be nearing the rank of Soul Sage by now. This year, you must be around 25, Longyu stated earnestly. You speak a truth. Otherwise, I might not have been inferior to you. Qian Ringshu nodded. Why did you look at me with such sympathetic eyes before? Do you think I am pitiable? Qian Ringshu asked indifferently. I admit, I do feel sympathy for you. But more so, I am in awe. Longyu responded candidly, recognizing that the person before him was a remarkably mature young woman. Thus, there was no need for deceit. Why? Qian Ringshu fixed her gaze upon Longyu's eyes. With her years of experience, she could sense any flicker or evasion in his expression. I sympathize with you because you have lost so much that a girl should possess, far too much. I admire you for your ability to persist through so much at such a young age. Though, I have never visited the Tiando Imperial Palace. I can imagine how perilous it must be. Even a single misstep could lead to irretrievable ruin, and all efforts would be in vain. Enduring such trials against cunning adversaries is a significant personal challenge, hence my admiration for you. Long Yu gazed directly into Qian Rinshui's eyes, without hesitation or evasion. Speaking from the heart, their eyes locked in mutual understanding, until Qian Rinshui finally averted her gaze. So what? I am willing, and I can absolutely accomplish it, Qian Rinshui declared, maintaining an expressionless facade, yet the true depths of her heart remain known only to her. Indeed, I believe you can achieve it, and with my assistance. The chances of failure are minimized, Long Yu nodded. Are you implying that the plans of the Spirit Hall are flawed? Qian Rinshui instantly grasped Long Yu's implication. You are indeed astute. Although the plan appears flawless, there are still vulnerabilities, Long Yu explained. Pray tell. First, if you wish to gradually poison the Snow Knight Emperor, you must not give him any opportunity. The poison you've deployed is potent, yet I know of one who can counter it. Thus, find an opportunity to eliminate him. The clan, Yang Wudi, it would be best to eradicate all 4 major single attribute clans. Secondly, seek an opportunity to eliminate Shui Bong. Having no rivals for the throne is the most prudent course. Long Yu elaborated. As for Tang San, even he is currently unaware of his own condition. However, without the Ba Jiao Xinbing Chao and the Lai Hua Xing Jiao Shu for body refinement, Tang San's potential and strength will be severely curtailed. The ZGMO Tong has also not made significant advancements without the benefits of Wang Chuan Qiushui Lu. As for the dual martial souls, they are nearly inconsequential to Long Yu. The only aspect that gives him pause is Tang San's seemingly endless array of hidden weapons, capable of shattering even the heart of a level 1 deity. Truly remarkable. Yang Wudi can counter the poison? How do you know what poison we have used that Yang Wudi can nullify? Qian Rinshui inquired, perplexed, as only a few were privy to this information, and she held great faith in the potency of such poison. How I know is a secret. If you doubt my word, I can arrange for the power of the Papal Hall to preemptively eliminate Yang Wudi, ensuring no unexpected outcomes arise. Long Yu shrugged. Should I reveal that I have read the original work? Chapter 184. A turn of events faster than turning pages. I understand now. I will handle matters concerning Yang Wudi without needing the Papal Hall's involvement. A mere soul Douluo can be dealt with by an elder, Qian Rinshui affirmed. Noting Long Yu's serious demeanor, do not underestimate Yang Wudi. Though he is merely a soul Douluo, his comprehension of elements beyond martial souls grants him formidable striking power, making his strength comparable to that of a title Douluo. To err on the side of caution, it would be wise to have a super Douluo or 2 title Douluos lead the charge to utterly annihilate the clan, leaving no future threats. However, there is no need to rush regarding the timing, Long Yu advised. Even if Yang Wudi can indeed counter the poison, you previously mentioned needing to eliminate Shui Bong. That he is not merely a debauched prince? Qian Rinshui continued, for had she not deemed him a non-threat, she would have long since orchestrated an accident to remove him. You underestimate Shui Bong. Having witnessed the demise of numerous princes, he must disguise himself as harmless to survive. You are astute. Consider when Shui Bong transitioned into this debauched persona. Was it not rather sudden? The shift in perception regarding Shui Bong is rather peculiar. Do you not find it strange? Long Yu remarked. Those who seem devoid of threat are often the most lethal. Upon hearing Long Yu's words, Qian Rinshui fell into contemplation. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed so. Shui Bong's sudden change was striking. Unfortunately, at that time, she had been preoccupied with eliminating other princes, failing to notice the seemingly inconspicuous Shui Bong. Those who appear harmless are often the most dangerous. It seems I have been remiss, Qian Rinshui murmured, concealing one's brilliance while being supported from behind. With such formidable backing, it appears Prince Shui Xing has long since aligned himself with Shui Bong, opposing me all along. I must find an opportunity to dispose of Shui Bong. Qian Rinshui clenched her delicate fist. She has never been a benevolent person. She would go to any lengths to achieve her goals. Slaughter is merely a commonplace occurrence. Do not be hasty. Within the Tiando royal family, only you 2 male heirs remain. If Shuebong were to die unexpectedly or under suspicious circumstances, you would become the prime suspect, while it would not jeopardize your claim to the throne. After all, the Snow Knight Emperor lacks other candidates. It could sow seeds of discord for your future reign, Long Yu cautioned. Indeed, understood, Qian Rinxua nodded. She would not commit such a folly, realizing she had underestimated Shuebong. Yet, she firmly believed that once she truly regarded him as a threat, neither Shuebong nor Shuesheng would have any further chances. It appears that you are even more remarkable than I initially perceived, and you harbor many secrets. Even if you do not disclose them now, I am confident that one day I will uncover all, and it will be you who reveals them, Qian Rinxua stated, extending her delicate tongue to moisten her lips. Her gaze towards Long Yu resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey, instilling in him a sense of trepidation, yet also a tinge of unwillingness. What is this? To look at me with such eyes, Qian Rinxua. You are indeed perilously dangerous. I have one more question. How did you know of Tang Hao and that Tang San existed beforehand? Qian Rinxua inquired. This is indeed a matter of personal vendetta. It remains a secret, but I must confess that long ago, during my time in Nodingcheng, I learned through the dual martial soul configuration of Lan Yinhuang and how Tianshui, that Tong San, is the son of Tong Hao. Although Tong Hao has vanished, he will undoubtedly be by Tong San's side, making it quite natural to ascertain their whereabouts. Regrettably, the second offering did not directly eliminate Tong Hao, Long Yu remarked. Even so, how could you possibly know that Tong San would attend that insignificant Shrek Academy, which is only a modicum of reputation? Primarily due to Fulan Day and Zhaowuji? I refuse to believe that this alone would compel you to journey there, Qian Rinxua countered, shaking her head. Hence, it is a secret, Long Yu replied, extending his hands. You, Qian Rinxua, pointed at Long Yu, speechless. This phrase serves only to deflect me. Truly infuriating. I apologize, but it is indeed my secret. I have not even divulged it to Xiao Wu and the others, Long Yu stated. Tisich, a fickle man with so many women. Whether you tell them or not has no bearing on me, Qian Rinxua retorted, though Long Yu's words did alleviate her irritation somewhat. Bah, scoundrel! Noticing the subtle shift in Qian Rinxua's demeanor, Long Yu felt a twinge of satisfaction. For someone so proud as you, this is undoubtedly a chink in your armor. Of course, this was merely a ruse to placate Qian Rinxua. Matters pertaining to the system and his knowledge of the plot would remain forever concealed from others, especially regarding the system. Don't ask. My intuition tells me you're curious about my affairs. Now that the inquiries are concluded, why haven't you dismounted? Do you require me to force you off? Qian Rinxua demanded sternly. Qian Rinxua, you change your stance more swiftly than the turning of a page. Moreover, at present, you are indeed no match for me. Long Yu mumbled, yet he complied and dismounted, grumbling all the while. What does it matter if you are more formidable? You still obediently descended. Qian Rinxua secretly rejoiced, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Oh dear, what has become of me, to entertain such childish thoughts? Qian Rinxua quickly regained her senses. Pondering her peculiar behavior, Shimiao Douluo and Tsi Tuandouluo exchanged puzzled glances as they observed Long Yu board his carriage, their expressions betraying amusement that they struggled to contain. It seems the young lady remains unchanged, Shimiao Douluo chuckled, while Tsi Tuandouluo wore a knowing look, akin to that of a seasoned romantic observing a heartbroken man, eliciting a mixture of disdain and bemusement from Long Yu. What is with this gaze? I have Nana, Xiaolan, and Xiaowu, 4 women. How can you 2 old bachelors regard me in such a manner? It is utterly baffling. Naturally, in the Douluo continent, single male soul masters are exceedingly plentiful, while female soul masters are comparatively scarce, especially those of high soul power. As for ordinary individuals, no matter how beautiful, they are generally beneath the notice of soul masters, let alone those of the title Douluo caliber. Chapter 185. Return several days later. Qian Rinxua and her companions finally arrived at Tiandocheng, and Long Yu prepared to bid farewell to the trio. However, before departing, Qian Rinxua continued to regard Long Yu with the discerning eyes of a predator, much to his annoyance. This woman is truly intolerable, Qianren Xue. Remember the 2 points I mentioned? Do not forget, for while perfection may be unattainable, we must strive towards it. Farewell. Take care. We shall meet again before long. Long Yu waved, and with a flutter of his feng shini, he soon vanished from their sight. Within the carriage, Qianren Xue watched Long Yu depart, a strange smile flickering at the corners of her mouth. Long Yu, since you were so favored by that woman, what will happen if I were to steal you away from her side? Qianren Xue mused quietly as the carriage officially entered Tiandocheng. With Long Yu now flying at full speed, he finally reached Wuhuancheng as night approached. Without lingering, he continued towards the papal palace. After advancing to the rank of Soul King, my strength has significantly surged. Otherwise, I would not have been able to sustain such extended flight, Long Yu reflected. Upon returning to the papal palace, Long Yu sought an audience with Bibi Dong first. He briefly recounted his recent experiences since breaking through to Soul King, emphasizing his encounter with Qianren Xue and her companions. Listening attentively, Bibi Dong maintained an outward calm demeanor, nodding in response. You have endured much, Xiao Yu. Had it not been for you, Xiao Xue and her companions would have faced uncertainty. It is no trouble, for we are all members of the Spear Hall. Teacher, regarding the 2 threats I mentioned, does the papal palace need to intervene directly? I worry that if the Elder Hall takes action, it may be too conspicuous. Long Yu inquired. No, since Xiao Xue has expressed her stance, let her resolve it herself. Our intervention might only incite her displeasure. You've been quite busy. You should return and rest. The upcoming task entails preparing for the Soul Master competition, Bibi Dong advised. Yes, teacher. Long Yu nodded and turned to leave. Once Long Yu departed, Bibi Dong gazed at the empty papal palace, sighing deeply. Each mention of Xiao Xue filled her with guilt, confusion, and even resentment. Guilt arose from her failure to be a competent mother, never providing Qianren Xue with a modicum of maternal affection, marking her a total failure in that regard. Confusion stemmed from their previously strained relationship, seemingly unalterable, yet individuals such as themselves could never be the first to concede. As for resentment, it naturally stemmed from memories of Qian Xuanji. Every recollection of that time obliterated her rationality and emotions. Meanwhile, upon returning to his residence, Long Yu opened the door to find Liana instantly draping herself around him, inhaling his scent with blissful contentment. Alongside her were Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan, and after setting Liana down, he embraced both Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan in turn. As for how Xiao Wu and Xiao Lan became so close to him, Long Yu quipped that he had always been the one being pursued, especially that day, when both women approached him simultaneously. Liana, the little fox, had even played the role of an accomplice. It appears you all are in high spirits, Long Yu remarked with a smile. Hee, brother Yu, you also seem quite well. Your scent is delightful, Xiao Wu replied mischievously, her keen sense of smell detecting the aura of her master on Long Yu. Why, I wonder, did neither Xiao Lan nor I leave such a lingering scent when we were together? Was it simply too brief? Huh. Well then, judging by your appearances, it seems you haven't dined yet. Let us go out for a meal together. Zhu Zhuqing is still training, so we shall not disturb her, Long Yu suggested. Ruffling Xiao Wu's hair, the 3 women readily agreed, and after a quick change, the 4 ventured onto the streets of Wuhuancheng. By the way, young master, the papal palace mentioned that after the Soul Master competition, you and Nana will be conferred the titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Spear Hall, destined to succeed the Pope in the future, Xiao Lan added. I'm not surprised by this. The reason the teacher delayed the official appointment until that time is likely due to my youth. It is only after we secure the championship in the Soul Master competition, achieving sufficient fame and prestige, that the true ceremony will take place. As for the notion of me, or Na, succeeding the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple, let us not entertain such thoughts. My aspirations extend far beyond the confines of Douluo. Long Yu confidently asserted. Given my current strength, I find myself unmatched among the younger generation within the Wuhuan Temple, and I even stand shoulder to shoulder with many of the elder powerhouses. Furthermore, my position of utmost authority within the Wuhuan Temple is bolstered by the fact that the Pope is my mentor and the Council of Elders wields even greater influence. My relationship with those old-timers, particularly Douluo, has improved considerably since our last encounter, especially with Douluo's peculiar gaze upon me. Additionally, with Bai Dong's attempts to win over the Council of Elders, if she were to appoint Hulaina as the saintess of the Wuhuan Temple, there might be some dissent among the elders. However, should I be recognized as the saint son of the Wuhuan Temple, no objections would dare to arise. Indeed, it is a situation where I can thrive in both realms. Upon hearing their partner's words, the three women smiled, fully believing in Long Yu's ambition to ascend to divinity. They were convinced that, given his current rate of growth, it would not take long. Rest assured, my dear three, once I achieve divinity, you shall all ascend as well. We have endless years to share together, Long Yu declared with a smile. However, Xiao Yu, consider my talents. It seems I still have a distance to cover before attaining divinity. Xiaolon hesitated. Nonsense, Xiaolon. Do not belittle yourself. Your talent is already considerable, and you should be on the brink of advancing to soul, Douluo, Long Yu reassured her. Xiaolon was born with full innate soul power, allowing her to cultivate at a pace far superior to the average individual. With her top-tier mutated blue-silver emperor spirit and the enhancements from the two rare herbs, her potential has reached an exceptional level. At over 30 years of age, she is nearing a breakthrough to soul Douluo. It is worth noting that Qin Ming's achievement of breaking through to Soul Emperor at 30 is a target many talented soul masters aspire to. Moreover, once I achieve divinity, you need not worry about your own ascendance, Long Yu added with a smile. Chapter 186. The strength of the Wuhuan Temple Academy battle team, the following time, returned to tranquility as they awaited the commencement of the Soul Master competition. At last, Xiao Wu reached the milestone of level 50 in soul power, and Long Yu accompanied her back to the Star Do Great Forest to obtain her 5th spirit ring, a journey complemented by passionate endeavors with Gu Yuna. Meanwhile, Hulaina and Xieyu diligently trained, successfully reaching level 60 in soul power under the guidance of Zhu Douluo and Gui Douluo, subsequently acquiring their 6th spirit ring, each becoming soul emperors of level 61. To Hulaina's surprise and delight, she unexpectedly obtained an external spirit bone, the tail of the enchanted magic fox, when acquiring her 6th spirit ring, significantly enhancing her strength. Coupled with the external spirit bone of the 80,000-year-old Magic Eye Wolf King that Long Yu had previously gifted her, Hulaina's power saw a remarkable increase. Although she is a spirit emperor of the mental system, in close combat, she is undoubtedly stronger than the average spirit emperor. Time swiftly approached the eve of the Soul Master competition, and the strength of the Wuhuan Temple Academy battle team was essentially determined. Team leader, Long Yu, Wuhuan Double Pupils and Golden Dragon, level 55 Soul King. Vice Captain, Hulaina, Wuhuan Demon Fox, level 61 Soul Emperor. Xieyu, Wuhuan Golden Moonblade, level 61 Soul Emperor. Possesses the ability to use the Wuhuan fusion technique, Demon Charm, with power rivaling that of Soul Daw. Yin, Wuhuan Flame Lord, Soul Power Unknown. Xiao Wu, Wuhuan Softbone Enchanting Rabbit, level 51 Soul King. Feng Shang, Wuhuan Black Horn Mountain Pig, level 48 Soul Zone. Su Yu, Wuhuan Radiant Golden Scepter, level 46 Support Type Soul Zone. Substitute, Zhu Zhuqing, Wuhuan Nether Spirit Cat, level 45 Soul Zone. With such a luxurious team composition, claiming victory in a mere Soul Master competition poses no challenge at all. In fact, Long Yu alone could sweep aside all other teams. As the competition approached, the team's training concluded, and Bai Dong permitted the members to arrange their time freely. Clearly, she held complete confidence in this Soul Master competition. The strength of the Wuhuan Temple Academy battle team is unprecedented, and it is unlikely that such heights will be reached again. Thus, let Xiao Yu lead the Wuhuan Temple Academy battle team towards their moment of glory. Within a restaurant in Wuhuan City, Long Yu and his companions gathered. It is strange. 2 years have passed, yet Yin has yet to appear. Has he forgotten about the Soul Master competition? Or has he met with misfortune during his training outside? Xiao Wu pondered. This is the Soul Master competition, the finest stage for young Soul Masters to prove themselves, yet Yin has not shown up. I wonder where he is and what level of strength he has reached. However, I estimate he has barely managed to break through to Soul King. If he chooses not to return, so be it. If he fails to show up during the competition, we can have Zhu Qing directly take his place, eliminating the need for a substitute, Hulaina remarked nonchalantly. Naturally, Hulaina has little fondness for Yin. However, his prolonged absence has granted her some peace. Nana, we should not speak so lightly. In terms of strength, Yin's prowess undoubtedly surpasses mine, which is better for the team, Zhu Qing interjected. Although I have few rivals within the ranks of Soul Zone, should I encounter a Soul King like Yin, it would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. He is one of the golden generation members of the Wuhuan Temple, with years of experience and cultivation surpassing mine by nearly a decade. Even if Zhu Qing, your strength may not match Yin's, that does not diminish your suitability for the team's synergy. Besides, our team is currently so formidable that we need not be overly meticulous, taking every step with caution, Xiao Wu stated. Only when one possesses comparable strength or is at a disadvantage must they tread carefully, constantly scheming and calculating. However, at their current level of might, they need no such stratagems. They merely need to forge ahead relentlessly. In the face of absolute strength, all plots and schemes are but fleeting clouds. I do hope this Soul Master competition brings forth some intriguing occurrences. Otherwise, it could become rather monotonous to defeat every opponent with a single blow. Rest assured, I shall provide ample opportunities for you to showcase your strength. During the preliminary matches, I will largely refrain from participating, as I have complete faith in Nana's command and your abilities. I trust you will not disappoint me, Long Yu declared. Tang-san, ever since the incident in the Stardow Great Forest, we have not crossed paths again. Do you truly believe that the Tang sect, which you established using the connections left by Haotian sect and the wealth of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect, can develop to your anticipated extent? That is but a fanciful delusion. Should I wish it, I could effortlessly dismantle your Tang sect. I am thoroughly aware of the mechanisms behind the hidden weapons you produce. While I cannot craft them myself, I am fully cognizant of their functions. I have already intercepted or eliminated numerous entities and individuals, rendering those unforeseen weapons of surprise obsolete. It is solely your inherent strength that remains. Even Nana could easily subdue you, without the enhancement and transformation provided by the celestial herbs. What level have you attained in your cultivation? Are you still at the level of Soul Master, or have you advanced to a Soul Sovereign? Do you still dare to participate in the Soul Master competition? If you choose not to partake, my interest in you will diminish significantly. Ning Fengji, it appears you have opted to stand against me in the Spirit Hall, knowingly collaborating with the opposing faction. Although I cannot declare your decision as erroneous, it unequivocally signifies your allegiance and stance. Does this imply that the upper three sects of the Tiando Empire are destined for obliteration? How lonely is invincibility? How hollow it feels. Brother Yu, though you assert that such a statement may come off as arrogant, we indeed possess such strength. Xiao Wu chuckled. Rest assured, the Soul Master competition will conclude shortly. Once it is over, we shall venture to another location to assist you in rapidly enhancing your abilities. This methodical approach to cultivation feels excessively slow, remarked Long Yu. What might that place be? Is it superior to the resources available in Wuhuan City? Inquired Zhu Qing. Sea God Island. It is a more suitable environment for your advancement. However, you will remain there for an extended period, approximately 5 to 6 years. By the time you emerge, you should at least attain the rank of Soul Sage. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. Simply focus on your cultivation. Long Yu replied indifferently. As for the City of Slaughter, I must make a trip there, but it would be ill-advised for Xiao Wu to accompany me, given her insufficient strength and the fact that she is still in the process of remolding her soul beast. It is even less appropriate for Zhu Qing to go, as her strength is not much superior to Xiao Wu's. Thus, Long Yu plans to take only Hulaina with him, even without the use of soul skills. Hulaina's current capabilities should suffice to navigate any challenges. Chapter 187. The Soul Master Competition. The Soul Master Competition has finally commenced, igniting excitement among young Soul Masters across the continent. The prestigious Continental High-Level Soul Master Academy competition is jointly organized by the royal families of the Tiando and Xingluo empires, with the Spirit Hall as a co-sponsor. Participating academies must send students aged 25 or under, ensuring that each team maintains a roster of 7 competitors, allowing for substitutes. Additionally, the competition emphasizes friendly exchanges with a mandate to minimize injury to opponents and strictly prohibits any fatalities. Any team engaging in lethal conduct will not only bear the consequences, but will also be expelled from the competition. During the matches, the use of any non-food or non-healing substances created by Soul Masters is forbidden. Only food-type or healing-type Soul Masters present on-site are permitted to replenish their teammates, and no weapons beyond those associated with their soul are allowed. In summary, after several iterations of the Soul Master competition, the mechanisms are now quite refined. While the competition has begun, the Spirit Hall Academy team finds itself idle. Currently in the preliminary round, where 2 empires and a principality have secured 30 spots for the subsequent matches, beyond determining the 30 teams advancing to the next phase. A playoff will establish the order of appearances. Higher-ranked teams will be exempt from 1 round. The Spirit Hall Academy team, being a direct invitee, will have a bye in the first round and will commence competition in the second round against the Tiando Empire Royal Academy team and the Xingluo Empire Royal Academy team. Until then, the Spirit Hall Academy team remains without matches. With time on his hands, Long Yu visited Bibi Dong to acquire the list of all participants in the Soul Master competition, eager to ascertain who his adversaries might be, or rather, to see if any familiar faces appear. Alas, it is a pity that Dai Mubai and Tang San are not listed. Neither has entered the competition, which is quite disappointing. I had anticipated that Yu Xiaojiang would bring Tang San to the Lamba Academy to compete, but it is truly regrettable. Tang San's absence diminishes the excitement significantly. Long Yu sighed. Among the participants, there's actually one with the Fire Lord Martial Soul. Long Yu's keen gaze quickly scanned the list and noted this detail. Unfortunately, only names, martial souls, and affiliated academies are recorded. No ages or soul power levels are disclosed, as no one wishes to reveal their full capabilities up front. Could it be that besides Yin, there are others with such ancient martial souls? The name of the Magic Heart Academy team seems rather peculiar. After perusing the list, Long Yu set aside. It appears that this Soul Master competition may prove even more tedious than I anticipated. However, considering the Fire Lord, I wonder where Yin has wandered off to. He has yet to return to Wuhuan City. I can't help but speculate whether he perished during his training excursion. If Yin continues to remain absent, Zhu Zhuqing could directly take his place in the Spirit Hall Academy team for all competitions. Meanwhile, in a certain Spirit Beast Forest, Tang San has lost count of how many times he has been thrust into the water. The immense waterfall, plunging from a height of over 150 meters, delivers a force that can only be truly appreciated through experience. With his soul power sealed, he finds it exceedingly difficult to train beneath the waterfall, let alone scale the massive round stone. 3 days have elapsed, and he has never managed to maintain his footing on that impossibly smooth rock. Exhausted each day, he barely manages to crawl ashore to rest, only to return to the waterfall's base to toil again. Tang San is renowned for his perseverance. He has never known the meaning of failure and continues to attempt again and again. From above, Tang Hao occasionally observes his son's efforts, feeling a sense of pride in Tang San's determination, even if he does not voice it. When Tang San finally makes his way back to his father, Tang Hao provides him with some simple food and water to replenish his energy. Without hesitation, Tang San accepts and devours it ravenously. "Little San, you have endured quite a lot during this time," Tang Hao remarked. "After all, Little San is merely a 14-year-old boy, and my demands are undeniably harsh." "It's nothing, father. I understand that you only wish for me to grow stronger as soon as possible, and I harbor no grievances. Moreover, as long as you are by my side, that is entirely sufficient for me," Tang San replied, followed by a sigh regarding his mother. "Little San, remember, in this world, strength is paramount. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. Though your mother is currently under the temporary control of the Spirit Hall, you must remain patient and refrain from seeking her out in Wuhuan City." Tang Hao closed his eyes in anguish. After narrowly escaping from the hands of the second priest of the Wuhuan Temple, I hastened to the location of Ain's true form, only to discover that it had long since vanished. It appeared that many years had passed, and I could only blame myself for drowning my sorrows in alcohol at Shenghun village, oblivious to such significant events. With Ain's true form missing and that Xiaolan bearing a striking resemblance to her, Tang Hao concluded that Xiaolan must indeed be his wife, Ain. Yet now, he found himself in a state of compounded injury and uncertainty, unaware of how much longer his body could endure, let alone how to retrieve Ain from a place as perilous as Wuhuan City. Moreover, he was accompanied by the third party. The thought of the close bond between Ain and that young man in white filled Tang Hao with profound sorrow. Surely, the Wuhuan Temple had employed some means to enable Ain to swiftly regain her human form, erasing her memories in the process, thus rendering her oblivious to both himself and the third party. Wuhuan Temple, I, Tang Hao, shall not rest until I confront you, Tang Hao exclaimed, causing the temperature of the air around him to drop significantly as he struggled to fully contain his murderous intent. Father, do not worry. Once my strength is sufficiently formidable, I will undoubtedly rescue Mother from Wuhuan City. Tang Xin clenched his fists and declared. It was no wonder that during his time at Shrek Academy, he always felt a peculiar familiarity with Xiaolan. His martial soul and body resonated with a sense of recognition. She was indeed his mother. Chapter 188. The arrival of you, Xiaojing. Yes, Xiao San, with your talent, you may even surpass me. I believe that in just over a decade, you will undoubtedly grow immensely, Tang Hao nodded. In terms of both talent and character, Xiao San far exceeded Tang Hao at the same age. Yes, father, I will certainly achieve this. At this moment, Tang San mused that they must have arrived at the Soul Master competition that his teacher had mentioned. Yu Xiaojing had long desired for Tang San to participate in the Soul Master competition, as he had devoted his life to proving his theories to the world. The competition, without a doubt, served as the finest platform. It did not require Tang San to secure the championship. Merely a respectable ranking would gradually disseminate his theories among the masses. Additionally, Tang San was eager to participate in such a prestigious event, but under his father's restraint, he remained unable to attend. Xiao San, my prohibition is for your own good. Although your abilities are commendable and you possess the enhancement of an external soul bone, your soul power level is still too low at only 39. Faced with numerous well-trained academy teams, you would find it exceedingly challenging. Moreover, you do not have a suitable team to join. One cannot contend against so many alone. The Soul Master competition is merely a hollow title, and you are still quite young. There will be ample opportunities in the future. Tang Hao shook his head. Of course, the most crucial reason that Tang Hao had not yet voiced was the terrifying strength of the Wuhuan Temple's academy team. No matter how one looked at it, there was no competing team capable of standing against the Wuhuan Temple's academy. Not to mention the other members of the Wuhuan Temple team. Just one individual, Long Yu, was already exceptionally formidable. The strength and talent of that young man in white far surpassed Xiao San's. He had likely already cultivated to the Soul King level. If one could contend with a Soul Sage like Zhao Wujin at the Soul Zone stage, then at the Soul King level, could he not contend with a Soul Douluo? Tang Hao believed it best to avoid confrontation and instead focus on quietly strengthening oneself. Furthermore, their identities were likely already exposed. Returning to Wuhuan City would be akin to walking into a tiger's den, an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Yes, I understand, father, Tang San replied. Teacher has gone to Wuhuan City to seek Bibi Dong. I wonder if he can uncover the secrets of the twin martial souls this time. Tang San gazed into the distance. While twin martial souls were indeed powerful, if one could not resolve the challenges of cultivation, then regardless of how high one ascended, even one's life could be at stake. Regrettably, Yu Xiaojing had yet to solve this conundrum, and now, without access to the Wuhuan Temple's resources, he had no means to conduct research. Contemplating the situation, it seemed that the only recourse was to seek assistance from Long Yu or Bibi Dong, the only two known individuals who had successfully cultivated twin martial souls. Yes, I must place my hopes on a master. I am at a loss as to how to resolve this cultivation dilemma. Tang Hao sighed. Ultimately, he had little faith in Yu Xiaojing's solitary venture to Wuhuan City. Would someone as shrewd as BB Dong readily divulge such a crucial secret? Moreover, assisting in resolving Xiao San's twin martial soul cultivation issues. Would BB Dong truly lend aid to someone she viewed as an adversary? Would she permit Xiao San to grow powerful enough to potentially topple the Wuhuan temple? Was BB Dong truly that naive? For the time being, the focus should be placed on cultivating soul power, striving to break through to level 40 as soon as possible. Once he acquired the fourth soul ring, he would take Xiao San to the Stardow Forest to fully awaken his blue-silver emperor martial soul, Tang Hao stated. Yes, father, I will. Tang San affirmed. Long Yu had been correct. His martial soul was certainly not merely blue-silver grass. Otherwise, it would have been devoured by the Hao-Ian hammer long ago. It was only that the blue-silver emperor had yet to awaken, making his martial soul appear indistinguishable from ordinary blue-silver grass. Once fully awakened, it should resemble his mother's blue-silver emperor. Meanwhile, on another front, a man in black finally arrived at Wuhuan City on horseback. Gazing upon the familiar yet foreign cityscape, Yu Xiaojiang sighed. After more than 20 years, he had returned once more. Yet to resolve Xiao San's cultivation issues, Yu Xiaojiang had no choice but to place his hopes on BB Dong, hoping she would recall their previous relationship and divulge the secrets of the twin martial souls. One might as well gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. What if it truly succeeds? He murmured, dismounting and entering the city, heading toward the location of the papal hall. In the meantime, Long Yu appeared to have little to occupy his time, engaging in playful banter with his three companions, living a rather blissful life, albeit with cultivation remaining paramount. You Gidge, why do you always gaze so intently at my thighs? Xiao Wu teased, though unconsciously showcasing her long legs to Long Yu. In comparison to Xiao Lan and Nana, her most distinctive feature was indeed those long legs, and Long Yu had a particular fondness for them. Hey, don't say that. I merely caught a glimpse unintentionally, Long Yu replied, his heart steady and face unflustered. You're truly shameless, Xiao Wu retorted, making a funny face at Long Yu. All right, you little rascal. Long Yu approached and began to tickle Xiao Wu. Just as they were engaged in their playful antics, Xiao Lan returned from outside and, upon witnessing their antics, felt no surprise. She had grown accustomed to it. Xiao Yu, a man in black, just visited the papal hall. It seems to be someone we encountered at Shrek Academy, that teacher of someone who would have thought he would appear in Wuhuan City. And he seems to hold a high position, akin to that of an elder in the Wuhuan Temple, Xiao Lan remarked. Has Yu Xiaojiang already arrived at the Wuhuan Temple? Upon hearing Xiao Lan's words, Long Yu's expression darkened considerably, halting his playful banter with Xiao Wu. This was a matter of utmost importance. And while he was aware that the teacher would not divulge the secret of the twin martial souls to Yu Xiaojiang, it was prudent for him to make an appearance. Xiao Lan, let us proceed together now. Xiao Wu, please stay here for the time being. Long Yu promptly rose, extending his Feng Shun behind him to embrace Xiao Lan, and they soared directly towards the hall of the Pope. Yu Xiaojiang, this time you shall leave the Soul Master City empty-handed, and perhaps receive a harsh lesson as well. Chapter 189. Have you wept? Xiao Yu, the doors of the Hall of the Pope are firmly shut. Should we still attempt to enter? Xiao Lan queried hesitantly. It is certainly impossible. Since the teacher has closed the doors, it signifies her intent. Thus, we cannot enter directly, Long Yu replied, shaking his head. At this juncture, not only was entry prohibited, but even the release of his spiritual energy to probe the interior was unfeasible. After all, this was a private matter for Bai Bai Dong. As her disciple, he held no authority to intervene, particularly in matters of the heart. Before long, Yu Xiaojiang was amicably escorted out by the temple knights, his mouth filled with words of reluctance and betrayal. However, after receiving a couple of stern admonitions, he became notably subdued. Were it not for this grand soul master possessing the Pope's decree, he would have met a far graver fate. It was evident that Bai Bai Dong had not revealed to Yu Xiaojiang the means to unravel the twin martial souls. Once Yu Xiaojiang departed, Long Yu whispered a few words into Xiao Lan's ear. She nodded in understanding and then discreetly left to prepare an ambush. After conveying his instructions, Long Yu entered the hall of the Pope, where the temple knights offered no further obstruction. Once inside, he closed the doors behind him. His gaze fell upon the exalted throne of the Pope, where the familiar silhouette remained. However, at this moment, Bai Dong appeared to be merely a sorrowful woman, rather than the commanding and ruthless Pope of the Spirit Hall. "Teacher, why do you weep? Has Yu Xiaojing been unkind to you?" Long Yu inquired gently as he approached Bai Dong. To be candid, in all the years of his acquaintance with her, this was the first time he had witnessed such vulnerability in Bai Dong. Even the Pope's scepter lay discarded nearby, and her nails were embedded deeply into her flesh, with droplets of blood seeping through her fingers and staining the ground. Her pink eyes glistened with tears, her eyelids red-rimmed, revealing the magnitude of her emotional turmoil. Yet, Bai Dong was adept at managing her emotions. By the time her disciple arrived, she had already composed herself. "No, I merely reminisced about the past," Bai Dong replied, shaking her head. "Xiaoyu, do not harm him." She was well aware of her disciple's capabilities. He was indeed capable of such actions. "Rest assured, teacher, I understand that Yu Xiaojing occupies a significant place in your heart, for in moments of despair, one tends to cherish and cling to past joys more fervently. However, teacher, if I were to inform you that Yu Xiaojing is not as admirable as he seems, and indeed possesses a rather poor character." Long Yu recounted the saga of Lu Erlong, emphasizing her current plight and Yu Xiaojing's lack of empathy. Even now, he had not sought Lu Erlong in Tiando City, leaving her to await his return in solitude. It appeared increasingly likely that Lu Erlong would live a life of loneliness, forever waiting. "Xiaoyu, is this truly the case?" Bai Dong exclaimed in shock. If what Long Yu said was accurate, then Yu Xiaojing's character was indeed reprehensible. Keeping a girl in limbo for over 20 years, allowing her to endure the scorn and ridicule of the world, robbing her youth through endless waiting. Was this the consequence of Yu Xiaojing's actions? Whether true or false, Long Yu believed that with her capabilities, Bai Dong could swiftly uncover the truth should she choose to investigate. "Moreover, teacher, I mentioned before that I suspect your feelings for Yu Xiaojing are not genuine love. Rather, you encountered a boastful, unworthy fool during a naive phase, and over time, this misperception evolved into what you now perceive as affection. You are a wise person, and I need not elaborate further. Excessive words would serve no purpose." Long Yu spoke softly. In many respects, Bai Dong was impeccable, yet she remained rather naive in matters of the heart. However, with her intellect, all that was required was gentle guidance rather than excessive discourse. "Teacher, may I assist you in healing?" Long Yu said, gently grasping Bai Dong's delicate wrist, as fair as white jade, though marred by the contrast of blood, rendering it somewhat pale and heart-wrenching. "Your fifth soul skill can heal?" Bai Dong asked, puzzled. "To be precise, it is the fourth skill of my second martial soul, known as Sacred Light, which can dissolve the opponent's soul power and mend wounds. It contains energy of the light attribute, ensuring no scars will remain," Long Yu stated, his four golden soul rings shimmering. As the fourth soul skill, Sacred Light, coursed through Bai Dong's body, a warm current enveloped her, swiftly healing her injuries, leaving only dried blood stains in its wake. After Long Yu carefully wiped away the blood, Bai Dong's hand returned to its pristine state, resembling a work of art. Bai Dong observed the earnest demeanor of her disciple. It is said that a serious man is the most attractive, and with Long Yu's inherent good looks, she found herself momentarily entranced, unable to retract her hand. "Teacher, your hand is truly beautiful," Long Yu remarked instinctively, still holding Bai Dong's wrist, failing to release it immediately. Such flattery. "No wonder you can charm so many girls," Bai Dong retorted, her cheeks flushed as she finally withdrew her hand. "Well, such tactics have no effect on someone as stunning as you, teacher. I shall take my leave now, but remember to ponder my previous words." Long Yu chuckled, then gracefully took to the air. "That audacious boy, how dare he tease me?" Bai Dong inwardly scolded. As she gazed at the hand that Long Yu had just held, her heart fluttered, almost forgetting the pain inflicted by Yu Xiaojing. This mischievous boy's grip was surprisingly comforting. It must be said that holding the teacher's hand and experiencing her unique fragrance had even stirred some inappropriate thoughts within him. The sensation was indeed delightful. Chapter 190. Is it over? Little did he expect Bai Dong to be so resolute, revealing nothing regarding the twin martial souls. Long Yu surmised that his own situation was likely not much better. This visit to the Soul Master City would yield no fruitful outcome. Yu Xiaojiang thought to himself as he rode on horseback. Wu Huindian, once the conundrum of the twin martial souls is resolved and Xiao San truly matures, it is inevitable that your tyrannical reign will be overturned. Yu Xiaojiang contemplated the immense city behind him. Though he knew he could neither voice these thoughts nor dare to express them in such a perilous environment where countless adversaries could swiftly extinguish his life. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that a blue silhouette was stealthily tailing him. Upon reaching a desolate area devoid of human presence, his steed abruptly halted, trembling as if it had encountered something extraordinarily terrifying. Sensing the anomaly, Yu Xiaojiang readied his concealed weapons, such as the sleeve arrows and Zhuge crossbow, gifts from Xiao San for self-defense, and he mused whether he would have to utilize them so soon. Suddenly, the ground trembled as if something were about to emerge, and countless blue-silver grasses sprouted forth, forcefully dragging Yu Xiaojiang from his mount, which bolted in fright. Could such formidable blue-silver grass belong to Ain? The thought flickered in Yu Xiaojiang's mind as the grass ensnared his head, rendering him incapable of employing any concealed weaponry. He was not an adept like Tang San, who could wield various methods to deploy hidden arms. Ain, what are you doing? Release me at once, he shouted, his anxiety growing as he beheld the exquisite figure before him. Even though the Haotian crown had confirmed that this Xiaolan was indeed Tang San's mother, she now appeared to be closely allied with Wu Huindian, potentially a puppet of Bibi Dong. If she were to fulfill Bibi Dong's orders to eliminate him, he would stand no chance against her. Ain, what Ain? I am Xiaolan. Xiaolan's delicate brows knitted in displeasure. The last person to call her that had claimed she was his wife, even stating they had a son together. Such slander was utterly intolerable. Before her association with Xiaoyu, she had always maintained her purity and could never have had a husband or a child. It was preposterous. Thankfully, Xiaoyu had never regarded her with disdain over this matter. Now, encountering someone else who dared to address her this way was truly folly. The words spoken by Haotian Crown were indeed true. You are genuinely the wife of Haotian Crown, and Tang San is indeed your son. I am Xiao San's teacher. You cannot treat me in this manner. Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed passionately. Preposterous. Utter nonsense. My only man is Xiaoyu. Xiaolan's eyes flashed with fury. Yu Xiaojiang, I initially intended merely to teach you a lesson, but now my resolve has changed. That is insufficient for my vengeance. With that, Xiaolan tightened her grip on the blue-silver grass, refraining from unleashing fire or ice poison, for Xiaoyu had instructed her to spare Yu Xiaojiang's life. To prevent him from spouting further nonsense, she sealed his mouth with the blue-silver grass, rendering him mute. Yu Xiaojiang struggled to produce sound, but could only make muffled noises as the blue-silver grass constricted around him, soon inhibiting his ability to breathe, plunging him into unconsciousness. Xiaolan released Yu Xiaojiang, ensuring he did not perish there, and, suppressing her disgust, the blue-silver grass delved into his bosom, retrieving the Pope's order. This artifact was exceedingly rare, reserved for individuals of Ning Fengji status, representing the honor of Wu Huindian. Yu Xiaojiang's piece belonged to Haotian sect, a gift from Tang Hao. Without the Pope's order, how could a mere 29th level Great Soul Master like Yu Xiaojiang ever hope to meet Bibi Dong? Nevertheless, Long Yu did not intend to allow Yu Xiaojiang to retain the Pope's order, utilizing Wu Huindian's resources against them, hence instructing Xiao Lan to retrieve it. After cleansing the order with her soul power several times, Xiao Lan stored it away, pondering the perplexing relationship Yu Xiaojiang had shared with the Pope. It was indeed difficult to comprehend how such an extraordinary woman could harbor affection for such a mundane, even contemptible man. Xiaoyu had merely requested a reprimand, but as long as she preserved his life, it sufficed. You have successfully provoked my ire, Xiao Lan stated coolly, channeling her soul power. She severed a strand of blue-silver grass and directed it forcefully toward Yu Xiaojiang's lower regions. Though it was merely a strand of blue-silver grass, its potency, augmented by her bloodline and soul power, should not be underestimated, resulting in a gruesome outcome. After completing her task, Xiaolan departed, confident that this severity would not result in Yu Xiaozhang's demise. However, if he were to perish at the hands of another or a beast, that would simply be his misfortune. Even in death, it could not be held against her. Having fulfilled her mission, the course of action now lay in Xiao Yu's hands. Though she found his motives perplexing, as Xiao Yu's woman, her duty was to support him. She hoped he would not perish immediately, for it seemed the Pope still held some regard for Yu Xiaozhang. After some time, awakening, Yu Xiaozhang felt excruciating pain emanating from his lower half, and upon inspection, he found a bloody mess. Considering the time elapsed, it was likely that even a healing-type soul master would be unable to restore him completely. Did this mean he could never again be a true man? Cursed Xiaolan, cursed Long Yu, cursed Bibi Dong, cursed Wu Huindian, I, Yu Xiaozhang, shall not rest until I have utterly obliterated you. He bellowed, drenched in cold sweat and agony, trembling as he struggled to rise and stagger away. Endless destruction and suffering were unleashed at that moment. Even if Xiaolan was Tang San's mother, he was resolute in his quest for vengeance. Chapter 191. The Battle Team of Moxian Academy in a small room. Xiao Yu, I have completed all the tasks you assigned, and I even managed to hand the Pope's order to Long Yu, albeit somewhat awkwardly. What transpired, Xiaolan? You are not one to be bashful. What did you do to Yu Xiaozhang? Long Yu inquired, taking the Pope's order with a puzzled expression. Did Xiaolan not simply kill Yu Xiaozhang? I merely dealt with Yu Xiaozhang's situation, Xiaolan replied, her face flushing. Long Yu shivered at the thought, feeling an inexplicable chill below. He had never anticipated that the gentle and considerate Xiaolan could commit such an act. Given Xiaolan's current strength, coupled with Yu Xiaozhang's brief unconsciousness from asphyxiation, it was likely that Yu Xiaozhang was. Xiao Yu, I assure you I am not that kind of person. It was just that Yu Xiaozhang kept insisting I was the wife of that Tang Hao and calling me Yin. I acted out of indignation, Xiaolan hurriedly clarified, worried by Long Yu's strange demeanor. It seemed that her actions had indeed been excessive. That matter was of paramount importance to a man. I understand, Xiaolan. I am not chastising you. I am merely surprised that you could do such a thing, Long Yu replied, embracing Xiaolan with a faint smile. In a moment of bliss, Xiaolan leaned contentedly against Long Yu's embrace, cherishing the exquisite time they shared together. As the Soul Master competition progressed steadily, the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire finally determined 30 teams to compete in the finals held in Wuhan City, along with 3 teams that advanced directly. A total of 33 teams were set to participate in the finals. While Long Yu and his companions were enjoying themselves in Wuhan City, they noticed a steady influx of Soul Masters arriving from outside the city. However, these newcomers failed to pique their interest as their opponents appeared woefully inadequate. Just as Long Yu and the others contemplated returning to the Pope's palace, both his and Xiaolan's spiritual senses detected something amiss. Following the source of their unease, they discovered a group of individuals clad in black, their faces obscured by ominous masks that exuded an unsettling aura of bloodlust and malevolence, causing discomfort among Long Yu and his friends. It was evident that these black-clad figures were also participants in the Soul Master competition, possessing strength far surpassing that of other teams. One of the masked individuals, upon catching sight of Long Yu, seemed to smile beneath the mask, though the expression was cold and foreboding, before disappearing from their view. This group is formidable, and the aura they carry is truly revolting, Long Yu remarked, furrowing his brow. You are correct. They all appear to be in their 20s, yet I cannot discern their soul power levels, as if something is obscuring my perception. Quite peculiar, Xiaolan noted. One among them seems to recognize you, and the 2 older ones possess soul power exceeding mine, likely high-ranking soul Douluo, though they haven't reached the title Douluo level. How curious that such a team would emerge in the Soul Master competition. They may be even stronger than the Royal Academy teams of the 2 empires, Long Yu mused. Does this imply that the competition will be more challenging? Xiao Wu exclaimed, her excitement palpable. If there were no potential threats, this competition would be rather dull. Those individuals are truly unpleasant, especially the one who gazed at us. His look was both repulsive and oddly familiar, Hulaina expressed her distaste. Her spiritual sense seemed attuned to the madness and possessiveness emanating from them. Perhaps, but we must exercise caution if we encounter this enigmatic team. By the way, Zhu Qing, since Yin has yet to return, you are no longer a substitute, but an official member of the team, Long Yu declared. I will not let you or the academy down, Zhu Zhuqing replied earnestly. Though the reason for his absence remained unknown, it was ultimately a blessing for her. Let us return, Long Yu said, leading the group back to the Pope's palace. In a secluded room within Wuhuan City, the black-clad figures convened, and a leader among them spoke. Yin, how many times must I remind you to control your emotions? Yes, Master Guardian, Yin replied. His expression strained beneath the mask as he recalled seeing Long Yu and Nana in such a situation. Clearly, Nana and Long Yu had become inseparable, and it seemed Long Yu was not content with Nana alone, surrounded by several exceptionally beautiful women. How could he, Long Yu, be worthy of such fortune? He was determined to reclaim everything that belonged to him. This is more akin to a team leader. I never imagined our evil soul masters could boldly appear in Wuhuan City, especially as participants in the Soul Master competition. Even BB Dawn would never suspect it. The older black-clad figure remarked. Remember, never remove your black clothing and masks in front of outsiders, or you risk exposure. This is the work of our leader. Even title Douluo or Super Douluo cannot penetrate this disguise, another elder warned. Do not forget our plan. Before confronting the Wuhuan Palace Academy team, we must not reveal our full strength. We aim to deliver a significant surprise to Wuhuan Palace and the entire Douluo realm. By winning the Soul Master competition, we shall prove that the cultivation methods of evil Soul Masters are the fastest and most formidable. The black-clad figure reminded, and the others echoed their agreement, their auras exuding an extraordinary presence. Upon returning to the Pope's palace, Long Yu revisited the details of the 30 teams that had reached the finals. Yet he found nothing unusual. The black-clad figures were likely from the so-called Mo-Exine Academy team, but based on their rankings in the elimination rounds, they did not appear particularly impressive. In fact, they seemed rather ordinary. However, the sensation they evoked suggested they were concealing their true abilities, and this mysterious team likely possessed strength far superior to the two teams that had advanced automatically. Nevertheless, Long Yu soon redirected his focus. It was best to leave their hidden strengths unexamined for now. As long as he ensured his own strength remained formidable, he would be fine. With his current combat prowess rivaling that of a Soul Douluo, physical abilities comparable to a Title Douluo, and spiritual power akin to a Super Douluo, he felt a strong sense of confidence. Chapter 192. The first battle of the Soul Master competition finals officially commenced in Wuhuan City, yet the first round revealed little novelty. The truly powerful teams refrained from showcasing their full capabilities. Even the Mo-Exine Academy team, which had piqued Long Yu's interest, merely displayed the strength of a soul sect. Under the efficient management of the Wuhuan Palace, the first round concluded swiftly, with 15 teams advancing from the initial 30, rapidly approaching the second round. As the Wuhuan Palace Academy team, led by Long Yu, made their inaugural appearance, they captured the attention of countless spectators. Naturally, Long Yu's striking appearance and charisma drew significant interest, particularly from the opposite sex. Furthermore, the Wuhuan Palace Academy team was renowned for their unparalleled strength, having clinched several championships in past competitions, and they appeared even more formidable this time. Leading the charge was Long Yu, followed closely by Hulaina and Xie Yu, with Zhu Zhuqing, Feng Shang, and others trailing behind. As for substitutes, there were none. This marked the first appearance of the Wuhuan Palace Academy team, and Long Yu felt it was imperative to showcase their unmatched combat prowess. Long Yu, Xiao Wu, I can't believe you are still alive. A melodious voice rang out, revealing Ning Rongrong, clad in an elegant crystal dress, her porcelain-like face alight with astonishment and excitement. Since she had not enrolled in a particular academy, Ning Rongrong had not participated in this Soul Master competition, but she had accompanied Ning Fengji and others to Wuhuan City to observe. However, only the second round was underway, and Ning Fengji, BB Dawn, and others had yet to appear, leaving the Soul Master competition in the hands of the red-clad bishops of the Wuhuan Palace. Noticing the audience's gaze upon him, Long Yu scanned the crowd and spotted Ning Rongrong among them. He offered her a gentle smile before returning to his usual demeanor. Truthfully, he felt somewhat conflicted about how to address the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, especially since their relationship with the Tang sect had grown close, making them a formidable adversary to the Wuhuan Palace. Observing the sparse audience around him, Long Yu felt indifferent. Those who could attend the match were all Soul Masters, and most of them had notable backgrounds. Soon, the Cardinal began the draw, and it was finally the turn of the Wuhan Dian Academy team. In the upcoming match, the Wuhan Dian Academy team would face the Shunfeng Academy team. The Cardinal announced that both teams ascended to the combat platform. Leading the charge, Long Yu regarded the opposing team, all dressed in light blue, with the leader wearing a mask that exuded a somewhat cold demeanor. Shunfeng Academy team, Feng Xiao Tian. He introduced himself. Beneath the mask, his handsome face bore a grave expression. He could sense the formidable strength of his opponents, particularly the young man in white before him. Although he appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old, the pressure he exerted was surprisingly greater than that of the Academy's teachers. Wuhan Dian Academy team. Long Yu, he stated calmly. Feng Xiao Tian, one of Tang San's stepping stones, possessed the rare innate full soul power, adept in both physical and speed attacks, and had even created his own soul skill, the 36 lashes of the Gale Demon Wolf, reminiscent of the cascading effect of the Haotian Hammer's chaotic wind. Despite his infatuation with Huo Wu, they had ended up together, which could be considered an acceptable conclusion. However, facing the Wuhan Dian Academy team was indeed unfortunate. I know we are not your match, but we shall give it our all, and hope you can impart your wisdom to us. Feng Xiao Tian spoke softly, and with the referee's command, he summoned a pair of enormous azure wings behind him, the blue light coalescing into the form of a Gale two-headed wolf. Second soul skill, Twin Wolves Manifest. The ethereal image behind Feng Xiao Tian merged with his corporeal form, amplifying his attack, defense, and speed by 50%. Coupled with the subsequent enhancement from his third soul skill, Gale Wings, Feng Xiao Tian maximized his state. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Hu Lainao were not idle either. After summoning their martial spirits, they charged towards their opponents. However, when several of their soul rings fluctuated, the world witnessed the extent of the Wuhan Dian Academy team's power. Xiao Wu astonishingly possessed 5 soul rings, despite her youthful appearance. The already renowned Hu Lainao and Xie Yu boasted 6 soul rings, revealing them to be 2 soul emperors. Attaining the level of soul emperor in their 20s was a terrifying feat, and if they were to utilize a martial spirit fusion technique, the resulting power would be unfathomable. Even so, if they were not the captains, one could only speculate how formidable the captain's strength must be. Surely at least a soul emperor. Was it truly feasible to cultivate to such a level at their age? Indeed, the Wuhan Dian Academy team was remarkable, with a soul king among them, not to mention a soul emperor. The gravity of the situation deepened for Feng Xiao Tian. This appeared to be a profoundly unequal battle. They were merely soul zone. How could they contend against such high-ranking soul masters? It was akin to teachers bullying students, and not just one teacher but rather 3. Feng Xiao Tian. Focus your attention and unleash your unique soul skill, or you shall have no opportunity left, Long Yu remarked with a smile, anticipating no surprises. Please guide me. Feng Xiao Tian abandoned any thoughts of victory, determined to fulfill his responsibility as the captain of the academy team, unwilling to concede. His body surged forward like a meteor, moving with such speed that it produced no sound, reminiscent of Xie Yu's unique soul skill, silent, yet far more terrifying. Feng Xiao Tian's azure wings sliced towards Long Yu like sharp blades, an impressive display of force. Long Yu's eyes sparkled with intensity as he activated the first soul ring of his primary martial spirit, featuring a 100,000-year red soul ring, a 1,000-year purple soul ring, and 3 pitch-black 10,000-year soul rings. A soul king. But how was this soul ring configuration achieved? How could the first soul ring be a 100,000-year one? This was a soul ring that could only be absorbed by a Tidal Douluo's 9th soul ring. Feng Xiao Tian was utterly astonished, But the moment had come. He could not hold back. Yet, as he launched his initial strike, Long Yu effortlessly grasped one of his wings with his hand. Chapter 193. Trepidation. Countless onlookers gasped in disbelief, astonished that without employing any soul skills, Long Yu could dismantle Feng Xiao Tian's peak attack, appearing to toy with him. Alas! I believe I may have overestimated my opponent. Long Yu's fourth soul ring shimmered, enhancing his mental telekinesis and rendering Feng Xiao Tian's body immobile. Clenching his fist, he struck Feng Xiao Tian, sending him flying, while the members of the Shun Feng team had long been eliminated by Hulai Na and her companions. This offered him insight. While he did not fear such amplifications, employing mental telekinesis could effectively halt an opponent in their tracks from the very first strike. Of course, had the opponent's mental strength or power surpassed Long Yu's, it would be a different matter. Wuhan Dian Academy team wins, announced the Cardinal, not at all surprised. Recognizing the level of talent present, the future holy son of the Wuhan Dian, defeating someone as trivial as Feng Xiao Tian was hardly noteworthy. Junior brother, why are you still holding back against Feng Xiao Tian? Your speed is even slower than ours. Hu Lainao whispered to Long Yu, mindful that speaking too loudly might cause the opponent to feel discouraged, which would be counterproductive. No, I merely wish to gauge the strength of one with innate full soul power and a unique soul skill. Long Yu replied with a slight shake of his head. What? He is actually endowed with innate full soul power, yet I find him rather lacking, Hu Lainao exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Below, Feng Xiao Tian, upon hearing this, felt tears streaming down his face beneath his mask. There are various ways to insult someone, but why choose this? Amidst the applause for the victorious Wuhan Dian Academy team, the gazes of the other teams directed at Long Yu and the others were filled with trepidation and fear. Astonished at the sheer power of the Wuhan Dian Academy team. How could they possibly compete? All right, let us descend, Long Yu said, shaking his head. This Nana truly is a straightforward girl. This match had showcased a significant portion of the Wuhan Dian Academy team's prowess. If the opponents could acknowledge the disparity and opt for fewer participants, it would spare him some trouble. Damn it, their strength remains so formidable. The figure in black, Yin, clenched his fists tightly. Despite enduring countless tribulations and committing numerous heinous acts, and sacrificing everything, it seemed he was still no match for Long Yu. How could he possibly reclaim what he had lost? Indeed, he is the leader of the younger generation of the Wuhan Dian. His power and talent are astonishingly strong. The leader in black reflected. Regardless of individual strength, what ultimately matters is teamwork in the competition. Our preparations are extensive. Even if that boy's strength rivals that of a high-tier soul saint or even a soul Douluo, we shall still prevail. As for that martial spirit fusion technique, the same applies. And as for the remaining soul kings and soul zone, let's not even speak of them. Another leader clad in black disdainfully remarked. However, astonishment still lingered. Long Yu's talent was significantly more formidable than that of the Holy Son from the sect. Were it not for his age, the Holy Son would truly be no match for this individual. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal your true strength. Go on, it is your turn. Yes, my lord. The seven responded in unison, and then they ascended the battle platform. As Long Yu and his companions descended, he gestured for Huli Na and Xie Yu to return first, while he, accompanied by the three young women, approached. Long Yu, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lan, Zhu Qing, you are all here, and moreover, members of the Wuhan Hall Academy team. No wonder your talents are so extraordinary. Yet she inquired, how did you manage to escape safely from the Titan giant ape? Long Yu succinctly recounted to Ning Rong the reasons he had previously shared with Zhao Wuji and others, which made Ning Rong's heart race with excitement for Long Yu and the others' incredible stroke of luck. They truly were fortunate. Initially, she had intended for Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu to rescue them, but faced opposition from her father and the others. I am truly sorry, she expressed with guilt. It's all right. Let bygones be bygones, Xiao Wu replied generously. Since we haven't seen each other in so long, let's share a meal together, Ning Rong suggested, to which Long Yu and the others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they embraced the etiquette of their host. leading Ning Rong to a high-end restaurant within the Wuhan Hall, where the atmosphere was amicable. Xiaolan, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, are you all now together with Long Yu? Ning Rong inquired curiously, noting that their relationships appeared much closer than during their time at Shrek Academy. Indeed, Xiao Wu and Xiaolan nodded. Not just together. We have long since forged the closest of bonds. I suspected as much, Ning Rong replied, not overly surprised. After all, even she found herself captivated by such an outstanding man. Since you are part of the Wuhan Hall, why did you initially go to a small Soul Master Academy like Shrek? Ning Rong asked, intrigued. As I mentioned before, we went there merely for some fun. Xiao Wu responded. Oh, I was just being mischievous and wanted to venture out, Ning Rong acknowledged. Regrettably, all of them were from the Wuhan Hall. As the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Rong was aware of the strong wariness and hostility her sect and her father harbored towards the Wuhan Hall, which had become increasingly apparent in recent years. Now, her relationship with them had turned somewhat delicate. Your cultivation speeds are remarkable. Zhu Qing has already reached the Soul Sect, while I am still only at level 38. Ning Rong sighed, feeling rather ordinary compared to the individuals before her. You are doing very well. After all, you lack the resources provided by Brother Yu. Xiaolan encouraged, recognizing that Ning Rong's talent was indeed commendable, especially considering she was merely 14 years old this year. Rong, I have heard that your sect has formed a close relationship with the Tang sect? Long Yu suddenly inquired, pondering how to approach the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect based on the evolving rapport between the two factions. Indeed, you are correct. My father and the higher-ups of the sect place great importance on Tang San's hidden weapons. After all, these weapons provide substantial security for the sect's direct disciples. The sect is financing the Tang sect development and has made arrangements with the Tiando royal family to lend them support. As for the specifics, I am not well informed. Ning Rong replied. Regardless of what she knew or did not know, she could not disclose such significant information to outsiders, especially not to members of the Wuhan Hall. She was not naive. Rong, in light of our past friendship, I offer you a piece of advice. It would be wise not to get too close to the Tang sect, Long Yu said calmly. Why? Ning Rong asked, puzzled, feeling that both parties were merely benefiting from each other, and the decision was no longer in her hands. There is no specific reason. I hope you heed my words. Now, let us eat. I find the crabs here particularly delectable, Long Yu smiled. After their meal, Long Yu and the others parted ways with Ning Rong, returning to the Wuhan Hall to prepare for the next competition. Thanks to the overwhelming shock from their previous performance, many academy teams voluntarily conceded against the Wuhan Hall Academy team, recognizing the futility of contending against such an extraordinary force. Soon, the Wuhan Hall Academy team emerged as the top contender in the second round, allowing them to bypass the third round of the competition. Although Long Yu intended to observe the capabilities of the black-clad individuals from the Mo-Xian Academy in the audience, they continued to conceal their true strength during this time. Even when Long Yu attempted to probe with his spiritual power, he was met with an invisible barrier, further solidifying his wariness of these secretive individuals. The third round of the competition soon concluded, and the final 6 teams in the Soul Master competition were determined, without any further instances of teams being exempted from battles. However, even at this juncture, most chose to concede against the Wuhan Hall Academy team, placing their hopes on other squads. As for the dignity of the royal family, a low rank leading to elimination was the truest form of disgrace. Including Long Yu, Huli Na and the others had never anticipated that the Soul Master competition would be so uneventful. From the second round's finals to this point, the Wuhan Hall Academy team had scarcely engaged in any genuine battles. In contrast, the other 5 teams fought fiercely against one another, as only 3 could advance to the next round, vying for the 2 meager slots available. As expected, aside from the Wuhan Hall Academy team, the other finalists were the Xing Luo Empire Royal Academy team and the previously unheard of Mo-Xian Academy team, which even defeated the Tiando Empire Royal Academy team, leaving many astonished. The Tiando Royal Academy team was among the few that did not appear in the final 3. As the Soul Master competition neared its conclusion, Bibi Dong and other significant figures made their appearances, including Ning Fengji, Douluo, and even Douluo, following Long Yu's previous guidance. The poison issue of the Bai Lin Shi Huang had been addressed. Under Du Guyan's efforts, she acquired a soul bone, which allowed her to transfer the toxins into it as a container, leading to better control of her own poison. Despite the passage of time, Du Gubo had not forgotten his earlier promise, a feat even this old poison master could accomplish. However, to formally assume the role of an elder within the Wuhan Hall, this would have to wait until after the Soul Master competition concluded. Shortly after the three teams gathered before the Hall of the Pope, a group of 12 red-robed bishops emerged from the side entrance. They approached the grand entrance of the hall, dividing themselves into two flanking sides, 6 individuals on each side. At that moment, the leader raised his voice proclaiming, "His Holiness the Pope has arrived." Upon hearing this proclamation, an immediate cacophony erupted from all the guardians of the hall and numerous soul masters surrounding them. For to these soul masters, or rather to the majority of soul masters across the continent, the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple represented their utmost faith. The colossal doors swung open, revealing Bai Dong, adorned in a resplendent golden gown, a purple-gold papal crown resting upon her head, and a golden scepter embedded with myriad gemstones held firmly in her grasp as she stepped out of the papal hall. Her demeanor was solemn, and the red, blue, and golden gemstones on her gown shimmered brilliantly under the early sunlight. The purple-gold crown atop her head radiated a dazzling brilliance, enhancing her natural beauty with an aura of unparalleled majesty, one that was distinctly associated with the Pope of the Wuhuan Temple. Long live the Pope! Countless voices fervently cried out. However, the few individuals accompanying Bai Dong, including Ning Fengji, felt an unsettling apprehension within. For them, this was not a favorable omen. Following Bai Dong were 5 individuals, 2 of whom were naturally Douluo and Douluo, while the other 2 were Douluo and Douluo. The 5th person beside Douluo was Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji exuded a gentle elegance, embodying the demeanor of a refined gentleman. Although he was somewhat advanced in years, the charm of his youth was still vividly imaginable. Adjacent to Ning Fengji stood Douluo, whose hair was white yet youthful in visage, clad in simple attire, yet his eyes were strikingly sharp. Douluo, a super Douluo of level 96, wielded the 7-kill sword, reputed for possessing the highest offensive power in the world. Serving as the paramount force of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school, and a steadfast anchor in times of need. Once Bai Dong took her seat, the others followed suit, their gazes fixed on the 3 teams below, including Bai Dong. All were convinced that the Wuhuan Temple Academy team would inevitably emerge victorious, for the disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Ning Fengji and Douluo regarded Long Yu with profound intensity, knowing that if given the chance, they would undoubtedly seek to eradicate such an extraordinary talent before it could flourish. After all, allowing Long Yu to grow posed a significant threat to forces beyond the Wuhuan Temple. Among the younger generation, no one could rival him, and even many elder powerhouses might not measure up to this formidable figure. Such a latent danger was indeed too great. However, it was regrettable that they were in Wuhuan City, where it was impossible to eliminate Long Yu. As Chapter 195 unfolds, Bai Dong surveyed the 3 teams, lightly waving her scepter, which summoned 3 beams of light that floated before her. These 3 beams revealed 3 soul bones, a skull, a right arm bone, and a left leg bone, each radiating hues of light blue, dark green, and fiery red. The emergence of these soul bones unleashed a dazzling brilliance, visible even to the soul masters gathered below the Papal Mountain. Except for Long Yu, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lan, others beheld them with glistening eyes filled with longing, and some even exhibited overt greed. The soul bones offered as prizes in the Soul Master competition were undoubtedly exceptional, each being no less than 10,000 years old. Had this not been Wuhuan City, safeguarded by so many powerful beings, there would have been attempts to seize them long ago. Bai Dong cast a glance at the cardinal in red, prompting the leading figure to step forward. The 3 soul bones were identified as the wisdom skull of mental concentration, the left leg of swift advancement, and the right arm of explosive flame, all originating from soul beasts of 10,000 years or more. Notably, the wisdom skull had been harvested from a soul beast exceeding 50,000 years, personally vanquished by the previous pope, making it an exceedingly rare and top-tier soul bone, second only to 100,000-year soul bones and external soul bones. After the cardinal's announcement, Bye Dong's voice resonated once more. The soul bones are rewards designated for the champions. Only the ultimate victor shall be entitled to claim them. You are the top 3 teams in this competition. I hope you will all give your utmost to attain this honor. This morning will feature individual elimination matches, with the 3 teams alternating in sending members to compete. The victorious team shall advance to tomorrow's championship bout, while the defeated team will enter the afternoon's losers bracket to vie for another qualification spot. Now, let the competition commence. It was evident that these 3 soul bones were originally intended for the 3 members of the Golden Generation. As for Long Yu, Bye Dong understood that her disciple had little interest in the soul bones of the Wuhuan Temple. Hence, none had been prepared for him. His Holiness the Pope has decreed that the competition will commence shortly. Teams, please proceed to the waiting area and prepare for the formal confrontation. The Cardinal announced with a resounding voice. The individual elimination matches began with the Wuhuan Temple Academy team facing off against the Royal Academy of the Luo Empire. Please send your representatives to the stage for the match. Brother Yu, are you going to be the first to take the stage? Xiao Wu inquired. With your strength, you could effortlessly sweep aside the other 2 teams. Indeed, it would save time. If the opponents are wise, they would also prefer to conserve time. However, the downside is that we might not encounter the Royal Academy of the Luo Empire. Long Yu replied. Is that team in black truly that formidable? The Royal Academy of the Luo Empire possesses martial soul fusion techniques, and with the current soul powers of Davis and Zhu Zhuyun, they could rival the power of a soul emperor. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. My intuition tells me that the strength of the Mo-Xine Academy team has yet to be fully revealed. Long Yu shook his head, then ascended to the combat platform. As 5 soul rings emerged, the dual pupils in his eyes gleamed, exuding an aura that nearly compelled the opposing team to kneel. The disparity in power was overwhelming, rendering them incapable of even standing firm. We, the Royal Academy of the Luo Empire, concede and voluntarily enter the afternoon's losers bracket. Upon uttering this, the oppressive force dissipated, and the opposing team breathed a sigh of relief, retreating to their ranks. The Wuhuan Temple Academy team emerges victorious, declared the Cardinal. Next, the Mo-Xine Academy team shall send a representative to the stage for the individual elimination match. Yet, no one stepped forward. A leading figure from their team proclaimed, the Mo-Xine Academy team, concede and will enter the afternoon's losers bracket finals. Very well. I hereby announce that the Wuhuan Temple Academy team has secured a spot in the finals of this Soul Master competition. According to tradition, the Mo-Xine Academy team and the Royal Academy of the Luo Empire will compete in the afternoon's semifinals to determine who advances to tomorrow's grand final. However, considering that neither team has expended any soul power, the Pope's intention is to save time. Do both teams agree to proceed with the team battle in the losers bracket now? This will not only conserve time, but also allow for ample recovery of soul power and adjustment of conditions. I now seek the opinions of both teams. Following Bye Dong's directive, the Cardinal promptly altered the customary procedure. After all, with the esteemed figures like Bye Dong already seated, it would seem rather inappropriate for both teams to surrender without a fight. The Royal Academy of the Luo Empire agrees. A teacher from their side nodded in affirmation. Indeed, having more time to recuperate is most beneficial. The Mo-Xine Academy team also consented. A somewhat hoarse voice emerged from the figure in black, yet it resonated with considerable confidence. From now on, unleash your true strength. With both parties agreeing to commence the elimination rounds earlier in the morning, the competition was set to begin ahead of schedule. May both teams send their representatives to the stage, announced the Cardinal in red. The Luo Empire Royal Academy team, led by Captain Davis and Vice Captain Zhu Zhuyun, both of whom were high-ranking soul masters, boasted a total of 6 soul masters in their ranks. As the pride of the Luo Empire, their strength was notably formidable among the competing teams. Surprisingly, Davis chose to be the first to step onto the stage, believing it would boost morale by effortlessly defeating the Moxian Academy team, which had barely qualified. Yin, since their captain has taken the stage, you should go as well, remarked the disdainful figure in black. Yes, my lord, I shall not disappoint you. Yin nodded and proceeded to the duel platform. Davis, Wuhuan Evil Eye White Tiger. Level 48 Assault Type Soul Master. Davis radiated a powerful aura, enhanced by 4 optimal soul rings, showcasing his martial spirit. He emanated an air of authority befitting one who was almost assuredly the next emperor of the Luo Empire. Were this not Wuhuan City, you would not live to see another day, Yin retorted contemptuously, revealing an astonishing 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. Soul Emperor. Chapter 196. The Soul Emperor Yin? He is indeed a Soul Emperor. Davis's initial anger swiftly morphed into shock and fear. A Soul Emperor, significantly surpassing him in soul power by over 10 levels. How could a one-on-one elimination round proceed under such circumstances? Shouldn't such power be exclusive to the Wuhuan Hall Academy team? Damn it, he has been concealing his strength all along, Davis thought anxiously. Initially, he believed the Moxian Academy posed no threat, but it appeared that they had intentionally hidden their strength since the Soul Master competition began. As they reached the semifinals, they finally revealed their true capabilities, leaving Davis uncertain about the extent of their concealed powers. Judging by his voice, the opponent seemed to be in their 20s, yet the disparity in their soul power was staggering, causing Davis's previously commanding presence to be entirely overshadowed by Yin. A Soul Emperor? Such deep concealment. Xiao Wu and the others gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment. Even with Long Yu's earlier words, they had anticipated that the Moxian Academy would only possess Soul Kings at most, yet they were faced with a Soul Emperor right from the start. Moreover, based on appearances, Yin seemed even more formidable than Xiaoyu. Long Yu, did you know from the beginning that they were hiding their strength? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her expression grave. She had originally thought the Luo Empire Royal Academy would undoubtedly be their opponent in the finals. But now it seemed she had underestimated these figures in black. Indeed, my intuition was correct. These individuals are extraordinary. Besides that Soul Emperor, the others cannot merely be Soul Masters. I believe tomorrow's finals will be quite intriguing. My interest has finally been piqued. Long Yu nodded. A Soul Emperor. How many could the Moxian Academy team possibly have? Yet, why did the sight of these black-clad individuals evoke such an inexplicable loathing within him, even inciting a desire to confront them directly? Had he truly become this bloodthirsty? He had underestimated them. Their black are concealed, not just their appearance, but their might as well. When had such a powerful and enigmatic team emerged in Douluo continent? Bibi Dong remained impassive. Yet internally, she was profoundly astonished. Even among the golden generation of the Wuhuan Hall, if Nana and Xiaoyu had not utilized the divine herbs, they would likely only be at the level of Soul Kings now, resulting in a gap of over 10 levels. The opponent's talent was evident. This is the glory and attention that rightfully belongs to me. Yin felt the gaze of nearly everyone focused on him, eliciting a profound sense of satisfaction. This was the honor he was meant to possess. It was all due to that damned Long Yu, who had stolen everything from him years ago. Now, he aimed to reclaim what he had lost from Long Yu. Make your move, or you shall lose your opportunity, Yin declared, relishing the feeling of superiority over his opponent while remaining confident in victory. The third soul skill, White Tiger Vajra Transformation. Davis's third soul ring flickered, his robust physique swelling once more, his muscles bulging grotesquely, tearing his upper clothing apart and revealing a terrifying muscular outline. Strangely, black stripes appeared on his skin, resembling the pattern of tiger fur. His tiger-like hands expanded further, with blades protruding in gleaming silver. Most intriguingly, he was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, as if gilded. His blood-red eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, exuding the majesty of a beast king. Davis's three primary soul skills were the culmination of centuries of exploration by the Dai family, representing their finest techniques. The immense amplification of his third soul skill enhanced all aspects of his attributes. Despite the vast disparity in strength, surrender was no longer an option in the semifinals. He could only hope to deplete the Soul Emperor's soul power as much as possible. The second soul skill, White Tiger Radiant Wave. A beam of light shot towards Yin, who erupted with black flames, his body swelling dramatically and tearing his upper garments apart, his muscles resembling granite. The temperature around him surged. Without utilizing a soul skill, Yin audaciously struck the White Tiger Radiant Wave with his palm. To his astonishment, Davis's second soul skill inflicted no damage on Yin, as if the beam had merely bounced off the ground. Without wasting time, Yin charged at Davis. The first soul skill, Hell Magma Surge. Yin's first soul ring glimmered, and black, scalding magma erupted from the ground, propelling Davis into the air. Yin vanished from his original position, reappearing beside Davis. With a loud thud, Davis fell like a leaf from the stage, struck in the chest. Several ribs were broken, and a mouthful of blood spurted forth. With that single soul skill, Yin had grievously injured Davis, highlighting the vast disparity in their powers. Your Highness, the teacher in charge of the team hurried to assess Davis's injuries. Upon realizing that the prince's life was not in danger, he secretly sighed in relief. Yet his gaze towards Yin was filled with trepidation. How has the strength of the younger generation on the continent become so monstrous? First, the unrivaled might of the Wuhuan Hall Academy. And now, even this obscure Mo-Exine Academy team is so terrifying. Now, even the strongest among them, the prince, has fallen so easily. There seems to be no one else in the Luo Empire Royal Academy capable of contending with this Soul Emperor. Even if this Soul Emperor were to be defeated, he still has 6 teammates. If another Soul Emperor appears, the members of the team are filled with anxiety and fear. The teacher eventually sighed and declared, "On behalf of the Royal Academy of the Xinglua Empire, I concede. This marks the first time that the Royal Academy of the Xinglua Empire has failed to reach the finals, having conceded multiple times, first to the Wuhuan Temple Academy team, then to the Machine Academy team. I announce that the team advancing to the finals is the Machine Academy team. The Wuhuan Temple Academy and the Machine Academy will compete tomorrow for the championship of this Soul Master Tournament." The Cardinal was momentarily taken aback before announcing, as he had never anticipated the formidable strength of the Machine Academy team. However, he remained steadfast in his belief that the Wuhuan Temple Academy team would ultimately prevail. Chapter 197. Analysis. Yin returned to his team, and the leader in black robes patted his shoulder with satisfaction before glancing at Longyu and the others and departing. On Longyu's side, Hulaina remarked with a peculiar expression, "That man in black seems to be Yin. No seems about it. He is indeed Yin. However, his martial soul has undergone a mutation, yet his attack methods and soul skills remain unchanged." Longyu replied, "Yin? Surely not. How could he have cultivated to the rank of Soul Emperor? His talent could never achieve such a milestone." Xiao Wu exclaimed in disbelief. Hulaina and Xie reached that level only with the aid of celestial herbs, and she distinctly remembered that Brother Yu had not provided this insufferable individual with any celestial herbs. Yet now it appears that Yan's strength might even surpass Xieyu's. Could it be that Yan also received celestial herbs? Xieyu pondered. But if that were the case, why hasn't Yan returned yet, and instead joined the Machine Academy team? It doesn't seem to align with the effects of celestial herbs. Ordinary means would not suffice. However, if it involves extraordinary methods, then it is conceivable, Longyu stated calmly. Extraordinary methods? Are you suggesting he might be an evil soul master? Xiao Lan frowned, noting that from the moment Yan released his aura, it caused her blue-silver emperor to feel extremely uncomfortable, as if steeped in blood and malice. This is too broad a claim, without concrete evidence. We cannot jump to conclusions. This is the Soul Master Tournament, after all, taking place in Wuhuan City. If we are mistaken, the Wuhuan Temple will be ridiculed across the continent. Nevertheless, we must ensure our own strength is sufficiently robust. Let us return for now. Tomorrow's battle promises to be intriguing. Longyu waved his hand, indicating their departure. Instead of heading straight back to his lodgings, Long Yu made his way to the papal hall. "Teacher, I've arrived," Long Yu softly called to BB Dong. "Ah, Xiao Yu, you truly came. Share your thoughts on the Machine Academy team," BB Dong inquired. From the outset, they concealed their strength to avoid premature exposure. I am uncertain whether they genuinely wish to remain low-key or if there are other motives. However, there is no doubt about their strength. Their black attire shields them from external perception, rendering their soul power levels inscrutable. I estimate that the Machine Academy team includes several Soul Kings and possibly more than one Soul Emperor, Long Yu articulated. If only one or two individuals reached such a level, it could be comprehensible, considering their unique opportunities. However, if the entire team comprises individuals under the age of 25 who have attained such heights, it seems abnormal. Moreover, when that individual released his aura and soul skills, it made me feel exceedingly uncomfortable, coupled with my earlier analysis. I even suspect that the man in black is the Yin of old. As for how he has now reached the Soul Emperor rank, I find myself hesitant, Long Yu mused. Evil Soul Master, right? But if they truly are evil Soul Masters, why would they dare to enter Wuhuan City? Is it merely because of two Soul Douluos leading them? Or is it due to the tournament's prohibition against killing? If they are exposed, those regulations would hold no weight, BB Dong added. That is what perplexes me. I'm unable to ascertain, Long Yu responded. Leave this matter to me. During tomorrow's finals, I find it hard to believe they can continue to conceal themselves. Once some information is revealed, we will have clarity. However, I'm also prepared for the worst and will fortify Wuhuan City. If these individuals are indeed evil Soul Masters, we shall capture them all. Xiao Yu, you should communicate this to the Elder Hall. As for the outcome of tomorrow's finals, I have great faith in your team's strength. BB Dong instructed. Yes, teacher. Long Yu nodded and subsequently left the Papal Hall, proceeding to the Elder Hall. Though the current strength of the Papal Hall is commendable, if they are indeed evil Soul Masters, no opportunity must be afforded to them. This is Wuhuan City, and should they manage to escape, the prestige of the Wuhuan Temple would suffer a grievous blow. The Elder Hall remains the highest combat force of the Wuhuan Temple. That night, after a tumultuous discussion, Long Yu found himself surrounded by three women. Brother Yu, if the opposition is indeed formidable, will we be a burden to you? Xiao Wu asked. What nonsense! You are all exceptional in your own right. How could you possibly be a burden to me? Long Yu reassured them. It seemed that his previous emphasis had transformed in the eyes of Xiao Wu and the others into apprehension and gravity, as they genuinely feared that the strength of the Machine Academy team was overwhelming, now worrying about whether their own capabilities would hinder him. It was unexpected that these young ladies would harbor such thoughts. Actually, we are quite eager to see just how powerful you are when you unleash your full potential. Huaina smiled. Even against the 6 members of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, Long Yu remained unperturbed, and his teammates were eager to witness the prowess of their captain, the leading figure of the younger generation of the Wuhuan Temple. It all depends on how the other side performs. If they are merely Soul Emperors, I would find that rather disappointing. However, having hidden for so long, I could doubt the Machine Academy team possesses only that level of strength, Long Yu affirmed. Regardless of their capabilities, he believed he could counter them with his own strength. He truly did not believe that any individuals or teams of his generation could best the current Wuhuan Temple Academy team. Xiao Yu, if they are indeed evil Soul Masters, what does the Wuhuan Temple plan to do? The Machine Academy team is a participant in the Soul Master Tournament. Will the Wuhuan Temple be unable to act? Xiaolan inquired, her blue hair damp with sweat clinging to her smooth forehead. You are overthinking this, Sister Xiaolan. If those individuals in black are truly evil Soul Masters, the Wuhuan Temple will annihilate them on the spot. Neither the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect nor the 2 great empires will have a word to say. In fact, the Tiando Empire would feel embarrassed for having allowed evil Soul Masters to infiltrate their competition. For evil Soul Masters are indeed the enemies of all, Soul Masters and civilians alike, Huaina remarked. Let us hope that Yin has not truly strayed down the wrong path. Otherwise, no one will be able to save him. Chapter 198. The complete strength of the MOXIN Academy battle team. The following day arrived swiftly, heralding the commencement of the grand finals of the Soul Master competition. The esteemed teams from Wuhuan Temple Academy and the Dark Horse Mo-Xine Academy were set to vie for the ultimate championship title. Prominent figures, including Bai Bai Dong, took their seats, while Ning Fengji and his companions expressed a keen interest in witnessing this match, as it seemed to harbor some suspense. Should the Wuhuan Temple Academy team fail to secure the championship during such a pinnacle moment, it would be a sight they longed to see, delivering a considerable blow to the prestige of Wuhuan Temple. As the two teams ascended the battle stage, all eyes were upon them, for this arena would determine the champion of the Soul Master competition. Both sides readied themselves, and the red-clad bishop proclaimed, "Unleash your martial souls." No noticeable changes occurred on the Wuhuan Temple side, with Long Yu, Hulai Na, and Xie Yu positioned at the forefront, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flanked them from behind. As the bishop's words echoed, both teams activated their martial souls. "Let everyone witness the true extent of our might," shouted Yin from the Mo-Xine Academy team, his form surrounded by 6 perfectly matched soul rings. Beside him stood 2 individuals clad in black, one of whom was a soul emperor, also boasting the best soul ring configuration. The other, though possessing only 5 soul rings, radiated an aura suggesting imminent ascension to soul emperor status, marking him as a high-ranking soul king. The remaining members included 1 soul king and 3 high-ranking soul masters. This was the authentic strength of the Mo-Xine Academy team. 2 soul emperors, 2 soul kings, and 3 high-ranking soul masters, demonstrating a power level that rivaled that of the Wuhuan Temple Academy team. Indeed, I may have overestimated your capabilities. Is this truly all you possess? 2 soul emperors and 2 soul kings? Long Yu remarked coolly, while such a display would overwhelm other teams. He found it rather unremarkable in comparison to his own prowess. "You will soon discover the true measure of our strength, Long Yu," Yin retorted with a cold smile, as the bishop's signal marked the beginning of the confrontation. "It is indeed you, Yin. I never expected to encounter you in such a setting," Long Yu replied, brandishing the golden dragon spear, an artifact never before wielded in the Soul Master competition. With the aid of their companions, Xie Yu and Hulai Na rapidly enhanced their power to its peak state. The martial soul fusion technique, Demonic Charm, was initiated, transforming their forms into an androgynous figure with flowing hair, now turned crimson. This amalgamation gracefully danced, wielding 2 enlarged golden crescent blades that shimmered with a rainbow-like brilliance. As the intense red light surged, their combined figure vanished into the thick crimson mist. Within the domain of Demonic Charm, all opponents experienced a 50% reduction in sensory perception, soul power, and movement speed. This marked the first use of their martial soul fusion technique in the Soul Master competition, as their other adversaries did not yet warrant such a tactic. The martial soul fusion technique employed by the 2 soul emperors approached the might of a soul Douluo. The blood prison demon lion was unleashed as the 2 black-clad figures behind Yin emanated a dark red glow, while the rest of the team, especially Yin, remained vigilant against any interruptions from the Wuhuan Temple Academy. Long Yu harbored no intention of disrupting the fusion. He finally found a semblance of enjoyment in the proceedings. Martial soul fusion technique. With a glint in his eyes, he activated his first soul skill, mental sharing. The 7 members of the Wuhuan Temple Academy shared their mental strength, rendering them immune to the effects of Demonic Charm. In a flash of crimson light, a soul emperor and a soul king transformed into a colossal blood-red lion, over 4 meters in length. Its scarlet mane instilled a profound fear as its robust limbs gripped the ground firmly, and a pair of blood-red wings sprouted from its back, granting it the ability to soar. "Nana, Xie Yu, you handle the others. Leave this martial soul fusion technique to me. You cannot fly, and your attacks cannot reach them, nor can your control affect them," Long Yu commanded, unfurling his wind god wings. He switched his martial soul to the golden dragon and utilized his 3rd soul skill, teleport. At that moment, a high-ranking soul master from the Mo-Xine Academy infused 3 crimson lights into the blood prison demon lion, significantly amplifying its power. With the fusion technique of a Soul King and a Soul Emperor, coupled with a 50% enhancement in strength, speed, and mental prowess, they were nearing the threshold of Soul Douluo. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and her companions were preparing to launch their own offensive. Though the soul power levels of the Wuhuan Temple Academy displayed some disparity, it appeared that both teams were relatively evenly matched. The 5 members of the Mo-Xian Academy formed an unusual stance, creating a faint red shield before them. The collective soul power of the 4 individuals converged upon Yen, drastically enhancing his aura. The demonic charm struck the protection shield with the amplified golden crescent blade, yet it only left a minor crack. Clearly, this shield was a product of their combined efforts, and demonic charm alone was insufficient to shatter it swiftly. A fusion technique capable of flight, on par with the Soul Douluo, restrains me, yet your shield seems vulnerable to mental influence. With a fusion of 5, including a Soul Emperor, a Soul King, and 3 Soul Masters, all their power concentrated in Yen, their soul power must have reached that of Soul Douluo. I may have underestimated you, Long Yu observed, surprised. At that moment, Yen felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, his confidence radiating. In terms of soul power, he was genuinely a Soul Douluo, not merely a fleeting comparison like demonic charm. Despite the formidable strength of the fusion technique, its energy consumption was equally vast. This Mo-Xian Academy team proved to be remarkably unexpected, akin to possessing 2 Soul Douluos. Ningfeng Ji's cultured voice resonated, revealing his keen interest. No one anticipated such an array of surprises in a single Soul Master competition. Both the power of the Wuhuan Temple Academy and that of the Mo-Xian Academy were astonishing. The suspense surrounding the outcome was palpable. Even Ningfeng Ji personally felt that the Mo-Xian Academy was currently at an advantage. Chapter 199, Unassailable? Is 2 Soul Douluos all you have up your sleeve? Long Yu remarked coolly. Should it be anyone else, they would indeed be powerless to resist. Yet you have consistently underestimated my strength. Knowing your strength is formidable. What of it? Do you think you could defeat us so swiftly? If we can hold you off with Yen's current strength, he can swiftly vanquish all your teammates. At that point, 2 Soul Douluos together will be insurmountable. The blood-prisoned demon lion roared. Though feeling somewhat humiliated, the desire for victory overshadowed all else. 4th Soul Skill. Divine Light. Long Yu's 4th Golden Soul ring shimmered, sending 2 beams of golden light toward the blood-prisoned demon lion and Yen below. This was pure, radiant soul power. No, the Shu Mo sure hastily took flight, attempting to escape the golden radiance. Yet how could it possibly flee so easily? How fearful you are of my holy light, evil Soul Master. Long Yu observed this, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. If you truly were a Soul Douluo, then my 5th soul skill would merely serve to dissipate your soul power. Ah! 2 piercing cries echoed. The once formidable Shu Mo sure was struck by the golden light, revealing a wound the size of an arm, which penetrated its lower abdomen. Following such a severe blow, the martial soul fusion technique collapsed, reverting to the previous Soul Emperor and Soul King, both of whom clutched their bleeding abdomens. Although it was not immediately fatal, it was undeniable that they had lost their combat capability. Meanwhile, Yen was not faring any better. Despite utilizing his martial soul's true form, it remained ineffective. His Soul Douluo's soul power crumbled in the face of such divine luminosity, and a single strike was sufficient to send him reeling backwards. In an instant, nearly everyone was incredulously gazing at the scene before them, many spectators rising to their feet, mouths agape, unable to close them for a long while. The captain of the Martial Soul Hall Academy team had utilized a single soul skill to vanquish 2 Soul Douluos? How could such pure and potent light power exist? The members of the Mo-Xian Academy team were filled with dread. As evil soul masters, they detested and feared such divine light power, yet Long Yu possessed it, and it was astonishingly powerful. With a single blow, he had returned them to their original forms. Damn it! Wazti had said that Long Yu's martial soul was a golden dragon, merely a physically robust entity. How could he wield such terrifying light power? The two individuals clad in black observed the scene, gritting their teeth in frustration. This was a complete elemental suppression. Bibi Dong smiled slyly, then issued commands to Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo beside her. The two elders, upon receiving the orders, quickly departed to the audience area below, their bodies emanating 9 soul rings as they summoned their martial souls. Countless spectators were bewildered, questioning the situation at the martial soul hall. Damn it, has our cover been blown? The two black-clad individuals wore grim expressions, their hearts racing as they looked at the vigilant martial soul hall members nearby. This was the martial soul city. If they were truly exposed, it would be exceedingly dangerous. It appears you are utterly defenseless, evil soul master, Long Yu remarked nonchalantly. Many spectators were perplexed by Long Yu's words, yet those in high positions, such as Ning Fengji, were taken aback, their expressions turning grave. Could these individuals truly be evil soul masters? What evil soul masters? Our martial souls merely lean towards the dark attribute. We are simply countered by your soul power's attribute. He enforced himself to remain calm, while secretly wishing for Long Yu's demise. It seems this soul master competition is a loss for us. Who could have anticipated that Long Yu's soul power contained an innate ability to counter all evil soul masters with divine light power? Still maintaining bravado, Long Yu ceased his banter and utilized his teleportation soul skill combined with the golden dragon spear to send Yin crashing down from the dual platform. Meanwhile, Yao Mei, Xiao Wu, and others quickly followed Long Yu's lead. In the face of their opponent's utter loss of will to fight, Long Yu and his companions swiftly swept through all the members of the MOXIN Academy. As the last of MOXIN Academy's team fell from the dual platform, I hereby declare the Martial Soul Hall Academy team as the champions of this Soul Master competition. The Cardinal declared loudly, Martial Soul Hall's Soul Masters, obey the command and immediately restrain all members of MOXIN Academy. Bibi Dong shouted, and with immense soul power, all the guardians and the Cardinal of the Martial Soul Hall prepared for battle, surrounding the members of MOXIN Academy. The moment Bibi Dong issued the order, they could swiftly eliminate these individuals. Your Holiness, I do not understand the meaning of this. We merely lost the match. It cannot warrant execution. Can it? Is the Martial Soul Hall truly so tyrannical? One black-clad individual insisted. This positions us in a weak position to elicit sympathy. Surely even the Martial Soul Hall would not dare to act in front of so many witnesses. What do you think I mean? How audacious of you, evil soul masters, to dare come to Martial Soul City, completely disregarding the Martial Soul Hall. Bibi Dong retorted. 9 soul rings floated around her, comprising yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, and gold. This is one of the benefits bestowed by the Rakshasa Goddess Trial, enhancing all soul ringsage and granting divine-level soul rings. Undoubtedly, as the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall, her aura surpassed even that of Jian Shu, and she possessed twin martial souls. Ning Fengji observed Bibi Dong, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. Although she was younger than Jian Shu, her power surpassed his. Your Holiness, in capturing thieves, do you possess any evidence for such claims? A black-clad individual pressed. Damn it. I wonder which fool recommended that only the Douluo come here to avoid attracting too much attention. Now look, how could a soul Douluo hope to escape from Martial Soul City? Even as evil soul masters, it does not guarantee victory over title Douluo, especially not against so many. First, if you were not evil soul masters, you would not experience such substantial counteraction and damage when faced with Long Yu's light attribute soul skills. Second, according to the Martial Soul Hall's intelligence, the original MOXIN Academy was merely an obscure ordinary soul master academy, yet within half a month before the competition commenced, it was purchased by a group of mysterious individuals in black. The original leaders also met with strange deaths, likely to silence them and prevent leaks about your whereabouts. Unfortunately, they have overreached. Third, the malevolence and ominous aura surrounding you are exceedingly pronounced, far surpassing that of ordinary soul masters. Had it not been for the black garb concealing your true nature, you would have been exposed long ago. If you would only remove your black clothing and prove your innocence, then the Martial Soul Hall would apologize to you before all present. I can speak on behalf of the will of the Martial Soul Hall. BB Dong articulated each word with clarity. Chapter 200. Swift resolution. It seems my teacher is remarkably efficient, having swiftly discerned the situation regarding MoXine Academy. Long Yu reflected upon BB Dong above, marveling at her prowess. After all, she is the Pope of the Martial Soul Hall. Why should the Martial Soul Hall demand we remove our black clothing and masks? I refuse. The black-clad individuals maintained their defiance. Yet BB Dong clearly had no intention of wasting further time. Despite the audience's skepticism, she commanded action. Upon receiving instructions, Zhu Douluo and Ge Douluo surged forth towards the two leading figures, while the Cardinal and the Guardians restrained the other members of the MoXine Academy team. Given their strength, subduing these injured Soul Kings, Soul Emperors, or even Soul Zone would be effortlessly simple. Damn it, Martial Soul Hall bastards. I will fight you to the end. The two Soul Douluos erupted in anger, their 8 soul rings shimmering as powerful auras radiated forth, shocking many spectators, 2 high-ranking Soul Douluos. However, the chasm between Soul Douluo and Tidal Douluo was insurmountable, rendering their efforts futile, particularly since Zhu Douluo was already a 96th level Super Douluo. How could Soul Douluos hope to resist? I shall see what manner of beings you truly are beneath those black cloaks. Evil Soul Masters. The figure of Zhu Douluo unveiled the dark garb of the Soul Douluo, revealing a pallid visage devoid of any hue, resembling a specter of illness. The overwhelming stench of blood exuded from him caused many to furrow their brows, with some instinctively retreating several steps. With Zhu Douluo leading the charge, the dark cloaks of Yin and the others were forcibly stripped away, unleashing an undeniable aura of malevolence, darkness, and bloodiness that was impossible to disregard. This was undoubtedly the most conspicuous hallmark of an evil soul master. At this moment, even Jian Douluo and Ning Fengji had arrived. In the face of these malevolent forces, the 7 treasures glazed tile sect, embodying justice and compassion, could not afford to be absent. The evidence was irrefutable. What more could be said, Yin? You once possessed a bright future, yet you have strayed from the path and become an evil soul master. Alas, Long Yu gazed upon the face he recognized yet found unfamiliar. Long Yu, my transformation into this state is all because of you. Since your arrival at the Spirit Hall, everything has changed. You have not only usurped my glory and attention, but also stolen my beloved Nana. Before Yin could finish his lament, Long Yu delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing to the ground. It was a reflection of his own lack of skill, compounded by the fact that Nana had never harbored feelings for him. Such illusions were self-inflicted. Furthermore, you are in no position to call her Nana, Long Yu remarked coldly, his gaze imbued with frost. In a mere 2 years, your soul power has surged remarkably. Even as an evil soul master, it is certain you have sacrificed something in return, perhaps your lifespan or even your soul. A pitiful jest. Long Yu continued, I hereby declare that Yin is to be expelled from the Spirit Hall, stripped of all honors and privileges associated with it. Every member of the Demon Heart Academy shall be executed, BB Dong proclaimed, and Zhu Douluo and the others immediately executed the nearby evil soul masters, leaving only Yin behind. Since you believe this chaos is my doing, allow me to bring it to an end. Long Yu, wielding the Dragon Emperor spear, pierced through Yan's heart. Yan's words fell short as the vitality within him ebbed almost entirely. As he felt the chilling touch of the ground, his gaze turned towards Hu Laina, only to meet with disdain and animosity. Throughout his life, he had never received a shred of care or affection from Nana. He had never once triumphed over Long Yu, even after having sold his soul to the devil. With Yan's demise, the remaining evil soul masters of the Demon Heart Academy were all eradicated, marking the true conclusion of the Soul Master competition. BB Dong ordered the members of the Spirit Hall to resume their duties and return to their respective positions, while the Spirit Hall Academy's battle team, under Long Yu's leadership, headed to BB Dong's location, where 3 resplendent soul bones floated in the air. Congratulations on winning the overall championship of this Soul Master competition. This reward belongs to you, and you may distribute it as you see fit, Bibi Dong smiled. Observing the young individuals, particularly Long Yu and Hulaina, a smile graced Bibi Dong's face. At this point, Xiao Yu and Nana had truly matured, having secured the championship. Their fame would surely resonate throughout the continent. Thank you, Your Holiness. I wonder if we might exchange that fiery right arm soul bone for another. As our team does not require such attributes, Long Yu suggested with a smile. You brat, dare you bargain? Do you think soul bones are as common as cabbages? You can have whatever soul bone you desire. Bibi Dong rolled her eyes at Long Yu. However, the soul bone originally intended for Yin now seemed entirely unnecessary. Xiao Yu's request was likely considerate of Zhu Zhuqing. This lad understands how to cherish the fairer sex, which explains his multitude of romantic interests. Very well, Bibi Dong nodded, retrieving the fiery right arm bone before producing another pale blue right leg bone from her storage soul guide. This is also a 10,000-year soul bone, personally acquired by me from a 30,000-year-old blue wing wolf king. It is not inferior to the original. Bibi Dong explained. Thank you, Your Holiness. Long Yu replied, graciously accepting the 3 soul bones. The next task was to allocate the soul bone rewards. Though the members of the Spirit Hall Academy team were already aware of their designated recipients, the most significant spiritual bone undoubtedly belonged to Hulaina. The rapidly advancing wind-chasing left leg bone was assigned to Xie Yu, while the substitute right leg bone provided by Bibi Dong was given to Zhu Zhuqing. The remaining members did not receive any soul bones. Despite some discontent among the other team members, they refrained from voicing it. For the primary reason they had emerged victorious in the competition was due to their formidable captain. Otherwise, they would have stood no chance against 2 opponents of the Soul Douluo level. Moreover, they had already received word that the Spirit Hall would soon confer upon Long Yu the title of Saint's Son and Hulaina the title of Saintess, making them the heirs to the next generation of the Spirit Hall's leadership, further elevating their status and rendering it unnecessary to offend them. After Bibi Dong briefly summarized the proceedings, she departed, and the audience gradually dispersed. The Soul Master competition had truly reached its conclusion, and the strength exhibited by the Spirit Hall Academy's team was destined to resound throughout the continent. Chapter 201, The Enshrinement of the Saint's Son. Nana, how does it feel to absorb this spiritual bone? After all, it is a rare 5,000-year-old artifact, Long Yu inquired. Meanwhile, Hulaina opened her elongated, beautiful eyes and nodded, saying, it was specifically left for me by my teacher, so the results are naturally commendable. I feel that my spiritual power has ascended several tiers. My charm abilities have also improved significantly. I merely worry that this domineering man may not appreciate it. In truth, her strongest trait lay in her allure. Yet during the Soul Master competition, Hulaina had never utilized her soul skills, following Long Yu's repeated orders. Of course I appreciate it. You are my wife. And your charm is solely for me, Long Yu declared as he pulled Hulaina tightly into his embrace. How terribly possessive. Yet I adore it, she replied, exuding a sweet fragrance as pink soul power enveloped them, igniting the atmosphere with a romantic fervor. In the aftermath of the Soul Master competition, Bibi Dong generously allowed a few individuals to fully relax. After more than a week, Long Yu accompanied Hulaina to the Pope's palace. As they entered together, they found a considerable gathering already present, with Bibi Dong seated at the highest point. Beside her was the second elder of the Elder Hall, Jean Idola. Although Jean Idola had more seniority than Bibi Dong, she was, after all, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the highest authority in name. Furthermore, even in terms of strength, Jean Idola would not dare claim superiority over this younger peer. Below the Pope's throne, the members of the Spirit Hall, including Yuntao and Yuntao, occupied the left side, while those from the Elder Hall positioned themselves on the right. Xiao Wu and her companions were situated at the rear of the assembly. Had it not been for their close ties with Long Yu, they would not have been permitted to enter such a venue. These individuals represented the true core strength of the Spirit Hall, embodying both the current and future might of the continent's elite. Upon seeing her 2 disciples arrive, Bibi Dong nodded in acknowledgement and began to speak. Today, I have summoned you all to the Hall of the Pope primarily to announce 2 significant matters. The first is the formal designation of the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall. My eldest disciple, Hulai Na, possesses extraordinary talent. Having reached the remarkable level of 61st Soul Emperor at the tender age of 22, complemented by an external soul bone and a spirit head bone, showcasing her formidable strength. My second disciple, Long Yu, is astonishingly gifted. Though only 14 years old, he has attained the rank of 55th Soul King, with true capabilities far exceeding his peers. He wields dual innate spirits, possesses numerous soul bones and techniques, and boasts soul rings that surpass the optimal standards, embodying both exceptional talent and character. He will undoubtedly be a key player in the upcoming Soul Master competition. I hereby decree that Hulai Na shall be conferred the title of Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, while Long Yu shall be honored as the Holy Son. Do any of you have objections? After her declaration, Bai Dong surveyed the assembly. What objections could there possibly be? Neither the Hall of the Pope nor the Elder Hall would dare to openly contest Bai Dong's decision. As for Long Yu, such an extraordinary individual could hardly be overlooked for the role of Holy Son. While Hulai Na's talents may not quite match Long Yu's, she remains an exceptionally gifted soul master in her own right, being Long Yu's senior and beloved. Observing the situation, the Hall of the Pope fell silent for a moment before Bai Dong, satisfied, nodded and declared, "Since there are no dissenting voices, I announce that from this moment forth, Hulai Na is the Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall, and Long Yu is the Holy Son. Long Yu and Hulai Na, please take your positions." Douluo was the first to respectfully call out, followed closely by others from the Hall of the Pope, with members of the Elder Hall echoing the sentiment. Who would have thought that the young boy brought back from Notting City less than a decade ago would rise to become the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, now holding a status that surpasses even my own? Moreover, based on his training speed as Holy Son, it would not be long before he surpasses his old-timers, likely attaining the rank of Soul Emperor or Soul Sage soon. Douluo mused as he gazed at Long Yu, positioned centrally, feeling a mix of admiration and nostalgia. For both personal gratitude and the greater good of the Spirit Hall, Long Yu is someone I wholeheartedly support. Please, no formalities, Long Yu and Hulai Na said in unison, prompting the crowd to return to their original demeanor, their gazes now tinged with a newfound respect. The distinction between the Pope's disciples and the Holy Son and Holy Maiden of the Spirit Hall was indeed a vast chasm. With the formalities concluded, the dignitaries were eager to move forward. Douluo approached Long Yu and quietly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. You are too kind, Second Elder. I merely did what I could," Long Yu replied with a smile, clearly aware that Douluo was referring to Qianren Shui. "By the way, when you have the time, please visit the Grand Elder. He has matters he wishes to discuss with you," Douluo added before departing alone. Had it not been for the connection with Qianren Shui, he would not have come to the Hall of the Pope, as it would suffice to send another elder to witness the proceedings and convey the Elder Hall's stance. "Come in," Douluo Bai Dong commanded. Following her directive, a figure with white hair entered the Hall of the Pope. His once dark green hair had transformed to a normal white, and his attire had shifted to simple plain clothing, resembling a typical elderly man, yet his vitality remained robust due to his power. "Greetings, Your Holiness," Douluo saluted, a smile gracing his face as he looked towards Long Yu. Many in attendance were surprised to see the notorious old poison master in the Hall of the Pope, leading to murmurs of curiosity. However, most were astonished by Bai Dong's quiet acquisition of a title Douluo, especially one who had previously clashed with the Spirit Hall. "Old poison master, who would have thought we would meet in such a manner?" Douluo exclaimed, recalling their long-standing grievances. "How'd I not catch wind of your joining the Spirit Hall?" Subordinate pays respects to the young master, Douluo greeted reverently. Having remained in Spirit City since the conclusion of the Soul Master competition, finally summoned by Bai Dong. "Elder Douluo, you appear to be in excellent spirits. Much improved from years past," Long Yu remarked with a smile. Their exchange served to indirectly clarify Douluo's presence in the Spirit Hall to the onlookers. Long Yu nodded towards Bai Dong, acknowledging her position above him. "Ladies and gentlemen, the second matter I wish to announce is that Douluo has officially joined the Spirit Hall, currently possessing the strength of a 93rd title Douluo, and will henceforth serve as one of our elders, Bai Dong proclaimed. Under Long Yu's applause, others followed suit, albeit with a sense of peculiarity. Nevertheless, they felt compelled to show their support, as it was the will of both Bai Dong and Long Yu. Elder Douluo, it seems you have been faring well lately, Long Yu said with a grin. You have become quite formidable, having won the overall championship in the Soul Master competition. And now you are the holy son of the Spirit Hall. The future holds great promise for you, Douluo reflected. Although he had not encountered the silver-haired girl from the past, his respect for Long Yu had only intensified, stemming from Long Yu himself, rather than Gu Yuna. Those are bygone days, hardly worth mentioning. My current strength is still far from sufficient, Long Yu chuckled. So, do you intend to remain in the Spirit Hall for your training? Douluo inquired. Not really. Training within the Spirit Hall is simply too slow for me. I need to venture out and experience the world, Long Yu replied. Rest assured, the Spirit Hall will not instigate conflict in the near future. And with your strength and capabilities, you will undoubtedly shine brightly. Long Yu understood that while Douluo may be among the less powerful title Douluo, he was a terrifying presence for soul masters below that rank. In large-scale conflicts, his abilities could be maximally showcased, proving far more impactful than many of the other title Douluo. Long Yu recognized that Bai Dong understood this as well, which is why she made a point to announce his inclusion as a strategic move to win over Douluo. You truly cannot fathom the heights you will reach in the future, nor the extent to which the Spirit Hall will ascend. Douluo refrained from pressing Long Yu further regarding his plans. Indeed, Elder Douluo, do you recall the matters we discussed previously? Long Yu smiled. Together, we shall forge a new era. Their eyes met, and their glasses clinked in a toast. Teacher, you summoned me, and here I am, Long Yu announced upon entering the hall of the Pope. Take a seat. You are remarkably at ease, Bai Dong remarked, slightly exasperated at her disciple's casualness, noting that had it been anyone else, she might have reprimanded them harshly. Teacher, are you planning for Na and me to venture to the city of slaughter to acquire the domain of the god of killing? Long Yu inquired. Indeed, it seems there is nothing you can conceal from me, my young friend. This is precisely my plan. That place serves as an excellent training ground, and the realm of the god of slaughter is truly remarkable. Should you gain entry, your strengths will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. I have faith in your capabilities to emerge from the city of slaughter, Bibi Dong remarked with a nod. Yes, this aligns with my forthcoming intentions as well. Remaining within the Spirit Hall solely to cultivate has become rather tedious for me, Long Yu replied. How can you still suggest such things? You are now the holy son of the Spirit Hall, yet you still yearn to venture outside. The city of slaughter is fraught with peril, and if you wish to take others along, you must consider their strengths, Bibi Dong cautioned. The Hell Slaughter Field is not a place for outsiders. One can only rely on their own power. Were it not for the fact that Xiao Yu and Na possess sufficient strength, I would never have consented. Rest assured, teacher, I am fully aware of this. However, may I ask if you could meet us outside when we return? Long Yu inquired. That should be feasible, you rascal. I shall personally await your return at the exit, Bibi Dong replied with a hint of annoyance. In truth, I could easily traverse in and out of the city of slaughter, and within the confines of the realm of the god of slaughter, I could wield my soul skills. After preparing for some time, Na and I shall set forth for the city of slaughter, Long Yu chuckled. I only wish to take Hulai Na with me. As for the others, they either lack the required strength or the necessity to join. For instance, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing do not possess the strength, while Xiaolan's current capabilities in the blue-silver field are hardly inferior to those of the god of slaughter. Indeed, with you by my side, I feel considerably reassured. Kulme, teacher has prepared a banquet to celebrate your and Na's ascension as the holy son and holy daughter of the Spirit Hall. Upon finishing her words, Bibi Dong rose and led Long Yu away from the Pope's palace. Following a grand banquet, Long Yu did not immediately seek out Hulai Na and the others to explore the origins of life. Instead, he made his way to the Elders' Hall. For Qiandao Lu had expressed a desire to meet with him earlier that day. Without any hindrance, Long Yu swiftly arrived at Qiandao Lu's manor. where the seemingly unassuming figure sat quietly on a stool, gazing into the distance as if deep in thought. "You've arrived, Xiao Yu." Yuntao Lu waved his hand, gesturing for Long Yu to take a seat. His gaze was filled with increasing satisfaction, akin to a father-in-law observing his son-in-law, which made Long Yu feel somewhat uneasy. What could this old fellow possibly want from him? "Great Elder, may I inquire what you wish to discuss?" Long Yu asked. "First and foremost, I wish to express my gratitude for your rescue of Xiao Shui and the others. They have informed me of your actions, and I never anticipated that you would be capable of executing a martial soul fusion skill. Perhaps this was simply fate. Xiao Shui holds you in high regard. It is a rare occasion for someone as proud as her to speak so highly of another," Yuntao Lu stated. "So, what exactly do you desire, old man? Given your previous gaze, please be direct." "I prefer not to dance around the subject," Long Yu replied. "Then I shall not mince words. Do you have feelings for Xiao Shui?" Yuntao Lu queried. You are asking if I have feelings for Qianren Shui?" Long Yu was momentarily taken aback. "To speak candidly, had it not been for your presence, I would have suspected that Xiao Shui would look down upon all her peers. I envisioned her practicing alone until the spirit hall unified the continent, perhaps even achieving godhood in solitude. After all, Xiao Shui is already over 20 years old and has yet to show any affection for any other male, save for you, who has garnered her unique attention and admiration." Yuntao Lu sighed. "Well, Great Elder, matters of the heart are not so simplistic. Besides, my encounters with Qianren Shui are limited to just one," Long Yu explained. "I understand the youthful spirit. I was once young myself. With time, familiarity breeds closeness," Yuntao Lu remarked with a knowing expression, as if suggesting a game of pursuit that left Long Yu utterly speechless. "Long Yu, please be honest. What is your impression of Xiao Shui?" Yuntao Lu pressed. "Qianren Shui possesses impeccable talent and beauty, coupled with a mature intellect. She is indeed a remarkable individual. However, this does not imply that anything will come of it. It is merely possible that we both excel and appreciate one another," Long Yu responded. The memory of their previous meetings surfaced in his mind. That poor angelic girl, evoking a sense of pity. Yet, Qianren Shui's beauty and figure were nothing short of stunning. After all, she was the epitome of beauty among the ranks of Douluo, second only to Gu Yuna. Qianren Shui's angelic visage, coupled with her devilishly alluring form, along with her rare feminine valor, exceptional wisdom, and strategy, compelled Long Yu to concede that she was indeed an extraordinary girl in every regard. As for her ruthless tactics, that was of little concern, as he himself was not above utilizing such methods, nor was Bibi Dong. It was not considered a flaw. "That is sufficient. Your mutual admiration is more than adequate, in my opinion," Yuntao Lu nodded. Great Elder, I have already stated that matters of the heart are not as straightforward. Moreover, I have several girlfriends already. How could Qianren Shui possibly accept that? She is the chosen daughter of the gods, so lofty and proud. And to clarify, I will never abandon Na and the others. Coercion through force holds no sway over me," Long Yu warned. "That is your own affair, young man. Worry not. I would never resort to such underhanded tactics against those girls," Yuntao Lu replied. Great Elder, is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave," Long Yu said, feeling utterly speechless. This old man seemed oblivious to how Qianren Shui would react to the current situation. Yuntao Lu appeared as if he were urging his granddaughter to find a husband, a rather desperate endeavor. "Should you find the time, you might consider visiting Tiando City. After all, Xiao Shui must feel quite lonely there, and as her grandfather, I feel woefully inadequate and remorseful," Yuntao Lu lamented. "Very well, I shall do my best. At the very least, I will meet her once, for I have matters to discuss with her." "Great Elder, I bid you farewell," Long Yu said, departing swiftly to avoid further awkwardness. That night, after a tempestuous encounter with Na and the others, Long Yu shared the upcoming arrangements with Hulai Na and the rest. "Brother Yu, can Xiao Wu and I not go as well?" Xiao Wu inquired. "I have already stated that it is perilous there. Sometimes, even I cannot guarantee your protection. You must rely on your own strength. Although your abilities and soul skills are commendable, do you truly believe you can defeat those ruthless individuals? Merely relying on agility is far from sufficient, especially since you lack even a soul bone or other offensive means, Long Yu explained. Nana, however, is different. Even without her soul skills, she possesses a soul bone, and her temperament and combat experience far surpass yours. You must heed my words. We will return in about a year's time, Long Yu reassured her. Regarding Xiaolon, there is no need for concern about your prowess. In fact, there is no necessity for you to venture into the Shaxing realm, as it may not surpass the quality of your own Lanyan realm. Furthermore, after Nana and I depart, you should spend more time with Xiao Wu in the Wuhuan city to prevent her from feeling too isolated. Upon my return, if you have not ascended to the rank of an 83rd level soul Douluo, I shall have to give you a reprimand, Long Yu remarked. For Xiaolon, achieving a 2-level increase in soul power within a year should not pose a significant challenge. All right, Xiao Yu, I shall heed your counsel, Xiaolon replied obediently, recognizing that obtaining a realm is not her foremost priority. Rather, the urgent quest is to break through to the soul Douluo level, and the Shaxing city is evidently not conducive for such advancement. Brother Yu, when do you plan to journey to the Shaxing city? Xiao Wu inquired. We should be leaving in about a week's time, aiming to expedite our departure and return swiftly. Upon our return, I will also take you to a certain place where there are no restrictions on strength, and it will greatly enhance your abilities, Long Yu responded. What place is that? The Sea God Island. You will likely reside there for approximately 5 years, and by the time you emerge, your soul power should reach the levels of Soul Sage or even a Soul Douluo. Brother Yu, I think I might be able to, Xiao Yu exclaimed. I want as well. Young junior brother, count me in. A week passed swiftly, and prior to their departure, Long Yu prepared numerous essentials. Although supplies could be found in the Shaxing city, he preferred to be cautious, as one could never predict the vile occurrences that might lurk therein. Additionally, Long Yu specifically informed Bai Bai Dong to monitor the developments between the Qi Bao Liuli sect and the Tang sect, keeping a close eye on the latter's progress and discreetly stifling its growth from various angles. Any sightings of Tang, how should be reported immediately. The days leading up to their departure were filled with joy for Long Yu and his companions, spending time shopping with several beautiful women during the day and occasionally visiting the Wuhuan Academy to encourage their younger peers with tales of their past glories. They also explored scenic vistas, and by nightfall, Long Yu transformed into a formidable warrior, leaving the 3 women utterly disarmed. Both parties reveled in the experience, deeply immersed in their enjoyment. As preparations reached completion, Long Yu and Hulaina readied themselves to set forth. Chapter 204. Tavern Slaughter. On a morning marked by the reluctant gazes of Xiao Wu and the others, the carriage carrying Bai Bai Dong, Long Yu, and Hulaina departed from Wuhuan City, heading into the distance. Nana, Xiao Yu, remember, within the Shaxing city, aside from the 2 of you, trust no one else. If you feel threatened in any way, do not hesitate. Eliminate all threats. This place is rife with the most vicious of individuals. Do not falter or hesitate. Bai Bai Dong warned repeatedly. In terms of strength, Bai Bai Dong held great confidence in Long Yu and Hulaina. Yet she worried that they might not be ruthless enough for a place like the Shaxing city, where mercy could lead to one's demise. Rest assured, teacher, we will not show any mercy, both Long Yu and Hulaina declared in unison. Within a few days, the carriage halted before a small town, and Long Yu and his companions disembarked. The town appeared modest, yet upon entering, Hulaina and Long Yu sensed an unsettling atmosphere. They could not articulate why, but the people around them emanated a peculiar chill. Bai Bai Dong remained unaffected, having visited this place before. She led the 2 into the town, guiding them to an inn. The air inside the tavern was thick and murky. Tang San observed that all the decorations were black, though it was daytime outside. Stepping inside evoked a sense of cold darkness. At that moment, the tavern was about 30% occupied. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, few patrons spoke, creating an unusual silence. However, the entrance of Bai Bai Dong and Hulaina ignited the ambience, as their extraordinary beauty captivated the attention of all present. A fervor of desire and greed enveloped them like famished wolves, fixating intently on Bai Bai Dong and Hulaina, oblivious to the terrifying fate that awaited them. Xiao Yu, Bai Bai Dong whispered, and Long Yu immediately understood her intent, summoning his 5 soul rings. First soul skill, mental impact. The 10,000-year soul ring shimmered, unleashing an immensely powerful mental force that surged toward the unsuspecting patrons. Before they could react with shock, their mental worlds were annihilated, leading to their demise in succession. With Long Yu's formidable mental prowess unleashed, even a super Douluo would be significantly affected, let alone these hapless individuals. Not a single drop of blood was spilled, yet the ground was littered with corpses, creating an eerie spectacle. This is the terrifying power of a mental-type soul master, capable of killing invisibly. Well done, Xiaoyu. You adapted swiftly. Bai Dong nodded in satisfaction before guiding the two to a table. A terrified, black-clad waiter approached them, asking, "What would you like, esteemed guests?" It was evident that, despite witnessing countless acts of slaughter, he had never encountered anything quite like today. He was astonished by the overwhelming strength of the seemingly youthful white-clad boy, who had eliminated all the previous guests with a single soul skill. It was utterly terrifying. 3 Bloody Marys, Bai Dong ordered, and the waiter hurried off to prepare them. Shortly thereafter, 3 cups of murky liquid were served. The liquid appeared dark red and emitted a pungent odor reminiscent of blood. Just as Bai Dong was about to drink, Long Yu grasped her wrist, shaking his head slightly. "Xiaoyu, what is the matter?" Bai Dong inquired, not angered but curious, trusting her disciple's instincts. "Teacher, do not drink that Bloody Mary. It serves no purpose," Long Yu warned, releasing her delicate hand. "Junior brother, what is this substance? It smells so foul," Hulaina remarked, feeling a wave of nausea. "Blood. Human blood," Long Yu revealed. "This is blood." Hulaina gasped, nearly dropping the Bloody Mary in shock. "How can one possibly drink human blood?" "Xiaoyu, this is merely the first test. Do not let me down," Bai Dong admonished. "No, teacher, this is not a necessary trial. We came to acquire the Shaxing realm, not to drink human blood as a test of our abilities and resolve. Moreover, consuming human blood in the Shaxing city only complicates our journey through the path of hell. The blood in the Shaxing city is toxic. Otherwise, only 8 individuals would have succeeded in traversing the path of hell over the past millennium," Long Yu refuted, subsequently shattering all 3 Bloody Marys. Xiaoyu, despite your slight frown, decided against voicing any objections after contemplating Long Yu's various actions. There was no need for such discussions. It was time to enter the city of slaughter. Rising to his feet, Long Yu brandished a Li Huoji run, directing it towards a waiter, instantly ending his life. The knowledge of Bai Dong's presence here must not be disclosed, and this waiter was no virtuous soul akin to the corpses scattered across the ground. Guided by his mental prowess, Long Yu strode purposefully to the bar counter of the tavern. He raised his hand and struck the bar with tremendous force, resulting in a thunderous crash as the bar shattered into fragments, revealing the ground beneath. "Nana, come here." The entrance to the city of slaughter should be just below this. The space beneath the bar was hollow. Undoubtedly, this quaint town could not be the city of slaughter. The entrance was the most plausible explanation. With a resounding boom, a vast hole appeared in the ground, cold winds swirling upwards from the abyss. "It seems you are faring much better than I anticipated. Below lies the city of slaughter, and you may enter directly," Bai Dong acknowledged with a nod. "Why does it feel as if Xiaoyu is very familiar with this place?" "Teacher, we shall descend now. Please do not forget to wait for us at the exit." Long Yu smiled. "Of course. How could I ever go back on my word?" Bai Dong affirmed, bidding farewell to Hulaina. Without any hesitation, Long Yu took Hulaina's small hand, and together they leaped into the darkness below. Their bodies were instantly enveloped by the pitch-black void. "I wish you good fortune. Emerge soon, Xiaoyu." "Na, Bai Dong murmured as she turned to depart, heading back to Wuhan City. Chapter 205. The City of Slaughter engulfed in darkness. The two descended only a few meters before their feet met solid ground. "Nana, do not worry. Just hold on my hand," Long Yu reassured her. With his dual pupils wide open, the surrounding darkness posed little threat to him. Before them lay a long corridor, slanting downwards, a chilling aura brushing against their bodies. Hulaina instinctively shrank her neck, yet the warmth from Long Yu's hand brought her great comfort, knowing her beloved was by her side. After walking precisely 1,462 steps, a cold voice echoed from all directions. Welcome to the city of slaughter. Here lies the capital of hell, a world replete with bloodshed. In this place, you may acquire all that you desire at the cost of your life. Indeed, the king of slaughter had mastered the art of theatrics, Long Yu mused. They continued onward, and, as they rounded a corner, faint light and the sounds of commotion came into view, signaling their arrival at the destination. Upon emerging from the corridor, they were met by 101 figures, all clad in black armor, their faces entirely concealed by helmets. Among them, one figure sat majestically upon a colossal warhorse, its steed also adorned in thick black armor. You have violated the rules, a low, chilling voice resonated, seemingly not originating from a human throat. The speaker was the black-armored knight atop the horse. Rules are set by the strong. I have no obligation to adhere to them, Long Yu replied coolly, not even summoning his golden dragon spear, confident that he surpassed Tang San's strength from that era. Behind the terrifying knight loomed a black city, its imposing walls broad and formidable, truly a city. Above, a violet moon hung low, appearing to be less than 500 meters from the ground, while everything else was shrouded in darkness, akin to the night itself. The knight's voice remained frigid, devoid of any human warmth. Indeed, rules are established by the powerful. Defeat me, and you shall earn the right to enter the city of slaughter. The knight slowly raised his elongated lance, and the black-armored warriors flanking him stepped back, clearing a space for combat. Oh! Long Yu's expression remained unchanged as he released Hu Laina's hand, unfurling his wind god wings. Though soul techniques could not be employed here, his strength remained formidable, and his soul bones would prove highly effective. I am the terrifying knight, he began, but before he could finish, Long Yu had already lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the knight's chest. The knight was sent flying, his armor dented significantly, a testament to the immense power behind Long Yu's strike. Is this sufficient now? Long Yu hovered before the knight, stating coolly. Should this individual persist in his obstinacy, Long Yu would not hold back. No, that will not be necessary. You have passed the trial, the knight replied, shaking his head. He presented 2 black tokens to Long Yu, who accepted them effortlessly. The tokens bore a skull insignia, accompanied by the numbers 999 and 1000. Nah, it is resolved. This is your token, a future proof of your identity, Long Yu declared, handing the black token to Hu Laina. The pair then proceeded towards the Black City without lingering. The terrifying knight gazed at the wound on his chest, then at the retreating figures. Despite the inability to use soul techniques, that youth's power remained remarkably formidable. What was even more alarming was his tender age. The ensuing events in the city of slaughter would likely stir considerable upheaval, the knight pondered. The imposing black gates exuded an oppressive atmosphere, with the word City of Slaughter emblazoned above. 2 rows of black-armored warriors stood silently, and before Long Yu and Hu Laina could present their identity tokens, a woman with a veiled face emerged from within. Welcome to the City of Slaughter. Her voice was melodious as she gestured invitingly. Observing the youthful appearances of Long Yu and Hu Laina, she expressed surprise. Have you arrived at the City of Slaughter at such a young age? However, in terms of presence, you seem quite powerful. I wonder if you are disciples from a prominent family in the outside world here for training. This is not a favorable place for such endeavors, as the mortality rate is exceedingly high. Handsome men and beautiful women were a rarity in this fallen paradise, signifying great danger, as it was all too easy to attract unwanted attention. I am your guide. Feel free to inquire about anything you do not understand. For 12 hours, I shall answer all your questions. After 12 hours, this will be your home, and you shall officially become inhabitants of the City of Slaughter, the woman stated. Yes, please take us directly to the Hell Slaughter Arena, Long Yu commanded. Are you certain? You are still in the new arrival protection period, and the mortality rate in the Hell Slaughter Arena is exceedingly high. Many dread entering it, and it is only accessible once a year, the veiled woman cautioned. We are certain. Take us there directly, Long Yu insisted, shaking his head. Very well. The woman in the black veil ceased her insistence. Although it was possible that the 2 newcomers perished on their very first day, The number of deaths here was unfathomable, and she had long grown numb to it. It was merely a pity that these two attractive bodies were now lost. In the outer city of the City of Slaughter, simple black stone houses lined the streets, with eateries sparingly scattered along the way. Many people queued there, awaiting their meager rations, which felt only slightly better than that of beggars. The so-called paradise of sin and indulgence was non-existent. Only the strong could relish such pleasures, and the strong would never venture to such a place unless utterly desperate. After traversing for a considerable time, the duo began to familiarize themselves with the outer city, eventually arriving before a wall. Compared to the outer walls of the City of Slaughter, this wall was not particularly tall, reaching only about 10 meters at its highest point. Clearly, beyond this wall lay the inner city of the City of Slaughter. Upon stepping into the inner city, they were immediately enveloped by an atmosphere starkly different from that of the outer city. If the outer city was a realm of silence and indifference, the inner city pulsated with opulence and madness. Colorful lights illuminated every corner, and the population here far exceeded that of the outer city, a stark contrast to the former's quiet desolation. The inner city was chaotic, filled with raucous laughter, agonizing screams, and a cacophony of unsettling sounds as primal activities unfolded. In summary, every imaginable vice was on display here, and despite her mental preparation, Hulaina felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. Under the guidance of the woman in the black veil, Long Yu and Hulaina came upon a remarkable structure. The building was circular, or more accurately, an irregular cone. Its base was the widest, tapering as it ascended. At approximately 30 meters above ground, it maintained the same diameter and continued soaring to 50 meters. The black edifice exuded an oppressive aura. The woman in the black veil informed Tang San that this hellish arena was situated at the heart of the City of Slaughter, underscoring its paramount importance. This is the hellish arena. However, I must remind you that the rule for victory here is to slay the other 9 participants in your group of 10. Otherwise, you will meet your demise. The woman concluded. I understand. To enter and spectate, one must possess a Bloody Mary, correct? Long Yu interjected. Just then, 2 individuals emerged, and without hesitation, Long Yu seized 2 Bloody Marys. With a loud thud, the 2 fell lifelessly to the ground, and Long Yu, now holding 2 Bloody Marys, strode confidently into the arena with Hulaina. The interior of the hellish arena appeared even more squalid than the exterior. There were no barriers, only ascending tiers of spectators surrounding a vast open space, measuring over 100 square meters. At that moment, the audience was sparse, occupying less than 20% of the available seating. The air was filled with cries of anguish as slaughter unfolded, an unrelenting display of brutality that failed to evoke fear or disgust among the onlookers, who thrived on the excitement and thrill of this deadly spectacle. After registering, Long Yu and Hulaina found a relatively empty spot to sit, attracting the attention of numerous spectators, their gazes rife with desire, envy, and derision. However, mutual violence was prohibited among the audience, leaving other actions shrouded in uncertainty. With Hulaina under scrutiny and Long Yu himself subject to many watchful eyes, he felt a sense of discomfort. Soon, it was Long Yu's turn to compete. Observing the 9 opponents around him, he noted that none seemed to regard him as a threat. However, the outcome was predictable. Here, Long Yu could wield his soul bones without restraint. With 2 divine external soul bones, the dragon claws, he effortlessly dismantled foes who could not even utilize their soul skills. As he surveyed the 9 lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, Long Yu made no pause and returned to the stands. Hulaina's battle was equally effortless. Though unable to employ soul skills, her innate soul bones provided a significant advantage. With the external soul bone of the spectral fox's tail and the external claw bone of the 80,000-year-old demon Wolf King, along with a spirit bone exceeding 5,000 years of cultivation, she faced no hindrance. As Hulaina intentionally honed her close combat skills, she swiftly dispatched the remaining 9 opponents. Well done, Laina! Long Yu exclaimed with a smile, and the 2 exited the hellish arena. Unaware of their own mortality, Long Yu felt the palpable intent to kill from various directions as he stepped out of the arena. Although his twin pupils could not utilize soul skills, his vision far exceeded that of ordinary humans. The result was merely a trail of corpses left behind. Long Yu and Hulaina discovered a seemingly decent dwelling, eliminating its previous occupants before settling in. After ensuring their surroundings were safe, Long Yu encouraged Hulaina to rest on the couch while he ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal. In the city of slaughter, it was best for him to cook personally, as the flavors surpassed that of any other sustenance. Yet, Hulaina could not contain herself and entered the kitchen, embracing Long Yu tightly. "Laina, what's wrong?" Long Yu inquired softly. "Nothing, my little junior brother. I simply feel a bit out of sorts. But with you by my side, I have nothing to fear, and here in the city of slaughter, it is just the two of us, hee." Hulaina replied with a smile. Perhaps having witnessed too much bloodshed and betrayal, Hulaina cherished her beloved even more dearly. "During our time in the city of slaughter, I will devote myself entirely to you," Long Yu vowed, embracing Hulaina. Long Yu felt a pang of guilt regarding this genuine first love. Now, he could indulge her alone, a modest form of compensation. "I will treasure this time dearly," Hulaina murmured. Time swiftly passed, and in the face of Long Yu and Hulaina's overwhelming strength, the hellish arena posed little challenge or threat. Gradually, they garnered a notable reputation within the arena. They participated in at least 3 matches weekly, primarily to mitigate the escalating murderous intent that could affect their psyches. Long Yu managed well, but Hulaina had to consider the implications. Of course, during these times, they had slain countless foes, with the hellish arena being a minor portion of their total encounters. Each day, they faced numerous individuals seeking to end their lives. Yet the outcome was always the same: death. As their notoriety spread, the frequency of those daring to confront them dwindled. Some misguided souls attempted to rally together to eradicate Long Yu and Hulaina, but after the demise of hundreds, none dared harbor such thoughts again. Long Yu and Hulaina did not genuinely relish or take pleasure in the act of slaughter. Even within the confines of the City of Carnage, apart from the hellish arena and the daredevils seeking their demise, neither Long Yu nor Hulaina would willingly raise their blades against others. The strong challenge the stronger, while the weak strike at the weaker. They were not inclined to lose themselves nor to alter their inherent natures in this place. Chapter 207. 100 consecutive victories, however. Their tally of victories grew at a rather sluggish pace. It was a formidable task to gather 10 individuals, given the frightening speed of their victories. Though the denizens here were desperate outlaws, they were not so foolish as to offer their lives without a fight, for they recognized the futility of contending against Long Yu and Hulaina. This reality left them somewhat discontented. While their companionship was pleasant, they longed to escape this place. Yet their fate was beyond their control. Observing the escalating aura of killing intent emanating from one another, they found themselves in a predicament. Yet, to attain the domain of the god of slaughter, such killing intent was an essential prerequisite. At last, after Hulaina dispatched the final opponent, Long Yu and Hulaina achieved their 100th consecutive victory. Congratulations, young Dragon King and Hell Messenger. You have attained 100 victories. A somber, piercing voice suddenly resonated from all directions. The killing intent radiating from Long Yu was abruptly drawn back, forcibly repressed within him, causing his complexion to pale significantly. The emergence of the King of Slaughter elevated the atmosphere in the hellish arena to a fever pitch. In the air, a blood-red figure descended from the heavens. King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter, King of Slaughter. The cacophony of cheers rendered the outlaws hoarse, yet they showed no signs of ceasing. It was a towering man, cloaked in a vast scarlet mantle. His pallid visage and fully blood-red eyes descended gracefully, seemingly unbound by the laws of gravity. Such freedom of flight could only be achieved by a title dual-level soul master. Tang Chun, the most gifted among the 3 unparalleled Douluos, was now regrettably under the control of a 100,000-year soul beast, a topic worthy of both boast and lament. Long Yu silently shook his head at the sight of the King of Slaughter. Gazing at Hulaina beside him, Long Yu pinched her to bring her back to her senses. "We merely wish to traverse the Hell Road. There is no need for the King of Slaughter to arrange alternative routes. Long Yu stated, feeling no reverence for this King of Slaughter. If it were truly Tang Chun, he would hold him in esteem, but for now, they would adhere to the rules of the City of Carnage. Please extend my regards to your elders. The King of Slaughter replied, were it not for the formidable strength of Long Yu and Hu Lai's backing, the emergence of a new god of slaughter within the City of Carnage would be unacceptable, for each additional god of slaughter posed an increased threat. Alas, how could the City of Carnage possibly contend with the flourishing Spirit Hall? Once the individual sent by that woman was eliminated, the existence of the City of Carnage would likely be in jeopardy. A thick crimson mist suddenly emanated from the King of Slaughter, his overwhelming presence forcing Long Yu and Hu Lai to retreat swiftly. They stumbled back several meters, barely able to withstand the pressure. The aura released was not mere killing intent, but an exceedingly malevolent force that rendered their very bones rigid with cold. The sinister, icy red ripples spread slowly, enveloping the arena in mere blinks. The outlaws in the audience, initially fervent, grew eerily excited, yearning to witness the opening of the Hell Road. Little did they realize, their lives were approaching their end. What is happening? Hu Lai asked, her gaze fixed on the unsettling scene before her. There was no choice. It was all too bizarre. The King of Slaughter's aura was not the same tangible killing intent as that which emanated from their teacher, but rather pure malevolence. Merely sacrifices. One must blame their ill fortune for encountering us on this journey into the Hell Road. They are paving the way for us. Long Yu remarked with a shake of his head. The evil emanating from the King of Slaughter was likely a manifestation of the Rakshasa god-s influence. The crimson light released from the King of Slaughter surged toward the viewing platforms. The previously raucous outlaws gradually fell silent as the red light descended upon them, their expressions dulling into a vacant stare, which soon morphed into a bloodshot gaze. Before long, as the crimson light formed a colossal barrier throughout the hellish arena, anguished screams erupted from those first touched by the light. Affected by the crimson glow, the outlaws appeared to have succumbed to madness, frantically clawing at their faces and bodies. Those capable of surviving within the inner city were generally formidable, and now they exerted all their strength upon themselves. Their cries infused with a twisted sense of ecstasy as they found pleasure in their own self-mutilation. Skin peeled back, blood erupted, and they even extracted their own innards. The frenzy continued unabated until their very lives flickered out. The number of outlaws undergoing such transformation multiplied until it engulfed the entire arena. Hu Lai stifled her nausea, realizing just how grotesque and horrifying this so-called sacrifice truly was. More alarmingly, the killing intent within both of them began to feel increasingly uncontrollable. Blood pooled on the ground, congealing into rivulets that flowed through inconspicuous channels toward the center of the arena. Countless serpentine streams of crimson liquid slithered into the battleground. The intense killing intent erupted within them, poised to explode at any moment. To become the offerings for the opening of the Hell Road is their honor, the King of Slaughter intoned. By this point, the screams had gradually subsided. Aside from Long Yu, Hu Lai, and the King of Slaughter, it seemed there were no living souls remaining. The blood did not spread in a linear fashion. Rather, channels appeared on the ground, into which the blood flowed, gradually coalescing into a massive crimson symbol. At that moment, Long Yu and Hu Lai found themselves within this symbol, obscured from its full view. They instinctively closed their eyes, their spiritual senses extending into the air to survey their surroundings. To their astonishment, the blood-formed symbol resembled a bird-like creature, albeit with an odd appearance. Suddenly, the creature's eyes ignited with light, and in an instant, Long Yu and Hu Lai's spiritual senses were shattered, a vast crimson light soaring skyward, enveloping their forms. All perception of their surroundings became hazy, save for the King of Slaughter's deep, piercing voice echoing in their ears. Dragon King and Hell Messenger, I wish you good fortune on your journey through the Hell Road. In that moment, as their spiritual senses were obliterated, Tang Sen finally grasped the shape of the avian symbol. It was akin to that of a bat. Under the suffocating crimson maw, Long Yu and Hu Lai simultaneously felt the ground give way beneath their feet, and all that surrounded them faded into the realm of illusion. Their senses entirely sealed at that instant. Chapter 208. The road ahead is uncertain how much time has elapsed, but with a jolt, all sensations returned to normal, and the sanguine light surrounding the two gradually dissipated. Upon fully regaining consciousness, Long Yu and Hu Lai Na found themselves on a circular platform, approximately 5 meters in diameter. The platform was modest in size, and both of them lay prostrate on the ground. Everything around them exhibited a faint crimson hue, and beyond the 5-meter circular platform lay an abyss of unfathomable depth. Additionally, a narrow path, less than half a foot wide and barely accommodating both feet, led into the unknown darkness, serving as the sole connection to the outside world. The blood pool beneath them was likely a reservoir of the countless lives taken over the years in the city of slaughter, the very heart of this grim domain. Here, they remained unable to utilize any soul techniques. Next, Na, you need not engage in serious combat. Simply follow behind me and chant Lu Lu Lu. Long Yu declared with a smile, as the Feng Shun Yi unfurled behind him, propelling Hu Lai Na forward. The trials of the city of slaughter posed little challenge to him, hence his confidence. Having progressed a short distance, Long Yu's keen eyesight soon detected a swarm of crimson figures swiftly approaching. To be precise, it was not just one or a few, but thousands, appearing as a dense mass. Yet, Long Yu remained unfazed. To him, no matter how many came, they posed no threat, akin to an adult facing a multitude of newly born infants. As they drew closer, the flying creatures became discernible. They were blood-red bats, resembling smaller versions of the crimson patterns left on the hellish slaughter grounds. Each blood bat measured approximately 1 foot in length, but their massive wingspan exceeded 1 meter. Their blood-red eyes, upon spotting their target, emitted shrill cries revealing sharp fangs. The collective flapping of thousands of wings stirred a foul wind, causing Hu Lai Na to feel a sense of unease at the sight of such a vast sea of red. However, Long Yu did not hesitate. Brandishing the golden dragon spear, he soared with the Feng Shun Yi, and with a flash of his dragon claw, he plunged into the swarm, seemingly swallowed by the tide of crimson. The sounds of countless explosions erupted, transforming the air into a swirling mist of blood, growing ever denser. Hu Lai Na sensed Long Yu weaving through the overwhelming number of blood bats, watching their numbers dwindle rapidly. This golden dragon spear is indeed a remarkable artifact, continuously replenishing my energy and providing formidable endurance, Long Yu remarked, sweeping through the surrounding bloodbaths. These creatures posed no challenge. He could easily crush them with sheer physical strength. Soon, after the loss of nearly half the bloodbaths, the remaining ones could no longer withstand their fear and scattered in disarray. This person is simply too monstrous. A larger bloodbat suddenly screeched, and in response, the remaining bloodbats began to emit piercing cries. Their cacophony was deafening, and just ahead on the narrow path, suspended beneath it, was a massive creature. Bathed in the dim red glow, it radiated a dark golden light. The creature measured over 4 meters in length, with enormous claws gripping the narrow path. Each claw exceeding a meter in diameter, its sharp talons embedded in the stone. Amidst the shrieks of the bloodbats, the dark golden creature slowly unfurled a pair of gigantic wings, its terrifying wingspan reaching an astonishing 10 meters. With a powerful flap, its massive body took flight, revealing itself to be an enormous bat, entirely dark golden in hue, and most alarmingly, it possessed 3 heads. The bloodbats swiftly flew past, gathering behind the colossal dark golden 3-headed bat. Even a slightly more formidable adversary must be dealt with swiftly to avoid further destruction of the path, Long Yu mused, gripping the golden dragon spear as he accelerated towards the dark golden 3-headed bat. Seeing Long Yu initiate an attack, the dark golden 3-headed bat emitted a pulse of dark red waves directed at him. Unfortunately for it, Long Yu's mental strength was formidable. Even a mental assault from a 10,000-year-old beast was ineffective against him. The dark red waves struck him, causing a momentary pause, yet he quickly surged forward, his speed surpassing that of the dark golden 3-headed bat. With a powerful thrust, Long Yu brought the golden dragon spear crashing down, obliterating one of the heads of the dark golden three-headed bat. With a swift motion of his dragon claw, the remaining two heads were severed. The massive body, now headless, plummeted directly into the blood pool below. The blood bats, having lost their leader, scattered in panic. Long Yu returned to Hu Laina's side, smiling at her somewhat dazed expression. "What is the matter, Nana?" "Huh? Junior brother, how can you be so powerful, even without using any soul techniques?" Hu Laina inquired in astonishment. "Have you not already known how strong I am, Nana?" Long Yu replied with a hint of mischief. After a moment of surprise, Hu Laina finally grasped the situation. "How can you be so unserious at a time like this? We are still on the road to hell." With that, she shot him an exaggerated eye roll, dismissing the notion of discussing such matters with her shameless junior brother. "Junior brother, do you need to take a break?" she asked, her confidence wavering. Thinking back, upon entering the road to hell, it seemed she had merely been coasting along, watching her junior brother handle everything, which left her feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I do not need to. Dealing with these insignificant creatures has cost me little energy, even without using soul techniques. Now, let us proceed. The longer we linger on the road to hell, the harder it will be to control the murderous aura surrounding us. Your eyes and body already bear a significant amount of bloodlust. It is possible that before long, you might turn against me," Long Yu said earnestly. "Is it really that serious?" "Then let us hurry," Hu Laina replied, glancing at her delicate hands, realizing that her junior brother's words might hold some truth. Her mental state was indeed becoming increasingly erratic. Chapter 209. The Ten-Headed Fiery Sun Serpent. Just as Long Yu and Hu Laina had not traveled far, a rustling sound echoed ahead, revealing a pair of fiery red eyes. There, on the narrow path before them, lay a dark red body coiled tightly. Its immense size was obscured, but a cursory glance suggested it was a serpent, its entire form entwined upon the narrow path. Its eyes were not particularly large, but for some reason, as the rustling continued, the dark red serpent began to glide forward. Along its head and back, there were 9 protrusions, each resembling a vibrant red mushroom, as if blood flowed within. The serpent's abdomen was exceptionally massive, rising prominently along the narrow path, its length exceeding 10 meters. As it slithered, its tongue slowly rose, and its golden red eyes suddenly shone bright like lanterns. "Shitty, what kind of spirit beast is this? I've never encountered anything like it before," Hu Laina inquired, gazing at the colossal serpent. As the holy maiden of the Wuhuan temple, she had seen much, yet she was astonished to witness a spirit beast previously unknown to her. The Shishir Liang Shi, an ancient and formidable beast, boasts considerable strength and lineage. It exerts a strong suppression over all serpentine spirit beasts, but for me, it poses little threat, Long Yu replied with a shrug. The Shishir Liang Shi emitted a croaking sound akin to a baby-yes cry, and the 9 fleshy tumors on its back began to radiate a golden red glow. A fiery beam suddenly erupted from its mouth, carrying a potent scent as it rapidly advanced towards the two, skimming along the ground. The crimson light undulated violently along the narrow path, even producing a crackling sound as it ignited the surrounding rocks. More terrifyingly, the fiery radiance was accompanied by a faint red mist, which undoubtedly contained potent toxins. "Wait for me a moment, Nana. This is quite an opportunity," Long Yu stated, refraining from taking flight. Such flames were unavoidable for Nana. She would have to withstand them herself. The flames directly engulfed Long Yu's function wings, yet they inflicted no damage. As for the intense heat, Long Yu, being fire-resistant, felt no effect. Moreover, his soul bone was immensely more powerful than his own body, especially as it was a divine-level soul bone. It could not be easily shattered. Having withstood the attack, Long Yu soared towards the Shishir Liang Shi, raising his golden dragon spear. The immense serpent swung its body, its tail, about 3 meters long, striking towards him, creating a sonic boom as it sliced through the air, indicating its overwhelming force. Long Yu's pupils shimmered with determination as he exerted his strength, feeling the immense enhancement from his dragon transformation, showing no fear at all. With a sharp sound, the golden dragon spear pierced into the tail of the Shishir Liang Shi, causing it immense pain, prompting the serpent to thrash its tail vigorously. Long Yu released his grip on the spear, seizing an opportunity with his massive dragon claws to tear through the serpent's body. The frigid and searing energies surged into the Shishir Liang Shi, doubling its agony as it writhed in torment. The fragile path beneath them cracked under the serpent's forceful movements, creating a gap of several meters. However, Long Yu could fly, rendering the absence of a path inconsequential. "Kill!" Long Yu shouted, channeling his strength through his dragon claws, which, combined with his tidal Douluo physique, unleashed devastation in their vicinity, resulting in a gruesome scene of blood and flesh as torrents of blood splattered, staining Long Yu's white attire. The serpent emitted furious croaks, its body arched along the narrow path, with the 9 tumors aligning toward Tang San's direction. Suddenly, all 9 tumors burst simultaneously, unleashing 9 streams of golden red liquid that did not shoot directly, but arced above Long Yu, merging into a single mass just as it was about to reach him. In an instant, all the liquid contracted into a fist-sized golden red orb, which then plummeted towards Long Yu. Using your internal core so soon, alas, it will only hasten your demise, Long Yu mused, unperturbed by the imminent threat. His Fengshen wings shielded him effortlessly. A thunderous crash resounded as Long Yu was propelled back several meters from the impact, the force from the Fengshen wings causing him some discomfort. It was merely a minor inconvenience. After the initial attack, the internal core's momentum had significantly diminished, while the golden dragon behind him roared, opening its massive jaws to engulf the core. No matter how the Shishir Liang Shi struggled, it was futile, stripped of its internal core. It could no longer pose a threat. Long Yu, without hesitation, unleashed his golden dragon spear with full force. Soon, a colossal carcass collapsed to the ground. Shishir Liang Shi defeated. Long Yu retracted his golden dragon martial spirit, revealing the recently acquired internal core, and flew to Hulaina's side. "Shitty, what is this?" Hulaina inquired. Attempting to touch it, only be stopped by Long Yu. "Sister, do not touch it. This is the internal core of the Shishir Liang Shi, which contains toxins. With this, we possess a significant advantage against any serpentine spirit beasts or spirit masters, making it a valuable acquisition during our time in the Slaughter City," Long Yu explained, storing it in his soul guide. "Oh, but Shitty, after such an intense battle, you appear to have suffered little fatigue," Hulaina remarked in astonishment. Despite enduring numerous trials, Long Yu's energy seemed scarcely diminished. In fact, Hulaina felt it might have even increased. "My golden dragon spear can absorb the life force from living beings, filtering their pure energy into me. During the prior battle, I continuously replenished my strength by siphoning life force from those spirit beasts. However, sister, rest assured, I seldom employ such abilities," Long Yu affirmed, gripping his golden dragon spear. "Your second martial spirit is truly extraordinary. Even its byproducts are so fearsome," Hulaina exclaimed, astonished by the seemingly unremarkable golden dragon spear, realizing it could essentially allow for continuous recovery of spirit power, a truly terrifying weapon. "Let's proceed, Nana. Our journey through the Hell Road is nearly an end," Long Yu smiled. As the two continued their advance, the surrounding temperature steadily rose, and the dark red liquid flowing through the chasms on either side became increasingly discernible. The atmosphere was thick with an unusual tension, and the oppressive feeling in their hearts grew ever more palpable, their murderous intent surging unabashedly. Restlessness crept into their emotions. However, Long Yu's formidable mental fortitude and willpower kept the effects at bay. Hulaina, though slightly less resilient, managed to maintain her composure. Thanks to the influence of her spiritual bone, Long Yu remained vigilant, observing Hulaina closely, should her murderous intent spiral out of control. He would have no choice but to incapacitate her to prevent a betrayal. "Guan Yu, I wholeheartedly concur. Traversing this hell road necessitates not only sufficient strength, but also the ability to progress within the shortest possible time. The longer one lingers, the deeper the taint of that malevolent aura takes hold. Should one's heart falter, escape may become an impossibility." With this thought, Long Yu resolved to waste no more time. swiftly lifting Hu Laina in a princess carry, propelling himself toward the distant exit. Among the soul bones he possessed, the function wings proved most advantageous, as their flight capability was undeniably practical. Without them, traversing the Hell Road would be far less feasible. The exit is remarkably conspicuous, with a radiant white light coalescing into an elliptical curtain of luminescence. There lies the exit of the path to hell. Little shitty, how much longer? I feel as though I can barely hold on, Hu Laina murmured, nestling in Long Yu's embrace, her murderous intent becoming increasingly difficult to contain, her eyes deepening in crimson. It won't be long. We are already at the exit, Long Yu reassured, accelerating with the function wings and bursting through the brilliant light. It felt as if countless icy shards were converging upon them, while myriad others were being expelled from within this white void. Both Long Yu and Hu Laina endured excruciating torment. The chill that should not have manifested still lingered, not as a true change in temperature, but rather the coldness brought forth by their murderous aura. The purest essence of slaughter rapidly invaded their bodies, causing them to tremble with each incursion. As the coldness gradually froze their hearts, their senses began to quietly wane along with their consciousness. I hope we won't be devoured by any passing soul beasts. No, I still have Nar's reverse scale, so danger does not frighten me. Long Yu's final thoughts flickered as both succumbed to unconsciousness. A delicate pink silhouette swept past, carrying them away. After a considerable time, Long Yu and Hu Laina awakened to find themselves in a hotel, where by the window stood Bai Dong. You two have finally awakened. Excellent. Your passage through the path to hell was swifter than I anticipated, Bai Dong remarked, turning to them with a satisfied nod. Teacher, Hu Laina exclaimed with delight, not expecting to see Bai Dong waiting for them at the exit. Yes, Nar, Xiao Yu, release your slaughter domain. Bai Dong instructed with a nod. Subsequently, two surges of radiant white light quietly spread, releasing a potent aura of slaughter, which instantaneously transformed into an absence of color. The slaughter domain significantly weakens the opponent's strength and imposes a powerful impact on their will and mental fortitude. It is a formidable domain, far more aggressive than Shaolan's blue-silver domain, Bai Dong stated. Teacher, how have things been in the outside world during our year-long trial? Long Yu inquired as he withdrew the slaughter domain. It remains relatively tranquil. The two great empires and the three upper sects have shown little movement. The Emperor of the Snowy Night is gravely ill, with news from Xiaoxue suggesting he has merely over a year to live. As you previously mentioned, the Spirit Hall has exterminated the Min clan, and Yang Wudi has been confirmed dead. Although this stirred considerable commotion, it was swiftly quelled. Regarding the Tang sect that you asked me to monitor, under Xiaoxue's regency, their development has been sluggish, and their leader, Tang San, has been missing for some time, exacerbating their plight. Nonetheless, their ties with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School have grown increasingly close. Currently, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses a substantial number of hidden weapons, but they can only inflict significant damage on Soul Kings and lower, Bai Dong elaborated. Ning Fengji, this is the path you chose for yourself, and I had Ning Rongrong remind you, Long Yu murmured. As for Xiao Wu and the others, they have also made considerable progress. Xiao Wu has now reached the rank of Soul King at level 55, and Zhu Zhiqing has astonishingly broken through to Soul King as well. Her speed of advancement is remarkable, even surprising to me. As for Xiaolan, she has achieved the rank of 83rd level Soul Doa. Bai Dong continued sharing updates about the three women, providing Long Yu and Hu Laina with a foundational understanding. Unexpectedly, teacher, how long have you been waiting for Nar and me here? Long Yu asked. Only a few days. I encountered you quite quickly. After all, I knew your strength would surpass mine from back then. Now that you have acquired the slaughter domain, we should head to Spirit City. Your several girlfriends have been eagerly awaiting your return, Bai Dong indicated. Indeed, I have missed them as well, Long Yu smiled. And the three set off for Spirit City. It must be said that without the constraints of soul skills, Long Yu and Hu Laina's sensations were overwhelmingly pleasant. That evening, although Bai Dong organized a grand feast to welcome Long Yu and Hu Laina, she, aware of Xiao Wu and the others' deep yearning for Long Yu, swiftly concluded the celebration. Hulaina remained to discuss matters regarding the city of slaughter with Bai Dong, particularly praising Long Yu's prowess during their perilous journey through the path to hell. During these few days, Hulaina felt it was only fair to share time with Xiao Wu and the others, having monopolized her little shitty for over a year. The next morning, Long Yu beamed with pride as he gazed at the three women sleeping soundly beside him. With you little darlings is simply too easy to manage. However, the presence of two beast-eared maidens and a sensuous, gentle woman made for an exquisitely comfortable experience. After a while, Xiao Wu and the others gradually awakened, their faces flushing as they beheld their sisters. Zhu Qing, congratulations on officially becoming our sister, Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully. Zhu Qing had long harbored feelings for Brother Yu, and through Xiao Wu's persistent encouragement, she had finally been persuaded, and Brother Yu had graciously accepted her affections. Brother Yu, could you share with us the details about the City of Slaughter? It has been rather dull training in Spirit City, Xiao Wu inquired. Certainly. The City of Slaughter is, Long Yu began, satisfying the curiosity of the three women with a brief account of the City of Slaughter and demonstrating the slaughter domain he had acquired. Brother Yu, I regret not joining you. The power of this slaughter domain is truly formidable, Xiao Wu lamented. With your current strength, achieving 100 consecutive victories on your own is nearly impossible. Long Yu chuckled as he ruffled Xiao Wu's hair. I will accompany you for a while longer. Then I will make a trip to Tiando City, Long Yu declared, revealing his next plans. What will you do in Tiando City? Xiaolon asked, puzzled. We are preparing to head to Sea God Island soon, and before that, I need to retrieve something very important. Perhaps one among you will emerge as a chosen one. Long Yu explained. Sea God Island? Are you saying that it holds the Sea God's legacy? But how could there be a connection to Tiando City? Zhu Qing queried. It seems that little kitty's mind is quite sharp. Indeed, Sea God Island possesses the Sea God's legacy, and the Sea God is a being even more powerful than the angel god in the divine realm. My purpose for going to Tiando City is to obtain the most crucial item related to the Sea God legacy, known as the Sea Goddess Heart. With this item, once recognized, the path to obtaining the Sea Goddess legacy will be nearly assured, Long Yu stated candidly. Of course, I will allow each of you to attempt it. I hope one among you will gain the Sea Goddess approval, he added. While he could not truly treat everyone equally, he still aimed to be as fair as possible, a being even more powerful than the angel god. Long Yu, if that is the case, why don't you seek it for yourself? With your talent, I am sure you could easily gain the Sea Goddess recognition. Zhu Qing questioned, even more confused. I have no interest in it. I shall leave it to you. However, even without obtaining the Sea Goddess legacy, it is not a significant issue, as the inheritance of Sea God Island comprises several different levels of assessments, Long Yu replied. All of you can greatly benefit from this. My demand is that Xiao Wu and Zhu Qing must at least reach the rank of Soul Saint, while Xiaolon should attain the title of Douluo, Long Yu stated. Xiaolon and Xiao Wu understood the reason. Long Yu bore the last hope of the entire Soul Beast clan, making it impossible for him to inherit a human divine legacy. Although he surpassed the god of angels, it undoubtedly limited Long Yu's strength after ascension. After all, they are adversaries of the entire divine realm. We shall heed your words, Xiao Wu and the others agreed, recognizing their current inability to assist Long Yu. After spending some time with the four women, Long Yu set off for Tiando City. Traveling at full speed, he soon arrived, and prior to his arrival, Wuhuan City had already informed Qianrenxue and others. Gazing upon the opulent city before him, Long Yu was somewhat astonished. In terms of grandeur and magnificence, it was far more extravagant than Wuhuan City. Without lingering, Long Yu proceeded directly to the Wuhuan Sacred Hall of Tiando City, where he was greeted by the Snake Spear Douluo and the Platinum Bishop Salis. Wasting no time, the Snake Spear Douluo escorted Long Yu to the Tiando Imperial Palace. Inside the chambers of Prince Xue Qinghe, Qianrenxue observed her reflection in the mirror, adorned in a flowing golden palace gown that perfectly accentuated her slender figure. The gown was elegant and ancient in style, with a high collar revealing her long, white neck. Her golden hair cascaded casually down her back, emanating an air of nobility. Having returned to her true form, she sat quietly, awaiting Long Yu's arrival. After 3 knocks, Long Yu was welcomed inside by Qian Renxue, who nodded slightly before closing the door behind him. It has been over a year since we last met. Your aura of killing intent has intensified significantly. I wonder how your killing god domain compares to my angel domain, she remarked as she sat. If it were the complete angel domain, it would indeed be a true divine domain. The killing god domain cannot compare, Long Yu replied earnestly. Of course, the angel domain is innate, but it can only be fully realized when one reaches the rank of soul saint and summons the true form of the angel, Qian Renxue said, a touch of pride in her voice. Speak, what brings you to Tiando City? Qian Renxue shifted to more serious matters. I have come to the Tiando Imperial Palace to retrieve an item. Given your current status and control over the palace, it should pose no issue, Long Yu stated. What is this item that requires my personal retrieval? Qian Renxue inquired earnestly, having initially thought he sought her out specifically, only to feel a twinge of disappointment. The national treasure of the Tiando Empire, the Hanhai Qingquan Zhao, Long Yu replied. The Hanhai Qingquan Zhao? What do you need that for? Although it is deemed the national treasure of the Tiando Empire, the royal family has failed to discover any true function for it over the years, Qian Renxue asked curiously. The Hanhai Qingquan Zhao, also known as the Heart of the Sea God, holds a crucial connection to the Sea God's legacy. I plan to visit Sea God Island soon, Long Yu explained. The Heart of the Sea God? I never imagined this peculiar artifact had divine associations. Are you seeking the Sea God's legacy? But haven't you already acquired a divine legacy? Qian Renxue expressed her astonishment. It was surprising that such an important item had gone unnoticed by the Tiando royal family for so long. Yet this individual, who had never seen the Hanhai Qingquan Zhao, was aware of its true purpose. How had he accomplished this? Despite her curiosity, Qian Renxue refrained from questioning Long Yu directly, suspecting he would evade the inquiry with the word secret. I certainly do not covet it for myself, but I can bestow it upon those close to me. After all, the Sea God is a remarkable divine being. It is a waste for the Heart of the Sea God to remain in the Tiando Imperial Palace collecting dust. Long Yu asserted, a remarkable divine being? How does the Sea God compare to the God of Angels? This question ignited Qian Renshue's competitive spirit. The Sea God surpasses the God of Angels by a considerable margin, Long Yu replied. Seeing Qian Renshue's displeased expression, he felt somewhat speechless. Didn't you ask me? Why the reproachful look now? Shall we reason this out? Wait here, I shall retrieve it. Qian Renxue huffed before transforming into Xue Qinghe and proceeding deeper into the Tiando Imperial Palace. Before long, Qian Renxue returned with a box. The item you requested is within, she said, handing over the exquisitely crafted box adorned with intricate patterns. However, Long Yu was not inclined to admire its beauty. He opened the box directly. Inside lay a triangular object, crystalline and translucent blue, resembling a sapphire sculpture and only the size of a palm. The shimmering blue radiated with ethereal light, and strange energy waves emanated from within. The surface of this blue triangle exhibited undulating patterns reminiscent of water, appearing almost alive, casting a brilliant blue glow throughout the chamber. Ding! A system notification chimed, announcing that the host had acquired the Hanhai Qingquan Zhao and triggered a reward. Life Divine Crystal, the primordial life energy from the dawn of creation. Possessing formidable healing and restorative abilities. Note, can only be used once. Long Yu was momentarily taken aback by the system's long-awaited voice. The Life Divine Crystal, originating from the dawn of creation, seemed exceedingly powerful, likely a product from some fantastical realm. Presently, the only person in need of such a treasure was Nar from the Star Do Great Forest. This would finally provide a solution to Nar's injuries, though he wondered how long it would take for her to recover. This was indeed a significant and unexpected delight. Even after winning the Soul Master competition and obtaining the Killing God domain, he had received no rewards. Yet now he had acquired this seemingly useless Hanhai Qingquan Zhao and obtained such a valuable prize. Long Yu pondered the system's operations in confusion. Hey, Long Yu, what are you thinking about? Lost in thought, Qian Renxue called, waving her delicate hand. I was momentarily distracted by a person, he replied, caught off guard. The Hanhai Qingquan Zhao is excellent. If I could perceive the Sea God, I would demonstrate its capabilities, Long Yu remarked. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his foot, nearly causing him to cry out. Bewildered, he looked at Qian Rinxu, wondering why she had stepped on his foot. All right, it seems I may have misspoken, unintentionally offending this proud daughter of the divine. If you cannot perceive the sea god, how about the god of angels, who is supposedly weaker than the sea god? Long Yu attempted to remedy the situation. Just afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. The old man, the Snow Knight Emperor, is nearing death, and I handle most affairs of the Tiando Empire. The only trouble is with Prince Shuexing. Do you dare to kill him directly? Qian Rinxu huffed. While it is indeed not a challenge for me to eliminate a corpulent prince, one must remember that he is a royal of the Tiando Empire and the very brother of the esteemed Xi Emperor. The discord between you and him has become increasingly apparent. Should Prince Shuexing meet an untimely demise under dubious circumstances, many would suspect you of treacherously eliminating a familial opponent for political gain, sparing not even your own kin. The repercussions of such an act would be dire and detrimental to the grand scheme. Therefore, I must admit, I cannot comply with that request. Long Yu shook his head, but it was evident that this was merely Qian Rinxu indulging in a petty tantrum. Thus he did not take it to heart. Do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, you may take your leave, Qian Rinxu stated, secretly reveling in Long Yu's discomfort. I had intended to stay here for a while, as your grandfather mentioned this matter to me, but it seems you do not require my presence. In that case, I shall take my leave. Qian Rinxu, do take care of yourself. Long Yu's lips twitched slightly. Are you so eager to send me away? Yes. Qian Rinxu nodded, and Long Yu exited the Tiando Imperial Palace. Watching him depart from the window, Qian Rinxu felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Why did he leave so quickly? Could he not endure a while longer? If Long Yu were privy to Qian Rinxu's thoughts, he could only lament that the heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Upon returning to Wuhuan City, Long Yu summoned Hulaina and the others to his chamber. Junior brother, is it appropriate for us sisters to gather here in broad daylight? Hulaina expressed her unease while glancing at Long Yu and Xiao Wu. What are you thinking, sister? Do you believe I am only capable of trivial pursuits? Long Yu responded, exasperated. To his surprise, Hulaina nodded earnestly. Back when we were in the Slaughter City, Before Hulaina could finish her thought, Long Yu swiftly covered her mouth. This girl truly dared to speak anything. Observing the peculiar expressions of Xiao Wu and the others, Long Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. I must find an opportunity to discipline her properly. Now, on a serious note, the reason I have gathered you all is that I have obtained the sea goddess heart, as I previously mentioned. Now, you shall each attempt to see if you can gain the sea goddess recognition, Long Yu declared. He then retrieved the sea goddess heart from his storage soul guide, and a gentle azure light illuminated the entire room, prompting exclamations of awe from the women, who gazed curiously at the sea goddess heart, a treasure closely linked with divine inheritance. As for the method, simply let a drop of your own blood fall upon it, and you will discern whether you have earned the sea goddess favor, Long Yu continued. As for the order, allow me to dictate it. Sister first, followed by Xiao Wu, Xiao Lan, and Zhu Qing. The sequence does not signify any alteration in outcome. You may begin your attempts now, Long Yu added. Chapter 213, Recognition of the Sea God He. I shall go first, Hulaina exclaimed. Though Long Yu's words were intended to make the sisters feel at ease, Hulaina was genuinely delighted by his preferential treatment. I am indeed the first love of my junior brother. She sliced her fingertip, allowing her blood to drip onto the Han Hai, Qingkuan shield. As her blood flowed, the shield spun gracefully, adhering itself to Hulaina's wound as if possessed of its own will, and the originally blue radiance began to shift into a hue of red. Congratulations, Laina. It appears you have gained the sea goddess recognition, Long Yu said, secretly relieved. He had arranged for Laina to go first, considering her as the most likely candidate to receive the sea goddess acknowledgement. In terms of talent, at the age of 23, Laina had already cultivated to the Soul Emperor level and acquired the Killing God domain. Although she could not compare to Tang San from the original narrative at the same age, her potential was still formidable. Regarding physical prowess, although Laina was a spiritual type soul master, She had first been enhanced by the ethereal herb Lili Miranzue and subsequently received the augmentation of two external soul bones, one bestowed by Long Yu, the 8,000-year-old Magic Eye Wolf King, and the other, a tailbone she had acquired herself, along with a 5,000-year-old spiritual skull gained during the Soul Master competition. With 3 such precious soul bones augmenting her, Laina's physical constitution was superior to that of an average soul sage, making her more than capable of withstanding the sea goddess power. If she were to fail, the prospects for Xiao Wu and the others would be even bleaker. A faint azure light drifted from the Hanhai Qinquan shield, coalescing into a translucent specter. A calm yet ancient voice echoed, "After an eternity, I have finally found a bloodline of exquisite quality and a physique capable of withstanding the might of the Hanhai. Though merely a girl, this is fortuitous." With a flash of blue light, the essence re-entered the triangular body of the Hanhai Qinquan shield, causing its radiance to retract. Hulaina's wound finally ceased bleeding, returning to normal. However, Hulaina succumbed to unconsciousness, her consciousness feeling as though something was drawing at her body and soul, an immense gravitational force rendering her utterly powerless. Gradually, that force sapped her strength, as if everything around her was fading away. At that moment, a unique energy surged into her heart, slowly flowing into her brain, merging with a refreshing sensation. Although the weakness persisted, her mind became exceptionally clear. She could not perceive the external world, but could distinctly sense the flow of blood within her veins and the subtle changes in her internal organs. The areas of her body that bore soul bones emanated a brilliant azure glow, giving Hulaina a sanctified appearance. "Brother Yu, is Laina in danger?" Xiao Wu inquired with concern. "Fear not, this is a most auspicious event. The Sea Goddess inheritance is assured. We may now prepare to journey to Sea God Island." Long Yu reassured her with a smile. Soon after, Hulaina awoke, sensing her transformation and the overwhelming spiritual energy enveloping her. Is this the power of a deity? It is truly wondrous and formidable. Junior brother, thank you. I have indeed garnered the Sea Goddess recognition. Furthermore, I can now wield certain abilities from the Hanhai Qinquan shield. The first skill is named Hanhai Guardian Shield. The second is called Qinquan Steadying Shield. The third skill is Hanhai Tempest, and the fourth skill is Qinquan Demon Shatter. All are offensive abilities, Hulaina elaborated, inciting envy among the surrounding women. The sea god truly is generous. Merely this sea god's heart alone is an extraordinarily rare treasure. This is your opportunity. I have merely provided a catalyst. The essence lies within you, Long Yu remarked. And what is this? You still express gratitude towards me? He added, playfully patting Hulaina on the rear, causing her to blush shyly. This impudent junior brother. How could he shame me in front of so many people? All right, Xiao Wu, Xiaolon, Zhu Qing, prepare yourselves. We shall set forth to Sea God Island in a few days, readying ourselves for a protracted battle, Long Yu instructed. That evening, Bibi Dong and Long Yu sat within the papal hall. Xiao Yu, since you are bound for Sea God Island, I have some matters to discuss with you, Bibi Dong spoke solemnly. Yes, teacher, please speak, Long Yu replied earnestly. The power of the Sea God Island is formidable. The Spirit Hall once attempted to attack it, but faced a disastrous defeat, which soured the relationship between the two. Since you are heading to Sea God Island, it will be prudent to conceal your true identities to avoid attracting trouble. According to Nana, your journey to Sea God Island will require several years. However, the unification efforts of the Spirit Hall cannot be delayed any longer. Once the Snow Knight Emperor's health deteriorates, and Xiao Shui officially ascends to the throne of the Tiando Empire, it will take an additional 6 months to stabilize the order of the Empire and gain complete control over the military. After that, the Spirit Hall will initiate the soul hunting operation, striving to unify the kingdoms, principalities, and the spirit master community of the Tiando Empire in the shortest possible time, thereby establishing the Spirit Empire. Once the Spirit Empire is somewhat stabilized, a war will be launched against the Xinglua Empire to achieve the formal unification of the Douluo continent, Bibi Dong stated. In other words, we have a year and a half, Long Yu pondered. A year and a half could be uncertain for him. He would certainly participate in the Sea Goddess assessment, as it was indeed a rare opportunity for rapid strength enhancement. However, the time would be further reduced by the travel required. Missing the Spirit Hall's soul-hunting operation would be a great regret for Long Yu. Xiao Yu, you need not worry. Even without your assistance, given the Spirit Hall's extensive preparations over the years, I believe there will be no issues, Bibi Dong reassured. Focus on enhancing your strength. That is your most important task at present. Yes, teacher. However, once I resolve matters on Sea God Island, I will return as soon as possible. I do not wish to miss such a critical moment. Long Yu smiled. Very well, your return would be ideal. If it proves too difficult, do not overexert yourself. Now, return. I have matters to attend to, Bibi Dong said with a smile, and Long Yu departed from the Papal Hall. With Nana having acquired the Sea Goddess legacy, and Xiao Yu having attained divine inheritance early on, who on the continent could rival the Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong, gripping the papal staff, gazed down from the lofty papal throne, as if she were poised to trample the entire continent beneath her feet. Chapter 214. The Life Divine Crystal. Upon returning to his residence, Long Yu did not seek out Hulaina and the others immediately. Instead, he infused his spiritual energy into the reverse scale of Guyuna. Shortly thereafter, a spatial fluctuation occurred, and Guyuna emerged from the spatial portal. Upon seeing Long Yu's smiling face, she gracefully approached and tightly embraced him, yearning to express her deep affection and longing. Nana, it has been over a year since we last met. I have missed you dearly, Long Yu chuckled, holding Guyuna close. Xiao Yu, you have accumulated a heavy aura of killing intent, reminiscent of the Shura God S style. It seems you have encountered significant opportunities, Guyuna remarked. Indeed, I visited the city of Slaughter, where I obtained the domain of the God of Slaughter. The next step is the Shura domain. It is not surprising that you are aware, Long Yu nodded. However, in a few days, I will need to journey to Sea God Island, as it will greatly aid in my strength enhancement, Long Yu stated with a hint of guilt. Are you leaving again? How long will you be at Sea God Island this time? Guyuna asked, her tone tinged with melancholy. I am uncertain. Perhaps a year, or possibly several years. Long Yu sighed. Guyuna remained silent, but Long Yu felt a pang of sorrow. Nana, I summoned you here primarily because I can now address your injuries, Long Yu declared, retrieving the Life Divine Crystal from his storage soul guide. The intense life energy emanating from it enveloped them both in a comforting embrace, reminiscent of returning to the very origin of existence. It was a diamond-shaped, fist-sized, pure green crystal, surrounded by dense green mist, with the green within appearing as a flowing energy constantly undulating. What divine artifact is this? The life energy within is even purer than that of the original life Goddess source divine power. How can this be? Guyuna asked, gazing in astonishment at the Life Divine Crystal floating in mid-air. The Life Divine Crystal, a serendipitous acquisition of mine. With this, Nana, I believe your injuries can be swiftly healed, Long Yu stated, gently placing the crystal into Guyuna's hands. Guyuna closed her eyes, immersing her spiritual energy into the Life Divine Crystal, and as she probed deeper, her astonishment grew. It felt as though this object surpassed all that existed in the divine realm. The life energy it carried was so potent that merely upon contact, Guyuna sensed the residual Shura God power and destruction God power within her dissipating slightly, illustrating the terrifying restorative capability of the Life Divine Crystal. Such a divine object, acquired by mere chance, could not simply be stumbled upon. It seemed evident that Long Yu was reluctant to divulge its origins. Nonetheless, Guyuna decided not to press further, realizing that Long Yu harbored many secrets. The future revival plan for spirit beasts now appeared to hold even more potential. After opening her eyes, she bestowed a sweet kiss upon Long Yu and smiled. Xiao Yu, I just explored the Life Divine Crystal, and indeed, it possesses extraordinary restorative abilities. With such a divine artifact, I estimate that I will fully recover within 6 months, and likely, there will be excess energy remaining for future emergencies. 6 months is still quite a long time, Long Yu lamented. However, Xiao Yu, I am truly satisfied. You must understand that if I were to rely solely on my own recovery, it would take 20,000 years. Now, Only needing a little over half a year to regain my full strength and return to my peak state is exceedingly rare, Guyu comforted. Indeed, Nana, you are right. I have been a bit impatient, especially since it concerns you, Long Yu acknowledged, gently caressing Guyu exquisite face. After more than a year apart, Guyu appeared to have changed little, a testament to the advantages of being at the God King level, while he remained merely a humble soul king, with the path to ascension feeling incredibly distant. Xiao Yu, after such a long separation, and knowing that we will not see each other for quite some time, Guyu murmured. Long Yu understood her feelings and, with a smile, swept her up in his arms, causing their figures to vanish from Wuhuan City. Another month passed, and Long Yu emerged from the depths of the life lake, utterly content. It was indeed thanks to Nana's efforts that she was utilizing the DragonDivine crystal to heal her injuries. For the next 6 months, she must not be disturbed, and he wondered how long his journey to Sea God Island would take. Given his talents and strength, he should at least achieve a red level 7th examination. As for the Sea God's 9th examination, he would not pursue it, as it was intended for his Nana, and he could not envision grasping the Sea God's divine position. After sufficient preparation, Long Yu set off from Wuhuan City in a carriage with Hulaina, Xiao Wu, Xiao Lan, and Zhu Zhuqing, heading toward the other side of the continent. Hanhai City, the largest city on the western frontier of the Tiando Empire, was also the biggest coastal city on Douluo continent, a bustling port city. The immense city is constructed by the sea, or rather, upon the mountains by the shore, unshaken by the rising and falling tides. The sturdy city walls undoubtedly signify a principal stronghold. Even before entering the city, one can subtly perceive a faint briny essence in the air, unmistakably the breath of the surrounding ocean. Including Long Yu. It is the first time for many to visit the seaside, and they find it exceedingly novel. However, before they could step into Hanhai City, a group of over 10 individuals had already come to greet them outside. Upon seeing Long Yu and the others disembark from the carriage, they proactively approached. I have met the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, one of them stated respectfully. I am Huang Sheng, the head of the Martial Soul Main Hall in Hanhai City. His Holiness the Pope has already instructed me to assist you in safely reaching Sea God Island, and I shall endeavor to meet all your requests. Huang Sheng expressed his admiration as he gazed at Long Yu, who radiated vigor and confidence. News of Long Yu's achievements in the Soul Master Tournament had spread across the continent, and Huang Sheng had long held him in high regard, never imagining he would one day meet him in such a place. Thank you, Head Huang, for your efforts. We shall rest for a day before proceeding. Long Yu replied with a nod. It is my honor to serve the Holy Son and Holy Maiden, Huang Sheng promptly responded. Chapter 215, Sea God Island the following morning. Under Huang Sheng's guidance, Long Yu and his companions traversed nearly the entire city, exiting through the west gate of Hanhai City. They descended the specially constructed wide path on the rocks leading to the dock. To embark from the Hanhai City dock, one must take this route. And despite the challenges of building on the rocks, the city officials spared no effort in maintaining it well. The dock here is vast, featuring at least 20 piers extending hundreds of meters into the sea, accommodating hundreds of vessels. This place serves as both the starting and ending point for maritime trade, a significant source of revenue for Hanhai City. Holy Son and Holy Maiden, this is the safest vessel within Hanhai City. Even a direct attack from a Millennium-level soul beast will pose minimal threat, Huang Sheng explained as they boarded the ship, highlighting its construction of a remarkably resilient rare metal, with vital parts crafted from the finest rubber wood, excelling in durability and other attributes. The crew members and sailors aboard are individuals of great experience, ensuring a safe journey. It looks splendid. I appreciate your hard work. When we return to Martial Soul City, I will certainly convey this to my teacher, Long Yu acknowledged with satisfaction. Thank you, Holy Son. The Martial Soul Main Hall in Hanhai City still requires my presence, so I shall not accompany you to Sea God Island. I wish you a safe journey, Huang Sheng said before taking his leave. As the ship, under the sailors' deft control, ventured into the boundless ocean, the sun rose slowly from the east, illuminating the sea with shimmering reflections, showcasing the grandeur and captivating allure of the ocean. Long Yu and his companions stood on the deck, relishing the sea breeze, feeling remarkably comfortable without any signs of seasickness, which could have been quite distressing. After a prolonged voyage, they passed by Zhejian Pearl Island, where the inhabitants, upon recognizing the Martial Soul Hall members and the formidable strength of Long Yu and his group, dared not obstruct them and offered assistance. During this time, Jixiang introduced some basic information about Sea God Island, hoping to dissuade them from their quest, but Long Yu courteously declined. What trials are these? Moreover, Nana has received the Sea God's acknowledgement. How could we possibly refrain from going to Sea God Island? Soon, Long Yu's dual pupils detected a small dark spot on the distant horizon. Prepare yourselves. We are approaching Sea God Island, Long Yu commanded, as a smaller dinghy was lowered from the ship, and the group boarded it. Holy Sun, Holy Maiden, this is where we can assist you. From here on, you must rely solely on yourselves, the captain stated before bidding farewell. Gradually, they felt the seabed rising, indicating their proximity to Sea God Island. As a massive white figure darted silently past them about 20 meters ahead, like a specter of the sea, it vanished in the blink of an eye. A white shark exceeding 10 meters in length, with a perfectly streamlined body and a faint sheen upon its white surface, moving with astonishing speed, causing the water to ripple oddly in its wake. Is that the demon, soul, great white shark? It seems rather adorable, Hulaina exclaimed in surprise. Nana, activate the invisibility effect of the Hanhai Qiankuan shield to avoid any conflict with the demon soul, great white shark, Long Yu instructed. Hulaina nodded and complied. After masking their presence, they finally landed safely on Sea God Island. The colossal island evoked feelings akin to returning to Douluo continent, stretching endlessly before their eyes. The island boasted a rich diversity of flora, many of which were unfamiliar to them. The air was infused with the refreshing scent of the sea, invigorating and soothing, while whispers of the ocean's calls and murmurs floated in the breeze. The beach, under the sun's rays, was pristine and fine, resembling glistening crystals, and upon arrival, they were immediately struck by the tranquil beauty where sea met sky, with seagulls soaring above. The sky was a deep blue, vast and pure, transparent and serene. Sea God Island is so beautiful. Junior brother, can we come here often to play? Hulaina asked with delight. Of course. You are destined to inherit the Sea God's position. Everything here belongs to you, Long Yu replied with a smile. In stark contrast to the city of slaughter, this place felt utterly paradisiacal, for the essence of the sea god is distinct from that of the Shura god. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, Tang San favored employing the sea god's powers, despite the Shura god being significantly more formidable. Who are you? Why have you come to Sea God Island? A menacing voice rang out as several figures emerged from the dense foliage. They varied in appearance and age, adorned in yellow and purple garments, indicative of the second and third tiers of Sea God Island's hierarchy. The tiers are classified by colors: white, purple, black, and red, where the highest, red, denotes the strongest on Sea God Island, the unparalleled Douluo Poseidon. We hail from the mainland. I understand that the inhabitants of Sea God Island are not particularly welcoming to those from the mainland, yet we are willing to accept the Sea God's trials. As for the challenges and dangers involved, they are our own choices, and we shall take responsibility for them, Long Yu declared as he stepped forward to address the group. The purple-clad Soul Master furrowed his brow, recognizing that this white-clad youth seemed somewhat knowledgeable about Sea God Island. Nevertheless, he cautioned, given your age and aura, you must be some talented Soul Masters from the mainland. I advise you to reconsider such intentions. I must warn you, once you accept the trial, there is no possibility of retreat, even at the cost of your lives. The Sea God's trials are not necessarily tied to cultivation. They could involve defeating a 10,000-year-old beast or even drinking seawater. Do not squander your lives here unnecessarily. Thank you for the reminder. But we have traversed the seas to undertake the trials of the Sea God. Our determination is unwavering, and further persuasion is unnecessary. We appreciate your goodwill. Long Yu shook his head, and Xiao Wu along with the others nodded in agreement. Since you are so resolute, then follow me. The purple-robed Soul Master replied with a hint of resignation, leading the yellow-robed Soul Master, Long Yu, and the others towards the forest. Chapter 216. The Seahorse Sacred Pillar. Soon, Long Yu and his companions were brought to an extraordinary pool of water, resembling a sea within a sea. Strangely, this normally tranquil inland pool roiled like the ocean, moving of its own accord without a breath of wind. Surrounded by dense forests, the pool appeared to measure approximately 500 meters in diameter. At its center stood a triangular platform, upon which a peculiar stone pillar rose majestically. The pillar, shaped like a spire, was adorned with a unique sculpture at its apex, while countless intricate patterns were etched along its surface. These markings seemed to form a language, emanating an intangible and enigmatic energy from the pillar. At the base of the stone pillar sat a figure, eyes closed and back turned, seemingly in meditation. This person donned black attire and, according to the hierarchy of the Sea God Island, was of the second highest rank. Upon arrival, the purple-robed Soul Master appeared considerably more reserved, while the young yellow-robed Soul Masters stood respectfully at the side, not daring to breathe. Welcome to the sea within the sea, the Seahorse Sacred Pillar. The middle-aged man in purple spoke with a distinctive tone. The Seahorse Sacred Pillar is one of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. Bestowed with divine power by the Sea God, these pillars convey his will, and any of them can test incoming Soul Masters. Here, you shall receive the trial set forth by the esteemed Sea God. I report to Lord Seahorse. We have incoming land Soul Masters seeking to undertake the trials. Please grant them permission. With the amplification of his soul power, the purple-robed Soul Master's voice cut through the tumultuous sounds of the sea. Xiao Yu, this is a title de law, Xiaolon remarked, her expression grave. A title de law could even hold an elder position within the spirit hall, and the power of this figure clad in black, if amidst the ocean, would surpass that of a title de law on land. A peerless de law can partially wield the power of the sea god. According to Xiao Yu, even the current Bai Bai Dong might not stand a chance against Poseidon on the ocean, despite her possessing twin martial spirits. Moreover, there are 7 other title de law present, indicating an unparalleled level of strength that even the top 3 sects of the Tiando Empire would find daunting. After all, a single peerless law like Poseidon could easily dominate, let alone with the added force of 7 title de law. As for Tang Chun, his presence could be disregarded. It matters not, merely a title de law. This island does not instill fear in me, Long Yu replied with a slight shake of his head. Land Soul Masters wishing to accept the Sea God's trials must first cross the sea within the sea and stand before the Seahorse Sacred Pillar to gain the right to be tested. As he spoke, a blue luminescence ignited behind the Seahorse de law, and the Seahorse Sacred Pillar suddenly radiated with brilliant light. A vibrant azure beam extending from its base to its apex. Centered around the top of the Seahorse Sacred Pillar, a ripple of blue waves surged forth, resembling a shimmering veil suspended above the sea within the sea. Given that the Seahorse Sacred Pillar stands approximately 10 meters tall, this luminous barrier hovering above the sea within the sea also reached a height of 10 meters. It was evident that this distance restricted both flying capabilities and movement. With a wave of his right hand, the Seahorse de law conjured the raging waves, which surged to a height of 10 meters, seemingly sealing all paths forward. The boiling waters roared with thunderous might, yet did not spill beyond the confines of the sea within the sea. Nana, I will proceed first so you can witness the nature of this trial, Long Yu declared, unfurling his wind god wings and soaring through the air. Regardless of the formidable sea creatures or the tumultuous waves, they posed no challenge to Long Yu, reflecting the strength and exceptional physique he possessed. Before long, Long Yu reached the opposite shore. The external soul bone for flight presents a significant opportunity, and your physical prowess far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. At such a young age, your astonishing talent suggests an immeasurable future, the Seahorse de law marveled, to which Long Yu simply smiled in acknowledgement. Having recognized the nature of the trial, Xiao Wu and the others rushed towards the sea within the sea. Xiaolon, a soul de law, effortlessly utilized her blue-silver grass to propel herself across. Hulai Na and Xie Yu required no further explanation. Hulai Na's inherent physical strength sufficed. while Xiaoyu leveraged the formidable power of the Golden Moon Blade to traverse the waters with ease. Xiao Wu, after utilizing her teleportation twice, arrived beside Long Yu, finding the ability exceedingly advantageous in this moment. Even Zhu Zhuqing, who Long Yu had worried about, reached his side with her speed and offensive capabilities. Long Yu waved his hand, summoning flames to evaporate the moisture from their bodies, ensuring no harm came to their skin or garments. This exquisite display of mental prowess left the sea horse Douluo in awe. Such individuals are remarkable, each possessing extraordinary talent, particularly the white-robed young man leading them. You are all outstanding. From which part of the continent do you hail? The sea horse Douluo inquired. That is of little consequence. We are here solely to receive the sea god's divine trial, not to bring any harm to Sea God Island, Long Yu replied, meeting the gaze of the titled Douluo without a hint of trepidation. The sea horse Douluo, intrigued and puzzled by their reluctance to disclose their origins, wondered if they might be from a spear hall. However, if they truly were, why send such individuals alone to Sea God Island? Though their strength is commendable, there are many capable of subduing them on the island, including myself, with 5 crimson and black soul rings shimmering around him. Long Yu's piercing gaze radiated an aura far surpassing that of a soul king. In this moment, he could not afford any retreat or fear. Not far away, the purple and yellow-robed soul masters witnessed Long Yu's prowess for the first time, left utterly astounded, even rendered momentarily speechless. Well done, young man. You are impressive. Very well. If you choose not to speak, I shall not press further, the sea horse Douluo remarked, his respect for Long Yu significantly elevated. Such an astonishing configuration of soul rings and the caliber of energy emanating from him is indeed rare. Rest assured, we harbor no ill intentions towards Sea God Island. This we can vow, Long Yu asserted, retracting his martial soul and rings, restoring his composure, and wearing a smile once more. After all, Nana and the others would be living and cultivating here for several years, so maintaining a smooth and amicable atmosphere is paramount. Chapter 217. The Black Level 6 Trial. If that is the case, let one of you step forward to see what level of divine trial you can achieve. The sea horse Douluo announced. Xiaoyu, you shall go first, Long Yu suggested. Very well, Xiaoyu nodded, stepping forward. Although she initially believed Long Yu would take the lead, she recognized that this was not of great importance. Douluo slowly raised his hands, his face radiating an expression of deep reverence. He brought his hands to his chest, palms facing each other with a half-foot gap in between. As a faint blue light gradually emerged at the center of his palms, intensifying steadily. When the blue light filled the palms of Douluo, it suddenly burst forth, enveloping the entire Shangzhu Tai in a shimmering azure glow. Immediately thereafter, a flash of light appeared beneath the Shangzhu, a blue beam ascending along the patterns of the column. In the blink of an eye, it reached the pinnacle. Turning to face Xiaoyu, Douluo pointed at him with his right hand. A column of blue light descended from above, engulfing Xiaoyu's body. Bathed in this radiance, Xiaoyu appeared somewhat bewildered, clearly feeling nothing. The color of the beam began to shift, transitioning from blue to white, and then rapidly from white to yellow, before almost seamlessly transforming into purple. The purple deepened gradually. This transformation was slightly slower, yet it continued unabated. Observing the changes in Xiaoyu's aura, Douluo seemed somewhat astonished. Before long, the purple light had completely morphed into black, almost entirely shrouding Dai Mu by beneath the column of light. On the Shangzhu behind Douluo, the lowest pattern also began to turn black, progressively climbing upwards. The black luminescent patterns ascended to nearly 1/3 of the column's height before pausing momentarily, yet soon resumed their upward surge, this time at an accelerated pace. In a short while, the black patterns had enveloped the entire Shangzhu. Following this, 6 beams of black light shot forth, materializing before Xiaoyu as 6 square light screens, each adorned with glimmering golden characters. Among them, the text on the first screen shone brightly, while the inscriptions on the other 5 screens appeared comparatively dim. The 6 light screens converged, transforming into 6 points of black light that simultaneously penetrated Xieyu's forehead, leaving behind a black hexagram, as dark as ink. The black level 6 trial surpassed the number I faced back in the day. This seems hopeless, Douluo thought, regarding Xieyu with a touch of pity, acknowledging that this was far more challenging than his own ordeal. Senior, please elucidate the ranks of the Sea God-S trials. Long Yu proactively suggested. Although he was already aware, it would be prudent for Douluo to explain, ensuring no doubts arose among the newcomers to Sea God Island. The trials bestowed by Lord Sea God are classified into various levels, each differing in difficulty. Mirroring the colors of spirit rings, they ascend from low to high: white level, yellow level, purple level, black level, and the pinnacle red level trials. Lord Sea God tailors the assessments to each individual. The content of the trials is known only to the assessed and the examiner. I am your examiner. Successfully completing trials of varying levels grants corresponding authority on Sea God Island. The evaluation considers not only the strength of the individual, but also their potential. As per Lord Sea God's decree, white level and yellow level trials consist of a single assessment. Success equals completion. Upon reaching the purple level, distinctions arise. There may be 1 to 3 trials. Thus, if a single beam of light emerges from a column, you face 1 purple level trial. If 3 beams appear, you must endure all 3 to achieve success. Naturally, the more trials there are, the greater the difficulty and the higher the authority awarded upon completion. For the black level trials, there are at least 4 assessments and up to 6. What I refer to as the black level 6 trials is the most arduous of the black assessments. I can tell you that in nearly a century, the black level trials have occurred 31 times, with 7 successful completions and 24 failures. I was one of the 7 who succeeded, and those 7 are now the guardians of the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island. Among us, only the guardian of the Hailong Shengzhu, Hailong Douluo, has undertaken the black level 6 trials. He is the strongest among us, with soul power having surpassed level 95. Subsequently, Douluo recounted the rules and penalties of the trials to Long Yu and the others, indicating his skepticism regarding Xieyu's ability to complete the black level 6 trials at the Spirit Emperor stage. Witnessing Xieyu's wavering resolve, Long Yu stepped forward and patted his shoulder, saying, "What is the big deal? It's merely the black level 6 trials. Doesn't this signify your extraordinary talent and the potential to evolve into a super Douluo? As for passing the trials, have confidence in yourself. Let the pride and assurance of the golden generation shine through." After all, he was his brother-in-law and needed to lend support. Indeed, Long Yu, you are right. Xieyu's previously uncertain spirit quickly rejuvenated. Why shouldn't he be stronger than the Douluo before him? Aiming to become a super Douluo was a commendable aspiration. Exactly. Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, you should also step forward, Long Yu nodded, prompting Douluo to assess the 2 women as well. Despite some anticipation, the results were astonishing. Zhu Qing faced the same black level 6 trials, which, in comparison to the original narrative, had escalated by 1 level, perhaps due to her additional physique and that piece of right leg bone, enhancing her talent and strength, leading to a higher level divine trial. Xiao Wu's performance was even more remarkable, under the incredulous gazes of Douluo and others. She astonishingly faced the legendary pinnacle red level 7 trials, equivalent to that of the High Priest of Sea God Island. Furthermore, the red level 7 trials differed from the others in that they were guaranteed completion. This meant that once Xiao Wu accomplished the pinnacle 7 trials, she could become the next High Priest of Sea God Island. The respect Douluo showed towards Xiao Wu truly opened many eyes, revealing the terrifying status of the red level 7 trials, which surpassed the black level 6 trials by a significant margin. After receiving Long Yu's instruction, Xiaolan stepped up for her test. Unsurprisingly, she too faced the black level 6 trials. However, given her current strength, her likelihood of passing within a reasonable time frame was promising. This was a disparity of 20 to 30 levels in soul power. Chapter 218. 2 Sea God 9 Trials? Soon, only Long Yu and Hu Lai Na remained among the group. Nah, it's your turn, Long Yu smiled. The colors blue, white, yellow, and purple flickered briefly before transitioning to the next hue at an astonishing speed, almost disorienting. Even a shift from purple to black occurred in an instant. In the next moment, the black magical patterns ascended at an extraordinary pace, surpassing all those who had previously undergone trials. Douluo and the others dared not even breathe, as the unfolding scene suggested that this seemingly enchanting woman might surpass the Red Level 7 trials. But how could that be? Yet reality proved otherwise to Douluo and the other spirit masters. The black magical patterns smoothly traversed 2/3 of the Shengju, transforming into a blood-red hue, with blood-red magical patterns suddenly materializing. This time, the blood-red patterns did not merely leap a little beyond the original 2/3, but instead skyrocketed, reaching the pinnacle of the Shengju. A sound reminiscent of the ocean's lamentation resonated from the seahorse sacred pillar, followed by a colossal crimson beam of light surging into the sky, tenfold more powerful than the one triggered by Xiao Wu earlier. The sea of seas roiled, and in that instant, towering waves, reaching heights of 100 meters, surged vertically upward. Within these waves, a brilliant azure light erupted. The transformation was not yet complete. The entire sea god island seemed to tremble in sync with the ascending red light from the seahorse sacred pillar. Suddenly, countless individuals clearly witnessed 6 immense crimson beams also shooting skyward. The 7 beams converged at a single point in the air, and in the next moment, the blood-red hue faded, replaced by a dazzling golden radiance cascading from the heavens. Everything appeared to enter a state of absolute stillness, save for the resplendent light at the center of the sea and sky descending from above. This golden light was unlike any gold previously seen. It radiated an aura of majesty and grandeur. The moment it manifested, the entirety of Sea God Island, be it the 7 sacred pillars, the forests, the hills, or the sea of seas, was entirely enveloped in gold. Even the sea spirit masters and all present were bathed in this extraordinary golden glow. The destination of this golden light was singular. Laina, standing nervously beneath the seahorse sacred pillar, as the luminescent veil descended like golden meteors into her brow. Precisely at the center of her forehead, what remained was not a star-shaped mark, but a golden trident emblem, exuding an air of noble authority. Just as the seahorse Douluo was at a loss, a voice emerged. The legendary 9 trials of the sea god. I never expected to witness it in my lifetime. As the words fell, a graceful figure appeared, with sea blue hair cascading down her back, nearly brushing the ground. Her countenance, youthful and serene, appeared no older than 30, with beauty emanating from her noble and elegant demeanor, complemented by a warm and gentle presence. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long golden scepter, akin to the gold that had graced the sky moments before. Intricate magical carvings adorned the scepter, with a spear-like diamond protrusion at its apex. Embedded 5 inches below the spear's tip was a diamond-shaped golden gem. Judging solely by her appearance, she was undeniably a rare beauty. Her aura was unmatched. And most astonishing were her eyes, a serene blue, deeper than the ocean, imbued with the wisdom of ages. Greetings, great high priest. The seahorse Douluo bowed with utmost reverence. Within Sea God Island, aside from the sea god himself, Poseidon held the highest status. Yes, Oya. No need for formalities, Poseidon replied with a slight nod, then turned her gaze towards Laina, nodding approvingly. Laina, splendid, truly exceptional. Congratulations on receiving the sea god's recognition. After completing the 9 trials, you shall become the new sea god. We will extend all assistance to you and your companions beyond the trials, aiding you in your swift completion of them. However, unlike the 9 trials, your requirement is to pass at least 1 trial each year. Poseidon spoke gently. Thank you for your guidance, great high priest. I will remember it. Laina replied respectfully. Though they belonged to different factions, she held a profound sense of awe towards such a legendary figure. Soon, Poseidon departed. Little junior brother, you are the last one left, Laina remarked with a smile. They all understood that in terms of talent and strength, Long Yu far surpassed them. If the pinnacle was the 9 trials of the sea god, what level of divine examination would the more gifted Long Yu attain? However, the 9 trials were exclusively for the sea goddess heirs, and since there could only be one sea god, it was unlikely Long Yu would also receive the 9 trials. Well, Long Yu stepped forward to be honest. Even I am uncertain what level of sea god examination I would attain, but I estimate it to be the red level 7 trials. As for the 9 trials of the sea god, that is not something to consider. The seahorse Douluo nodded, and once more, blue light coalesced. As the brilliance of the seahorse sacred pillar shone brightly, another beam, descending from the heavens, enveloping Long Yu. The blue transformed into white, seamlessly transitioning to yellow, then purple, and rapidly shifting to black, climbing ever higher, seemingly faster than Hulaina did, until a flash of red light appeared. Another top-tier 7 trials? The seahorse Douluo exclaimed in astonishment, wondering if he had awoken from a deep sleep today. But the most astonishing events were yet to come. A massive crimson light surged skyward, causing Sea God Island to erupt once more, the momentum far surpassing Hulaina's 9 trials. Another flash of golden light fell into Long Yu, branding his forehead with a brilliant golden trident mark, far more pronounced than Hulaina's. Is this yet another 9 trials of the sea god? The seahorse Douluo felt utterly bewildered. Today's occurrences exceeded all comprehension. First several black level 6 trials, then a top-tier 7 trials, and now 2 instances of the 9 trials of the sea god. Before the seahorse Douluo could voice his thoughts, Poseidon's figure reappeared before Long Yu, her expression curious, her interest in Long Yu's handsome visage growing. What did you attain? Poseidon inquired. The sea god's 6 trials. Long Yu replied with a smile. Yes, like Hulaina, you too must complete at least 1 divine examination within a year. Oh yeah. This Long Yu will receive the same treatment as Hulaina, Poseidon stated before departing. One extraordinary being. His talent surpasses even that of Hulaina. Yet Hulaina has indeed garnered the sea god's recognition. Truly marvelous. Even the sea god is captivated by the concept of fate, Poseidon mused, observing Long Yu and his companions as they left. With such talent and strength, he far surpassed her former self, and his future achievements would likely eclipse her own, even those of the sea god. The sea god's 6 trials, completing them all within a year appears daunting. All one can do is strive to finish them swiftly, Long Yu thought, touching the mark on his forehead. Esteemed guests, as per the arrangements made by the sea god and the great high priest, I shall provide you with all assistance beyond the trials. During this period, please reside in the Seahorse City under my jurisdiction. The Seahorse Douluo respectfully addressed the group. According to the hierarchy of the sea gods, these individuals were indeed above him, especially with one holding the 9 trials of the sea god and another the 6 trials. The group followed the Seahorse Douluo into a modest establishment. Due to their distinctive marks, they attracted considerable attention. Observing the Seahorse Lord's reverence towards them only sparked further curiosity. However, perceptive individuals quickly linked the earlier anomalies on Sea God Island to these individuals. Compared to the Spirit City, this place seemed rather ordinary, being merely an isolated island at sea, with limited resources, and the cost and risks of reaching it were substantial. Under the insistence of the Seahorse Douluo, the group settled into the former residence of the Seahorse Douluo. They convened in a meeting room on the 2nd floor, preparing to discuss their respective divine examinations. What is the matter? Why is everyone silent? Xie cast a peculiar glance at Xiao Wu and the others, pondering why they were so hesitant when discussing the first trial of the sea god. Allow me to begin. My first trial is called Crossing the Light of the Sea God and entails ascending the 120 steps of the Sea Goddess ladder, he articulated. Following him, Long Yu continued, my second trial also involves crossing the light of the sea god, but I must ascend 800 steps. The content shared by Xiao Wu and the others was akin, yet it was evident that Long Yu's requirements surpassed those of the rest by several magnitudes. Ah, Xie, you may take your rest now. In a couple of days, we shall journey to Sea God Mountain, Long Yu proposed, as Xie departed amidst the group's somewhat peculiar atmosphere. He seemed to realize that the content of the first trial was perhaps not entirely suitable for him. Once Yu had left, Long Yu spoke up. My first trial is akin to yours. Hu Liena shyly interjected, and Xiao Wu and the others nodded in agreement, sharing a sense of incredulity towards the sea god and the peculiarities of such divine trials, which they found rather odd, yet somewhat appealing. Let's not delay. We must expedite our completion of the sea god's first trial, Long Yu declared with a hint of pride. Time passed swiftly, and the growth of Long Yu and his companions accelerated remarkably. By the time Long Yu completed the sixth trial of the sea god, his strength had risen from Soul King to Soul Saint. He received a divine soul ring, allowing him to acquire soul rings at his maximum capacity. The subsequent soul rings he obtained were undoubtedly all of 100,000 years or older. Each acquisition significantly enhanced his soul power, though he lacked the 100,000-year soul bone. After completing the sixth trial, Long Yu departed from Sea God Island and ventured to the mainland, where he discovered the establishment of the Martial Soul Empire, which had unified the entire continent. Except for the Martial Soul Hall, all other Soul Master factions had either been destroyed or incorporated into the Martial Soul Hall's dominion. As the founder of the Martial Soul Empire, Bai Dong naturally became its first emperor, the first empress. Sigh. The time spent completing the trials on Sea God Island was excessively prolonged. I have missed the unification of the continent by the Martial Soul Hall, Long Yu lamented. After addressing matters concerning the Martial Soul Empire, Long Yu and Gu Yu Na continued their training within the Dragon Valley world. Having advanced to Soul Saint, Long Yu's Golden Dragon Martial Soul could now accommodate 3 additional soul rings. Upon reaching the rank of Soul Daw, Long Yu and Gu Yu Na were astonished to discover that his physical constitution was now sufficient to endure divine power. Beyond the innate strength of the Dragon Clan's physique and the enhancements from various divine soul bones, the effect of the Sea God's divine power played a significant role as well. With the rapid elevation of the divine powers of the great Dragon Kings, Long Yu's soul power and overall strength experienced swift advancement. Time within the Dragon Valley settled into tranquility, with the once-peak Gu Yu Na contentedly accompanying Long Yu's growth. Upon reaching a certain stage, Long Yu shared his background and the responsibilities he bore with Bai Dong. Initially taken aback, Bai Dong and Qianrenxue ultimately chose to side with Long Yu, given their close relationship and affection for him, opting not to disclose Gu Yu Na's existence. After resolving the broader issues concerning the Martial Soul Empire, Bai Dong devoted herself to accepting the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, while Qianrenxue, not wishing to fall behind Long Yu, undertook the inheritance of the Angel God within the Angel Sacred Hall. As time progressed, both Bai Dong and Qianrenxue quickly ascended to godhood. Upon their ascension to the divine realm, they not only sought to enhance their own powers, but also patiently awaited Long Yu. Despite an unspoken understanding between them regarding their relationship with Long Yu, they refrained from explicitly addressing it, both waiting for the right moment. When Long Yu turned 23, he successfully ascended to godhood within the Dragon Valley, obtaining the true dragon blood as a reward from the system. Following the fusion of the divine powers of the 9 Dragon Kings, he advanced further based on the foundation of the Dragon God. Gu Yu Na, upon Long Yu's ascension, exuded an aura even more formidable than that of the Dragon God at his peak, significantly boosting her confidence in countering divine beings. The gods of the divine realm initially dismissed Gu Yu Na's voluntary subjugation, yet as Long Yu continuously demonstrated his might, fear began to take root among them. The 5 supreme gods of the divine realm fell at Long Yu's hands, exacerbated by the betrayals of the new titans, the Rakshasa god and the Angel God, rendering the divine realm increasingly precarious. After Gu Yu Na had vented her prior anger and resentment, the remaining gods either surrendered or perished at the hands of Long Yu or Gu Yu Na, leading to a shift in power within the divine realm. Having become the strongest, Long Yu directly brought Xiao Wu and the others to the divine realm, elevating their powers to the divine level. Subsequently, he sought to revive the Dragon Clan, ensuring that any dragons capable of resurrection within the Dragon Valley were restored, though those that had perished entirely were beyond his capacity to reclaim. Summary: transported to Douluo, Long Yu commenced his journey with the Golden Dragon bloodline and martial soul, earning the acknowledgement of the Silver Dragon King. Su Yuntao. Once long you awakened my martial soul in the confines of Notting City. Everyone would have to address me as Brother Tao. Yu Shao Gang. So my theories were merely at this level. I am no match for you, Long Yu. Tang San. Why must I always live in Long Yu's shadow?